Doctor, my symptoms have been getting worse these days. Strange words keep popping up in my mind. It's absurd. Things like space, awakening, and star beast. Yes, that's the name. Everyone else says I'm under too much pressure, that I've been too engrossed in novels, and some even ask if I've seen Lu Ruyan. But I'm sure this isn't a delusion. I'm not a mental patient. Hospital. Psychiatry. Ren Yunqi sat on the chair, with obvious dark circles under his eyes. Opposite him was a bald doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, intently writing and drawing on a piece of paper. I also called my parents, and they told me not to overthink it, to prepare for both the postgraduate exams and civil service exams. But the next day, they said, all pursuits are inferior, only transcendence is supreme. My younger sister spends all day at home opening blind boxes and playing otone games. She even mimics the voice of a middle school girl, saying she dreams of becoming a spirit medium. I asked online, and those people actually said I was possessed by some kind of cognitive disorder and should hurry to Mount Song Shaolin to become a bald monk, awakening some sort of golden body space while it's still fresh. Ren Yunqi irritably scratched his head and let out a long sigh. Doctor, why don't you prescribe me some medicine? Hypnosis works too, even if it just lets me get a good night's sleep. The doctor put down the pen. Ren Yunqi skillfully relaxed his body, sat upright, and closed his eyes. Classmate, are you here specifically to mess with me? Ren Yunqi opened his eyes. Question mark. The doctor twirled the ballpoint pen in their hand, the tip lightly tapping the desk. Are your friends and family wrong in what they said? Ren Yunqi, huh? Listen to what you're saying. It's currently the star beast tide season. So many transcendents are waiting for guidance and treatment, and you're here wasting medical resources? Still trying to hypnotize? Clearly, you didn't study your cultural lessons well. Hypnosis star techniques are extremely rare. If I had such an ability, why would I be here listening to your nonsense? Star beast, tide? With such a serious tone, I can't tell at all. Doctor, look at you, you're still young. At your age, you should focus on cultivating yourself. In a couple of years, you could shine on the front lines of our East Sea Fortress, instead of playing tricks on a doctor here. Registration fee, consultation fee, 300 yuan is non-refundable. If you want to complain, please bring your parents. Has the world gone mad? Remember to close the door when you leave. Next, Ren Yunqi walked out the door with a bewildered expression, only to find that there were indeed many people waiting outside. Everyone stood silently, listlessly lining up. They were clutching their arms, chests, or even heads, wearing uniforms that Ren Yunqi had never seen before, and holding long guns and giant blades in their hands. There was even someone holding a short-handled scepter. Uninformed passers-by might have thought they had stumbled into some cosplay exhibition hall. As he was leaving, Ren Yunqi vaguely heard voices coming from the diagnostic room saying things like Star Beast charging forward, Soul Shock, and Intimidation Star Technique. Prank? Impossible, who would have money to burn? The staircase turned a corner, and a large mirror was fixed to the wall. Ren Yunqi walked straight past. 3 seconds later, whoosh! Ren Yunqi suddenly turned back, staring blankly at himself in the mirror, completely entering a state of brain freeze. The reflection in the mirror was not him. Strictly speaking, it's him, but it's his middle school self. Whether it's the thin body before working out, the blurry jawline, or the short hair. Whoa, what the heck? This isn't a prank. Whose prank can directly make time flow backward? Ren Yunqi stared at the reflection of himself in the mirror, both familiar and unfamiliar, for a full half-minute before suddenly turning and running outside. Rushing out of the hospital, Ren Yunqi stood dazed, staring at everything around him. Rows of black and gray buildings, rising and falling like waves, stood on the ground, and in the distance, there were massive black walls resembling giant black waves. Ren Yunqi felt a bit dazed, took a few steps in place, and suddenly pinched himself. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Blue Wing Technology's next-generation versatile power armor is here. Embedded with iron and crystal cores, offering over 30 minutes of full charge duration, certified by the Extraordinary Alliance, with combat power comparable to level 2 mutant star beasts. Let your extraordinary journey be smooth all the way. The sound above his head made Ren Yunqi instinctively look up, seeing a large electronic billboard. On the screen was a tall, slender girl. The girl was dressed in a suit of armor like exoskeleton, its color somewhat resembling ceramic yet crystal clear, holding a long spear in her hand. Even through the screen, Ren Yunqi could feel the terrifying gust of wind rushing toward him. I've transmigrated. Ren Yunqi took a deep breath. I've transmigrated. I've transmigrated. The driver who slammed on the brakes cursed, "Are you trying to die, you student? Running around recklessly on the road, watch out, or I'll ram you with the front of my car and send you off to another world." Ren Yunqi quickly and calmly accepted the fact that he had crossed into another world. After all, no one had disappeared from his household registration, and, aside from this world, his family and friends were still the same familiar people. He had always been someone who loved fun and freedom, traveling frugally, and blending into street life like a wanderer during holidays. If you were to list his titles, they would be no fewer than those flashy ones on the covers of the Little Blue Book series, such as Golden Left Face or Zen Disciple. Who says a traveler to another world can't be considered an old backpacker? As he stayed longer in this unfamiliar world. Rin Yunqi gradually felt the memories of this body's original owner begin to surface. Relying on the memories in his mind, he successfully returned to his residence. It was an apartment building located near East Sea First Magic High School, where most of the residents were students and parents accompanying them. Rin Yunqi's hometown was in a small town west of East Sea Fortress City, far from the frontline coast. After returning to his room, Rin Yunqi turned on his computer and began researching information. After 2 hours of focused study, he finally lifted his head from the screen and let out a long sigh of relief. He understood now. He realized that this plane, called Blue Star, was completely different from Earth, a world where the extraordinary reigned supreme, filled with various magical abilities. Hundreds of years ago, this planet's energy was nearly depleted, human order began to collapse, and society teetered on the brink of ruin. Until the first year of the new era, 384 years ago, the first gate to an interdimensional space was opened. The star force that surged out from within became a brand new energy source, successfully replacing the nearly depleted traditional energy sources and extending humanity's survival. However, danger and opportunity always coexist. Behind each interdimensional gate lurked creatures known as star beasts. Most star beasts viewed humans as food, and the fragile body of Rin Yunqi seemed utterly insignificant before them. Many once prosperous cities fell as a result. After decades of dark years, the first human capable of communicating with Starforce emerged, known as the Transcendent. Transcendents, after slaying star beasts, could extract a special crystal called Star Pearl from their bodies, which, when absorbed, could greatly enhance their star force. Over hundreds of years of evolution, Transcendents were divided into two main professions, mages and warriors, along with countless derivative professions. Each profession had its own specialties, and most Transcendents would form teams to act collectively. The universally recognized best age for awakening is 16, and the state allocates resources for unified awakenings at major magic high schools. Awakening Day, August 23rd. The moment Rin Yunqi saw the date in the bottom right corner of his computer desktop, his heart tightened, and he felt completely unwell. Damn, tomorrow? In this era, anyone daring to defy the flow of youth the day before the college entrance exam would need at least a semester of preparation. What's more, awakening was an even more monumental event than the college entrance exam, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Time ticked by second, and the night gradually deepened. 100 tips for communicating with space spirits. How to make the awakening light shine brighter. The proper way to eat space spirit milk ice cream? Rin Yunqi did not turn on the lights. The entire room was illuminated only by the glow of the computer screen, casting his face in a pale hue. The sound of the door lock being twisted came from the door. As soon as it was opened a crack, someone abruptly pulled it shut again. Hey, don't just open it directly. Give me half a minute to tidy up. Clean up? Half a minute? A lot can be done in half a minute: closing a web page, throwing out the trash, opening a window. Tomorrow is awakening day. The pressure is high, so it's understandable to relax a bit. This kid dares to ruin my reputation? Turning off the light of the white ice cream lamp, he suddenly got up to open the door. Having stared at the screen for too long, his vision went black for a moment. Two people were standing at the door. Crack! A man was winking at him. He wasn't tall but was very sturdy, with the fat under his clothes clearly visible. Rin Yunqi thought to himself that if he squatted down, he might be able to fit into this guy's embrace. After looking at him, he turned to the girl next to him, and his eyes lit up instantly. A simple and loose oversized t-shirt, a fresh high ponytail, a face full of collagen, glowing with healthy radiance. You haven't. The chubby boy stretched his neck to peek inside and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. If I had known, we would have come in 10 minutes. Rin Yunqi cursed. Heard you went to the hospital today? The girl stared at his heavy dark circles. Starting a few days ago, Rin Yunqi had been rambling from time to time, saying words she couldn't understand at all. On the eve of awakening day, going to the hospital during the day and locking himself in his room at night was truly worrisome. It's nothing serious. Rin Yunqi yawned, trying to change the subject. I'm hungry. Got anything to eat? At this moment, no longer anxious, he felt terrifyingly strong as he clung to the Buddha's feet in his heart. These two people, the man named Zhu Yushu, is a second-generation rich kid whose family owns a company and a mine. The girl next to him is Zhang Yanyan. The three of them have known each other since they could walk. They are childhood friends. Scram! I bought some meat. I saw you still have vegetables in the fridge, so let's make a hot pot, Zhang Yanyan said. I want it super spicy, with lots of beef tallow. Zhu Yushu raised his hand. Mushroom soup, take it or leave it. Aren't you afraid of having diarrhea when you wake up tomorrow? Zhang Yanyan walked toward the kitchen without looking back. Big sis, can we be a little more ladylike? Do you think you live up to that name of yours pulled straight out of poetry? Zhu Yushu rolled her eyes. Still better than you, corncob. Rin Yunqi responded with a laugh. Zhu Yushu argued, my name is Yushu. Corncob refers to Yushushu. All the same, Zhang Nian said indifferently. Zhu Yushu's face was full of grief and indignation, realizing that these two two were practically inseparable. Clearly, the three of them were supposed to be childhood friends, so why did it feel like he was just an outsider? The originally quiet rental apartment instantly became lively due to the commotion. Three people sat around the coffee table, with the hot pot bubbling and steaming, and various ingredients tumbling in the broth. After awakening tomorrow, which profession do you plan to pursue? Zhu Yushu asked casually while focusing on a beef ball with his chopsticks. Probably a warrior, but it depends on what my life-bound space is, Zhang Nian replied. The life-bound space is a magical little world that exists in the mind of every extraordinary individual. Similar to the interdimensional spaces entrenched in major forbidden areas, life-bound spaces are incredibly diverse. Most people's spaces are dead, only serving as storage for star power. However, in any world, there are always some extraordinary prodigies who defy the norm. Their life-bound spaces are known as spiritual spaces, inhabited by various miraculous beings called space spirits, crushing others from the starting line into utter insignificance. Where's Lao Run? Talking so seriously about awakening and battle, such overly dramatic topics, Ren Yunqi, who had just arrived a day ago, couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. His scalp tingled, and his toes unconsciously curled against the ground. Mage. He had some understanding of these professions from the internet. Why choose a mage? Isn't it obvious? Of course, because it's the coolest and most impressive. Magic bombardments like a sweeping storm, with all kinds of dazzling special effects. Everyone who has tried it says it's great. Magician? Then you'll have to put in a lot of effort to learn. 3,000 incantations, plus all kinds of messy inscription systems. Zhu Yushu said, in my opinion, it still has to be heavy mechas. Once my skills are perfected, I'll enter the space to provide firepower support for you too. If there are monsters, I'll clear them out in one sweep. Ren Yunqi raised his glass. Alright, to breaking through the interdimensional space in the future, cheers. 3 glasses of warm water clinked together. Ren Yunqi got up early and began washing up. On one side of the living room stood a very conspicuous statue, a treasured possession of the landlord's family. The statue seemed to depict a famous transcendent figure from hundreds of years ago, comparable to Confucius from the homeland Earth. Before exams, the ground beneath it would be covered with fruits and snacks from students, as if they were offering their goodwill. Even those students who usually showed no reverence for gods or spirits became so devout in such moments that they would put the monks guarding the golden Buddha statue and selling tickets to shame. 3 cigarettes were stuck in front of the sculpture, a masterpiece by Zhu Yushu from last night. After freshening up in the narrow bathroom, the warm summer water completely woke him up. Snap! Donghai First Magic High School wasn't far from here, just a 10-minute walk away. The next morning. Along the way, there were many traffic police directing the flow, but even so, the school gate was still crowded with people, packed like sausages stuffed during the new year, almost ready to burst. Hanging in the sky was a sun like a fiery ball, with no clouds to shield it, shining recklessly on the ground as waves of heat filled the air. Dad, can you watch my stuff? I need to go to the restroom. Hey you little spendthrift. Hold it, in a bit longer. The Star Beast condensate you just drank cost 50,000. You can't just waste it like that. Mom, I'm so nervous. If I fail to awaken, will you still love me? If you have time to think about all this nonsense, why not review some classic awakening cases from past years in your mind? Such conversations were happening one after another at the school gate. People's eyes were filled with longing. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony. For the vast majority of people, this day was even more important than the college entrance exam. No one wants to watch others show off. No one wants to be someone else's denominator. Admission ticket. Ren Yunqi passed through the crowd, cooperated with the security personnel to scan with the device, and successfully entered the school gate. The awakening location was set on the school playground, divided into different formations according to exam numbers. The original scheduled time was 9 o'clock, but it was not yet 8, and the playground was already filled with students. Old Ren, here, here. From afar, Zhu Yushu shouted at the top of his lungs, waving his chubby arm that looked like a carrot. Ren Yunqi said helplessly, why are you yelling so loudly? I'm not deaf, nor am I afraid of losing my voice. You don't know anything. Listen for yourself. If I don't shout loudly, how can you hear me? Zhu Yushu retorted. The surroundings were unbearably noisy. Today's battle, we'll meet at the summit. You may be strong, but I am my own king. Stay humble, stay calm, be disciplined, persevere, never give up, surpass yourself. The passionate slogans rose one after another, making the eardrums faintly ache. Ren Yunqi, alright, you're right. When the students had almost all gathered, the teacher responsible for guiding the awakening finally arrived, holding a roster to verify identities one by one. When encountering students with excellent high school entrance exam scores, the teacher's gaze would linger for a few extra seconds. Although the awakening of the innate space is completely random, even within the same space, the final results of different individuals' cultivation vary greatly. What was that saying again? There is no space for the useless, only extraordinary individuals who are deemed useless. Excelling in theoretical studies means a deeper understanding of the extraordinary, and mental willpower is often stronger as well. Those unparalleled extraordinary powerhouses are all like this. At 9 o'clock, the awakening ceremony began. In front of each student formation, there was a device embedded with light blue crystals. All the students stepped forward one by one, with Rin Yunchi positioned relatively toward the back. From his perspective, he could see a dense sea of heads ahead. The principal on the stage, facing the students' excited yet nervous gazes, waved his arms and delivered a passionate speech. Becoming strong is by no means merely to satisfy personal desires. The stronger the extraordinary individual, the greater the responsibility they bear. Power is meant to protect the weaker ones. Regardless of whether the awakening is successful or the strength of one's innate space, everyone can contribute to humanity. The future remains bright and beautiful. These words have been spoken for over a decade. There's no other way, there's only this morning, and the students' futures will be completely different. Many may act impulsively and make foolish decisions. Among those who fail to awaken, countless will experience breakdowns, depression, or despair. At this moment, the school's rooftop has already been locked. As for the students who successfully awaken, their mental worlds will also enter a turbulent phase. It's easy to act impulsively and do something foolish. Awakening begins. Number 1, Wang He. Wang He took a nervous breath, his palms sweating, and staggered to the front of the stage, placing his hand on the crystal under the expectant gazes of the crowd. A tingling sensation spread through his eardrums, as faint and peculiar sounds seeped out from around him. Awakening teacher, innate space, sound cave, no spatial spirit. Next. What the heck? What use is this thing? Wang He walked off the stage with a bitter expression. This kind of space is completely useless in combat, practically the trash of all trash. Not bad, brother Wang, at least you awakened, right? Yeah, at least next time I go to KTV, I can score a 95, and with a fake voice, I can earn $200 an hour as a companion. Brother Wang, I have a plan. When we go to the alternate dimension in the future, you'll be responsible for luring the star beast away. Wang He cursed, put away your little schemes. In this lousy dimension, what star beast am I supposed to lure? To become its dung? Everyone laughed, and the air was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. The second student quickly stepped onto the stage, and luck was on his side as the awakened space was Sea of Fire. Although it was also an ordinary space without life, the Sea of Fire space was much stronger than the Cave of Sound. Flames surged, almost burning the teacher's trouser cuffs. The awakening teacher nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad. You can pursue the path of a fire mage in the future. Get a better staff, and your training will yield twice the results with half the effort. The next few students either had average quality or directly failed to awaken. The students who were originally feeling upset no longer felt that way. Everyone being mediocre together created a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. At this moment, cheers erupted from another formation. I got the Elven Forest. Top-tier space. So lucky. Choosing the mage path makes you a top-notch plant mage, while the warrior path makes you a natural-born archer. Truly enviable. Exclamations of amazement rose one after another, and the students were envious from head to toe. The Elven Forest is alive, a spiritual space. With such high talent, unless they give up completely, they are basically guaranteed a spot in a top extraordinary university. Zhang Niannian stood in front of the crowd, unable to suppress the smile on her delicate face. Beside her was a cluster of blue-silver plants taller than a person, with phantom-like spirits floating among them. She instinctively wanted to look in Rin Yunqi's direction, but the yellow energy barriers between the formations obscured everything from view. Next, Zhu Yushu. Run, I'm nervous. Zhu Yushu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. If you need to pee, I can block for you, Rin Yunqi called out loudly. Get lost. Zhu Yushu shouted back as he walked onto the stage, placing his chubby hand on the machine. The light shone brightly, then turned brown, with massive rocks attaching to his body. Just a moment ago, he was a chubby little guy, but now he had transformed into a burly giant. Unfortunately, it lasted less than 2 seconds before shattering into countless glowing fragments on the ground. Lifebound space, rock mountain, no spatial spirit. Awakening teacher casually jotted it down in the notebook, just an ordinary space. Zhu Yushu came down cheerfully. Old Run, your brother is taking off. With this sturdy physique, what heavy-duty core machinery can't I handle? It must be said, this guy's perspective is quite unique. And surprisingly, it actually makes sense. One student after another went on stage. Next, Ran Yunqi. Ren Yunqi took a deep breath and walked to the front. Focus your attention, don't resist, let the energy of the crystal enter your spiritual world and open up your life-bound space, the teacher instructed. Ren Yunqi placed his hand on the crystal, closed his eyes, and felt the energy flowing backward from his hand along his veins, converging toward his brain. At first, there was only darkness before his eyes. The next moment, faint glimmers of light began to flicker in the darkness. These glimmers gradually converged into delicate energy patterns, winding and weaving through the air like fine threads. A silhouette gradually solidified, the light dimming after a sudden burst of intensity, taking the shape of a large door. In a cartoon style, Ren Yunqi wondered if he was dreaming, but no matter how he looked at it, horizontally, vertically, or at an angle, this door looked exactly like the magic castle gate from Balala the Fairies. Yes, whether it was the memories inherited from this body memory or the knowledge hastily crammed online yesterday, Ren Yunqi was certain he had never heard of the thing before him. According to the standard awakening process, Ren Yunqi was supposed to do nothing at this moment. The life-bound space would pull his consciousness into it, completing their fusion. The door did not move. Ren Yunqi also did not move. The door still did not move. Ren Yunqi still did not move. The door remained unmoved. Ren Yunqi, Balala Energy, Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse? What the heck? This thing, which seemed to be the door to his personal space, showed no signs of opening. Ren Yunqi's consciousness moved forward proactively, and the toy door kept enlarging in his vision. The door opened. Warm yellow light lit up inside, accompanied by the tinkling sound of nursery rhymes, and the strong smell of colored pencils and modeling clay wafted out. Ren Yunqi's consciousness drifted in, glanced around, and fell silent. What the heck? A toy house? 3 rows of toy soldiers, dressed in identical blue uniforms, stand on one side, with the commander wearing a plastic sword at his waist. A miniature tank stops among scattered building block fortresses. Not far away stands a string puppet with a crooked neck. No walls can be seen in the space, and various masks of different shapes hang in the void, whose personal space is filled with toys. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Ren Yunqi's spirits lifted as he fixed his gaze intently in that direction. Fortunately, where there's a will, there's a way. A mediocre undergraduate major is not as good as a top-tier vocational college. Ren Yunqi consoled himself this way. As long as there was some living being inside, he wouldn't consider it a loss. A bear stood in front of Ren Yunqi. Plush teddy bear. The golden brown fur shimmered with a honey-like luster, its head tilted upward, and its shiny black eyes just stared at him like that. Woof woof. Although feeling confused, being stared at with such eyes made Ren Yunqi's hands itch. He couldn't help but reach out and vigorously rub the plush bear's head. A sudden realization struck, and Ren Yunqi felt that he had formed a contract with the plush bear in front of him. Some information naturally surfaced in his mind. Heart of the sacred bear, passive skill, enhances affinity. Embrace of the sacred bear, removes all negative statuses within the range of star power. What is this? Ren Yunqi's eyes sparkled with joy. Innate star skill. Unlike those star skills formed through the combination of spells, this one belonged solely to Ren Yunqi. Although it was just a support skill and far from the magical floor cleaning he dreamed of last night, what did it matter? Support done well can still make you the big daddy of the team. The plush bear looked at Ren Yunqi, its eyes sparkling with an affectionate gleam like black gemstones. Ren Yunqi's lips curved into a doting smile. Call me dad. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the silence. Ren Yunqi turned toward the direction of the sound, only to see a shadow hiding in the dim corner. The plush bear swung its short legs, sticking out its fluffy bottom as it charged toward the corner, quickly pulling out a black rabbit doll. The rabbit doll was struggling. Compared to the plush bear, this rabbit looked much worse. Its right ear seemed to have been burned by fire, turning into a jagged grayish-white shape. Its body was patched up, with crooked stitches protruding like centipede legs. On its back was a patch of blue ink that clashed with the black fabric. The black rabbit was dragged in front of Ren Yunqi. As Ren Yunqi reached out his hand, the little creature struggled even harder. The cotton under the patch twisted and scattered with its trembling, as if a dirty snow had fallen. However, when Ren Yunqi's fingertips finally touched the top of its head, all the struggling came to an abrupt halt. Good, let me pat your head. After gently tapping a few times, Ren Yunqi placed his entire palm over the black rabbit's head. He felt the other party's momentary stiffness, followed by relaxation. The plush bear tilted its head, staring intently, secretly thinking, why are you so skilled? Ren Yunqi looked calm on the surface, but inwardly he was pondering. Although he hadn't stroked a black rabbit before, he had petted plenty of stray cats. Countless hissing, puffed up, arched-back cats had been coaxed into purring and flipping onto their backs by his routine. From the deliberate sound made by this black rabbit, Ren Yunqi understood immediately. This kind of small contradiction, both longing for care and fearing harm, was all too familiar to him. A simple test, instantly refined, easily mastered. Midnight, hypnosis-type skill. Targets hit have a chance to enter a deep sleep state. Nightmare cocoon, after successful hypnosis, replicates the deepest source of fear in the target's subconscious. You're really not Sundara. 2 more star techniques. This is truly a huge gain. To think that the First Awakening could establish 2 contracts and gain 4 innate star techniques, who else can compare? Ah, you're amazing. Ren Yunqi rubbed the fur on the black rabbit's head into a messy state with his hands, as if handling a pair of walnuts. The black rabbit showed disdain on its face, but its body remained still, completely nestled beside Ren Yunqi's consciousness, too comfortable to move. From now on, you two will follow me. I'll give you names. Ren Yunqi casually scooped the plush bear into his arms as well and said with a smile, looking at your colors, I'll call you Yuzu and Caramel. If you have no objections, that's settled. Meanwhile, on the playground, the awakening teacher glanced nervously at his watch. Ren Yunqi had been awakening for over 10 minutes. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such a situation. The fluctuations displayed by the instrument were also extremely unfamiliar, not belonging to any known natal space. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the level of this space is not low, and its cultivation value is very high. At this moment, the 4th chapter of the Crystal Stone, a spiritual star technique. Please add to your favorites. The fluffy bear looked at Ren Yunchi, a hint of affection showing in its gem-like black eyes. Ren Yunchi smiled lovingly. Call me Dad. At this moment, a voice suddenly came through. Ren Yunchi looked in the direction of the sound and discovered a shadow hidden in the dim corner. The plush bear swung its short legs, wagging its fluffy bottom as it ran toward the corner. Before long, it dragged out a black rabbit doll. The rabbit doll struggled desperately. Compared to the plush bear, the appearance of this rabbit was far less appealing. The right ear might have been burned, turning into a grayish-white jagged shape. There were also a few patches on its body, with crooked stitches resembling centipede legs. The back was even more mismatched with the black fabric, marked by blue ink stains. The black rabbit was dragged in front of Ren Yunchi. Ren Yunchi reached out his hand, and the little creature struggled even more violently. The cotton under the patch twisted, and as it shook, it scattered everywhere, like a dirty snowfall. However, the moment Ren Yunchi's fingertips gently touched the top of its head, all movement instantly ceased. Good, let me pat your head. After tapping lightly a few times, Ren Yunchi placed his entire palm on the black rabbit's head, feeling the other person's sudden stiffness, followed by relaxation. The plush bear tilted its head up, blankly watching the scene. How is this kid so skilled? Ren Yunchi appeared calm. The black rabbit had never been petted, but he had stroked countless stray cats. Many hissing, puffed up, arched-back cats had obediently rolled over under his technique. From the moment this black rabbit deliberately made a sound, then hid with half its rear exposed, Ren Yunchi already understood. He was all too familiar with this inner conflict of longing for affection yet fearing harm. Simple probing, instant refining, effortlessly in control. Midnight, hypnosis-type skill. Targets hit have a chance to enter a deep sleep state. Nightmare cocoon, after successful hypnosis, replicates the deepest source of fear in the target's subconscious. And you still say you're not at Sundara. Got 2 more star skills. What a huge gain. Awakening for the first time and being able to establish 2 contracts, gaining 4 life star skills. Who can compare? Ah, you're amazing. Ren Yunchi used both hands to ruffle the fur on the black rabbit's head like he was handling walnuts, leaving it in a mess. The black rabbit, though expressing disdain, didn't move at all, completely nestled beside Ren Yunchi's consciousness, too comfortable to want to budge. From now on, you two will follow me. I need to give you names. Ren Yunchi casually hugged the plush bear in his arms and said with a smile, judging by your colors, Yuzu and Caramel. If you have no objections, that's settled. On the playground, awakening teacher glanced nervously at his watch. Ren Yunchi had been awakening for over 10 minutes, and in all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such a situation. The fluctuations displayed by the instrument were also very unfamiliar, completely unrelated to any known natal space. The only thing that could be confirmed was that this space was of a high level and held immense cultivation value. At this moment, the glow of the crystal remained undiminished. No, I have to go find the leader. Below, Zhu Yushu stared eagerly, clutching his phone while frantically scrolling through the browser. Damn, why does it feel like every terminal illness fits the description? The more he searched, the more panicked he became. At the same time, is Old Run going to be finished? Lifting his head, he clearly saw 2 bulges on Ren Yunchi's shoulders. Wait, what is this? A plush bear and a stuffed rabbit? Not just him, everyone present was also stunned. The awakening ceremony has been going on for so long, from the forest frenzy to the chaotic sounds, everyone, regardless of strength, always maintains a consistent style. But what about Ren Yunchi? Ha ha, 2 toys? Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, be careful, don't let the 2 spatial spirits jump up and punch your knees. Ha, the ranking of the most useless innate spaces is about to be updated. We can consider ourselves witnesses to history. Someone laughed gleefully, gloating. If you've got the guts, come out here and face me. Zhu Yushu was furious, pointing at the person and cursing. What if I said it? Trash isn't off limits to talk about, is it? The speaker was a pale-faced young man who arrogantly said, and you, Yenshan? Ha, what use is this lousy space? At least it's big and sturdy, unlike you, all soft and weak. Zhu Yushu retorted. What the hell did you just say? The young man instantly lost his composure, and black flames suddenly erupted around him, the terrifying heat causing the air to tremble. Life-bound space, infernal prison. Both are fire attribute spaces, but the aura of infernal prison is far stronger than the sea of fire from the previous fellow. Most importantly, the young man is holding a giant flaming blade in his hand. This is Zhang Hao's spatial spirit. Sai, this is the difference between the sentient and the non-sentient. Just awakened and already has combat abilities. That fat guy is in trouble this time. Calm down, this is a school. Where's the teacher? Teacher, come save me. The teacher just went to find the principal. The temperature of the flames was too high. No one dared to step forward to intervene. Everyone quickly backed away, peeking from a distance to observe the situation. Zhu Yushu was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his his teeth as his body fat trembled with tension. Damn it, this is the end. He had no spatial abilities, nor did he know inscription spells, and his combat strength was no different from that of an ordinary person. Fatty, I'll give you a chance. Apologize quickly and kowtow twice, and I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for burning you into a eunuch, Zhang Hao said coldly. Zhu Yushu retorted stubbornly, turn into a eunuch? Wouldn't that make me just like you? Zhang Hao, you're really asking for it. Black flames surged, and the scorching sensation spread to the brain like fire. At this moment, Zhang Hao's mind was in complete chaos, unable to think, only wanting to fiercely teach this hateful fat man a lesson. Just then, the yellow light curtain surrounding the formation suddenly activated. The teacher arrived with a group of people, and upon seeing the situation before them, couldn't help but be startled. The flames were ready to erupt. A muffled thud without any warning, Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground. We really can't do it? Zhu Yushu muttered softly, calling out in such terror. Could it really have failed? Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Hao actually turned over. After wriggling a few times like a maggot, he ended up curling into a fetal position. He's still sucking his thumb. A student whispered, pressing down the goosebumps on their arm. He's already asleep. A director glanced over and exclaimed in surprise, a hypnotic star technique? Without a doubt, Zhang Hao had fallen for their trick. It's not just hypnosis. A middle-aged man with military insignia on his shoulder had a gleam in his eyes. There is another type of mental star technique that directly freed him from mental chaos. It's really good, so great. Stop. Mental star technique. The next moment, I never expected that I would gain unexpected benefits when I originally came here just to go through the motions. Everyone's gaze swept around and finally stopped on Rin Yunqi, who was standing next to the awakening crystal and had unknowingly opened his eyes. Rin Yunqi felt his whole body prickling under the scorching gazes of the crowd. This was definitely not a pleasant experience. Imagine a group of middle-aged men and women letting their eyes roam over you, as if appraising a premium cut of pork belly. He tried to explain, he struck first. I was just making an emergency evasion. What are you saying, little brother? The man in military uniform strode over and warmly shook Rin Yunqi's hand. Little brother, let's get acquainted. My name is Wang Chuan, and I am the flag officer of the Donghai Fortress Defense Line. If you have no objections, you can work with me from now on. I'll go report to the higher-ups to transfer your unit over. Ran Yunqi responded, hello. Someone nearby mocked, you're just a small flag officer with only about 50 soldiers under your command. Since when could you represent the fortress defense line? Another person immediately retorted, get lost. Lu, aren't you just a regional officer, managing at most 6 or 7 squads? How dare you shout in front of me? Who is it? The students on the scene were all stunned. They had never witnessed such an intense confrontation. Even the teacher who had just returned with the group was shocked, instinctively shrinking to the side to minimize their presence. The school director tried to interject, actually, our school also. The two shouted in unison, shut up. Damn it. Fine, I'll shut up. Why don't we find another place to talk? Ran Yunqi suggested. The two, who had been glaring at each other with a tense atmosphere moments ago, instantly became amicable. Yes, it's crowded here. Let's find another place. Our Transcendent Alliance respects the decisions of every Transcendent. By the way, I know a nice cake shop nearby. Don't young people all love desserts? Ren Yunqi was escorted away, and as he left, the caramel-colored creature on his shoulder turned its head to glance at the sleeping Zhang Hao. In its dark gray eyes, a crimson light flickered briefly. Nightmare cocoon, recreating the deepest source of fear in Zhang Hao's subconscious. It wasn't until everyone had left that the crowd on site finally breathed a sigh of relief. A bunch of old foxes who won't act unless they see the benefit. This kid won't suffer losses going with them, right? The awakening teacher said worriedly. Suffer losses? You probably don't know that during the Star Beast type period, mental type extraordinaries are the most sought after. And in my opinion, that kid. The director responded. Lying on the ground, Zhang Hao suddenly cried out, seemingly having a nightmare. No, it's not like that. I'm not small. Look, you have to endure it. Why isn't the medicine working? You can't leave. I order you. I beg you. Everyone fell silent for a moment. See, does that kid look like someone who would take a loss? The director shrugged. Alright, let's continue with the awakening ceremony. Hey, you over there, put down your phone, no recording allowed. On the other side, for Rin Yunqi, specifically going to a milk tea shop to eat was already a rare occurrence. Coming with a guy was even rarer. Now, sitting in front of two middle-aged men with beaming smiles, with a cup of full sugar milk tea and a small cake in front of each of them, it was an experience so rare it was beyond words. Young man, could you show us the natal star skill you just used one more time? Wang Chuan asked eagerly, barely having taken 2 sips of his milk tea. Lu Guangfei, the Extraordinary Alliance regional envoy sitting nearby, was clearly displeased at having his chance to speak taken, but he remained silent, evidently just as curious. Alright, Ran Yunqi readily agreed. He knew that during the initial awakening stage, if he didn't make a bit of extra effort to gather resources, how could he develop properly? I need a test, volunteer. I'll do it. Wang Chuan quickly said, "Do you still have enough star power?" "Still enough." Ran Yunqi also wanted to test his own limits. The caramel-colored eyes on his shoulder grew even deeper, shrouded in a thin layer of mist. Wang Chuan's gaze instantly lost focus, a strong drowsiness surged into his mind, and his head swayed twice. The next moment, his squinted eyes suddenly snapped open. "Good kid, what a great star technique," Wang Chuan exclaimed. He was a third-tier warrior, yet he hadn't expected that the newly awakened innate star technique almost knocked him out. Damn. Ran Yunqi also felt uncomfortable. Hypnotizing Wang Chuan consumed far more energy than Zhang Hao. Nearly half of the star power in Ran Yunqi's innate space was directly depleted. Just as he felt his body being drained, the surrounding star power began to surge, and then, it actually started entering his innate space at an accelerated pace. Ran Yunqi was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. Heart of the Sacred Bear, passive skill, enhances affinity. This was his innate skill. So, while enhancing affinity, the star power was also being drawn in? This is my first star skill, by the way. The one who acted this time was Yuzu, sitting on his left shoulder. Embrace of the Holy Bear clears all negative statuses within the range of star power. Wang Chuan felt a trace of honey-colored light shimmering before his eyes, gently pouring over him. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry. His body seemed to be undergoing something peculiar. It was a sensation of warmth, like being comforted by hot water in the cold of winter, and a sound involuntarily escaped from his throat. Ran Yunqi's hand trembled. That scream was just too philosophical, and goosebumps instantly rose on the back of his hand. Fortunately, there were no students in the shop at the moment, otherwise Ran Yunqi would have been implicated and labeled as an accomplice of a perverted middle-aged man. "See that, young man? How thoughtless must you be to hang out with someone like this?" Lu Guangfei said. "Why not join my Transcendent Alliance? Our benefits are much better than theirs." And nonsense. Wang Chuan had just recovered from that pleasant sensation when he heard this guy taking the opportunity to recruit people. He retorted unceremoniously, "Better benefits? You mean letting people enter the dimensional space on their own, fight for their lives, and earn resources themselves, while you just take a cut? You're the one talking nonsense." Lu Guangfei responded angrily, but Wang Chuan ignored him and grabbed Ran Yunqi's hand. Ran Yunqi tried to pull back, but couldn't. "Brother, no, big brother, you must join us. Really, resources and benefits are all negotiable." Lu Guangfei anxiously interjected, "Hey, I'm still here. Lao Lu, we've known each other for a long time. I won't hold you accountable for the past, but at least this time, don't compete with me." Wang Chuan said seriously, "You know, it's the Star Beast tide period now. Even if you escalate this, you won't win against me." Lu Guangfei opened his mouth but eventually closed it sullenly. Star Beast tide. This was a term Ran Yunqi had heard from that psychiatrist on the very first day he crossed over. Seeing that he didn't quite understand, Wang Chuan explained, "The Star Beast tide refers to a large number of star beasts surging out from the extra-dimensional space to attack our human cities and fortresses. The core of the extra-dimensional space is an existence known as the energy hive, from which all star beasts are born and controlled. Just like living organisms, the energy hive has periods of dormancy and activity. Whenever it enters an active phase, it will spawn a large number of star beasts. The number of these star beasts and the ferocity of their attacks are like endless tidal waves." Wang Chuan continued, "In the wailing vortex space outside our East Sea fortress, there exists a kind of star beast called the wailing jellyfish. It has a star skill called whale." "Whale?" Ran Yunqi repeated the name. "Yes, whale." Wang Chuan explained, "Those affected by it will experience a fear of drowning, and it takes 3 to 4 days to fully recover. It has no offensive power, like a toad squatting on your foot, not biting, but making you uncomfortable." The rest, Ran Yunqi also understood. Let alone drowning in the ocean, how many people lose strength in their limbs, lose their sense of direction, and are terrified to the extreme just from choking on water in a swimming pool? During the Star Beast tide, every transcendent being is an extremely valuable resource. Weakened by this disgusting skill, the loss is truly too great. "My star technique can resolve this wailing cry?" Ran Yunqi asked. "That's right." Wang Chuan, excited, tried to grab his hand again but, after being dodged, awkwardly smiled and said, "Just yesterday, I was hit by this star technique and thought I'd have to suffer for 3 days. But just now, when your light shone on me, my body feels incredibly comfortable now." Ran Yunqi suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Wang Chuan, a junior officer on the front lines, has time to attend the awakening ceremony during the critical period of the Star Beast tide. Turns out he took leave due to an injury. "Alright, I agree, but there are a few points I need to clarify in advance." Ran Yunqi didn't make excessive demands and directly said, "First is my personal safety. Don't worry, that's not a problem. You'll be far from the front lines, and if needed, I, Old Wang, can be your personal bodyguard." Wang Chuan quickly responded, "As for your studies, you don't need to worry. We'll take care of everything." Ran Yunqi continued, "Additionally, I currently have no plans to enlist. Before graduating from university, I don't intend to join any faction." Ran Yunqi suddenly understood. No wonder at this critical moment during the Star Beast tide period, Wang Chuan, a junior officer on the front line, actually had time to attend attend the awakening ceremony. Turns out he was on leave due to an injury. Alright, I agree, but there are a few points that need to be clarified first. Ren Yunchi didn't make excessive demands and directly said, "First is my personal safety. Rest assured, you can be completely at ease about this. You'll be far from the front line, and if necessary, I, Old One, can be your personal bodyguard." Wang Chuan immediately responded, "As for academics, you don't need to worry either. We'll make proper arrangements." Ren Yunchi continued, "Besides, I currently have no plans to enlist. Before graduating from university, I don't intend to join any side." Although a series of changes had occurred, it had only been 2 days since the time travel. Before becoming stronger and gaining a deeper understanding of this world, Ren Yunchi would not easily make any major life decisions. Wang Chuan was a bit helpless. "You should think it over again." He didn't want to get entangled further. Lu Guangfei was watching like a hawk from the side, and staying silent at this moment could be considered as saving face during the Starbeast Tide period. "Young man, are you feeling weak? Take this." Lu Guangfei grinned from ear to ear as he pulled a green crystal out of his pocket. "This is a star pearl from the Cloud Eagle's nest. Take it and absorb it." Wang Chuan hurriedly searched himself, but unfortunately, the star pearls on him had already been absorbed. He could only bluff. "When we get to our fortress, I'll give you star pearls by the handful." Lu Guangfei glanced at him disdainfully. What a foolish Wang Chuan, trying to make empty promises to the young people of today. It's only a matter of time. This genius, our transcendent alliance, is waiting for him to join us. It was noon, and sunlight spilled onto the ground. Wang Chuan and Lu Guangfei hurried back to explain the situation, while Ren Yunchi also returned to the school. At this time, the awakening ceremony had already ended, and the previously lively playground now seemed deserted. "Are you okay? Those two guys didn't do anything to you, did they?" Zhang Yanyan anxiously patted and checked Ren Yunchi all over. Go, stop being a pervert." Ren Yunchi slapped her hand away. "A guy said you were taken away by 2 old perverts, so I had to check if you were harmed." Zhang Yanyan felt slightly relieved upon seeing he was fine. Ren Yunchi's gaze shifted to Zhu Yushu. Zhu Yushu chuckled, mimicking the posture of a cartoon character, pressing 2 fingers together and tapping his toes on the ground repeatedly. "Zhu Yushu, really harmed? Even having morning sickness? Get lost." Ren Yunchi lashed a whip kick onto his chubby backside, the sensation soft and squishy. Zhu Yushu grimaced in pain, baring his teeth. "Ren, just you wait. Once I learn spells and master the star technique for hardening my butt, I'll break your leg with it." "How convenient. I can already use a star technique, my innate star technique." Ren Yunchi's smile instantly turned dangerous. Zhang Yanyan, standing to the side, "Me too. These two shameless people. Is having a spiritual space so impressive? Is having a natal star technique so impressive?" Located in the East Sea Fortress City, the East Sea #1 Magic High School exudes an air of decisiveness and efficiency everywhere. The awakening ceremony had just ended in the morning, and the class assignments began in the afternoon. All students detected to have spiritual space are placed in the honors class. The homeroom teacher, Lu Kan, was a middle-aged man with slightly thinning hair, wearing black-framed glasses, a protruding belly, holding textbooks under his arm, and a cheerful, unremarkable demeanor. "At Donghai First Magic High School, we believe that true knowledge comes from practical combat. At the end of each semester, the school organizes an exam. Students who fail twice in a row will be kicked out of this class." The classroom was quiet. Zhang Yanyan lowered her head and secretly yawned, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward the empty seat by the window at the back. TCH. She thought they could continue being classmates. The homeroom teacher, Lu Kan, walked around the classroom with his hands behind his back and stopped when he reached the empty seat. The corner of his mouth twitched. He held it in. He couldn't laugh. He had to stay calm. "Ha ha ha, a psychic extraordinary. Fought over by the Fortress Army and the Extraordinary Alliance. What kind of dumb luck is this? Such a rare treasure ended up in my class. Didn't show up? No problem, as long as the student record is here. The year-end evaluation and salary raise are guaranteed." Lu Kang couldn't help but laugh. He began to imagine how he would share his experience on stage, subtly and humbly showcasing his talent. After class, the last time, the one who paid 98 for a foot bath was already so flashy. Wouldn't the one paying 298 practically soar? Not far away, Zhang Hao, pale-faced, happened to see this scene, his teeth almost grinding to pieces in anger. His heart was filled with resentment. Ren Yunchi's momentum is practically rising right above his head. Now it's great. The whole school knows about him. The guy who curled up like a shrimp and cried, calling me not small. Isn't it just being noticed by a bunch of country bumpkins? What's so great about that? Zhang Hao secretly gritted his teeth. Wait until the end of term battle. I'll show you the gap between us. Eastern Sea Fortress Frontline. Ren Yunchi gazed at the sky. The sunlight was still bright, spilling over the dam that resembled a giant black beast. The surface of the dam seemed to absorb all the light, reflecting only faint glimmers of cold light in some uneven spots. Magnificent, isn't it? Wang Chuan said with a smile. Indeed, Ren Yunchi nodded. The fortress city of the East Sea has no natural barriers. From the estuary all the way inland, it's an expansive plain. Therefore, once the this frontline dam falls, swarms of interdimensional star beasts will flood in like a tide. Wang Chuan continued, I'm just a lowly flag officer. All I can do is kill a few more star beasts. But you're different. I'm counting on you. Ren Yunqi responded, no need to be so formal. It's all for the sake of protecting our homeland. Wang Chuan's smile grew even brighter, and he then led him into a meeting room. Report. Enter. The door opened, and Ren Yunqi saw that both sides of the table were filled with people, most of them young faces in their early 20s. Welcome, welcome, comrade, have a seat. The middle-aged officer sitting at the head of the table said warmly, let me introduce, these are outstanding students from Dongwu University, here to support us. This young comrade has just awakened and possesses a psychic-type spatial ability. Psychic-type? As soon as these words were spoken, the university students' eyes instantly lit up, and they began scrutinizing Ren Yunqi from head to toe. The one from Mona University, the one who took on 5 of old Zhang's team last time, I heard that's also psychic extraordinary. What does heard about mean? It's just, he only used one mental harassment, and old Zhang and the others couldn't even draw a single spell. Damn, let me calculate. Alright, he was in college when I had already graduated. We really didn't cross paths. Ren Yunqi thought to himself that the time he had been here was still too short. If he could gain a deeper understanding of the extraordinary structure of this world, perhaps he could figure out his own position. The god of illusions in civil war. No extraordinary being is willing to engage in battle with a psychic-type extraordinary, even if there is a level advantage. This ability is like a fly, buzzing incessantly, yet impossible to kill, always flaunting its presence right in front of you. The Eastern Sea front line is indifferent to Ren Yunqi's presence, especially when Ren Yunqi said, rest? There's no need to rest. The breathing jellyfish is still wreaking havoc, and my comrades are waiting for my help. At this moment, in their hearts, Ren Yunqi was as dazzling and radiant as an angel wearing white underwear and crowned with a golden halo. The medical team was stationed in a gray-brown building. This building was close to the East Sea Dam, standing there as if it were an extension of the latter. Ren Yunqi stepped forward and touched it, feeling a rough texture. This is the work of an elemental mage. Although its appearance seems ugly, its quality is no less than reinforced concrete. Make way, make way. The medic, accompanied by Ren Yunqi, struggled to squeeze through the crowd. The same crowd of people, but the scene here is completely different from that of the school. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the pungent scent of blood made Ren Yunqi's forehead throb faintly. The originally spacious room was crammed full with stretchers, leaving even the aisles occupied. The wounded on the stretchers had half their bodies wrapped in gauze, flailing their arms chaotically. His face was so pale it was chilling, his eyes wide open, but his pupils seemed somewhat unfocused. It was as if he was drowning. Embrace of the sacred bear. At the same time, Ren Yunqi stopped in his tracks, his body radiating a honey-colored energy that poured over the injured person. Almost instantly, the gurgling sound in the wounded man's throat came to an abrupt stop, and his whole body slumped limply onto the stretcher. It worked! A look of joy appeared on Ren Yunqi's face. The previously noisy ward was now so quiet it was suffocating. All eyes were drawn over, staring blankly at this unfamiliar young man, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Grief wail, resolved? This is grief wail. Although this star technique is purely meant to torment and won't actually cause someone to drown. But once hit, the intense itching and pain in the throat and lungs, the sensation of the body sinking continuously, and the suffocating feeling of being dragged by silt all around, almost no one can endure it. Such an ocean-like curse was so easily dispelled? Next one, Ren Yunqi said. Seeing no one respond, he was a bit puzzled. No more? The scene instantly became lively, and everyone's eyes sparkled with surprise. Yes, yes, yes. Little brother, over here, over here. Comrade, his face is turning purple. Hurry up. Damn, class 3 is so shameless, they even dare to cut in line? Everyone scrambled and rushed impatiently toward Ren Yunqi. Don't push. Quiet. Don't fall. Those affected by the wailing come over here. Other injured move over there. Ren Yunqi shouted commands loudly, the starlight on his body glowing once again as he placed his hand on the nearest injured person. A comfortable sigh sounded. From hell to heaven is just a matter of 2 seconds. That nightmarish feeling of drowning was instantly dispelled without a trace upon coming into contact with the golden light emanating from the young man opposite. 1, 2, 3. Ren Yunqi felt a strong sense of emptiness. The consumption was too immense. Even with the heart of the sacred bear running at full speed, it was difficult to absorb enough star power from the surrounding air. Little brother, take this. Have one to replenish your energy. The medic responsible for maintaining order on site quickly took out a star bead and handed it to Ren Yunqi. Thanks. Ren Yunqi didn't stand on ceremony, took it and crushed it directly, feeling a warm current flow from his palm into the life space in his mind. Feeling energized. You, sit up straight, he said. The injured soldier, who was called out, obediently let his comrade help him sit upright. Ren Yunqi performed another star technique. Ugh. The wounded groaned in comfort, with only their nostrils still breathing. If it weren't for a comrade supporting them, they would have already collapsed onto the stretcher with a thud. At this moment, Ren Yunqi was like the eye of a typhoon, taking one down every half a minute. Whether the opponent opponent was clutching their neck and gasping like a bellows or half paralyzed on the ground, he flung a star technique at them all. Tired? Just inhale a star bead. It felt as if I had turned into a cold, emotionless StarTech machine, instantly commanding the atmosphere. No one cut in line anymore. Everyone queued up obediently, one after another, like an assembly line. The treatment lasted for a full hour. Take it easy. If you overuse your star power, your head will hurt, said the delicate-looking female college student sitting across the dining table. Her name was Jiaoying, and she possessed a healing-type innate star skill. Like Ren Yunqi, she had been assigned to the first sanitation team. Ren Yunqi stopped shoveling food into his mouth, looked up blankly, his eyes somewhat dazed. Forget about using star skills. Even repetitive tasks like screwing bolts on an assembly line could put someone into a semi-conscious state. The body is still speaking, but the spirit has long since flown away to who knows where. I'm telling you, there's really no need to push yourself so hard. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Jiaoying repeated helplessly. I won't. I have star beads, Ren Yunqi replied. In this 1 hour, Ren Yunqi had eaten at least 15 or 16 star beads. These are all provided by the East Sea Fortress, and you can have as much as you want. Don't you feel a headache, exhaustion, and absorbing so many star beads? Wouldn't it put a burden on your brain? Jiaoying asked. This is a good thing. That's what the books say, Ren Yunqi said. The lifebound space determines the amount of star power, while mental strength determines the size of the lifebound space. The more you push to the limit, the more you can maximize. Stop, master, please stop reciting. Jiaoying covered her ears. I really can't deal with you cultivation fanatics. With such high talent and still working so hard, no wonder I can't get into top universities like the Imperial Capital or Magic Capital. Ren Yunqi spread his hands helplessly. What could he say? Should he tell her that he has a passive skill called Heart of the Holy Bear, which gives him a natural affinity for star power? The so-called burden doesn't exist at all. The more he absorbs, the happier he feels. Jiaoying propped her chin and teased, young man, just awakened, having energy is a good thing, but you need to plan your use of star power. If you go all out recklessly, you won't last long, you know. Big sis, will you teach me? Ren Yunqi replied with a smile. Of course. I love teaching handsome little brothers new things, Jiaoying said, laughing. For some reason, she had liked this boy from the very beginning, especially when that honey-colored starlight shimmered around him. She felt an inexplicable sense of closeness rise up in her heart. It's like seeing a freshly sun-dried fluffy giant plush toy. Ahem, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to talk about this here? Another college student sitting diagonally across couldn't help but interject. The two of them simultaneously turned to look at him. What are you talking about? It's about studying. The student began to stammer. Jiaoying said, of course it's about studying. The 3,000 incantations, the fixed star technique circuit formulas, and star beast identification. One of my tasks is to teach him extraordinary knowledge for high school. This counts as experiential learning credits. What else did you think it was? The boy lowered his head. His brief moment of outgoingness now made him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. After we finish eating, I'll teach you magic spells and then show you how to use a wand. After dinner, frontline stacked building area. As the sun set in the west, the towering dike blocked the orange-red evening glow, leaving only a faint glimpse of the dull yellow edges of the clouds. Before the wailing vortex interdimensional space appeared, this used to be a port. Jiaoying pointed at the layers upon layers of buildings in front of her as she spoke. These are massive building complexes constructed on steel frameworks, with many abandoned vehicles and ships fixed together like containers by metal beams and pipes. Dense yet chaotic. The most frustrating thing about interdimensional spaces is that they appear without any warning, just out of nowhere. Then how do you deal with it after it appears? Ren Yunqi asked. The Extraordinary Alliance will issue a warning, and all registered extraordinaries nearby will receive the message. Look, this is it. Jiaoying took off the watch from her wrist and handed it to Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi carefully examined the watch. Rather than calling it a watch, it was more like a small, high-tech computer. Just like the kind used by the Earth Defense Force in Ultraman. CR can be used for communication and positioning in space, and it can also serve as a star beast encyclopedia, Jiaoying said. That impressive? Ren Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. The various settings of this parallel world constantly challenged his understanding. Adding to that, with the mention of mechas and mechanical cores during Zhu Yushu's awakening, Ren Yunqi found it hard to understand how this crooked technological tree managed to take root and sprout in the soil of this Starforce civilization. Besides that, we can also use it to take on some tasks. Jiaoying continued, for example, surveying interdimensional spaces, drawing electronic maps, all of which can earn us points and resources. Let's stop here. The two of them came to a halt in a spacious open area. The so-called cultivation is nothing more than two aspects. Refining spiritual power to expand the innate space, allowing it to accommodate more Starforce. Enhancing attack methods, such as a mage's spells or a warrior's combat techniques. Jiaoying said, I practice as a mage alongside you. Let me demonstrate for you, watch carefully. Her finger pointed heavily in the air, star power surging. The fingertip descended. Shift. lifted, sketched into shape. A circular pattern hovered in mid-air like this. There are a total of 26 basic runes. For example, this one here is the flame rune, which can control temperature. As she spoke, the movements of her fingers sped up several times. By arranging and combining runes in fixed patterns, basic spells can be formed. Zhao grasped with one hand, and these runes pieced together to form a more complex pattern. And when basic spells are further combined, they can become combat-ready star techniques. As Zhao Ying's words fell, the flat pattern intertwined and combined, transforming into a three-dimensional shape. Ren Yunqi could feel a strong surge of star energy emanating from it. Fire Python, Zhao Ying softly chanted, and the three-dimensional spell was enveloped in a glow of energy, transforming into fiercely burning flames. The phantom of a python raised its head within the flames, hissing as it charged in a certain direction. An RV that had been abandoned for who knows how many years instantly met its doom, roasted red by the fire python, leaving behind only blackened remnants after the devastation. Amazing! Ren Yunqi clapped excitedly in applause. Isn't this just learning English? 26 letters, 3,000 words for the college entrance exam, plus strong and weak, ordinary or advanced essay sentence structures. A, B, C, D. Abandon. How are you? Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. This star technique isn't very difficult. I estimate you'll be able to master it in about half a year, Zhao Ying said. Star techniques derived from spells like this may not lack power, but their weaknesses are quite obvious. For example, the types are limited. Although there are many of them, their functions are actually quite similar, unlike the diversity of innate star techniques, especially your mental type star techniques, which cannot be replicated using spells. Fixed spell star techniques are also easily targeted when facing other transcendents one-on-one, but they are very effective against star beasts. Ren Yunqi nodded, understood. Ha! This is the rune circuit of flame. Memorize it, then channel the star power in your natal space to draw it out. Zhao Ying opened the textbook and found the illustration. Want to give it a try? Ren Yunqi stared at the pattern, his fingers tracing along with it. A trace of star power appeared in the air, but it extinguished in an instant. Zhao Ying smiled. It's normal. Spells are different from innate star techniques. They lack the assistance of spatial spirits. Without prolonged practice, even mobilizing star power is, Her latter words got stuck in her throat. What did she see? Ren Yunqi's finger slashed heavily downward in the air, and a star force line suddenly appeared. My goodness. Zhao Ying was stunned. How long had it taken her to reach this step back then? A week? Or even longer? Others are not as good as oneself. After experiencing torment that felt like heaven and hell, all attention shifted to the warrior. Ren Yunqi's thoughts failed to keep up, and the connection broke again. So close, this time it's my fault. What he said was indeed heartfelt. Due to the passive skill heart of the sacred bear, the star power became unusually docile, but his mental strength ended up lagging behind. But these words sounded different to Zhao Ying. Little one, don't pretend to be pitiful, okay? I have a friend who can't stand this the most. She began to regret taking on this teaching task. It was really too damaging to her self-confidence. To avoid further distress, Zhao Ying quickly said, take your time practicing, no need to rush. I'll keep explaining. The second drawback of mages is that their casting speed is too slow. I'm currently a second-tier mage. That fire python just now took me 10 seconds to cast, and its power could only melt the iron shell of a car. Stronger spell star techniques require even more time and a higher level of precision. We're here, Ren Yunqi asked, so it's easy to be targeted during combat? Who wouldn't agree? Being surrounded by the whole team to perform star techniques, it's common to make mistakes when you're nervous. Zhao Ying sighed. Ren Yunqi played the role of an excellent straight man, so how do you solve it? There's no real solution, you can only try to avoid it as much as possible, Zhao Ying replied. Either practice hard or rely on equipment. With a flip of her hand, a beam of light condensed in her palm, transforming into a 40-centimeter white staff. This is called a staff, Zhao Ying said. Using a staff to write spells is faster and more stable. Look, perhaps to regain her dignity, Zhao Ying's speed was noticeably faster this time, writing a total of 12 spells. Flame Python. Flames surged, and a giant flaming python, 2 to 3 times larger than before, roared out, with just the heat causing the two people's hair to flutter wildly. Ren Yunqi cheered loudly. Zhao Ying let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it. No matter what, I'm still a senior in my second year of college. How could I let a newly awakened high schooler show off in front of others? If you want to surpass me, practice for 3, at least 2 more years. For some reason, when this thought surfaced in her mind, Zhao Ying couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. The days that followed flew by quickly for Ren Yunqi. During the day, he transformed into a ruthless embrace of the holy bear release machine, while at night, he practiced the depiction of magic spells. After finishing his studies that day, the next day, Ren Yunqi clumsily crafted his first flame magic spell. After 2 days of effort, he mastered it proficiently and began practicing the second magic spell. This display left the college students who came for training utterly astonished. Buddy, I've been watching you for several days. 2 basic spells a week. Are you planning to release star techniques at a monthly pace? From the upper bunk next door, a male college student clicked his tongue in amazement. I always always feel like if it weren't for your limited mental strength you wouldn't even want to close your eyes for a day. Not too bad. Ren Yunchi, exhausted from the day, lay on the bed unwilling to move, responding casually. When I first awakened, I was just like you, wishing I could immerse myself in cultivation every day, all for the sake of getting into a prestigious school and becoming a star in the future. Suchin sighed. I originally thought that with how hard I worked, even if reaching the 5th tier and entering the star domain realm was too much to hope for, I should at least make it to the 4th tier. What tier are you at now? Ren Yunchi asked curiously. 2nd tier. I got eliminated in the first round of the tier 3 ranking battles twice. It's so frustrating, Suchin cursed. Damn it, I just don't have the luck for this. Ranked battle? Ren Yunchi's heart stirred, and he picked up his phone to start searching. Regardless of the profession, the classification of transcendent levels is standardized, divided into 9 ranks from 1 to 9. Successfully awakening one's innate space qualifies one as a first-rank transcendent. The 1st to 4th tiers are collectively referred to as the star vein realm, essentially without distinction, differing only in accumulation, consolidation, and the degree of development of one's life-bound space. The Transcendent Alliance regularly holds rank determination battles, usually conducted in the form of regional competitions, where participants must achieve consecutive victories or accumulate points to advance. Comprehensive evaluations are made based on combat effectiveness, skill application, tactical strategy, and psychological resilience, assigning them a corresponding rank. Such competitions often attract significant corporate sponsorships, allowing many young talents to shine and secure commercial endorsements. Just like the girl endorsing the power armor that Ren Yunchi saw on the big screen on his first day after transmigrating. And when reaching the 5th tier, the interdimensional space hidden deep within consciousness will manifest as a domain, leading to a qualitative leap in the strength of the transcendent. High-level competitions of this kind can generate massive broadcasting fees through television and online streaming. Ticket prices for live events rise with the fame of the contestants, even giving rise to a scalper market. Gambling, betting, and other gray industry chains are even more prevalent, with undercurrents surging and tangled interests forming a colossal entity. If it weren't for the school's mandate, I wouldn't want to come to this lousy place, it's crowded and filthy. Su Chen complained, there are as many star beasts as stray dogs on the roadside. Who knows when we'll lose our lives. Alright, stop talking so much. Another roommate couldn't stand it anymore. We're just assisting with city defense, while students from the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Northwest Military University have training missions to destroy energy nests. If I got into a prestigious school, I'd be the same. Su Chen stubbornly said, bro, don't you think so? Ah, yes. Ren Yunchi replied perfunctorily. Let me tell you, this society. Are you sleepy? Ren Yunchi interrupted him. No, not at all. No, you are sleepy, Ren Yunchi said softly. Midnight, activated. Su Chen's head hit the pillow, and the next moment, he began to snore evenly. Ren Yunchi looked at the other person. Are you sleepy? Sleepy, I'll sleep right away. The other person quickly turned over, facing the wall. The dormitory suddenly quieted down, and Ren Yunchi lay on the bed with his arm under his head. Ranked battles, commercial IPs, these are all too distant for him. At this moment, he has only one thought in his mind, to master a sufficiently powerful output skill. The cultivation methods for the spiritual space are clearly detailed in both online resources and school textbooks. Kill star beasts. Sigh. Star beasts are treasures all over. Besides the star orbs containing star power, their souls are even more precious. The souls of star beasts can serve as nourishment, or in a more advanced sense, offerings. Absorbing them can enhance the level of spatial spirits, and there's even a chance to awaken new spatial spirits. However, unlike star orbs, souls cannot be stored and must be obtained by personally slaying the beast. With my current abilities, even if I were allowed to kill a star beast, I might not be able to do it. Ren Yunchi sighed, feeling helpless in his heart. The road ahead is long and arduous. Sleep. He cast Midnight on himself and fell into a deep sleep. I have to say, this star skill is really useful. After hitting the target, it directly induces a deep sleep state. These past few days, despite his hard work, he remains full of energy and vitality, which is closely related to Jiaotong's innate star skill. On the front lines of the East Sea Fortress, they have already grown accustomed to the days with Ren Yunchi. The whaling star skill of the weeping jellyfish is rapidly losing its status, falling from a former nightmare to a mere hollow shell. Lost all fear, leaving only the reckoning underway. The weeping jellyfish emerging from the interdimensional space were almost completely annihilated. Ren Yunchi's work suddenly became much more leisurely. 1, 2, 3, tisk. Ren Yunchi muttered, trying hard to gather several floating spells together. The first 2 spells went relatively smoothly, but starting from the third, the spell stopped cooperating and accidentally dispersed into a mess. The difficulty of connecting is even greater than writing the spell. At this rate, I wonder if I can release the star technique before the end of the month, Ren Yunchi thought while scrolling through his phone. This world is somewhat similar to the previous one, with most knowledge having almost no barriers. For just over $100, a premium video membership grants access to classroom recordings from top university professors. What's going on with this big data? It automatically redirects to College League Beautiful Girls Battle Highlights without my consent? Ran Yunchi examined it with a critical mindset. Expressions breaking down, mid-air splits, a slender waist twisting lightly, long legs whipping faces, and scenes of trembling from the recoil of star techniques. Evil, truly too evil. Rin Yunchi, oh Rin Yunchi, how could you fall so far? Have you completely forgotten the cultivation plan you set earlier? Like, save, and keep scrolling. Young man, playing this kind of thing out loud in public isn't very nice, you know. Zhao Ying's voice came, as she playfully straddled the chair next to him. Ren Yunchi glanced sideways at the part of her that was being squeezed, snorted through his nose, and continued scrolling through videos. The atmosphere became tense. Zhao Ying's fists clenched even tighter. This kid is really a tough character. I want to discuss something with you. Zhao Ying forced a smile. Do you have time in the next few days? Ugh. Ah. What kind of star skill is this? So disgusting. Let me go. Ran Yunchi watched the video with great interest. Zhao Ying's temples throbbed with veins bulging. Damn it, as expected, not a single man is any good. When I first taught you spells, my attitude was almost like kneeling down to lick your high boots, but now you're pretending to be aloof. What's the point of just watching videos? If you ask me, being there in person is way more exciting, Zhao Ying said. Ren Yunchi's hand, which was scrolling through videos, paused. Especially in the front row, the viewing experience, TSK. If you look closely, you can even see the muscle lines of the young ladies crystal clear. Listen, what kind of talk is this? Using this to test the cadres? Ren Yunchi put down his phone and said seriously, do you have a way? Simple, you just need to nod, and I'll come up with the solution, Zhao Ying said with a sly smile. Ren Yunchi, so, what's the price? Hey, young man, don't put it that way. What price? This is called mutual assistance. Zhao Ying leaned in, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, the National College Extraordinary League, have you heard of it? I've heard of it. Ren Yunchi nodded. The spectacular highlight of the mid-air splits battle just now came from this league, a well-known domestic event held every 2 years. Zhao Ying, our university's team, are you interested in joining? Ren Yunchi, who had just straightened up, lazily leaned back again and said helplessly, big sis, I'm a high school freshman, and you're inviting me? No. Who said anything about being a main team member? Zhao Ying quickly explained, I have a good friend who's the vice captain. I mentioned you to her, and she asked me to invite you to be our team doctor. Ren Yunchi's strength is naturally not worth mentioning. He's nothing more than cannon fodder. But this kid's star technique is simply heaven-defying. After working together these past few days, Zhao Ying could see clearly that Ren Yunchi's embrace of the holy bear could solve far more than just grief, fatigue, fear, mental exhaustion, any abnormal state. One move and he's instantly full of vitality. Truly a talent. This time, the regional advancement competition is set for 1 month later, and the chosen location is a low-level dimensional space where survival for a full 5 days is required. Combat is only part of it. More importantly, in such a harsh environment, how to endure 5 days while still maintaining your condition. With you here, our chances are much greater. Ren Yunchi asked doubtfully, isn't it against the rules to find external help like this? External help? What do you mean by external help? Zhao Ying exclaimed, your Donghai No. 1 high school has our university's affiliated school plaque. We're legitimate schoolmates. How far-fetched. I'll think about it, Ren Yunchi said. Come on, would I trick you? Zhao Ying seemed a little anxious. The reward is negotiable. A staff. Ren Yunchi shook his head. No need. Wang Chuan just came to me yesterday and said the fortress would give me one. Ah, you. Zhao Ying said helplessly, then how about a power armor? I don't have the authority to offer more than that. Full body? Ren Yunchi's eyes lit up. Zhao Ying almost jumped up. In your dreams, full body armor? Are you planning to switch careers and become a mecha engineer? If you don't want to do this, I'll call right away. Look at you, getting all worked up again. Ren Yunchi quickly pressed her back down. Half body is just fine. I agree. Power armor is a great thing. Whether in terms of speed or defense, it far surpasses the fragile human body. Ren Yunchi had no qualms about using external aids. You call this an external tool? Damn it, the more of these tools, the better. Facing star beasts head-on, without some life-saving gear, who knows which ditch you'd end up in. If this stuff weren't so expensive, Ren Yunchi would even want a powered dental brace, the kind that could shoot lasers with a grin. Zhao Ying was very efficient. After communicating with the school team, the other side readily agreed to the terms. If Zhao Ying's description was accurate, having Ren Yunchi on board would at least elevate them to a whole new level. Maybe they could even advance from survival battles to arena battles. If that really happened, this deal would be worth it, even if the cost doubled. Agreed. In 2 weeks, first show them what you can do at the school, then train with the team for half a month, Zhao Ying said, holding her phone. Alright, Ren Yunchi nodded. This time, the star beast tide wasn't large. Most of the star beasts had been suppressed by human transcendence at the gates of the extra-dimensional space. Next, it was just a matter of surveying to locate the energy mother nest and dispatching strong individuals to eliminate it. How's your spell practice coming along? Zhao Ying asked. It's starting to take shape. Ran Yunqi glanced at the time. It's still quite early, I'll practice a bit later. Starting to take shape. Zhao suddenly lost the desire to speak. It's been less than a month, and what about her? Back then, it had taken her a full 6 months. Not only did he completely outclass her in talent, but damn it, he was even more hardworking than her. No way, I'm going to practice with you, Zhao quickly said. She had originally planned to head downtown in the evening to enjoy a meal at a trendy restaurant perfect for photos, but now she no longer felt like it. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and before the two could react, a teeth-gritting moaning sound echoed from every corner of the house. Not sure. Look over there, in the sky. Above the sky, a muddy stream carrying an earthy smell spread out, shattering the once clear sunlight into fragments, gradually coalescing into a milky white mist tinged with grayish yellow. Everyone, remain at your current post. Repeat, remain at your current post. The broadcast sounded. The two finished their lunch and arrived at the stacked building district. Last time, the raw and rugged atmosphere of the stacked building district almost slapped them in the face. This time, however, the exposed steel bars and iron plates were half covered by layers of silt, and the wasteland's wind instantly transformed into the feel of an underground cavern. The air was still filled with a lingering scent of the sea. What is this? Ren Yunqi touched the wall, feeling its rough and hard texture, which pricked his hand uncomfortably. Mud, Zhao replied. Don't you know? The Ma family came today, and they dug out all the mudflats in front of the grieving whirlpool. This stacked building area is planned to be transformed into a mage tower. The Ma family? A famous extraordinary family in our country. The head of the family is a 6th-tier star domain realm powerhouse. Zhao said with longing, after I graduate, if I could receive an offer from their group. She was daydreaming here, while Ren Yunqi carefully examined the wall. Although it wasn't very auspicious, the more he looked, the more it resembled a coffin. Why are the Ma family digging up silt? To prevent star beasts from landing, of course. Zhao said matter-of-factly, aquatic star beasts can't live without water. Only amphibious ones can storm the shore. When the mud turns into cliffs, it's hard for them to climb up, and they can only become sitting ducks for the mage phalanx. The principle is actually very simple. But to directly clear the mud from a fortress defense line, it would require the intervention of a 4th-tier or higher extraordinary individual. Ren Yunqi found an open-air platform, as he always felt the interior spaces were too stifling. Take a deep breath, focus, and mobilize the star force within the life-bound space. The faintly glowing spells floated in the air one by one. He was already well-versed in handling them. 1, 2, 3, then, the 4th one. At this moment, the 2-dimensional spell had already taken on a 3-dimensional form. Just one last step. Ran Yunqi took a deep breath, fully focused. At this moment, everything around him seemed to vanish, leaving only this soon-to-be completed debut work in his world. The salty sea breeze in the air, the booming crashes of the starship next door hitting the walls, all were excluded from Ren Yunqi's consciousness. Come on, baby, Ren Yunqi muttered under his breath as he carefully moved the final spell closer. The runes on the spell seemed to come alive, connecting one by one, and the starlight began to flow. A look of joy appeared on Ren Yunqi's face, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart. This might just work. In another room, Zhao was also fully focused on tracing the spell. She didn't notice that, on the slanted upper part of the wall, a patch of accumulated sea mud trembled ever so slightly. It was a pair of eyes. The surface of the eyes was covered with a layer of murky yellow nictitating membrane, which, when slimily flipped open, revealed a piercing gaze underneath. Be good, give your father some face. Ran Yunqi focused intently, staring unblinkingly at the interconnected lines of the spell circuits. The radiance blossomed, transforming into rings of thorny halos spreading outward, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass in the air. Under the command of mental power, the starlight broke through the barriers between them again and again. Ran Yunqi instinctively held his breath, recalling Zhao Ying's movements from before in his mind. Fire python. Whoosh! A flaming python leapt out from the halo of thorns. Ren Yunqi's face was illuminated in a fiery orange glow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It worked! Playing with fire in the flesh is simply exhilarating beyond words. The flames lunged fiercely in one direction, slamming hard against the wall. The wall erupted in a burst of black-gray smoke amidst the explosion. Ah, great! Ha ha ha, I did it! Ren Yunqi's laughter sounded excessively wild, echoing through the empty building like the cry of a night owl. Starting today, I'm a man who can deal some damage too. Where is the star beast? Come and face your grandpa, Ren. Ren Yunqi's laughter had barely ended when a piercing scream suddenly erupted, instantly choking back the latter half of his ha-ha. Immediately after, right before his eyes, a patch of light gray sludge turned black in an instant, emitting a crisp crackling sound. The sludge was drawn away like a receding tide by an unknown force, revealing the steel frame of the RV underneath. A wave of an indescribable moldy, rotten smell hit him, leaving his head spinning. Through the hollow structure, Ren Yunqi's pupils suddenly dilated. Black frog. A gigantic black frog. Many people feel terrified and lose their composure when they see bullfrogs in the market, breaking out in goosebumps. But what if this creature's size were enlarged to 2 meters, almost the size of a water buffalo? At this moment, this terrifying giant frog is crawling through the mud, leaving behind sticky, slimy trails with every movement. The instant Ren Yunqi sees it, its massive round eyeballs suddenly swivel around at a bizarre angle. Four eyes met, and the SAN value plummeted. Midnight. Ren Yunqi raised his hand to cast hypnosis, and hypnotic ripples exploded on the surface of the frog's skin. However, this move only caused the giant frog's gaze to waver for a moment. Half a second later, the massive mouth, almost occupying the entire head and filled with dense fangs, suddenly opened wide, a foul wind carrying a tongue like an arrow shot through the air. Ren Yunqi didn't hesitate and bolted. The surrounding dust began to settle. Ren Yunqi cursed angrily, "Is this still within the dam's defensive line? 2 meters, this thing is 2 meters tall. How did such a huge star beast sneak in?" The seemingly sturdy steel bars couldn't stop the giant frog's steps at all and were on the verge of collapse. Foul-smelling mucus kept oozing from the disgusting blisters on the giant frog's body, corroding a large hole. Xiaoying, where are you? Are you still alive?" Ren Yunqi shouted anxiously. "Senior, help me out." No response. "Xiaoying is probably dead, right? Frogs usually don't attack stationary objects, so now I just need to." "What the hell? Why won't this guy stop? Damn!" Ren Yunqi suddenly swerved, narrowly avoiding the tongue, which smashed a thick piece of glass into shards. If he hadn't dodged, Ren Yunqi could have done a no-makeup cosplay of a certain neon character with an open chest. The air was filled with an indescribable stench. Overwhelmed by the sudden scent, Ren Yunqi's mind went blank. Holy Bear's embrace. He took a sip himself, dispelling the poison state. Seeing the delicious meal about to reach its mouth slip away, the giant frog let out an angry roar and squeezed its body over like a wild bull. "Flaming pillar." Amidst the sizzling sound of corroding steel, Zhao Ying's voice rang out. Beneath the giant frog's feet, a conspicuous flame magic circle quickly took shape, followed by an orange-red pillar of fire shooting skyward, piercing into the giant frog's abdomen. Behind it, Zhao Ying held onto a corner of the railing, clutching a staff, dressed in a light yellow suit of armor. "You're not dead yet?" Ren Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. "Thanks for your concern, I'm almost there." Zhao Ying's voice was weak, and disgusting green liquid seeped out from the gaps in her armor. In fact, if it weren't for the support of her powered armor, she wouldn't even be able to stand. This swamp frog was a level 2 star beast, with strength not far from her own. If it hadn't been for the sudden ambush, Zhao Ying wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. "I'm poisoned. Its toxin is very special. My medical star technique can't resolve it." Zhao Ying shouted anxiously. A honey-colored glow shimmered around Ren Yunqi as he prepared to use the embrace of the holy bear to dispel her abnormal condition. However, even as he increased the output of his star power, the glow of the embrace of the holy bear extended only a little over 3 meters, unable to reach Zhao Ying at all. The basketball-sized eyes of the swamp frog quickly turned backward, its pupils reflecting Zhao Ying's pale face. "Little punk, watch your grandpa, Ren." A red glow appeared in Ren Yunqi's eyes, and in his life-bound space, Caramel was mobilizing star power. "Midnight. Too far from Zhao Ying, even you won't escape." The swamp frog was hit, and in the instant its pupils dilated, Ren Yunqi's second move followed. Nightmare Cocoon. Under a successful hypnosis state, replicate the deepest source of fear in the opponent's subconscious. The massive body of the swamp frog instantly froze, bubbling like boiling water all over its surface. "Run back, we'll regroup," Ren Yunqi shouted. At midnight, it is impossible to control a second-level star beast. Once the mire frog breaks free, the nightmare cocoon will also disappear. So, the only purpose of this smooth little combo is to provoke hatred. The furious roar of the mire frog suddenly erupted, shaking Ren Yunqi's eardrums to the point of almost tearing. He gritted his teeth and continued running, taking advantage of the complex terrain of the stacked building area. The reason for choosing this place to train in the first place was to enjoy the solitude and the absence of disturbances. "I never expected such a commotion today, yet not even a single reinforcement could be attracted." Boom, boom, boom. The massive body of the swamp frog charged recklessly, smashing through everything in sight. The fragmented moonlight spilled in from outside, and every muscle squirmed with force, emitting a nauseating scraping sound. "Watch it, punk, or I'll skin you, chop you up, and toss you in a hot pot." Ren Yunqi leaped and slipped through a load-bearing steel bar that pierced and secured the boat. With words in his mouth and star techniques drawing enmity together, the swamp frog, though unable to understand his words, had its eyes firmly locked on him, radiating ferocity. The giant frog slammed fiercely into the boat. The load-bearing steel bar was extremely tough and did not break as before, only bending slightly. Watching Ren Yunqi's figure disappear around the corner, the mud swamp frog used all its strength, and the narrow cabin was packed to the brim. It's also truly bizarre and heavy tasting. The mud swamp frog got stuck. What a great opportunity. Ren Yunqi's thoughts were truly bold. His first reaction upon seeing this scene was actually to take a picture and upload it online for those heavy taste bros to enjoy. After all, this group of people always says things like, "I don't care about this or that." "Zhao Ying, are you dead? Zhao Ying." Ren Yunqi circled around the stacked building area, shouting anxiously. I am here." Zhao Ying's weak voice came through as she leaned against the deformed fire hydrant, gasping for breath. Green liquid had already seeped into the crevices of her fingertips. fingernails, etching spiderweb-like blood marks on the back of her hand. The senior sister's voice carried a sobbing tone. Is there still hope? Oh. Ren Yunqi's caramel-colored star energy was almost piercing into her collarbone, dispelling the toxins within her body. Not dead yet, can you still use star techniques? Ren Yunqi asked. Zhao Ying tried, still can. Then hurry up, the road is blocked by that beast. Either we fight or jump off the building, Ren Yunqi urged. Zhao Ying was at the second tier, while he was just a novice who had barely learned to use star techniques. Their survival depended on her. Zhao Ying took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of dizziness in her head, and began to trace the spell. Star Force had significantly improved the physique of the extraordinary. Although Zhao Ying was a mage rather than a warrior, the effect was still remarkable. In the air, the stench of decay suddenly intensified. Not far away, a ventilation duct exploded with a bang, and a swamp frog squeezed out. Blazing firebird, Zhao Ying let out a roar, and the shadow of a giant bird with wings spanning 10 meters spread wide. Each feather trailed a sulfur-colored tail flame, fiercely striking the head of the swamp frog. The swamp frog's bloated body instantly deflated, its sticky skin peeling off layer by layer like a drought-stricken tortoise shell, revealing the crimson texture underneath. Is it dead? Zhao Ying asked nervously, her mouth dry and her eyes fixed on the rising thick mist. The thick mist gradually dispersed. The silhouette of the swamp frog gradually emerged. Although it looked utterly disheveled, its basketball-sized eyes were still swiveling. Zhao Ying's mind went blank. Watching the foul-smelling giant tongue lunge toward her, she instinctively swung her staff at it. The staff was knocked away. In a fluster, she hastily unleashed star power, preparing to cast another spell. However, the giant tongue suddenly froze in midair, then swept sideways, flinging her entire body away. Ugh! Zhao Ying felt as if her bones were about to shatter. The swamp frog's eyeballs rotated as it crawled toward her in large strides, its venom-coated long tongue shooting out once again. At this moment, I'm doomed. Scenes of memories flashed before Zhao Ying's eyes. The toy she couldn't buy in her childhood, the orange-scented boy she had a crush on in middle school, the cicada songs of that summer. At this moment, a figure stepped in front of her. What's going on? Ren Yunqi grabbed the tongue with his bare hand, without even wearing gloves. His 5 fingers sank deeply into the frog's tongue, wisps of smoke rising between his fingers, and Ren Yunqi was lifted off the ground. Woof woof! Yuzu stood on his left shoulder, continuously releasing the holy bear's embrace to dispel the toxins, creating a strange balance on Ren Yunqi's body, and his right hand was holding Zhao Ying's staff. Fire python. The tip of the staff traced a spiral light trail. Zhao Ying's star power suspended in the air reversed, transforming into red patterns that formed a spell, ultimately converging into a python of flames. Heart of the sacred bear. Passive skill. Enhances affinity. The swamp frog felt the scorching heat from its tongue. The fear of almost being roasted into charcoal by the fiery giant bird just now made it instinctively want to fling this human off. Still trying to shake me off now? Ren Yunqi's lips curled into a smile as caramel released midnight on his right shoulder. Although it could only control for half a second, for a fully formed star technique, that was already enough. Here's a giant python throat thrust for you. The flaming giant python plunged entirely into the giant mouth of the swamp frog. The swamp frog frantically shook its head, trying to scream, but its vocal organs had already been completely destroyed by the flames. The charred frog head slammed heavily onto the ground. Phew, finally dead. Ren Yunqi finally breathed a sigh of relief and pulled off the half-torn tongue from his body. If this move couldn't kill him, he'd have to consider cosplaying Jackie Chan to escape downstairs. The oppressive presence of a level 2 star beast was terrifyingly strong. If not for the advantage of the terrain, the consecutive skills cast by Zhao Ying, and the sufficiently dense star energy in the air, he would have been nothing but cannon fodder. Even so, the star energy in his lifebound space was already depleted. The green smoke rising from the frog's corpse suddenly condensed into a vortex. Ren Yunqi's face was full of disdain. Even in death, it's polluting the air. Oh ho! Oh ho! His eyes lit up instantly, because within that vortex, a translucent object was slowly floating upward. It was a star beast's soul. For the spiritual space, this is a great tonic. Little darling, come here quickly, uncle will set up a new home for you. Ren Yunqi revealed a creepy uncle-like smile. Although the soul was still as abstract as it was in life, at this moment, it looked particularly pleasing to his eyes. Look at this syrupy sweet potato-like goo, the chubby body and the irresistibly touchable fat belly, and those dead fish-like eyes. I, Run Mao, love this kind of emotionless state the most. Under the pull of spiritual power, the freshly formed soul was drawn to Ren Yunqi's presence and then seeped into the life-bound space. Yuzu and Caramel couldn't wait, drooling with greed. Come, half for each person. Ren Yunqi chuckled. This time, the comeback against the odds made him deeply realize the importance of mechanics in the early stages of transcendence. In this era, if you don't stack yourself with 10 or 8 layers of armor, or have a bloodlocking clone in the second phase, do you still have the nerve to show up? The soul of the Meyer frog wailed, devoured by 2 spatial spirits. Yuzu was a bit possessive over the food, hugging the soul tightly in her arms and scooping it into her mouth with her furry paws as if she were eating honey. Caramel anxiously paced around in circles, tentacles, wanting to eat but not daring to reach out. Go grab some. If you're too slow, there won't be any left, Renyunchi said. Seeing that Renyunchi wasn't angry or blaming her, Caramel finally mustered up the courage, tore off half a frog leg, hurriedly swallowed it, and reached out for more. Yuzu hummed and hawed, appearing reluctant. Renyunchi inexplicably felt like he was dealing with two children, the elder and the younger refusing to give in to each other, his temples throbbing. In the future, if it's no longer an even number, I simply won't absorb it. The soul was completely devoured, red and honey-colored lights lit up, and brand new information flooded into his mind. Heart of the Sacred Bear, evolution passive skill, significantly increases affinity, bronze level. Midnight, evolution probability of triggering deep sleep doubles, bronze level. Upgraded from whiteboard to bronze? Renyunchi's face was full of smiles. Indeed, the extraordinary has its own joys in both the early and later stages. Although the late game stats output is explosive, the early game leveling is fast. It's like playing a browser game. In the late game, grinding hard doesn't make much progress, but in the early game, defeating an NPC or a wild monster can instantly level you up twice. The gaming experience is top-notch. Zhaoing looked at Renyunchi with a complicated expression. Go! She was saved by a junior who had just awakened a month ago. It's hard to put my feelings into words, shocked, envious, and a bit ashamed, as if the dignity of being an experienced senior was about to be completely lost. Moreover, for some reason, the more she looked, the more pleasing the young man in front of her seemed. It was as if there was a certain quality about him that made her want to get closer. Men must fight, men must fight. Humming a little tune, Renyunchi withdrew his consciousness from his life-bound space and met Zhao Ying's unwavering gaze. What are you looking at me for? Looking at you, so what? Stingy. Alright, the mature senior is the most generous, so this staff, give it back to me. Zhao Ying quickly snatched the staff back, stuffed it into her arms, and tried to stand up but her legs were weak. Go check the corpse over there and dig out the star pearl. Renyunchi didn't mind at all. After all, he'd even experienced the giant frog bondage play. He pushed aside a piece of vaporizing frog skin and reached into the remains of the swamp frog's body. Oh, still warm. Zhao Ying looked visibly uncomfortable. There's no need to be that detailed right now. The swamp frog was massive, and Renyunchi rummaged around inside for quite a while before finally extracting a green star bead the size of an apple. Once it's ready, take this star pearl and sell it. It should fetch at least 100,000. Zhao Ying said. 100,000? That's barely enough for a domineering CEO to buy a bottle of red wine for his little sweetheart. Renyunchi happily stuffed the star pearl into his pocket and casually asked, how did such a big creature sneak in? It probably used a star technique with earth or water attributes to hide in this mud and was awakened by the fluctuations of our star power, Zhao Ying speculated. What about other places? Renyunchi remembered clearly that Zhao Ying had told him the entire beach defense line had been cleared. If there were still other star beasts hiding inside. Don't worry, this is just an isolated incident, Zhao Ying reassured. The ones carrying out this plan are the Ma family, a renowned extraordinary family in the country, experts. When it came to experts, Renyunchi always felt a bit skeptical. After regaining a bit of strength, the two of them immediately left the stacked building district. The frog's corpse was left there in the open, and beneath the charred remains, clusters of dried, gray-black pellets, resembling tapioca pearls from milk tea, were giving off a savory, meaty aroma. What the heck? Farther away, in the mud and sewers, these pellets drifted with the current. Only, over there, their color was white. Moist and smooth, even trembling slightly. You said a star beast appeared in the stack district? A second level one? Is it the stack district behind the defense line? Wang Chuan asked further. Renyunchi didn't explain and directly took out the star pearl. Wang Chuan scanned it with the CR on his wrist, his tone incredulous. It's really second level. No record of this kind of star pearl, a new mutant species? I'm worried that similar things might be happening elsewhere, Renyunchi said. I heard that the soil where these star beasts have lived is rich in star energy, and crops grow quickly when planted there. It's very popular in the city. I'll report this to my superiors, so don't worry too much, Wang Chuan said. This time you were frightened, and that's my responsibility. Then I have a request, Renyunchi said. Go ahead, Wang Chuan readily agreed. I want to go to the battlefield, Renyunchi said firmly. Wang Chuan was startled. The battlefield? No, that's nonsense. You don't even have an offensive skill, and the battlefield is such a dangerous place. A flame rose from Renyunchi's fingertips, dancing nimbly between his fingers. Wang Chuan's mouth fell open, feeling that he must have killed too many star beasts and was now hallucinating. I want to go to the battlefield. Don't worry, I'll just stand on top of the dam and throw skills from afar. I definitely won't push forward and cause trouble for you, Renyunchi emphasized again. But this isn't according to the rules. Wang Chuan looked troubled. Renyunchi was neither a frontline soldier nor a college student here to provide support. He was just a high school student, and a student who had just awakened and was assigned to a support role. Let him go to the battlefield. Wang Chuan always felt a guilty conscience, like using child labor. Renyunchi, that big bullfrog was also killed by me. I need battles to improve myself. I'll think about it again. Seeing his seriousness, Wang Chuan felt a wave of exhaustion. Renyunchi Yunqi didn't care. Ever since experiencing the exhilarating sensation of the soul elevation space spirit, he had fallen in love with it. In a month, he would enter the interdimensional space to participate in the survival battle. With greater strength, the rewards at that time would be much richer. Disagree? Comrade Wang Chuan, you wouldn't want others to know about how a rear personnel like me almost ended up as Star Beast dung, would you? I'm in. That night, he slept quite soundly. The next day, stay at the back of the team, and don't try to move forward. You're a mage, not a warrior, got it? Wang Chuan instructed. Definitely, this time for sure, Ran Yunqi agreed wholeheartedly. He was wearing a standard issue plate armor from the front lines, protecting his head and chest. Oh, Shaoran, little brother is here too? Ha, a few days ago, Ji Tongming let you laugh at me to your heart's content. This time, don't get so scared that you wet your pants. On the unfamiliar dam, familiar faces came and went. Ren Yunqi climbed all the way up, greeting everyone he knew, creating a scene even livelier than Wang Chuan, the flag officer. As he spoke, he finally climbed up the towering, dark dam defense line, and the view before him instantly opened up. Mage Core, release star techniques. A star beast has come up. All warriors follow me into battle. The roars, battle cries, the dull sound of skulls shattering, and the wet squelch of viscera bursting intertwined to form the battlefield before Ren Yunqi's eyes. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. The air was filled with a fishy smell, mixed with the scent of seawater and rotting flesh, exuding a nauseatingly sweet stench. How does it taste? Wang Chuan asked. Like swallowing a piece of rust, Ren Yunqi replied. Wang Chuan laughed and said, can you handle it? Don't push yourself. If you can't, just step down. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Those heartless people are all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Because the effect of Embrace of the Holy Bear was too comforting, many fierce beast slayers couldn't help but turn shy, like timid brides, too embarrassed to even leave the infirmary. Don't worry about me, Ren Yunqi said firmly. He could feel the blood, star power, and adrenaline boiling within him, his mind filled with excitement rather than fear. Good kid. Wang Chuan gave a thumbs up, then stopped paying attention to him and shouted loudly, brothers, charge. Take down these beast brats. A gleaming blade was unsheathed as Wang Chuan strode quickly to the edge of the dam, swinging his knife to meet a star beast leaping up. The star beast was instantly cut in half. Others also surged forward one after another. The battlefield, though chaotic, was orderly, advancing and retreating like the tide, completing a rotation of defenses within minutes. Ren Yunqi stood among a group of mages, his gaze fixed on a four-legged monstrous fish with fangs. Under the blessing of Heart of the Holy Bear, star energy harmonized, spells formed into arrays, and a fiery python surged forth. In this starforce-rich environment, the fire python, measuring a full 5 or 6 meters in length, heavily struck a tuskfish beast. The tuskfish beast was instantly ignited, with starforce forming orange vein-like patterns between its scales. The extreme burning pain made it dart around like a headless fly in madness. Stay still. Midnight. The body of the fangtooth fish beast stiffened in midair, then fell heavily to the ground, allowing itself to be roasted into fish fillets. A soul emerged from the corpse and was immediately drawn into Ren Yunqi's lifebound space. High school students these days are really fierce. I wasn't this impressive during my sophomore year military training, a college student exclaimed not far away. TCH, it's just slightly better talent, that's all. There are plenty of talented people, Suchin said sourly, still brooding over the hypnosis incident from that day. Does having good talent guarantee admission to a prestigious school? Even if they get into a top school, can they outshine those even more gifted geniuses? When the time comes, their Tao heart will shatter. The companions couldn't listen any longer, so sour, unbearably sour. At the same time, the attacks from other extraordinary beings grew even fiercer. At this moment, the definition of a fortress was fully realized. Various dazzling star techniques and powerful combat winds shredded any star beast that managed to climb up into minced meat. The advantage of team battles is that you can attack freely, and once your star power gauge is depleted, you can retreat, and naturally, teammates will step in to cover for you. Those who claimed they wanted to see Ren Yunqi fail, when the real fight began, each one of them shielded him from behind. Eagle catching chicks.jpg. The chick, Ren Yunqi, was firmly protected by a group of mother hen teammates. On the front line, star skills, crystal core cannons, and various heavy firepower alternated in bombardment. The star beast suffered heavy losses, and the seawater turned dark red. When a wave crashed, it even carried a pile of corpses. Ren Yunqi squinted into the distance. Amid the steaming sea fog, a black vortex could faintly be seen. Dimensional space, wailing. Vortex. According to the classification standards of the Transcendent Alliance, only second-tier transcendents or higher could enter. It is said that not only are there eerie and terrifying star beasts hidden there, but also immeasurable resources, treasures, and even mineral veins. Shift change, get down. Wang Chuan's booming voice was still clear in the noisy environment. As Ren Yunqi was leaving, he glanced back. Taking their place were rows of industrial-style mechas, their uniform silver-gray exteriors emblazoned with the fortress frontline insignia. Later, let's head to the barracks for a shower first. The kitchen has prepared some lamb soup. We'll have a hearty bowl and sweat it out. What are you looking at? Wang Chuan asked. Those mechas, Ren Yunqi replied. I just feel they're very fascinating, completely different from the style of us transcendents. Boom! Power armor, crystal core cannons, CR, completely out of place in this cultivation-driven world, like a chaotic stew of mismatched elements. Isn't that the truth? Wang Chuan said with a laugh. That's why they say dimensional spaces are strange. They have all sorts of bizarre and random things in them. Another dimension? Ren Yunqi caught this piece of information. He wanted to inquire further, but unfortunately, Wang Chuan didn't know much either, so he had to let it go. The camp's large bathhouse had a minimalist design. About the size of a basketball court, rows of showerheads sprayed hot water as everyone chatted freely. In fact, the ones who really needed to wash up were the frontline warriors. As a mage like Ren Yunqi specialized in long-range attacks, there wasn't much blood or grime on him. Bang! The matter of that giant frog star beast has already been reported to the higher-ups and handed over to the Transcendent Alliance. They will conduct a round of inspections in the city over the next few days, Wang Chuan said with his eyes closed, shampoo still unwashed from his hair. What did the Ma family say? Ren Yunqi asked. Wang Chuan sneered. What could they say? These big aristocratic families have their noses in the air. Do you really expect them to apologize to you? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Although transcendent laws enforce equality on the surface, the reality is self-evident. Transcendent beings are inherently superior to ordinary people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people every year who take their own lives because they can't successfully awaken. These so-called extraordinary families, they all talk a good game, but in reality, they're just greedy old leeches, eager to squeeze out every last drop of profit. Wang Chuan was clearly very dissatisfied with these so-called extraordinary families. Take this time, for example. Do you think the Ma family is so easygoing, coming here to defend the front lines for free? Ha! They're after the mineral veins in the Wailing Vortex, aiming for exclusive mining rights. Damn it, they're asking for the moon. Extracting so many minerals, then selling the power armor, beast soldiers, and wands they produce at sky-high prices eating so much, aren't they afraid of bursting? Keep your voice down, Ren Yunqi reminded. What's there to be afraid of? Complaining a bit, what can they do to me? If they have the guts, let them try stopping me from advancing. Wang Chuan sneered coldly. He had always disliked these high and mighty upper-class people, let alone this time when a star beast slipped in and almost devoured Ren Yunqi. If a star beast really got into the city, someone tentatively brought up, only to be immediately rebuked. Don't talk nonsense. I was just saying, the person muttered awkwardly. The sound of water trickled softly, flowing along the body and into the water trough. Today on the battlefield, I didn't see the weeping jellyfish, Ren Yunqi said. All dead. It was a new species that just appeared this year, and there weren't many of them, Wang Chuan replied. When are you leaving? Ren Yunqi, staying for another week. Wang Chuan nodded. Alright, you've been delayed for a month. Go back to school and enjoy some romantic campus life. Amid the swirling steam, a burly man with a scar on his face laughed and said, with our little brother's looks, won't he have the girls completely mesmerized? Don't worry, big brother, your charming face will surely have women willing to kiss you. Everyone burst into laughter. The burly man's face flushed slightly. Just as he was about to retort, he vaguely saw Ren Yunqi make a hand-raising gesture through the steam. This is the opening move of Bear's Sacred Embrace. The burly man immediately shut his mouth. Teenage boys are prone to impulsiveness and lack of restraint. If he were to let out an ahem here, it would truly be a loss of face. Logistics department, warehouse. Over here. Wang Chuan pushed the door open, and the dust stirred up rolled in the sunlight. Bang! Are you sure this is where the staffs are kept? Ren Yunqi teased. With all this dust, are you trying to fool me with some outdated rejects from years ago? How could you say that? Wang Chuan retorted. This is from the Ma family's activities a few days ago. The whole camp is covered in dust. Besides, there's no such thing as a staff expiring. Ren Yunqi walked in and carefully observed the surroundings. It's quite clean inside, with a row of shelves on each side, covered by a faint white energy shield. These are all standard models. You can choose one yourself, or I can recommend one, Wang Chuan said, pointing to a staff. How about trying this one? It's inlaid with a frostbird crystal core and comes with a freezing control effect. Ren Yunqi took the staff, feeling the chill travel along the handle. Change it, Ren Yunqi said. The so-called freezing control was really too useless for him. Midnight can achieve the same effect, and its performance is even better after upgrading. Wang Chuan continued to recommend. How about this one? It's made from sandstone lizard. Although it has no additional effects, it can absorb energy to release a light slash, with power equivalent to a full-force strike from a first-tier mage. Sounds good, but relying solely on first-tier attacks, I'm afraid it won't keep up with version updates a year from now. Change to another one. Wang Chuan spread his hands helplessly. Then what do you want? Is there one that purely enhances release speed? All other functions can be disregarded, Ren Yunqi said. He is very clear about his positioning. Following the style of the dollhouse, there is certainly no shortage of various control skills. What he needs to enhance is output efficiency, in order to end the lives of star beasts and obtain souls. Your request is, Simple. Wang Chuan squeezed out this description from his not-so-rich vocabulary. Nowadays, which extraordinary individual doesn't rack their brains to diversify the functions of their staff, wishing to turn it into a fully automated attack machine? Instead, Ren Yunqi preferred to pursue simplicity and directness. Then take a look at this one. Ren Yunqi carefully examined the staff in his hand. It was a standard short-handled staff, 40 centimeters in length, roughly twice the height of little Ren Yunqi. Its color appeared as a pale brown, with a crystal core embedded at the top, surrounded by several spells connected in a formation. Thunderstruck with crystal core doubles the casting speed for mages below tier 2, Wang Chuan said. Ren Yunqi weighed the staff in his hand and felt it wasn't heavy. Can I try a star technique? He turned his head and asked. Just give it a try, Wang Chuan replied. The staff spun half a circle in Ren Yunqi's hand, then struck heavily in the air, quickly sketching the outline of a spell. The thunderstrike with crystal core flashed, the rune structure rapidly twisted together, and the first spell successfully took shape. Ren Yunqi's eyes lit up. It works great. The speed of the second and third spells is even faster. By the time the fourth one is completed and the spells combine, flames suddenly soar into the sky. Excellent, this is it. Ren Yunqi laughed heartily. With the first piece of equipment in hand, can more equipment be far behind? Starting today, I will cultivate, earn money, and eventually become a max-skilled, fully equipped pro gamer. Output can rely on spells, but at this stage, I still need to practice fire elements. As long as the spell structure is complex, its power won't be much weaker than those innate star techniques. Outside world. With the heart of the sacred bear, my star power conversion rate is higher than anyone else's. In terms of defense and speed, with the power armor Zhao promised, at least the first 2 tiers will be sufficient. So next time I awaken a spatial spirit, I can give more thought to the dimension of health points. Ren Yunqi pondered. He wasn't exactly a perfectionist, but he still needed to ensure there were no easily exploitable weaknesses. Besides, this was health points. Who wouldn't want to have a thick, unbreakable bar of health points? Ren Yunqi still remembers playing Seer in his previous life as a child, landing critical hits on Mashadilu but only chipping away a tiny bit of health. At the time, he cursed loudly, but when it was his turn to hatch the essence, damn it, not as advertised. Refund. Wait a moment. If you want to awaken this innate star skill, you have to kill those troublesome star beasts and obtain their souls. Okay. Thinking about this, Ren Yunqi began to feel a wave of discomfort in his heart. The next day, Ren Yunqi took his staff and headed to the front line. Soul plus 12, the efficiency was more than double compared to the previous day. Day 3, Soul plus 14. Day 4, Soul plus 20. Day 5, Holy Bear's Embrace, upgraded. The range of the star skill expanded to a radius of 5 meters, with a straight line reach of 15 meters. Day 6, Nightmare Cocoon, upgraded, can now be activated while the target is awake, though the effect is slightly weaker compared to when the target is in a hypnotic state. Ren Yunqi's transformation is most profoundly reflected in Wang Chuan and this group of comrades who fight side by side, especially the mages. They discovered that as long as they stood next to Ren Yunqi during battle, the spellcasting effects were simply outstanding. Fatigue? Emptiness? Absolutely not. I can't bear to see you leave, someone sighed. I really wish you could always be our comrade. With you here, it's like a notebook paired with a charging cable. Ren Yunqi smiled and said, thanks, but I don't plug in. Get lost. Your mouth is always so sharp. If today were a day off, the few of us would definitely drink you under the table. Outside the camp, a delivery pickup truck was parked. Alright, it's not like we're parting forever. Hurry back, don't miss the braised pork chop in the cafeteria at noon. Let's meet again in a month. Ren Yunqi sat in the front passenger seat, waving goodbye to the soldiers who came to see him off. The remaining comrades, including Wang Chuan, didn't come because they had combat missions. The star beasts are already at the end of their strength. The 5th Order extraordinary strongman of the Ma family has already entered the Wailing Whirlpool. In theory, they should be able to successfully destroy the energy mother nest. The pickup truck slowly drove out of the camp area, heading toward the city. The pass hanging in front of the truck's hood flapped against the windshield. As the driver turned the steering wheel, the wheels pressed into 2 deep ruts. Young man, sit tight. The driver was a cheerful middle-aged man, holding a cigarette between his fingers. He lightly tapped the filter on the car window to flick off the ash. Uncle, what are you carrying in the back? Ren Yunqi asked. Star beast corpses, of course. The uncle took a hearty drag of his cigarette and said, big restaurants in the city are all into this. Eating it strengthens the body, especially all kinds of whips. Heh, a man's gas station. I remember that many species of the star beasts in the whirlpool of grief are poisonous. Aren't they afraid of being poisoned to death? Ren Yunqi said. Hey, what poison? Just remove the internal organs, blanch them, and if that doesn't work, boil them in a pot. I heard people say the worst that happens is a numb tongue. Truly impressive. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to keep struggling anymore. He might as well give up and become a detox master. With these fearless muggles, he could easily make a fortune. Deep within the camp lies an isolated zone, where the buildings are arranged like stacked towers in an orderly yet staggered manner. Wang Chuan Manhwa once mentioned to Renyunchi that the purpose of these buildings is that, if one day the dam at the front line is breached by star beasts and seawater floods in, the extraordinary individuals can use this advantageous terrain to counterattack, rather than being passively beaten in the water. Advancing a few more kilometers into the depths of the stacked tower area, the end of the isolation zone gradually comes into view. Soldiers stand guard here, allowing passage after verifying identities. Home, the driver uncle said with a smile, pressing the knob of the car's audio system. Ding dong, your heartbeat has accelerated by 128%. How about a special edition Blizzard Nebula milkshake? The second cup is half price. The sunlight was just right, with warm rays streaming through the car window into the cabin. The bustling vehicles on the street, pedestrians strolling under umbrellas, and student couples feeding each other cake in the dessert shop by the roadside formed a vivid scene. This is completely different from the tense atmosphere on the front lines and in the barracks. Renyunchi found it hard to imagine that the straight-line distance between these two places was actually less than 50 kilometers. Where do you live, young man? I'll give you a ride, the driver uncle asked enthusiastically. East C number 1 High School will do. Donghai number 1 High School. Ah, high school. From 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Here I come. Students who had just finished lunch wandered around the school gate, staring at the young man standing at the entrance with looks that suggested he was crazy. Renyunchi paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd, casually brushed back his slightly long heartthrob hairstyle, and hummed a tune as he walked inside. Excuse me, classmate, could you tell me where the academic office is? Over there. The girl who was stopped felt her ears slightly burning. She wondered if she was suffering from heatstroke, otherwise, why would she instinctively want to get closer to this stranger? It was like seeing a plush teddy bear warmed and scented by the sunlight. Wait, excuse me, I'm a freshman this year. May I ask if you're a junior or senior? The girl asked, summoning her courage. Such a charming freshman, there's no way she wouldn't know. No, I'm here to register, Renyunchi said with a grin. You started a month earlier than me, senior. Oh, hello. The girl felt dizzy and dazed until Renyunchi walked away, at which point she stomped her foot in frustration. She actually forgot to ask for his contact information. From what he said, is he a transfer student? For a moment, various plotlines of serendipitous childhood sweetheart stories flashed through her mind. After spending a month on the front lines, Renyunchi returned to campus and unexpectedly felt a bit out of place. Look left, look right, look forward, then where should I go? Clang! Renyunchi glanced around and thought to himself, why is the high school campus built so large? Could it be imitating the Academy City from anime? Put! In front of him was the school's botanical garden, specifically used for practical classes to teach students how to identify medicinal herbs. Next to the botanical garden is a long corridor, a structure that seems to exist in every school, with dense vines winding around the brick-red cement pillars. It looks very beautiful, exuding a kind of aesthetic reminiscent of the thriving capillaries of marsh frogs. In summer, when the plants are in full bloom, faint sounds can be heard coming from the corridor. Renyunchi quickened his pace, intending to find someone to ask for directions. Don't break up with me, okay? I'll be good, I'll listen to you. Renyunchi's footsteps involuntarily came to a halt. Oh wow, it seems something serious is happening inside. He instinctively hid behind a pillar, pricking up his ears to listen. No need, Lele. You're a smart girl, but we're just not compatible. Why? You clearly promised me before. We were going to train together, grow stronger together, and enter the interdimensional space together. What's the point of clinging to the past? Renyunchi listened with great interest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How could it be boring? This is absolutely fascinating. At the moment, he wasn't in a hurry to find the academic office. He could report in at any time, but gossip like this couldn't be missed. In the wisteria corridor, the girl's face was streaked with tears and a runny nose, her lips bitten so hard they turned pale. The boy in the school uniform across from her spoke confidently. You awakened in ordinary space, while I awakened a spiritual space. Only those who have truly trained would understand, we were never the same from the start. It seemed like he had convinced himself. As the boy in the school uniform's voice gradually grew louder, you say to enter the interdimensional space? What will you use to fight alongside me then? With your half-baked combat skills? Wake up, we're not middle schoolers, we're mature high school students now, the boy in the school uniform said. Be realistic, better a short pain than prolonged agony. With a cold snort, he turned and left, leaving the girl behind on her own. The girl cried until her voice became slightly hoarse, her shoulders trembling as her emotions grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a burst of golden light descended. The sound involuntarily flowed out of her mouth. She was astonished to find that her once feeble body was gradually regaining strength, and even her low spirits were improving. Cheer up, three-legged toads are hard to find, but three-legged men are even rarer. A stranger's voice sounded. The girl wiped her tears and retorted, you don't understand. He's different. He. She suddenly couldn't continue speaking. Through the gaps in the vines, sunlight streamed in. A tall boy stood in front of her, a gentle smile on his face. Summer, cicada songs, a boy with orange-flavored soda. He wasn't the kind of person whose looks would take your breath away, but he exuded an indescribable charm. Are you okay? Ren Yunqi asked, politely wrapping up after enjoying this dramatic soap opera. The girl replied with a flushed face, I'm fine. Have you awakened? Ren Yunqi was somewhat puzzled by the question, awakened. Is it a spiritual space? Was that light just now your innate star skill? Yes. Why are you asking this? She didn't directly answer Ren Yunqi's question, but she was cheering in her heart. Tall, handsome, and talented, how could he compare to her ex-boyfriend? Thank you for helping me. Oh, don't get me wrong, there's no emotional entanglement between him and me. It's just that I'm more serious about relationships. The girl blushed, her voice sounding a bit shy. What are you talking about? I'm just a bystander. The first time I met you, I even wasted your star power. How about I treat you to some ice cream to make up for it? Hey, big sis, you haven't wiped your nose yet. If just now Ren Yunqi still felt sorry for this girl, being struck by the first sword of her beloved, now he just wants to say, damn, a match made in heaven, quickly lock her down, don't let her loose into society. Girl, the ice cream discount can only be used once per person. How about we add each other on WeChat and I'll send you the link? Ren Yunqi waved his hands repeatedly. No need, sister, I won't eat the ice cream. Just do me a favor. What favor? The girl tilted her head with a smile, her eyebrows curving into what she thought were crescent moons. Where is the Academic Affairs Office? The Academic Affairs Office. Lu Kong hummed an opera tune, occasionally picking up his teacup to take a sip with a slurp. The director sitting across from him showed no sign of displeasure, wearing the same smile on his face. The news from Dongwu University has been confirmed. This year's seeded players will come to our school for a presentation and will also bring along our outstanding students for special training. Among so many affiliated middle schools, none have enjoyed such treatment. It's all thanks to teacher Lu having such an exceptional student. It's our school that has an outstanding student. I'm just a teacher. Lu Kong spoke modestly, his toes swaying, causing the teacup on the table to tremble slightly with his movements. At this moment, if the never-before-seen student Ren Yunqi suddenly appeared in front of him, he would definitely be unable to resist the urge to give a hearty kiss. The publicity work must be done well. Let the parents see the influence of Donghai No. 1 High School, the director said earnestly. Not only the parents, but we also need to let Tobu University see how much we value this. Lu Kong suggested, pick a few outstanding students to go to the station tomorrow to welcome them. Young people always find it easy to chat together, and early interaction won't hurt. Good idea. Then I'll go to the class and make the selection. Hey, Mr. Lu, don't hog all the good ones for yourself. Leave some for others to share. The director made the decision. Alright, let's rent 2 buses and hang welcome banners. Pick 2 from the first-year students, and the rest will be graduating seniors from the 3rd year. Should we arrange the drum and flag teams? Lu Kong asked. Let's skip that. We can't go overboard. Young people have a term for this, social death. You really think things through, director. Care for a cigarette? I have some. Smoke mine. 2 middle-aged men were discussing the details, chatting enthusiastically. When Ren Yunqi arrived, the air seemed to turn a pale blue. Ha, Ren Yunqi, long time no see. Do you want to smoke? Oh, you're drinking water. The director pushed back his chair and stood up, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Do you remember me? I was there when you awakened. Ren Yunqi had some impression of him. He was the one who wanted to snatch someone, but ended up being confronted by Wang Chuan and Lu Guangfei from the Transcendent Alliance. When Dongwu University contacted me, I couldn't believe it. A first-year high school student could be this outstanding. The director's smile was very warm as he patted Ren Yunqi's shoulder. You still have 3 years of school left, and I see you all as if you were my own children. But then again, I can't just spoil the kids. I have to let them go out and gain some experience. This time in the college league, you must perform well. The school will unconditionally support you. The summer afternoon sunlight was as scorching as flames, evenly spreading across the ground. On the large field of Donghai No. 1 High School, energy shields rose one after another. Through the distorted air and energy, the intense fighting figures inside could be vaguely seen. Zhang Hao knelt on one knee on the ground, panting heavily like a donkey. His clothes were already in tatters, strips of fabric hung on his body, and the fibers of the clothes spun twice in the air before finally landing on his messy hair. Opposite him, Zhang Nian held a bright green bow high. You should admit defeat. With your star power, you can only shoot 3 arrows at most. After those 3 arrows, what will you use to fight against me? I am determined to win this class leader position. Zhang Hao tried hard to steady his breathing, attempting to appear imposing. Zhang Nianqing smiled and said, You're right, I can indeed only shoot 3 arrows right now. As her words fell, the longbow in her hand instantly disappeared. Ha, my flaming longsword is still here. You're no match for me. Zhang Hao's words were not finished when Zhang Nian already moved, a slender sword somehow appearing in her hand. But when did I ever say I only knew archery? Accompanied by Zhang Nian's voice, the slender sword traced a radiant arc like a stream of light. It's a combat skill. Damn, Zhang Nian actually mastered a combat skill. Take a closer look. Zhang Nian is wielding a beast weapon. That's truly extravagant. As a fellow warrior, I've just started and can only rely on my innate star skill to hold my ground for now. Stop being so rude, alright? Did I, a mage, say anything? Damn it, it's been a month and I still can't write a single spell. The students watching were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. The gap between people is even bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Zhang Hao also looked utterly desperate. Usually, Zhang Niannian rarely trained with classmates and always rented a private training ground to practice alone. Therefore, Zhang Hao never imagined that Zhang Niannian had actually mastered combat techniques, and it seemed to be a skill honed from a young age. Even his only advantage, his innate flame longsword, stood no chance against a beast soldier before reaching the third tier. Zhang Nian deftly deflected Zhang Hao's blade, sidestepped, and followed up with a powerful whip kick, sending Zhang Hao flying under everyone's watchful eyes. Zhang Hao was almost embedded into the protective shield before slowly sliding to his knees on the ground. Zhang Nian wins. The teacher announced, well, starting today, the class president of our class will be Zhang Niannian. Everyone else should follow her example and strive to achieve ideal results in the final competition. Zhang Niannian sheathed her sword, not even glancing at Zhang Hao, and turned to walk out of the field. Student Jiang, I'm a warrior too, and I have a set of family-inherited combat techniques. Want to spar? The class president is so cool. Securing first place before the finals, maybe we can even participate in the high school league with the seniors. The students swarmed together, chattering as they crowded their way out. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this woman was destined to be a major powerhouse in the future. Though she hadn't fully developed yet, wouldn't it be great to butter her up now? Zhang Niannian responded casually, but she still wasn't quite used to these flattering remarks. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of having a candlelight dinner off campus tonight? A figure approached, reaching out to wrap an arm around her neck. Zhang Niannian's face darkened, instinctively wanting to grab the other person's arm and throw him down. However, the other person seemed to have anticipated this move, retracting his arm halfway, leaving her grasping at air. Zhang Niannian instinctively turned her head and saw Rin Yunqi throwing her a greasy wink. Long time no see. Zhang Niannian, you're still alive? What are you saying? Rin Yunqi threw an arm around her shoulders, and to the astonishment of the surrounding students, Zhang Niannian didn't shake him off. She was a head shorter than Rin Yunqi, making her the perfect armrest for him. When did you arrive? When you shot the last arrow. Rin Yunqi clicked his tongue in admiration and said, your innate star skill is incredible. The wind follows the arrow, almost blowing that guy to death. Zhang Niannian's lips curved slightly upward. She had heard more exaggerated compliments than this before, yet only this one brought her joy. Ren Yunqi continued, it's just that the final blow was indeed a bit harsh, slashing and kicking, almost embedding the guy into the wall. I did it on purpose. Zhang Niannian snorted coldly. Who told him to say back then that you awakened a useless space? So it was him. Ren Yunqi suddenly realized, I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Is he the guy who shouted, don't run, I'm not small? They subconsciously looked in Zhang Hao's direction, just in time to see him climbing up from the ground. Upon hearing this sentence, his vision went black, and he almost fell headfirst. The image he had spent an entire month rebuilding was completely ruined. No matter how intense the flames in his life-bound space were, they couldn't hide the touch of Joker red on the tip of his nose. Say stop. He choked out the words in grief and anger. You two, stop right there. The onlookers said helplessly, stop shouting, they've already gone far away. The management at Donghai No. 1 High School wasn't very strict, there were no lockdowns, and food deliveries weren't prohibited on campus. Ren Yunqi and Jiang Niannian pulled Zhu Yushu from the neighboring class, and the three of them found a small restaurant to sit down. This is what you call a candlelight dinner? Jiang Niannian said, frowning. Ren Yunqi reached out, took the lighter from Zhu Yushu's jacket pocket and lit it with a snap. Look, candlelight. Don't just take my lighter. Zhu Yushu snatched it back and said speechlessly, Ren, seriously, we haven't seen each other for 3 months, and you choose this shabby place to treat me? That's nonsense. How is it me treating? Ren Yunqi shouted, I just got back to school. You two local bullies want me to pay for the treat. Where's your shame? Don't look at me. I have no money. All my money was spent on beast weapons. Zhang Niannian immediately said, beast weapons for warriors are just like staffs for mages. The common trait of both is their exorbitant price, often costing hundreds of thousands, leaving even a little rich girl like Zhang Niannian with no pocket money. I don't have money either. I just set my eyes on a set of mechanical cores. You guys know it too. How can you not spend money in the mecha master profession? Zhu Yushu quickly explained. The small restaurant wasn't big, with compact square tables that couldn't fit more than 4 dishes. The other customers at the tables looked at them with peculiar expressions. Young transcendents these days, well, their way of talking is, quite down to earth. In the end, it was Zhu Yushu who paid. Liked it equals didn't buy it equals still have money. You two are really something else, freeloading off me since we were kids. Zhu Yushu muttered. One goes to the front lines for support. The other takes on missions from the Transcendent Alliance, both earning extra cash, yet you still come to squeeze my pocket change. You're taking on missions from the Transcendent Alliance? Ren Yunqi looked at Zhang Niannian in surprise. Yeah, it's just a simple investigation task, recently posted, and not dangerous at all. Zhang Niannian said, raising her wrist to show him her CR. In the to be completed section of the task list above. There is detailed information about this task. The release time was exactly 1 week ago. 1 week ago? Investigation task? A trace of unease rose in Rin Yunqi's heart. Have you found anything so far? Very little, at least I haven't. Jiang Niannian shook her head. The mission briefing was very vague, only mentioning to report any abnormal situations and bonuses would be paid depending on the circumstances. Damn, is that even allowed? If it were me, I'd report every couple's quarrel and every lost cat or dog. Who knows, I might be able to squeeze some money out of it, Zhu Yushu said enviously. Although his family is not short of money, who would complain about having too much? Unfortunately, he has no combat skills, spells, or innate star techniques, not even the qualifications to register with the Transcendent Alliance, let alone take on missions. You're overthinking it. Out of 10 reported anomalies, it's good if even one gets approved. Some people work hard all day without earning a single penny and even end up paying for their own meals, Jiang Niannian said. Ren Yunqi breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Extraordinary Alliance's formation is so grand, it's practically turning the place upside down. Yet even so, no trace of a clue was found. It seems the earlier worries were unnecessary. The dishes have arrived. Although the presentation isn't great, both the portion size and the taste are excellent, definitely worthy of all the guests in this room. Are you going back to the front line this time? Jiang Niannian asked. No, I won't. After a while, I'll be heading to Dongyuan to assist in the college student league, Ren Yunqi said vaguely while slurping on the noodle sheets soaked in chicken soup. Impressive, your scope of work is really broad. Zhu Yushu laughed and said, by the time the grade-level teams form next semester, I bet everyone will be inviting you to join their team. Huaxia advocates more for extraordinary squads, where extraordinary individuals of different professions cooperate with each other, complementing strengths and weaknesses, a concept that has been instilled since the first year of high school. Ren Yunqi patted his chubby shoulder. So, little corncob, work hard so you can be worthy of your godfather, me. Get lost, I'm your dad. Zhu Yushu laughed and cursed. After dinner, the homeless Ren Yunqi made do for the night at Zhu Yushu's place. The house he previously rented has already been returned, and there's no bedding in the dormitory. He can't possibly cosplay as Little Dragon Maiden and sleep on a rope, right? Old Ren, are you asleep? A sound came from the bed. Ren Yunqi, who was sleeping on the floor, responded, spit it out if you have something to say. I'm feeling a bit lost right now. Damn it, stop laughing, I'm serious. Zhu Yushu said, I just feel like I can't keep up with you two. Are you listening? Damn, did you fall asleep? Are you even human? Not asleep, not asleep, I'm listening. Go on, Ren Yunqi said impatiently. I'm worried that no matter how hard I try, the gap between us will only grow wider. They say nighttime is the easiest time to get sentimental and overthink, but the sight of a chubby guy lamenting the fleeting nature of life doesn't seem all that poetic. Overthinking. Ren Yunqi said, first of all, there is no concept of strong or weak within a team, only different roles and divisions of labor. For example, the mecha pilot you chose can provide firepower cover and also help teammates adapt to the battlefield. During his time with the medical team, Ren Yunqi had heard Zhaoing mention it. There are many types of interdimensional spaces, and many environments are difficult for the physical bodies of the extraordinary to endure. For example, the Wailing Whirlpool, where there is nothing but deep blue seawater and pure black seawater, with even light unable to penetrate. Another example is the Cloud Eagle's Nest, located high in the sky with no foothold at all. An excellent mecha engineer can prepare equipment based on existing intelligence, becoming the aircraft carrier for an extraordinary team. Zhu Yushu felt his blood boiling. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Old Ren, don't sleep, I can't sleep. Let's chat some more. Can't sleep? Yes, you. Midnight, activated. The energized Zhu Yushu instantly collapsed. Before falling into deep sleep, his last thought was, quickly call home, ask dad for a few million, and get all the equipment ready. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Train station exit. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, need a ride? Just 20 yuan, very cheap. We'll leave as soon as we get one more, the taxi driver said enthusiastically. Not sitting, we're waiting for someone. Even better. I'll call right now to arrange a car. Hey, don't call, I said we're not sitting. The taxi drivers at the station exit are as fierce as the ants at a big banquet or the elderly scrambling for eggs. Several high school students were already anxious from waiting, and being pestered only made them even more annoyed. How much longer do we have to wait? One student complained. I haven't even had breakfast this morning. How about we go grab something to eat first? What's the rush? What if they show up while we're gone? Why did those two freshmen leave? You know they're just in their first year of high school, while you're already in your third year. Treat the seniors well, and if they're happy enough to share a trick or two, we'll hit the jackpot. Exactly. If we can get certified as second tier before the college entrance exam through the ranking competition, even top universities will be scrambling to recruit us. A group of people stood there daydreaming. On the other side, a lamb soup restaurant. Is it enough? Should I cut another 5 yuan's worth of pancake? Ren Yunqi asked. Jiang Niannian looked at him curiously. So you're not planning to eat anymore? Ren Yunqi, then let's make it 7 yuan's worth. The table table was piled high with scallion pancakes, exuding an enticing aroma, and the faint sizzling sound of fried scallions could be heard. Dip the flatbread into the milky white lamb soup, bring your mouth to the edge of the bowl, and let the soup slide into your stomach with a slurp. What a delight. Zhang Yanyan set the bowl down with satisfaction. Your appetite has grown again, Ren Yunqi remarked. Alright, having a big appetite is a basic quality of a soldier. What can I say? I burn a lot of energy. Zhang Yanyan snorted. What, are you daring to dislike me? Ren Yunqi grinned mischievously and said, be careful, you might turn into a chubby girl, even rounder than Zhu Yushu. Nonsense, I have abs, you know? Abs. Zhang Yanyan, furious, was about to lift her shirt to prove it, scaring Ren Yunqi into quickly pressing down her hand. Alright, you're amazing, auntie. I was wrong. The phone notification sounded, and Ren Yunqi picked up his phone to take a look. It was a message from Zhaoeng. People are almost here, let's go, Ren Yunqi called out. The two, carrying the smell of lamb soup, walked to the station exit and saw a few young people approaching from afar. That woman is very strong, Zhang Yanyan said. Thank you. Leading the group was a woman wearing a gray-blue hoodie paired with a pair of faded jeans. Her neat shoulder-length short hair made her look particularly spirited. Zhang Yanyan continued to analyze. Look at her walking. Her center of gravity is very stable. Also, her hand joints are large and rough, which indicates she has undergone long-term combat training. Ren Yunqi suddenly understood, glancing at the other person's hands and then at Zhang Yanyan's hands. Her hands were fair and smooth, so delicate that one couldn't help but want to hold them and play with them. What a pity, in the future these hands will also become rough. What are you looking at? Zhang Yanyan's ears turned red from his stare, and she said angrily, not even allowed to look? Ren Yunqi retorted discontentedly. Zhang Yanyan shouted, you're not allowed to look. What does my hand have to do with you? It's not like it's for your use. Miss, what are you even saying? That's way too far-fetched. Zhang Yanyan turned her head angrily, and just as those people were about to approach, she suddenly turned back. I practice sword energy, my hands won't deform. Ren Yunqi, thank you. Hurry up, they're coming. Where's the banner? Unfold the banner, you guys stand properly. At the station, under the curious gazes of the crowd, a senior student from Donghai No. 1 High School suddenly unfurled a large red banner 7 or 8 meters long. Warmly welcome senior students from Dongwu University to Donghai No. 1 High School for exchange and guidance. Applaud. Clap clap clap. Ren Yunqi was instantly stunned. Sure enough, the drawbacks of exam-oriented education are not to be underestimated. These poor senior high school students have been forced into this state by the brutal college entrance exams. Did you all come up with this together? Zhang Yanyan asked. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. Ren Yunqi hurriedly denied. Yanyan, you know me. How could someone like me ever do such a thing? Zhang Yanyan nodded. It really doesn't look like it. Exactly. If it were you, you'd probably ask Senior Zhaoeng for a photo and go to some shady website to make those ridiculously ugly cosplay costumes. No way. Ren Yunqi firmly retorted. Not there? Zhang Yan snorted disdainfully. When Yunshu graduated from elementary school, which dog was cosplaying her? She was crying, and you were still wandering around nearby. As her biological sister, you were really heartless. What an achievement. Ren Yunqi looked up at the sky. Today's sky was especially blue, especially when seen through the dirty frosted glass at the station exit. A surge of indescribable complex emotions rose in his heart. The ones shocked by the banner and applause weren't just the two of them. The students of Dongwu University were also visibly stunned, stopping in their tracks. Is it still in time for me to book a ticket back now? A tall, thin young man covered his face. It's in time. When the competition starts, you can just watch the water dispenser from the sidelines, said the woman leading the group. Isn't that a bit too much, boss? It's just a freshman kid. Is he really worth that much attention? The young man exclaimed. After all, he was a second-tier mage, and his combat ability was considered outstanding among all the freshmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected for the representative team. He, who thinks so highly of himself, even plans to compete for a ticket to the Global League in 2 years. Who would have thought he'd one day be compared to a high school freshman? The leading woman calmly said, whether it's worth it or not will be clear today. Let's go. Are you senior Donginua? My name is Chang Bo. I'm in my 3rd year of high school, and I'm a fan of yours. I've studied your battle highlights countless times. I hope to receive your guidance during this exchange. Chang Bo considered himself the core of the welcoming team this time and spoke enthusiastically. Donginua nodded, her gaze sweeping over the group before finally locking onto Ren Yunqi's side. Are you Ren Yunqi? Amid the envious and jealous stares of the senior students, Donginua walked straight to Ren Yunqi's side. Ying mentioned you to me. Thank you for saving her. Ren Yunqi was momentarily stunned before realizing she was referring to the incident with the swamp frog. It wasn't really saving. At that time, if I hadn't helped Senior Zhao, I would have been killed by the star beast myself. Besides, she was ambushed. Donginua shook her head. Although Ying passed the second-tier ranking competition, with the boost from her healing star technique, her combat experience is still far from sufficient. Without you, she would definitely die even if she faced a second-level star beast head-on. The combat power of star beasts and humans is not equal. A second-level star beast can treat a second-tier human like a ball to hammer. However, humans can enhance their combat power with external aids such as staffs, potions, and beast soldiers. For example, Ren Yunqi at the time relied on the Heart of the Holy Bear to gather Zhao Ying's star power, narrowly managing to take down that giant bullfrog. But gratitude aside, I won't relax the selection criteria, Dong Yinhua said. Each team has a limited number of spots, and I'd rather have fewer than compromise on quality. Understood. Ren Yunqi nodded. What about the promised reward? A set of power armor. Refreshing. Although the conversation between the two was not long, it was packed with information, leaving the group of third-year high school students dumbfounded. Why can't I understand? It seems Senior Dong invited this guy to participate in the competition. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I heard that Senior Dong is a third-tier warrior who can easily kill him with just the force of her punches. Chang Bo is a typical Dong fanboy, firmly refusing to believe that someone like Ren Yunqi has what it takes to catch the goddess's attention. He stepped forward and interjected, "Dear seniors, it's so hot outside, why don't we get in the car and talk? I've already asked the driver to turn on the air conditioning." With a perfectly considerate arrangement, Chang Bo was ready to bask in the admiring gazes of everyone. However, no. Moreover, after getting in the car, Dong Yinhua directly sat next to Ren Yunqi, leaving Chang Bo aside. Chang Bo kept interrupting, trying hard to show his presence, but all he got in return was perfunctory responses. In fact, Dong Yinhua became somewhat annoyed by the questions, slightly furrowed her brows, and left the self-proclaimed insightful Chang Bo speechless. Ren Yunqi's expression was a bit strange. Although it might not sound very nice, for some reason, he felt a strange sense of joy in playing the role of the troublemaker. Before the words were finished, the bus had already arrived at the school gate. The principal and the director, along with a group of teachers and students, warmly welcomed them at the entrance. "Ah, welcome, welcome." Dong Yinhua and his group got out of the car and talked with the school leaders. The principal kept referring to them as family, alumni, and part of the same lineage, leaving the students behind exchanging puzzled looks. To put it bluntly, this was just an affiliated middle school. Could they really claim such a connection? Old Ren, old Ren. Ren Yunqi turned his head and saw Zhu Yushu reaching out with his little chubby hand, calling him. He circled around from the back of the crowd, looking Zhu Yushu up and down. "Oh, what's the good news today?" Zhu Yushu exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, old Ren, you actually know how to read faces. The flesh on your cheeks is trembling from laughter." "Hurry up and get to the point," Ren Yunqi responded impatiently. "Ha, he, nothing else." Zhu Yushu chuckled. "I called the old man at home this morning, and my account suddenly had over 4 million. Hey, don't leave." Ren Yunqi said expressionlessly, "If you just called me here to show off, then you'll be today's practice target for star technique." "How could I? Showing off is for outsiders, we're good brothers." Zhu Yushu smiled somewhat sheepishly and said, "Well, brother, I need a favor from you. Could you ask those college students if they could help me assemble a set of mecha?" Ren Yunqi responded, "And then you'll suddenly become the strongest fighter among the three of us, and the leader's position will rotate to your family this year?" Zhu Yushu loudly protested, "Don't tarnish my innocence out of nowhere. Just say whether you'll help or not." Ren Yunqi let out a snort of laughter and turned to leave. Zhu Yushu did not give chase and cheerfully started humming a little tune. Dong Yinhua went to great lengths, bringing a large group of people on a special trip, but the real purpose was for Ren Yunqi. Of course, on the surface, it had to be said that it was to share experiences with the younger students of Donghai No. 1 High School. The location was also on the school's large playground. For a full 2 hours, Dong Yinhua only spoke for about 10 minutes, leaving the rest of the time to her teammates. Ding dong! Ren Yunqi opened his phone, and a new message popped up from the newly added contact. "Inhua Qinjin, location. A promise worth 1,000 gold, go to this place, I'll be there right away." The location Dong Yinhua chose was the largest martial arts gym in Donghai. As the name suggests, a martial arts gym is a place where the extraordinary train and engage in combat practice. It provides arenas and has professional private coaches. In terms of both privacy and environment, this place far surpasses the school playground. Ren Yunqi didn't wait long before Dong Yinhua appeared. She was dressed in a white, form-fitting martial arts outfit, her short hair tied up high with an elastic band, revealing a stretch of fair neck. Looking at her outfit, Ren Yunqi felt it looked familiar. "Dong Yinhua, use your star skill on me." Before the words were finished, Ren Yunqi raised his hand and cast a midnight. Dong Yinhua's gaze instantly turned hollow, and an overwhelming drowsiness surged into her mind. Nightmare cocoon. Ren Yunqi did not relax and immediately followed up with another move. At first, he had used this small combo to control the swamp frog, gaining precious time to escape. Dong Yinhua was clearly stronger than the swamp frog, but Ren Yunqi's star skill had also been upgraded to the bronze level. At this moment, a thought arose in Dong Yinhua's mind. This was her perception of the current situation. She was well aware that everything before her was an illusion, stemming from Ren Yunqi's magical innate star skill. However, why was the scene before her so vivid? She saw a giant black frog crouched in the ruins, devouring its dinner with large bites. A leg dangled outside, swaying with the frog's movements, with half a piece of clothing hanging on it that belonged to Jiaoying. Dong Yinua's eyes instantly regained their brightness, and she abruptly broke free from the nightmare. Then, she was confronted with a flame soaring into the sky. Fire Python. Ren Yunqi raised his staff high, quickly inscribing spells in the air. One by one, the spells swiftly took shape and combined. Fire Python times 2. Fire Python times 3. Dong Yinua advanced instead of retreating, lightly tapping the ground with her toes. Though there was no sound of impact, her body shot up like an arrow leaving the bowstring, relying on this slight force to suddenly soar and dart toward Ren Yunqi. Before Ren Yunqi's fire python could touch her, it was dispersed by the surging star power. What surprised Dong Yinua, however, was that Ren Yunqi did not dodge. A plush teddy bear appeared on his shoulder, spreading its arms in a hugging gesture. Holy Bear's embrace. A honey-colored light shot straight toward him. Dong Yinua reacted with astonishing speed. Even while charging forward, his body twisted sharply in mid-air, perfectly dodging the light. This is your star skill, right? It looks. Ren Yunqi clenched his hand, and the Holy Bear's embrace, which had just been a straight-line shot, instantly transformed into an area skill centered on him. Dong Yinua, who had just landed, happened to be within the skill's range. Dong Yinua gritted her teeth, but it was already too late. Her body had already let out a soft whimper. So comfortable. The discomfort caused by the nightmare cocoon just now was washed away in an instant. From Ren Yunqi's perspective, Dong Yinua's ears began to flush, the redness spreading to her collarbone. TSK. Don't say it. Although this senior looks ordinary, once she shows a contrasting side, her charm value skyrockets. If she pairs it with those rigid black-framed glasses, it would be even more perfect. You. Dong Yinua took a deep breath to regain composure, only to see Ren Yunqi across from her decisively raise both hands. I lost. I'm out of star power. Truly worthy of being a senior. Clearly, she won, but the victory felt so stifling. You've been accepted. Dong Yinua's tone carried a hint of frustration. The mistake just now cannot be undone. Don't talk about not being prepared in advance. When fighting in a different dimensional space against star beasts, will the star beasts let you prepare? This time, Ren Yunqi held her down for 2 or 3 seconds. If he had a teammate with enough firepower by his side, by this time next year, someone would surely be offering incense to Dong Yinua. But speaking of which, this teammate could be me. Thinking of this, Dong Yinua's mood instantly improved. Oh, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Dong Yinua, a sophomore at Dongwu University, a third-tier warrior, specializing in the spear. Clang! Her wrist flicked, and a bright silver spear spun into her hand. The spear was slender, its tip sharp, and it faintly glimmered with a bluish light. Oh, you're that one, the one from the ad. Blue wing power armor, making your extraordinary journey smooth all the way. Seeing her wield the spear, Ren Yunqi finally recalled the source of that inexplicable sense of familiarity. A month ago, he had just crossed over from the psychiatric department. When escaping the hospital, he saw an advertisement endorsed by Dong Yinua on a roadside electronic screen. As long as you participate in enough competitions, you'll also have this opportunity, Dong Yinua said. Then let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ren Yunqi, a first-tier mage, and my natal star skill is Holy Bears. Yeah. As soon as Yuzu heard the familiar name of the star technique, it immediately perked up, wanting to raise its hand. Dong Yinua reacted even faster, instantly retreating several meters, holding her spear horizontally in front of her. Yuzu, go back to sleep. Ren Yunqi pressed Yuzu's forehead, forcibly shoving it back despite its reluctance. Senior, it's fine now. Before using this move during the league, remember to inform me first, Dong Yinua said faintly. The National College League is broadcast live throughout the entire event. Who knows where a camera might be? Even if it's not the finals, it's perfectly normal for the number of online viewers to easily exceed tens of thousands. If I were to become famous nationwide in this way, that's definitely not something I want to happen. Dong Yinua, being straightforward by nature, immediately and decisively agreed once Ren Yunqi demonstrated his value. You're not registered in the Extraordinary Alliance yet? Dong Yinua asked. Come on, let's go right now. The certification for a first-level mage is very simple and does not require ranked combat. After Ren Yunqi filled out his personal information, the staff led him to the arena and asked him to release a star technique at a stationary target. A fire python sprayed out, completely enveloping the target. Impressive power, young man. You've put in quite some effort, the staff member in charge of testing praised. If this move were executed by a sophomore, it would be nothing out of the ordinary. But the registration information shows that Ren Yunqi is merely a freshman. He awakened just a month ago. Such talent is truly astonishing. The flames gradually subsided, leaving only a patch of embers on the ground. Dong Yinua stood to the side, her expression complex. Earlier, she had been fully focused on Ren Yunqi's innate star skill, but now she realized that his talent in spellcasting was equally extraordinary. How long had it taken her to master her first combat skill back then? A month and a half. Moreover, magic spells are universally acknowledged to be harder to cultivate than combat techniques, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many students switching disciplines in frustration. Dong Yinua was not unfamiliar with people who had the same speed as Ren Yunqi, but those individuals were now either in the imperial capital or in top universities in the magic capital. A thought involuntarily surfaced in Dong Yinuo's mind. Bringing Rin Yunqi to the competition now, was it helping him or elevating him? At this growth rate, when Rin Yunqi fully develops and looks back at the competition, perhaps the one benefiting will be himself. Mr. Rin, this is your CR. First level access has been activated for you. If it gets lost or damaged, please come to replace it in time. Ren Yunqi carefully examined the CR on his wrist. Thank you. It was a matte black watch. Judging by its appearance alone, it was far inferior to Zhao Ying's. It was like a first-generation Digivice placed next to a second-generation one. The first CR is a benefit provided by the state, free of charge. Dong Yinhua said, its main function is to scan information about star beasts, and it can also be used for communication within the interdimensional space. Can additional functions be added? Ren Yunqi asked curiously. Of course. Dong Yinhua showed the white CR on her wrist, and just by its appearance, it was much better than Zhao Ying's. Mine comes with 2 additional functions, an emergency protective shield and 1 square meter of spatial storage. Ren Yunqi suddenly understood. No wonder she could flip her hand and make a long spear appear out of thin air. How much did it cost? Dong Yinhua replied, 900,000, already covered by the national subsidy. Actually, I don't want it that much. Carrying the staff and luggage on my back is just fine. You always have to deliberately hold something back to let others know you're extraordinary. Training relies not only on talent and effort but also on resources. Dong Yinhua said, many times, money is strength. In those great families, how many spoiled brats reach the 3rd or even 4th tier just by piling up resources? As for the manifestation of life-bound spaces above the 5th tier, money alone cannot solve the problem. It's truly difficult for the underprivileged to rise. Without money and without good talent, it's almost impossible to stand out in a lifetime. Money itself is a kind of talent. While it can't solve all cultivation problems, without money, cultivation is nothing but problems. Especially the profession of a mecha master, where strength is almost entirely built with money. I suggest you buy a map function. It will be very useful when entering the dimensional space, Dong Yinhua said. How much? Ren Yunqi asked. The government provides special subsidies for this kind of function. A real-time map only costs 90,000. If you're interested, I also have some internal discounts. The receptionist's voice was so sweet it could make one feel overwhelmed, but the amount she mentioned was far from sweet. I can cover the rest for you if you're short on money, Dong Yinhua said. No need. Ren Yunqi took out a shiny, round crystal from his backpack. This should be enough, right? A level 2 star pearl? The 2 women simultaneously recognized it, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Dong Yinhua couldn't help but ask, this came from the swamp frog, right? And you just put it in your backpack? So what? I'm a student. Carrying a backpack is perfectly normal, isn't it? Ren Yunqi said matter-of-factly, if it weren't for the size being unsuitable, I would have considered using it as a walnut tray. When the walnut is polished, Dong Yinhua thought helplessly, if back when she was at the first stage, every single star bead had to be scraped out from her family's meager resources, and if she could have owned a second-level star bead, she would have worshipped it like a treasure. How could she be as casual as Ren Yunqi? Certainly, please wait a moment, sir, the receptionist said warmly. Star beads were always in high demand, and once collected, they were never hard to sell. She hurriedly went to find someone, her long legs wrapped in silk stockings stepping on high heels, producing a crisp sound on the tiles that was very pleasant to hear. Is it beautiful? Dong Yinhua asked. It's beautiful. Ren Yunqi's eyes were full of appreciation for the art. Do you usually look at it? Of course I do. Ren Yunqi confidently replied that he usually enjoyed evaluating various milk ice creams and chocolate ice creams. Moreover, perhaps due to the existence of the spatial spirit, the quality of furries and beast girls in this world was astonishingly high, almost corrupting even a gentleman like him. Well, at least you're honest, Dong Yinhua said somewhat helplessly. You're too kind. I just have an eye for discovering beauty, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Dong Yinhua said, I understand you're full of energy during puberty, but you must control yourself when it comes to bedroom matters, including your right hand. Self-discipline is key to not harming your body. Ren Yunqi, I practice spells. It has nothing to do with what you practice. Even a spellcaster needs a strong physique, otherwise, how can you adapt to various extra-dimensional spaces? Dong Yinhua said, starting tomorrow morning, you'll have to join the team for special training. At this moment, the receptionist returned. The star pearl of the swamp frog was purchased for a price of 100,000 yuan. With one transaction in and one out, Ren Yunqi essentially earned 10,000 yuan. Since the internal discount can only be used by employees' family members, how about we exchange contact information? You can reach out to me directly if you have any issues in the future, the receptionist said. This handsome little brother may be a bit young, and forcing myself on him would trouble my conscience, but he's certainly a feast for the eyes. Ren Yunqi had no objections to this at all, directly applying an internal discount of 10%. This meant he only needed to spend 9,000 yuan, equivalent to 2 months' salary for an average worker. The so-called real-time map is actually updated continuously based on data from transcendence. Dimensional spaces are not static. The terrain, types of star beasts, and the groups inhabiting them all require constant updates to the map to maintain accuracy. On the daily task board of the Transcendent Alliance, the task of uploading exploration maps has consistently ranked at the top. After the CR's functionality upgrade, there were no significant changes in its appearance. When Rin Yunqi activated the feature options, a faint glow emanated from the CR, followed by the appearance of a light screen panel. This is a map. The initial page displays a global map dotted with various light points, representing different interdimensional spaces. The usage is similar to a smartphone. By pinching open an area with 2 fingers, detailed information can be viewed. It's just like playing a browser game. Ren Yunqi plans to use these few days of free time to filter out interdimensional spaces suitable for leveling up and outputting. He has long been coveting the new Lifestar skill and is eager to find an ideal place to farm souls to compensate for his health bar's weakness. Dong Yinua's personality is evident from her shoulder-length short hair, exuding a decisive and efficient aura. Ren Yunqi had just registered as an extraordinary individual, and before his CR had even warmed up, he joined the team for special training. At 5:30 in the morning, the sun had just risen, and apart from sanitation workers and breakfast stalls, there were hardly any other people on the streets. On the street, Dong Yinua shouted commands loudly. Don't fall behind. Use star power to infuse your muscles. No stopping. Faster. Faster. Adjust your breathing rhythm, you guys in the back. What's going on? Do you want the star power to burn through your lungs? She held a loudspeaker of unknown origin in her hand, shouting at the crowd. She ran like the wind, effortlessly taking the lead, while the others could only grit their teeth and struggle to keep up. Ren Yunqi was also in the running group, sprinting with all his might, barely managing to keep pace with the others. Huff, huff, huff. Each breath he took carried a metallic, bloody sweetness, as if the taste of rust was mixed in his breathing. 10 minutes ago, Ren Yunqi had already felt he was nearing his limit. His chest burned with pain, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Yet, he did not stop moving. Despite his body trembling, his steps remained steady and agile. Yip. Yuzu let out a sound in the natal space, its shiny black eyes filled with worry. Just sleep soundly, Ren Yunqi responded, carefully sensing the feeling of his muscles losing strength, gradually being replenished by star power. After the run, he had breakfast. The moment the food was served, he finally understood Jiang Nian's feelings. Dieting? With this level of energy expenditure, if Lao Nian didn't eat more, he would have long turned into a skeleton or a starving ghost. Donghai Fortress City, Martial Arts Hall. We just received the notification that this year's tournament will be held on the outskirts of the Dongyuan Rainforest. Registration has ended, and the team lineup cannot be changed. The team members stood neatly in a row, with Dong Yinua in front of them and Rin Yunqi standing to the side. The gravity coefficient is 2.3 g, and the oxygen concentration has reached 32%, which is 11 points higher than the external 21%. Most of the star beasts have already been dealt with by the military. The remaining star beast, Poison Puppet, is level 2. Its attack power is not strong, but if shattered, it will self-destruct and spray highly acidic pus. In terms of the environment, the Dongyuan rainforest contains irregular miasma, slightly toxic with extremely low visibility, and the ground is filled with muddy swamps. Therefore, it can be said that this survival competition is the most dangerous one in history. Dong Yinua glanced around at everyone, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her face. Everyone, we are very fortunate. The biggest survival obstacle in the eastern rainforest is poison, and our new teammate happens to solve this problem. Dong Yinua had personally experienced Rin Yunqi's embrace of the holy bear, and also learned from Zhaoing that the strength of this star skill was sufficient to neutralize the toxins of a level 2 star beast. For this survival match, it's simply perfect. I suggest we use a dual-core strategy for this battle. I'll handle the combat, while Rin Yunqi acts as support, ready to detoxify teammates at any time. Wu Ning, you're responsible for creating favorable terrain. Han Xiaofeng, use your plant space to clear the dense forest and open up a path. The remaining team members will join me in handling the combat. We'll conduct specialized training over the next few days based on our professional roles and coordination. Dong Yinua gave out instructions one by one, clearly very familiar with her teammates. Her tactical arrangement was so standard it was surprising, as if it had been copied straight from a textbook. This is the preliminary tactical arrangement. If you have any suggestions, you can tell me now, Dong Yinua said. No objections. Boss, it's up to you. Ha ha ha, my opinion is that the positioning is too far back. I'm looking forward to taking down a few more opponents. Bring a few more bottles of Star Pearl condensate to replenish star power. The star pearls from the poison puppets don't seem directly absorbable. Everyone engaged in a lively discussion, making the entire room bustling with excitement. Ren Yunqi remained silent, focused on the CR as he reviewed information about the eastern rainforest. Dong Yinua asked, Ren Yunqi, what do you think? I have an immature idea, Ren Yunqi replied. I think this match doesn't need to be played. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and Dong Yinua couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? First of all, just because we're not not afraid of poison doesn't mean other teams aren't, Ren Yunqi said. Why not set a trap and lure them over? Wu Ning couldn't help but object. The others aren't fools. How could they fall for it so easily? In a clear state of mind, no one is a fool. But what about after spending a day or two in the rainforest? Ren Yunqi said. Don't even mention surviving in the rainforest. How many people collapse just climbing Mount Tai, lying on the 18 bends in a daze? The first 2 days are when all teams are in their best condition. We can temporarily avoid confrontation and prepare in advance. What kind of traps can we set? Ground pits? Wu Ning asked, as this was something he was skilled at. No, quite the opposite. I need you to level the land. Ren Yunqi said with a smile. I just checked the CR map. There's a type of green blow mushroom in the swamp area of the Eastern Plains rainforest that releases hallucinogenic toxic gas when it matures. Grow mushrooms. At this moment, Ren Yunqi's smile appeared exceptionally terrifying to everyone. Grow lots and lots of green blow mushrooms, and let our competitors have a good taste. Isn't this too insidious? It is indeed insidious, but I suddenly feel a bit excited. I can help too. I'm very good at growing mushrooms. As long as there's enough star power, I can grow as many as you need, Han Xiaofang said, raising her hand. Her face was full of eagerness, as if she couldn't wait to jump into the battlefield and show her skills. Everyone looked at Dong Yinhua, awaiting her decision. Do it! Dong Yinhua made the call. We haven't broken any rules. As long as we win in the end, this isn't called being sneaky, it's called battle intelligence. Her conscience was temporarily suppressed. All she could think about now was winning. As it turns out, humans always exhibit an extraordinary enthusiasm for actions that harm others for their own benefit. Captain Dong Yinhua was stunned to find that the teammates who had previously shouted let the boss decide, Captain, it's up to you, and we have no objections had now all turned into tactical masters. If you ask me, we can gather a cloud of mist to cover up the green blow mushrooms. No, who would be bored enough to charge into the mist? What do you mean? But the green blow mushrooms are more conspicuous than dog poop, and they're not blind. Several people argued heatedly and decided to consult Ren Yunqi. A group of college students humbly seeking advice from a high school freshman was already a strange sight. However, neither side seemed to find anything inappropriate, with one side asking bold questions and the other speaking eloquently. The way of mushroom cultivation is a mix of truth and illusion and truth, combining the two, with both illusion and truth. Who says there can only be one method? Ren Yunqi said. How did you come to that conclusion? For example, the green blow mushrooms from the first 3 waves can be planted outside, and then the next wave can be planted inside. Ren Yunqi continued. Aren't there poisonous puppets in the Eastern Plains rainforest? Their combat strength is so weak, we can catch a few and release them into the mist, making them afraid to enter. After they step on them a few times and use up most of their antidotes, they'll probably take the risk of entering the mist. By then, the green blow mushrooms we prepared will come in handy. A few shallow, a few deep, the most unbearable. Ren Yunqi laughed, and everyone understood tacitly. In an instant, the sinister and eerie laughter of men and women echoed in the cramped room, making one's skin crawl. Dong Yinhua couldn't help but say, this is the ideal situation, but what if they don't follow our plan? What does it matter? Ren Yunqi spread his hands. It was an extra gain to begin with. With so many teams, taking down just one is already a profit. The Dongyuan rainforest was never a kind place. Teams exhausted to the brink, how could they have the energy to distinguish between truth and deception? One more thing, if a mage uses star techniques to bombard the green blow mushrooms, how should we respond? Ren Yunqi said, my suggestion is to use wind attribute star techniques to blow the rising poisonous mist away. We can also make use of local materials, add some color to the poisonous mist, and you senior warriors can attack amidst the chaos. We can be even bolder. Ren Yunqi said enthusiastically, no one said we have to plant on the ground. We can cut down trees to block the road, plant mushrooms under the logs, and as soon as they clear the path, hee. Young man, you're so naughty. Hey, listen to me, I just thought of a great idea. The discussion became lively again, and Dong Yinhua, who had been watching the whole time, couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her opponent. Encountering such a little genius, there's hope in this lifetime. Wait a moment, I'm still, Donghai Yaosai City, Martial Arts Hall. In a room, a stifled voice seeped through the tightly shut doors and windows, making it seem even more forbidden. It's already been a week. What exactly are those people doing in there? A coach asked. The colleague chuckled. Maybe they're having a party in there. Why don't you go in and ask if you can join? Get lost. The coach laughed and cursed, but he couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. There were indeed a few inside who were very much his type. That kind of youthful, invincible vibe was something the lonely members couldn't achieve, no matter how expensive their cosmetics were. A girl's collagen is the best makeup. Inside the room. Bro, slow down, I really can't take it anymore. Wu Ning, drenched in sweat and with a dazed look in his eyes, pleaded repeatedly as he watched Ren Yunqi walking over. Pathetic. You don't complain during training, but when it matters, you chicken out, Dong Yinhua said bluntly. Boss, this isn't the way it should be. Wu Ning's face was full of bitterness. This move feels too outrageous. All of a sudden, my legs went weak. Still not enough practice. Keep going. thrilling. Dong Yinhua turned and left. Ren Yunqi sighed and patted his shoulder. Brother Wu, I don't want it to be like this either. You'll get used to it after more practice. Desensitization. Desensitization? Damn, this isn't even a fight. Embrace of the Holy Bear descended, and the latter half of Wu Ning's voice was instantly stuck in his throat. They were undergoing special training. Real special training. The special training focuses on how to overcome the strong side effects of Sacred Bear's Embrace. Anyone who has experienced this star skill knows that the more one falls into an abnormal state, the harder it is to resist that sudden feeling of comfort. Recruiting Ren Yunqi into the team was definitely not to turn the members into weaklings. Ren Yunqi readily complied and took on the role of training instructor. The team members were all wearing heavy-weighted armor. Ren Yunqi specifically targeted those who were sweating profusely but gritting their teeth to persevere. With one-star technique, the opponent rolled their eyes and almost collapsed to the ground. Truly wicked. Everyone was furious, secretly cursing in their hearts. There was nothing they could do. Everyone knew Ren Yunqi's background, and after a few days of interaction, they understood him. This is someone who can come up with all kinds of mischievous ideas. Don't be fooled by his lack of combat strength. If you truly offend him, the result is guaranteed to be one word: death, social death. During the breaks in training the team members, Ren Yunqi also practiced his own spells. At first, he wanted to use a staff but was stopped by the team's mage, De Tao. During regular training, don't use a staff. It's easy to become dependent on it, De Tao said. Do you know what a straight edge is? Ren Yunqi, I graduated from elementary school. Using a staff to write spells is like using a ruler and compass to draw shapes. Once you get used to it, you'll find it hard to draw a perfect straight line freehand. Although the example was simple, Ren Yunqi understood what De Tao meant. Hand-drawn, then hand-drawn. What he is practicing now is also a fire attribute star skill called Flame Cage, which requires 6 spell combinations. 3 of them are the same as Fire Python, and the rest are more or less fire attribute spells, making them much easier to master. Brother, take a break, it's time to eat. A tap on the shoulder brought Ren Yunqi's thoughts back from the spell. You're really strange. How can you be so engrossed in looking at spells? The speaker was Yuan, a second-tier mage. When Yuan first arrived, his impression of Ren Yunqi wasn't very good, mainly because he was overly arrogant, yet Dong Yinhua favored Ren Yunqi more, even saying that if he didn't cooperate, he could just go stare at the water dispenser. Can 18 or 19-year-olds handle this? This was his thought a few days ago. Now Yuan had given in and started to show his goodwill. Because it gives me a sense of accomplishment, Ren Yunqi replied. I feel like I've been in great shape lately. I can learn a new spell in just a day or two, and I should be able to master Flame Cage before the league starts. The lunch was unbelievably luxurious, specially ordered from a high-end restaurant, and consisted entirely of Star Beast cuisine. Many were old acquaintances of Ren Yunqi, having spent time together day and night on the front lines, but now they had turned into slices or even sauce. Come, eat more. Wow. The texture of this purple striped octopus is absolutely amazing, so tender and sweet. The meaning of life is right here. The college students ate with oil dripping from their mouths. Ren Yunqi asked, don't you eat like this in college? Whoa, bro, are you joking? What kind of conditions would let us eat Star Beast meat every day? De Tao managed to free up a moment from his busy eating. This meal costs $100,000. Eat a few more and you could buy a magic staff. This is a benefit from the school. Only the main team members participating in the competition can enjoy it, said Dong Yinhua. Compared to ordinary people, the extraordinary need to consume more energy. Zhang Niannian's behavior was characterized by an enormous appetite, finishing a pile of bowls in a manner reminiscent of scenes from old Hong Kong movies. However, if the ingredients were replaced with star beasts, the situation would be completely different. The meat of star beasts contains the star power of the star beasts. The fresher the meat, the more concentrated the star power. Over time, it will dissipate significantly, Dong Yinhua explained. But when I was on the front lines before, I hardly ever saw them eating star beasts, Ren Yunqi asked in confusion. That's because most star beast meat is toxic, unlike star orbs, which are pure concentrations of star power. Han Xiaofang, who had been busy practicing mushroom cultivation these past 2 days, interjected, only a very small number of high-end restaurants are qualified to handle star beast ingredients. If a safety incident occurs, their license is immediately revoked. Ren Yunqi stopped asking questions. Seeing everyone eating heartily, he also felt hungry and began to eat with great relish. In front of him was a mutated crab, its surface having a rough, rocky texture, and its 2 massive claws visibly plump and juicy. The restaurant thoughtfully cracked the main claws and drizzled them with a reddish-brown sauce. Ren Yunqi eagerly brought the moist crab meat to his mouth. The dense texture blooms on the tip of the tongue, tingling and rushing straight to the temples, with the eardrums also buzzing slightly in discomfort. It really is too thrilling. Brother, it's not that I begrudge you eating, but you better take it easy. Overconsumption of star energy is no joke. Don't worry, I feel great. Ren Yunqi's eyes sparkled. The passive skill of Heart of the Sacred Bear was fully activated, star power remained stable, and there were no signs of backlash. newsflash. Anyway, the entire bill was being covered by Dongwu University, and besides, Ren Yunqi had no concerns to begin with. Eating happily, when the crab was gone, he reached his chopsticks toward the giant grilled fish, showing no intention of stopping. This scene undoubtedly caused a wave of astonishment among the others. This young man's talent is simply defying the heavens. Does Star Force not repel him? Yuan felt another pang of jealousy. No wonder he dared to claim he could cast spells all day. I see. In this world, the most frustrating thing is someone showing off right in front of you. But they don't even need to brag, they're simply stating the facts. What's even more frustrating is that all of this is just too real. The College League, officially known as the National College Extraordinary Professional League. In September, the campus selection competition kicks off, with each school selecting the best members under the age of 20 to join the school team. In October, the regional qualifiers began, humorously referred to online as the free-for-all. The competition is divided into 5 major regions: East, West, South, North, and Central, with over 20 university teams participating in each region. The regional qualifiers use a points system, with the same scoring program installed on each player's CR. Each player starts with 3 points, and every time they are defeated, points are deducted from their CR. If their points reach 0, they are eliminated. In the end, the top 32 teams in the overall standings will advance. In December, the advancing teams will compete in a challenge tournament. After rounds of battles, the ultimate winner will be determined. In the early morning, a high-speed train traveled through the fresh air, swiftly heading toward its destination. How much farther? Ren Yunqi asked. About 300 kilometers, I guess, the person next to him replied. TSK. The wealthy and extravagant Dongwu University directly reserved an entire train car for the team to rest. Why not take a plane? Wouldn't it be faster? Ren Yunqi asked curiously. It was originally planned, but a new interdimensional space gate has opened in the area the route must pass through, Dong Yinhua explained. Before the interdimensional space is thoroughly investigated, no one dares to act rashly. A similar incident occurred a few years ago, where a passenger-filled flight was sucked into a newly opened interdimensional space. At an altitude of thousands of meters, there was no room for struggle. The plane crashed directly, a horrifying tragedy. And now, this interdimensional space has become a forbidden zone for most transcendents, striking fear into all who hear of it. Ren Yunqi got up from the sleeper berth and sat on the small chair by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. At this moment, the sky had not fully brightened, shrouded in a gray haze, and his face appeared particularly clear on the glass. After nearly a month of special training, his muscle definition had become even more refined than before. Unlike the bulges developed in the gym in his previous life, now it feels more like the compactness of steel wires repeatedly folded and tempered. When sitting still, his chest hardly rises and falls, and his pupils have become exceptionally clear and spirited. This is the result of special training in feasting on star beasts. Relying on someone else footing the bill and his affinity with star power, Yunqi stuffed all kinds of good things into his mouth. Although he now prides himself on being grassroots, looking across the nation, how many people like him, who have continuously gained resources since awakening with just a 1% success rate, can there be? Even if we encounter an interdimensional space, there's nothing to fear. I think we're terrifyingly strong now, Wu Ning said with a chuckle. Me too. Let's start by killing a few level 2 star beasts for fun, then take level 3 star beasts as the main course, and use star pearls to play slingshot, Ren Yunqi chimed in. Your thinking is too narrow. Be more ambitious, let's directly blow up an energy mother nest to digest. Everyone was enthusiastically bragging, but Dong Yinhua didn't mind. This was a normal way to release pressure before the competition. Do you think we can make it to the national top 4 this time? Ren Yunqi joined in the excitement. The carriage instantly fell silent. Brother, don't mess around, Wu Ning said with a dry laugh. The national top 4? I wouldn't even dare to dream of something so extravagant. Top 4 in the division? Ren Yunqi asked tentatively. Not even that, Yuan, who was standing nearby, said. Our Dongwu University has never made it to the arena competition so far. The school's goal is to be in the top 8 of the division. Don't underestimate yourself. What we can do is give our best effort and strive for the best results we can achieve, Dong Yinhua said solemnly. In fact, their team is the most outstanding representative team from Dongwu University in the past decade. Captain Dong Yinhua, Warrior, 3rd tier. Vice Captain, Mage-type, 3rd tier. Warrior Chi Z, Tier 2 peak. Mage Wu Ning, Tier 2 peak. To be honest, Spirit Plant Master Han Xiaofeng, Tier 2 peak. Mage Yuan, Tier 2 peak. Mecha Engineer Hong Xiao, Level 2 General Purpose Mecha. And Ren Yunqi, the accompanying team doctor, Level 1. However, on the stage of the national college competition, this level of strength is not impressive. For Dongwu University, this feels like a fish pond match, not the one fishing with explosives, but the fish being blown up. This point was clear to both the senior management of Dongwu University and the team captain, Dong Yinhua. The reason she agreed to let Ren Yunqi join the team, to be honest, was simply to delay the time of being blown up as much as possible, so that even if they were salvaged, they could fetch a better price. In past leagues, the top 3 have always been fixed. The Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, and the Northwest Military University take turns dominating. Whether it's the students' talent, the school's heritage, or the support of renowned teachers, none of the other schools can compare, Dong Yinhua said. Ren Yunqi asked curiously, then how strong are their team members? With my level of skill, I can't even make it into their second team. Everyone is at the third tier as a standard, and it's the kind of third tier honed through real combat experience. Dong Yinhua said, take the captain of the Imperial Capital team, Zhou Ziyuan, for example. He's a true third tier peak, and many people say he's just one decisive ranking match away from reaching the fourth tier. Then there's Zhang Yifan from the Magic Capital. He's the most renowned young spirit master in the country, summoning otherworldly creatures that are increasingly powerful. It's widely acknowledged that he'll definitely make it into the Global League's China representative team in his third year of university. And let's talk about Fong Xiao from the Northwest Military University, nicknamed Hell Thundersea. He once single-handedly wiped out a group led by a third-tier star beast and declared that his next target is to take down the Energy Mother Nest. Zhou Ziyuan, Zhang Yifan, Fong Xiao. Ren Yunqi casually searched on his phone and immediately found a ton of information about them. They even had their own dedicated forums and support teams. De Tao said, you can now be considered part of the Extraordinary Circle. You can register a forum account. The information about many extraordinary players is worth referencing. The Extraordinary Forum is practically a mix of Tieba, Shihu, and Xia Honshu from the previous life. Here, you can find diving experts, hardcore enthusiasts, detail-oriented individuals, and mindless fans. Registration is also very simple. You can log in directly with your phone number. The high-speed train still had a long way to go, so Ren Yunqi simply lay back on the sleeper and opened the forum to start browsing. Data Master, Power Rankings of the 5 Major Regions version 3.2, Real-Time Updates. Massive collection of wicked materials. Come join the competition. My screenshot key can't wait any longer. Original, Zhang Yifan times Wu Kai-Jian fanfiction, the love between a rising star and a stern captain, Yifan star turn, enter only if interested. This damn title is really eye-catching. He clicked on it and watched for a while, then silently exited after half a minute. I'm not clean anymore. Ren Yunqi murmured to himself. The censorship in this world is truly ridiculous. They actually want me to pay emotional damage fees just to view this post. Aside from these particularly abstract posts, most of the content is still relatively serious. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior followed Spell Forum. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior followed Staff Beast Soldier Bar. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior followed Star Beast Bar. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior followed. Hello, audience friends. This is the opening ceremony of the National College Extraordinary Profession League Eastern Division. 20 kilometers from here is the venue for this competition, the East Plains Rainforest Dimensional Space. Although it's still very early, the site is already packed with enthusiastic spectators. On a bus, Ren Yunqi looked out through the one-sided glass. Wow, the number of spectators is astonishing. Isn't this just the case of everything else is inferior, only the extraordinary stands out? This can't even be considered a small event. Wu Ning said with a smile. De Tao was speechless. What are you showing off about? They're here for Zhang Yifan from Magic City. So what? He has Zhang Yifan, I have Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi was completely indifferent. Wu Ning looked serious. Brother, when you become a star mage, don't forget to let me write on your fame. Ren Yunqi readily agreed. Alright, when the time comes, I'll write a memoir and it will say, when I first awakened, I was very confused, doubting whether I had the talent to walk this path, until I met the person who changed my life. Wu Ning from Dongwu University. You're praising me too much, it's a bit embarrassing. Influencing a lifetime and all that. That's too much, Wu Ning said modestly. Ren Yunqi continued. At that time, I was really dumbfounded. I never thought even someone like that could advance to the second tier and even represent the school in competitions. What was I lacking? Why couldn't I do it? Wu Ning. The others in the car were already laughing uncontrollably, and even Dong Yinhua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop clowning around. Ren Yunqi chuckled softly, his gaze once again turning to the window. Outside the window, a large group of girls wearing dark blue fan support t-shirts were holding up support signs, cheering excitedly. Zhang Yifan, Zhang Yifan, 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 destined to be extraordinary. Yifan is invincible. Yifan is #1. Mom loves you. Looking at those banners held high, the fervent fans, and the deafening chants, a flame flickered in Ren Yunqi's eyes. This is ambition. A true man should be like this. To become extraordinary is to embrace the spotlight and truly feel the passion. Meanwhile, on the other side, so many people. A slim, fair-skinned young man, as white as jade, looked at the fans outside cheering wildly and shrank his neck. Yifan, aren't you going out to greet your fans? A teammate teased. Don't, absolutely not. They're too terrifying. Zhang Yifan shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. As an extraordinary being, you have to face things bravely. You can't always be afraid to show yourself, right? Captain Wu Kaijian said. Zhang Yifan just shook his head. The teammates looked at each other, helpless. Zhang Yifan is a genius. He broke through the third tier at the age of 18 and represented Magic City in competitions at 19. His spirit summoning technique is incredibly powerful, with beasts surging like a tide. Countless opponents have fallen at his hands. In the global tournament 2 years later, he was already a guaranteed member of the Huaxia national team, something even Zhou Ziyuan from the imperial capital and Fang Xiao from the Northwest Military Academy couldn't achieve. But he is also a social anxiety sufferer, becoming so nervous and flustered that he doesn't know what to do when interacting with fans even slightly more than usual. Yifan, you're really wasting your fame for nothing. If it were me, just by taking gigs, variety shows, and endorsements, I could earn enough resources for fourth-tier cultivation, Wu Kaizhen said, exasperated. No. You. The two argued endlessly. Not far away, a female team member covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with affection. If you looked closely, you could even see her throat slightly trembling as she swallowed. What's wrong with you? The teammate asked curiously. The female team member looked utterly enchanted. Such a great pairing. The rugged captain from the Northeast and that delicate genius boy. Oh, she must have lost her mind. Stop reading fanfiction on the forums so much. Besides, haven't you seen Yifan's combat mode? How is he even remotely weak? Hidden attack, it's even better now. The location for the opening ceremony was rather peculiar, with 3 solitary towering buildings standing on the ground, arranged in a triangular shape surrounding a spacious square. Judging solely by appearance, it was even less impressive than the opening scene at Donghai No. 1 High School. Does it feel strange? Dong Inua asked. Ran Yunqi nodded. A little. These 3 buildings are the stacked building area, Dong Inua explained. Dongyuan Rainforest was the first dimensional space in the entire eastern region where the energy mother nest was destroyed and officially declared pacified. The stacked building area, originally serving as a buffer defense line, was transformed into a memorial square. Ran Yunqi suddenly understood. Under the guidance of the staff, the group headed toward the team representative area. Apart from the cheerleaders arranged by Tobu University, there were no fans around, so not much time was delayed during the procession. Excuse me, student, may I trouble you for an interview? Ren Yunqi looked at the reporter holding a microphone in front of him, then turned to look at Dong Inua. Make it quick, we'll wait for you inside. After saying this, Dong Inua continued forward with the other team members. Why not interview me? Wu Ning muttered. Because you're not as handsome as him, the usually silent mecha engineer Hong Xiao said leisurely. True, another taciturn member of the 7 agreed. Damn, is it really that superficial? I always thought the 2 of us had our own merits. You can fool your brothers, but don't fool yourself, did Tao interjected. Looking at his teammates, apart from the captain Dong Inua, everyone else tacitly nodded. I really hate you bunch of shallow people, Wu Ning said indignantly. Look at the captain, he never doubts me. Aren't you just self-deprecating for fun? Dong Inua responded calmly. It felt like a knife deeply piercing Wu Ning's heart. Is this your first time representing the school in a competition? The reporter asked with a bright smile. Yes, this is my first time in life, Ran Yunqi answered honestly. I'm quite excited. The director and principal both said I'm the only hope of the entire school, Ran Yunqi said. Such high praise? The reporter asked in surprise. She chose to interview him partly because there were too many people around Zhang Yifan and partly because Ren Yunqi was handsome, which made it easier to attract viewers. She hadn't expected him to be a hidden ace. Yes, the principal told me personally before I left, Ren Yunqi said with a calm expression, showcasing his honest side. I didn't lie in the first place. Doesn't Donghai No. 1 High School count as a school? Then can I ask, what do you think about this competition? How do you predict your performance will be? The reporter continued to press. It's hard to say right now, but I can tell you this, I will achieve the best result in our school's history. This record won't be broken for at least the next 10 years. Ren Yunqi's face radiated confidence as he glanced at CR. It's about time. I'll head in first. Last question. The young female reporter instinctively felt this was a major scoop and quickly followed up. What do you think of Modu University? They are the dominant force in the Eastern Division. If you, as the ace, face them head-on, do you have the confidence to defeat them? As I said before, my strength is absolutely beyond anything they can imagine. Ran Yunqi made a V sign at the camera and turned to leave. Donghai No. 1 High School, on the sports field, inside an energy shield. Zhu Yushu channeled his star power, Rock Mountain. The oversized t-shirt he was wearing, printed with "Men Must Fight," was instantly torn into a crop top. How does it feel? CR. Ha, Master Zhu, I did it. Zhu Yushu laughed like a duck. The mecha from Dongwu University is truly impressive, perfectly compatible with my Rock Mountain space, and it only cost 3 million. Miss Hong Xiao, the mecha master, is simply my idol. Introducing Hong Xiao to Ren Yunqi, someone I know, is quite an achievement this time. At the final exam, Master Zhu will surely amaze everyone. Doesn't old Ren love showing off in front of others? This time, let's make him taste what it's like to be outshone. I can't wait to see his dumbfounded expression. Just as Zhu Yushu was preparing to laugh, he noticed a group of people on the playground hurrying toward the cafeteria. Quick, go watch the league live broadcast. Someone from our school is being interviewed. He said he would would punch Wu Kaijian and kick Zhang Yifan. He's showing off in front of the whole nation. The version I saw on the forum was dominate the finals. At the peak of transcendence, I stand. Hurry up, if we're late, there won't be any space left. With the assistance of the mech, Zhu Yushu heard it clearly, but his mind didn't process it in time, and the attached liquid metal instantly went out of control. Bad, terrible, can't control it, over there. At the same time, cafeteria. On a dining table, there were 3 plates of oversized grilled meat rice, with several plump chicken legs crudely stuck into the rice. Through the gap between the chicken drumsticks, Zhang Yanyan's small oval face could be seen. At this moment, Zhang Yanyan raised her head, staring intently at the large TV hanging in the center of the cafeteria, her mouth agape. Lao Run, Ran Yunqi. Zhang Yanyan was absolutely certain in his heart that this young man, who was spouting nonsense with a straight face in front of the reporters, was none other than the old Ren he had grown up with day and night. What is he doing? Talking nonsense in front of the entire nation? No, that's not right. Thinking about it carefully, Ren Yunqi actually wasn't lying at all. Every single word he said was the truth. But who could have imagined that a student from an affiliated high school would actually participate in the college extraordinary league? The girl eating together exclaimed in surprise, Nian Nian, isn't that your childhood friend? Zhang Nian stared intently at Ren Yunqi, who appeared completely at ease on the screen, her heart surging with emotions. This guy, seriously, making such jokes in such a formal setting. What if he gets criticized online? Zhang Nian was calculating the few coins left in her little stash. Damn, if Ren Yunqi really got cyberbullied, she might even have to borrow money to afford a cleanup army. Donghai Yaosai City, residential area, an ordinary apartment building, a princess room with pink decor. A pair of pale pinkish white feet kicked off the summer quilt, revealing a girl underneath wearing a thin t-shirt, stretching lazily like a worm while letting out strange cries. What time is it? The girl reached out on the bed, felt around for her phone, and glanced at the time. It's still early, let me sleep a bit longer. Her toes were round yet overly nimble, gripping the summer quilt like a little hamster, ready to pull it back over her body. At that moment, the sudden blaring ringtone of her phone startled the girl, her curled toes almost cramping. Hey, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, watch out, I might. Yun Shu, your brother is famous. He was on TV. I knew brother Yunqi would definitely become a big star. Who could resist someone so handsome? The girl across from her screamed excitedly. Yes. Ren Yunshu sat up from the bed, her bun tilted to one side and swaying. She quickly put on her slippers and ran outside. Keep it down, don't disturb the neighbors downstairs. On the sofa sat a middle-aged woman who bore a 70% resemblance to her, only with more wrinkles. Yes, comrade Wang Xiumei. Such impudence. Look at you, what kind of daughter is as careless and reckless as you? And also, alright, mom, dear mom, please stop nagging, lift your noble self, I need to grab the remote. Ren Yunshu quickly turned on the TV. Wang Xiumei kept nagging beside her, watching TV first thing in the morning. And you're wearing your brother's t-shirt as pajamas again. Don't you have your own? Ren Yunshu swiftly switched to CCTV channel 1. A familiar face appeared on the screen. Wang Xiumei's nagging came to an abrupt halt. The mother and daughter stared at Ren Yunqi, who confidently said in front of the camera, my strength is absolutely beyond their imagination, their minds going blank in an instant. Was that your brother just now? Wang Xiumei asked uncertainly, isn't this the college league? I don't know either. Ren Yunshu hurriedly called Ren Yunqi, dialing 7 or 8 times in a row but never getting through. What did the reporters ask? When Ren Yunqi came up, Dong Yinhua casually asked. Nothing much, just feelings, expectations for the future, and stuff like that. The questions weren't very meaningful, Ren Yunqi replied. Dong Yinhua asked, so how did you answer? I told the truth. Although this is just a regional competition, it's still broadcast nationwide. I couldn't just make something up, Ren Yunqi said. Whoosh, brother, you, sigh. What a waste of talent. Wu Ning, standing nearby, said with a pained expression, such a precious opportunity, and you just wasted it like that. Ren Yunqi humbly asked for advice. What do you mean? What is the purpose of us participating in the league? It's to make a name for ourselves. You have to let people know that Dongwu University exists. Wu Ning continued, brother, you're still young. Listen to something you might not like to hear. I've been an extraordinary being for so many years, and I know far more than you do. Being extraordinary isn't about shutting yourself away to cultivate, it's about understanding the ways of the world. Imagine this, when you're filling out your college application after the entrance exams, if there are 2 schools of the same level, one that's wildly popular online and one that's obscure, which one would you choose? Of course, the former. Ren Yunqi naturally played the role of a supporter. Exactly. Wu Ning revealed a teachable child smile. So, next time there's an interview, feel free to brag a little, it's no big deal. Extraordinary people, after all, who doesn't have a bit of courage and sharpness? Everyone will understand. It's okay even if you fail, just admit it openly. After all, you didn't exaggerate it too much, and you might even gain some goodwill in the process. This way, you'll become famous, the school will gain attention, the principal will be happy. happy, and everyone benefits. This is truly a great deal. As expected of Brother Wu, I'll definitely learn from you next time. Ryan Yunchi praised loudly. Alright, the kid's not bad, don't lead him astray, Dong Yinhua said. The opening ceremony is about to start, sit tight. Amid the casual chatter of the crowd, the opening ceremony of the National College Extraordinary League commenced as scheduled. Security personnel kept the enthusiastic audience and fans outside, while reporters swarmed in, scrambling to secure the best spots for shooting at the front, with camera flashes going off incessantly. An extra-long red carpet was rolled out, and numerous prominent figures walked across it one after another, courteously yielding to each other. That gentleman is Mr. Yu, the former chief commander of the Eastern Rainforest Space's defense line. He's 80 years old this year and still in great spirits. That bald man is Deputy Minister Zhang from the education sector. And over there, the Extraordinary Alliance City Councilor. Wow, even the people from the Elder Council are here. The Ma family, the Ji family, the Lu family, what fierce competition, even vying for talent here. Wu Ning was very familiar with these prominent figures and introduced them to Rin Yunchi one by one. What level is their strength approximately? Rin Yunchi asked curiously. You've asked the right person. Wu Ning replied with a smile. Old Master Yu is at the 6th tier, and Deputy Minister Zhang is also at the 6th tier, but their combat levels are worlds apart. Representatives of extraordinary families are generally at the peak of the 5th tier. Reaching the 6th tier means they can establish their own sect. The strongest among them should be Elder Lin. Anyone who can stand in that position is definitely a formidable figure. Wu Ning's face showed longing. Look at that applause. When will I ever get to enjoy such glory? Rin Yunchi teased with a smile. He's at the 6th tier, and you're only at the 2nd tier. There's a big gap. Brother, you can't calculate it like that. If I can cross the 4th tier in this lifetime, I'll be satisfied. I don't even dare to dream of the 5th tier. Silence. A powerful figure shouted loudly in the central square. A voice as resonant as a great bell instantly rang out, covering the entire opening ceremony venue. The visible sound waves in the air directly suppressed the noisy chatter. Wow, a manifestation of the life-bound space. Truly worthy of the National League. Even the ones maintaining order are 5th tier experts. Keep your voice down, be careful, don't get kicked out. The entire venue quieted down as the host responsible for warming up the crowd took the stage, announced the competition rules, and then invited Old Master Yu to give a speech. Seeing you young people really makes this old man happy. Old Master Yu looked just like any elderly man doing morning exercises in the park, except for those startlingly bright eyes. The Dongyuan rainforest. Back then, my old comrades and I spent over a decade to finally eliminate all the mother nests inside, turning the star beast purgatory into a land of resources. This is the pride of my life. Now I am old, but you are still young. The future belongs to you. Now, I officially announce that the regional competition of this league has officially begun. On the large screen in the square, information about each team appeared. According to the competition rules, each team would be deployed in batches to different locations within the space, experiencing 5 days of survival. The host brought a box containing numbers to Mr. Yu, inviting him to draw numbers to determine the order. Mr. Yu reached into the box and pulled out a slip of paper. Number 1, Jiangzhou University. Jiangzhou University was on par with Dongwu University, both being second-tier institutions. Number 2, Mingzhou Mecha Technology University. The scene immediately erupted in a commotion. Mingzhou Mecha Technology University was the top zero holy land in the hearts of most mecha engineers in the eastern region, its appeal even rivaling that of Modu University. In recent years, Mingzhou University of Technology has been quite aggressive, Elder Lin suddenly said from the podium. Technological innovation, though not easy to popularize in a short time, is very evident in universities. Minister Zhang chuckled and said, the Extraordinary Alliance's CR, beast soldiers, staffs, and power armor are all far superior to a few years ago. You think that's a good thing? Elder Lin sneered. If you're worried about safety, there's no need at all. The energy mother nests there are firmly under our human control. They can't stir up any trouble. Minister Zhang lowered his voice and said, the most urgent task now is to make this generation of extraordinaries stronger. You'll see from the competition that our approach is not wrong. Number 5, Haichuan University. Number 6, Modu University. As soon as Elder Yu finished speaking, the contestants from number 5, Haichuan University, exchanged glances and sighed one after another, looking helpless. These unlucky kids must not have checked the almanac before going out, Yuan said gleefully. The numbers were called out one by one. Dongwu University's number wasn't bad, 16. The ones before and after them were obscure and weak schools. Get ready to go on, Dong Yinhua said. Remember our plan, teamwork. No one is allowed to act on their own. The 20-kilometer journey passed in the blink of an eye, and the entrance to the East Origin Rainforest's extra-dimensional space finally appeared before everyone. This was the first time Rin Yunchi had been so close to the gate of an interdimensional space. Previously, he had only seen the wailing vortex from a distance. In front of him stood a massive arched gate, over 40 meters tall, with its outer edges resembling twisted tree trunks. The close closer it got to the center, the more blurred it became, until it reached a misty focal point. Guards dressed in Transcendent Alliance uniforms stood at the entrance, using devices to scan everyone's CR. When it was Ren Yunqi's turn, the guard stared at the information on the device in shock. Tier 1? Ren Yunqi replied, I am the team doctor, and the organizers have already approved it. You've got some nerve. Be careful when you go in. If there's any danger, press your CR, and our people will come to rescue you immediately, the guard said. Ren Yunqi slowly stepped into the interdimensional space. The surrounding silence was unnervingly eerie. The environment twisted continuously, flickering between light and dark, and suddenly, the scene before him opened up. The sweet and fishy smell accompanied by a stifling wind rushed toward them, as everyone stepped onto a thick layer of humus, sinking halfway up their ankles. Ugh, so disgusting. Hong Xiao frowned, lifting her foot. An indescribable sensation came over them. Who said this ground isn't good? This ground is amazing. Han Xiaofang's eyes sparkled. It feels like stepping inside a stomach. Anything planted here would grow exceptionally well. Ren Yunqi raised his wrist to check his CR and found that the newly purchased map function was unexpectedly unusable. It's been blocked. On the last day, the team positioning will be uniformly unlocked, De Tao explained. That's when the real chaos begins. I'll take the lead. Ren Yunqi in the middle ready to release his lifebound star skill at any time. Wu Ning will harden the road surface. Taozi and Yuan will hold their spells without relaxing. Shizi will provide protection on the flank. Han Xiaofang will handle formation, and Hong Xiao will guard the rear. Dong Yinhua quickly issued the orders. Crimson Flower Bud. Han Xiaofang's star power surged as she unleashed her innate star skill. A massive crimson flower bud emerged from the ground, maturing and dropping in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a plump, round fruit. Hong Xiao. She tossed the fruit to Hong Xiao. Hong Xiao activated the CR, driving the mechanical core attachment, instantly transforming into a sturdy pink mech. She placed the fruit in the groove of the abdomen, and red steam hissed out from the top of the mech, enveloping everyone. Han Xiaofang's innate space is the spirit plant garden, where the spiritual red flower buds reside. Her ability is breath simulation, which can make star beasts mistakenly believe she is one of their kind for a limited time. However, this only works on first-tier star beasts. The environment here is very complex. I estimate the fruit can last at most half an hour, Han Xiaofang said. Then speed up and find a suitable campsite as soon as possible. Dong Yinhua responded, Wu Ning. Got it, boss. Wu Ning held the staff, quickly inscribed a spell, and formed an array. Earth Dragon's turn. Rumble, the soft humus-covered ground churned up, transforming into a solid road. Let's go. The group quickly advanced along the road. The harshness of the rainforest environment far exceeded their imagination, with distorted plants all around. From Ren Yunqi's perspective, it seemed like the twisted esophagus of a creature. Yuan let out a loud cry as the vine that had been lying on the ground climbed up along his ankle. Don't attack it. This is a branch vine of the redroot tree. Attacking it will anger the main body. De Tao quickly reminded, can you try to untangle it? I'd love to, but this thing is so sticky. My clothes. Yuan's whole body broke out in goosebumps. When he felt a chill at his waist, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. I can't take it anymore. He raised his staff, ready to use a star technique to destroy this perverted vine. Just then, a starlight flashed. The vine, which had just lifted his clothes, froze, then curled back as if it had fallen asleep. Everyone looked in the direction of the star technique. Ren Yunqi, with a black rabbit doll slung over his shoulder, grinned and said, just realized that hypnosis works just as well on plant star beasts. Well done, Dong Yinhua praised. Wu Ning chuckled and said, you saved Yuan's 2 kidneys. That spell just now was thunder-based, right? If it had really hit, he might have had to live with a urine bag for the rest of his life. Thank you, Yuan sighed in relief. Just now, he didn't even know what had happened. His mind blanked, and he acted on instinct. Dong Yinhua looked at Han Xiaofang. What just happened? That shouldn't be the case. How could the effect disappear so quickly? Han Xiaofang was utterly puzzled. Her crimson fruit had only been effective for less than 20 minutes. As soon as she lifted her foot, countless semi-transparent fungal threads were pulled from the ground, and the surface began to sink. Han Xiaofang's face changed drastically. How could this be? This. Calm down. It's fake. Dong Yinhua was the first to react and shouted, Ren Yun, embrace of the sacred bear. Before Dong Yinhua could finish shouting, Ren Yunqi moved, and a honey-colored light instantly enveloped everyone present. Everyone's eyes cleared up in an instant. Green glow mushroom. That's right, it's definitely the green glow mushroom. When threatened, it actively attacks, causing us to experience illusions and fear. Han Xiaofang said, still shaken. It truly lives up to its reputation. So, was everything we saw just an illusion? De Tao asked. Yes, it causes its prey to lose their minds and become disoriented. What are you doing? Han Xiaofang hadn't finished speaking when she saw Ren Yunqi suddenly squat down. Is it this? Ren Yunqi pointed at a cracked green mushroom from which pale yellow smoke was slowly dispersing. Yes, this creature is extremely sensitive. It releases toxic smoke upon contact, Han Xiaofang replied. Yes, let's go. This green glow mushroom had already sprayed all it could, and when Han Xiaofang grabbed grabbed it and held it in her hand, it only twitched slightly. Spore, found it, Han Xiaofang said excitedly as she lifted the cap at the top of the green glow mushroom and found the spores hidden inside. With these spores, at the very least, we can grow dozens of green glow mushrooms. As she spoke, the green glow mushroom in her hand was flung up and down, making the onlookers feel a phantom pain. Let me see, Ren Yunqi said, taking the green glow mushroom from Han Xiaofang's hand. Beep. When it was in Han Xiaofang's hand, it kept attacking even without any stock. However, the moment it was in Ren Yunqi's hand, it instantly calmed down. There was no doubt it was the effect of Heart of the Sacred Bear. After upgrading to the bronze version of Heart of the Sacred Bear, its affinity had already demonstrated extraordinary power. Thank you. Ren Yunqi carefully examined the green glow mushroom in his hand, recalling the scene where the poison powder controlled the entire team, and unconsciously exerted force. The green glow mushroom was forcibly crushed. Wu Ning and the others instinctively gasped. A tiny wisp of soul drifted out from the dead green glow mushroom, guided by Ren Yunqi's thoughts, and was fed to Caramel. Caramel was ecstatic, grabbing the green glow mushroom's soul and stuffing it into its mouth. Brother, your spatial spirit really isn't picky about food at all, Wu Ning said with envy. The mental poison powder of the green glow mushroom was something he coveted as well, but unfortunately, it didn't match his innate space, so he couldn't force it. Once we find the gathering area, absorb more and see if you can unlock a new innate star skill, Dong Yinhua suggested. Wu Ning wasn't the only one envious. She couldn't help but think that if Ren Yunqi could develop into a control freak, he would still be such an exciting presence in her team. With experience, the subsequent marching and gathering tasks became much easier. Ren Yunqi cast a midnight over the area, while the others seized the opportunity to start harvesting. The spores were bottled one by one, and the drain stalks were uniformly handled by Ren Yunqi. A small device flew over and landed steadily on Hong Zhao's mechanical right arm. Less than a kilometer ahead, there's a small lake. Everyone in this area comes here to replenish their water supply, Hong Zhao said. The competition rules stipulate that food, water, and star energy replenishment must rely on resources within the extra-dimensional space, as this is part of the survival test. Is there a place to set up camp? There's a cave nearby, which seems to have been the nest of a star beast in the past, Hong Zhao explained. Large star beasts have already been cleared out by the Transcendent Alliance, but there are still quite a few first and second tier star beasts residing here. Additionally, there's miasma over the lake. Then let's charge ahead, Dong Yinhua said decisively. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hong Zhao, lead the way. Yes, Hong Zhao responded crisply and efficiently. The shoulders and back of the mech were neatly lined with rows of launch ports. Understood. A round of volleys, firepower unleashed. The area by the small lake, whether it was vines, venomous insects, or other star beasts, was completely engulfed by the descending firepower. Holy crap! Ren Yunqi watched, his blood boiling with excitement. No man could resist mechs, especially ones spewing fire and operating at full combat power. Handsome, right? Wu Ning asked. Ren Yunqi nodded. Truly incredibly handsome. Impressive, right? Wu Ning asked again. Ren Yunqi nodded again, without a doubt. Wu Ning added with a smile, that last round, 4 to 500,000. Mechas are really a money pit, mainly because of the ammunition, which has always been exclusively supplied by the Transcendent Alliance, without even revealing the manufacturing process. If it weren't for the school reimbursing the costs, do you think Hong Zhao would be willing to use this kind of tactic? Wu Ning revealed a proud smile. Now it's my turn to shine. Originally, Ren Yunqi thought Wu Ning was just an ordinary construction worker, carving paths through mountains and building bridges over water. But the facts before him told him that being chosen to represent the school here was definitely not the work of an ordinary person. Into the clouds. Wu Ning's spatial spirit was a cloud the size of an umbrella. As the star power surged, the cloud began to expand outward, eventually merging into the surrounding misty miasma. The miasma instantly dispersed to both sides, and visibility immediately improved significantly. Although De Wu is a spellcaster, strictly speaking, his profession should be weather handler, responsible for constructing the battlefield during combat, De Tao said. Mist churned, and after the first round of cleansing, there was nowhere for the stragglers to hide. Several spellcasters in the team began to act, with spells densely arranged in the air, rapidly piecing together in dazzling combinations. The second round of cleansing descended, and amidst the flames, Dong Yinhua and Chizi, the two warriors, charged forward first. Dong Yinhua took the lead. After the CR light flashed, the gleaming white spear was already in her hand. She spun and shifted her steps, the spear shaft bending into a crescent-like arc at her waist. The 2-meter-long spear suddenly shot out, piercing into the lake. Red bubbles surged on the water's surface, and the corpse of a crocodile star beast floated up. Explosions erupted simultaneously on the water's surface as several other second-level star beasts roared and charged forward. Standing atop the crocodile's corpse, Dong Yinhua twisted her right hand on the spear shaft and pulled forcefully. The spear tip, dripping with viscous blood, sent the foremost star beast flying. Blade of Death. The Seven Suns, hidden within Dong Yinhua's shadow, launched an attack and almost instantly caught up with it. The star beast, upon seeing the Seven suns, tried to struggle, but its body lost balance mid-air. It could only watch helplessly as the dark red blade sliced open its belly and then transformed into a shadow, burrowing inside. The seven suns' innate star skill, shadow transformation, Han Xiaofang explained. The seven suns entered the star beast's body. Star power surged violently from Dong Yinhua, and the spear thrust out once more, with a faint human figure appearing behind him. Dong Yinhua fired, and the figure also fired at the same time. The entire surface of the lake became as lively as cold water poured into hot oil, with water mist splashing everywhere, even hitting the face with a stinging sensation. This is the captain's combat technique, Thousand Mountains and Valleys, Han Xiaofang added. So this is tier 3? Rin Yunqi exclaimed in amazement. If he were in the star beast's position, the gun wouldn't even need to reach him. The force of the gun's wind alone could skewer him like a meat kebab. The swamp frog that once forced Zhao Ying and herself into a desperate situation would probably be nothing more than a one-shot kill here. Dong Yinhua is so powerful, yet he still says he can't make it into the second team of the Magic City. Just how strong are those people? After Dong Yinhua unleashed his combat skills, there were no intact corpses left on the lake's surface, only floating remains. Shizi emerged from the shattered star beast's body, clutching a star pearl in his hand. Let's clean up the battlefield. Dong Yinhua looked up at the sky. The nights in the eastern rainforest are hard to endure. We need to hurry. Several mages inscribed water-based spells, using waves to sweep the star beast corpses back to the ground, then drew their daggers to begin processing. One star beast was not completely dead, suddenly twisting its head and opening its mouth, attempting to bite Da Tao, who was retrieving the star pearl. Just as Da Tao was about to use his star technique to send it to the underworld, he saw the beast's just raised head suddenly thud back to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Quick reaction. Da Tao gave Rin Yunqi a thumbs up. But it seems like you don't really need it. Rin Yunqi replied with a smile. That's not true. It's always better to be cautious. Even tigers have moments of carelessness. A casually used star technique might just save a teammate's life. Da Tao said as he handed the removed star bead to Rin Yunqi. Here, absorb one. Rin Yunqi stared at the star bead, swallowed, and said, a second-level star bead is worth 100,000. Don't think too much about it. You can't take this thing out. Either absorb it or throw it away, Da Tao said. Then I'll absorb it. Rin Yunqi took it, crushed the star bead, and replenished his star power. Now his life-bound space had expanded by 1/3 compared to the beginning, thanks to the high frequency of intense mental power usage and the abundant star power supply. The large toy house felt somewhat empty with only Yuzu and Caramel living there. It might be a good idea to find them a younger sibling sometime. After dealing with the spoils, crossing the lake, the group finally arrived at the cave Red Xiao had mentioned. The cave entrance was located on a cliff partially covered by vines, with a curtain of old tree aerial roots hanging down, and water droplets falling one by one. I'll go in and take a look. Shizi merged into the shadows and returned a few minutes later. There are no star beasts inside, but there are quite a few stalactites, and we can't squeeze through. I'll do it, Wu Ning said, placing both hands on the ground at the cave entrance. About 20 seconds later, a rumbling sound came from inside the cave. Pulling back the curtain, Wu Ning had already pushed the stalactites aside, clearing a wide open space for use. Han Xiaofang took out a handful of seeds from her bosom, activated her star power, and instantly transformed them into a thick layer of ferns. Lying on them felt soft, dry, and comfortable. Let's eat first. Da Tao, go find some edible star beast meat, said Dong Yinhua. Don't be picky, I've got this, Rin Yunqi said confidently. Everyone's eyes lit up, suddenly remembering Rin Yunqi's skill as a detox expert. As long as they weren't foolish enough to suck on poison sacs, the rest could be handled with star techniques. Then I want grilled crocodile. I'm exhausted today and need a good meal to recover, Wu Ning said, sitting on the ground. As star power surged, he began assembling a grill as if molding clay. I'm going to grow mushrooms, Yunqi, come with me, Han Xiaofang suggested, raising her hand. You two are too dangerous. I have to come along, Shizi said. The three left the cave, crossed the lake, and returned to the opposite shore. The traces of the earlier battle had been cleaned up, and the surroundings appeared peaceful and serene. Hey! Han Xiaofang took out the spores and scattered them in the plant spots. Under the stimulation of star energy, clusters of green glowing mushrooms sprouted. Grapefruit, Rin Yunqi reminded, and Grapefruit patted his chest to indicate reliability. The holy bear's embrace surrounded the three, preventing them from being poisoned by mushrooms. I can't wait to see them step on the green glow mushrooms, Han Xiaofang said eagerly. Me too. Sprinkle more quickly, let others think we can't afford to grow them, Rin Yunqi urged. What's the rush? Sister isn't that fast yet. Han Xiaofang casually drew a line. From here to here, take out the new spores for me, and the rest are yours. Don't you want to farm star skills? Truly a reliable adult woman. Rin Yunqi gave a thumbs up, staring at the glowing green all over the ground, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Caramel. Caramel stood on Rin Yunqi's right shoulder. Seeing the green mushrooms on the ground, its eyes instantly widened, recalling the delicious taste from earlier in the day. Eat, freshly slaughtered and eaten on the spot. Rin Yunqi stroked its fluffy rabbit ears, barely able to contain his excitement. With so many souls, Caramel Caramel must be having a great feast. Eating to its heart's content and generating a new star skill for the old father seems like a reasonable arrangement. One by one, the souls of the green glowing mushrooms floated up, only to be swallowed by Caramel in a single gulp. The pomelo next to him drooled uncontrollably. Although it didn't particularly like the taste, seeing Caramel eat so happily, it couldn't help but reach out to grab one. Ah woofed. The pomelo spat out the soul of the green glowing mushroom, its shiny black eyes staring at Caramel in surprise, as if wondering what strange thing the other was eating. Caramel didn't mind at all and, without hesitation, stuffed the soul that had just come out of the pomelo's mouth directly into his own. Waves of star power fluctuations spread out from Caramel, even affecting Han Xiaofang and Cheesy. A buzzing sound echoed in Han Xiaofang's ears, her breathing suddenly quickened, and she felt her star power churning and boiling. The green glowing mushroom that had just grown in her hand instantly exploded. Cheesy's situation was also dire. The red blade in his hand suddenly doubled in size, and its edges became weighty and uneven. The two looked at Ren Yunqi in astonishment. Ren Yunqi's face was adorned with a radiant smile. It worked. After devouring so many souls in a binge, Caramel finally allowed Ren Yunqi to unleash a star skill. Relevant information automatically surfaced in his mind. Frenzied red eyes, a small chance to cause the target to experience emotional agitation and Starforce rampage upon being hit. Even if you're only at the first tier now, I still don't want to be your opponent. Seven Suns still felt lingering fear in his heart. In that instant just now, he even suspected that his star power might go out of control, almost blowing up his own death blade. An opponent like Ren Yunqi, though not particularly strong, is somehow impossible to deal with. Other than shouting in frustration, it seems there's no good solution. Low probability? Ren Yunqi savored the term, feeling somewhat uneasy about it. Since you're here, how can you not level up your skills? You won't be able to sleep well tonight. Hey, why are you starting to inhale again? Han Xiaofang looked puzzled as she watched Ren Yunqi bury his head in work, clutching the green glowing mushroom once more. Maybe he wants to level up another skill. A high-quality innate space is really great. It can match with any soul, Cheesy said enviously. Anyway, green glowing mushrooms are as abundant as Pikachu on the roadside. It's no big deal if young people can't resist taking a few more inhales, it's actually a good thing. The natal space is very picky, and it is as difficult as climbing to the heavens for Cheesy to find a soul that can produce a natal star skill. This also results in his attack methods being very limited, forcing him to diligently refine his existing moves in pursuit of perfection, which is nowhere near as versatile as Ren Yunqi's kaleidoscope-like array of techniques. By the time Han Xiaofang and Cheesy finished their tasks, Ren Yunqi had finally upgraded Frenzied Red Eyes from a blank slate to the bronze level. Frenzied Red Eyes, bronze level. Those hit are highly likely to experience emotional agitation and Starforce rampage. That's much more comfortable now. At this moment, it was already late, and the nightlife of the Dongyuan rainforest had just begun. The newly sprouted green glow mushrooms swayed their bodies, emitting a ghastly green light, with a fringe of thread-like structures resembling rashes along the edges. The three of them stepped on the thick humus layer as they returned to the cave. In the cave, Dongyinhua and the others had already prepared dinner. The smoke from the roasted meat was quietly dispersed by Wu Ning, blending seamlessly into the mist. Welcome, the three of you, please come in. Rainforest-themed homestay, not 9 yuan, not 90, special price 999. In just a few hours, Wu Ning had even crafted a Western-style fireplace. The crackling flames lit up the dark cave with a warm, reddish glow. You think we're here on vacation? De Tao laughed and scolded. What difference does it make? We're just waiting 5 days for the prey to come to us while we lie in the cave and enjoy life, Wu Ning said with a shrug. Everyone sat cross-legged on the fern-covered stone chairs. The exhausting march during the day had taken its toll, and they ate ravenously, paying no attention to their appearance. Ren Yunqi's plate was piled high with charcoal-grilled crocodile meat. The crocodile meat was cut roughly, with each piece about the size of a palm, looking incredibly appetizing. Men, who doesn't yearn for the thrill of eating meat and drinking wine in big gulps? Ren Yunqi took a bite and began chewing. Although the seasoning of the crocodile star beast was average, the meat was so delicious it drove people wild. Initially chewy, with a bit of force, it instantly turned tender and soft. Perhaps it was psychological, but Ren Yunqi always felt the star energy in his mouth moving like popping candy. Delicious, Ren Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. The seasoning is just too bad, Han Xiaofang interjected. Wu Ning immediately got upset. What do you know? This is called using the simplest cooking method for the finest ingredients. Han Xiaofang mercilessly retorted. Stop flattering yourself. You couldn't even get the saltiness right, could you? There's no point explaining to you. Wu Ning waved his hand dismissively and stuffed another piece into his mouth. Delicious. If this were outside, it would go perfectly with 4 ounces of liquor. Drink less alcohol. Have you forgotten how Luo Song was ruined? De Tao reminded. Who is Luo Song? Ren Yunqi asked. He's a senior at our school. He could never pass the 3rd-tier ranking match. He spent his days avoiding reality, drinking, smoking, and hooking up with people everywhere. His body was already ruined. De Tao replied. Ordinary people become sluggish in their thinking drinking after drinking too much, let alone extraordinary individuals. The damage to mental strength is almost irreversible, Dong Inhwa added. Wu Ning, however, looked indifferent. You're overthinking it. I'm pretty chill. If I can pass the third stage, great. If not, I'll just wait until graduation and become an influencer. Despite saying this, he didn't bring up anything about the small barbecue again. After everyone finished dinner, Rin Yunqi used Holy Bear's Embrace to individually cleanse the slight toxins from the star beast meat for everyone. Feeling comfortable, they couldn't help but hum softly. Watching Rin Yunqi bathed in golden light, a thought involuntarily surfaced in their minds. What kind of hard life were we living before this? After dinner, everyone began taking turns keeping watch, with Dong Inhwa and Rin Yunqi assigned to the first shift. The miasma is rising, Dong Inhwa said. On the distant lake's surface, the swirling miasma began to rise again, reducing visibility to its lowest point. Is your body still holding up? Ha! Ren Yunqi was a bit puzzled. Open. Twice the gravity, 1.5 times the oxygen concentration. Your physical fitness is much stronger than I expected. Originally, I was planning to have Hong Shao carry you, Dong Inhwa said with an expression of admiration. It might be the influence of star power, Ren Yunqi speculated. Since the day of his awakening, his passive star technique, Heart of the Holy Bear, had been active, absorbing the surrounding star power. After entering the eastern rainforest, he hadn't felt any oxygen deficiency but was somewhat intoxicated by the star power. It said that upon reaching the 5th tier, transcendents undergo a qualitative leap, space manifests as a domain, star power becomes inexhaustible, and life becomes unending, Dong Inhwa said with a hint of longing on her face. Ren Yunqi said, I've heard people mention before that the leap from the 4th to the 5th tier is a major hurdle. Boom boom boom. That's right. Strictly speaking, there are only 2 realms for transcendence, the star vein realm and the star domain realm. The current tiers 1 through 9 are a detailed cultivation standard developed later by transcendence through exploration, Dong Inhwa explained. Ren Yunqi asked, so it's like a man-made progress bar? Dong Inhwa smiled faintly. You could think of it that way. Each tier-setting competition is essentially a rigorous assessment of various cultivation metrics. Once all the criteria are met, breaking through becomes naturally easier. I've seen some data showing that since the introduction of the tier-setting competitions, the number of people successfully breaking through to the 5th tier has increased year by year, doubling in less than a decade. Most people cannot endure the torment of overtime work but can stay up late enjoying game storylines, and a significant reason for this is the progress bar. Working an extra day might only earn you a +1 in your boss's favorability, or it could even result in a feeble complaint. Grinding in games, however, is entirely different. The progress of the experience bar assures you that you're on the right track. The path to transcendence is similar. Quantified standards are not constraints but rather like the pruning shears in a gardener's hands, ensuring everyone grows in the right direction. Has anyone ever broken through to the star domain realm without going through the ranking trials? Ren Yunqi asked. There are, but it's extremely rare. Dong Inhwa's face showed a look of longing. For example, Senior Yi Zongfeng, nicknamed 3000 Sword Tombs, who made a stunning breakthrough to the 5th rank at the age of 40, and even broke the record for the youngest 8th rank in the world within 10 years. I remember that. Ren Yunqi suddenly realized. I recall that on the wall of the breakfast shop downstairs, there's a poster saying that 3000 Sword Tombs would always have a bowl of authentic Hongji old-style tofu pudding after training. Ha, do you dare to believe what he dares to say? Facing Ren Yunqi, Dong Inhwa's usually stern expression softened, and she occasionally let out a light laugh. Not just because Ren Yunqi possessed the heart of the sacred bear, but also because of who he was. Dong Inhwa could guarantee that at least below tier 4, no team would refuse Ren Yunqi's inclusion. In the Dongyuan rainforest, it was unbearably hot, with miasma lingering on the ground, suffocating just to look at. Ren Yunqi stood up, and Dong Inhwa asked, where are you going? To the restroom. Don't go far, just find a corner. Understood. Saying he was looking for a corner, but in this situation with extremely poor visibility, Ren Yunqi could stand 10 meters away and do a bird-flinging dance without any issue. Humming a little tune, Ren Yunqi found a spot to relieve himself. A faint buzzing sound came to his ears, hard to discern even if he listened carefully. Ren Yunqi's expression remained unchanged as he muttered to himself, it's getting a bit cold, let's warm up with a star technique. Fire Python. As soon as the words were spoken, the staff was already in hand, and several spells were completed almost instantly. A fiery python soared into the sky. The surrounding miasma was illuminated into a blinding white, stinging people's eyes. A black drone hovered in midair, seemingly caught off guard by Ren Yunqi's sudden move, and turned to flee. Want to leave? No way. Ren Yunqi revealed a sly smile. Ever since the fire python was unleashed, he had begun crafting a new spell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pillars of fire erupted from the ground, forming an arc that encircled the drone. With just a single command, Ren Yunqi could close them in. Flame Cage. Ren Yunqi's second spell star technique was finally executed after a month of hard practice. Wait, Ren Yunqi, don't be impulsive. Just as Ren Yunqi was about to finish, Dong Inhwa hurriedly arrived. She stared at the small drone, her eyes gradually widening. What happened? What happened? The other people in the cave heard the commotion outside and hurriedly ran out. When they saw the drone clearly, their expressions instantly became a mix of astonishment and amusement. Brother, do you know what this is? Wu Ning asked in a low voice. Isn't it a reconnaissance drone? I've seen Hong Xiao use one before, Ren Yunqi replied. It is indeed a drone, but it's not the contestants. It's from the Transcendent Alliance, and it's a live broadcast drone, De Tao said with a wry smile. The survival match is different from the arena match. There is no opportunity for live viewing. To see the first-hand footage, drones must be deployed in the interdimensional space for real-time broadcasting. Live streaming? Ren Yunqi pointed at the drone. Everyone nodded in unison. Official? Everyone nodded again. Still recording now? Ren Yunqi looked at the still nodding crowd and instantly fell silent. Donghai Yaosai City, Ren family. Stupid big brother. What do we do now? Ren Yunqi sat on the sofa with her two smooth, long legs crossed, holding her head anxiously. Will the leader criticize Yunqi? Ren Guodong said worriedly, taking out his phone to call Ren Yunqi. Can't get through. There's no way to get through. My brother is in an alternate dimension right now. Only CR can communicate normally. Ren Yunqi said, pulling at her hair. Comrade Wang Xiumei said, it's okay. This kid has had thick skin since childhood. Getting scolded a bit after causing trouble is no big deal. Is it really official? Ren Yunqi's voice suddenly rang out. The family of three widened their eyes, staring at the screen as it shook for a moment before Ren Yunqi's familiar big face appeared. Brother, would we lie to you? Wu Ning shouted. It's not that I don't believe you, I just find it strange. The official livestream even films people going to the bathroom? Ran Yun said doubtfully. Does this count as a proper livestream? Well, maybe they have their own reasons? De Tao, usually calm and composed, was at a loss for words. Everyone gathered around the machine, looking at each other in confusion. Anyway, let's just launch it first, Dong Yinhua suggested. Alright then. Ren Yunqi picked up the drone and threw it forcefully into the sky. Go! The drone traced a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. The screen shook along with a series of crackling sounds. With each sound, the hearts of the three members of the Ren family trembled. Hong Xiao picked up the drone, covered the camera, and inspected it. It's broken. Can it be fixed? Dong Yinhua asked. It's actually not very serious, just needs a few parts replaced, Hong Xiao said. But this is an interdimensional space, and there are no parts available. Silence spread through the interdimensional space of the eastern rainforest tonight. Ren Yunqi looked at Dong Yinhua and made a hammering gesture. Dong Yinhua widened her eyes and shook her head frantically. It's really a hot potato. Red Xiao, come here, put that thing down first. Ren Yunqi beckoned her over, lowered his voice, and said, I remember you also have a few drones? Are you talking about dismantling drone parts? Red Xiao shook her head. No, the parts models don't match. I'm not talking about the parts, Ren Yunqi said. Doesn't your mech have some kind of data transmission function? Hong Xiao nodded. That's right. Ren Yunqi continued. This drone has been flying for so long, it must have seen quite a lot. Since it's here, why not transfer its data to? Isn't that against the rules? Rules? What rules? I've read all the competition rules, and there's not a single mention about live streaming drones. Ren Yunqi said firmly. Who doesn't know that Ren is the most particular about rules? Hong Xiao sadly realized that she was somewhat tempted. So much information was right in front of her, all she needed to do was lightly tap it with her CR. I'll ask the captain and the others. The reactions of Dong Yinhua and the others were not much better than Hong Xiao's. Their expressions varied as they surrounded the drone. Let's dismantle the camera and audio equipment, Shi Zi suggested. That's inappropriate. We act openly and uprightly, without breaking any rules. There's no need to hide from others, Ren Yunqi said seriously. Everyone stared at him. Above board? We're clearly skirting the rules, okay? Dong Yinhua gritted his teeth and said, Anyway, it's not written in the rules. I'll take full responsibility for anything that happens. In the cave, the campfire was still crackling. The drone was quietly placed in the center, and everyone sat in a circle with solemn expressions, as if performing some kind of religious ritual. The Shrine Maiden cosplayer, Hong Xiao, stepped forward, pressed her CR, and gently placed it on the drone. There's data now. I'll send it to your CRs, Hong Xiao said. Ren Yunqi felt a vibration on his wrist, and the CR on his left wrist displayed new messages as several videos poured in. There really is quite a lot. He couldn't help but sigh. Look at the second segment. I see people. It's the Changfeng Academy team, Yuan said. I'll handle it. Hong Xiao began operating her CR, focusing on the video, and quickly pulled out all the footage where they appeared. Changfeng Academy is hiding their strength pretty well, De Tao exclaimed. I remember their vice captain reported as being second tier, but this slash in the video, there's no way it wasn't done by at least a third tier. In other words, their team also has two third-tier members, Dong Yinhua said in a deep voice. Originally, everyone didn't take Changfeng Academy seriously. After all, Dongwu University is a university, and no matter how strong Changfeng Academy is, it's still just an academy. Unexpectedly, the other side sent such a formidable lineup. Try to avoid a direct assault. Dong Yinhua looked at Hong Xiao. Can you estimate the distance? I'll give it a try. Hong Xiao began operating for a while and soon said, about 20 kilometers, with a swamp in between. The distance is very close. How about this, Shizi? You sneak into the shadows and lure these people into our ambush. Can you do that? Dong Yinhua asked. No problem. Shizi nodded in agreement. Dong Yinhua instinctively glanced at Ren Yunqi. After several incidents, she seemed to have developed a reliance on his judgment. What do you think? Ren Yunqi pondered for a moment. I have a suggestion. Meanwhile, outside the extra-dimensional space. Leaders, this. The host looked at the scene on the screen and was momentarily speechless, secretly wondering what exactly he was hosting. A crime in progress? An interesting young man. Elder Yu smiled faintly. Just found out he's not a university student, but a freshman at a middle school affiliated with Dongwu University, Deputy Minister Zhang said. Only in his first year of high school? Old Master Yu was surprised, the admiration on his face growing even stronger. That's impressive. A first-year high school student participating in this kind of competition, and so sharp-minded too. Before participating in the competition, this student also took part in the local Star Beast Defense Line's auxiliary defense. Not only did he perform outstandingly, but he was also very brave. Deputy Minister Zhang nodded in praise. Elder Lin sat not far away with his arms crossed, expressionless. It's been a whole day. Would you like to take a break? The host asked cautiously. No need. Let's watch a bit longer, Deputy Minister Zhang replied. But, no need to worry. Although we may look like old men, our energy is still sufficient, Old Master Yu said with a smile. The host turned to the other guests, the representatives from the extraordinary families. The Ma family and the Ji family were both intently staring at the screen. The Ji family representative even stepped aside to make a phone call. Yes, is there any suitable endorsement? Okay, make sure you arrange it properly. What was happening outside was unknown to Ren Yunqi and the others. Their goal was to eliminate Changfeng Academy and seize their points. The sky gradually brightened. The dense forest around was impenetrable, with towering trees reaching into the clouds. Their intertwined branches and leaves formed a dark, ghostly world. A piercing crow's caw echoed, and a massive black crow flew through the dense forest, landing precisely on a young man's shoulder. Well done, Shadow. The young man retrieved a piece of raw meat from the CR space. This is your reward. The crow affectionately nudged his cheek with its head, then gripped the raw meat with its sharp beak and swallowed it in a few quick gulps. Alright, Ace, your crow is getting more and more intelligent. It's almost on par with Zhang Yifan, a teammate joked. How could I compare to him? He's the top spirit master of the younger generation, while I'm just a small fry with less than 10 beasts, the young man replied with a smile. He placed his hand on the crow's head, and the same gleam shone in both their eyes. How is it? The captain asked. Ahead lies a vast swamp with a few scattered star beasts. After probing, they all turned out to be second tier, and no other teams were found, the young man replied. However, the miasma is quite heavy, and I'm worried that poison puppets might appear. How much antidote serum do we have left? The team's medical mage, drenched in sweat, said, based on yesterday's consumption rate, we can hold out for at most 2 more days. The organizers must have added something to the space. It's completely different from what I anticipated. Alright, stop complaining, the captain said in a deep voice. Everyone, since the founding of Changfeng Academy, apart from participating in the finals, we haven't even made it to the top 10 in the regional competition. This time, the school has provided us with all the resources it can offer. If we stop at the first round again, how can we face our mentors, and how can we live up to the expectations of our juniors? Everyone felt their blood boil with passion. Captain, just tell us, what should we do? Take the initiative, find other teams, and seize their points, the captain said firmly. Remember, target their support first. Also, don't leave them a single antidote. Force them to withdraw from the competition themselves. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Snatching the condensate in the Dongyuan rainforest, a space of another dimension, was as risky as digging up someone's ancestral grave. Don't hesitate. If anything happens, the school will take responsibility, the captain urged. But captain, there are trees everywhere. How are we supposed to find the others? A team member asked in confusion. I have a way. Look over there. The captain pointed to the sky. Everyone followed his finger and saw a drone flying off into the distance. Is that the live broadcast drone from the competition organizers? A team member asked, puzzled. What use is that? How clueless can you be? Do you think this drone is here to film the scenery? It's definitely flying in the direction of other teams. The captain looked exasperated. Then what should we do? Aze, let your crow follow the drone. We'll trail behind from a distance and look for an opportunity to ambush them. The captain's face revealed a confident smile. No matter how clever they are, they would never expect to lose the match in a place like this. The psychic Aze released the crow once again, and the group quickly concealed themselves and headed in that direction. After they left, from the previously quiet shadows of the trees, Shi Zi's figure faintly emerged. He held a miniature remote control in his hand. Truly clever, Shi Zi praised, for the first time genuinely appreciating the challenge of dealing with intelligent opponents. He had merely let the drone fly a single loop, yet this person had already deduced the entire process with perfect synergy. TV. His figure disappeared once again. On the other side, inside the cave, Hong Xiao received the information remotely sent by Chi Zi and transmitted the drone's video to everyone's CR. The fish has taken the bait. We won't go home empty-handed today, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Let's go, time to welcome our guest. In his hand was the official live broadcast device, still functioning, but with one layer of its casing pried off. Donghai number 1 high school, cafeteria. Hurry up, if we're late, there won't be any seats left. Hey, are you taking my seat? Didn't you see my water cup here? Where did you watch up to last night? The part where Ren Yunqi just finished making his plan to trick someone. Me too, ha ha ha. I heard someone fell for it, so I rushed over without even washing my face. Since the mobile platform didn't purchase the broadcasting rights for the regional competition, the only way to watch the live broadcast is through CCTV Channel 1. The air was filled with the aroma of soy milk and steamed buns. The cafeteria was bustling with people, all craning their necks to watch the large central TV. Despite the noise, the atmosphere was full of joy. Hello, viewers in front of the TV, good morning. I'm Ren Yunqi, and today I'll be showing you the sunrise in the other dimensional space. As soon as Ren Yunqi appeared, the students on site erupted into cheers and laughter. Ha ha ha, what should I do? Nian nian. I think I've fallen for your childhood friend, her best friend said with a laugh. If you like Xu Yushu, I can help you connect with him. Jiang Nian Nian responded expressionlessly. Ha, playing dumb. Her best friend propped her chin up, smiling as she stared at Ren Yunqi on the screen. This guy may not be serious, but he's kind of cute. Dating him would definitely be interesting. Best friend, alright, stop looking at me like that. Do you really think I'm the kind of woman who would steal someone else's love? Jiang Nian Nian helplessly withdrew her gaze and let out a light snort. It's not even love. Then I'll go up? Let's go, now, to the arena, and spar with me. Jiang Nian Nian tilted her head, revealing a smile that was both adorable and terrifying. Her best friend shook her head vigorously. She knew all too well about Jiang Nian Nian's terrifying strength. Fighting her would practically knock her brains out. Ren Yunqi is my brother. We're as close as can be. Xu Yushu patted his chubby chest. Let me put it this way. We've known each other since we were running around naked. Someone nearby laughed and said, did his dad help you pee back then? Another person chimed in, exactly, fatty, you're just trying to make yourself look good. I clearly heard him call you son earlier. The veins on Xu Yushu's neck bulged as he argued. That's the ultimate proof of being close buddies. Only the closest brothers can have such a nickname. Son, get lost, trying to take advantage of me? Come on, let's settle this in the arena. As soon as Xu Yushu showed signs of making a move, everyone immediately focused on watching TV and stopped chiming in. Recently, this fat guy had been in the spotlight, and with his mech attachment, there was no way to beat him. At the same time, in the principal's office, the principal and the director were both present, their faces beaming with smiles, completely different from their usual stern expressions. I knew this young man had potential back then, and sure enough, he pulled off something this big. The principal laughed heartily. Tohoku University reached out to us, saying they're willing to increase our recommended admission quota, the director said cheerfully. Good, that's great. The principal laughed so hard that his eyes disappeared into his smile. Next time at the high school league, let's see which principal dares to act all high and mighty in front of me. And those stingy folks who are reluctant to sponsor us, if they want to sponsor us this time, they can get in line. He scanned the office and found 2 boxes of good tea leaves. After work, let's visit Ren Yunqi's home. Homeschool collaboration, right? This child belongs to all of us. In the alternate dimension, Ren Yunqi was still unaware of the plans being made for him. He was holding live streaming equipment, filming everywhere. Anyway, the competitors in the contest couldn't see the live stream, so there was no need to worry about leaking any secrets. This is our team's mecha master, Hong Xiao, a dashing young lady. Choosing her as a spokesperson is definitely the right choice. Don't take pictures, Hong Xiao said, a little embarrassed, but her body still honestly turned around so Ren Yunqi could capture her front view. She pressed the CR, and the mecha components flowed like water to cover her left arm. A drone hovered in the air and flew toward the distance. Everyone, take cover. The captain of Changfeng Academy suddenly said, A's. Smack. Yes. A's immediately activated his star power, and a chameleon star beast emerged behind him, blending everyone with the surrounding environment. Look over there, another drone is coming. The captain lowered his voice and said, our previous suspicions were correct. There is indeed another team here, and this is their reconnaissance equipment. As expected of the captain, everyone's enthusiasm +1. Then what should we do? I don't know either. Alright, save the flattery for after we win, the captain said. Everyone, give your star beads to A's, maintain concealment, and let's keep chasing. One by one, the star beads were handed to A's, transforming into pure star energy and merging into the chameleon. Seeing new hope, everyone's pace quickened significantly. However, surprises always come one after another. Soon, the group passed through the dense forest and arrived at the edge of the swamp. Ah, look, there are signs of a battle, one team member said excitedly. In the swamp, many aquatic plants had been uprooted, with some roots even turned upside down, making the scene appear particularly chaotic. The battle marks are so obvious, it's It's clear they were ambushed by star beasts, the captain said confidently. If we head over now, we can seize the opportunity. The morale of the crowd instantly soared. The earth element mage in the team used star techniques to manipulate the soil and push aside the tangled trees. To avoid being spotted by the drones in the sky, they cautiously left only a narrow gap to squeeze through before stopping. Every step landed on the sticky swamp, and the suction underfoot made people uncomfortable. How much longer do we have to walk? A team member accidentally stepped halfway into the mire. The strange texture and pungent smell made her uneasy. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore? The captain scolded harshly. The team member looked aggrieved. I haven't rested since yesterday, most of my star energy is depleted, and I haven't even taken a bath. We're all in the same boat. Endure it. The captain's voice grew even harsher. The team member gritted their teeth, struggling to pull their foot out of the mire, growing increasingly angry, and punched the nearby shrub. The fragile shrub couldn't withstand the blow and shattered instantly. She didn't notice that right beneath the shrub, a greenish mushroom quietly cracked open, releasing wisps of yellow smoke that silently spread. Crossing the great swamp was extremely exhausting, especially for this team that had gone sleepless through the night, trudging through such a cramped and stifling environment. Soon, someone raised doubts again, but they were sternly reprimanded by the captain. At this moment, the captain's mind was solely focused on the drone hovering in the air, not even realizing the thoughtless reprimands he had given. Beyond this point is the miasma. Should we keep going? Ace asked. Keep going, the captain replied. What if we encounter venom puppets? Ace said worriedly. With this level of miasma concentration, at most 4 or 5 venom puppets will form. Is it worth taking a big detour? The captain snorted coldly. The miasma provides us with natural cover. Ace, send your crow out to keep an eye on that drone. We'll go straight through. They've already entered the miasma zone. I'm following closely behind them, Shizi reported to Ren Yunchi and the others via CR. Did you step on the green glow mushrooms in the swamp? Ren Yunchi asked. Stepped on it, and quite a few. Shizi couldn't help but laugh. Planting the green glow mushrooms on the shrubs was a brilliant idea. They're afraid of being spotted by drones, so they keep darting around, inhaling plenty of the toxic mist. Good, stay where you are and keep away from the miasma, Ren Yunchi instructed. CR remained clear, and Ren Yunchi turned to Wu Ning. Brother Wu, it's your turn. I've been ready for a while. Wu Ning's white cloud spatial spirit instantly appeared, merging into the air. Gather the clouds. Countless miasmas, under the guidance of the white cloud space spirit, converged toward the direction of Changfeng Academy. The color gradually deepened, shifting from white to a faint gray. At this moment, the members of Changfeng Academy finally noticed something unusual. Why is this miasma getting thicker and thicker? One team member exclaimed. Earlier, they could still see 5 or 6 meters ahead, but now they couldn't even distinguish people or livestock a meter away. Watch out! The vice captain suddenly drew his sword and slashed fiercely in one direction. A mass of miasma unexpectedly condensed into a human shape, grotesque in appearance, with abnormally long limbs, half of which were severed by the vice captain's strike. It's a poison puppet. There's more over there. It was as if the start button had been pressed. One poison puppet after another emerged from all directions, trapping everyone in the center. Poison puppets. Second-tier star beasts, though relatively weak in the second tier, were extremely numerous and emitted toxic gas, making them hard to guard against. Captain, could we have walked into an ambush? Ace asked nervously. Impossible. We've been so cautious along the way, there's no way they could have discovered us, the captain said firmly. All warriors, engage the enemy. Mages, stay still and move lightly. He and several warriors stood on the outer perimeter, protecting teammates of other professions in the center, using their sharp beast weapons to slice through one poison puppet after another. These beasts will reassemble after being shattered. Let the mage evaporate them with flames, a warrior hastily suggested. No, we can't alert the enemy. The captain shouted. Ace, calibrate the direction, we'll charge out in one go. Ace, drenched in sweat, struggled to connect with his Raven Star beast but could only receive a weak signal. It's this way. No, it seems to be that way. Which side is it? The captain shattered a venom puppet's body with a single shot, but was struck in the face by another nearby, his angry voice ringing out. Ace closed his eyes, exerting all his mental strength to communicate with the crow. This way. It's this way. Alright, everyone, charge out with me. 2 third-tier warriors led the way, forcefully carving a path through the clusters of venom puppets. In the distance, Wu Ning crushed a star bead to replenish energy, sensing the changes in the miasma and said, they're trying to break out. Should we increase the intensity for them? In an environment like the eastern rainforest, the miasma was extremely advantageous for him. No need, just maintain a normal intensity. Let them come out smoothly, there are still the later stages, Ren Yunchi said. About 10 minutes later, a gap was torn open in the miasma cluster, and a few people from Changfeng Academy rushed out anxiously. My crow is out of contact, Ace said anxiously. Calm down. We'll look for it slowly after we deal with this team. Your task now is to keep your chameleon working, the captain ordered, wiping the blood off his face and squinting into the distance. The miasma lingered on the ground, resembling an alternate dimension afflicted with vitiligo. vitiligo, both ugly and nauseating to behold. Captain, we can't go any further. We're running out of potions, the medic said urgently. The sudden attack by the venom puppet has made the already insufficient supply of potions even more strained. The captain gritted his teeth and said, go around the miasma cluster. Everyone rose in silence and slowly moved along the edge of the miasma cluster, the atmosphere in the team so cold it was unsettling. The vice captain's foot suddenly slipped, his body sank downward, and his battle blade instinctively stabbed to the side to steady himself. There's a trap here, he shouted. Keep your voice down. Don't overthink it, it's just a bog, the captain reprimanded. Don't underestimate it. Open your eyes and see for yourself, the vice captain said angrily, stepping aside. Everyone gasped at the sight before them. In the pit were clusters of glowing green mushrooms, their surfaces cracked open, releasing puffs of yellow mist. Green glow mushroom. The captain's vision went dark, shouting, quick, hold your breath and go back the way we came. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and everyone was stunned to see the muddy swamp on the ground moving and spinning. Even the miasma in the air began to rotate around them as the center. Enemy attack, the captain shouted sharply. Earth mages, stabilize the ground. The named mage shouted frantically, star power surging out at all costs in an attempt to wrest control from the unfamiliar opponent. Fool, conserve your star power. The captain's face turned extremely grim. He noticed that the mage had already been affected by the green glow mushroom, clearly not in a clear state of mind. Meanwhile, the opponent was like a cat toying with a mouse, poking here and there without revealing their form. Captain, I'm out of star power, the earth element mage said, panting heavily. Absorb star beads. There are none left. What? Where are those star beads? It was you who gave all the star beads to Ace, and now you're asking me, the mage responded angrily. Damn it! The captain looked at the churning sky and ground, his mind racing but growing increasingly blank, unable to come up with a solution. Whatever the case, take out their weather caster first, the vice captain shouted. Oh, right. The captain seemed to wake up from a dream. Such a level of chaos still couldn't restrain two third-tier warriors. Soon, they discovered Wu Ning, who was casting a spell. Attacked together. Facing the two third-tier warriors charging at him simultaneously, Wu Ning not only remained calm but even had a mischievous smile on his face. The next second, fireballs, thunderbolts, and boulders, each star skill trailing a dazzling tail, fiercely smashed toward the two of them. Surrender, and hand over the points. De Tao held his staff expressionlessly. Mages of the same level can easily overpower warriors from a distance. Dream on. The captain panted heavily, gritting his teeth in hatred. Only now did he realize that it had been a trap all along. A trap specifically designed for someone as clever as him. At worst, we'll go down together, he said harshly. Go down together? Another voice rang out, Dong Yinhua brandishing a long spear. Take a look for yourself. Where are your teammates? Do you still have the qualifications to fight to the death? The captain froze for a moment and instinctively turned to look back, only to realize that within just a few minutes, all his teammates had fallen into the miasma. We still have two people. Before the captain could finish his sentence, he saw a ridiculously young man on the opposite side holding a device and filming the scene. Blood pressure skyrocketed instantly. The battle ended even faster than Rin Yunqi had anticipated. Changfeng Academy was already depleted of star power and couldn't even withstand the first round of star skill bombardment. The two third-tier warriors ran out of energy bars without even getting a chance for close combat. Even better, Dong Yinhua didn't make a move at all. The seven, who had been lurking in the shadows, took care of them. Impressive, seventh brother. Looks like you can put up a sign now, third-tier double-kill specialist. Rin Yunqi teased with a smile. It's nothing, just a fluke. The seven scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The captain of Changfeng Academy, seeing the two of them working in perfect harmony, was burning with rage and shouted hoarsely, despicable. Despicable. Using such insidious tactics, what kind of hero does that make you? His voice was sonorous and powerful, as if it were a line from a model opera broadcast on an old-fashioned radio. Ren Yunqi weighed the camera in his hand, sizing up the other party's tragic and heroic demeanor of unyielding righteousness. Brother, are you really that concerned about your image? Even at this point, you're still trying to strike a pose. Survival battles rely on individual tactics. This is just a strategy within the rules. Dong Yinhua waved dismissively. Time to collect the points. The people of Changfeng Academy fought desperately, but they were taken down one by one like pigs being slaughtered, triggering the CR program. The information on the CR screen updated, and the personal score increased from 3 points to 4 points. To today's matter, Changfeng Academy will remember this. The captain struggled to stand with the help of a beast soldier and limped away with his team. Before leaving, he still threw out a harsh remark. Leaving just like that? Ren Yunqi asked in confusion. Otherwise, a team can only score once a day, Wu Ning explained, spreading his hands. Then why not? Can't deduct it. It's written in the rules. That's not what I meant. I mean, they came with gifts and good intentions. Shouldn't we at least invite them to stay for a meal? Ren Yunqi's voice was quite loud. The captain, who had just walked a short distance away, stumbled and almost fell. The anger in his heart nearly made him explode. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. At that that moment, his stomach inconveniently let out an untimely growl, like two loud slaps, making his face instantly burn with embarrassment. Over the next 3 days, the group, having tasted success, continued to lie in wait. The total score of the 8 people skyrocketed to 62 points, nearly tripling. Meanwhile, outside the East Origin Rainforest's extra-dimensional space, at the opening ceremony site, after a few days, this place was once again filled with spectators. The entrance was squeezed into a funnel shape by the crowded throng, and the security gates emitted rapid beeping sounds. The aisle closest to the front stage was piled with folded chairs. Reporters seated in the temporary additional seats had their knees pressed against the backs of the front row chairs, with various cameras, laptops, and equipment aimed at the stage. Amid the flashing lights and shutter sounds, several leaders stepped onto the podium. Unlike the opening ceremony, this time the presidents of the participating universities also attended and were seated in the front row under the guidance of the staff. Haha, Brother Huang, are you mad at me? The younger generation may squabble, but as their mentors, why should we take it to heart, said the president of Dongwu University with a cheerful smile. The principal of Changfeng Academy twisted the lid of his thermos cup, veins bulging on his hand, with a forced smile. I wouldn't dare to be angry with you. You are a university, while we are just a small academy. Hey, look at that. Why say something so distant? The principal of Dongwu University completely ignored the resistance in the other's eyes, or perhaps did so intentionally, and plopped down beside him. The kids had a bit of a conflict, so as their principal, I'm here to apologize on their behalf. Here, I have a bottle of fine wine I've been saving. Old Gao, come join us. The schools he mentioned were all those whose scores had been boosted by Ren Yunqi and his team during the competition in recent days. Kids these days, they're too opinionated, each with their own ideas, completely disregarding harmony and rules. Once the competition is over, I will definitely give them a stern reprimand. The president of Dongwu University beamed with joy, while the other presidents gritted their teeth, suppressing the urge to act out. Though dissatisfied, they were helpless, completely feeding his vanity. He grinned and continued rambling about how the young people of today were giving him headaches and so on. Finally, President Huang couldn't hold back. President Li, aren't you celebrating a bit too early? Don't forget, the 5th day is the key point of the survival battle. Yes. Brother Huang is right. Principal Li immediately nodded, but his words were choked in his throat by Principal Huang's next statement, leaving him almost breathless. Fortunately, the voice from the podium broke the awkward silence. Silence. Deputy Minister Zhang on the podium raised his hand to adjust the microphone. This year's College Student League regional competition has been underway for 4 days. According to the rules, I will now announce the leaderboard rankings. On the large screen behind him, data scrolled rapidly, and the emblems of various universities flashed alternately. When the emblem of Dongwu University appeared at the top with a total score of 62 points, the audience erupted. Instantly. What the heck, am I seeing things? Which university is Dongwu? It's the one that's been doing live streams recently, pretty popular online. There must be a mistake in the data, right? Modu University only has 60 points, and Mingzhou Mechatechnology University has 59. Is Dongwu University about to take off? Not only were the spectators shocked, but even Principal Li of Dongwu University was stunned. While he had hoped for good results, he hadn't expected them to be this outstanding, even surpassing Modu University. He instinctively glanced in the direction of Modu University's principal but failed to detect any emotion on the latter's face. Maintain silence. In the first 4 days of the survival battle, the competition focused on survival skills in harsh environments, and in this regard, Dongwu University performed exceptionally well. In fact, Deputy Minister Zhang hadn't finished speaking. Dongwu University's performance was more than just exceptional. Living in caves, sleeping on fern beds, feasting on starbeast meat, and casually hunting starbeasts for star pearls while planting glowing green mushrooms to trap others, this was practically a leisure travel group enjoying life. Even Modu University, working tirelessly like an old ox to explore new maps every day, had barely managed to accumulate 60 points. According to the competition rules, on the final day of the survival battle, we will open the CR global positioning system to the participating teams, and the final rankings will be determined within 24 hours. Begin. Just now, I was a bit careless. That mecha pilot shouldn't have been able to escape. This is already pretty good. I boldly estimate that our ranking should make it into the top 5. Boldly? More like confidently. I think we can at least make it into the top 3. In the extra-dimensional space, external information couldn't be received, leaving everyone without a clear understanding of their own performance. Ding! Ren Yunqi felt a slight numbness in his wrist. He raised his hand to check and saw that CR had updated with a new message. Clicking it open, it turned out to be a panoramic map of the extra-dimensional space, dotted with dense red points. Each red point was marked with the emblems of various schools. It's the last day, Dong Inua said in a deep voice. We need to set out. The real battle is only just beginning. Living in luxury is easy, but going back to simplicity is hard. I've almost grown attached to the this place. Ren Yunchi stroked the dry rock wall, shaking his head and sighing. After being a cave lord for such a long time, he was now forced to go out and become a wanderer, and a sense of loss welled up in his heart. No choice, the last day of the survival battle is always the toughest, De Tao said. He pointed at the tactical panel filled with dense red dots. All the teams will charge in like mad dogs. After all, this is their last chance to turn the tables. Once the location is revealed, their ambush becomes meaningless. The opponent would never fall into your trap. Anyway, on the last day, they could just bombard from afar with a few rounds of machine guns or star tech attacks, which is astonishingly cost-effective. This day is purely a contest of raw stats. Remember, now is not the time to play hero. Fight if you can, run if you can't, and don't get caught up in the battle. Dong Yinhua cautioned, we already have enough points. Let's be cautious and try to avoid conflicts. Boss, look at the map. Shizi suddenly shouted. On the map, the previously scattered enemy markers were converging toward them from all directions. Well, it's all our old foes. Are they teaming up to collect debts? Wu Ning exclaimed in amazement. Inua Dong said in a deep voice. Hong Xiao, analyze the route. Understood. Hong Xiao quickly operated on the CR and sent the information to everyone's wrists. Head northeast at a 27-degree angle. The team's strength in that direction is the weakest, and the terrain is in our favor. Alright, everyone, keep accelerating and break out of the encirclement before they close in. Inua Dong decisively commanded, charge. Ren Yunchi, are you okay? Hong Xiao noticed that Ren Yunchi's complexion didn't look good and asked with concern. A bit tired. Ren Yunchi did not pretend to be strong. During the first 4 days as a caveman, he didn't feel it, but that long-distance sprint just now had drained his stamina. The 2.3 times gravity made his spine crackle, the excess oxygen caused his breathing to burn painfully, and his chest felt as if it was being pressed by a red-hot iron block. Even using Holy Bear's Embrace could only temporarily alleviate this pain. Ren Yunchi shook his head and smiled. In the end, the dimensional space of the eastern rainforest is just too unfriendly for a first-tier mage like me. I'll carry you, Hong Xiao said. This. Before Ren Yunchi could refuse, Hong Xiao directly held him in front of her. The mech components flowed, tightly fitting their bodies together. Ren Yunchi hadn't recovered yet and couldn't help but laugh. I feel like a little kangaroo right now. Chatterbox. Hong Xiao rolled her eyes at him. As she spoke, the vibration in her throat traveled along her collarbone to the back of Ren Yunchi's neck, the tingling sensation making his heart race. To be honest, being a little kangaroo didn't feel all that great, and it wasn't really about having a college student as a mom. The other side. The main issue was that the mech components were just too hard, making Ren Yunchi's ribs ache faintly. Captain, Tobu University is heading in our direction, a team member shouted while staring at the CR in his hand. On the tactical panel, the blue arrow representing Tobu University was speeding toward their direction. Humph, are they treating us as the breakthrough point? Another person spat angrily. Several teams are surrounding you, yet you choose to break through from our side. Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't be careless. Dongwu University has been conserving their energy these past few days. Stay alert, the captain decisively said. Machine gunners go first, mages use star skills to bombard, warriors act when the opportunity arises, and target the support first. The positioning is getting closer. This area is an open swamp zone, with the tallest trees barely reaching half a person's height. Rotten leaves bubble on the surface of the mud, offering no cover at all. Almost immediately, both sides locked onto each other. Afterward, Hong Xiao and the opposing mecha pilot struck simultaneously. A hive-shaped machine gun extended from her back, spewing fierce tongues of blue flame that carved boiling trenches across the swamp's surface. Ren Yunchi curled up in Hong Xiao's embrace, fully shielded by the mecha. Though his view was almost completely obstructed, he could feel the intense vibrations and impacts. Frost Shield. De Tao chanted the spell, extracting water elements from the swamp. Accompanied by the cracking sound of ice forming, it transformed into an arc-shaped shield in front of everyone. Yuan, use fire magic. Ren Yunchi suddenly shouted, the veins on his neck bulging. The excessive intake of oxygen made his voice sound somewhat hoarse. Blazing Tornado. Days of Trust made Yuan not even turn around to confirm, as the crimson crystal at the top of the staff had already erupted with a dark crimson glow. A massive fireball was hurled out. In the dimensional space of the Eastern Plains rainforest, the oxygen concentration reached 32%, and the ultra-high concentration of oxygen directly caused fire element star techniques to swell to terrifying levels. An orange-red tornado swept through the shrubs and weeds on the swamp, rushing straight toward the opponent. Red cloud burst stream. The opponent's mage struck at the same time, their star techniques colliding in midair, swiftly creating a vacuum zone stretching for dozens of meters. The raging inferno tornado firmly suppressed the opponent, the surging waves of energy pressing them down so hard they couldn't even lift their head. The mushroom cloud from the explosion had yet to dissipate when Dong Yinhua shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The spear pointed straight at the shield-casting mage. As long as he was dealt with, the opponent would have no choice but to be swept away by the star technique. If you want to pass, you'll have to get through me first. The opposing warrior roared loudly as he charged forward. Dong Yinua's spear tip collided with with the chain hammer of the opposing warrior, instantly bursting into several arcs of blazing white light. The swampy soil beneath their feet exploded into waves of mud, the stench of decaying organic matter mingling with the smell of gunpowder, assaulting their nostrils. "Is that all you've got?" Dong Yinhua lightly flicked his wrist, causing the spear in his hand to tremble continuously in the air. The 7 afterimages created by the vibrating spear tip unexpectedly solidified in midair, launching a frenzied thrust. A series of cracking sounds instantly split the opposing warrior's tiger's mouth, the intense pain causing the chain hammer to fly out of his hand, and his sturdy body was flung 7 steps away. With just one move, the outcome was decided, and the overwhelming pressure of a third tier against a second tier was vividly displayed at this moment. The third tier mage of this team began channeling a spellstar technique the instant Dong Yinhua had just finished her move. Dong Yinhua caught his movement out of the corner of her eye and was about to retract her spear for defense when the opponent's body suddenly froze for a moment. The spell that had just been attempted to combine fell apart and became chaotic due to excessive force. The one who made the move was the little kangaroo, Ren Yunqi, in Hongzhao's mother's arms. The new star skill, Frenzied Red Eyes, made its debut, forcefully controlling this tier 3 mage. Dong Yinhua would never miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. Without time to think, she gripped the spear and threw it with force, directly piercing through the hand holding the staff. That mage was also a ruthless character. Even with his hand pierced and blood dripping, he still tried to fight back. However, Dong Yinhua had already charged into his team, surrounded by teammates, becoming a natural meat shield, forcing him to hold back. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is faster. Within 7 steps, the fist is faster. This rule applies equally to the extraordinary. When the distance is widened, mages have the advantage, but once a warrior closes in, just like Dong Yinhua tearing through the defense at this moment, a staff is no better than a fire poker. Dong Yinhua suddenly lunged forward, accompanied by the mage's uncontrollable screams, tightly gripping the spear shaft and pulling it back. The spearhead was forcibly pulled out with fresh blood, splattering everywhere. Blazing flame. Dong Yinhua didn't wait for the opponent to cast their spell. Raising the spear shaft like a bent bow, he then slashed down fiercely. Crack! The crystal core at the tip of the staff shattered on the spot. "You son of a..." The mage's spellcasting was interrupted twice, leaving him so furious he almost spat blood. In frustration, he attempted to draw the spell by hand. Dong Yinhua turned his slash into a sweeping strike, creating a piercing sound as it tore through the air. The mage was struck and sent flying, this time truly spitting blood. The sound of bones cracking echoed as his body collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle. The mage breathed painfully, the intense pain almost causing him to faint, yet he remained uncontrollably conscious. Primal. Bloody. Ren Yunqi, who witnessed all of this, felt his breathing quicken, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving. The most brutal scene he had ever witnessed was at the East Sea Fortress, but back then, the fight was against star beasts, not humans. The blood and flesh splattering caused by beast-soldier combat techniques were far more impactful than spell star techniques. Understood. After crippling the opponent's main offensive force, the rain of star techniques in the sky visibly dimmed by half. De Tao and the others immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, Dong Yinhua was already deeply trapped within the enemy's encirclement. "Attack together, take down this woman first," the vice-captain roared. This battle had spiraled completely out of control ever since that massive flame tornado appeared. They had been on the defensive almost the entire time, taking blow after blow without any chance to fight back. And now, they could only watch helplessly as their captain was beheaded by her. The fight was even being broadcast live in the sky. This was beyond tolerable. Damn it, they've trapped the boss. The faces of the Dongwu University group changed drastically, and the 7 sons along with Hong Xiao immediately rushed forward. "Don't even think about getting through." The opposing mech pilot stood firmly in the path, the mechanical core on his chest flickering with electric light. Arcs of electricity spread wildly, forcibly exposing the stealthy 7 sons. A surge of high-energy current shot straight at the 7 sons, but at the critical moment, it was blocked by the shield thrown by De Tao. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared on the shield. "So strong?" Ren Yunqi exclaimed in shock. De Tao was a tier 3 mage. With over 10 million worth of mechanical cores sacrificed, the power is naturally extraordinary. As Hong Xiao spoke, the shield finally shattered, and the 7 were affected, temporarily losing their combat ability. "Aha!" the mech pilot roared. The art style completely changed, and Ren Yunqi almost thought it was some animated character shouting, "Backup hidden energy activated." But just like in animation, no matter how loud the metal beast exploded, it could never kill the fierce Tiger King. Wu Ning, surround him. Han Xiaofang, restrict his movements. Focus on targeting the joints, and leave the rest to me. Hong Xiao, be ready to support the captain. Vice-Captain De Tao quickly commanded. Wu Ning pressed both hands onto the muddy water on the swamp's surface, and the surrounding sludge began to rise, continuously adhering to the mech's surface as if magnetized. Han Xiaofang's lifebound spatial spirit emerged from behind her, scattering seeds onto the mud, which quickly grew under the nourishment of star power. The joints of the mecha pilot were entangled by a mass of vines. As soon as one batch was torn off, a new batch immediately replaced it, even climbing up to the muzzle. Blazing wildfire tornado. Watch out. The same star technique, when unleashed by Detao, was even more terrifying than Yuan's. The orange-red tornado swept out, completely incapacitating the mecha pilot. Hongxiao moved, the thrusters on her legs emitted streams of energy, and even Rin Yunqi, who was in her arms, felt a strong pushback sensation. Clang! Sweeping past the opposing mecha pilot, Hongxiao swung her mechanical arm and entered another battlefield, directly intercepting the attacking beast soldier. Her massive size forced the enemy to divert personnel to deal with her. Lift me up, Dong Yinhua shouted. Hongxiao exchanged a punch with the opposing warrior, using the force to retreat while Dong Yinhua stepped on her shoulder armor and leaped high into the air. Falling rain. The tip of Dong Yinhua's spear began to emit a dark red glow, star energy surged violently, and one after another, tiny energy spears floated around her. Rain falls. The first wave of gunfire rained down, shattering the shields held by the opposing side. The second wave of gunfire pinned 3 heavily armored warriors into the swamp, and the final strike bloomed as Dong Yinhua descended, with all the energy spears embedded in the ground resonating simultaneously, unleashing a massive surge of energy. At this point, the opponent no longer had any room to resist. The group quickly drained points from the opponent's CR and left in haste. Take stock of the situation, Dong Yinhua said, surveying the surroundings. Yuan, Detao, and Han Xiaofang were in relatively good condition, having only consumed some star power, which could be recovered with a short rest. Hongjiao's ammunition supply was now critically low, and in the dimensional space, it couldn't be replenished. Once used, it was gone. Shizi had suffered an electric shock, although soothed by the embrace of the holy bear, they still felt muscle numbness and pain, rendering them unable to fight in the short term. The most severely injured was Dong Yinhua. Being a hero when taking on multiple opponents is no easy task. Although she gritted her teeth and persevered, her body was already trembling slightly from the overload, and parts of her skin had begun to scorch. Captain, are you okay? Han Xiaofang immediately applied the healing gel she had brought to her wounds. Dong Yinhua turned to ask Hongxiao, how far is the next wave of opponents? 24 kilometers away is Haichuan University. Wait. Hongxiao's voice suddenly changed. A team is heading toward Haichuan University. It's Mingzhou Mecha Technology University. Mingzhou Mecha Technology University. In this alternate dimension, only this university can rival Moda University, truly a top 0-level existence. Mingzhou's speed of movement is extremely fast. They want to capture Haichuan first and then deal with us, Hongxiao hurriedly said. The pursuing forces from behind have also caught up, and both the front and rear routes are completely blocked. As if paying the price for the smooth progress of the past 4 days, now one piece of suffocating news follows another. Can we break through in any other direction? Dong Yinhua asked anxiously. She didn't even consider the idea of the sandpiper and the clam fighting, benefiting the fishermen. Compared to Mingzhou Mecha, Haichuan University simply lacks the strength. It's very difficult. Even if we manage to break through, we'll encounter new enemies. Hongxiao analyzed the route. The survival battle has entered its final day. All schools have been forced into a narrow area. The situation is chaotic, and avoiding conflict is nearly impossible. Dong Yinhua frowned deeply and involuntarily glanced at Hongxiao. Ren Yunqi's eyes were exposed at the position of his lower abdomen. What do you think? I suggest going in this direction, outside the interdimensional space. These little guys are in trouble. They've been surrounded. Old Master Yu said with a smile. Minister Zhang, what do you think? Mr. Yu, you are too kind. Deputy Minister Zhang responded. The Dongwu team has decent strength, but that's about it. If they proceed steadily, aiming for a top 10 or even top 8 finish is achievable. However, now they have become the target of everyone. The only 2 remaining warriors in the team are severely injured, greatly diminishing their ability to compete against other teams. Tactics are certainly important, but ultimately, what extraordinary individuals need most is absolute strength. The configuration of Dongwu University destined them to be at a disadvantage in direct confrontations. Deputy Minister Zhang analyzed in front of the camera: 2 warriors, 5 mages, and 1 mech master, with only 2 mages capable of dealing damage. The ratio of attack to support is almost 50-50. Not to mention there's Ring Yunqi, the deadweight. The professional configurations that had all the advantages in the first 4 days of survival have now become the biggest shackle. Minister Zhang doesn't have high hopes for Dongwu? Elder Yu asked with a smile. Elder Yu, please enlighten me. Deputy Minister Zhang slyly dodged the question. Elder Yu laughed heartily. I haven't seen any solution yet, but I have great confidence in that young man Rin Yunqi. His mind has always been sharp. On the other side, the seats below the stage. Hey, Oldly, why do you look so upset? Oldly, take it easy. Tonight, I'll prepare some drinks to help you calm down. The principals who had been mocked by Principal Li earlier and turned livid were now in high spirits, chatting away. Both inside and outside the seating area, the atmosphere was lively. Principal Li did not find it funny at the moment, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast on the screen, his palms sweaty. Hey, Oldly. Principal Li impatiently pushed Principal Huang, who was leaning in, to the side. You're blocking me. Oldly, what did you say before? The younger generation squabbles, so why should we, as their mentors, get upset? Principal Huang smiled, though dissatisfaction was hidden in his heart. Principal Li gave him a strange look. Why would I be sulking with you? Your Changfeng Academy has already been eliminated, so where would we even have the chance to sulk? You, Principal Huang, hid where it hurt, looked uncertain and conflicted. And everyone else? Principal Li stood up, stretching his neck like a big white goose patrolling its territory. Our Dongwu now has 70 points. Li, speak bluntly, do any of your schools have over 50 points? No, over 40 points? I'm not targeting any individual. I just want to say, everyone here is trash. What's the big deal about being surrounded? Being surrounded is precisely a sign of awesomeness. You all don't even qualify to be surrounded. The voice was loud enough that the audience in the back rows heard it clearly, each with a different expression. Is this really how extraordinary university principals talk to each other? It's just too, down to earth, right? I'm pretty straightforward too. Except for not stomping my feet or slapping my butt, I'm just like the old grannies from my hometown arguing in the streets. Silence. Deputy Minister Zhang spoke again to maintain order. Warning, this is not a concert venue. Anyone making noise will be removed from the scene, huh? The last tone suddenly rose sharply. Deputy Minister Zhang stared in astonishment at the live broadcast screen, where the arrow representing Dongwu University was moving rapidly in one direction. In that direction, there was only one university, surrounded by a vacuum zone. Magic City University. Whether it was him, Old Master Yu, or even the always silent Elder Lin, the same thought emerged in their minds. What trick is that Ren Yunqi trying to pull this time? Damn, once I get out of this space, I'll brag about this for a lifetime, actively challenging Magic City University. Wu Ning's voice carried a hint of bitterness and excitement. Wouldn't this be too risky? De Tao couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's very risky, but isn't the cost-performance ratio high? Ren Yunqi responded, staying in place will only get us completely crushed, letting them divide up the points. But Modu University hasn't been tricked by us, and the strength gap is so large, they're very unlikely to go all out against us. Ren Yunqi analyzed, according to the rules, they can deduct at most 8 points from us, leaving the remaining 62 points intact, which is enough for us to advance. After the points are deducted, we follow them closely. With the tracking in place, they can't shake us off no matter how hard they try. That's right, this is Ren Yunqi's idea. Be a fox. The fox in the fox borrows the tiger's might. What did they say in the movie? Are you good at fighting? What's the use of being good at fighting, you little nobody? In this world, it's all about power and influence. Ren Yunqi was gambling that those people wouldn't dare to confront Modu University directly. The only danger is that Modu University might launch a long-range attack. Can we withstand it? Ren Yunqi said. We'll do our best, De Tao responded. But after defending, there won't be any extra star power left for attacking. Ren Yunqi nodded. That's fine. Tao Ge keeps thinking about these useless things. Do you have the strength to compete with Modu University? This method is really despicable. Dong Yinhua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But as long as we can advance and turn the tables, face doesn't matter. Actually, Ren Yunqi wasn't very confident either. After all, he didn't have a god's perspective, but there was no better choice at the moment. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to do it. On the other side, at Modu University, the seniors were right. These people run faster than rabbits, Wu Kaijian said helplessly. After the full map was made public, their points for the day were actually less than the previous days. Other teams would run away without even fighting as soon as they saw the emblem of Modu University approaching, leaving Captain Wu Kaijian so furious he almost started cursing. Representative teams of Modu University have been troubled by this issue for generations. It's not that they haven't reported it to the organizing committee, but the response has always been the same. Get lost. What's the point of showing off here? Luckily, this time we have Yifan with us. They won't be able to escape, teammate Sun Qing said with a smile. Everyone is busy fighting in their own corners, which instead gave Yifan the chance to reap the benefits. Speaking of this, Wu Kaijian's mood improved significantly. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the young man standing at the back of the group. Zhang Yifan quickly shook his head. No, that's too exaggerated. Wu Kaijian said, this Dongwu University has really done us a big favor, gathering so many teams onto the same playing field. The time has come, Yifan. Oh. The slender Zhang Yifan stood next to Wu Kaijian, resembling a monkey standing shoulder to shoulder with a bear. Captain, Dongwu University is heading in our direction. Just a desperate move. Let's take care of them together. Wu Kaijian said, Yifan, let's begin. Zhang Yifan closed his eyes and focused, faint golden patterns appearing on his forehead. Beat. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into a glazed color, and a phantom resembling an ancient bell hung high in the sky. The ground rippled with energy waves, starting to tremble, as countless star beasts that had been hidden raised their heads and emerged from their resting places. In their eyes, the same blazed color as Zhang Yifan's shimmered. Meanwhile, at Toho University, the reason they chose this less crowded direction, apart from the presence of the giant that is Moda University, is also due to geographical physical factors. At this moment, what lies before everyone is a rushing river. Gurgle gurgle rumble. The river water carried silt and gravel from upstream, crashing against the riverbank with a deafening roar. "I'll do it," said Hong Xiao, pressing the button on her mechanical core and first setting Ren Yunqi, who was clinging closely to her side, down. Ren Yunqi stepped back onto the ground. There was no time to reminisce about the previous brain cushion waves. Under Ren Yunqi's dumbfounded gaze, the mech began to inflate and transform, turning into a rubber boat. Only the upper half of Hong Xiao's body was visible. Ren Yunqi couldn't help rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. This was truly an unbelievable scene. Surprised? Wu Ning asked with a smile. Ren Yunqi nodded heavily. "I'm definitely surprised." Wu Ning continued. "This is just the beginning. A single component for a rubber dinghy costs less than 100,000 yuan. The really valuable ones are flight components a mecha engineer can directly transform into a fighter jet." Ren Yunqi couldn't help but imagine replacing Super Wings Jet's pancake face with Hong Xiao's. "EW. Get on quickly," Hong Xiao urged. Although he felt a bit awkward looking at her half-submerged body, Ren Yunqi still decided to board the boat. As soon as Hong Xiao got into the water, she was almost overturned by the rushing river. Ren Yunqi's hand gripping the edge of the boat turned pale as he watched a thick broken log, as wide as a bowl, brush past them. "Hold on tight." Hong Xiao's voice carried a mechanical tone as the boat sped down the river, gradually stabilizing. "I remember it was mentioned before the competition that we're exploring the outskirts of the Dongyuan rainforest. What's on the inside?" Ren Yunqi asked casually. "Mineral veins," Han Xiaofang, who was well versed in the subject, replied. "The deep green crystal stones in the dimensional space of the Dongyuan rainforest are famous plant-type crystal stones." She handed her staff to Ren Yunqi. "Take a look." Ren Yunqi took it and examined it carefully. The crystal appeared to be an irregular oval shape, its surface covered with delicate and dense patterns. "I remember you have a little girlfriend, you could give her a piece," Han Xiaofang said with a smile. "We grew up on the same street," Ren Yunqi replied. Go, not romantic at all. At least say something like childhood sweethearts." Han Xiaofang complained. "How much?" Ren Yunqi asked. "Buying the crystal alone is cheaper. 500,000. Han Xiaofang said. The little bit of interest Ren Yunqi had just felt was instantly extinguished. Then forget it. With the deep bond between him and Jiang Nian, he could still seriously consider things under 500. 500,000, that's really too expensive. Spending that much would make him so distressed he couldn't sleep. Han Xiaofang shrugged. "There's another way. If we can get first place this time, everyone will receive a crystal stone as a reward." These words, are they implying stepping on the shoulders of Modu University to take first place? Although Ren Yunqi had some arrogance in his heart, it was definitely not conceit, let alone stupidity. He leaned against Hong Xiao, essentially the side of the boat, and was just about to rest for a while when he felt something poking his backside. He casually took it out, and it turned out to be a camera. It was the one he had dismantled earlier from the official drone. The outer casing had been stripped off, yet it was still flashing, indicating it was operational. "I am Ren Yunqi, and now I am going to show you how to survive in some of the most extreme and dangerous places on Blue Star." "What is he doing?" Yuan exchanged a look with Wu Ning, one that said, "I don't understand, but I am utterly shocked." "No idea, and why did he suddenly switch to a translator's tone?" Wu Ning was equally baffled. He considered himself a pretty unconventional person, but sometimes he still couldn't keep up with Ren Yunqi's train of thought. Hong Xiao turned a corner, and the boat reached a tributary where the water flowed smoothly. Generally speaking, large rivers like this usually connect to the sea, and the view becomes increasingly expansive. However, dimensional spaces can't be understood with normal logic. "Oh, my goodness, I think we now need to find an exit through the dense forest ahead," Ren Yunqi muttered incessantly. Although his translated accent was somewhat clumsy, the group unexpectedly found it quite entertaining after listening for a while. "I must be crazy, actually feeling like I'm filming an outdoor reality show." Wu Ning scratched his head. "Boss?" De Tao looked at Dong Yinhua. Dong Yinhua smiled helplessly and shook his head. De Tao said no more, letting Ren Yunqi clown around in front of the camera. Han Xiaofang leaned over the side of the boat, trying to catch one or two fish for lunch, but by the time they reached the shore, all she had pulled up was a handful of water plants. "Everyone, stay alert and be cautious of sudden star beast attacks," Dong Yinhua warned. Although the dimensional space of the eastern rainforest has been tamed by humans, it doesn't mean all star beasts have been eradicated. In the dense forest ahead, star beasts might still be lurking, and if one accidentally intrudes, it could lead to a fierce battle. Ren Yunqi was protected in the center, surrounded by towering trees one after another. Their massive roots were exposed, resembling bare, arching bridges. Stepping on them caused the roots to bend halfway, with the soles of his shoes almost touching the water's surface. "Do you still need me to carry you?" Hong Xiao asked. "No need, I've almost recovered," Ren Yunqi replied. "Oh, that's good." There was a hint of disappointment in Hong Xiao's voice, and Ren Yunqi couldn't help but glance at her. This girl, could she really be addicted to playing the role of a mother? "Over there." Ren Yunqi pointed in a direction where a thick snake-like star beast was was coiled on a piece of deadwood. It's almost lunchtime. How about we roast a snake to eat? Ran Yunqi suggested. Truly leaves you helpless. Hong Xiao moved first, her speed like lightning, striking swiftly. Such a display perfectly matched the stereotypical impression of a transcendent being. Hiss! The serpent star beast sensed danger, its scarlet tongue flicking out as it swiftly leapt into the air to launch an attack. Hong Xiao seemed completely caught off guard and was instantly ensnared around the neck by the serpent. The serpent star beast said nothing, merely tightening its grip. In this territory, countless opponents had been strangled alive by it, forced to watch helplessly as they were devoured. This one would be no exception. Wait. In the confused gaze of the serpent star beast, the prey in front of it suddenly moved. A mechanical claw gripped its body, forcibly tearing it apart. The serpent star beast struggled desperately. Although its body was more than twice the size of Hong Xiao's, it was utterly unable to escape the other's grip. Crack! The mechanical claw's grip grew increasingly stronger. The serpent star beast's eyes began to fill with blood, and a low, despairing roar escaped its mouth. The serpent star beast's torso was forcibly crushed, blood splattering everywhere, spraying far and wide. Here you go. Hong Xiao smiled as she handed the two bloody halves of the snake's corpse to Ran Yunqi. Thank you for your hard work. Ran Yunqi spoke sweetly, and Hong Xiao always felt as if a honey-colored filter enveloped him. It's not hard work. This snake was too stupid, actually trying to strangle a mecha pilot. Hong Xiao laughed as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Don't waste time on such things in the future. Dong Yinhua glanced at CR, her tone firm. We'll let it go this time. Luckily no other teams have come up yet. Come, give me the snake. I'll make lunch, Wu Ning said with a smile. Xiaofang, could you prepare some firewood? Make sure it's the kind with blue streaks. Don't treat me like a kitchen helper, okay? Han Xiaofang complained helplessly. She stretched out her hand, and a seed grew, withered, and ultimately turned into a pile of dry firewood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Ning deftly skinned the snake. Brother Tao, lend me a flame. De Tao snapped his fingers, and a small flame danced at his fingertips, instantly igniting the firewood. The seven remained silent, one after another skewering the white snake meat. Over time, their teamwork had become quite seamless, and in just 15 minutes, the entire snake was roasted. As the aroma of charcoal and meat began to spread, Wu Ning used Yunling to gather it back, making the scent even richer and more enticing. Here, brother, it's your turn, Wu Ning said with a smile. Ran Yunqi glanced at everyone, then at the roasted snake meat. A honey-colored glow began to emanate from his body as Sacred Bear's embrace neutralized the toxins. Damn! No wonder I've been feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity these past few days. This way of serving food with star skill bonuses is no different from the Momo. Omelette rice becomes delicious made spell in anime. Eat! Everyone devoured the food ravenously while discussing the next course of action. 10 hours left until we leave the interdimensional space. As long as we hold on, our advancement is secure, Dong Yinhua said. If we change direction now, Yuan pondered. Hong Xiao mercilessly shattered his fantasy. No, the only way out now is to follow Dead Magic City. With our current mobility, no matter how far we run, we'll be intercepted by other teams, just as long as we're not thrown out as cannon fodder in the front. Then just accept the bad luck. It was a gamble from the start. Ran Yunqi took a bite of the grilled meat and thought it was truly delicious. He glanced at the camera nearby, had an idea, and pushed the grilled meat forward. Here, fans, you eat first? This grilled meat looks so delicious. The texture and marbling are layered so well. Ren Yushu stared at the screen, drooling. Yushu, how about we head back first? What if the teacher comes looking for us? Her best friend beside her was on edge. What's there to be afraid of? We took leave. Ren Yushu responded confidently. Her best friend shouted, you said you had a headache and asked me to accompany you to the infirmary, but you ended up watching a live stream there, didn't you? So what? If it weren't for the fact that the survival battles last day could be watched on the mobile platform, I would have already sneaked out of school to an internet cafe. Ran Yushu defended herself. Then keep watching. I'm leaving now, her best friend said. The homeroom teacher already called your parents. You better think about how to explain it to them tonight. What's there to be afraid of? My brother will be home in a few days. They won't care about me. Ran Yushu said nonchalantly. Her best friend stood at attention. Brother Yunchi is coming back? Yeah, he mentioned before that he'd have a short break after the competition. Hey, don't come closer, it's hot. Dear sister, I suddenly don't feel like rushing back. Let's watch together, her best friend said with a cheeky smile. Poof. Ran Yushu let out 2 light hums and continued watching the live stream. These past 2 days, mom and dad have been in a good mood. If I act a little spoiled, maybe I can score a barbecue meal. What the? She suddenly sat up straight, almost throwing her best friend off. Still eating. They're coming to get you all. The group, who had just just eaten and drunk their fill. All heard this voice at the same time and looked up in unison. It's Zhang Yifan's Stampede of Beasts, De Tao said in a deep voice. Stampede of Beasts, Zhang Yifan's signature innate star skill, can summon a large number of star beasts to charge and attack in a specific direction. Of course, its priority cannot surpass the energy mother nest of the dimensional space. Before entering the dimensional space, Rin Yunqi had already read analyses of this skill on the forum. Simply put, this star technique can be compared to a river. The closer you get to Zhang Yifan's main body, the fewer star beasts there are. He still remembered a comment from a forum user back then. If that's the case, why not rush in and decapitate Zhang Yifan right away? The replies underneath were full of mockery, things like "sly tackle kill" and "teammates aren't just for show." In the end, the discussion devolved into fanfiction about Zhang Yifan and Wu Kaijian. We're not even worth them using that move against us. What they really want is to sweep the whole map, De Tao said. Damn, how big is that scale? Yuan exclaimed. It definitely won't be small. Quick, speed up and move forward, Dong Yinhua said decisively. After a rapid march of less than half a kilometer, the first star beast appeared before everyone. Just after dealing with one, the second and third star beasts arrived, causing the ground to tremble and the surroundings to be filled with the roars of star beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Dong Yinhua's injuries had not fully healed, yet it was Hong Xiao who stood at the forefront. At this critical moment, Hong Xiao went all out, unhesitatingly using all her ammunition to obliterate the oncoming star beasts. Bastard! Rise! Wu Ning slammed his hands on the ground, striving to elevate the terrain where everyone was located, minimizing the chances of a direct confrontation with the star beasts. Crescent Moon. What a great opportunity. Dong Yinua's gun tip traced a semi-arc in the air, directly pinning a red-eyed wolf beast to the ground. On the other side, another wolf beast seized the opportunity to pounce, moving at a suffocating speed, clearly aiming to launch a surprise attack the moment Dong Yinhua withdrew his gun. Rin Yunqi made his move. The wolf beast's previously tense hind leg muscles instantly relaxed, and it collapsed 5 steps away from Dong Yinhua. Coming straight ahead was a silver spear thrust upward, lifting the wolf beast's skull and smashing it heavily into the pile of star beasts. Frenzied red eyes. Ren Yunqi's star technique followed closely behind the wolf beast's corpse. The already frightened star beasts roared even louder, starting to fight among themselves. Above your head, Han Xiaofang's scream pierced through the air. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a giant ape suddenly burst out from the pile of star beasts and leap fiercely onto the dirt slope. Its target was none other than Hong Xiao. Beneath Hong Xiao's feet lay the corpse of a smaller ape beast, its chest already torn open. The silver giant ape possessed astonishing strength, and with Hong Xiao's attention focused entirely on the other star beasts, she was caught off guard and punched to the ground. The silver giant ape stepped on Hong Xiao's mecha, punching again and again, clearly intending to kill her. Midnight. Ren Yunqi immediately activated a star skill, and the silver giant ape's hand froze in midair. Hong Xiao seized the opportunity to roll away, fragments of the mecha scattering everywhere. Nightmare Cocoon. Ren Yunqi unhesitatingly followed up with another star skill, replicating the deepest fear buried in the silver giant ape's subconscious. The silver giant ape was controlled for only 5 seconds before its dazed eyes refocused. This time, it unexpectedly targeted Ren Yunqi, reaching out to pull him into its embrace. Yes, it really is a hug, not a pat, and definitely not a grip. Bumpy, truly too bumpy. If you gave Ren Yunqi a computer, a keyboard, and an open blank WPS document, he would surely solemnly type a few big words on it. Rebirth. I was raised as a cub by a giant ape. Damn. Ren Yunqi cursed inwardly, truly a word more aggressive than screwed. He, a handsome and youthful 16-year-old boy, was actually treated as a cub by a muscular, tusk-bearing giant ape star beast. Ren Yunqi tried to sit up. The silver giant ape lowered its head, and that rough monkey face surprisingly showed a trace of kindness. Beast, let him go. Hong Xiao, burning with rage and completely ignoring her own injuries, leapt into the air, her mechanical arm crackling with arcs of light as it thrust straight toward the silver giant ape's face. The silver giant ape's fur instantly hardened. Hong Xiao's fist, apart from scattering a few pieces of gravel, surprisingly failed to cause it any harm. Whoosh! A massive palm swept through the air, directly slapping Hong Xiao into a group of star beasts. Red Xiao! Everyone exclaimed. Oh! The silver giant ape looked at Ren Yunqi, and Ren Yunqi could even see a hint of smugness in its small eyes. Without time to think further, Ren Yunqi pointed in that direction and repeatedly made several reaching gestures. The silver giant ape understood. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, it leaped down, pulled the struggling Hong Xiao, who was protecting her vital spots, out, and stuffed her into its arms. Hong Xiao's face turned bright red. She never imagined that one day, she would be treated like a toy and forcibly handed to a man. Big sister, don't move, Ren Yunqi said hastily. He knew full well that if Hong Xiao didn't cooperate, the silver ape would have no hesitation tearing off her limbs, turning her into an even more obedient plaything. So what do we do now? Hong Xiao's voice was hoarse, completely unable to calm herself. I've just had another bold idea, Ren Yunqi said. Upon hearing the word bold, Hong Xiao's scalp immediately tingled. What idea? Ren Yunqi did not answer directly but shouted to everyone, "Don't attack, we're fine. Don't worry, I'll get you out right away." Dong Yinhua suppressed the emptiness of her star power and prepared to unleash her ultimate move to save them again. "Listen to me, the two of us plan to follow the beast tide and see if we can pick up some big spoils," Ren Yunqi said. Everyone was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Dong Yinhua shouted. "Don't worry, Sister Hong's mechanical core is still intact. Her life isn't in great danger. Stick to the original plan, see our contact." Ren Yunqi patted the silver giant ape's chest and the silver giant ape lowered its head. He pointed in the direction of the beast tide and made a gesture to follow. "Start, ape god." The silver giant ape lifted its leg and started running, stepping on the corpse of the little ape as it left, crushing it into a pulp. The remaining few looked at each other. Wu Ning swallowed hard and said, "What should we do?" "Keep moving." Dong Yinhua gritted his teeth. "Since we're already crazy, one more time won't make a difference. The silver giant ape's level should be between level 2 and level 3, definitely not inferior to most level 3 mages. Moreover, its movement speed is extremely fast. In this dense forest, it caught up to the front of the team in just a few strides." "Slow down," Ren Yunqi shouted. Not having the spirit communication technique is such a hassle. Even simple matters require endless gesturing, which is frustrating. After Ren Yunqi's painstaking efforts to communicate, almost wanting to personally grab and guide it, the silver giant ape finally slowed its pace, following behind a large group of star beasts. "Ah!" Ren Yunqi suddenly exclaimed. Hong Xiao was startled. "What happened?" "Miscalculation. I didn't bring my camera." Hong Xiao rolled her eyes in frustration. "That's what you're talking about. Isn't this serious enough? Such great content, it would get at least tens of millions of views online." Ren Yunqi was extremely annoyed. "Can you make your drone fly back to get it?" "What happened? What do you think?" "Ah!" Hong Xiao let out a scream as the silver giant ape was about to lift her up. Ren Yunqi quickly grabbed her and tried hard to pull her into his arms. The silver giant ape's gaze instantly became gentle. "Why does it listen to you so well?" Hong Xiao asked, lying in Ren Yunqi's arms, still shaken. "Most likely because of you." Ren Yunqi explained, "Its cub was blasted into a beehive by you, and I happened to hypnotize it. With nightmares and affinity combined, all these coincidences, do you get it?" Hong Xiao held back for a long time. "Is this even possible? So it's really a pity it wasn't recorded." Ren Yunqi tightly hugged her arm. "Stay still, don't move around, got it?" Lying in Ren Yunqi's arms, Hong Xiao's voice sounded muffled. "Come on, it's just a 16-year-old first-tier brat. A few hours ago, I was still holding you." The other side of the river. Despicable. Shameless. Not an ounce of a transcendent's dignity. Wang Hu stood on the riverbank, hands on his hips, angrily cursing. He was the captain of Haichuan University, and 2 days ago, he was tricked like a fool by Dongwu University. He thought he could get his revenge today, but unexpectedly, that group of swindlers had gone to Modu University. "Captain, should we keep chasing?" a team member asked. "Chase? Alright, chase. Chase my ass." "What I meant was chase? Did you understand me or not?" Wang Hu scolded angrily. "What's the point of catching up? Are we just delivering ourselves as fodder to Modu University? Maybe Magic City University doesn't even want to be a scapegoat and just threw these people out," another person suggested. "And then, after we beat them, Magic City comes to beat us? Doesn't seem like a loss though, right? The points didn't change, did they?" Wang Hu was so angry his liver hurt. "Not a loss? Look at us, we got beaten up for nothing. How is that a good thing?" The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone clenched their fists. It was so damn frustrating that they couldn't help but recall the scene a few days ago when they were being played around in that swamp. That feeling was truly excruciating, making them wish they could curse the other party's ancestors on the spot. "Let's go. We'll deal with them once we're out of this space," Wang Hu said. The group, dejected and crestfallen, followed him. The river suddenly rippled, splashing water that soaked the lower halves of their pants. "What's going on? An earthquake?" someone exclaimed in surprise. No, look over there." Another person's voice trembled as they pointed at the suddenly surging river surface. Several crocodile star beasts crawled up from the muddy riverbank. In the distance, more star beasts spread out into a dense, overwhelming scene. "It's the stampede of beasts. The beasts stampede." This name instantly made everyone present lose all their will to fight. They wanted to escape, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get away. Before long, they were trampled by countless star beasts of all sizes. No one knew how much time had passed. It felt so long that they began to see their life flashing before their eyes, and only then did the tremors finally stop. Is it over? Who else has a star pearl? I'm out of star power. I don't have any either. Let's quickly find a place to rest. A massive silver figure heavily landed in front of them. It was a silver giant ape, and in its arms, 2 people were sitting. "Why, you bastard, don't come any closer. Unfair victory. You at Dongwu University won unfairly. If you have the guts, fight us fair and square. Then you." On the shore, the team members of Haichuan University were sprawled all over the ground, sitting there cursing incessantly. At the forefront, Wang Hu had blood streaming down his temple, and his tactical vest was torn beyond recognition. "Senior students, save your strength. What's the point of shouting so so loudly. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Ren Yunchi wore an innocent smile on his face and comforted, "Don't move, it doesn't hurt, it'll be over soon." The silver giant ape stood tall, and the group from Haichuan University was completely unable to resist as Ren Yunchi systematically drained their points from the CR. The silver giant ape suddenly let out a furious roar, leaping into the air. Its massive body, over 10 meters tall, moved as swiftly as a cheetah. It raised its hand and grabbed a team member who was trying to escape, suspending him upside down in midair. The intense feeling of weightlessness made the person instinctively scream. Ren Yunchi sighed and said, "Senior, why do you even bother? You can't keep your points, and you've suffered quite a bit." The blue light representing the points entered Ren Yunchi's CR. Starting with 3 points, earning 8 points in the first 4 days, and now everyone has contributed 1 more point. Ren Yunchi's personal total score reached 19 points. Stampede of 10,000 beasts is really useful, a divine skill for clearing enemies. Ren Yunchi climbed onto the silver giant ape inside. With this move, Zhang Yifan alone could rival the combat power of several teams, making him invincible in this other dimensional space of the Donyuan rainforest. "Don't envy him, your innate space has potential too," Hong Xiao said. "Once I reach the second tier, I'll enter the interdimensional space and kill more star beasts to absorb their souls and see." Ren Yunchi responded, "The potential of the toy house is undeniable. Besides Yuzu and Caramel, he has seen at least 5 or 6 other toy space spirits. Isn't it just star beast souls? Here you go." Ren Yunchi was full of anticipation, wondering what kind of overpowered divine skills these space spirits would bring him once they awakened. "Let's go, keep chasing." Ren Yunchi skillfully patted the chest of the silver giant ape and set off again. The ape's shadow faded into the distance, leaving the group from Haichuan University lying on the ground, eating dust. On the other side of the river, within the rainforest, the unique sour and astringent scent of humus mixed with the smell of blood wafted into their noses. Dong Yinhua and the others, having endured the beast tide, leaned against the trees to rest. In the distance, a group of figures approached, the emblem of Modu University particularly striking. Wu Kaijian's CR flashed, and a heavy giant axe slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. The next moment, he raised the axe, pointing it at Dong Yinhua from afar. "Fight, or surrender." Wu Kaijian's voice was firm and powerful. Everyone exchanged glances and raised their CR at the same time. "This isn't just a polite opening remark. Are you really not going to fight?" Dong Yinhua and the others coordinated exceptionally well. When others came over to scan their CR, they even rotated their wrists slightly to make it more convenient. Wu Kaijian's eye, hidden behind the tactical goggles, twitched uncontrollably, and his face showed a constipated expression. The points displayed for these guys in CR are actually higher than those of their Modu University. A weakling who retreats when facing the strong actually surpassed them in points, which was hard for the people of Modu University to accept. "Let's go," Wu Kaijian said with a dark expression. "Go earn points." Everyone moved forward in silence. "No, why are you following us?" Wu Kaijian suddenly turned around, staring at the few people at the back of the group. "Begging the boss to carry us." Wu Ning grinned cheekily. Wu Kaijian raised his voice by an octave, expressing his disdain without holding back. "Are you guys just freeloaders, tagging along to pick up scraps?" His trash talk was completely disproportionate to his actual strength, utterly harmless and incapable of stirring up any reaction. "Stop following me, or I'll beat you up," Wu Kaijian warned. Wu Ning and the others exchanged glances, then closed their eyes and puffed out their chests. "Go ahead, just remember to be gentle." Their shameless attitude completely infuriated him, and his short temper flared up, making him want to act. Captain, don't be impulsive, we're live streaming." Sun Qing held him tightly. The giant axe crashed into the ground, sending dirt flying and startling some carrion beetles into scurrying away. As the drone skimmed over the treetops, the scene froze on the captain of Moda stomping in anger, while the Dongwu team all wore innocent expressions. "Infuriating, shameless." Wu Kaijian fumed with rage. All right, Captain, don't stoop to their level. Time is running out, and the points are more important," Sun Qing consoled. A timid voice sounded, and Zhang Yifan raised his hand. "Didn't you notice that they seem to be missing someone?" Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the Dongwu group, and sure enough, there were only 6 of them. "What about the other 2? Where did they go?" Wu Kaijian asked sternly. "I don't know, we were walking just fine, and then suddenly a large group of star beasts pounced on us." Wu Ning said sorrowfully, "We fought back with all our might, but their strength was simply too overwhelming. One after another. Before leaving, they even took 2 of our teammates, preparing to feast on them." Wu Ning recounted emotionally, tears almost welling up in his eyes. Wu Kaijian and Sun Qing listened with expressions of sympathy, and Zhang Yifan even felt a twinge of guilt. "Then why don't you just quit and let the judges step in to save people?" Wu Kaijian continued to press. Wu Ning firmly replied, "No way, we are a team with integrity, and we will never give up at the last second." As soon as these words were spoken, the people from Moda University couldn't hold it in anymore. Even Dong Yinhua and De Tao unconsciously lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. It really was swept away by the stampede of beasts. "Check the CR positioning," Sun Qing interjected. How could a team without strength or courage be allowed in here? Wu Kaijian snorted coldly. Let's hurry and save them, Zhang Yifan said worriedly. Don't panic, there are hidden referees in the space. If it truly comes to a life and death moment, they will definitely intervene, Wu Kaijian reassured. He glanced at the CR on his wrist, deducted 6 points from Dong Yinhua and the others, and brought his total score to 66 points. I'll harvest another wave of other teams later. I can definitely maintain this advantage. 67th point. Ren Yunqi raised his wrist to check his personal CR. Earlier, he fought side by side with the Silver Giant Ape, working together to wipe out the points of 6 entire teams, 2 of which were even eliminated on the spot. The insults he encountered along the way were denser than the vines in the rainforest, but Ren Yunqi chose to turn a deaf ear. He had long grown accustomed to such remarks during the ambush battles of the past 4 days. What's more, those people kept calling him Dongwu Dog, which had nothing to do with him. Opening the map to check, he found that the emblem of Moda University had already crossed the river and started clearing the battlefield. Speed up, take down 2 more teams. The joys and sorrows between people do not resonate with each other. While Ren Yunqi was happily racking up points, a group from Moda University was standing by the foul-smelling riverbank. All right, the mud beneath their boots made sticky, squelching sounds, and everyone's expressions were so grim they seemed ready to drip water. So that's how it is. The points, they're gone. If you want someone to blame, go find that kid from Dongwu University. Wang Hu still had a patch of mud on his face that hadn't been wiped clean, but his attitude was as tough as ever. Wu Kaijian walked over with a stern face, tapped his CR, but the pleasant ding sound didn't ring out. Stop rubbing it. I already told you it's gone. Gone. It's been gone for ages. Wang Hu impatiently shook off his hand. Originally, there was only 1 point left, and that kid already emptied it. No matter how you change the method, nothing will come out, understand? Are all the people at Magic City University brainless? Wu Kaijian's chest heaved continuously, the breath stuck there refusing to come up no matter what. Are we still going to save them? A team member asked. Rescue? Use your brain. We've been played. Wu Kaijian roared in anger. This is the first time in my life someone has used us as pawns. Find him and take back the share. Seeing the captain of the demon team lose his composure, the previously frustrated group from Haichuan University felt much better. At the back of the team, Wu Ning clicked his tongue. Damn, brother Yunqi is amazing, snatching food from the tiger's mouth. If it had been 5 days ago, and someone told him that a tier 1 mage was toying with a group of tier 3s in a dimensional space, he would have slapped them twice. Damn, not even trying to lie convincingly. This is probably the most unforgettable competition since Moda University started participating, right? Yuan laughed, clearly enjoying the drama. At this moment, Wu Kaijian turned his head and walked over with a grim expression. Everyone instinctively held their heads. Wu Kaijian grabbed Wu Ning's arm and scrolled through the CR contact list. Which one is Ren Yunqi? Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, really? Wu Ning said sincerely, don't look at me so fiercely. I wouldn't dare lie to you. I'm scared. Wu Kaijian took a deep breath, restrained his restless fists, and dialed the number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Hello? Ren Yunqi's voice came through. Ren Yunqi, this is Wu Kaijian, captain of the Moda University team. Hello, brother Wu. Ren Yunqi's voice was full of energy, and that kind of excitement, as if meeting an idol, left Wu Kaijian completely at a loss. Ren Yunqi, I'm telling you, stop showing off. Wu Kaijian warned, stay put in that corner and behave yourself. Got it? Wu Gu, we should at least be reasonable about this, right? You guys caused the Star Beast, and I'm just a victim. I can't even find my group now, Ren Yunqi said. Roar, 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 the Silver Giant Ape chimed in. Although I don't understand anything, Ren Yunqi is right. Look, how scary the sound is. Ren Yunqi, I don't care what methods you used, but, Wu Gu, the signal here is bad. Let's not chat for now. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Bye. Hey, you, Wu Ning cautiously said, he's dead. I saw it. Wu Kaijian took a couple of deep breaths, regaining his composure. A rat stealing food. You won't get away. Me, go ahead and block him for me. We'll catch up shortly. Mai is a burly mecha pilot. The thrusters on his back emitted blue Star Force flames, lifting his body into the air as he flew away. Zhang Yifan's stampede of beasts effect had almost worn off. Many star beasts regained their senses and scattered in all directions. The Silver Giant Ape was unexpectedly stubborn, firmly believing that Ren Yunqi was its cub. It continued to hold him tightly while sprinting at full speed. 2 hours remain until the end of the competition. A look of joy appeared on Hong Zhao's face. Our team's total score is now 137 points. Advancement is secured. Don't get too excited. Look here. Ren Yunqi pointed at the map, where a pattern with the light spot of Moda University could be seen rapidly approaching the 2 of them. So fast? Hong Zhao said, in at most an hour, we'll be caught up. How's your strength recovery going? Ren Yunqi asked. Traveling is no problem, but fighting is out of the question. Hong Zhao smiled wryly. I'm a mecha master. Ammunition isn't like star energy. It doesn't just replenish whenever you want. Then what about it? Ren Yunqi looked at the Silver Giant Ape. The Silver Giant Ape was drinking water, revealing a grin with its fangs protruding outward, water dripping from the corners of its mouth. Hong Xiao, no way. The people in the demon city haven't been impacted by the stampede of beasts. It definitely won't stand a chance. Then there's only one way. Ran Yunqi's finger moved across the map and stopped at a location. We'll go here. Mingzhou University of Mechanical Science and Technology? Hong Xiao was stunned. That's right. Judging by the distance, we should be able to get there before Moda University catches up. Ren Yunqi patted the silver giant ape, which shook itself awake, stood up, and scooped the two of them into its chest, speeding off into the distance. The night in the eastern rainforest is far from beautiful. The bare sky holds not a single star. Only a crimson sphere hangs midair, like a solitary eye watching the ground. A silver giant ape, as large as a hill, is running with all its might. Every step on the soft, damp mud splashed high with sludge, leaving deep and shallow footprints. Ren Yunqi and Hong Xiao sat in front, feeling as if they were leaning against an overworked bellows, the noise making their eardrums numb. We're almost there. How do we handle it? Hong Xiao asked. Ran Yunqi remained expressionless, charged straight into Mingzhou Institute of Mechanical Science. Let them think we've been captured, and squeeze out the last bit of value. Oh, Hong Xiao responded. A few seconds later. Stop! Ran Yunqi suddenly called out urgently. The silver giant ape stopped in its tracks and lowered its head, its massive nostrils exhaling heavily. Ren Yunqi felt his hair was soaked. Sleep. Ren Yunqi crossed his hands under his cheek, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and mimicked a sleeping posture. The silver giant ape understood, lay down on the ground, and its thick fur on its belly formed a warm, cozy nest. It let Ren Yunqi lie on it, while Hong Xiao was casually tossed aside. After a day of intense travel and battle, the silver giant ape quickly closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ren Yunqi opened his eyes and cast a midnight, making the ape's snoring even more rhythmic. Let's go, Ren Yunqi said. Not going to squeeze out the last bit of value? Hong Xiao said with a smile. Awkward. I won't squeeze anymore, Ren Yunqi said. Hong Xiao smiled even more gently, and Ren Yunqi clearly saw a motherly sense of comfort in her eyes. The two sat up and jumped off the giant ape. Come on, I'll take you with me, Hong Xiao said. Ren Yunqi stepped forward with practiced ease, letting the mecha components flow over him, wrapping him up completely. Kangaroo Mom, online once again. While Ren Yunqi and Hong Xiao hurried this way, in a valley more than 10 kilometers away, the students of Mingzhou Mecha Academy were locked in fierce battle with the star beasts. The ground was littered with star beast corpses, most of them torn in half, each one dying a gruesome death in its own way. A three-eyed giant lizard was split in half lengthwise, its still alive tail twitching nervously. Another star beast was even more disgusting, its flesh turned outward like petals, exposing steaming organs inside. How can there be such a revolting star technique like stampede of beasts in the world? Vice Captain Wang Lu cursed. Damn it, when the arena battle comes, I'll definitely teach Zhang Yifan a lesson. Captain Gongwei jammed his chainsaw sword into the star beast's ribs. The entire mech lunged forward, using its weight to pin the creature beneath it. With one blast, the beast's dying wail was cut short, its head burst open. Gongwei wiped the blood and grime from his visor, then pulled the chainsaw sword free along with chunks of flesh. Just then, a voice crackled through the comms channel. Captain, someone's approaching. People? Which team? Gongwei's eyes lit up, and he immediately flipped off the star beast. Quick, go meet them, don't let them get away. 2 or 3 hours had passed, and they had only seen star beasts, not a single person. CR was almost growing weeds. Eastwu University, only 2 people, a team member said. 2 people? Gongwei was a bit disappointed, but adhering to the principle that even flies are meat, he casually sent 2 team members over. In less than 2 minutes, the team members brought the people back. So fast? Gongwei exclaimed in surprise. They didn't resist, and we also gained some points, a team member said. I tried to chase them away, but they insisted on following us. Gongwei sized up the newcomers, a man and a woman. The woman stood behind the man with her head lowered, while the man had the look of an aggrieved little wife. The clothes were tattered and wrinkled, exuding a strong stench of star beast. What's going on? Gongwei asked with a frown. We are being hunted down by Modu University. Ran Yunqi took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Hunted down? Yes, because I tricked them. Gongwei became interested. You tricked those people from Modu? They were the ones who used the beast stampede first. The 2 of us got swept along by the star beasts, and by coincidence, we intercepted the points they were trying to earn, Ran Yunqi complained. How many points? Gongwei didn't care whether Ren Yunqi was miserable or not. He cared more about the points. Ren Yunqi, not even 80. Hong Xiao looked up unexpectedly, her lips moved but no sound came out. Goodness. The team members from Mingzhou University of Mechanical Engineering couldn't stay calm. Gongwei's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he stammered. 80? Rounding up, Ren Yunqi said modestly. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes red with envy. Their team only scored a total of 80 points. If it weren't for the rule that they could only score once today, they would have squeezed Ren Yunqi dry to get every last point. No wonder the people from Modu University want to hunt you down. If it were me, I'd want to rip your heart out too, Gongwei said. Ren Yunqi sincerely replied. That's why we came. You are the only team unafraid of Modu University. Before leaving leaving the dimensional space. This is the only place we could come to. Humph, we don't fall for flattery. Gongwei snorted lightly and waved his hand. Go to the back of the team. Captain, is it really necessary for us to take them in? A team member asked. Whether we take them in or not doesn't matter. What's important is that we can discuss the people from Modu University. Isn't that enough? Gongwei said. As the perennial runner-up, Mingzhou Mecha Technology University had been displeased with Modu University for a long time. Why not take pleasure in making their old rival suffer? While speaking, Gongwei looked up, and a red dot appeared on his tactical mask. Guests are here. Wang Lu, you stay here with 3 people. The rest follow me. Damn it. In the high altitude, Ni was drenched in sweat. He hadn't expected Ren Yunqi to be such a beast, choosing to side with those people from Mingzhou. This is troublesome. Wu Kaijian and Zhang Yifan are not here. What will he use to compete with the people from Mingzhou University of Mechanical Science and Technology? Captain, Ren Yunqi is with those people from Mingzhou now. Ni anxiously shouted at CR. Return immediately. Avoid direct confrontation. Yes, sir. Ni dared not delay. He pushed the thruster power to the maximum and prepared to return immediately. At that moment, a sharp roaring sound erupted, and Mi's mech visor turned completely red with warning signals. He dodged abruptly, and a missile flew past his original position, then exploded violently 20 meters away. The shockwave from the explosion sent Ni's mech flying, tumbling 2 or 3 times in the air before awkwardly stabilizing. Since you're here, why rush to leave? The mechanical sound echoed, and Mi's heart gradually sank as a mech hovered above, below, and on all sides of him. I have no intention of clashing with any of you, Mi said. Oh, then what are you here for? A picnic? Gongwei mocked. Ren Yunqi, I came for him. Mi pointed at the innocent-looking young man on the ground. But since you have taken him in, I will leave immediately. Want to leave? Leave your points behind, Gongwei said. Several mechas, with various types of gun barrels, were all aimed at Mi. If he said no, he would immediately be bombarded with ammunition. I told you, I have no intention of fighting with you. I also said, you can leave, but leave your points behind. Seems like there's nothing more to discuss. Beneath the mask, Mi's expression gradually turned cold. Then let me experience your skills. Even if he wasn't their match, the pride of Moda University wouldn't allow him to bow down to this group before him. On the ground, Ren Yunqi stared intently at the sky. Mi had already engaged in combat with the group from Mingzhou. His mech's tail flame stretched into a long streak, shifting and maneuvering conspicuously in the night sky. Behind him, a continuous web of missile fire relentlessly pursued, forcibly compressing his maneuvering space to a tiny area. Gongwei wielded the chainsaw sword, its tip crackling with electric arcs, flanking from below and charging directly at Mi's front. Mi came to an abrupt stop in midair, still holding 2 Starforce electric batons in his hands. The staff and sword clashed head-on, and the lightning instantly transformed into a massive net spreading over 100 meters. So powerful, Ren Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. This pure numerical beauty is something no man can resist. During these few days of competition, Ren Yunqi's greatest realization was that cultivation is the foundation of transcendence. No matter how well the strategy is played or how thoroughly considered, without sufficiently strong power as a backup, it's just dancing on the tip of a knife. Be careful. Hongxiao used her mech to shield Ren Yunqi as the residual energy falling from the sky crackled against the mech. At this moment, there is still 1 hour left until the survival match ends. The people from Moda University arrived faster than Ren Yunqi had anticipated. He raised his hand and glanced at the CR. There were still half an hour left until the survival battle ended. 8 people from Mingzhou, 8 from Modu, 8 from Dongwu, along with a ground full of star beast corpses, had completely filled the already narrow valley. Release him. Wu Kaijian glanced at the disheveled Mi, then at Ren Yunqi standing at the back of the team, and said expressionlessly, Captain Wu is as imposing as ever. Gongwei's mech mask lifted, and he sneered, sorry, but I refuse. Are you sure? Wu Kaijian's voice was as cold as if it could drop icicles. Absolutely sure. Gongwei stood his ground. In the sky, several official drones flew over, circling from all angles, recording the final battle of this survival match without any blind spots. Ren Yunqi quietly opened CR and found a number to dial. Behind Moda University, Han Xiaofeng answered the phone. Hello? Got any sunflower seeds? How could I possibly have any? This scene feels like it's missing something without some sunflower seeds. Can't you use your natal star skill to grow one on the spot? Ren Yunqi said with a laugh. Han Xiaofeng said helplessly, stop joking around, get to the point. Alright, let's get to the point. How many points does Moda University have now? Ren Yunqi asked. During the CR point scoring process, the scores are presented in real time, which is also why he didn't hide it from Mingzhou University of Mechanical Technology earlier. 66. Han Xiaofeng affirmed. Originally, they had 60, then added our 6 shares. Ren Yunqi glanced at Mi beside him. Oh, now it's 65. Mi, restrained by the electromagnetic net, glared at him with wide-open eyes. Why are you asking this? Han Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Do the math for them, Ren Yunqi said. Magic City has 65. Mingzhou has 80. If Magic City deals with Mingzhou, the score will become 75 to 72. That's really true, Han Xiaofang exclaimed in amazement. So if you were one of the people from Magic City, what would you do? Of course, I'd fight. There's only half an hour left, maybe we could turn the tables in one go. The conversation between the two, though lowered in volume, was heard by everyone from Moda University through MECR. The atmosphere grew even colder and more rigid. The muscles on Wu Kaijian's face twitched twice, the CR light flickered, and his heavy axe was already in his hand. The others from Modu University were the same. What was initially just a standoff now had their gazes turning increasingly dangerous. The first place was out of the question, disrupted by this little upstart, Ren Yunqi. But they absolutely cannot take third place. Modu University absolutely cannot be overshadowed by Mingzhou University of Science and Technology, never before, and never in the future. Ah, interesting, I'm growing more and more fond of this little fellow. Old master, you laughed heartily. Using the small to achieve the big, indeed impressive. To turn a first-tier strength into the current situation is truly remarkable. Elder Lin nodded slightly, offering a rare compliment. The two hosts exchanged glances. They didn't see anything particularly good. Isn't it just sowing discord and playing that absolutely no infighting trick? When he reaches the 5th-tier star domain realm and heads to the interdimensional battlefield. Deputy Minister Zhang had just started speaking when he was silenced by a glance. It's too early to talk about this now. He's only 16, and the temptations of the dazzling world are many. Countless so-called geniuses have fallen because of them, Elder Lin said calmly. Behind them, a giant screen displayed a countdown timer. At least 10,000 people sitting in these 3 stacked buildings are as quiet as chickens at this moment, nervously staring at the battle that has already erupted on the screen. Hey, can you see me? Ren Yunqi's big face suddenly appeared on the screen. The director, being quite clever, directly allocated a quarter of the screen to him, placing it in the upper left corner. The whole scene looks like a variety show from Little Days. Alright, good evening to all the viewers. Oh, I don't know if it's evening outside for you, but it's evening in this space. Ren Yunqi gestured for the camera to pan upward, showing everyone a glimpse of the crimson satellite. Alright, we can see the competition has already begun. Wu Kaijian was the first to strike, his heavy axe exuding great momentum. I can already feel the ground trembling. Gong Wei. The one fighting him is Gong Wei. Gong Wei raised the cannon barrel. Well done, stay sharp. Combat skills against firepower. Whoa, the energy fluctuations are so intense. Ren Yunqi let out a startled cry, and Hong Xiao immediately turned to shield him in her arms. The audience seats instantly resounded with the sound of grinding teeth one after another. Let the pretty sister shield you from the wind and rain or something. So infuriating, so enviable. Zhang Yifan transformed, grew bigger. His body grew bigger. Although he had seen it on forums and message boards and was somewhat mentally prepared, when Ren Yunqi actually saw the thin Zhang Yifan burst through his battlesuit and swell into a primal star beast, the visual impact was still overwhelming. Yes, just as contestant Ren Yunqi said, contestant Zhang Yifan, he. Before the host could finish, Ren Yunqi's voice rang out again. His pants didn't even tear? What brand are they? Share the link. The host opened his mouth several times, trying to reclaim his role as the commentator, but the audience surprisingly wasn't having it. That shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't everyone be more curious about the mystery of Zhang Yifan's spirit channeling technique? Why is everyone reacting so strongly to the underwear? Alright, dear viewers, it seems the outcome of the battle is already clear. I'll now hand over the commentary to my colleague from another dimension. I need to make a quick exit. Regaining the right to commentate, the host opened his mouth, paused for a few seconds. We can see that Moda University has gained the upper hand. The contestants from Mingzhou Mecha Technology University are using the terrain advantage to buy time. Ren Yunqi, he ran away. The Dongyuan Rainforest dimensional space, a valley. No, it can no longer be called a valley now. A group of top-tier third-level fighters flattened the mountains on both sides, leaving them bare like a demolition site. Wu Kaijian, with injuries on his face, walked over to Gong Wei while panting heavily and pressed their CRs together. Gong Wei had no ability to resist, his body twisted into a strange shape on the ground. The mechanical core in his chest was smashed with a punch, sputtering sparks with a crackling sound. Where is Ren Yunqi? He looked around but didn't see that figure. His blood pressure spiked again. Ran away? Chase. Ren Yunqi was caught in a dense forest. When it came to movement speed, he wasn't even qualified to carry the shoes of the people from the Magic City. Points, hand them over. Wu Kaijian stood opposite Ren Yunqi, looking down as he spoke. Ren Yunqi did not resist this time and obediently extended the CR. Wu Kaijian snorted coldly and brought his own CR closer. No response. What did you do? Time's up. Ren Yunqi's expression was harmless. The match is over. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head, almost making him lose his breath. The outcome of the match was not swayed by Wu Kaijian's roar. When the countdown on the CR hit 0, this survival match had already ended. Captain, Sunshine worriedly grabbed his arm. The match is already over. You absolutely can't make a move. The live stream is still watching. If the cameras catch it, by tomorrow the entire internet will be flooded with headlines like Captain of Magic University loses control and hits someone. It's all my fault. I was the one who used the beast stampede. I'll go explain to the school, Zhang Yifan said apologetically. Wu Kaijian took a deep breath and calmed himself down again. We are a team, and we must bear everything together, whether we win or lose. This loss is no one else's fault but mine as the captain for being too complacent and too emotional. It seems my temperament still needs to be tempered. He looked toward Ren Yunqi in the distance and called out loudly, Ren Yunqi, this time you were impressive. Next time I come to the Magic City, we must spar again. Ren Yunqi replied, alright, then I won't use any strategies. I'll defeat you head-on in a one-on-one match. Good. I'll be waiting. Wu Kaijian snorted, arrogant brat. This is what they call the friendship between men online? Sun Qing laughed. A smile to bury the hatchet. Quite romantic. Bury the hatchet? You're overthinking it. I'll remember this kid's trickery for a lifetime. Wu Kaijian strode forward without looking back. I just don't want this scoundrel to fall into the hands of those people in the capital and the northwest. The door to the East Origin rainforest's interdimensional space was right in front of them, shrouded in mist, constantly twisting and rotating. It might feel a bit uncomfortable when we go out later. Bear with it, Dong Yinhua said. Don't take a deep breath, just keep a normal pace and walk out steadily, Hong Xiao added. Ren Yunqi stepped into the exit and the rainforest scenery on both sides quickly faded, dimmed, until the intense sunlight pierced his eyes. Ren Yunqi staggered, and if it weren't for Hong Xiao supporting him, he would have almost fallen to the ground. The suddenly reduced gravity gave him an unreal feeling, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off. The ground was also different from the soft, spongy humus layer inside. It was hard, a standard concrete road built by civil engineering experts. Ren Yunqi's Adam's apple bobbed a few times as he uncontrollably opened his mouth, gasping for air like a stranded fish. Are you okay? Hong Xiao asked worriedly. Ren Yunqi waved his hand, cast a bear's embrace on himself, and his complexion immediately improved. This was the problem of being accustomed to high concentration oxygen, clearly on the plains, yet feeling like experiencing altitude sickness. After we return this time, even if you don't practice combat techniques, using star power to temper your body wouldn't be a bad idea, Dong Yinhua advised. Although people online joke that mages are fragile, when taken individually, their qualities completely outclass ordinary people. Players, please follow me this way, said the staff member who had been waiting here early. What are we doing now? Claiming the prize? Ren Yunqi asked curiously. No, we're going to take a bath, change clothes, and then have something to eat. Wu Ning stretched lazily. This is the most considerate arrangement by the organizers. If only there were a comfortable bed to sleep on, it would be perfect. De Tao said, keep dreaming. With so many spectators waiting on site, it's already good enough they didn't make you go on stage looking disheveled. The bathhouse isn't far from here. It was probably borrowed by the organizers from the local garrison. The military camp style was visible to the naked eye, a flat two-story building with gray-white cement walls and a row of drainage pipes hanging outside. Ren Yunqi and the other men were showering on the first floor. When the hot water touched their bodies, they couldn't help but let out a collective mmm. The organizers had mixed some kind of agent into the bathwater, and Ren Yunqi could feel his muscles writhing. The fatigue deep in his bones seemed to surface, washing away along with the hot water. After taking a shower, put on the clothes prepared by the Sai team. The Dongbu team uniform Ren Yunqi wore into the space was already ruined. Mud, sweat, and blood had made it not only filthy but also stiff as a board. The meal was also arranged, consisting entirely of Star Beast delicacies. From this point on, there were already live-stream cameras, hovering in the air to capture everyone's eating manners. A drone hovered beside Ren Yunqi. He glanced at it with a raised eyebrow, not paying much attention. Casually, he grabbed another chicken leg and wiped it clean with one swipe of his mouth. The camera didn't even catch the eating motion. The meat was already gone, and the bare bone was tossed aside onto the table. Yunqi must have suffered a lot in the pocket dimension, poor thing. Look at his face, it's gotten so thin. East Sea, Ren family. Comrade Wang Xiaomei muttered with concern. Ren Yunshu looked at the screen where Ren Yunqi was eating heartily with great gusto. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see where he had lost weight. Mom, don't you watch the live stream every day? My brother is just short of throwing a party in there, Ren Yunshu said. Comrade Wang Xiaomei glared. What do you know? Your brother is just afraid of losing the school's face, so he's gritting his teeth and holding on. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Ren Yunshu didn't argue with Wang Xiaomei and changed the subject. I'm getting hungry just watching. What are we eating later? Your dad has something at the factory and won't be back. Go downstairs and buy 2 packs of instant noodles to cook. Wang Xiaomei didn't even turn her head. How can instant noodles be soaked? At the very least, they need to be cooked. Ren Yunshu shouted. Alright, go ahead. Then crack 2 eggs, bury the sausage in the bowl, and soak it with the noodle soup like this. Are you going or not? Go. Ren Yunshu pouted and went downstairs. That annoying brother is feasting on rich food, while I have to go buy instant noodles myself just to have a bite. Why is it so dark? Ren Yunshu stepped out of the apartment building, and a chubby figure approached. It was the neighbor who lived downstairs. Yo, Junshu, are you going out to have fun? Going to buy groceries. Aunt Lu, you're off work so early? Ren Yunshu asked. The power's out, the machines won't work, Aunt Lu said. It's really strange these past few days. Didn't they just fix it a couple of days ago? And this sewer smell, ugh, is there a dead rat in there? This group of property management staff, I have no idea what they're doing. Other than collecting fees, you can't find a single person. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, when is your brother coming back? This week, Ren Yunshu said. I'm off to buy groceries, Aunt Lu, bye. Alright. Aunt Lu watched Ren Yunshu run off, her gaze tinged with a bit of envy. That they go from the Ren family, who knows where he got his good fortune. His son is successful, and his daughter is charming, sure to find a wealthy and good son-in-law. Then think about our family's barren daughter-in-law, ugh. Now announcing the top 3 final scores of the survival battle. 3rd place, Mingzhou Mecha Technology University, 72 points. Gongwei led his team onto the stage, his face still marked with scars that hadn't fully healed, looking rather displeased. Popping champagne at halftime, only to get crushed in the last half hour, what a disgrace. 2nd place, Modi University, 74 points. Wu Kaijian, Zhang Yifan, and Sun Chang walked out from backstage, and almost as soon as they appeared, a thunderous wave of shouting erupted. Some shouted, Yifan, don't cry, Mom loves you, while others cursed loudly. It only gradually quieted down when the 1st place announcement was made. Now I announce the 1st place in the survival battle. Tobu University, 136 points. This was Ren Yunshi's first time stepping onto such a grand stage, facing so many spectators. Cheers, curses, and a continuous wave of boos made the platform beneath their feet tremble. Can you do it? Hong Xiao asked. Ren Yunshi smiled. It's fine. Hong Xiao reminded. No matter what the audience shouts later, just pretend you didn't hear it. Whatever you do, don't start cursing back. Got it? Yes, the audience and opponents are different. De Tao nodded. Han Xiaofang waved her fist. Just think of them as cabbages, don't take it to heart. Ren Yunshi laughed helplessly. No, is this really the image you have of me? He, Ren Yunshi, is super composed, okay. Not that I don't trust you, brother, but I asked around during dinner just now. Our competition has gone viral online. Wu Ning said, since it's gone viral, of course, there will be haters, especially Zhang Yifan's mom fans. Their combat power is legendary. In any case, keep your mindset steady, Dong Yinhua reminded. The cameras are coming, so keep smiling and don't pull a long face. Ren Yunshi sighed helplessly. Clearly, it was the small team he carried to victory, so why does each of them have such a strong motherly aura? Walking on the red carpet, everyone arrived at the podium. At the entrance was a huge signature wall, with signatures from over 20 teams displayed on it. It was completely filled, except for one untouched spot in the center. This spot was very close to the audience seating, and as people signed, they could clearly hear a few fans shouting curses. Thief, you stole Yifan's grades from our family. Where do you get the nerve to accept the award? Get off the stage. Freeloader. No skill at all, just here to slack off. The security on site quickly came over to maintain order, but they couldn't control these fervent fans at all. Does Zhang Yifan never manage his fan club? Yuan complained softly. Wu Ning said, he's famously socially anxious. He's disbanded so many fan groups already, most of these are probably self-organized rogue fans. Ren Yunshi glanced in that direction. Their appearances perfectly fit the stereotype. He treated their insults as nothing but hot air. Why care so much about 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place? That way, it's easy to distort someone's efforts, you know? Your idol didn't win MVP, why not reflect on your own issues? After signing, the group was guided to the podium to receive the 1st place award. The person responsible for presenting the award was an elderly man with graying hair and beard, none other than the former commander of the Eastern Rainforest, Old Master Yu. Congratulations to you all. I hope you perform outstandingly in the next round of the competition. Old Master Yu personally handed the prizes to everyone. Ren Yunshi examined the crystal he had just received in his hand. The surface was composed of countless irregular facets, and with a slight turn or change in angle, a blazing white halo could be seen sweeping across. Although he didn't know what this item was, the others around him were grinning with excitement, so it was probably something extraordinary. This is called a boundary stone. With its assistance, only one soul is needed to trigger a response from the spatial spirit, and the quality of the awakened star technique will also be higher than usual. A kind voice sounded beside his ear. The old man stood in front of him, smiling warmly as he looked at him. So amazing? Ren Yunshi's eyes lit up. He was all too aware of how difficult it was to cultivate a life-bound star technique. Not to mention the distant past, just these past few days, for the sake of a frenzied red-eye, Ren Yunshi almost wiped out Han Xiaofang's entire production of green glow mushrooms before finally succeeding. The new spatial spirit goes without saying. No matter how much Ren Yunshi called out or sacrificed countless souls, it just sat firmly in the space, like a cold goddess, refusing to respond no matter what. With this intermediary stone, could it be taken down in one step? Mr. Yu said, I've watched the live streams these past few days. If I were to make a recommendation, I would suggest you focus on adaptability and physical physical fitness. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu looked up at the roaring audience and said with a smile, getting scolded by so many people right after debuting, this is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Better than no one showing interest, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. When the hype changes, I can still buy 2 more staffs. You've got quite the attitude, kid. Old Master Yu waved his hand, and another staff member came onto the stage, holding a tray. This is a deep green crystal, a specialty of the Dongyuan rainforest. Take it. A few people on the side were so envious they were about to drool. The deep green crystal, which would cost 500,000 if bought individually, was casually given away by Old Master Yu with a simple local specialty. Ren Yunqi took the crystal and felt a warm sensation in his hand, brimming with vitality. Thank you, Old Master Yu. Go ahead. After stepping off the stage, a chubby man with a radiant smile approached from afar. This is our Principal Li, Dong Yinhua introduced. Ah, it should be our Principal Li. Yunqi is your dear junior. Principal Li firmly grasped Ren Yunqi's hand, while his other hand patted the back of it repeatedly. Ren Yunqi felt as if he had just received a hand spa treatment. Hello, Principal. Ah, that's the spirit. Ha ha ha. Principal Li laughed so hard that the flesh on his face quivered. Dong Yinhua said, Principal, about the power armor we promised him earlier. Of course I haven't forgotten. Here's the deal. Take him now, let him pick a good one, and put it all on the school's tab. Principal Li said with a hearty laugh. What's a set of power armor worth anyway? The reason he wasn't pulling Ren Yunqi aside for a casual chat right now was mainly because he was worried the young man might find him annoying. More importantly, he is very busy now, with various sponsorships and endorsements waiting for him to handle. Dongyuan Extraordinary Alliance. Are power armor and mechs part of the same system? Ren Yunqi asked. No, there's quite a difference. Dong Yinhua said, power armor is essentially an external exoskeleton that enhances the wearer's strength, speed, endurance, and defensive capabilities. It is an extension of the abilities of the extraordinary. Ren Yunqi, similar to beast soldiers? Yes, extraordinary individuals of different levels can unleash varying degrees of power with the armor. Dong Yinhua nodded. Mechas are different, they're more like vehicles or airplanes. Their strength depends on the machine itself, while the extraordinary individual acts as the pilot. Take Hong Zhao's mecha, for example. If you're willing to spend money and can operate it skillfully, your combat power might not necessarily be weaker than hers. Ren Yunqi suddenly understood. No wonder people online say that the mecha pilot profession is full of rich second-generation fools. It turns out it's determined from the very foundation. Power armor is divided into assault type, heavy type, and speed type, which respectively enhance attack, defense, and speed. Which one do you want? Dong Yinhua asked. Ren Yunqi, speed. He had already made his plan on the way here. Defense would be left to Jisher, while the power armor would boost his ability to escape. Which brand? Blue Wing, the one you endorsed, Ren Yunqi said. After finalizing the goods and handing the CR to the beaming receptionist, the two sat in the lobby to wait. The Dongyuan Extraordinary Alliance was bustling with people. A large display screen hung in the center, scrolling through various information and bounty tasks. Dongyuan Rainforest No. 3 Mine is recruiting extraordinary guards, salary negotiable. Star Beast Hunting Group urgently needs second tier or higher mages. Must master offensive star techniques such as fire and thunder. Urgently seeking 100 crystal cores of the Star Beast Wind Baboon, 10,000 yuan per core. Lines of information scrolled quickly across the large screen. Ordinary people's mental strength can't keep up, and before long, they'll feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Every extraordinary alliance will have such a task board. It will also be a place you frequently visit in the future, Dong Yinhua said. Because of money? Yes, because of money. Dong Yinhua said, you've just awakened and don't yet understand the pressure of financial resources on the extraordinary. Not to mention, the special batteries required for power armor cost over 10,000 yuan each. The stone you just obtained would be a waste if used on ordinary souls, but acquiring rare Star Beast souls is another huge expense. Upgrading and maintaining your staff, daily intake of Starforce food, and so on. Stop, master, please stop reciting. Ren Yunqi felt a headache coming on, and his wallet, which hadn't even started to swell, already seemed to be deflating. You are an extraordinary being, you spend more, but you also earn more. Dong Yinhua smiled faintly. Form a reliable small team, diligently complete tasks, frequently enter spaces, and you won't go broke. Got it. Ren Yunqi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a nap. Dong Yinhua added, of course, there's another quick way to make money, endorsements. Not taking it too soon. Ren Yunqi didn't even open his eyes. It's just a few days of hype. It'll pass quickly. Besides, with my current reputation, which reputable company would hire me as their spokesperson? Not to mention, just Zhang Yifun's group of mom fans alone could completely sell out the endorsed product. Dear guests, the power armor you ordered has already been synced to the CR. Would you like to take it directly or give it a try? The receptionist smiled warmly. Find a small arena, let's give it a try, Dong Yinhua said. Alright, please follow me this way. The receptionist's high heels clicked crisply against the floor as she led the two to a 50 square meter room in the basement. Gray-white alloy walls, their surface covered with honeycomb dome-like cushioning structures. On one side of the room, there was a row of built-in weapon racks, targets, and various testing devices. Let's begin, said Dong Yinhua. Ren Yunqi took a deep breath and pressed the function key on the CR. Alright. A ring of blue light suddenly lit up on his wrist, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. Immediately after, it snaked upward along his body. It felt just like a bottle of ice-cold fizzy cola being poured straight into his bone marrow. Crack, 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 crack. Ren Yunqi's left arm was the first to take shape, followed by his collarbone, shoulder blade, each joint and muscle, all supported by a cool, metallic mesh. Finally, a semi-transparent mask covered the head. Ren Yunqi felt like he was playing a game with cheats enabled. Everything around him was unprecedentedly clear. Not bad, looks pretty good, Dong Yinhua nodded and said. This set of power armor was silver gray, paired with a bright yellow mask, exuding a full sense of technology. Come on, take a few steps, Dong Yinhua said. As soon as Ren Yunqi took a step, he stumbled, trying to wave his arms to maintain balance, and the propulsion device on his back activated with a whoosh. His body made intimate contact with the alloy wall. Don't force it, use your star power, Dong Yinhua urged. Stand up and try again. Ren Yunqi got up from the ground, feeling very awkward with the power armor. Clearly, it had weight, yet his body couldn't feel it, making it impossible to control his strength. Walking again, this time he managed to take more than 10 steps before accidentally tripping over his own feet and falling flat on the ground. Again! Until the 5th time, Ren Yunqi finally developed a rapport with the power armor, striding swiftly across the room. By the 7th time, he easily climbed up the wall. Dong Yinhua, who had been sitting, unconsciously stood up while watching. Watching Ren Yunqi scurry around the room like a giant gecko, her mind went blank. Half an hour and you got it? Then what does my half week of painful training count for? Dong Yinhua is emo, Ren Yunqi is hyped. Awesome. He lunged forward, advancing several meters almost as if teleporting, and threw a punch. The specially designed target tilted backward, swayed in a circle close to the ground, and returned to its position, with a conspicuous fist imprint appearing on it. Then came the weapon. His left hand swept diagonally upward from his waist, and the standard issue metal blade was already in his hand, slashing several times in the air. You'd better focus on studying spells, Dong Yinhua commented. Ren Yunqi's swordsmanship was so bad it was painful to watch. During the gaps in his swordplay just now, Dong Yinhua had 3 chances to confidently stab him with a spear. No worries, it's for finishing moves, Ren Yunqi said with a smile, clicking CR to store the power armor again. Are you two satisfied? The receptionist asked with a smile. In the field of powered mechas in Huaxia, Blue Wing Group is undoubtedly the leader, top-notch in every dimension within the industry. This one, then, Ren Yunqi said. Alright, we'll also include 2 sets of batteries for you. How about upgrading the storage space function? It'll make it easier to store the batteries. No need, I'll carry it myself. Ren Yunqi quickly shook his head. Damn, this person has the aura of a sales champion. If his wallet weren't so tight, he really wouldn't be able to resist. A set of batteries officially costs 10,000, capable of powering for about a day. If it's high-intensity combat, it would be drained in 1 or 2 hours. Ren Yunqi had never used such luxurious equipment in both his lifetimes. Dong Yinhua said, after you go back, train with your warrior friends and use star power to temper your muscles. This power armor will be sufficient for you before the 3rd tier, but if your body isn't strong, its power will be diminished. Understood. Tobu University won 1st place in the survival competition and now needs to prepare for the arena competition. According to the rules, Tobu will act as the defending champion and face challenges from Modu, Mingzhou, and a host of other established strong schools. Of course, this stage has nothing to do with Ren Yunqi. High-speed rail station. I don't even know whether to cry or laugh. Wu Ning rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, I just wanted to secure a spot in the finals, but ended up taking 1st place. Standing out too much. Ren Yunqi shrugged. Don't want to stand out? Then hand over that boundary stone. Wu Ning changed his tune instantly. Then I guess I'll stand out. On the electronic screen, the train that Ren Yunqi was taking had already arrived. De Tao said, no need for many words. I wish brother Yunqi a smooth path to transcendence. Good luck, good luck. Han Xiaofeng clenched her fists. Let's collaborate again if there's a chance, said Cheesy. Let's have a drink together sometime, Yuan said. Train well, but also make sure to rest properly. Don't overwork yourself and don't skimp on food. Hong Zhao's eyes turned a little red as she adjusted Ren Yunqi's collar. Off I go, goodbye. Ren Yunqi waved his hand, turned around, and left with his suitcase. After stepping off the platform, he turned around and glanced back. The faces of the people from Dongwu University were no longer clear, but he could see them waving at him. Ren Yunqi smiled and waved back vigorously. Change a character's name. I just realized that Ren Yushu and Zhu Yushu have the same name. Oh my, change it. Let's just call her Ren Yunshu, it sounds more like they're siblings. On the high-speed train, Ren Yunqi leaned against the window, watching the last building of Dongyuan fade into the distance until it disappeared. Dong Yinhua, Hong Xiao, Wu Ning. Saying goodbye to these people from Dongwu University, to say it doesn't feel like anything would be a lie. But in the world of the extraordinary, extraordinary, separation is the norm. Just like the melancholic short piece Ren Yunchi had just read, the extraordinary are destined to part ways. With differing talents, pursuits, and plans, there will always come a time to go separate ways. Thus, the extraordinary spend their lives parting ways, and their lives searching for the next companion with whom they will eventually part. Pain. It hurts so much. Ren Yunchi had barely been emo for a few seconds when several new notifications popped up, covering the short essay about his injury. Your question has 6 new answers. Ren Yunchi clicked on it casually. The original poster is an M. No, I suspect the original poster is a furry fan, looking for something unbreakable to use as a cup. Quack. Too wicked. Ren Yunchi? The sorrowful emotion that had just been brewing disappeared instantly. What the heck is this? The outrageous answer made Ren Yunchi doubt himself. He quickly scrolled to the top to check his own question. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, urgent. Sincerely asking, is there a type of star beast that's not very strong but is extremely hard to kill no matter how much you fight or torment it? Isn't this pretty normal? Even before getting on the vehicle, Ren Yunchi had already posted this question on the Transcendent Forum. He was planning to find a star beast of this type and use the power of the Boundary Stone to awaken a new spatial spirit. He, Ren Yunchi, had suffered from a low health bar for far too long. Thankfully, the traffic on the Transcendence Forum didn't disappoint him. He'd only just posted, and there were already over a dozen new replies. Skipping past the outrageous and borderline responses, Ren Yunchi focused on the few more reasonable ones. Yixixiha, the splitting box mother over here in the South Sea, last time I chopped it into more than 50 pieces, practically turned it into stuffing, and it still didn't die. Father of cosmic leg shaking, why not just go directly to elemental creatures? Elements are indestructible, they don't die. Let go of that ante. Being hard to kill and having strong defense are two different things. I suggest the poster put up a bounty task in the Transcendent Alliance. Put up a task? Ren Yunchi sighed. No money. The most valuable thing he had was the Jisher, followed by the deep green crystal and the power armor. Oh, and that staff. Other than that, he had nothing. Just barely over 1,000 in cash. He couldn't possibly take out a loan to post a bounty, could he? Money is a bastard, but it sure looks good. Even in a supernatural world, everything still revolves around money. How ridiculously realistic. Ren Yunchi had bought a sleeper ticket. After standing by the window for a while, he lay back on his berth to rest with his eyes closed. The 5-day survival battle had indeed left him with considerable exhaustion. There is no need to use midnight for himself. As soon as Ren Yunchi's head touches the pillow, he falls into a deep sleep. It wasn't until the broadcast in the carriage sounded that he was awakened again. Ding dong. Dear passengers, due to a temporary adjustment in the operational plan, this train will terminate its journey earlier than scheduled. Inshan Station will be the final stop. The originally planned final destination, East Sea Fortress City, will no longer be reached. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. The vehicle entered the station and slowly came to a stop at the Silver Fir station platform. Ren Yunchi and the other passengers got off the vehicle with confused expressions, following the crowd as they walked out. What's going on? I'm asking you what's going on. Why isn't the car moving? Sir, please calm down. We're in a difficult situation here as well. Difficult, my foot. My bidding meeting. Can you afford to compensate for the delay? Sir, we sincerely apologize. This adjustment was unexpected and we are offering a full refund. Call your leader. I want to talk to your leader. The front desk was in chaos, with passengers shouting one after another, and the staff could only keep apologizing. Ren Yunchi pushed through the crowd and made a phone call to Jiang Yanyan. Are you almost here? Jiang Yanyan asked. No, the station changed. I'll take a rideshare back later, Ren Yunchi said. The station isn't operating either? Wait, what do you mean by either? What's going on? Our fortress city has recently been experiencing power outages, water cuts, and sewer blockages, Jiang Yanyan said. It's probably the work of star beasts. Star beast? Ren Yunchi was stunned. In the fortress city? Yes, I heard about it while doing a mission from those old-timers, Jiang Yanyan said. Seeing Ren Yunchi remain silent, Jiang Yanyan comforted him. Don't worry too much. The Extraordinary Alliance has recently increased patrols. Even if there are 2 or 3 star beasts, they won't cause much trouble. After hanging up the phone, Ren Yunchi frowned and searched online. It seems that as long as a city is near an interdimensional space, there will more or less be incidents of star beasts entering the city and causing harm. This dangerous world doesn't seem to care much about such matters. If a tiger had escaped from the zoo in a previous life, the area would have been locked down, traffic controlled, and residents staying home to avoid danger. Without wasting much time, Ren Yunchi found a business car. When the driver mentioned carpooling, he scanned the code to pay extra and headed straight back to Donghai Fortress City via the highway. From the outside, Donghai Fortress City showed no trace of a tense atmosphere. People come and go, shops operate as usual, and students in school uniforms sneak into the black internet cafe at the street corner. Between the buildings, the frontline dam stands tall, exuding a palpable sense of security. I'm here, see you at the Extraordinary Alliance. Ren Yunchi sent a message to Jiang Yanyan and Zhu Yushu. Half an hour hour later, at the entrance of the East Sea Extraordinary Alliance, the three reunited. Lend me some money. Ran Yunqi started with a heavy statement. Zhang Yanyan and Zhu Yushu exchanged a glance. Seeing Ren Yunqi's serious expression, they swallowed back the word no. How much? 1 million, Ren Yunqi said. I can't pay you back right now. Ren Yunqi said, I have a set of power armor and a deep green crystal from the eastern rainforest. Consider them as collateral. Alright, get lost, coming back and already talking like this. Zhu Yushu said unhappily, isn't my mech worth over 3 million better than your lousy power armor? I'll take the deep green crystal. I'll buy it for 1 million, Zhang Yanyan said. Get lost, this thing retails for just 500,000, offering 1 million to insult me? Ren Yunqi said, I'll sell you the crystal stone, and you lend me another 500,000. I'll pay you back within 6 months. Among the three, Ren Yunqi was the poorest. Don't be fooled by Zhang Yanyan's usual complaints about being broke. He never runs out of beast weapons or star pearls. Zhu Yushu, needless to say, all those who play with mechas are filthy rich. The two pooled together 1 million and transferred it to Ren Yunqi's CR account. What do you need so much money for? Zhu Yushu asked. Ren Yunqi, to post a bounty. Perhaps it was because he was new to the world and found everything strange. In any case, Ren Yunqi always felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Borrowing money is borrowing money. Let's focus on improving strength first. Sir, you want to place a bounty on a live star beast? The receptionist paused their typing. Yes, alive. Ren Yunqi nodded. Then the reward amount will be higher. You will need to pay not only the transportation fee but also the accident insurance fee. Insurance? Ren Yunqi had a bad feeling. So how much? You want a level 1 star beast. We recommend setting aside a reward of 100,000 and additionally preparing 200,000 as the cost for the star beast itself. 300,000. The icy touch of the counter spread from the palm to the crown of the head. That's ridiculously expensive. Ren Yunqi clearly remembered that the second level star pearl he had extracted from the swamp frog back then had only sold for 100,000. The money just borrowed hadn't even warmed up before it went into the account of the Super League. The remaining 700,000 didn't stay either. Ren Yunqi purchased a small storage space. His staff, luggage, and various other items always needed a place to be stored. Compared to him, Zhang Yanyan was remarkably generous, spending a deep green crystal along with a full 200,000 in processing fees to forge a knight's sword. Wow, you struck it rich? Ren Yunqi was stunned. Scholarship. The girl's ponytail swayed lightly, her tone cheerful. Scholarship? Ren Yunqi's voice suddenly rose. From our school? Yeah, just the day before you came back. The midterm ranking competition for our grade, I ranked first. Zhang Yanyan said, our school isn't like the college league. We can't offer such precious resources, so we can only use money. Ren Yunqi's every strand of hair exuded envy. Money is great. He just loves this kind of vulgar thing. If you don't make money, isn't it the same as losing money? Zhu Yushu said, Old Ran, you absolutely have to see our Nian taking on a dozen opponents single-handedly. That scene, what a heroine. Just so, of course, it's not impossible to take a look. Zhang Yanyan modestly said, just open any video website and search for Donghai No. 1 High School. Searched, it's me. Ren Yunqi turned the screen around. The text in the search box is, Donghai No. 1 High School, but all the results popping up below are highlight reels of Ren Yunqi's survival battles. There are lifestyle-focused, combat-focused, appearance-focused, and even distorted filial piety-focused ones. Zhang Yanyan, scroll down 2 more. Ren Yunqi pressed his index finger at the bottom of the page, then exaggeratedly swiped upward. The video scrolled down rapidly and stopped after a few seconds. Ren Yunqi, sorry, it's still me. Zhang Yanyan, unwilling to give up, grabbed the phone and refreshed it again, but the result was still the same. Whether it was the latest release or the most played, the cover was always Ren Yunqi's annoying big face. Ren Yunqi laughed. Zhang Yanyan, flustered and exasperated, said, what are you laughing at? I don't believe it. Found it. Look. Alright, I'm looking. Stop shoving it in my face. Are you trying to feed me the phone? Ren Yunqi snatched the phone from in front of his face and opened the video. The duration of this video is only 2.5 minutes. Judging by the shaky and blurry quality, it was probably shot on a phone at the scene. In the video, Zhang Yanyan holds a longbow and shoots a storm assault with 1 arrow. Although the warrior on the other side is quite large and holding a heavy shield, he is still swept up by the fierce wind, unable to tell east from west. In another video, Zhang Yanyan is holding a long sword. She wielded a slender knight's sword, and after only a few exchanges, the tip of her blade was already pointed at her opponent's wrist. With a surge of star energy, her opponent's weapon fell to the ground, and they clutched their wrist in pain, crying out miserably. Impressive, Ren Yunqi exclaimed in admiration. Based on what was just shown in the video, if the two were to duel, he might be able to hold out for a while, but there was absolutely no way he could defeat Lao Nian head-on. As long as you understand. Being praised like this, Zhang Yanyan felt much better. My elf forest space has 2 main attributes, storm and plant. The deep green crystal can activate plant resonance. I plan to use it to forge a sword specifically for plant specialization. Then even switch to dual sword style? Ren Yunqi asked. Yes, my dad has practiced the dual sword style combat technique manual. I'll have him teach me when I go home during the break, Zhang Yanyan said. What about you, Stick? What rank are you? Ren Yunqi nudged Zhu Yushu with his elbow. Don't mention it, I didn't take it seriously. Zhu Yushu shook his head. Mech warrior battles are too expensive. The prize money isn't even enough to cover the ammo costs. Midterms don't count, at least wait for the finals. Why worry about others? You should worry about yourself. Zhu Yushu said with a hint of schadenfreude. Mr. Survival Battle Champion, a lot of people in our school are waiting to challenge you. Ren Yunqi asked in confusion, weren't the midterms already over? Do extraordinary individuals need a reason to fight? Zhu Yushu spread his hands. Zhang Yanyan added, right now, you're like a meat bun. Everyone wants to take a bite out of you. Especially that Zhang Hao. He's practically obsessed with slandering you. Even after being dealt with several times, he still doesn't learn his lesson, Zhu Yushu said. You've been in the spotlight lately, and it's making him grind his teeth in anger. Last time, he almost lost control during training and burned his clothes. He also pursued our sister Nian, but she didn't even give him the time of day. I guess he blames you for that too. Zhang Yanyan remained unfazed. He's weak and ugly. If he wants to pursue me, he should at least have either skill or looks. Then I'm doomed. I don't have the skill either, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Yanyan, that's different. Zhu Yushu. Alright, these two are going crazy again without me. When the holiday ends and we return to school, Zhang Hao will definitely challenge you one-on-one, Zhang Yanyan said. If it really doesn't work out, the two of us, we'll talk about it then, Ren Yunqi said. While speaking, the upgraded CR was delivered to his hands. He took the staff from his waist, swiped it across the CR, and it disappeared. With a flick of his wrist, it was back in his palm. 700,000, worth every penny. The waiting time for the knight's sword was relatively long, so during this period, Ren Yunqi went to pick up a patrol mission identical to Zhang Yanyan's. The task is simple. In case of emergencies, especially when star beasts appear, send intelligence to the CR. The nearest transcendent will arrive to provide support as soon as possible. Conversely, the nearest transcendent must promptly respond upon receiving a distress signal. To put it bluntly, it's still Ren Yunqi's unease at play. Taking on this task, although a bit troublesome and tedious, I can always handle it when something comes up. Zhang Yanyan and Zhu Yushu didn't quite understand why Ren Yunqi took such a routine matter so seriously, but they didn't say anything further. If you want to practice with the power armor, come to our family's martial arts school during the holidays and let my dad teach you, Zhang Yanyan said. Uncle Zhang's private lessons cost several thousand per hour. I can't afford it, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. He takes your money, I'll pull his beard off. Zhang Yanyan snorted coldly. That's settled. Bangzi is coming too. Ha, what does this have to do with me? Zhu Yushu, the bystander, shouted. Look at all that flabby meat on you. If you don't train more, you'll end up being squashed into grilled meat by the mecha. Zhu Yushu looked pained, clearly harboring a deep psychological shadow from Zhang Yanyan's family martial arts school. October 10th, the sky was overcast and a cool breeze swirled across the ground, sneaking into the thin collars of pedestrians and making them shiver instinctively. Ah, time to go home. Zhang Yanyan stretched her body forcefully, and as she straightened her waist, the hem of her school uniform was lifted slightly by the wind. The faintly visible waistline of the blossoming young girl in the twilight was particularly pleasing to the eye. I'll take the bus. Ren Yunqi checked the time. Middle school is about to finish. I'm going to pick up my sister. Let's go together. It's been a while since I last saw Yunshu. We can have dinner together later, Zhang Yanyan said. Is Bangzi coming? I can't. My parents are home this time, so I need to go to the mall first to buy them some gifts, Zhu Yushu sighed. Ren Yunqi was surprised. Bangzi, you've grown up. Big deal. This midterm exam was a total disaster, and we spent millions again. Zhu Yushu groaned in distress. If I had known, I would have taken it seriously. I'm doomed when I go back this time. Don't worry, you've still got the two of us. Just remember to burn some paper for you this time next year. Ren Yunqi patted his shoulder. Get lost, get lost, get lost. After exchanging a few jokes, Zhu Yushu got into an unlicensed taxi and left. The advertisement lights at the bus stop gradually lit up as Ren Yunqi and Zhang Yanyan chatted while waiting for the bus. They talked about the survival battle and the midterm exams. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how did it feel entering the extra-dimensional space for the first time? Zhang Yanyan asked. Ren Yunqi thought for a moment. A bit oppressive. Oppressive? Zhang Yanyan hadn't expected such a response. When she watched the livestream, Ren Yunqi was always lively and energetic. An alternate dimension, different from our blue star. Apart from things like oxygen and gravity, I also felt a kind of rejection. Ren Yunqi recalled the feeling at the time. Actually, I can't quite explain it. It's just a sort of, incompatibility? Using a somewhat abstract example, it's like making someone live in a basement for a long time. Food, water, and entertainment are all provided, but there will always be an indescribable sense of oppression. Ren Yunqi also searched online, but there was no information on this matter. Others are more concerned about the star beasts and minerals inside. Maybe it's just the first first time and you're not used to it. It'll be fine later. Zhang Yanyan looked full of anticipation. When I pass the second-tier ranking match, I must go and see the interdimensional space too. I heard there are many super interesting spaces, like the time corridor of the Baroque clock tower, the Thousand Buddha market in Jing'an. As they spoke, the bus passing by the middle school gate arrived. There were many people on the bus, even the handrails overhead were not enough. Hold on to me. Zhang Yanyan placed Rin Yunqi's hand on her shoulder. She was a soldier, her feet rooted firmly without moving. The crowded bus forced people close together, and the two naturally stood very near to each other. Zhang Yanyan's face leaned against Rin Yunqi's chest, catching a refreshing and pleasant scent, like clothes just dried under the sun. A weight pressed down on her head. All the romantic atmosphere vanished in an instant. Zhang Yanyan said angrily, Ren Yun, Xie, you're resting your chin on my head again. Who told you your height is just right? Ren Yunqi chuckled, and as soon as he spoke, Zhang Yanyan felt a tingling sensation on the top of her head. Zhang Yanyan, furious, was about to step on his toes, but just as the bus turned a corner, she accidentally bumped into him. Alright, you bumped into me once, now we're even, Ren Yunqi said. Even what? Zhang Yanyan's eyes were almost brimming with tears. You hit my nose, it hurts. You just know how to bully me. The bus stopped at a station a few hundred meters away from the middle school, and the two got off. Zhang Yanyan was still rubbing her nose, rubbing it twice and then sniffing hard. Don't play the victim, huh? Your warrior skills aren't up to par, not sturdy at all, Ren Yunqi said with a laugh. Zhang Yanyan raised her small fist, her tone unfriendly. Say it again, and I'll let you see how sturdy it is. Ren Yunqi promptly shut his mouth, and the two walked toward the school gate. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Class is over. As soon as the bell rang, Ren Yunshu, who had been watching the clock, leapt up from her seat and swept the textbooks and papers on her desk into the drawer. It wasn't just her, the whole class behaved similarly. Even the teacher at the front of the room couldn't control them and left after writing the homework on the blackboard. Finally, it's the weekend. No evening self-study tonight. Bestie Mi Xiaotao said excitedly, Yunshu, a new Sichuan-style skewer shop just opened on Food Street. Should we go try it later? Can't go. Heading home. My brother's coming back today. Ren Yunshu had already packed her school bag. Speaking of packing, it was really just putting her water bottle and the leftover snacks clipped with a clip into the bag. Homework? Which serious student does homework on the weekend? Isn't this something everyone copies from each other on Sunday night before returning to school? I wanna go too. Mi Xiaotao quickly grabbed her arm. Good Yunshu, you already promised me before. When you took leave to watch the live stream, I even covered for you. Go ahead, Ren Yunshu said generously. Mi Xiaotao was overjoyed and actually pulled out a small mirror from the inner pocket of her backpack, along with a powder puff, eyebrow pencil, and other items. There were even several styles of false eyelashes. What are you doing? Ren Yunshu was stunned. Putting on makeup, of course. I've reunited with brother Yunchi after so long. I must face him in my best appearance. Mi Xiaotao said matter-of-factly, even feeling a bit regretful that she hadn't worn her contact lenses today. Now she could only meet people wearing her black-framed glasses, but without them, she might squint. Actually, you look best without makeup. My brother used to say the same thing. Ren Yunshu watched her patting powder on her face and couldn't help but remind her. Men's words are just for listening. Mi Xiaotao's hands didn't stop moving. One after another, they all say barefaced beauty is unbeatable, but when you really don't wear makeup, they complain and aren't happy. Oh, by the way, does brother Yunchi like milk tea color or peach color? After some fuss, by the time they reached the school gate, the sky outside had already started to darken. Mi Xiaotao was a bit nervous, clutching Ren Yunshu's arm much tighter than usual. Ren Yunshu was speechless. Is it really necessary to be this nervous? Let me tell you, my brother is nothing like what you're imagining. Not only does he like to bully people, steal my pocket money, and have a sharp tongue, but he's also not as handsome as you think. I've seen him in the morning with messy hair, picking at his eye gunk, and hogging the toilet while watching videos. A voice that sounded like a forced smile came from behind. Ren Yunshu's body stiffened abruptly, and she turned around slowly like a machine, forcing a flattering smile on her face. Oh, brother, you're here? Ren Yunshi let out a grunt from his nose. Ren Yunshu felt even more uncertain and quietly stepped back a little. When did you get here? Before you started talking about picking eye gunk. Ren Yunshi flexed his wrist and smiled brightly. Ren Yunshu, my dear sister, is this really the image you have of your own brother? No, I'm not, I didn't. Come on, put the bike away first, and let's get a little closer. Help! Mingda Middle School, at the main entrance, a heartbreaking tragedy was unfolding. A middle school girl in a school uniform was being grabbed by her ponytail and lifted by a tall young man, struggling desperately like a drowning fish. Say bad things about me behind my back again, and you'll see what happens. Ren Yunchi twisted Ren Yunshu's face. Do you give in? I give in, Ren Yunshu mumbled, her speech slurred as her face was being pinched. There's not even a bit of meat on your face, pinching it doesn't feel good at all, Ren Yunchi said with a look of distaste. Ren Yunshu was furious but didn't dare say anything back. She could only imagine 1,000 ways to torment Ren Yunchi in her mind. mind. The more she imagined, the better she felt, and even her frown relaxed. Ran Yunchi. Could it be that pulling on her ponytail pulled her brain out too? Yunshu, the bond between you siblings is really great, Mi Xiaotao said enviously, wishing she also had a dependable big brother. Ran Yunshu's eyes widened, just about to retort, but the corner of her eye caught her brother's unfriendly gaze, and she quickly swallowed back the words that had just surfaced. Hee, brother, you came back alone. Didn't Sister Nian Nian come with you? She went across the street to buy milk tea. Ran Yunchi looked at Mi Xiaotao. What flavor do you want? I'll get it together. No, I don't need any. Mi Xiaotao quickly waved her hand. Don't worry, Sister Nian Nian is super nice. Ran Yunshu took out her phone from her pocket and called Jiang Nian Nian. Hello Sister Nian Nian, I have a good friend here with me. She likes white peach oolong tea. Even though she got a free milk tea, Mi Xiaotao couldn't feel happy. She had a nagging feeling that this Sister Nian Nian who bought the milk tea was not a simple person. Other than that, the Rin siblings' attitude was too natural, as if it was perfectly normal to call and add bubble tea. It was like having guests at home and calling the partner who was out grocery shopping to bring back a few more ready-made dishes. She pulled Rin Yunshu aside and whispered, "Is she your brother's girlfriend?" "No, she's a childhood friend. We've grown up playing together." Rin Yunshu chuckled and said, "But I have high hopes for them. Sister Nian Nian is so strong, she can even keep my brother in check." I see. Mi Xiaotao decided to stay a little longer to see what kind of person this Sister Nian Nian was. But Jiang Nian Nian never waited for him. Instead, another group of people arrived. "It's Jia Shuelin and her group." Ran Yunshu frowned. "Did she bully you?" Ran Yunchi asked. Ran Yunshu explained, "Not bullying, it's just that recently you've been participating in the college league and she's a die-hard fan of Zhang Yifan." Got it. Ran Yunchi couldn't help but laugh. A mommy fan too? When it comes to being impressive, Zhang Yifan takes the cake. At 19 years old, he actually has a mommy fan who's only 14 or 15. Let's go. It was a good day, and Ran Yunshu didn't want to get into any conflicts. Yo, isn't this Sister Ren? Under the streetlight, Jia Shuelin and her group also noticed them and walked over, raising her voice. Wow, Sister Ren, you're really keeping things under wraps. No wonder you ignore all those boys chasing you at school. Turns out you found someone outside of school. Jia Shuelin, my brother is here today, and I don't want to argue with you, Ren Yunshu said. Ran Yunchi. Jia Shuelin's voice suddenly turned sharp, and she walked over in a few steps. You're the one who did something to my Yifan. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Ran Yunchi smiled. Hello. Heart of the Holy Bear, activating, affinity maxed out. Oh, hello. Jia Shuelin responded instinctively, suddenly realizing she wanted to lash out, but upon seeing Ren Yunchi smile, the curse words just wouldn't come out. So handsome. Looking closely, he seems to be even a bit more handsome than Zhang Yifan. Although he doesn't have that kind of timid vibe that makes people want to protect him, the sunny big brother is also very nice. It's so hard to choose. When Jiang Nian returned carrying milk tea in both hands, this was the scene she saw. The Rin siblings, along with an unfamiliar girl, were standing together, facing a group of middle school students. The middle school students looked unruly, with a few of them wearing gold chains that resembled dog leashes. The girl leading the group had flushed cheeks, her voice soft and delicate, as if she were love-struck. Year sis. Ran Yunshu saw her, happily called out, and ran over. Jiang Nianian opened her arms, careful not to spill the milk tea, letting the girl crash into her embrace and affectionately nuzzle against her. What's going on? Oh, they are all my classmates, Ran Yunshu said. Jiang Nianyan's face lit up with a smile, and she said gently, hello, everyone. Hello. Seeing Jiang Nianyan, both Mi Xiaotao and Jia Shuelin instinctively shrank back a little. Jiang Nianyan was wearing an ordinary white t-shirt, jeans, and black and white canvas shoes, but her features were simply outstanding. Her skin was as fair as freshly washed glutinous rice, and her round lychee-like eyes carried a hint of a smile. The corners of her mouth naturally curved upward, and even without lipstick they exuded a faint pink hue. Mi Xiaotao wailed inwardly, Yunshu, when you say your brother likes natural beauty, do you mean this level of natural beauty? Jia Shuelin and her group quickly left. With Jiang Nianyan around, Mi Xiaotao also felt completely uneasy and found an excuse to slip away. What the heck, after begging me for so long to have a meal together, now she just ran off. Ran Yunshu pouted as she clung to Jiang Nianyan's arm. Jiang Nianyan watched as Mi Xiaotao's figure disappeared around the corner and smiled. Maybe she has something to take care of. Out of Jiang Nianyan's sight, Ran Yunshu secretly gave Ran Yunchi a thumbs up. Ran Yunchi couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Nianyan Jia, how long are you staying this time? Ran Yunshu shook Jiang Nianyan's arm. 2 weeks, I think. Jiang Nianyan replied with a smile. Ran Yunshu was filled with envy. That long? Do high school students get such good treatment? Although it's called a holiday, hardly anyone is really enjoying it, Jiang Nianyan said. The holiday is right after the midterm exams. Half a semester into the school year, the differences in talent and family background among the students have already become apparent. Some have already developed impressive combat abilities, while many others can't even execute a single combat skill or spell. The gap is so large that it leaves people in despair. Even if if the midterm performance is good, the sense of crisis will drive every student into a frenzy of competition, fearing that one careless moment will leave them trailing behind others. Even someone as strong as Jiang Nian thinks about studying during the holidays to secure her top spot in the grade. You guys go home and see uncle and aunt first. Another day, the three families can have a meal together. Okay, contact by phone. Jiang Nian took a taxi and left. Ran Yunshu pedaled her bicycle laboriously, huffing and puffing as she carried Ren Yunchi home. Hurry up, eating so many snacks doesn't give you any strength at all. Ren Yunchi ate the snacks Ren Yunshu had stashed in her backpack, sitting in the back seat with his long legs swinging back and forth. Do you have any shame? Making a delicate, beautiful young girl carry you around? Ren Yunshu panted heavily. Are you tired? Obviously. Isn't it clear? Say it earlier. Bear hug of the saint. What hug? Grab the handlebars, here I go. Open the door. At the main entrance, Ren Yunshu stood with her hands on her hips. Even though she had a key, she insisted on making Ren Yunchi open the door. Alright. Ren Yunchi, feeling guilty, took out the key and unlocked the door. Ren Yunshu rushed in ahead. Mom, I'm back. Go wash your hands first, don't eat snacks. The sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. Mom, I'm back too. Ren Yunchi also shouted. Comrade Wang Xiaomei poked her head out holding a spatula. When she saw Ren Yunchi, her eyes lit up instantly, and she exclaimed joyfully, my son is back. Mom! Ren Yunchi gave a big bear hug, lifting Comrade Wang Xiaomei off the ground and spinning her around. Ren Yunshu watched with envy, thinking, why hadn't she ever received such treatment herself? She deliberately crossed her arms in front of her, showing Wang Xiaomei her scratched arm. Comrade Wang Xiaomei didn't notice at all, holding Ren Yunchi's face and doting on him. Cough. My son looks even more handsome. Look at that fair little face. How many people will he charm? Mom! Ren Yunshu clung to the doorframe and raised her voice. We just fell off the bike. It's all my brother's fault. Oh, okay, hurry up and go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. I'll cook a few more dishes your brother likes tonight. Comrade Wang Xiaomei responded perfunctorily. Where's the money? Ren Yunshu spread her hands. The spare change you used to stash away. You think I didn't know? Hurry up! Wang Xiaomei's voice floated over from the kitchen smoke. Ren Yunshu was on the verge of tears. They say daughters are the precious little princesses of the family, showered with endless love. And me? A roadside strip. Mom, where's Dad? Ren Yunchi asked. You child, you didn't even give a heads up before coming back. Your dad is out drinking right now. I'll give him a call. Wang Xiaomei made a phone call. Hey, son, you're coming home. Good. Take your time on the way back, and stop by the deli to buy some marinated dishes. Not too much, just eat whatever there is. Ren Yunchi walked into the kitchen, took an apron off the wall, and tied it around himself. I still have some meat here. I'll grill it tonight. Where do you have any Inger? A huge chunk of meat suddenly appeared in Ren Yunchi's hand without any warning, startling Wang Xiaomei and Ren Yunshu. I know. It's CR. My brother's CR. Ren Yunshu was the first to react, running over excitedly. Move aside, grown-ups are busy, can't you see? Ren Yunchi said with annoyance, turning around and bumping Ren Yunshu back with his hip. The things of the extraordinary are truly magical. Wang Xiaomei clicked her tongue in admiration and glanced at the meat again. What kind of meat is this? Star beast meat. I've tried it, and it's quite tasty, Ren Yunchi said with a smile. Let's eat first. I also bought you a gift, but I'll bring it out when Dad gets back. Ren Yunshu stood at the kitchen door, staring eagerly. When Ren Yunchi glanced at her, she quickly flashed a flattering smile. Ren Guodong returned quickly, his face still slightly flushed, clearly having had a drink. The family sat together and enjoyed a lively meal, during which Ren Yunchi talked a lot about the survival battle. Unlike the version he told Jiang Nian, Ren Yunchi now described the survival battle in glowing terms. The scenery is picturesque, and the air is fresh and pleasant. The teammates treated him like a younger brother, taking great care of him in daily life, and the star beast meat was prepared in different ways every day. There wasn't much fighting, just eating and drinking led to winning first place and receiving the reward. By the way, I also bought you some gifts. Ren Yunchi took out several glass bottles from the CR space, containing a clear, water blue liquid. Mom, this is for you. Star beast condensate, see these marks? Add 1 mark to dinner every day. It can strengthen the body and enhance physical fitness, Ren Yunchi said. Such a precious thing, you should keep it for yourself. What is this? Oh, it can also beautify and nourish the skin. Comrade Wang Xiaomei pulled back the coagulant she had pushed away. She couldn't let down the child's kind gesture. Dad, this is for you. Ren Yunchi took out another bottle of liquor. This is Star Beast Whip infused wine. Ren Guodong cleared his throat lightly and silently placed the liquor on the ground. Wang Xiaomei glared at Ren Yunchi with annoyance, and Ren Yunchi smiled. What kind of whip? Ren Yunshu, watching the tacit understanding among the three, couldn't help but ask. Ren Guodong and Wang Xiaomei, children shouldn't ask questions they shouldn't ask. Ren Yunshu pouted. Fine, she wouldn't ask. She looked at Ren Yunchi, holding out both hands in front of her, and said ingratiatingly, Brother, where's mine? Where's mine? Ren Yunchi wiped his mouth unhurriedly, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of what seemed like an invisible tail behind his sister wagging like a propeller. tell her. Here, take it. A necklace. Ran Yunshu accepted it joyfully, liking it more and more the longer she looked at it. The necklace was bright silver, a thin chain with a misty blue gemstone hanging below. She's still a student right now, isn't it a bit early for her to wear jewelry? Wang Xiaomei said. Ran Yunshu quickly clenched the necklace in her hand, afraid her mother might say, "Let me keep it for you first." Let her wear it. It's not just a piece of jewelry, Ran Yunchi said. Come on, put the whistle in your mouth. Whistle, isn't that it? Ran Yunchi pointed at the necklace. Ran Yunshu, isn't this a crescent-shaped gem? Ah, yes, anyway, just put it in your mouth. Ran Yunshu, confused, placed one end of the gem in her mouth and blinked at Ran Yunchi. Ran Yunchi, blow. Ran Yunshu blew hard, but apart from the hissing sound of air leaking, the gem showed no reaction. Ran Yunshu muttered and complained, "What the heck? You're messing with me again." Ran Yunchi activated the CR, allowing Ran Yunshu to see the red dot displayed on the map. Is this a tracker? Ran Yunshu exclaimed. What kind of gift is this? Lower your voice, you'll disturb the neighbors, Ran Yunchi said. If you don't blow, I can't get a signal here, and it would be no different from ordinary jewelry. But no matter how I think about it, it feels so awkward. This was bought from the Transcendent Alliance. It costs tens of thousands. Then I want it. Ran Yunshu grabbed it tightly in her hand. No matter what it was, as long as it was valuable, it had to be something good. After finishing the meal, Ran Yunchi stretched lazily and prepared to take a hot bath. Wait a moment, the kitchen is boiling water, Wang Xiaomei said. Ran Yunchi asked curiously, is the water heater out of water? Stopped for 2 days already. Haven't you noticed we're using mineral water for cooking? Wang Xiaomei complained. The property management has been getting worse lately. They can't even ensure water and electricity. I'll go talk to them tomorrow. Beep beep. At that moment, the CR on Ran Yunchi's wrist vibrated. Special circumstances have arisen in Xiqing District's Qingyan Street. All extraordinary individuals within 2 kilometers, please report immediately. Xiqing District was over 10 kilometers away from the Ren family home, so Ran Yunchi had no need to take on the task. He frowned, thought for a moment, and took out a few small red fruits from the CR, giving one to each of his parents and sister. What is this? Ran Yunshu asked curiously. Crimson fruit. Han Xiaofeng gave it to me during the survival battle. Ran Yunchi said, no need to eat it now. The effect of this thing is to assimilate your aura with the surrounding environment within half an hour. Invisibility? Ran Yunshu asked excitedly. Ran Yunchi, no, just the aura. Ran Yunshu deflated. What's the use of that? Such a big person here, even without any breath, it's still clear to see. Just hold it if I tell you to. So much talking. Ran Yunchi pretended to flick his forehead, and Ran Yunshu reflexively shrank his neck, grumbling but staying silent. That night, Ran Yunchi slept soundly. Because of the star skill, midnight, his sleep quality was much better, and his consciousness seemed to be soaking in a hot spring. The next day, the grayish-blue morning mist had not yet dissipated, but he had already opened his eyes, looking full of energy. Ran Yunchi exhaled a breath, turned over, and sat up, his bones cracking like popping beans. Ding! There was a message from Zhang Yanyan on CR 2 minutes ago. Ran Yunchi casually replied and got out of bed to freshen up. He brought his phone and house keys along, jogging along the sidewalk, feeling his body gradually wake up. The sky was still overcast, but the streetlights had already gone out early, making the silence even more pronounced. Pace, 4 minutes. If it were in his previous life, Ran Yunchi would have coughed his lungs out at this speed. But in this life, after his body had been tempered and refined by star power, this speed was classified as a leisurely jog. After running about 5 kilometers, Ran Yunchi received Jiang Nianian's CR reply, changed direction, and sped straight toward the small park. Due to the existence of star beasts in Yaosai City, land resources in this world are quite scarce. The entire residential area, with a population of hundreds of thousands, has only 3 or 4 green parks. When he turned at the third intersection, he deliberately glanced at the convenience store window. His whole body was like a steam engine, with white mist rising from the tips of his hair. In the small park, a group of people was already doing their morning exercises. They were dressed in identical dark blue training outfits, and their different body shapes made the outfits look distinct on each of them. Old Ren. Zhang Yanyan came up with her high ponytail swing, waving at him. The same outfit looked much more pleasing on her, neat and refreshing. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang, Sister Yu. Ran Yunchi greeted a few acquaintances. Brother, we all watched your live streams from those days. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I could never come up with ideas like yours in my entire life. Lu Jichang, the bulliest among the group, with knotted muscles even extending to the back of his neck, gave Ran Yunchi a thumbs up as thick as a carrot. Some people rely on their brains. You can just envy them for the rest of your life. Yu said with a laugh. Lu Jichang wasn't upset either. He scratched his bald head and chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Zhang Mingyuan suddenly appeared from behind Ran Yunchi, lean and wiry like an eel. He put his arm around Ran Yunchi's shoulder and winked at Zhang Yanyan. I say, junior sister, why let a good thing go to someone else? Such an outstanding young man, shouldn't you make a move sooner? Zhang Yanyan's face flushed as she exclaimed, Zhang Mingyuan. My bad, I shouldn't have said it here. Don't worry, junior sister, I'll I'll talk to Master when we get back and have him find a matchmaker. Everyone laughed merrily. Zhang Yanyan wasn't exactly a shy girl, but being teased like this in public was still too much for her to handle. Senior brother Zhang, it's been a while. I'd like to learn from your skills. Junior sister, how long has it been since you awakened? Don't say later that senior brother bullied you. I won't. I'll team up with him. Zhang Yanyan pulled Rin Yunqi over. The two of us against you, do you dare? No problem. Zhang Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. Although he had heard that his junior sister was extraordinarily talented and Rin Yunqi had once gone viral online, deceiving countless people. But in a head-to-head arena battle, as someone who had been awakened for 2.5 years, there was no way he would feel intimidated. After warming up, everyone in the martial arts school took a wooden sword to hone their combat skills. Rin Yunqi did not join them. Instead, he found a corner to practice his spells. His fingers pointed in the air, channeling starlight downward. Soon, a spell hovered in front of him. Then came the second, the third, followed by the combination. One by one, the star force veins connected smoothly. The starlight grew brighter and brighter, and the surrounding temperature also rose. Just as a star skill was about to be completed, Rin Yunqi casually dispersed it and started writing again. The sky had already brightened, and the tireless workers without weekends headed out to work. Many breakfast stalls were also set up beside the park. Buns, noodles, hand-grabbed pancakes, a wide variety, an astonishing quantity, with small square tables set up one after another. Time to eat, Yu shouted, and everyone stopped exercising, casually sat down, and started eating heartily. They were all extraordinary individuals, and all trained as warriors, shoveling food into their mouths like bottomless pits, making the restaurant owners beam with joy. Your martial arts school is pretty great. If nothing else, 3 meals a day must have supported quite a few restaurants, Ran Yunqi said with a smile. Absolutely. Master and mistress are nothing like those stingy martial arts schools. Boss, another 4 baskets of dumplings, please. Lu Jiqiang said, those greedy martial arts schools build their own cafeterias, sell food that's both expensive and unappetizing, and even force people to eat there. They just have big appetites. It's not like their taste buds have run away from home. Can they not tell whether the food is good or bad? It's not just the cafeteria, even potions and beast soldiers have to be purchased through the martial arts school's channels. Zhang Mingyuan took a bite of the hand-grabbed pancake and said, a brother of mine bought a beast weapon at the Gangshan Martial Arts Hall to participate in the second-tier ranking competition. Someone of the same level swung a big knife down, directly breaking his sword, and he was almost split in half. Such a beast. Everyone's gone crazy trying to make money. Did you end up losing money? Losing money? Zhang Mingyuan said, the Gangshan Martial Arts School made it clear, there's no problem with the beast weapon. If your own star power enhancement can't match theirs, who can you blame? If they act like this, at the year-end martial arts school ranking competition, which student would still dare to fight for them? Just hire external help. Who said students who've only been in the martial arts school for a month don't count as students? Ran Yunqi didn't join the conversation, eating his noodles while listening. He was part of the academic circle and planned to attend a transcendent university in the future, which had no connection to these martial arts circles. So many things were new to him. Zhang Yinyan's family runs a martial arts school. Unlike schools, martial arts halls are a type of civilian organization for extraordinary individuals. Martial arts halls enhance their status by participating in various competitions, making it easier to recruit more students, collect tuition fees, and grow stronger. Zhang Nianian's father, Zhang Shui, is a second-tier warrior and a prominent figure within a radius of dozens of miles. Uncle Jiang, Ran Yunqi greeted proactively. Ah, Yunqi is here. Zhang Shui, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, had a medium build but broad shoulders, dressed in a dark blue cultivation outfit. A palm as large as a cattail fan slapped Rin Yunqi's shoulder, making his shoulder blade ache. Dad, old Rin just got a set of power armor and wants to train and get used to it here, Zhang Yanyan said. No problem. Jiang Shui readily agreed. Prepare another arena for us. Old Rin and I need to wake up a certain mouthy senior brother, Zhang Yan added. Jiang Shui instinctively looked at Zhang Mingyuan, who quickly raised his hand. Master, you know me. Alright, if you want to fight, then fight. It'll give me a chance to see how your skills have progressed during this time. Ring 1, raise the protective shield. Second floor, changing room. Senior brother Zhang is 21 years old this year, with a natal space of a quicksand pool, no spatial spirit. He practices with a one-handed rapier and participated in a second-tier ranking match at the beginning of the year but did not pass. Zhang Yanyan explained Zhang Mingyuan's information to Rin Yunqi. His most proficient combat skill is the Golden Snake 13 consecutive swords, combined with the Sandstorm Star technique, making it difficult for opponents to discern the attack path. Additionally, he has mastered the defensive star technique Rock Fortress, the offensive star technique Falling Rocks, and the control skill Clay. Ran Yunqi nodded. Standard configuration of societal transcendence. It's not a derogatory term. Compared to the academically trained who excel in team battles, transcendents from martial arts schools tend to focus more on being well-rounded. Whether it's offense, defense, or control, they need to know a bit of every type of star technique. mage or warrior? I want them all. Extraordinary individuals cultivated in this way are all perfect hexagons. Of course, whether the hexagon is big or small is another matter. Senior brother Zhang may not have reached the second tier, but his peak first tier combat strength is not something you or I can face head on. Zhang Yanyan said, here's the plan, you use the power armor to take him head on first, and I'll use storm arrows from behind to control his sandstorm. Once it works, we'll switch places, and I'll take the front. Alright, Ran Yunqi nodded readily. When the two of them reached arena number 1, Zhang Mingyuan was already standing on one side, ready. Everyone in the martial arts gym, whether coaches, students, or martial arts enthusiasts who were simply there to work out, stopped what they were doing and gathered outside the protective shield to watch the excitement. Junior sister, brother Yunqi, I won't go easy on you. If you can't handle it, remember to admit defeat early, Zhang Mingyuan said with a cheerful smile. Attack! Let's give it a try first, Ran Yunqi replied with a grin. Zhang Shu stood on the second floor, pressing his hand downward from above. Begin! Zhang Yanyan immediately stepped back while summoning the spatial spirit. Clang! Zhang Mingyuan drew his sword from its sheath, his body suddenly lunging forward, moving even faster than Zhang Yanyan, with his target being none other than Ren Yunqi standing ahead. Ren Yunqi raised his hand, and Caramel appeared on his shoulder. With a lift of his hand, he unleashed a midnight. Bro, I told you, I've watched all your streams. Zhang Mingyuan's body suddenly froze, then with a swift spin, he shifted to Ren Yunqi's side. He was well aware that Ren Yunqi's move could be unleashed in either a straight line or an area of effect. If the area of effect was chosen, Zhang Yanyan, who had just walked a short distance away, would also be in trouble. Is that so? Ren Yunqi smiled. On his empty left shoulder, the newly appeared Yuzu unleashed Holy Bear's Embrace. Zhang Mingyuan could only dodge again. He recognized this move too. A life-bound star skill that could make people so comfortable they'd let out philosophical cries. Originally, he had already accumulated quite a bit of fatigue from morning exercises. If it were to be released all at once, don't do such a thing. I'd like to see how long your star power can last. Zhang Mingyuan shouted loudly, moving nimbly. The sword tip dragged on the ground, producing a harsh screeching sound. At a certain moment, his steps suddenly paused, followed by a heavy stomp. The arena trembled for a moment, and the onlookers let out a burst of exclamations. The bystanders, seeing clearly from their perspective, were shocked to find a series of spells forming an array centered around Ren Yunqi. Zhang Mingyuan was actually writing spells on the ground. Dust rise. Dust suddenly surged up. Countless fine gravel and sand, wrapped in dark golden star power, shot into the sky, forming a sandstorm vortex several meters in diameter in midair. Ren Yunqi was trapped within the sandstorm. Golden Snake 13 consecutive swords. Zhang Mingyuan made up his mind to deal with Ren Yunqi first. Without her support, no matter how talented the junior sister was, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. He submerged himself entirely into the swirling dust, as if transforming into a golden-ringed snake within the quicksand. From Ren Yunqi's perspective, every grain of sand could turn into the tip of Zhang Mingyuan's sword in the next second. A peak first-tier opponent was indeed not easy to handle. Ren Yunqi no longer hesitated and activated the CR. In an instant, the power armor spread across his entire body. He directly took a step forward and charged in one direction. When I save enough money, I'll buy a set of power armor too, Lu Jiqiang said enviously from outside the protective shield. In battles below tier 2 or even tier 3, power armor was simply overpowered, almost like cheating. Boom! Zhang Mingyuan's sand and dust couldn't stop the power armor's steps at all. Don't even think about it. Even the most basic power armor costs millions. What would you use to buy it? Yu said. Lu Jiqiang thought for a moment and sighed. Indeed, if he had this money, he would be reluctant to buy such a set of equipment and would most likely exchange it for resources to sprint to tier 3. Inside the arena, Zhang Mingyuan was equally uncomfortable. Ren Yunqi's combat style could hardly be called sophisticated. It didn't even have much of a pattern. He simply charged forward with all his might in one direction. Feeling the phrase brute force from someone much weaker than himself was definitely not a pleasant experience. Seeing that Ren Yunqi was about to rush out of the formation's range, he grew anxious and followed with his sword in hand. The slender sword tip aimed at the joints not covered by the power armor. As soon as he got close to Ren Yunqi, he felt his mind go blank, and a strong drowsiness surged over him. Damn it! Range hypnosis. He struggled to stay awake, but the black rabbit doll's eyes glowed red again. Raging red eyes. Starforce surged uncontrollably, and the unprepared Zhang Mingyuan, in his dazed state, momentarily lost control over the dust. On the other side, Zhang Yanyan had already retreated to the edge of the arena, holding a longbow in her hand. An arrow was released. Storm! The arrow pierced directly into the top of the arena's energy shield, and immediately, with this point as the center, the eye of the storm expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Mingyuan's sand was swept away by this storm, turning into a sand tornado. This is bad. Zhang Mingyuan snapped back to his senses, realizing the danger. Without thinking further, he turned and ran. Behind him, the storm tornado relentlessly pursued. Zhang Yanyan shot the second arrow. The tornado split into 2, swaying on both sides and blocking all of Zhang Mingyuan's paths. Zhang Mingyuan gritted his teeth, star power surging as he tried to regain control of the dust. Nian, bring some plants, Ran Yunqi shouted. Zhang Niannian was puzzled but still switched to the knight's sword she had just forged, flourishing branches and leaves. With the blessing of the spatial spirit and deep green crystal, the plants summoned by Zhang Niannian grew wildly, their speed almost rivaling that of Han Xiaofeng. The vines were swept up by the storm, instantly transforming into a fortress of plants encircling Zhang Mingyuan. Ran Yunqi wrote the incantation. Flame cage, flames rose up, fire, plants, wind. 3 elements combined to forcibly create a giant torch on this arena. Holy crap, a rock fortress. Zhang Mingyuan was stunned, desperately covering himself with a rock shield to keep the flames out. Alright, the match is over, Zhang Shi said. There's no need to compare anymore. Zhang Niannian still has a storm arrow, and Yunqi's star power is clearly far from depleted. They just need to keep adding fuel to the fire and wait for Zhang Mingyuan to give up and end the fight himself. Damn, I thought I was about to turn into a beggar's chicken. The scorched and cracked rock split open, and Zhang Mingyuan crawled out with lingering fear. His eyes were red and streaming with tears. Are young couples these days all this fierce? Smoking and burning, treating senior brother like a star beast to be dealt with. Senior brother, are you okay? Zhang Niannian asked with concern. Seeing that his junior sister still cared about him, Zhang Mingyuan felt a warm surge in his heart. I'm fine, just that my eyes sting a little. That won't do, brother Rin. Please help your senior brother. Got it, Ran Yunqi readily agreed. Zhang Mingyuan's breath stopped abruptly, and a strong sense of unease struck his mind. Wait, don't. Holy Bear's embrace. Zhang Mingyuan rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, twitching like a shrimp. The thing he feared most still happened. His eyes and the accumulated fatigue over this period were all released the moment he came into contact with Holy Bear's embrace. That feeling of pleasure was so intense it nearly blew the top of his head off. No, don't make that noise. I don't want to make that sound. Zhang Mingyuan desperately tried to suppress his instincts, but his body was honest, cheering, rejoicing, completely betraying its master. 2 streams of tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. The onlookers fell silent, collectively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Old Zhang really lost big this time, leaving neither the competition nor his dignity intact, you said in a low voice. Lu Jiqian nodded vigorously, thinking that if it were him, he'd probably feel like jumping off a building. Such a big reaction? Ran Yunqi was also startled. He hadn't expected Zhang Mingyuan to react so strongly. What should we do? Zhang Niannian asked softly. Ran Yunqi turned his head and scanned the crowd, finally landing his gaze on Jiang Shu. Jiang Shi caught his gaze, was stunned for a moment, his expression showing some disbelief, then silently nodded. Eliminating fatigue, a remarkable star skill. Jiang Shi suddenly spoke loudly. Come, Yunqi, let me experience it too. Ran Yunqi unleashed a sacred bear's embrace, and Jiang Shi finally understood why his disciple couldn't control himself. The same comfortable moaning sound came from the mouth of the 40 or 50-year-old Jiang Shu, instantly stealing all of Zhang Mingyuan's spotlight. Master, all right. Zhang Mingyuan's body was still twitching, overwhelmed with emotion. Willing to sacrifice your own dignity just to help your disciple through a crisis? Master, you are my god. 2 more strikes, Jiang Shi said, panting heavily. Zhang Mingyuan said emotionally, Master, no need, your disciple is fine now. Get out of the way, I really want to go for another round. Jiang Shi said. Zhang Mingyuan, huh? Jiang Shui, an extraordinary veteran in his 40s. When he truly felt the hidden injuries and negative states accumulated in his body over the years dissolve under the honey-colored glow of the embrace of the holy bear, dignity? How much per pound? Again, a bit harder. Ran Yunqi instinctively glanced at Zhang Niannian and found Zhang Niannian covering her face, utterly embarrassed. It's not my dad, it's not my dad, it's not my dad. Old Ran. Let's switch, I'll recognize your dad as my dad, Zhang Niannian muttered. You're really filial. Ran Yunqi silently gave a thumbs up. Jiang Shui had been stuck at the second stage for over a decade. People like Dong Yinuan de Tao, who are in their 20s and have reached the 3rd tier, are already outstanding individuals, possessing the demeanor of geniuses. Not to mention someone as exceptional as Zhang Yifan, who is a rarity even across the entire country. Most extraordinary individuals are like Jiang Shui, stuck at a certain tier due to various reasons, unable to progress further. This is also why Jiang Shui lost his composure in public. With the purification of the sacred bear's embrace, he even hopes to restore his body's star power to its peak state and break through to the 3rd tier. I've always known you had it in you, kid. Jiang Shui laughed heartily. Uncle Jian, my hands. Ran Yunqi silently tried to pull his hands out of the middle-aged man's grip, but to no avail. Oh, it was Uncle who lost his composure. Jiang Shui found Ran Yunqi more and more pleasing to the eye and said with a smile, Come, let me teach you a basic combat technique. Ran Yunqi pressed the CR and donned the power armor. Whether it's power armor, light armor, or heavy armor, the principles are the same. The key is coordination and exertion. Come, I'll demonstrate once, follow along with me. Although called combat techniques, they are more like martial arts routines. Things Things like advancing steps, shuffle steps, and cross steps, push palm, chop palm, thrust punch. There are also leg techniques like front kick and sweeping kick. Jianshu watched Rin Yunqi repeat the movements, occasionally correcting him. Your movements are too exaggerated. Don't let your power armor throw you off. If you charge forward too recklessly, would you jump off a cliff if there was one ahead? Under his guidance, Rin Yunqi gradually adapted to the power armor, becoming faster and faster. This set of power armor was designed to enhance speed, and when a battery was fully drained, the speed was so fast that the air produced a sharp crack sound. Not bad, very good. Jiangshi nodded. You're currently at the first tier, and your consciousness can't keep up with the speed of the power armor. That's the purpose of repeated practice. Integrate the feeling of operating the power armor into your muscle memory, even making it instinctive. This is what you should be doing at this stage. Ren Yunqi listened with fascination and couldn't help but ask, when you reach higher tiers and your mental strength improves, does that mean you'll be able to operate it better? Jiang Shui, how would I know? I'm at the second tier. The internet says so. From this day on, Rin Yunqi became a regular at the martial arts school. In the morning, he went for morning exercises. During the day, he practiced basic combat techniques in a powered suit, and in the evening, he trained his mental strength. Until the fifth day, when a CR notification broke the silence. Dear Mr. Ren, regarding the East C364 bounty you posted 6 days ago, the Extraordinary Alliance has reviewed and comprehensively evaluated multiple highly matching pieces of information. To ensure your rights, please make sure to visit the Donghai Extraordinary Alliance within 72 hours for selection and verification. It's finally here. Ren Yunqi had been eagerly waiting for this, and it finally arrived. You're not going to the martial arts school tomorrow? Ren Yunshu asked. Yes, to the Transcendent Alliance. Ren Yunqi nodded. I want to go too. I want to go too. Ren Yunshu quickly shouted. Stay put, you have class tomorrow. Go to school obediently. Ren Yunqi showed no leniency. Ren Yunshu panicked. Brother, handsome brother, dear big brother, I'm begging you, I promise not to make noise, not to cause trouble, not to run around. I'll be super obedient, well-behaved, and clingy. Stop, stop, stop. Ren Yunqi felt a headache coming on. To be honest, there aren't many brothers who can withstand their sister's eager pleading. You go talk to mom, dad, and the teacher yourself. If they agree, you can go, otherwise. Yay! Thank you, bro. Ren Yunshu cheered excitedly and dashed out like a whirlwind to find Wang Xiumei, who had just finished cooking. Before long, the living room was filled with repeated renditions of Only Mom is Good in the World, leaving Ren Yunqi utterly speechless. The next day, Ren Yunqi still got up early, went for a run outside, and dragged the still sleeping Ren Yunshu out of bed. Let me sleep a little longer. Ren Yunshu murmured, her eyes still half open. Alright, I'm leaving. Go to school by yourself later. Ren Yunqi turned and walked away. An air conditioning blanket flew up to the ceiling as Ren Yunshu shouted, wait for me, I'm awake. Quickly finishing breakfast, Ren Yunqi indulgently skipped the bus and took a private car straight to the Extraordinary Alliance. Ren Yunshu rarely left the residential area, so everything looked very new to her. Phew, it was just past 8 o'clock, but there were already many people coming in and out of the Supernatural Alliance's entrance. Ren Yunshu instinctively shrank behind her brother, reaching out to grab the hem of his clothes and following closely behind him as they walked inside. East Sea reward number 364, Ren Yunqi said. Alright, I'll export the information for you right away. Please agree to deduct the 20,000 yuan information fee first, the receptionist said. Ren Yunshu's eyes widened. What kind of information costs 20,000? What surprised her even more was that Ren Yunqi didn't seem particularly shocked. He took the control panel and verified it. Alright, the specific information has been sent to your CR. You can wait in the lounge. The receptionist smiled brightly. However, Ren Yunqi ignored her. His eyes were now fixed on the CR, and he turned to leave. Ren Yunshu quickly followed, and they found a seat in a corner to sit down. She leaned over to peek at the CR. Can you understand it? Ren Yunqi asked with a smile. Isn't it just a star beast? Ren Yunshu wanted to argue, but the unfamiliar environment made her hesitant to raise her voice. These are all first-tier star beasts. This one is called the shield armor spider. Its abdomen has a honeycomb-like organ where insect eggs can mature, develop, and walk independently. This one, the airbag octopus, has skin full of bubbles. When faced with danger, it can eject gas to escape. And this one, the crystal armor slug. Ren Yunshu said disdainfully, each one is more disgusting than the last. Brother, what do you need these things for? To live a little longer. Ren Yunqi laughed and said, your brother's life-bound space is of decent quality. Absorbing their souls has a good chance of producing a thick health bar. Ren Yunshu, can we take all of these? Ren Yunqi chuckled, you change your expression really fast, girl. At worst, our family can sell the house. I also have pocket money, and we can buy all of these. Ren Yunshu said earnestly. Ren Yunqi pressed her little head and rubbed it hard. Stop, stop, you're getting more and more ridiculous. Your brother isn't going off to die tomorrow. Save those few coins for buying snacks. Ren Yunshu covered her messy hair, glaring at him angrily. Ren Yunqi read through several pieces of information, his gaze settling on one of them. Gelatinous gelatinous sponge originates from an interdimensional space along the southeastern coast. Non-aggressive, shatters into fragments and decomposes into countless tiny entities when attacked, and reassembles upon encountering energy. Ren Yunqi checked the forum again for information on glue tumor sponges. There wasn't much information, but a few daring individuals had tried to kill glue tumor sponges, only to find that the more they killed, the more they appeared, completely breaking their defenses. This one. Ren Yunqi clicked confirm and sent the information back to the front desk. He paid another deposit, with the remaining amount kept in the account of the Transcendent Alliance, to be automatically transferred after the goods were inspected. That's it? Ren Yunshu looked eagerly. It's done. Ren Yunshu nodded. So much money, what if we don't get what we want? Ren Yunshu couldn't help but ask again. Ren Yunshi, then we just consider ourselves unlucky. Ren Yunshu was incredulous. This was the truth. Every time a Transcendent absorbed a soul, it was a gamble on whether they had a spatial spirit that resonated with the soul of the star beast. Most of the time, it would end up being a futile effort. Even if it was certain that such a spatial spirit existed, it might not necessarily yield results. The fisherman even knows how to occupy the prime fishing spot, using all kinds of baiting techniques, various skills, and equipment, yet still ends up catching nothing. Once the money is in place, the goods arrive quickly. On the third day, Ren Yunchi received a package with multiple layers of reinforcement. He took it from the staff of the Transcendent Alliance, verified his fingerprint, and opened it to take a look. Inside was a transparent container about 40 centimeters in size, with a bright yellow snot wriggling inside. The appearance of the gelatinous sponge was definitely not appealing. Aside from the color, it was completely different from the small square sponge Ren Yunchi had in mind. Its body was made of a gelatinous material, soft and limp, and upon closer inspection, it even had tiny hairs growing on it. This is the parent body of the colloid sponge. Such a first-order new parent body is quite rare. The staff member said, Mr. Rin, if there are no issues, please check the CR and sign here. All right. After sending the staff member away, Ren Yunchi first returned to his room. After some thought, he decided to take the vessel along to Jiang Yanyan's martial arts hall. I want a smaller training room, just for an hour, Ren Yunchi said. Jiang Yanyan took out her phone and showed her payment code, earning a roll of the eyes from Ren Yunchi. Get lost. Owing 500,000 must be repaid, but as for a few $100, just go cool off somewhere else. Arriving at the training room, Ren Yunchi picked up the vessel and poured the gel-like sponge onto the ground. This thing increasingly looks like mucus blown out during a cold, making a splatter sound on the ground. Ren Yunchi took out the boundary stone from the CR space, along with a standard metal knife that came with the power armor. As long as he killed the tumor sponge, he could, under the guidance of the boundary stone, obtain a new spatial spirit. Thinking of this, Ren Yunchi couldn't suppress his smile and raised his hand for a slash. The tumor sponge was sliced cleanly in two. And then, nothing happened. Instead, there were now two tumor sponges. Oh, right, almost forgot. These things are notoriously resilient. The problem isn't big, at worst I'll just chop it a few more times. Ren Yunchi fell silent, staring at the snot-like substance in front of him that had been finely chopped into bits, yet still no trace of a soul appeared. You little thing, you're quite stubborn. Ren Yunchi flexed his fingers, pulled out his staff, and unleashed a fire python. 10 minutes later, the gelatinous tumor sponge was blasted apart, yet it still wasn't dead. I refuse to believe this. Ren Yunchi's face twisted in fury as he unleashed fire pythons, flame cages, and even had the power armor pounded like a pestle grinding garlic. Bang! An entire hour later, Ren Yunchi let out a long breath, calmly walked to the corner control panel, and extended his time by another hour. Then thought about it again and changed it to 2 hours. Any creature under attack will feel pain, fear, or reveal a flaw. However, the tumor sponge doesn't have such feelings. Ha 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 ha, beat you to death, beat you to death, beat you to death. Ren Yunchi, with reddened eyes, laughed while hitting, using all his strength. The adhesive tumor sponge had been processed into sponge paste. Ren Yunchi panted, casting a holy bear's embrace on himself to dispel fatigue. Then, in his gradually dilating pupils, in his slowly fearful expression, the gelatinous tumor-like sponge body began to stretch, began to expand. Ha 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 ha, good, good. This is F asterisk 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 ing great. Come back to life, my love. Ren Yunchi's laughter pierced through the soundproof door of the cultivation room. Outside the door, Jiang Yanyan and Ren Yunshu, who had just finished class, exchanged glances. My brother hasn't turned into an idiot, has he? Ren Yunshu asked worriedly. Maybe. He's been in there alone for over 3 hours. Jiang Yanyan was also a bit worried and made a CR communication call to Ren Yunchi. Hello? Ren Yunchi said. Are you okay? How about we go eat together first? No need, I'm fine. You guys go eat by yourselves. Ren Yunchi's voice was very calm, with no hint of being emotionally affected. Emotionally affected? How could that be? My heart, Ren's heart, is as strong as steel. How could I be emotionally affected? Hanging up the phone, he looked at the half-dead gelatinous sponge in front of him, took a deep breath, and condensed the last of his star power into flames. The flames completely engulfed the tumor-like sponge, the bright yellow first turning turning grayish-white, then indigo. Before one star technique was finished, Ren Yunqi immediately started the next. The depletion of star power made his head ache faintly, but he didn't dare to replenish his star power at all, gritting his teeth and stubbornly holding his ground against the mass in front of him. Finally, accompanied by the acrid smoke and crackling sounds, the last lump of gel was dried out. A wisp of soul rose gracefully. Ren Yunqi burst into laughter. Ah, good. Haha, I did it. After being a Sigma for 2 lifetimes, he finally let himself experience the feeling of having it all in the end. He dared not delay for a moment and immediately presented the jade stone. The jade stone shimmered with light, and strands of silver energy threads spread out from it, penetrating the soul of the tumor sponge. The soul of the tumor sponge, like a drink, was continuously drained along the silver threads by the jade stone, becoming shriveled. At the top of the jade stone, another thicker bright yellow thread of light extended outward. Ren Yunqi felt the pure soul power from the gelatinous sponge flowing into his mind in streams along the bright yellow light. He continued deeper, entering his life-bound space. Inside the toy house. Yeah! Chirp chirp! Yuzu and Caramel stretched out their furry arms, curiously swiping at the soul light. Don't eat it! Ren Yunqi quickly stopped them. This was a soul he had managed to secure with great effort. If I were eaten like noodles by those 2 big guys, I wouldn't even know where to cry. The soul of the gelatinous sponge, under the blessing of the calcite, spread waves of energy that echoed throughout the toy house. Amat Ba, Amen, Allah above, infinite celestial venerable. Ren Yunqi muttered under his breath. It must succeed, it must succeed. Open. A familiar melody suddenly echoed in the space. The sound wasn't loud, but it had an undeniable presence, making it impossible to ignore. A pink lotus bloomed in front of Ren Yunqi, with exotic flames flickering at the tips of its petals and stamens. Ren Yunqi's expression instantly became very colorful. This lotus flower, he recognized. Or rather, anyone in China who has ever eaten cake would recognize it. Happy birthday lotus flower. That kind of conceptual holy relic that, once it starts singing, cannot be stopped even if shattered, soaked in water, or burned. Life petal, passive skill. Life is like water in a sponge. Squeeze it and there's always some left. No level. Resilience petal, passive skill. Strength is weak, but can you still go on? No level. Like Yuzu and Caramel, the 2 innate star skills were added to Ren Yunqi's skill slots. Just by looking at the name, you can feel the extraordinary level of the skill. Outside the door, Jiang Yanyan and Ren Yunqiu heard the laughter inside change its tone and exchanged glances. Bang! The door of the cultivation room was kicked open, and Ren Yunqi walked out beaming with joy. What are you doing? Cosplaying a crab? Jiang Yanyan couldn't help but say. Ah, yes. Ren Yunqi wasn't angry at all and still wore a bright smile. Brother, you succeeded. Ren Yunqiu said excitedly. Of course, just a mere sponge. How could it possibly stump someone like me? Run. Piece of cake. Ren Yunqi placed both hands on her head and started rubbing, letting out a long breath. Ah, that feels great. Seeing how smug he was, Jiang Yanyan couldn't help but laugh. Old Ren, don't you owe us a meal for this? Eat. We'll eat something good. Ren Yunqi waved his hand and said cheerfully, call Bangzi too. Street food tonight, I'll take care of it. I'll go too. Ren Yunqiu quickly raised her hand. Together, everyone come. Being wealthy without showing off is like wearing fine clothes at night. At night, a street food stall. This food stall was a place the 3 of them often visited during middle school, and it was always Zhu Yushu, the little golden pig, who paid. Zhu Yushu shook his drink cup and sighed. Lao Ren, you picked the wrong time to awaken. If it had been during the survival battle, showing off in front of the whole nation, wouldn't that have been amazing? That makes sense. What a pity, Ren Yunqi chimed in. Which man hasn't dreamed of becoming a tokusatsu king? Letting the enemy go all out, hitting you with full force only to result in smoke but no damage, like a mere scratch? Alright, you too. Even skewers can't shut you up, Jiang Yanyan said with a laugh. They were sitting around a small square table outdoors, the night breeze cool and refreshing, carrying the aroma from the nearby barbecue grill rich but not overpowering. This food stall was doing great business, and the skewers were those 1-meter-long giant meat skewers. Each skewer had 3 pieces of meat and 1 piece of fat, grilled to a crispy, juicy perfection. A single bite filled the taste buds with a rich, savory flavor. The table was already piled high, most of it ending up in Jiang Yanyan's stomach. Ren Yunqi and Zhu Yushu ate about the same amount, while Ren Yunqiu barely got any. Stick, I wanted to ask you when you came. You messed up big time during midterms, and your parents were home. How did you survive that? Ren Yunqi asked curiously. Don't bring it up, it's all tears. You'll understand as soon as you see. Zhu Yushu put down his skewer and was about to lift the hem of his shirt, revealing glimpses of his pale belly. Stop. My sister's still here. Ren Yunqi quickly stopped him. No need to show, we brothers get it. I need to find a way to make money in the coming days. Zhu Yushu sighed. My old man said that since I'm willing to be a miser, he might as well not give me a single penny and let me rely on the stockpiled supplies. Before he calms down, I have to figure out how to survive. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Extraordinary Alliance to find a task, even if it's just looking for kittens or puppies. Why don't you take on the same task as us? It's not dangerous course, just looking for clues and posting them in the group, Zhang Yanyan said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, her and Rin Yunqi's CRs simultaneously emitted a sound. Special circumstances have occurred at the location of Youth Street in the North District. All extraordinaries within 2 kilometers, please proceed immediately. The two exchanged a glance. This place is the North District. Are you full? Ren Yunqi asked. Hick, I'm full, Ren Yunshu said, patting her small belly. Old Ren, if you have a task, just go. I'll have the driver come over to pick her up and send our little sister home first, Zhu Yushu said, patting his chest. Ren Yunqi finished calculating the accounts and rushed towards the location of the task initiator with Zhang Yanyan. When Ren Yunqi and Zhang Yanyan arrived, the team had already been assembled. The leader, a 30-year-old man with a donkey face, stood with his arms crossed, a gilded family crest embroidered on his black uniform. All right, Ma Xingliang was very displeased, sizing up the group of misfits in front of him. A total of 4 people, 2 in their 40s or 50s, timid and ingratiating with flattering smiles, were extraordinary individuals in society. There was also a young couple in even worse shape, their faces still full of collagen. Damn, are they even adults yet? He seems to really dislike us, Zhang Yanyan whispered. That's normal. Maybe he thinks we're here for an immersive escape room experience, Rin Yunqi replied casually. Report your rank. Ma Xingliang, with a long face, pointed at a social transcendent. You go first. My name is Wang Haijun, a first-rank warrior. I currently work as a sparring partner at a martial arts gym. I'm skilled in tracking, stealth, and proficient in the use of various weapons. Wang Haijun was very unattractive, rubbing his hands and wearing a flattering expression. All right, Ma Xingliang impatiently interrupted him and looked at another person. You speak. My name is Lu Cohen, and I am also a Tier 1 warrior. I reported this information, so I'll lead the way for you. Lu Cohen was also ugly, with wrinkles piled up on his face. 2 old scoundrels. Ma Xingliang cursed inwardly and looked at Rin Yunqi and the other. You too? Rin Yunqi, Zhang Yanyan, we are all at the first tier, Rin Yunqi said. Ma Xingliang's donkey face grew even longer. At this moment, he was questioning whether the CR big data algorithm was targeting him. What kind of useless players had it matched him with? My name is Ma Xingliang, a second-tier warrior. Look at this uniform, I'm from the extraordinary Ma family. This mission will revolve around me. Any objections? No. Wang Haijun and Lu Cohen nodded repeatedly. Ran Yunqi always felt that this Ma family sounded very familiar. After thinking carefully, he remembered it was the extraordinary family that came to support the front line of the Grief Whirlpool. Back then, a peak 4th-tier expert from the Ma family took action, directly clearing the tidal flats on the front line and artificially creating a natural barrier. Also thanks to him, Rin Yunqi was almost eaten alive by a swamp frog. This is the place. Lu Cohen led everyone to a factory building, with a gilded plaque above it that read, Xinguang Foods. Ma Xingliang waved the air disdainfully. What is that strange smell? This used to be a food processing factory, making sausages and offal and such. Later, the vortex of grief expanded, the cordon was pushed inward, and when the rent became too high to sustain, they moved out. Lu Cohen was evidently very familiar with the situation here and said, I have a few younger brothers who mix in the underworld. They originally came over during the day to take a look and see if there was anything they could dismantle and sell, but then they heard a strange noise. I went in to take a look and found this. He raised his hand, showing everyone his old model CR, which had a photo on it. Ren Yunqi carefully examined the damp and sticky ground, noticing a conspicuous mark resembling a 3-fingered footprint. I suspect this is a star beast. I didn't want to delay the opportunity for action, so I immediately sought help from the Transcendent Alliance, Lu Cohen said. Star beast? Hoof. Ma Xingliang snorted through his nostrils and mocked. Just a footprint, that's all. Before, there were even people bringing photos, or even fur and droppings, claiming it couldn't be more real. One after another, swearing it's true, but in the end, it's all just tricks to scam the reward money. What he despised the most were these kinds of societal superhumans. Combat ability is mediocre, but number 1 in running away, with all their brains focused on scamming and swindling money. If what they say is true, and traces of star beasts are everywhere in the residential area, then what is the point of the Transcendent Alliance? And what about the Transcendent Ma family? Lu Cohen smiled awkwardly. How would I dare to deceive you? He glanced at Ma Xingliang, then stiffened his neck and tried to please him. Now that the Ma family is here, the interdimensional space has come to an end, and we no longer need to live in fear. At least you know how to talk. Ma Xingliang ordered. You, and you, the 3 of you go this way. You come with me this way. CR is clear all the way. Ran Yunqi, Zhang Yanyan, and Wang Haijun were grouped together. The 3 of them walked along the conveyor belt of the food processing line. The surface of the conveyor belt's metal was covered in dark brown grease, with layers of greasy fat congealed on it. The edges of the belt were also curled up with jagged cracks. The filling inside was black and gave the impression that pressing hard on it would squeeze out bloody filth. Damn, this place is disgusting. Just moments ago, Wang Haijun, who had been timid and submissive, suddenly became bold in front of Ren Jiang and the other person, cursing under his breath. The only purpose purpose of these shady factories is to feed those dust people. Dust people refer to ordinary individuals who haven't awakened their spatial abilities. This term is explicitly banned by the Transcendent Alliance. You, go inside and take a look, Wang Haijun ordered Ren Yunqi. He glanced at Zhang Yanyan and grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth from smoking. Miss, the two of us will stay outside. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yanyan spoke, sizing him up and sneering. Is it because of your thick skin, or because you don't bathe? You dare curse at me? Wang Haijun erupted in fury. So what if I curse at you? I've seen plenty of people like you, with nothing but filthy thoughts in your head. Zhang Yanyan said expressionlessly, though her words were unusually fierce. Wang Haijun was about to say something indecent again, but Ren Yunqi, who had been silent until now, made a move. With a swipe of his hand over the CR, a staff appeared in his hand. Wang Haijun shut his mouth. A young man under 20 years old, equipped with a staff and plus CR storage space, his family is not one to be trifled with. You walk on your own, the two of us will go together, Ren Yunqi said. Wang Haijun held back his frustration and turned away sullenly. Each one of them acts like a brainless NPC, Zhang Yanyan complained. Normal, after all, they are extraordinary individuals. Usually, they deal with ordinary people and small-time thugs who are inferior to them, so it's normal for their mindset to become unbalanced. Ren Yunqi said, in the previous life, there was no fundamental difference between people. No matter how much money you had, everyone was equal in the face of knives and guns. But this life is different. The extraordinary individuals are way too overpowered. If it weren't for the constraints of extraordinary laws, I would have long transformed into a patriot and declared I won't eat beef anymore. Although the facade of this food factory was shabby, the interior space was unexpectedly spacious. It was pitch dark with no lighting, and moonlight streamed through the broken windows, casting shadows of the dilapidated equipment that looked like ghostly figures. Wang Haijun walked while kicking randomly, muttering curses under his breath. After cursing once, he peeked around, and seeing that no one had heard, he relaxed and continued cursing. Damn it, one day I'll scratch up that face. Barely a teenager and dares to insult me. I'll gather a group of people. Wang Haijun's curses got stuck in his throat, and his neck instinctively shrank. No one spoke. Damn it, scaring myself. Another sound rang out, even clearer this time, accompanied by a pile of things clattering to the ground. Wang Haijun's body froze. Not far ahead, a dark figure slowly raised its head, its bulging eyes fixed on him. This kind of gaze, he was very familiar with. He looked at those beautiful little delinquents with the same kind of eyes. Bang! Help! Help! Wang Haijun wanted to shout, wanted to ask for help, but his throat felt as if it was glued shut, and he couldn't squeeze out a single sound. Did you hear any sound? Zhang Yanyan suddenly stopped in her tracks and asked with a frown. Ren Yunqi remained silent, focusing intently to listen. His mental strength was higher than Zhang Yanyan's. Filtering out the external noise, he could faintly hear a crackling sound, like someone lifting their foot off a sticky mousetrap. He nodded slightly. Zhang Yanyan drew her night sword. The sound grew clearer as it came closer, and this time even Zhang Yanyan heard it. A bloated figure appeared in the sight of the two. Is it a person? Zhang Yanyan frowned. Damn, that's not right. Ren Yunqi slammed down the CR, attaching the power armor to his body. Under the moonlight, the figure's appearance became clear, causing both of them to gasp sharply. The 3-meter-tall humanoid body was covered in the cold, slimy skin characteristic of frogs, with bulging eyes the size of basketballs that were still swiveling. The most terrifying feature was the massive, horrifying mouth that almost took up the entire head, with faintly visible spiral-shaped teeth. Swamp frog? No, this guy in front of me, although very similar to a swamp frog, is actually walking upright. Even more terrifying and sanity-draining than the one I encountered before. Flourishing branches and lush leaves, Zhang Yanyan took the lead in attacking, sweeping the sword upward from below, sending out a deep green sword aura. The deep green crystal stone shimmered, and wherever the sword aura passed, plants and vines grew wildly. Quack! With a loud burst, the swamp frogman charged forward at a speed completely disproportionate to its size. The plant vines of Zhang Yanyan couldn't withstand the impact of the swamp frog and broke apart one after another. Midnight! A scarlet light fell on the swamp frog, causing it to pause for a moment. More vines climbed up, completely encircling it. Retreat! Ren Yunqi shouted. Zhang Yanyan immediately stepped back. By the time she reached Ren Yunqi's side, his flame cage spell had already been completed. The swamp frogman was surrounded and scorched by flames, its terrifying roars distorted by the fire. We've encountered a star beast here, please provide immediate support. Ren Yunqi shouted at CR. Almost at the same time, Zhang Yanyan suddenly tackled into the ground, landing in the oil-stained dirt. The spot where Ren Yunqi had just been standing was now covered by a massive sticky, dark green liquid, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. This star beast could even launch ranged attacks. The swamp frogman stepped out of the flames, its tongue extending, with the tip eerily hovering in midair. This thing has mutated. Watch out! Ren Yunqi shouted. We can't outrun it. I'll face it head-on. You use storm arrow. In the time it took to say those two sentences, the swamp frogman charged again, colliding head-on with Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi felt as if he had been hit directly by a bulldozer. bulldozer. If it weren't for the protection of the power armor, his bones would have surely shattered. Letting out a long breath, Ren Yunchi grabbed the slimy skin of the swamp frogman with both hands as the thrusters on his back increased their output. The swamp frogman was pushed backward, crashing into several pieces of equipment along the way, leaving a trail of shattered debris and scattered flesh. The swamp frogman's long tongue shot toward Ren Yunchi's neck, but he grabbed it firmly. "Alright, old Ren," Zhang Yanyan shouted from afar. Ren Yunchi drew his standard-issue metal knife with his free arm and stabbed downward fiercely, slicing at the root of the swamp frogman's tongue. The stench of foul blood splattered everywhere, so pungent it made it hard to keep one's eyes open. The swamp frogman roared in pain, using its monstrous strength to hurl Ren Yunchi away as if discarding trash. Ren Yunchi crashed heavily onto a meat grinder, then slid limply to the ground. Zhang Yanyan's storm arrow arrived, piercing straight into the left eye of the swamp frogman. Gelatin splattered, and the eye was forcibly shredded. The swamp frogman let out an angry roar, its single eye fixed on Zhang Yanyan, while strange patterns bulged on its throat. Acrid-smelling acid spewed out, enveloping the entire area in a yellow-green haze. Zhang Yanyan was surrounded by chaotic equipment everywhere, making it impossible to escape the acid rain that covered such a large area. Zhang Yanyan gritted her teeth and decided not to dodge anymore, risking the chance of being corroded and disfigured as she drew her bow and knocked an arrow again. "Nian Nian." A reassuring voice came through as a silver figure rushed forward. Ren Yunchi grabbed Zhang Yanyan by the waist and sprinted, knocking aside a pile of debris along the way. Zhang Yanyan leaned on Ren Yunchi's shoulder, steadied herself, and shot another arrow. The muscular arm of the swamp frogman grabbed the arrow shaft. The next moment, before that eerie smile could linger on its face for a moment, the storm arrow exploded. A cramped space, chaotic storm. Ren Yunchi felt a strong thrust coming from behind. It directly flung him outward, all the way out of the factory building. Ren Yunchi fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Are you okay?" Zhang Yanyan hurriedly asked. "Fortunately," Ren Yunchi said. "Get off me first." "Ah." Zhang Yanyan quickly got up, and Ren Yunchi also climbed up from the ground. Looking at the damaged power armor with lingering fear, if it weren't for the past 2 days of intense self-improvement, he would have already become food for the swamp frogman. The two looked back in the direction they came from, only to see the wall collapsing like a stack of building blocks. A steel bar was twisted into the shape of a pretzel, exposed in midair. "Is it dead?" Zhang Yanyan asked nervously. A noise startled the two of them, almost prompting another round of concentrated fire. "It's me." Ma Xingliang came out covered in dust, with Lu Kuan following behind. "Did you guys do this?" He looked at the half-ruined factory building, a little incredulous. Was this something a first-tier transcendent could achieve? "This was just a level 2-star beast. The two of us were no match and had to fight desperately," Ren Yunchi said. Ma Xingliang was even more shocked. 2 first-tier individuals actually managed to escape from the mouth of a second-level star beast and even counterattack? "Where is Wang Haijun?" Lu Kuan suddenly asked. Seeing no one answer, his face turned pale. He couldn't have been eaten by the star beast, could he? "Alright, send a message to the Transcendent Alliance." "Leave this to me," Ma Xingliang said. Lu Kuan quickly responded and instinctively moved a little closer to him. At that moment, the ruins suddenly trembled violently, and the mountain-like piles of concrete debris were abruptly flung into the air by some primal brute force. The massive body of the swamp frogman burst out of the ground once again, covered in ravine-like scars and sharp bones protruding through its skin. "WTF, why does this star beast look like a human?" Lu Kuan's hand trembled in fright. Ren Yunchi noticed that the moment Ma Xingliang saw the swamp frogman, shock spread all over his face. He slapped Lu Kuan's CR with one palm. "You, shut your mouth, stay here quietly, and don't contact anyone, got it?" The sudden burst of hostility from Ma Xingliang scared Lu Kuan like a quail, leaving him no choice but to shrink back and nod repeatedly. "You too, forget what you saw today. Later, my Ma family will give you satisfactory compensation." In Ma Xingliang's hand, a heavy sword appeared, directly meeting the charging swamp frogman. The swamp frogman's webbed feet spun rapidly, bringing a foul wind as it charged forward. "What a beast!" Ma Xingliang raised the heavy sword to meet it, his body simultaneously covered by power armor. The next moment, his power armor was black, much more intricate and elaborate than Ren Yunchi's set. Boom! The heavy sword, supported by the mechanical arm, struck sideways and sent the swamp frogman flying to the side. Its momentum had not yet dissipated, tumbling and rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Ma Xingliang arrived again, grabbed its shattered eye socket, lifted it up, and slammed it down hard. Blood splattered. "Very strong," Zhang Yanyan said. "Yes," Ren Yunchi nodded. Although since his awakening, he had seen countless second-tier individuals. But this absolutely does not mean that the second tier lacks value, especially when facing someone like Ma Xingliang, a pay-to-win monster decked out in luxurious gear. The swamp frogman's gills suddenly swelled, and in the next moment, dark green mucus sprayed out from wounds all over its body. The mucus landed on Ma Xingliang's power armor, and the once beautiful black armor was instantly marred with unsightly scars, even the visor was smeared. The acid splashed onto the skin not covered by the power armor, causing Ma Xingliang to howl in pain incessantly. One man and one beast rolled together. What should we do? Lu Kuan's legs were trembling. Bang! He wanted to run, but feared the Ma family would come after him later. Holy Bear's Embrace. Ran Yunqi summoned Yuzu and unleashed a Holy Bear's Embrace. This is Ma Xingliang calling. This is the Mud Swamp Frogman calling. The originally intertwined and tumbling man and frog simultaneously made this sound, creating a scene so surreal it was hard to look at. Even Ren Yunqi, the instigator, instinctively took a step back, rubbing his arms vigorously in an attempt to get rid of the goosebumps. This scene would be considered extreme even in the heavy taste category. The first to react was Ma Xingliang. As he shouted, he felt the acidic flow invading his skin come to a halt. He pressed his hand against the swamp frogman's abdomen, and as the CR lit up, another sharp spike appeared, smoothly piercing in. The swamp frogman struggled, and the spike slashed downward with a ripping sound, causing half of its organs to spill out. Crackle crackle. Sticky intestines, large and small, fell like rain onto Ma Xingliang's face shield, and the nauseating smell could still be detected from such a distance. Lu Kuan's stomach churned as he watched, and he vomited directly, yellowish-white liquid spraying out of his mouth and nostrils. Zhang Yanyan also felt a wave of nausea, but Ren Yunqi's expression remained unchanged. You're fine with me going there? Zhang Yanyan said in shock. I can endure it, Ren Yunqi said. It seemed that ever since he received the Happy Birthday Lotus, his resistance had become stronger than before. Previously, being thrown onto the machine by the swamp frogman would have caused pain severe enough to make him faint, but now he gritted his teeth and endured it. The swamp frogman, who had fought with all its might, no longer had the ability to fight back. Ma Xingliang panted heavily, took out its star pearl, and put it into his pocket. Let me say it again, you saw nothing here. Ma Xingliang tried hard to make his voice sound more authoritative and deep, but his disheveled appearance made it impossible to appear imposing. Fortunately, Lu Kuan was very cooperative, his voice trembling. You can rest assured, I promise to keep my mouth shut. Ma Xingliang nodded in satisfaction. You can leave now. I can handle this alone. Ren Yunqi and Zhang Yanyan exchanged a glance and turned to leave, while Lu Kuan had long been eager to slip away. The group tacitly avoided mentioning Wang Haijun's existence. Whether he was dead or alive no longer had anything to do with them. Ran Yun first followed Zhang Yanyan to the martial arts gym to wash off the bloodstains on his body. The shower had evenly sprayed hot water, which turned into dirty dark red as it flowed over the skin. Lie down, I'll apply some medicine for you, Zhang Yanyan said after finishing the wash. Be a bit gentler. Ren Yunqi lay on the bench. Zhang Yanyan brought over the medical kit, skillfully squeezed out some medicine, rubbed her hands together, and then pressed them onto Ren Yunqi's back. Does it hurt? It itches, Ren Yunqi replied. Very well. The medicine felt cool when it first touched the skin, but within a few seconds, it warmed up, bringing a tingling itch. Don't move, let me massage it for you. Zhang Yanyan wanted to pinch Ren Yunqi's waist, but his muscles were too firm to pinch, so she casually gave it a pat. You little rascal. Ren Yunqi propped himself up on the bench, about to sit up. I said don't move. Zhang Yanyan, in a hurry, didn't think much and directly straddled his back. Ren Yunqi, not moving, well, that's not impossible either. Humph, you, a mere mage, how could you escape the restraints of a mighty warrior like me? Zhang Yanyan looked at Ren Yunqi, who was lying still and obedient, with a smug expression. She squeezed out more ointment, applied it, and then began massaging to let the medicine penetrate through the skin. After about 10 minutes of massaging, Zhang Yanyan patted his waist. Turn over. No need, this is fine. Because he was lying down, Ren Yunqi's voice sounded muffled. Why are you dawdling so much today? Zhang Yanyan, lacking any ladylike patience, reached out impatiently. What the hell? Ren Yunqi exclaimed. Damn Lotus, aren't you supposed to endure it? Hurry up and endure. Just as Zhang Yanyan said, he was a mage, and without wearing power armor, he was completely unable to resist the actions of a warrior. Ren Yunqi, with a look of utter despair, was flipped over. Zhang Yanyan remained silent. Ren Yunqi said nothing, merely staring at the ceiling. Wow, the ceiling really looks like a ceiling. Zhang Yanyan, pervert. Ren Yunqi shouted, you're the pervert. You're the pervert. I'm not like you. Zhang Yanyan glanced over with a clear purpose. Ren Yunqi felt like his head was about to explode. Of course you wouldn't do this. If you were like me, it would be a disaster. Ah, yes, you're right. Zhang Yanyan glanced over again. Ren Yunqi snapped, still looking. Such a cheapskate. Here. Zhang Yanyan muttered a few words, tossed the ointment to Ren Yunqi, and walked out of the lounge. Ren Yunqi let out a long sigh and turned over to sit up. Zhang Yanyan poked her head in. Oh, by the way, I think you can't apply that there. Get out, get out, get out. Ren Yunqi grabbed the towel he had just used to wipe himself and threw it over. What kind of person is this? Outside. Zhang Yanyan, who had just been calm and composed, now had cheeks so red it was alarming. She squatted on the ground, holding her face in her hands, feeling as if it was about to steam. What was she doing just now? Shivering, she took out her phone and started searching. What to do if you accidentally see something of a close friend of the opposite sex. After thinking for a moment, she changed close friend of the opposite sex to childhood friend. She paused again, adding a sentence. There's a tiny bit of fondness, but it's not romantic, just a pure friendship feeling, and then prefaced it with I have a friend. A few minutes later, Ren Yunqi changed into a different outfit and went out. His expression as usual, I replied. Jiang Nian Nian, oh. Ren Yunqi stuffed his dirty clothes haphazardly into a tote bag, picked it up, and walked out. After walking a short distance, he turned back to glance and saw Jiang Nian Nian standing at the doorway, watching him leave. A warm feeling surged in his heart. It seemed that Lao Nian could sometimes still be quite human. The doorway. What if old Ran had just hypnotized me? Then I wouldn't have had any way to stop it, just left at his mercy. Jiang Nian Nian paid no attention to the receding figure, leaning against the doorframe, lost in a brainstorm. If Ren Yunqi really took advantage of the situation and used midnight on her, she would definitely let out an ah and collapse unexpectedly. As for what happens next, she wouldn't know anything. If Ren Yunqi knew this guy was actually thinking about such things, he would definitely grab her ponytail and roar angrily into her ear. You punk, what on earth is going on in your head? Ren Yunqi originally intended to enter quietly, but as soon as he reached downstairs, he noticed the light was still on in his family's floor. He casually tossed his torn clothes into the trash can before heading upstairs to open the door and return home. Creak. On the living room sofa, Ren Guodong, Wang Xiumei, and Ren Yunshu sat side by side. Upon hearing the sound, they all turned their gaze toward him. What are you doing? Holding a three-way trial. Ren Yunshi said with a laugh. You changed your clothes? Wang Xiumei was the first to notice the new clothes on Ren Yunshi. Ren Yunshu, Mom, this is the training uniform from Sister Nian Nian's martial arts school. Yeah, after finishing the task, I saw it was quite late and thought I shouldn't make any noise and wake you all up. Ren Yunshi yawned. No, I can't keep my eyes open. I'm going to sleep. What mission? Is it dangerous? Wang Xiumei asked further. Just a simple search, then take some photos or something. Ren Yunshi looked relaxed. It's so simple, yet you came back so late? Wang Xiumei became even more anxious when she saw his impeccable, relaxed smile. And this outfit, what's going on with it? Ren Yunshi looked helpless. Just then, Wang Xiumei's phone rang. She initially wanted to hang up immediately, but upon seeing the caller ID, she answered right away. Hey, sister, we're home. I was just talking to you, huh? Wang Xiumei gave Ren Yunshi a surprised look, leaving Ren Yunshi full of question marks. Oh, I see why this boy was stammering and unwilling to tell the truth. So that's how it is. Don't worry, sister, I'll give him a good scolding later. Such a big matter, sneaking around and not telling us. Ren Guodong and Ren Yunshu shifted their seats, leaning in on either side of Wang Xiumei to listen to the phone call. Ren Yunshi also wanted to lean in but was glared back by comrade Wang Xiumei. The call ended. Wang Xiumei looked at Ren Yunshi. Come clean now. Ren Yunshi looked confused. Explain what? Still pretending. Wang Xiumei said angrily. They've been telling their family every year. Damn it, Lao Nian, you crazy woman, you're selling me out. Seeing there was a traitor, Ren Yunshi said helplessly. The two of us just, are they dating? Ha, they finally got together? Ren Yunshu looked excited. I've always said the two of them are a perfect match and so easy to ship. Even Ren Guodong nodded slightly. Nian Nian is a good kid, trustworthy and reliable. Xiao Yunshi, do you have a lot of questions? Ren Yunshi practically cursed Jiang Nian Nian to the heavens in his heart. Just to deal with the parents' questioning, she actually told such an outrageous lie. What a childish act. In the future, there's no need to hide things like this. Your dad and mom aren't old-fashioned. Wang Xiumei said, but there's one thing, you two are only 17 this year, so you must know your limits and act accordingly. Otherwise, even if we don't deal with you, your uncle Jiang will break your legs. Ren Yunshi could only nod mechanically. Yes. Tomorrow, let's invite old Jiang and his wife, and also call the Zhu family. The three families can have a meal together and have a good talk, Ren Guodong said. Yes, I remember there's a box of good wine that's been stored in the storage room for a few years. I'll bring it tomorrow for us to drink. Wang Xiumei looked at Ren Yunshi and softened her tone. Son, although your dad and I used to say that everything else is inferior except for being extraordinary, we care more about you being safe and sound. Aren't you good at psychological therapy? Why not just find a job at a hospital after graduation, or work as a doctor at Uncle John's martial arts school? No illnesses, no worries about food, and the two of you work close to each other. How nice and stable would that be? Ren Yunshi glanced at the time. It had already passed midnight into the next day, and the conversation was becoming more and more lively. I'm off to bed now. I have to get up early for morning exercises tomorrow. You two go, I'll chat with your dad for a while. Wang Xiumei shooed Ren Yunshi and Ren Yunshu away as if chasing away flies. As he was about to enter the room, Ren Yunshi vaguely heard something about bride price and wedding house. As soon as he got to the room, Ren Yunshi lay down on the bed and made a call to Jiang Nian Nian. The phone rang several times before the other side answered slowly. Hey! The voice carried a nasal tone, as if they had been asleep. Stop pretending. What's really going on? Ren Yunshi asked. I just got flustered and misspoke. Jiang Nian Nian quickly responded. Sorry, I owe you one. I'll treat you to lamb noodle soup tomorrow morning. CR hung up. Is this about a bowl of lamb noodle soup? soup? On the other side, the second floor of the martial arts school, Zhang Nian's room. Zhang Nian was curled up entirely in the blanket, her expression indiscernible in the dark room. Faintly visible was the trembling quilt, along with muffled laughter coming from underneath. The voices of his parents outside the door faded away, and Ran Yunqi opened his eyes in the darkness. At this moment, what he was thinking about was no longer Zhang Nian's outrageous actions, but the battle that erupted that evening. The terrifying oppressive force of the swamp frogman, a second-level star beast, still made him feel a bit short of breath. He couldn't help but recall what Wang Xiaomei had said, living peacefully, without illness or hunger, seemed pretty good after all. Did he really need to push himself so hard? If he died tonight, what would happen to his family? This question lasted only a few seconds before the answer became clear. Smack! The answer was affirmative. Ren Yunqi realized that the only way to survive in this dangerous extraordinary world and protect his family was to become stronger. If he gave up now, when disaster truly struck, he wouldn't even have the right to resist. By the way, what exactly happened with that star beast today? Ren Yunqi picked up his phone and searched for a long time but couldn't find any information. It was as if no one had ever seen this strange creature that was neither fully human nor fully beast, known as a beastman. Forget it. Why think so much? Ren Yunqi closed his eyes and directly threw himself into midnight, immediately entering a deep sleep state. Some indulge in nightly revelry, while others lie alone with cold bedding. Nightlife varies from person to person. As Ren Yunqi entered deep sleep in another room in Yaosai City by the East Sea, the cold, white lights were so harsh that Ma Xingliang could barely keep his eyes open. He stood ramrod straight, not daring to move. On the table in front of him lay a blood-stained star pearl. On the floor, the corpse of the swamp frogman was sprawled out in the open. The stench was so overwhelming that Ma Xingliang's throat convulsed. He felt like he was about to vomit, but he forced it back down. How many others know about this news? Asked a lean old man across from him. Originally 4, but one was eaten by a star beast, Ma Xingliang quickly replied. Identity? This one called Lu Kuan is a drifter, making a living off odd jobs from the Transcendent Alliance. The girl is called Zhang Nian, the only daughter of a second-tier martial arts school owner and a student at Donghai No. 1 High School. But this boy, what about him? The lean old man asked with a frown. His name is Ren Yunqi, and his background isn't particularly special. But some time ago, he appeared on the stage of the National College League, and now he's trending online. Ma Xingliang lowered his head and spoke cautiously, secretly raising his eyebrows to observe the other party's reaction. Go on, the lean old man said. Ma Xingliang quickly added, yes, he performed brilliantly in the league. Even star players like Zhang Yifan have suffered losses at his hands. His own strength is also outstanding. He and Zhang Nian fought against a second-level star beast before I arrived and were not seriously injured. The lean old man slowly nodded. This Ren Yunqi, along with Zhang Nian, try to make contact and recruit them into our Ma family. The treatment can be a bit better. What about Lu Kuan? Ma Xingliang asked for instructions. The useless good-for-nothing, just make him shut up, the lean old man said coldly. Ma Xingliang naturally knew what shut up meant, and the thought of it made him feel a bit irritable. Because of this kind of trash, he would have to work overtime in the middle of the night. After Ma Xingliang left, the lean old man walked over to the corpse of the swamp frogman, his brows furrowing tightly. Since he went into seclusion, the fourth one hasn't contacted us. In the darkness, a voice suddenly rang out. A shadow unexpectedly wavered and floated up from the ground, solidifying into a human figure. This was also an old man, taller and thinner, resembling a stalk of straw. Are you suspecting Old Fourth? The thin elder said. I don't want to suspect, but the facts are clear. The reed-like elder said coldly, Old Fourth has gone mad trying to break through the 5th-tier star domain realm. You know this. He might have taken a wrong path in a moment of desperation. Watch your words, the thin elder warned. Ha, suit yourself, the thin elder said. Yes, sir. But let me remind you, if it really was the fourth brother's doing, not just your third branch, but the entire Ma family will suffer greatly, and no one will come out unscathed. You should know, before this, only that group of lunatics would do such a thing. His figure blurred again, merging into the shadows. The lean old man slammed the table heavily, causing the star pearl to bounce up and fall back onto the table, leaving behind a semicircle of radiating blood serum. Someone, gather the team and head to the wailing whirlpool. Ha, but fourth master is still in seclusion there. Yes, yes. The next morning, Ren Yunqi still got up early and ran downstairs to the park. Yunqi is up. In the park, the students of the Zhang family martial arts school had just arrived and were warming up. When they saw Ren Yunqi, everyone had a gossip-filled smile on their faces and patted him on the shoulder. And those looks in their eyes, it was that kind of you've really got some skills, kid feeling. Brother, Junior's sister is by the lake. Zhang Mingyuan lowered his voice and chuckled. Go ahead and pursue her boldly. It's normal for young girls to feel shy in front of others. Big sister is rooting for you too. Yu, standing nearby, also looked delighted. Bang! Damn you, you scoundrel! He no longer exchanged pleasantries with the others and strode toward the lakeside. It is now mid-October, and the trees in the park are still lush and full, though the edges of the leaves have been tinged with a hint of yellow. Go! Zhang Nian Nian squatted by the lakeside, absent-mindedly stirring the water with a small wooden stick. Stop stirring, or the fishermen might blame you for their empty catches, Ren Yunqi said. Oh, Zhang Nian threw away the stick. The stick was pulled to the bottom of the river before it even completed one turn in the freshly stirred whirlpool. Zhang Nian stood up, originally intending to act as if nothing had happened, but fell 3 inches shorter when facing Ren Yunqi. What's with these people? Ren Yunqi pointed at the crowd in the distance, still peeking curiously. Zhang Nian quickly shook her head. This really has nothing to do with me. It's my mom. She let it slip this morning. Ren Yunqi silently held his forehead. Are you angry? Zhang Nian asked. Yeah, I'm angry. I haven't even gotten any benefits, and suddenly I'm a married man, Ren Yunqi said. Hey, this is a park. There are so many people here. Zhang Nian crossed her arms in front of her chest. Ren Yunqi took a step forward and reached out his hand, causing the girl to nervously close her eyes. Ren Yunqi bent his finger and flicked her forehead. Zhang Nian covered her forehead, looking at him in disbelief as her face gradually turned red. Ren Yunqi turned around and ran. In the distance, everyone watched with an ant-like smile on their faces. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Look, so full of energy. Kissing and hugging with such passion. Someone who doesn't know might think they're biting each other. Record it so master and mistress can also be happy. An hour later, the morning exercise ended. Ren Yunqi devoured 3 big bowls of lamb soup noodles made by Zhang Nian, adding not only extra soup but also extra meat. Did you receive last night's bounty? Zhang Nian asked. No. Ren Yunqi glanced at the CR, and there was absolutely no deposit notification. Then what was last night about? Was it all for nothing? Zhang Nian said angrily. Your power armor still needs to be repaired, and a new battery has to be bought. That'll cost at least 100,000. Bang! So we actually lose money every time we take on a mission? Ah! Ren Yunqi was still looking at the CR, and Zhang Nian couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? We didn't go on a mission last night, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Nian was stunned for a moment. What nonsense are you talking about? See for yourself on the CR, the mission list, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Nian opened it suspiciously, and the next moment her eyes widened. Where's my task? The bounty information originally listed in the task list had actually been cleared and disappeared without a trace. It was the Ma family. Ren Yunqi said in a deep voice, what we saw last night is probably tied to more than we imagined. He recalled yesterday the swamp frogman's appearance, extremely similar to humans yet bizarre and terrifying. Ding ling ling. Ren Yunqi's phone ringtone rang. Hello, Mr. Ren, my name is Ma Jia. There was no one at home just now, so I left the gift there. I'm at your school now. Please come over, and let's have a chat. After hanging up the phone, Ren Yunqi's expression didn't look very pleasant. Calling first, leaving the gift at the doorstep, and now wanting to meet at the school? Ren Yunqi didn't feel any enthusiasm, only that his identity had been completely exposed. Who is it? Zhang Nian asked curiously. I don't know him. He said his name is Ma Jia, Ren Yunqi replied. He should be from the Ma family. He's at our school now and wants to see me. What exactly do they want to do? Zhang Nian frowned and asked. Go and you'll find out, Ren Yunqi said. I'll go with you, Zhang Nian said, then added, in case there's a fight, 2 people have a better chance. Ren Yunqi smiled, then let's go. They told the group practicing morning exercises at the martial arts school that they had something to take care of and would be stepping out for a while, without giving specific details. Everyone had a you don't need to explain, I understand you expression on their faces, and Yunqi couldn't be bothered to explain further. The bus stop was just outside the park, and the 2 of them got on the bus and arrived at Donghai No. 1 High School. It was still the holiday season, so there weren't many people at the school. Apart from the overachievers engrossed in their studies, there were only lovey-dovey couples left. The place Ma Jia had arranged was the principal's office. When the 2 arrived, the principal was beaming with a wide smile, sitting on the edge of his chair, and his laughter could be heard even across the hallway. Ha, no problem, absolutely no problem. Our school fully supports this. To be noticed by the extraordinary Ma family as just a first-year student, even an old man like me is envious. Ha. On the guest sofa opposite the principal, Ma Jia crossed his legs, leaning casually against the back of the sofa, responding to the principal's words absent-mindedly. He glanced at the time, feeling a bit impatient. A mere freshman. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it and have him come all the way here? Could it be an illegitimate child of some clan member? At that moment, the door was knocked, and Ren Yunqi and Zhang Nian walked in. Oh, you're here. Quickly, this is Mr. Ma Jia from the extraordinary Ma family. The principal smiled so broadly that his eyes were almost invisible. The extraordinary Ma family has taken a liking to your talents and has a heart for nurturing talent. Aren't you going to thank them? Ma Jia, with the discerning gaze typical of a big company HR, scanned Ren Yunqi from head to toe, wearing a poised yet reserved smile. My identity has already been introduced by your principal just now. Let's talk about the contract directly. He took a contract out of his briefcase and placed it in front of the 2 of them. This contract has a term of 10 years. In the first year, our Ma family will provide you with cultivation resources worth 2 million million yuan, and thereafter, it will increase by 1 million each year. Our Ma family will conduct a systematic evaluation for you and select the most suitable extraordinary profession for you. Everything will be taken care of, including future studies, training, and even job arrangements after graduation. Ma Jia leaned back casually. If you have no objections, just sign it. Ren Yunqi and Zhang Niannian exchanged a glance and both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not an internal conflict. As for the contract, sorry, we won't be signing this contract, Ren Yunqi said. What did you say? Ma Jia sat up straight, frowned, and stared at him. Young man, don't aim too high. This offer is already very good. He never expected to receive such an answer. No rush. So many people would be willing to kneel and lick shoes just for a chance to join the Ma family and secure a golden opportunity. And this young man directly refused? We have our own Akamo. Zhang Niannian was just about to speak when Ren Yunqi patted the back of her hand. The pay is too low. We can't accept it, Ren Yunqi said. Too low? Ma Jia chuckled. Young man, you need to know the right time to bargain. This amount is something an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime. But we are extraordinary individuals. Ren Yunqi argued. Any random staff, beast weapon, or crystal starts at hundreds of thousands. This so-called generous treatment is nothing at all. Besides, your evaluation of my talent is wrong. I've participated in the college league and even won first place. Ma Jia almost burst out laughing. Did Goman really think he was something special? Miss this chance, and there won't be a second one. Ma Jia stared at him. Sign it. The pen is right there. If you don't sign, leave now. He easily caught the struggle in the young man's eyes across from him, and couldn't help but feel even more disdainful. Just a clueless brat who got lucky with some fleeting popularity, completely unaware of their own limits. 20 million for the first year, increasing by 10 million each year, with equipment and star beads calculated separately. Ren Yunqi's masseter muscle twitched. Change the contract term to 3 years. I won't sign a slave contract. Get out. Ma Jia pointed at the door. Damn, in all his years, it was the first time he'd seen someone raise their own value tenfold. Even third-tier transcendents don't get this kind of treatment. My talent is outstanding. The principal can vouch for it. If you don't sign me, you'll definitely regret it. Ren Yunqi shouted, making Ma Jia's eardrums faintly ache. Hey, you child, quickly apologize to Mr. Ma. The principal hurriedly said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ma, this child, no need to say more, let him go. Ma Jia was completely out of patience. I tell you, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side, don't look down on a poor young man. Ren Yunqi slammed the door and left. Zhang Niannian quickly followed. Mr. Ma, look at this mess. I'll go get him back and talk some sense into him. The principal said hurriedly. No need. Ma Jia took out his phone and dialed Maxing Liang's number. Hello, did you sign it? No. Maxing Liang's voice suddenly rose. What's going on? Brother Liang, why don't you listen to what this kid is saying? Starting at 20 million a year, and we can't interfere with this or hinder that spending money to bring in an ancestor? Ma Jia sneered. Even if he's the elder's illegitimate son, hasn't he yet stepped through the door? So arrogant? Ma Xingliang was silent for a moment, then asked, didn't you try to persuade him more? Brother Liang, my dear brother, is it really necessary? No matter how much of a genius he is, he's just a first-year high school student. All day today, you had me find out his address to deliver gifts, and then draft a contract to recruit him. I don't mind working, but there has to be a reason, right? Ma Jia shouted. Alright, don't worry about this matter anymore. Ma Xingliang directly hung up the phone. Hello? Ma Jia almost threw his phone in frustration. Damn it, acting all mysterious, would it kill you to just say it? On the other side, Ma Xingliang reported the situation in full detail. What do you think we should do? Don't bother with him anymore. The voice on the other end was somewhat muffled, accompanied by the gurgling sound of running water. Wait until I finish handling things here, then deal with him. Hello? Ma Xingliang called out several times, but there was no response from the other side, only the crackling sound of a disconnected line. At the entrance of Donghai No. 1 High School, Ren Yunqi glanced back at the campus and opened his CR. Call for backup. Are you okay? Zhang Niannian asked. No. Ren Yunqi was in a very bad mood right now. He is not the type of person whose curiosity overflows, feeling the need to get to the bottom of every secret no matter what. If the Ma family, like him, tacitly agreed to let this matter slide without mentioning it, he would also act as if it had never happened. But now, the Ma family's actions have already crossed his bottom line. First, they tried to intimidate him, and then used the so-called contract as a sweetener. From a certain perspective, Ren Yunqi is a person who lacks a sense of security. So, it would be best if all the things that make him uneasy disappeared completely. He opened CR and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly, and a familiar voice came through. Hey, brother, what's up? Wu Ge, are you still competing now? Ren Yunqi asked. Not yet. You forgot we're the champions of the survival battle. We have to wait for them to decide the top players before we take action. Wu Ning chuckled. Are you on site? Ren Yunqi asked again. Of course, turn on the TV now, and I'll wave to you. Wu Ning was still saying this when a few more voices voices came from the other side. Keep your voice down. This was Dong Inua. Did Yunchi call specifically to cheer us on? This was Han Xiaofeng. Why didn't he call me first? This was Hong Xiao. Wu Gu, is Mr. Yu present at the scene? Ren Yunchi asked directly, not in the mood for greetings. You're looking for Mr. Yu? Wu Ning was a bit surprised. Something urgent, sorry to trouble you, Ren Yunchi said. Hearing the seriousness in his voice, Wu Ning didn't dare to joke anymore. Alright, wait for me for a moment. Ren Yunchi didn't hang up the CR and could vaguely hear footsteps. Zhang Niannian didn't dare to interrupt from the side, so she simply held onto his arm, putting on the appearance of a close couple. Wu Ning quickly passed through several rows of seats, heading toward the judges' table. Stop, what are you doing? Before he could get there, Wu Ning was stopped by someone. I am a contestant from Dongwu University, and I need to report a situation to the judges, Wu Ning said. Dongwu University? Your match isn't scheduled for today. If you have any concerns, wait until after the competition to report them to the organizing committee. The commotion drew the attention of several judges, who frowned and looked over. Wu Ning's gaze directly sought out Old Master Yu. When their eyes met, he quickly pointed to his CR. The contestants nowadays are too outrageous. This is still a competition, yet they don't understand the rules at all, a judge said discontentedly. I'll step out for a moment, Old Master Yu said. Old Master, people like this should just be kicked out directly, the judge said. Ah, it's normal for young people to be rash in their actions. Who knows, maybe there's really something urgent, he replied. The old man stood up, gestured for the camera to continue filming the ring, and walked over to Wu Ning. Old man, it's your phone. Wu Ning quickly said, it's Ren Yunchi calling, the one who used to be in our team. Alright. It was only at this moment that his heart began to race, thumping rapidly. He kept silently chanting in his heart, Brother Yunchi, big brother, dear sir. Brother, you're so righteous, please don't let me down. On the other side, Old Master Yu took the CR handed over by Wu Ning. I am Yu Changhai. Old Master Yu, I am Ren Yunchi. I remember you. Just say what you need to. Wu Ning, standing to the side, couldn't hear exactly what Ren Yunchi was saying, but he could see that Old Master Yu's expression was becoming increasingly grave, and the smile that had initially been on his face had vanished. Wait a moment, let me find a quiet place. Old Master Yu strode toward the backstage, and Wu Ning, who was a step behind, hurried to catch up, only to find he couldn't keep up. Now you can speak. Changhai said seriously, are you sure you saw it clearly? I saw it very clearly. The external features of that star beast completely match those of a swamp frog, but its physique and combat style are very humanoid, Ren Yunchi affirmed. Moreover, the Ma family stationed in our fortress city clearly recognizes this kind of creature. They took away the corpse and the star pearl, and my mission record in the Transcendent Alliance was also erased. Now, they are using various means to silence me, trying everything to prevent me from informing the outside world. Then why did you still call me? Yu Chanhai asked. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will grow madly like roots and sprouts. Ren Yunchi said, I don't know what kind of star beast that represents, I only know that I can't gamble. I can't gamble on the possibility that one day they might think dead people are better at keeping secrets and target me and my friends and family. Then you trust me? Yu Changhai said, aren't you worried that I might be in cahoots with them? I don't believe a hero who has dedicated his life to eradicating interdimensional spaces would do such a thing, Ren Yunchi said. Sweet-talking kid, Yu Changhai said, though he was joking, his tone carried no hint of humor. Kid, I'll tell you right now what those neither human nor ghost star beasts really are. Even though Ren Yunchi had mentally prepared himself to some extent, when he heard Yu Changhai's next words, shock still filled his eyes. The Extraordinary Alliance stipulates that the extraordinary are divided into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. However, the true levels have always been only 2, the Star Vein Realm and the Star Domain Realm. Even the weakest Star Domain Realm can pluck the head of a Star Vein Realm extraordinary and kick it like a ball. To break through to the Star Domain Realm, one must fully master their natal space, merging person and space into one. Controlling space is easy to say, but how easy is it to achieve? After repeated failures and wasting years, even decades of time, eventually, some people will stray onto the wrong path. A group of lunatics discovered that by leveraging a powerful external force similar to their innate space, they could forcibly break through that shackle, Yu Chanhai said. In their eyes, the energy mother nest of the other dimensional space is a natural source of energy. Yu Changhai's voice carried anger. But this group of people, intoxicated by power, will never consider what disastrous consequences this might bring. They are delusional, attempting to advance using the power of the energy mother nest, but the energy mother nest might also mutate and evolve in the process. Ren Yunchi was incredulous. Are you saying that the swamp frogman? They are evolved forms, the handiwork of a quasi-star domain transcendent. What an extraordinary Ma family. Such audacity. Yu Changhai's aged voice was as cold as ice. I will personally lead a team to Donghai Yaosai City right now. What Yu Changhai despised most in his life were beasts like these who would stop at nothing for power. He was once powerless to stop it. The humanoid poison puppet still wandering in the eastern rainforest had once taken the lives of so many of his comrades. And now, the old man wants to see which beast dares to defy the heavens. heavens, the CR call ended. Ren Yunqi immediately dialed another number, one he hadn't called in a long time, but it was answered just as quickly. Rare indeed, brother, that you would think of your big brother. Wang Chuan's hearty laughter rang out. There aren't many star beasts on the front line now. Whenever you come, I'll treat you to a drink. Brother Wang, do me a favor, Ren Yunqi said. There are a few people I need you to keep an eye on. Who? Wang Chuan asked straightforwardly. One is called Lu Koan, the other is Ma Xingliang. In summer, the afternoon sun could be so scorching that even stray dogs wouldn't come out, leaving the streets deserted and empty. Now it's different. The October sun is no longer so relentless, gently spreading warmth over the residential buildings. Yunqi is back. Coming home at this hour? Have you eaten? Just chilled a big watermelon, come have a slice. When Ren Yunqi passed by, the familiar shop owners on both sides greeted him warmly. With a smile full of maximum friendliness on his face, he responded along the way, "Hello, Aunt Wang, you're too kind, Uncle Zhang," as he walked past. After he left, the crowd started whispering and gossiping again. The Ren family's boy really looks sharp, like he walked straight out of a TV drama. Aunt Li from the tailor shop measured with the soft tape. That waistline, those long legs, I should find a chance to introduce my niece to him. Give it a rest, will you? He's not even an adult yet. Old Zhao from the tobacco and liquor shop peeked out from behind his newspaper. Besides, he's an extraordinary being. Would he even fancy your niece? The Ren family really hit the jackpot. They'll never have to worry about food or drink in this lifetime. This watermelon isn't sweet at all. I'm going to find him. On the other side, Ren Yunqi returned home. At this time, her parents were not at home, and Ren Yunqi went to play with her little best friend. There was a gift box hanging on the doorknob, presumably the so-called meeting gift from the Ma family. Opening the gift box, a star pearl the size of a pigeon egg lay on black velvet lining, with an indigo glow emanating as the internal nebula swirled. Judging by the quality, it should be second grade, with an official guide price of 100,000. A hush money of 100,000 yuan to conceal such a big secret. Regarding this, Ren Yunqi could only express, layer upon layer of outsourcing is the road to ruin. Ren Yunqi casually packed up the star pearl, and at that moment, the CR on his wrist vibrated. It was a call from Wang Chuan. Lu Koan is dead. The cause of death was a gang conflict underground. The Extraordinary Alliance has just cancelled his CR. Gang conflict? This so-called cause of death, Ren Yunqi didn't believe it, not even the punctuation marks. Where is Ma Xingliang? Ren Yunqi asked. Ma Xingliang, in the name of the Ma family, has taken on a large number of recent bounty missions from the East Sea Transcendent Alliance. Is it just him, or the entire Ma family? Are there any others? Ren Yunqi asked further. No, I also find it very strange. Wang Chuan said, the CR numbers for the accepted tasks are different, otherwise, the Extraordinary Alliance's system wouldn't have approved it. But the one actually carrying out the tasks, it really seems to be just him. Ren Yunqi asked, can the detailed information about the bounty be found? Most of it has been cleared, Wang Chuan said. He acted quickly. I only managed to capture a few. That's already enough, thanks, Brother Chuan. Ren Yunqi said this with genuine sincerity. Just lending a hand. Wang Chuan paused for a moment, then said earnestly, Brother, I don't know the details, but I trust you. Someone who just awakened and rushed to the front lines to heal my comrades and brothers can't possibly be a bad person. We know better than anyone what kind of people the Ma family are. If you need any help, give me a call. I'll also help look after your parents. Ren Yunqi was somewhat dumbfounded. This guy made the atmosphere so heavy, like acting in a movie, as if it would be impolite not to die himself. Don't worry, Chuanji, I know what I'm doing. Once this is over, I'll treat you to a drink. After hanging up the call, Ren Yunqi slapped his forehead. Damn, he just set up a flag for himself. What does it feel like to be the only one in the team who knows what's going on and can get things done? On this matter, Ma Xingliang definitely has a say. Crazy, absolutely crazy. The abandoned warehouse echoed with the man's curses. Ma Xingliang slumped against a support pillar. The chest plate of his power armor split open by a massive crack. He tore away the fabric stuck to his wound, grimacing in pain. The corpse of the swamp frogman lay 10 meters away, its bulging eyes oozing sticky fluid. This thing might not be the strongest, but it was definitely one of the most disgusting. Acid, poison, mucus, whatever's disgusting, bring it on. Ma Xingliang didn't have a star skill to clear negative effects, so if he got hit, he could only tough it out. But just like before, all he heard was the sound of a disconnected line. Did he damn well die or something? Ma Xingliang spat and cursed. Always pretending to be some big shot mastermind, but can't even get through on the phone when it matters. What bad intentions could he possibly have? He just freaking wants a few more teammates so he doesn't have to spin endlessly like a top. The CR screen reflected his current appearance, a palm-sized scar on his left cheek corroded by acid, resembling a crumpled patch of dogskin plaster. Pulling the last star bead from his pocket, Ma Xingliang crushed it to replenish his star power. The star power surged into his brain, recklessly rampaging through the empty lifespace, making his temples throb incessantly. This was the fourth time today he replenished his star power, forcing himself to focus his mental energy to suppress it. CR assistant reminder, the Donghai Shanghai 434 bounty you accepted. Please handle it promptly. If not processed within 2 hours, it will be re-released into the public bounty pool. Can't a person catch their breath? He cursed under his breath as he got up, first storing the swamp frogman's corpse properly, then heading toward the next mission point. In the distance, Ren Yunqi held a high-powered telescope, taking everything in. Not yet, wait 2 more rounds, Ren Yunqi murmured. Although it was only the first tier, with the experience accumulated from survival battles, Ren Yunqi had a particularly clear understanding of the level of second-tier transcendence. Ma Xingliang's vigilance was much lower than he had imagined, far inferior to the contestants in the college league. The first time, he used a drone borrowed from Zhu Yushu, silently creeping at a turtle's pace, and Ma Xingliang did not notice. The second time, he hid on a distant rooftop, with an escape route already planned, and Ma Xingliang did not notice. The third time, he used the crimson fruit given by Han Xiaofang to conceal his presence, closing the distance once again. Neither Ma Xingliang nor the swamp frogmen noticed him. Ma Xingliang's background was also thoroughly understood by Ren Yunqi. After several consecutive high-intensity battles in a short period, his power armor was severely damaged, turning from a one-piece swimsuit into a bikini. His star energy was depleted, forcing him to continuously use star beads to replenish it. Ma Xingliang was different from Ren Yunqi. Ding! Although his name contains the word star, he does not possess the heart of the sacred bear, let alone the so-called star force affinity. Each time he absorbs a star bead, it consumes his mental energy. The decline in mental energy slows down the release speed of his star techniques, forcing him to rely more on power armor and beast soldiers, which in turn accelerates equipment damage. Good things are worth the wait. Ren Yunqi glanced at the time. You punk, are you threatening me? Today, I'll stay up all night if I have to, just to send you on your way. Right here will do. I'm really such a good person, repaying evil with kindness. Ren Yunqi glanced at the plaque above his head that read, sewage treatment plant, ate a crimson fruit, and sneaked inside. Ma Xingliang foolishly threatened him, yet not only did he refrain from stooping to his level, but he also thoughtfully helped him find a burial site. Look at this place, how perfect. Far from the bustling residential areas, with shimmering green water and an air filled with a rich, fermented aroma. In the distance, Ren Yunqi saw Ma Xingliang grappling with a swamp frogman. The swamp frogman's long tongue extended, sticky and dripping with threads, emitting a hissing and corrosive sound. So fierce? Ren Yunqi praised, pressing the CR to let the power armor cover his entire body. The faint sound of footsteps that was still present when entering the door just now has completely disappeared at this moment. Ren Yunqi took out his staff, with the end containing the crystal pointing downward. As he moved, the places the crystal passed left behind almost imperceptible energy traces. Ma Xingliang's face was covered in mucus, and his brain was dazed by the sour and foul smell. He roared as he grabbed the swamp frogman, flipped around, and switched positions with it. The blade, though broken, was now in his hand. Stab you, stab you, stab you. This swamp frogman was a size smaller than its previous counterparts. If the earlier one was like an 8-foot-tall giant, this one was just an ordinary tall big sister. The battle knife plunged into the swamp frogman's belly, slicing downward sharply, spilling its foul-smelling organs. Hoo! Ma Xingliang panted heavily, kicking the swamp frogman away, his gaze fixed blankly on the sky. So sleepy, so tired. Ma Xingliang's eyelids were fighting to stay open, and a persistent buzzing sound echoed in his ears. An endless drowsiness seemed to descend upon him all at once. Ren Yunqi slowly emerged from the shadows, looking down at Ma Xingliang, who had fallen completely asleep, and grinned. The caramel-colored pupils on his shoulder were filled with a crimson glow. Midnight plus nightmare cocoon. Don't eat me, don't. Ma Xingliang murmured, his feet helplessly scraping against the ground as he curled himself up like a giant shrimp. Who dreams of being eaten? Ren Yunqi wondered aloud. This guy's not even named Hannibal. Forget it, stop thinking about it. Ren Yunqi began to connect the spell, and the gradually intensifying heat around him condensed into a single point. It was a cage of flames. Go! The cage of flames completely surrounded Ma Xingliang in his nightmare. Ma Xingliang was having a nightmare, dreaming that he was like a sheep, skewered from top to bottom with an iron rod and roasted over flames. Ah, it hurts, it's so hot. Ma Xingliang was well aware he was dreaming, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape from the nightmare. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. In his dream world, one swamp frogman after another lined up, carrying plates and singing songs, circling around the grill where he was being roasted, eagerly waiting to enjoy their meal. Phew. Ah. Overwhelmed by extreme fear, Ma Xingliang suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, gasping for air. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Boo dui. He was surrounded by fire, thick smoke swirling around him, making him dizzy and disoriented. I'm still dreaming. Cough. It must be. Ma Xingliang slapped himself across the face, leaving Ren Yunqi, who was hiding in the distance, completely baffled. Damn, I didn't realize the sky was so abstract before. Ren Yunqi had imagined every possible reaction Ma Xingliang might have, from screaming and rolling on the ground to pulling out a trump card to escape. Unexpectedly, he closed his eyes and, sitting in a duck position, started slapping himself left and right. He hit himself so hard hard that his face turned red. After 4 or 5 consecutive hard slaps, Ma Xingliang finally came to his senses, the burning pain piercing into his brain. This is not a dream. Someone attacked me. Who? Ma Xingliang immediately got up from the ground and roared angrily. Bang bang bang. A series of footsteps came from not far away. Ma Xingliang immediately looked in that direction, only to see a fleeting shadow. Don't run! He immediately gave chase. That figure actually stopped, and before Ma Xingliang could react, he saw the other person tap the ground with a staff. A ball of flame shot up from the ground right beneath his feet. Ma Xingliang was caught off guard, his clothes and hair completely burned away. Fortunately, the 3-point power armor protected his vital areas. In his panic, he failed to notice the black rabbit sitting on the opponent's shoulder. Naturally, he also didn't realize that he had been hit by frenzied red eyes, and his sanity was slipping away. I'll kill you. Ma Xingliang's eyes turned red as he recklessly continued the chase. Ma Xingliang, without the assistance of power armor, forced Ren Yunqi to run a bit and then stop, just to avoid losing him. The staff pointed again. Another burst of flames met Ma Xingliang perfectly. The skin that had previously been corroded by the swamp frog's acid instantly cracked and split open. Have to treat Zhang Mingyuan to a drink when I get back. This trick of his is quite handy for ambushing people, Ren Yunqi remarked as he watched it all unfold. It was only now that Ma Xingliang truly felt the fear of death. He stood on the ground, trying to get up, but he couldn't even manage such a simple action. Who are you really? He roared. You don't dare to kill me. I am from the Ma family, the extraordinary Ma family. Classic, too classic. Ren Yunqi shook his head inside. Even your last words before death are the same. Did you villains all train at the same factory? Don't worry, I won't kill you with my own hands. Ren Yunqi glanced around, and Ma Xingliang instinctively followed his gaze. Surrounding them, there was nothing but a hard stone ground and a biogas pit. Very quickly, he realized something, and his expression changed drastically. You. A ball of flame rose from Ren Yunqi's palm. Ren Yunqi chuckled. Correct. A violent explosion suddenly erupted. Before losing consciousness, Ma Xingliang finally saw that figure in the light. Run! Yun! Xie! He roared hoarsely, then was engulfed in the fiery explosion as a mushroom cloud with a diameter of 10 meters rose into the sky. Ren Yunqi stood at the upwind position, watching the smoke carry Ma Xingliang's ashes drifting toward the sea. This was the first time he had killed someone, yet he didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he was in quite a good mood. Just as he said before, he is a very insecure person. Lu Kuan's death made Ren Yunqi realize that as long as Ma Xingliang lived one more day, he would have to live in constant fear for another day. Besides, it was the biogas that acted. What does it have to do with me, Ren? And when he discovered that Ma Xingliang's CR was still left on the ground, his mood became even more delightful. CR had already been destroyed, and everything stored inside had spilled out, making Ren Yunqi's eyes light up. Struck it rich, struck it rich. Taking advantage of the night, Ren Yunqi returned home. His family was still sound asleep. Ren Yunqi tiptoed into his room and began inventorying the equipment he had obtained this time. A few bottles of Star Beast concentrate used to enhance physical fitness. Yunqi Ren had seen them when buying gifts for his family. These bottles from Xingliang Ma were clearly of a higher grade, with an official guide price of over 100,000 per bottle. Additionally, although his power armor was scrapped, the mechanical core was still intact, sizzling as it emitted energy. The value of the power armor lies largely in this core. With the level of Ma Xingliang's power armor, even if damaged, this core is worth at least 8 or 900,000. Villains live in seaside villas, while protagonists struggle with loans and online debt. No wonder so many people do bad things. Ren Yunqi murmured. He hadn't even scratched his skin, at most just endured the smell of biogas for a while, and 2 million worth of resources were already in his hands. In addition to these 2 items, there were also some miscellaneous things, such as cash and parts of Star Beast's bodies. Among them was a metal knife that Ren Yunqi immediately recognized. It was the one Lu Kuan had carried back then. Seeing this knife, Ren Yunqi's first reaction was, fortunately, he struck first. Missing this golden opportunity, with Ren Yunqi's own strength, killing Ma Xingliang would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. The next day, in a barbecue restaurant in Sai City, East Sea, Brother Chuan, over here. Ren Yunqi waved. Wang Chuan walked into the private room and sat across from him. You sure have a big heart, still able to laugh at a time like this? Seeing Brother Chuan makes me happy, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Last night, was it you? Wang Chuan asked in a low voice. Ren Yunqi didn't answer directly and gestured for him to look at a nearby backpack. Wang Chuan unzipped it halfway, his pupils slightly contracting, and his breathing quickened a bit. He zipped it back up. Ren Yunqi placed a piece of pork chop on the iron plate, and as it grilled, the pork chop turned from red to an enticing golden brown. These are all things used by warriors. I practice as a mage, so I don't need them, Ren Yunqi said. Actually, you didn't have to give me these things. Wang Chuan said. I checked. Ma Xingliang has no accomplices, and his own tracks have been handled very cleanly. Unless it's someone like you who has been targeting him from the start, others won't be able to find anything even if they try. Ren Yunqi chuckled, just like an oyster. What? Oyster? It's praising him for being considerate, preparing the utensils himself before being eaten, Ran Yunqi explained. You young people always like to use these new terms. Ran Yunqi said, Brother Chuan, I don't need these things. You keep them, they'll be helpful for breaking through to the third tier in the future. Hearing this, Wang Chuan no longer declined. He also had to think about his own future. The vortex of grief in the interdimensional space is still uncertain how long it will last, and the frontline garrison may likely face reorganization and redeployment. At this critical juncture, successfully advancing to the third tier could impact one's entire life. Brother, you don't need to worry about the next steps. I guarantee I'll handle everything cleanly, and even the Ma family won't be able to trace it back to you, Wang Chuan said. The Ma family? Ran Yunqi smiled. The Ma family should first think about how to get through old Master Yu's ordeal before anything else. This meal is on me. Eat more, brother. Wang Chuan was in a great mood. With these resources, he felt more confident about the upcoming third-tier ranking competition. Ran Yunqi's talent had been evident to him ever since it awakened. Not only was his extraordinary talent outstanding, but he was also ruthless, single-handedly taking down Ma Xingliang, who was at the peak of the second tier. A person like this could never have a mediocre future. Building a good relationship with him at the start would mean having a strong ally in the future. As for Ma Xingliang's death, this person had blood on his hands and brought about his own demise. Who else could he blame for his reckless end? Wang Chuan's CR popped up with a message. He glanced down at it and put down his chopsticks. Brother, you eat by yourself. I have to head back first. There's a situation on the front line, outside the fortress embankment. Sea mist billowed, and the vortex of lamentation from the other dimensional space still lingered on the sea surface, slowly rotating. A flock of silver giant eagles flapped their wings in the sky, stirring up winds that churned the waves below. Yu Changhai stood atop the foremost giant eagle, his expression icy cold. Across from him, several people in matching uniforms, drenched in sweat, blocked his way. This area is under the jurisdiction of the extraordinary Ma family. Please leave, the leader said, forcing himself to speak. Oh, the Ma family? How terrifying. An extraordinary individual behind old Master Yu sneered. Even your family head wouldn't dare ask old Master Yu to leave. Where do you get the nerve? Mr. Yu, we have heard of your great reputation, but please don't make things difficult for us. The leader of the group swallowed hard, cursing the higher-ups of his family bitterly in his heart. Step aside, Yu Changhai said calmly, lightly sweeping his palm to one side. These people felt as if a wall of space had slammed into them, sweeping them away diagonally and plunging headfirst into the seawater. What do we do, boss? They've gone in, one person said anxiously. Let them go in if they want. What can we do if we can't stop them? The leader floated on the sea. If they can handle it, let them go ahead on their own. On the other side, Yu Changhai entered the wailing whirlpool. The seawater turned into nothingness the moment it touched the edge of the vortex, and darkness enveloped the body like viscous asphalt. In the liquid void, a piercing sound drilled into the head, stabbing straight into the brain. If it were a transcendent being below the third tier, just these sounds alone would be enough to shatter their mental world. This feeling, everyone's expressions changed. They could clearly feel their life-bound space being suppressed. They instinctively looked at Yu Changhai, whose expression grew even colder. Ripples of light spread outward with him at the center, the radiance automatically sketching in the void, and everyone's pressure suddenly eased. There's no mistake, this is the domain suppression of the Starfield realm, someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone present knew what this represented. The wailing vortex had become someone's domain. Olju, look over there, another person said, pointing to a group of figures emerging from the pitch-black currents. They were humanoid star beasts. With both witnesses and evidence, take action, Yu Changhai said, as his sixth-tier domain suddenly expanded, forcefully suppressing the undercurrent. Ran Yunqi received Yu Changhai's CR message 3 days later. Your intelligence was very accurate. The culprit has been eliminated. There was no twist or surprise. Even if the energy mother nest was devoured, a fifth tier is still just a fifth tier. Hoping to defeat Shanghai is nothing but a fool's dream. Ren Yunqi received more accurate information from Wang Chuan. Headquarters has sent word that other powerful individuals will come to assist. Within a month, all mother nests and star beasts in the wailing whirlpool will be eradicated. What about the Ma family? The Ma family is done for this time. A sixth-tier transcendent personally accused them of colluding with the Evolution Society. Whether the Ma family is finished or not, Ren Yunqi doesn't care. What he cares about more is something else. What is the Evolution Society? A group of rats that can't see the light of day, Wang Chuan said. They've caused numerous tragedies, and their members have been on the national bounty list for years. In the Dark Ages, before the emergence of the extraordinary, humanity's so-called sturdy ships and powerful cannons were as fragile as paper before the star beasts. Therefore, many people worshipped the extra-dimensional spaces and energy hives, believing that star beasts were the most perfect life forms. Even now, quite a few people still hold such beliefs, such as the genetic serums of the Western Alliance and the bionic mechanical modifications of the Northern Union. Ring Yunqi nodded. He had heard about these as well. The mainstream extraordinary professions in Huaxiao are warriors and mages, while a broad God, there are also many professions such as genetic modifiers and soul controllers. The Evolution Society, this organization, was born more than 300 years ago. They are the most extreme group of worshippers. No, they should be called surrenderists. They advocate for humanity to abandon resistance, actively embrace the energy mother nest, and transform and evolve in the direction of star beasts. Goodness! Rein Yunchi exclaimed, goodness gracious, what alternate world version of Curve saving the nation? Actually, at the beginning, this organization had quite a lot of supporters, but batch after batch of so-called evolutionists, without exception, ended up being polluted or even parasitized by the energy mother nest, turning into lunatics who only know how to kill based on instinct. Later, we in Huaxia classified the Evolution Society as illegal and cracked down on it relentlessly. So that's why I said, this time the Ma family will lose a layer of skin even if they don't die. Rein Yunchi nodded. This world is far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Still not strong enough, time to hustle. Opening the book, starting with digesting and absorbing the gains this time. The items revealed by Ma Xingliang included the Star Beast condensate and the mechanical core left by Rin Yunchi. The rest of the items were converted into cash to pay off the debt owed to Zhu Yushu. He planned to save the remaining portion for now, and once he had more money, buy a new house for his family. A few days later, he sat in the martial arts arena, opened a bottle of Star Beast serum, and tilted his head back to drink it down. Ugh! Rein Yunchi felt a surge of heat rushing into his body, permeating every cell it touched. Even with the full power of the heart of the sacred bear, S affinity activated, the throbbing pain still filled his brain. Rin Yunchi's pupils dilated to the limit, faintly catching glimpses of streams of energy flashing by. Dun dun dun! In the life-bound space, the happy birthday lotus unfolded its petals. Rein Yunchi's impacted mental strength instantly became incredibly resilient. Ah, it really works. Although Rin Yunchi was still in pain, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The Star Beast condensate, infused with star power, continuously struck the barriers of the life-bound space, expanding its territory outward. Rin Yunchi's blue bar also climbed upward during this process. Letting out a long breath, Rin Yunchi cast Embrace of the Holy Bear on himself to ease the muscle pain. This mana level is enough for me to learn higher level spells. Rin Yunchi needed to learn more spells and gain more firepower. In the evening, he finally returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Rin Yunchi sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her cheeks puffed out, looking very displeased. What's wrong? Are you cosplaying a pufferfish here? Rin Yunchi joked. Originally, Xiaotao and I had planned to go explore some shops and take photos today, but the whole street was blocked off. Rin Yunchi complained, feeling dissatisfied that tomorrow was Monday again and her weekend was completely ruined. Can't go? Then don't go. Didn't you see the news? These days, our Donghai Fortress city isn't peaceful. That so-called extraordinary Ma family has something going on with the Star Beasts. Wang Xiumei poked her head out from the kitchen and said, Brother, come with us. Rin Yunchi looked at Rin Yunchi expectantly. Don't look at me, I'm going back to school tomorrow, Rin Yunchi said. Ha? Rin Yunchi was taken aback. Why so soon? The holiday is only 2 weeks long. How long do you want me to stay? Rin Yunchi said with a smile. Rin Yunchi became even more dejected and ate an extra bowl of rice at dinner. Before going to bed, she leaned against the wall and said listlessly, I'll take you to school tomorrow. No need, you can't get up, Rin Yunchi said casually. Who says I can't get up? I insist on seeing you off, Rin Yunchi said stubbornly. The next day, early morning, Rin Yunchi stood at the door of Rin Yunchi's room, faintly hearing the sound of steady breathing from inside. Rin Yunchi banged on the door. Rin Yunchi, get up and take me to school. Ah, go away. It's only 6 o'clock. Rin Yunchi's exasperated voice came from the room. If you don't take me now, you won't see your dear brother for another month. I don't want to. Through the door, Rin Yunchi could easily imagine the girl barefoot, with messy hair, and a look of utter despair on her face. Rin Yunchi chuckled happily and leisurely walked out. Not eating at home? Wang Xiumei asked. Going to eat with Jiang Niannian and Zhu Yushu, Rin Yunchi replied. Wang Xiumei, going with Niannian? Then make sure to pay first. A guy shouldn't be stingy. Yes, alright. When Rin Yunchi went downstairs, he deliberately looked up and noticed the curtain in Rin Yunchi's room move slightly. After sensing his gaze, it became still again. Zhu Yushu's family car was already parked by the roadside. It was a rather inconspicuous small business vehicle. Jiang Niannian sat in the back seat and waved at him. Wow, keeping it low-key today? Rin Yunchi said with a smile. Having one car available is already good enough. My dad sent all the cars in the garage to pick up and entertain guests. Zhu Yushu, sitting in the front passenger seat, said. Entertain? Jiang Niannian asked in confusion. You haven't watched the news these past 2 days? The Ma family has withdrawn from our Donghai, but the Wailing Whirlpool is still here. The mineral veins inside, the medicinal Star Beast resources, are all truly valuable things, in high demand and making money even with your eyes closed. Even if others eat the meat and we drink the soup, we can still make a fortune. Zhu Yushu spoke eloquently. With such profits, there must be more than just 1 or 2 bidders, right? Ren Yunchi asked. asked. Of course. My dad has been so anxious these past 2 days that he's got mouth ulcers and blisters at the corners of his lips. One time, he even forgot to flush the toilet, and the smell was just, alright, no need to go into such detail. Zhang Nianian quickly interrupted the topic. Zhu Yushu shrugged. If you ask me, even if we can't win the bid for the mine, developing some real estate on the outskirts of the area or building a food court around it wouldn't be a bad idea. The three chatted, and Ren Yunqi looked out the window, indeed noticing that the city's control was much stricter than before. Many people who were obviously extraordinary individuals patrolled the streets in groups. The driver's skills were good, and in less than an hour, the vehicle slowly stopped at the school gate. Let's go, I'll first show you the dormitory, Zhu Yushu remarked sarcastically. It's already halfway through the semester, and you probably don't even know which way the dormitory door opens. Have you been to the classroom? Zhang Niannian added faintly. Ren Yunqi gave a shy smile. Now that you mention it, it seems I really haven't. Donghai No. 1 High School is an extraordinary high school, so its facilities are naturally different from ordinary high schools. Passing through the playground, the teaching building, and the garden, Zhu Yushu led Ren Yunqi to the dormitory building. The dormitory building was very impressive, with off-white stone exterior walls and spacious corridors, more like a high-end apartment complex for urban elites. There's a pool outside. Won't there be a lot of mosquitoes in the summer? Ren Yunqi asked. What mosquito could pierce the skin of a transcendent being to drink blood? At most, they'll just buzz a bit and that's it, Zhu Yushu said nonchalantly. I'd rather they drink more blood than buzz around my ears. Ren Yunqi remembered watching a video in his previous life, roughly about a male high school student breaking down after being bitten by a mosquito. A single video resonated with countless people, gaining millions of followers. The two registered with the dormitory supervisor and entered their fingerprints into the system. Third floor, 303, said Uncle Chin, the dormitory supervisor. You pack your things, I'll find it myself, Ren Yunqi said. Nonsense, if not you going yourself, are you expecting me to make your bed and warm your quilt? Zhu Yushu disdainfully waved his chubby little hand. Ren Yunqi burst into anger. Zhu Yushu, you can doubt my orientation, but you cannot question my taste. Zhu Yushu was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and raised his middle finger. Get lost. After exchanging a few words, Ren Yunqi went up to the third floor. His eyes scanned the area and found his dormitory. He placed his hand on the doorknob and opened the door. What greeted him were three pairs of piercing eyes staring straight at him. Hi, brothers, my name is Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi grinned. I've seen you on TV, master. A dark-skinned boy jumped up excitedly and said, my name is Zhang Lei, majoring in shield warrior. Su Chang, mage. Sun Wei, warrior. The three roommates were a bit nervous, rubbing their hands and puffing out their chests. Fortunately, Ren Yunqi's full marks and approachability helped them gradually relax. Brother Ren, wanna smoke? Sun Wei tapped out a cigarette and offered it. I don't smoke, Ren Yunqi replied with a smile. Ren good, didn't you bring any luggage or bedding? Zhang Lei said enthusiastically, there's a supermarket outside the school. How about we go buy some now? No need. Ren Yunqi clicked CR and took everything out under the astonished gazes of his roommates. Holy crap, spatial storage function? This is way too impressive. My CR can only make phone calls. I feel like the price of this feature could buy me. Bro, take out the words I feel like. Ren Yunqi did not participate in this topic. He was very satisfied with the accommodation conditions. The bed over desk setup was spacious, and the roommates, for now, didn't seem troublesome. That was enough for him. He was tidying up above while the three roommates continued chatting. Hey, when I first arrived today, I saw a car parked at the entrance of the principal's office building. Zhang Lei said mysteriously. Our principal was smiling like a fool at the village entrance, waiting there early. He even bent down to open the door for the person and escorted them upstairs. You're kidding. Our principal is a third-tier transcendent. In Donghai Yaosai City, he's a prominent figure. Su Chang didn't believe it. I have no reason to lie to you, Zhang Lei said discontentedly. Did you see clearly who picked it up? Sun Wei asked. His back was turned, so I couldn't see clearly. Not very tall, seemed like an old man, Zhang Lei replied. Then this old man is actually a reclusive master, instantly recognizing your potential and taking you as his disciple, Ren Yunqi joked. After 3 years, the Dragon King returns, defeats countless love rivals, and finally wins the beauty's heart? He, how is that even possible? Zhang Lei chuckled. After packing his belongings, Ren Yunqi sent a message to Zhu Yushu and Zhang Niannian, and the three of them went out to a breakfast near the school. As they passed by the playground, the bright yellow protective shields were also raised, faintly revealing the figures fighting inside. Truly diligent, Ren Yunqi said. Anyone who successfully awakens is unwilling to be someone else's stepping stone. Zhang Niannian said, wasting 3 years of high school means you won't get into a transcendent university. Failing to get into university basically seals your future potential. Even passing the second-tier ranking competition would be considered lucky. Not to mention top universities like Moda University and Daida University. Whether in combat or academics, they only want the best of the best. Of course, the above perspective does not not apply to everyone. Some people struggle for 2 years, yet their combat power remains weak, and 2-star techniques are enough to drain their star energy, so they simply give up. Once the thought of giving up arises, they feel a sense of liberation. Getting a transcendent high school diploma and finding a job as a bodyguard or sparring partner with a monthly income of over 10,000 is still quite easy. This semester's final evaluation will determine the lineup for next year's high school league team. Zhang Yanyan was full of enthusiasm. As long as I can be selected as a main team member and achieve a good ranking, I'll get bonus points for the college entrance exam. Very good, very spirited. Keep it up. Ren Yunqi kept walking without turning his head. Zhang Yanyan shouted as she chased after him, "Don't run, you have to stay with me. We're supposed to team up together." Zhu Yushu stopped in his tracks, watching the two of them playfully bickering. Wait, teaming up, huh? Is no one going to ask me about this? It really felt like, at this moment, my large figure had turned into a transparent person. Otherwise, how could it be so blatantly ignored? At the same time, the principal's office. Principal Qi attentively brewed a cup of tea. "Mr. Yu, this is the first brew of tea produced in the dimensional space of Chuannan's Tree Sea. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." Yu Chanhai picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Excellent tea. This way of drinking, like a cow chewing peonies, would have made Principal Qi start scolding if it were anyone else. But for Chanhai, he quickly poured another cup. "As long as you like it, I still have another box. I'll bring it to your office later." Principal Qi. "Oh, just call me Xiao Qi." Principal Qi waved his hand repeatedly. "Don't be so formal," Yu Changhai said with a smile. "I'm just a retired old man who can't sit still. Since I'm in Donghai, I thought I'd affiliate with our school in a casual position. I hope you won't make a big fuss. Just arrange an office, a dorm room, and a slightly larger training ground for me. I'll pick a few promising students to train. Whether they succeed or not will depend on themselves." Principal Qi quickly nodded. "Is this even considered a request? This is personal guidance from a 6th-tier transcendent, which would be more than sufficient for top universities in the capital, Magic City, or the Northwest." Just thinking about next year's graduation rate and the rankings in various competitions, Principal Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Actually, he could probably guess who Yu Chanhai was targeting. Yu Chanhai didn't say, and he kept his mouth shut as well. Regarding this, he could only express that some people are truly born with a life of wealth and privilege. Just after rejecting one influential figure, he somehow managed to encounter an even more impressive one. "This is our classroom. The restroom is at the end of the hallway, turn left. Your desk is at the back. Wipe off the dust before you sit down. I have wet wipes here." Zhang Yanyan led Ren Yunqi to class 1 of grade 10, chattering nonstop. "These words of yours, even my mom stopped saying them after I finished 1st grade, Ren Yunqi said speechlessly. "What's wrong? Getting impatient?" Zhang Yanyan said fiercely. "Back when you were in the college league, you kept calling her mom." Stop, don't tarnish my reputation out of nowhere," Ren Yunqi argued. "Poof." Zhang Yanyan snorted lightly. "Go inside, and remember to check the drawer. I prepared a surprise for you. It took me 3 whole months." "Really?" Warmth surged through Ren Yunqi's heart. He transmigrated into a high school student 3 months ago and finally stepped into the doors of a high school classroom. His desk was in the back row by the window, with a thin layer of dust on its surface. Ren Yun didn't have time to wipe it off and immediately looked into the drawer. It was filled to the brim with test papers. Last time at the sewage treatment plant, the feeling of nausea wasn't as intense as it is now. He even suspected that Zhao Tang secretly cast a nightmare cocoon on him. Otherwise, how could he dream of the terrifying time in his past life when he returned to class after taking leave during his senior year of high school? Zhang Yanyan. Ren Yunqi suddenly looked toward the door. Zhang Yanyan didn't even step inside the door, made a mischievous face at him, and Yunqi kindly responded with a middle finger. Quite a few students in the class had already arrived, but none of them addressed him as genius like his 3 roommates did. In the honors class, there was a certain restraint. At most, people would steal glances and whisper to each other. One particular gaze was especially unfriendly. It came from a pale-faced young man. Realizing that Ren Yunqi was looking at him, he stared back without backing down and even let out a provocative tch. "Ren Yunqi, long time no see. I've been waiting for you to come." Ren Yunqi, holding a wet wipe, asked inexplicably, "Who are you?" Zhang Hao choked on his own saliva and angrily said, "Are you provoking me?" No, you misunderstood." Ren Yunqi said sincerely, "I simply forgot about your existence. Are we very familiar with each other?" Zhang Hao only felt his temples throbbing and said angrily, "My name is Zhang Hao." "Oh, I remember now." Ren Yunqi suddenly realized, "I heard you were beaten like a dog by Zhang Yanyan during the midterm exams?" Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. "Ren Yunqi, don't just rely on your sharp tongue. If you have the guts." "What class is this?" Ren Yunqi asked the person in front of him. The person in front replied, "Basics of spell incantations." Zhang Hao said angrily, "I'm talking to you. Can you show me some respect?" "Oh, sorry, go ahead," Ren Yunqi said. "Don't just talk, if you have the guts. Fighting, right? Can we wait until the combat class? I'm actually quite interested in learning the basics of spells." Ren Yunqi Yunqi spoke in a friendly and negotiating tone. Zhang Hao's words were once again choked back, his face turning slightly red with frustration. At that moment, the teacher for this class arrived, leaving Zhang Hao no chance to retort. He could only sit back in his seat angrily. Yo, our big star is back? The spell teacher, Yang Xin, was a young teacher in his 30s. His neatly parted hair was styled with gel, but there was a tuft sticking up at the back of his head. Rain Yunqi wore a humble expression. I'm outdated, yesterday's news. Yang Xin laughed and said, I don't think so. Just looking at your face, you'd easily make it onto some idol variety show in the future. Zhang Hao watched the two chatting happily and felt a surge of jealousy welling up inside him. Clearly I was here first. In the last class, we studied Thunder, one of the 26 basic runes. Let's review it. Yang Xin picked up a piece of chalk and drew a crooked circle on the blackboard. Runes are like calligraphy strokes, each one requires extensive practice to find the right feel. Yang Xin put pen to paper again, and this time it was so precise it seemed as if he had used a compass. And spells are like words, only when the basic runes are well practiced can they be written correctly. Now, let me demonstrate the starting stroke of the Yi Thunder rune for you again. Yang Xin demonstrated while glancing toward the back row in Rin Yunqi's direction to see if he could keep up. Ha! Yang Xin let out a surprised exclamation. Ren Yunqi's fingers pointed in the air. The first time was a bit clumsy, but by the second time, he had perfectly replicated the movements. This guy's got a foundation. Yang Xin replaced the pattern. After learning the Yi Thunder rune, we can start combining the paralysis inscription. You are all students of the advanced class, so my expectations for you are naturally higher. Within 2 weeks, master the star technique paralysis gloves. Ren Yunqi flipped through the textbook, which contained an introduction to the star technique paralysis gloves. This is a versatile star technique with the effect of generating a paralyzing electric current in the palm. The range and intensity of the current depend on the amount of star power. The number of spells needed wasn't many, only 5. Ren Yunqi practiced them one by one. This is it? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the classroom. Amid the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhang Hao had a crackling, electricity-formed glove on his hand. Not bad, you are the first in the entire grade to successfully release it. Everyone should learn from Zhang Hao. Yang Xin praised. Zhang Hao raised his neck and lifted his head, like a proud big white goose. He secretly practiced for an entire holiday just for this moment. Zhang Hao turned his head and made a provocative expression at Ren Yunqi, only to find that the other party wasn't even looking at him. His previously good mood suddenly felt stifled. Can you just play along with me pretending to be cool without dying? Ren Yunqi was immersed in the world of spells, completely oblivious to Zhang Hao's childish behavior. Compared to when he was practicing Fire Python, Ren Yunqi had made significant improvements in both mental strength and rune proficiency. Moreover, for this kind of beginner-level star technique, the structure is generally very simple and has commonalities, making it even quicker to master. A class passed quickly, and the second period was Star Beast class. The teacher was a woman, dressed in a floral dress with a very teacher-like style, with a little bee pinned to her waist. Today we are talking about the swamp frog. It wasn't on the test the past 2 years, but it will definitely be on it this year. The female teacher clicked the page turner, and the screen at the front of the classroom flipped to the next slide on the PPT, showing an anatomical image of the swamp frog. This is an infographic just released by the Transcendent Alliance the day before yesterday. The teacher specifically downloaded it from CR for you to see. In the picture, the internal structure of the swamp frog, including its heart, muscle groups, and skeleton, is clearly displayed. From this diagram, we can see that the swamp frog's weakness is at the very center of its head, but attacking from this direction is likely to provoke a venomous tongue attack. Therefore, a better choice is the abdomen and back, where the joint nerves are most concentrated, causing intense pain to the swamp frog. Then, teacher, how do we kill the swamp frog after making it suffer? A student raised their hand to ask. Kill? The teacher chuckled. The swamp frog is a level 2 star beast. If you really encounter one, I suggest you pick a phone that can withstand stomach acid to write your will. Students these days, always aiming high but lacking the skills. If anyone in this room can come up with a way to kill a swamp frog, she'll eat this blackboard on the spot. Unlike the basics of spellcasting class, most students aren't very interested in this star beast lesson. No wonder what proper person would bother learning tips on sliding tackles to kill tigers. Rin Yunqi, however, listened with great interest and even checked the CR bestiary, where he indeed found updated information on the swamp frog. The last time we caught its tongue, the knife should have been thrust upward. There's still a 10-degree blind spot in its field of vision. We could try circling around to the back. Below the illustration, there are numerous comments from Transcendents who have fought the swamp frog, along with some summarized strategies. Ren Yunqi noticed that the most frequently mentioned term here was acid. He had never paid attention to it before. It was all thanks to the indulgence of Embrace of the Holy Bear. Other Transcendents weren't so lucky. Some even showed off their skin corroded by the acid, covered in bumps that made one's scalp tingle just at a glance. Ren Yunqi flipped through the suggestions, and most people recommended lowering the temperature to freeze the acid into ice. Hey, what are are you thinking about? Jiang Yanyan patted his shoulder. Didn't even hear the dismissal bell? Thinking about how to kill the swamp frogs more efficiently, Ren Yunqi said. For example, how should the acid be handled? I think their idea is pretty good. Jiang Yanyan glanced at the screen and casually pulled over a chair to sit across from him. It is pretty good, just feels like the efficiency is too low. Ren Yunqi gestured with his fingers. I have an idea. Listen and tell me what you think. Increase the temperature. This can be done with the flame cage. Once the temperature rises, the swamp frog will accelerate the secretion of body fluids to coat its skin, just like how humans sweat and dehydrate in high-temperature environments. But aren't you afraid of the burning pain driving the swamp frog into a frenzy? Jiang Yanyan asked. Then just control it. Isn't there a saying, boiling a frog in warm water? If the power is hard to control, at least the distance can be managed, right? Ren Yunqi laughed. After it's secreted, use beast soldiers to quickly freeze it at close range, forming frost to take it out in one go. If once doesn't work, then twice. Just wear it down a bit more. Jiang Yanyan pondered hard. That seems to make some sense. Even if the swamp frog doesn't secrete mucus, it doesn't matter. Raising the temperature can also dry out the surrounding air, Ren Yunqi added. This extremely hydrophilic star beast, the swamp frog, is likely far less active in such an environment than before. He posted his opinion in the comments section. After some thought, he added a disclaimer at the beginning, subjective inference, no practical verification, view with caution. Ding dong. In the Extraordinary Alliance, Zhou Wu glanced at the screen. Captain, what is it? The captain, busy flipping through documents, responded casually. How about we add another slot for a weather warmer? Zhou Wu suggested. What's the use of heating up? Do you really expect a first-level mage to burn through the swamp frog's skin? The captain said impatiently. Take a look at this. Zhou Wu hurriedly held up the CR for him to see. The captain was silent for a moment. Why not give it a try? Zhou Wu suggested. At most, it's just tens of thousands in appearance fees. If it actually works, we'll profit. Alright, let's give it a try. The course schedule at Donghai No. 1 High School was very standardized. Mornings were dedicated to various theoretical classes, while afternoons were spent on practical training at the field. As for the so-called practical training, it looked no different from those turn-based mini-games. A. Attack. B. Attempts to dodge, counterattack. A. Fails to dodge, loses health, attack again. Where's Mr. Gao? Why hasn't he come today? Everyone had lined up, but the teacher was nowhere to be seen. I heard Mr. Gao is sick, so a new teacher is coming to take over the combat class. Whoa, seriously? Doesn't old Gao usually brag about being second tier? How is his body so fragile? Shoo, someone's coming. An elderly man wearing a polo shirt, with sparse white hair, walked over with his hands behind his back under everyone's gaze. He wasn't very tall, but his eyes were startlingly bright. With just a glance, everyone instinctively stood at attention, feeling as if they had been seen through. Your teacher Gao is on leave today, so I'll be substituting for this class. Yu Changhai said with a cheerful smile. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Yu. You can call me Teacher Yu, Old Yu, or even Old Man Yu, it's all fine. He smiled kindly, as if that sharp gaze just now hadn't come from him. Most people don't know him. Hardly anyone would remember the face of a competition judge. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Ren Yunqi. He stared in astonishment at this little old man. A sixth-tier powerhouse coming to a high school to be a substitute teacher? Compared to this, a mouse acting as a bridesmaid for a cat would make more sense. Besides him, another person also recognized Yu Changhai. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's face turned bright red, and even his breathing became a bit rapid. Back when Ren Yunqi's livestream aired, he watched it almost frame by frame. Afterward, he criticized it from every angle on forums and message boards, eventually becoming a popular figure there. It was obvious that this big shot was here for Ren Yunqi, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Hao was confident he could sever Ren Yunqi's opportunity, hitch a ride on Yu Changhai's broad path, and soar to great heights. As for actual combat, naturally, you have to fight to find out. Changhai held a thermos cup, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. Alright, who's the squad leader? Step forward and set an example. Jiang Yanyan responded loudly and stepped out of the line. Yes, sir. Is she a soldier to be reckoned with? Changhai looked at the others. Anyone want to spar with her? No one made a sound, and everyone lowered their heads, staring at their toes. Fight with Jiang Yanyan, that pervert? Looks like this little girl has some skills. Yu Changhai casually pointed at a student. You, go to the flower bed over there and pick up a tree branch for me. Oh, okay. The student who was called ran over quickly and picked up a withered, fallen slender branch for Yu Changhai. Yu Changhai took it and casually swung it twice. Under the astonished gazes of the students, the withered leaves on the branch crumbled off, and its appearance transformed from the previously bent and limp state to being straight and firm. Coach, I want to learn this, a mischievous boy couldn't help but say, causing everyone to burst into laughter and earning a bunch of eye rolls from the girls. Jiang Yanyan didn't smile. She was under a lot of pressure now. Yu Changhai was clearly only holding a single tree branch, yet the immense pressure almost made her unable to breathe. The twin swords were unsheathed, dual sword style. Yu Changhai said enthusiastically, come. Jiang Zhang Yanyan faced the pressure, cleared his mind of distractions, and struck with full force. Vines, storms, and exquisite combat techniques came together like a torrential downpour, leaving everyone present breathless and filled with relief. So strong. Luckily, I didn't try to stand out earlier. Not bad, you've got some talent, but your sword moves focus too much on form, Yu Changhai praised. The branch precisely struck the blade of Zhang Yanyan's sword. Zhang Yanyan only felt a tremor in her wrist, and the long sword slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. Your sword technique is very standard. You're a diligent and attentive student, Yu Changhai said. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Zhang Yanyan replied respectfully. Yu Changhai turned his gaze back to the group, this time looking directly at Ren Yunqi. Your turn. Let me pick an opponent for you. Report. Zhang Hao, who had been unable to hold back, shouted loudly. Teacher Yu, my name is Zhang Hao. I am training as a warrior, and my goal is to participate in the East Sea High School League in my second year. For this, I need combat experience. I hope to challenge my classmate Ren Yunqi. Please act as the referee to prevent either side from getting injured. Arena. Ren Yunqi observed the gradually enveloping arc-shaped barrier above his head, then turned his gaze to Zhang Hao opposite him. Unlike his relaxed demeanor, Zhang Hao stood upright, breathing in and out like a textbook example. Let's begin, Yu Changhai said. Inferno. Zhang Hao stomped heavily on the ground, sending ripples of flames around him, making his hair flutter wildly. All showy nonsense. Ren Yunqi pressed his CR and walked toward Zhang Hao. The power armor flowed like liquid, covering his body as he moved, and his speed suddenly surged. Zhang Hao only saw a blur before the silver figure appeared in front of him, and a mechanical hand directly gripped his neck. Whoosh, lift, smash, cough, cough, cough. Zhang Hao felt like he had been smashed to pieces, even his breathing had stopped. Flame giant blade. Knife, knife, knife for what? Ren Yunqi raised his hand and yanked him up, and before Zhang Hao could react, he slammed him back onto the ground. Then came the simple and brutal repeated actions, lifting, lifting, and dropping again. The giant flame blade was shattered before it could even fully form. Zhang Hao, who was dizzy from the fall, struggled to open his eyes, trying to figure out his direction. Seeing his pitiful state, Ren Yunqi inexplicably felt like he had turned into a villain. It was a bit like Ma Sanyang tormenting Squirrel Sally in Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 Heroes. Meanwhile, the students below were already dumbfounded. This is way too intense, isn't it? Zhang Hao's face is all swollen like a pig's head. It's not even as good as the last time he fought with the class monitor. At least then he managed to use 2-star techniques. Yu Changhai sipped his tea, casually spitting out the tea leaf stem he had in his mouth. Good tea. Ren Yunqi estimated that the fall was about enough and tossed Zhang Hao aside. Cough. I won't accept this. Zhang Hao roared. You used a power suit. That's unfair. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. Being beaten in public and losing all face, Zhang Hao no longer cared about maintaining the image of a young talent in front of Yu Changhai. Alright then, Ren Yunqi said indifferently. Oomph. Flame giant blade. Zhang Hao slapped the ground with one hand and slowly lifted the flame with his hand. Ren Yunqi really just stood there watching, so relaxed that if the power armor had pockets, he would have casually put his hands in them on the spot. It was only when Zhang Hao's flame giant blade was halfway drawn that he nonchalantly made his move. Frenzied red eyes. Zhang Hao's star power surged instantly, causing the giant flame blade to explode on the spot. He was also blasted backward, crashing into the energy shield and slowly sliding down, unexpectedly losing consciousness. Ren Yunqi nodded with satisfaction, without protest, indicating that this time he felt it was very fair. Come down. Yu Changhai looked at Ren Yunqi with satisfaction, as if admiring a piece of fine jade. Zhang Hao? Not familiar. Anyone else want to give it a try? Yu Changhai asked. Everyone exchanged glances, and in the end, only a few people stepped forward. Their movements were stiff as they took turns, and Yu Changhai casually gave a few pointers. Come with me. As the class bell rang, Yu Changhai and Ren Yunqi walked side by side through the school. Do you know why I came here? Yu Changhai asked. Because of me, Ren Yunqi replied. Yu Changhai chuckled. You're certainly not modest. Don't worry, if I say something wrong, it's just youthful recklessness, Ren Yunqi said. Yu Changhai walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Though he was over 80 years old, not very tall, and his steps weren't large, Ren Yunqi almost had to jog to keep up. No one knew how much time had passed. The two stopped talking, and their pace grew faster and faster. Ren Yunqi only felt that being beside Yu Changhai made the star power in his body operate sluggishly, relying more on physical strength. The tingling sensation spread from the soles of his feet to his thighs, but Ren Yunqi did not stop walking. The resistance boost from the birthday lotus greatly enhanced his endurance. Yu Changhai finally stopped walking, and Ren Yunqi felt the shackles that had just been restraining his star power suddenly release. Not bad. That sense of fullness caused him to stumble and fall directly to the ground. How do you feel? Yu Changhai asked with his hands behind his back. Ren Yunqi simply sat on the ground, impressive. Yu Changhai's old face, full of wrinkles, had a pair of sharp, gleaming eyes fixed on him. This is the star domain realm. Below the star domain, all are ants. As long as a transcendent of the star domain realm wishes, they can use their domain remain alone to restrict their opponent from utilizing their life-bound space. Yu Changhai said with a smile, this is also why the fourth son of the Ma family is determined to use dark magic to break through the fifth tier with the energy mother nest. Coach, I want to learn. Ren Yunqi raised his hand. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yu Changhai chuckled, but teaching students takes a lot of time and effort, and for no reason. Ren Yunqi climbed up the pole. Master, what a shameless boy. Yu Changhai laughed heartily. Well, since you sincerely wish to become my disciple, I'll reluctantly accept you. He straightened his collar and accepted Ren Yunqi's extraordinary etiquette. Joining my sect doesn't require any elaborate formalities, but remember, you must not commit any wrongdoing, or I will personally deal with you. Yu Changhai smiled and said, before you, there were 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. I'll take you to meet them sometime in the future. Alright, Ren Yunqi nodded. Starting today, I will create a detailed training plan for you, covering both combat techniques and spells. Ren Yunqi couldn't help but say, Master, I'm training as a mage. Rubbish, I can tell. Yu Changhai said, it's not like we're asking you to become a full-time warrior. You'll still primarily focus on being a mage, but you must master some basic combat skills. Do you think you'll always be surrounded by teammates in the center? Just like during the survival battle, when you and that mecha pilot girl from your team got separated by the star beast tide, did you have the chance to use spells? Yu Changhai said bluntly, you were just fighting that kid. Giving you the power armor is a waste. You're only good for bullying weaker rookies. Zhang Hao, who had just woken up from unconsciousness, sneezed while lying on the bed in the infirmary. If you want to become strong, you must not fear hardship. Yu Changhai chuckled twice. Let me tell you straight, in the future, you'll have to train in more than just these 2 professions. Any extraordinary profession available on the market, I guarantee you'll get to try them all. Develop your innate space to the fullest, and when you break through to the 5th tier in the future, you'll thank me. After a thorough lecture, Yu Changhai left contentedly, teacup in hand, strolling away leisurely. Ren Yunqi ran back to the classroom. At this time, as it was close to the end of the afternoon classes, most people had gone to the cafeteria to eat, leaving only a sparse few in the classroom. What did the teacher say to you? Zhang Yanyan immediately asked when she saw him. He recognized my talent and wants to take me as his disciple, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Humph, becoming his disciple is nothing compared to becoming my dad's. My dad is a 2nd-tier peak-level expert. Zhang Yanyan said proudly. Ren Yunqi silently searched for Yu Changhai, then turned his phone around and pushed it in front of Zhang Yanyan. 1 second later. Ouch, ouch, let go of me. 6th tier. I must be dreaming. Zhang Yanyan muttered. It doesn't hurt at all. Of course it doesn't hurt for you, you're pinching me. Ren Yunqi said with a face full of grief and indignation. At this moment, he wholeheartedly agreed with Changhai's suggestion. He must practice combat techniques, the kind that are incredibly tough, the kind that Zhang Yanyan can't pinch or withstand. 6th tier, wow, that's the 6th tier. Zhang Yanyan was overjoyed but afraid of shouting too loudly and letting others hear. She bent down, almost leaning against Ren Yunqi's ear. Ren Yunqi only felt that the warm breath she exhaled made his face itch. Old Ren, aren't we good brothers? Zhang Yanyan pulled the reluctant Ren Yunqi closer. Ren Yunqi, no, we're a couple. Look at you, still holding a grudge? Zhang Yanyan chuckled. Look, do you still need a junior sister? Ren Yunqi revealed a lecherous smile. Well, that depends on your sincerity. Ah, you're so bad. Zhu Yushu stood at the doorway, watching the 2 scoundrels laughing like cats that got the cream, hesitating whether to enter or not. Am I coming at a bad time? Let's go, time to eat, Ren Yunqi said. Don't rush to eat, let's go make some extra money. Zhu Yushu said. What extra money? Zhang Yanyan asked curiously. Kill the swamp frog. Come on, the swamp frog is tier 2. How are you, a tier 1 who can't bear to fire a cannon, going to defeat it? Ren Yunqi said with a laugh. You don't know anything. Zhu Yushu said smugly. There's a strategy for the swamp frog now. Master the trick, and it's easy to beat. He opened CR, signaling Ren Yunqi and Zhang Yanyan to come and take a look. 3 heads gathered together, watching Zhu Yushu's chubby little fingers, like carrots, swipe across the screen. Look, it's this one, invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. This guy really knows his stuff, no doubt about it. Just relying on deduction, he came up with a guide to kill the swamp frog. Zhu Yushu muttered, look at the comments below. A team of mages has already tried it out. It's effective, very effective. He was babbling on and on here. Ren Yunqi's expression was peculiar, especially when he saw this familiar ID and its content. Zhang Yanyan wanted to speak, but was stopped by Ren Yunqi patting her on the back. If Zhu Yushu found out she was the last to know again, her heart would shatter into pieces. He opened his CR and indeed found quite a few unread replies. Awesome, boss. 666. Such a heartfelt post. I just wish I could tip you. Here's a photo of my loot as a token of appreciation. Following the comment was a photo, and in the photo was none other than the shriveled corpse of a swamp frog. Underneath the photo, the number of comments suddenly skyrocketed. Here, I suggest bowing to the original poster. It's more appropriate to acknowledge them as a mentor, truly teaching someone how to fish. This has moved me. Are there any brothers from the East Sea? Shall we team up to catch teach frogs? +1, raising my hand. I am the master of temperature control, smug emoji. Whoa, the version boss is here. Barbie, can you join us tonight to hunt frogs? A bundle of joy. I'm so awesome. Ren Yunchi naturally took all the credit for himself. I bought a few freeze grenades from the Transcendent Alliance. The three of us working together can easily take down the little swamp frog, Zhu Yushu said. So, what do you think? Are we doing this or not? Jiang Yanyan was eager to try and looked at Ren Yunchi. Just so happens I want to upgrade my power armor. Ren Yunchi said. Ma Xinglian's mechanical core is of very high quality. To fully utilize its power, the other components need to be upgraded as well. Out of respect for the new master, Ren Yunchi specifically sent a message to Yu Changhai before leaving. Yu Changhai's reply was very concise. Okay. Zhu Yushu was responsible for grabbing tasks from the Extraordinary Alliance's bounty list. That's right, it's grabbing, not picking. Ever since the Ma family was accused and embarrassingly withdrew from Donghai Yaosai City, the related intelligence tasks have been opened up for anyone to choose. Let's go, Ren Yunchi said. There are even extraordinary individuals from other regions coming here, drawn by its reputation, creating a thriving and competitive atmosphere. This one looks good, take a look, Zhu Yushu said. What is this, a vocational school? Jiang Yanyan asked, looking at the photo attached to the task. Yes, someone found swamp frog eggs in the restroom, Zhu Yushu replied. Swamp frogs have a very strong reproductive ability and can absorb the energy needed for growth from their surroundings. A vocational school restroom as a birthplace might be a disastrous start for a human baby, but for swamp frogs, it's just perfect. This task will be taken by 2 teams, and the reward for the mud swamp frog will go to whoever solves it first. Zhu Yushu said, we need to hurry, or someone else might beat us to it. This vocational school is located in the northwest corner of Yaosai City. It is not a school for the extraordinary but one for ordinary people who haven't awakened, teaching subjects like welding, beauty and hairdressing, and cooking. To save time, the 3 of them skipped their meal and took a cab straight to the destination. Compared to Donghai No. 1 High School, this vocational school is like a stepchild. The gate is the most unremarkable kind, a vertical bar hollow iron gate, with the glittering golden characters Chungkai Vocational School hanging above. On both sides, there are red slogans like skills lead to success and integration of work and study. Due to the marsh frogs, the students in the school had already been evacuated, leaving the entire campus empty and desolate like a ghost town. Let's check the restroom first, Jiang Yanyan suggested. One good thing about the Extraordinary Alliance was that once you accepted a task, the information provided was detailed and complete, unlike some platforms where even after purchasing VIP, you still needed SVIP. The restroom was in the beauty and hairdressing department, which was on the 3rd floor of the main teaching building, in the women's restroom. This school is so stingy, they didn't even bother to install urinals, Zhu Yushu remarked casually. Ran Zhang and the other person looked at him with eyes full of care, as if for someone mentally challenged. There's no mistake, it's this spot. Ren Yunchi took out a packet of powder from the CR and sprinkled it evenly around. What is this? Zhu Yushu asked curiously. Reveal demon powder, Ren Yunchi said casually. This was one of the nifty tools that had been exposed by Ma Xingliang at the time. There were quite a few similar small gadgets, but since they weren't easy to sell, they had been left in a corner of the CR space. In less than half a minute, a cluster of blue marks climbing upward from the pit appeared, tangled together in a chaotic mess. So many of them? Zhang Yanyan exclaimed in shock. Mire tadpoles devour each other to replenish energy, allowing them to grow into sufficiently large young frogs in a very short time. Ren Yunchi said, judging by the timing, these mire frogs aren't of a high level, probably level 1. Level 1 works too. At least we need to earn back the cost of the freezing bullets, Zhu Yushu said. Better be cautious. Ren Yunchi handed the revealing powder to Zhu Yushu. Zhu Yushu attached it to the mechanical groove on his arm, and with a puff, evenly sprayed the powder, revealing the path of the swamp frogs. The 3 followed the path and walked outward. The night grew deeper. Since the students were already on vacation and dispersed, the campus was dimly lit, with only a few energy-saving lights at the stair corners barely functioning. Mudflat tadpoles, after becoming frogs, will immediately seek abundant food and water sources. So the most likely places for young frogs to appear are the cafeteria and the Culinary Academy's teaching building. Ren Yunchi pushed up the non-existent glasses on his nose, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of there is only one truth. Then we'll split up. Zhu Yushu hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Yanyan slapped his chubby back. Split up? You on your own, and the 2 of us as a team. No, I was just saying. Zhu Yushu chuckled awkwardly. Let him handle it himself? He might not even leave an intact corpse. This place is relatively close to the culinary teaching building, so the 3 decided to go here first. The culinary department is a large classroom, just like the one in the Lanxiang advertisements, filled with pots and pans everywhere, chaotic and disorganized. Rock Mountain. Zhu Yushu let out a low shout, activating his lifebound space, and pieces of rock covered his body. Immediately after, the energy core lit up, and another layer of mech armor formed over the rocks. A small drone flew out from his arm, skimming the ceiling as it flew inside. "Look over here." Zhu Yushu lowered his voice and said. In the footage shared by the drone, there was a heavily dented door. At the bottom of the door, there was also a corroded hole, just big enough for a person to bend down and squeeze through. The drone landed silently, filming inside along the edge of the cave. "Found it, the birth fruit is indeed inside," Zhu Yushu said excitedly. "Quick, Lao Ren, you heat it up, and I'll use the freezing bullet later." "Why heat it up?" Ren Yunqi looked at him curiously. "Of course, to remove the acid," Zhu Yushu said matter-of-factly. "That's what the post said." "But I have a star skill to clear abnormal statuses," Ren Yunqi said. "Zhu Yushu, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? Weren't you next to me when I awakened?" Ren Yunqi shouted. "How could I have thought of this? Damn it, there goes the money I spent on freezing bullets." Zhu Yushu's cheeks trembled with pain. "I'll take the lead." Zhang Yanyan spoke, connecting her thoughts with her life-bound space, the spirit forest. A longbow appeared in her hands as she drew the bowstring. An arrow shot across more than half the classroom, piercing directly into the hollow space. With a loud bang, a violent storm raged. The sound of an angry croak echoed, and the door was slammed open. Two swamp frogs, crouching with a height only as tall as a person, angrily leaped out. Ren Yunqi noticed that this time, they were ordinary swamp frogs, no longer frogmen. Perhaps the connection between that Ma family's fourth master and the energy mother nest had been severed, but he wasn't sure. "Quack! Ranged attackers, don't let them get close," Ren Yunqi said, raising his hand to cast an area-wide Holy Bear's Embrace to protect the front and rear. "Try Grandpa's big missile." Zhu Yushu sneered. The launch ports on his back opened, and 4 or 5 missiles crisscrossed as they shot out. A swamp frog was just about to dodge when Zhang Yanyan's deep green longsword in her left hand drew a line on the ground, causing vines to surge and bind its limbs. The other one had already leapt into the air, but its eyes instantly lost focus in the next moment. Nightmare cocoon! The two swamp frogs collided, and Zhu Yushu's missile happened to arrive. The skin of these creatures was so elastic that the missile head even embedded halfway before exploding. The missile exploded, and the flames completely engulfed the two small swamp frogs, causing the air to ripple slightly from the rising heat wave. "Careful, this guy isn't dead, they're trying to escape." Zhang Nian raised the deep green night sword high, the tip of the blade stabbing downward into the ground. "Flourish and thrive." Blue and white plants surged wildly, spreading freely even amidst the flames, blocking the escape route of the two swamp frogs. A stronger swamp frog roared, surprisingly not retreating but instead spewing acid as it charged toward the three. "Watch me blast it to bits," Zhu Yushu declared. "No, don't, this guy's intact corpse is worth more," Ren Yunqi said. "Let me handle it." He took out his staff, tracing a few shifting points in the air. A series of faint crackling sounds rang out. It was an electric net. Ren Yunqi watched the approaching swamp frog and struck it with his palm. The palm dragged an electric net, and in the next moment, it directly transformed and adhered to his hand. Paralysis glove. Zhang Yanyan recognized this star technique and was astonished. Ren Yunqi's palm struck the head of the swamp frog, and the electric net found a more ideal attachment point, surging forward eagerly. The swamp frog's limbs instantly went rigid, and it collapsed to the ground, left only with spasms. Ren Yunqi drew out the standard-issue metal knife and, following the content of today's Star Beast class, stabbed it into the bone seam on the top of its head. The blade slid in exceptionally smoothly. The swamp frog tried to struggle, but its body was still paralyzed, leaving it to watch helplessly as the knife handle grew shorter and shorter. Ren Yunqi drove the blade all the way in, and the swamp frog's breathing stopped completely. Clang! With a twist and a downward pry, the blade popped open the skullcap. "Why does that look so weird to me?" Zhu Yushu whispered. "Old Ren's movements, damn, is there any difference between this and popping open a car hood? What are you standing there for? There's another one over there, bring it here," Ren Yunqi said. Oh. The young frog wasn't very large, about the size of a pig. Zhu Yushu exerted some force with his mechanical arm and dragged it straight over. The same processing procedure, the same opened-up corpse. "I suddenly understand why that old Jew wants to take you as his apprentice," Zhang Nian said. "The spell star technique just learned during the day can actually be used in battle at night. This talent is a bit too terrifying, isn't it?" Not bad, Ren Yunqi casually replied modestly. Compared to Zhang Nian's cheap flattery, the two souls rising in front of him were more to his liking. The soul was directly tempered into the life-bound space and was snatched up by Yuzu first. "Yeah!" Yuzu swallowed the soul and happily called out to Ren Yunqi. "You mean, if you can get more of these souls, you can awaken new star skills?" Ren Yunqi asked. "Yeah!" Yuzu kept nodding its bare head, extremely excited. Ren Yunqi was pleasantly surprised. Holy Bear's Embrace was the star technique that laid the foundation of his success, and Holy Bear's Heart single-handedly supported his talent in star power and star techniques. If he could gain another life-bound star technique, wouldn't he soar to new heights? "Are we still going to the cafeteria?" Zhu Yushu asked, and just then, suddenly, a muffled sound echoed, and the ground where the three stood trembled slightly. A roar filled with anger rang out. Mixed within were several wailing cries. "Help! Help! Boom! Come save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! The big frog is still chasing us, damn it!" A few small-time thugs thugs in floral shirts, fluorescent striped pants, with half a pack of Hauntishan cigarettes bulging in their pockets, were running while wailing like ghosts. Behind them, there was a massive, pitch-black frog crawling forward. The giant frog's body was covered in scars, both burns and frostbite, densely packed enough to trigger trypophobia. A broad, flat foot pinned down a petty thug, who wailed in despair as a tongue shot out. The tongue pierced straight through the thug's skull. The swamp frog's tongue rummaged around inside for a moment, as if searching for something. When it didn't find what it was looking for, the frog let out an angry roar and casually flung the corpse against the wall. Splat! The others were scared out of their minds. "You damn fat C, screw your dam. You cowardly bastard. May your son be born without a tail. Give its cub back," a punk wearing a studded leather jacket screamed. But last time Brother Cohen said while drinking that these cubs could sell for tens of thousands. The little thug nicknamed Fat Dahai was holding a huge, wriggling black tadpole, his face full of reluctance. "Damn it, if you're going to get yourself killed, don't drag us into it. Ah, it's coming over." Everyone was so scared they were about to wet themselves. Despite the reluctance, in order to survive, Pang Dahai had no choice but to painfully throw the black tadpole in his hand. The swamp frog stuck out its tongue and caught the tadpole. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Good. According to the standard plot, the next step would be for the other party to turn and leave. Creak, 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 quack. The swamp frog ate the black tadpole. The gangsters were all dumbfounded. Damn, even a tiger won't eat its cubs. The swamp frog ate in an extremely disgusting manner, with sticky, gooey liquid dripping down the sides of its mouth. Everyone was so terrified they couldn't move, watching helplessly as the swamp frog finished its midnight snack, its body writhing and swelling. The basketball-sized eye also rolled up, staring at them. Quack! At that moment, a missile grazed Fat Dahai's crotch, suddenly appearing in front of the mud swamp frog's eyes at a sharp angle. The light from the explosion was a ghastly white. The mud swamp frog reacted extremely quickly, closing its mouth the instant it was hit, causing Zhu Yushu's freezing bullet to explode outside its body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nyen nyen. Vines. Stick, freeze, and explode, build a wall. Everyone stood frozen in place, only to see another forest-white missile, which this time was intercepted midair by another missile. Frost stretched across the corridor, and Zhang Nyen's life-bound vines arrived as well, twisting and climbing to form a gray-white ice wall as a framework. "This is a level 2 star beast," Rain Yunchi shouted. "It's injured." A casual, bear's embrace, helped the little thug and delinquent girl, who were almost frozen into ice sculptures, recover. "Help! Help!" A dent suddenly appeared on the frost wall, startling the thugs, who scrambled and crawled back in panic. The collisions continued, each one more violent than the last. Finally, amidst the wailing of the ice wall, a massive hole was smashed open, revealing the cold, sinister gaze of the swamp frog. What greeted it was Zhang Nyen's rapid firestorm arrows. The window had already been shattered during the earlier battle. The storm raged, sweeping through the air, forcibly pushing the swamp frog out. In the darkness, a graceful parabola was drawn. "Die, you!" Zhu Yushu stood on the third floor, firing a barrage from above, bombarding the disoriented mud swamp frog from all angles. The already bloodied skin now looked even more horrifying. Amidst the flames, Rin Yunchi, in his powered armor form, leaped down, aiming his longsword at the creature's head, ready to strike. Quack, quack, quack. The swamp frog tried to struggle. "Sleep, sleep, sleep," Ren Yunchi muttered, granting all the star power authority to Caramel, allowing midnight to pour onto the swamp frog as if it cost nothing. One slash. The swamp frog woke up abruptly from its half-asleep state in pain. Unexpectedly, it carried Rin Yunchi along and started running wildly around the campus without any direction. "Old Ren!" Jiang Nyen shouted. "Nothing." Ren Yunchi took advantage of his body being airborne once again, turned around, and directly straddled the head of the swamp frog. Drawing his blade, he stabbed again. With the power armor pushed to its limit, Ren Yunchi directly pried open half of the skull, even breaking the standard-issue metal blade. Under normal circumstances, Ren Yunchi would have left, taking what he could and calling it a day. But not today. Yuzu's longing for the swamp frog in front of her was so intense that Yunchi could feel it even through the life-bound space. "It's all for the child, so please just go and die." "Over there. I see them." Where did this macho guy come from, daring to ride a swamp frog? Is his little buddy okay? On the other side of the school, a team of extraordinary individuals was also rushing in this direction. Their clothes were dotted with corrosive acid stains, looking particularly disheveled, as they carried various types of staff weapons. These people are another team taking on the mission, who had originally ambushed the target successfully in the cafeteria. However, the appearance of a group of treasure-hunting punks completely disrupted their encirclement deployment. No matter how much they looked down on this group, it was impossible to launch an indiscriminate attack, blowing both people and frogs into a pulp. The result was that the swamp frog managed to escape. "Brother, step aside, I'll help you." The leading man slammed the ground hard, and in an instant, ripples like ocean waves appeared on the surface. The ripples lifted the swamp frog into the air, and Yunchi leaped up again, stepping on the swamp frog's big head. Now, with nowhere for the swamp frog to land, it naturally became the target of everyone's concentrated attacks. "I'll go." Ren Yunchi was was still in midair, feeling an explosive view from below. Even with the protection of the power armor, the sense of horror was still overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, feeling the chaotic star energy filling his body, Renyunchi, relying on the heart of the holy bear, actually began to gather the scattered star energy. The sharp and piercing sound of lightning accompanied Renyunchi as he descended from the sky like a god of thunder. The lightning-wrapped fist smashed fiercely into the half-exposed skull. A single blow to kill. Renyunchi's body slammed onto the ground, grimacing in pain. Old Ren, Zhang Yinyan and Zhu Yushu hurriedly ran over. Those extraordinary individuals also rushed over in a hurry and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Renyunchi was fine. However, their gazes were somewhat peculiar, occasionally glancing at the area below Renyunchi's abdomen. Damn, that's impressive. It didn't even get corroded by the acid. People always say that teenagers in their early teens are as strong as iron. This time, I truly believe it. Keep your voice down, or they'll hear you. I'm fine, ha, I'm fine. Renyunchi couldn't contain his laughter. The soul of a second-level star beast merged into the lifebound space and ended up in the belly of my good boy, Yuzi. The name of the new lifebound star skill emerged in his mind. Holy Bear Puppet. Blue, create a puppet that devours the target's star power for feedback. A puppet? Feedback? Renyunchi recalled the scene he had just witnessed of the swamp frog devouring the black tadpole, followed by its body changing and its strength surging. He nodded. That's how swamp frogs are. It's a bit of a pity. He had just been thinking he might gain an extra acid rain star skill. If it's just a regular energy replenishment, then this star skill is somewhat useless. The star affinity of the heart of the sacred bear can also achieve this effect. If it doesn't work, preparing more star beads is also an option. Forget it, having it is better than not. At least it saves money on star beads, right? Renyunchi comforted himself this way, refocusing his attention on the outside world. That's awesome, you got another star skill. Zhu Yushu couldn't help but feel envious. Everyone else kills beasts to extract souls, yet their own broken rock mountain space doesn't even have a space spirit. No matter how much they sacrifice, what use is it for a lifebound star skill? Unlike Renyunchi, who never misses a soul. I'm starting to suspect that even if you poured boiling water into an ant nest and killed a bunch of ants, you'd still get a star skill out of it, Zhu Yushu said. On the other side, Zhang Yinyan was negotiating with the other party to divide the spoils. Because the last swamp frog was heavily injured by the other party first, and they also put in a lot of effort during support. The communication was pleasant, and the agreement was reached relatively smoothly. The corpse of the large swamp frog was given to the other party, while the star pearl and the small swamp frogs were taken by Renyunchi and the other two. Before leaving, the other party's captain enthusiastically asked to exchange contact information, agreeing to team up for a mission next time. Captain, I really don't understand. They're just 3 kids, so why do they get so much stuff? A team member said indignantly. You don't know anything, the captain retorted unceremoniously. Take a good look. How old are they? 17 at most. What were you doing when you were 17? The captain had even more to consider. Young people nowadays respond better to kindness than to force. If you offer them some benefits, they will appreciate your goodwill. If you rely on strength in numbers to seize something by force, you might indeed succeed. But this will offend people deeply, and who knows if you'll face retaliation months or even years later. Besides, who can guarantee that hitting the young won't bring out the old, leading to immediate revenge? Alright, you think of everything, the team member muttered, not daring to talk back anymore. Meanwhile, Renyunchi was preparing to test his new star skill, Holy Bear Puppet. As the starlight poured in, golden patterns rippled through the surrounding air. A 10-centimeter tall, bear-shaped translucent shadow with indistinct features emerged. Wow, so cute. Zhang Yanyan, overwhelmed with affection, extended a small finger and tapped the little bear's head. Renyunchi was stunned. Zhang Yanyan felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze, but also a little secretly pleased. She pretended not to care and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. So it turns out old Ren likes this kind of girly vibe. Renyunchi reached out his hand, but Zhang Yanyan only stared at the little bear, not moving at all. Zhu Yushu, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch anymore. Prison year. Weren't you able to dodge even sudden star techniques before? Move aside. Get yourself together. Renyunchi's hand touched Zhang Nyanyan's face. The next second, Zhang Nyanyan's cheek was pulled high and outward, her face full of confusion. What are you doing? Renyunchi frowned, seemingly deep in thought. The next second, he pinched the girl's face and shook it. Zhang Yanyan almost drooled. What are you doing? Hey! She angrily slapped Renyunchi's hand away. Renyunchi stared at a line of green numbers above her head, which had appeared when she had just touched the little bear. 20/34. The girl, preoccupied with huffing angrily and glaring at Renyunchi, failed to notice that the small, delicate little bear at her feet was now gradually expanding in size, its color color turning into a pale blue. 1834ths, the green numbers turned yellow. Ren Yunqi widened his eyes. Nima, is this freaking a blue bar? I saw the blue bar. Ren Yunqi's thought moved, and the little bear broke free from Jiang Yanyan's embrace, walking towards Ren Yunqi and merging into his body. Ren Yunqi felt a sense of fullness. Yuzi, you are a good bear. I knew you would never let your dad down. They say all fear comes from the unknown. How does that saying go? Once the status bar lights up, I'll dare to slay gods for you to see. Kill. Find the swamp frog. I must upgrade this skill. If it can trigger another health bar explosion, that would be perfect. Ren Yunqi was in high spirits. It's midnight. How about grabbing some late-night snacks? Jiang Yanyan suggested. I'll treat, Ren Yunqi said. Jiang Yanyan and Zhu Yushu were both shocked, looking at him as if he were an alien. What are you staring at? I'm in a good mood today. Order whatever you want. Ren Yunqi slapped away the chubby hand reaching for his forehead. Damhai Fortress City wasn't like the sleepless, extravagant cities of the imperial capital or the magic capital. There weren't many shops still open at this hour. The three of them walked around and found a wonton cart by the roadside. Sir, how many wontons do you have left? Ren Yunqi asked. The seller was a chubby old man who replied with a cheerful smile. Plenty. 15 wontons per bowl. How many bowls do you want? Ren Yunqi held up 3 fingers. 3 bowls? Got it. It's 3 drawers, Ren Yunqi corrected. The old man paused his hand while pulling out the wontons. 3 drawers? Yeah, aren't your wontons kept in drawers? Ren Yunqi said. Let me try the flavor first. If it's good, I'll order more. Young man, if you can't finish it, it'll go to waste. I've scanned the code and paid $300. Check it yourself. The old man fell silent. Who cares about waste as long as they pay? The three of them unloaded a small square table and stools from the car themselves and sat right there on the sidewalk. The bounty is completed. The three of us will take 60% of the reward, which is 80,000. Shu Yushu said, the corpses of the 2 swamp frogs, even if they're a bit smaller, with this level of intactness, each is worth at least 40,000. 3 star beads, roughly around 150 to 160,000. Tonight, we've earned over 300,000. Each of us gets 100,000. 100,000. When this number was mentioned, Ren Yunqi and Jiang Yanyan showed no reaction, but the elderly man bringing over the wontons trembled, almost spilling them on himself. He didn't dare make a sound, smiling nervously as he set down the wontons. How much did your ammunition cost? Ren Yunqi asked. Didn't calculate carefully, around 60 or 70,000. Zhu Yushu said helplessly. No wonder no one wants to be a mecha pilot. Never mind that their strength is off the charts among extraordinary individuals of the same level, but the 6-figure combat expenses are just too damn hard to handle. Deduct this part of the money first and split the rest evenly, Ren Yunqi said. No need, this is my own. Come on, do you think I don't know you? Ren Yunqi scolded. Quit while you're ahead. If you keep acting, I might really not reimburse you. He, don't do that. Shu Yushu smiled shyly, his chubby fingers poking at his chest. I won't dare anymore, okay? Big brother, don't be mad at me. Ugh, get lost, don't come near me. He, brother, you smell so good. On the side, Jiang Yanyan witnessed the whole scene, feeling a bit sour inside. I mean, the three of us grew up together, so how did I get excluded from the little circle? No wonder so many people, despite knowing the life-threatening risks, still fight tooth and nail to become transcendents. The money earned in one night is enough for a fresh graduate to toil for a whole year, insanely fast. A good mood is first reflected in appetite. The three of them finished 3 drawers of wontons and still weren't satisfied, directly clearing out the wonton cart stock, along with the cilantro, vinegar, and seasonings. After eating and leaving, they left behind only the old man and his empty tricycle. It was so late that the school gates were already closed, so the three of them decided to stay at a budget hotel. Ren Yunqi stood in front of the bathroom mirror, and with a thought, a small bear puppet appeared beside him. At the same time, in his field of vision, a string of numbers appeared above his head. 11 of 58. His blue bar was nearly twice as high as Jiang Yanyan's, though the color had already turned yellowish red. Go, over there. The little bear puppet Bunyo walked out, and soon the sound of Zhu Yushu's uncomfortable whimpers in his sleep could be heard from outside. During the wait, Ren Yunqi's blue bar increased by 1, reaching 12, likely due to the Star Force affinity effect of Heart of the Sacred Bear. When the little bear puppet returned and merged closely into Ren Yunqi's body, the number changed to 15/58, and the color turned yellow. Ha, not bad. In the mirror, Ren Yunqi's face was beaming. Outside, Zhu Yushu's snoring sounded. Since we've stayed up all night, why not experiment a bit more? Ren Yunqi glanced outside, his radiant smile gradually turning peculiar. The next morning, Zhu Yushu struggled to open his eyes, taking a few deep breaths, always feeling a heavy sensation in his head. You're awake? On the bed next to him, Ren Yunqi was already dressed and gave him a quick glance. Ugh, why does my head hurt so much? Zhu Yushu patted his forehead and shook it again, feeling as if someone had stuffed an iron block inside. Ren Yunqi raised his hand and cast a holy bear's embrace. Zhu Yushu's body instantly went limp, clutching the blanket tightly. You beast, at least give me a heads up next time. Zhu Yushu exclaimed in grief and indignation. Ran Yunqi ignored his complaints. I'm heading back to school. Zhu Yushu asked curiously, not going to the Transcendent Alliance to handle the spoils? You go by yourself. My master is still waiting for me. At this time, Jiang Niannian had also gotten up. The two of them ran back to school along the pedestrian path. Master, I'm back. CR sounded a notification tone. Arena number 4, come over now. Ran Yunqi greeted Jiang Niannian and headed to the playground alone. At this time, the sky had just brightened, and there were hardly any people on the playground, with only a bright yellow shield of the arena rising. Ding! Ran Yunqi swiped his card to enter. Yu Changhai was still wearing that cultural shirt, one hand behind his back and the other holding a thermos cup. You're in a good mood. Looks like you made quite a profit last night, Yu Changhai said with a smile. Master, we killed a level 2 star beast. Ran Yunqi boasted with a bit of childish pride. Oh, that's not bad. Yu Changhai raised an eyebrow. Let me guess, this star beast was probably already seriously injured, and you only won by exhausting all your star power, combined with the terrain advantage and firepower support, right? Ren Yunqi, Master, I think sometimes letting young people feel a bit of joy isn't such a big mistake. Yu Changhai said, you brat, come show off in front of me again when you can kill a level 2 star beast head on. Very soon, very soon. Ran Yunqi still smiled. Yu Changhai was dumbfounded. Kid, can't you be like other young talents, Loki, modest, and not show your emotions? That's not possible. Happy means happy. Ren Yunqi beamed. As long as your strength improves, this is called true character. You sure have a good attitude. Yu Changhai said, since you're so happy, I'll make you even happier. This is your upcoming cultivation plan. He handed over an A4 sheet of paper, the handwriting on it bold and powerful, with an aura that seemed to almost pierce through the paper. However, compared to the densely packed content on it, that was nothing. You have that hypnosis star technique, which improves your sleep quality, so naturally, the time can be compressed a bit. Yu Changhai said, come, I'll teach you a set of stance exercises to relax your body and release the stiffness within. Ren Yunqi said, Master, my star technique can also relax the body. Yu Changhai, then let me ask you, can cola provide energy? It can. Then will you have cola for every meal? Oh. Stance training is the foundation of all skills. When you master it to perfection, your body will be completely relaxed and at ease. Whether it's casting spells or executing combat techniques, your efficiency will be maximized, Yu Changhai said. Ran Yunqi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. This set of stance exercises is called the Han Yuan stance. Yu Changhai said, watch closely. He put down the water cup, straightened his body, and although no obvious movement was seen, a light pop suddenly sounded from the soles of his feet. Look at the shoulders. Before the words had finished, Yu Changhai's shoulders had already dropped 3 inches. At the hollow of the collarbone, 2 mounds the size of pigeon eggs swelled up, only to flatten again when the arms were raised in an embrace. The uncapped teacup on the ground emitted steam, which was even more noticeable against the white vapor rising between Yu Changhai's fingers, drifting upward in a haze. Give it a try, Yu Changhai said. Ran Yunqi took a deep breath and mimicked Yu Changhai's movements. Too stiff. Are you really in your teens? Why are your heels so tight? This is stance training, not horse stance. Relax. Imagine there are 2 live fish under your feet. Yu Changhai circled around Ren Yunqi, constantly correcting his movements and occasionally tapping him. Ren Yunqi felt his hairs standing on end, as if suspended by thin strings. Don't have distracting thoughts, let your star power flow freely through your body. There is a ball of wet cotton in your palm. Squeeze too hard, and water will drip out. Too lightly, and it will be blown away by the wind. Yu Changhai's voice drifted softly into his ears. Ren Yunqi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his palm, as if he were squeezing an invisible balloon, even though it was clearly empty. Now, use the flame cage. Almost as a reflex, Ren Yunqi felt the star power spontaneously flowing to his fingertips, sketching smoothly without any delay. A ball of flame blazed fiercely, and Ren Yunqi suddenly snapped out of it. How does it feel? Yu Changhai asked with a cheerful smile. It's amazing, like, it just came out naturally without any conscious thought, Ren Yunqi replied. Release another one now, Yu Changhai said. Ren Yunqi complied, but with the comparison, he immediately noticed that the 2 times were completely different. If one had to describe it, it was like the difference between an experienced driver and a novice. The latter's brain was working at full speed, fully focused, while the former's thoughts had long wandered off somewhere, yet their driving skills were top-notch. During real combat, the enemy won't give you a chance to warm up with stance training. Yu Changhai said, practice diligently every day. Start at 5:30 and train for 2 hours first. Yes. Ran Yunqi responded with heartfelt conviction. Very good, the young one is teachable. Yu Changhai nodded with satisfaction. Next, I'll teach you some basic combat techniques. Come, choose a weapon. If there were a data bar to quantify a person's level of shock, then above Ren Yunqi's head, the symbols +10, +20, +30 would definitely keep popping up. Stake exercises, this fundamental skill that even sounds like it has a Taoist flavor, opened a new door to the world for Ren Yunqi upon his first experience. Yu Changhai, terrifying beyond measure. And he didn't know that Yu Changhai's Chunhai's shock level had already skyrocketed by the hundreds. Did I just miss teaching his step? Not at all. Everything's complete. How did you master it so quickly? On the surface, Yu Chunhai appeared calm and composed, standing with his hands behind his back like a true master, but inside, his mind was in utter chaos. Although he had known from the start that his newly accepted apprentice had a high star force affinity and could consume star beads like candy, but now, Ren Yunqi's performance still refreshed the old man's understanding. You let the star force flow through your body, and it really flows obediently? Doesn't it feel awkward at all? Doesn't it need any guidance? Ren Yunqi, terrifying as ever. Master, what weapon should I choose? Ren Yunqi asked expectantly. Not, what do you like? Yu Chunhai replied with a smile. Of course, the sword. And the spear. Ren Yunqi answered without hesitation. As for the reason, isn't it obvious? Because they're cool, of course. Yu Chunhai, no. Ha? Ren Yunqi looked confused. Looking at combat techniques, aside from some exotic weapons, the most complex, intricate, and difficult to master are the sword and spear. Yu Chunhai said bluntly, having you practice combat techniques is essentially so that when the enemy gets close, you at least have the ability to fight back, instead of closing your eyes and waiting to die. Wow, that makes so much sense. Then why did you even ask just now? I have two suggestions for you, Yu Chunhai said. A knife and a pair of short batons. Knife techniques, sweep, chop, parry, slice, slash, press, slash again, thrust. You can master it in a month, and with the enhancement of your power armor, you'll have decent combat effectiveness. Yu Chunhai said, as for the sword, your little girlfriend practices the sword. To reach her level, it would take at least several years of hard work, not to mention the combat techniques based on swordsmanship. What about the staff? Ren Yunqi asked. Staff-type weapons are the kind of weapons of similar size that can carry the most additional functions. Yu Chunhai said, spend a bit more money and order 2 short sticks from a big company. They should have strong electricity and a muzzle with a larger capacity. What kind of look is that? Yu Chunhai said discontentedly, even though your master is over 80. I'm not some old-fashioned stubborn man. I really didn't expect you to be so. Ren Yunqi thought for a moment and forced out a word, open-minded. Sounds pretty nice. Yu Chunhai shook his head with a smile. Come with me, pick a knife. Consider it a gift from your master upon meeting. Ren Yunqi, East Sea Transcendent Alliance. Ren Yunqi realized for the first time that even such large organizations could have a backdoor. When Yu Chunhai was on his way, he gave a heads up. By the time the two arrived, several staff members were already waiting there. Mr. Yu, you're here. Please follow us this way. Our president personally instructed us to meet any of your needs, so don't hesitate to let us know. In front of outsiders, Yu Chunhai spoke less. With his hands behind his back, he walked ahead while Ren Yunqi followed behind, until they reached a room. Take off your clothes, Yu Chunhai said. Yu Chunhai pointed to the silver platform in the center of the room. Step on it and scan your muscle exertion habits. Ren Yunqi stood on the platform, looking around. 8 pillars emitting a faint blue glow surrounded him completely. The pillars buzzed, projecting fan-shaped light screens that moved around, scanning every inch of Ren Yunqi's body. The basic data is excellent, with outstanding muscle density and coordination. The staff member complimented, no wonder Mr. Yu personally brought him here. Truly extraordinary. Yu Chunhai squinted at the purple waveform pulsating on the data stream on the screen and nodded. Bring out the suitable weapons and let him choose for himself. Soon, another person came quickly, pushing a cart that emitted a blue glow inside, with several knives floating on it. Give it a try, Yu Chunhai said. Alright. Ren Yunqi walked over, a bit excited. Put your clothes on. Ren Yunqi was startled. Amid the staff's stifled laughter, he turned around and ran back to put on his clothes. He drew one of the blades. The blade was very long, at least 1.5 meters, with black iron rings embedded along the back. Ren Yunqi casually swung it a few times, producing a piercing whistling sound in the air. How does it feel? Is it heavy? Yu Chunhai asked. Perfect, Ren Yunqi said. Then switch to another one, Yu Chunhai said. With the power armor enhancing your close combat, you need a heavier weapon to fully utilize your advantage. Ren Yunqi switched through several weapons consecutively. After 6 attempts, he finally chose one that suited him. This is the Janma series beast weapon from Yuguan Group. It has a single-edged blade, a thick blunt back, and is embedded with a Central Plains Iron Tiger crystal core. The staff member said, with the material of this knife, it can support all combat techniques below tier 3. Take this one. When we get back, I'll teach you the moves of the basic knife techniques. Within 2 weeks, no, within 1 week, get familiar with the knife, star power, and the power armor. Yu Chunhai had only spoken halfway when he remembered Ren Yunqi's freakish star power affinity and changed his words on the spot. The staff member nearby was so envious that they were practically drooling. Damn, could this guy be old Yu's illegitimate son? Buying him a knife and teaching him moves, this treatment is way too good. Master, since we're already here, I still have some savings. Why don't we just go ahead and customize the power armor short staff too? Ran Yun suggested. With your measly 100,000 or so in savings? Yu Chunhai sneered. At that price range for a short staff, you'd be lucky if it comes with a current aren't strong enough to meet the standards. Spending this money would be better used on star beast meat to improve yourself more effectively, silently shedding the tears of the poor. Carefully calculating, there really are so many places to spend money. 2 short power armor rods, judging by old use words, it's likely not going to be less than 500,000. The mechanical core obtained from Ma Xingliang also requires purchasing materials to upgrade the entire power armor. Ren Yunqi. The staff he got from the East Sea frontline is also the most basic standard model, which needs to be replaced within a year. Not to mention the consumption of star beast meat, star beads, and potions during regular training. He can't possibly rely on a drawer full of dumplings for energy every meal. Spending at a rate starting from $1 million is too hard to sustain. In my previous life, that would have been enough to buy a villa in a small county town. By the way, I still need to get a bigger house for the family. After calculating all this, Ren Yunqi felt completely overwhelmed. Is there any way to make stable money? As he thought about it, Ren Yunqi walked outside. At that moment, he noticed a familiar figure passing by him. The other party didn't notice him, walking briskly with a smile while holding the phone. Uncle Zhu? It was none other than Zhu Yushu's father. Compared to Zhu Yushu, his father's appearance was far superior. The same round face, Zhu Yushu's is the snowman type, with a round head sitting atop an even rounder body. His father, Zhu Suochan, is different. He has an ordinary plumpness, with soft and solid contours that easily evoke goodwill. Ren Yunqi remembered that Zhu Yushu mentioned last time that his father had always wanted to secure the mining rights left behind by the Ma family. However, there were simply too many people eyeing this piece of the pie, too many wolves and too little meat. Compared to competitors, the Shu family has no decisive advantage. Do you know him? Yu Changhai asked. An uncle, Ren Yunqi replied. While they were talking, Zhu Suochan walked away while making a phone call, and he didn't go over to greet him. East Sea First High School, Arena. Ren Yunqi stood alone in the center, his 5 fingers loosely forming a ring, allowing star energy to flow beneath his skin, adjusting his entire body to its most relaxed state. In the next moment, as the CR light flickered, the power armor was already attached to his body, and the battle blade was gripped in his hand. The movements were as stylish as those in a drama starring idols. If there were spectators, it would surely trigger a series of screams. Don't pose in such useless stances, grip the ground with your toes, and let your spine be like a dragon. Yu Changhai said bluntly, move your star power, connect your body, power armor, and blade together. Clang, slash down with force. Are you still afraid the blade will chip? Still too stiff? Did all that stance training just go to waste? Is your power armor just for show? No strength at all, and you think you can kill a star beast like this? Yu Changhai was sharp-tongued, but surprisingly patient, tirelessly correcting Ren Yunqi's movements over and over again. Although he didn't specialize in blade techniques, as a 6th-tier transcendent, his understanding and mastery far surpassed that of an average instructor. After practicing for over an hour, just when Ren Yunqi felt like his mind was spinning with nothing but blades, Yu Changhai finally called a halt. Alright, that's it for today. Yu Changhai waved his hand, dismissing them. It's only 12 o'clock. Ren Yunqi checked the time. What about the afternoon? In the afternoon, I'll head over to the senior year students, pick a few promising ones for training, and prepare them for the Donghai Extraordinary Cup. This is something I promised your principal a while ago, Yu Changhai said. The East Sea Extraordinary Cup. Ren Yunqi had heard of this competition. On Blue Star, the extraordinary are revered. Besides nationwide competitions like the University League, various local events are also held. The East Sea Extraordinary Cup is an event officially organized and jointly sponsored by several extraordinary high schools, local corporations, and martial arts schools. Stop dreaming. Unless your principal has lost their mind, there's no way they'd send a first-year student to represent the school in the competition. Yu Changhai said, train well, there will be opportunities next year. Yes, master. Ren Yunqi responded with high spirits. Watching his figure leave, an impish smile suddenly appeared on Yu Changhai's aged face. There was one thing he hadn't mentioned earlier. Although Ren Yunqi couldn't represent Donghai No. 1 high school in the competition, but who said he couldn't participate as an individual? Kid, you've had smooth sailing ever since your awakening. It's time for you to understand the dangers of life and take a hard look at your own strength. 12 o'clock, it was the time when the cafeteria was the most crowded. Ren Yunqi didn't want to compete with the swarm of students for food, so he sent a message to Zhang Niannian and Zhu Yushu and headed off campus. This morning at the Extraordinary Alliance, I ran into your dad. Ren Yunqi scooped a spoonful of barbecue rice into his mouth. He went to apply for the procedures. He's been having a hard time with it these past couple of days. Zhu Yushu said, my old man had never been in the mining business before, so many of the details were things he was learning for the first time. Take large equipment, for example. Once it's running, it doesn't stop. If there's a breakdown, how do you repair it? And then there's the manpower. After all, this involves entering a different dimensional space. Even with protective barriers set up, how many people would dare to go in? Once they're inside, food, clothing, shelter, medical care, mental health, it's all a big deal. Sounds so troublesome, Jiang Niannian sighed. Actually, the rest is fine. Things like equipment equipment and barriers can be fully entrusted to the Transcendent Alliance. As for food and medicine, as long as you throw money at it, you can always get them delivered. Shu Yushu, having listened to his father's nagging all holiday, spoke incessantly. The biggest problem now is people. I heard my old man say that the environment in the Wailing Whirlpool is harsh, and the size of the protective barrier that can be established is very limited. Like the underwater mines in the South Sea Barrier, even the most ordinary miners get a daily allowance of $1,000. But what kind of life do they live? Their activity area is as small as a palm, and it's hard to even turn over while sleeping. Even such a tiny bed has to be shared by 3 people in shifts. When it's finally your turn to sleep, the blanket is still damp and hot. Looking around, all you can see is pitch black seawater. The barrier's light is so dim it's almost invisible to the naked eye, enough to scare someone half to death. Zhang Yanyan clicked her tongue in surprise. It's like being in a prison. Don't exaggerate, it's not even as good as a prison, Zhu Yushu said, then noticed Rin Yunqi standing silently nearby. Old Ren, what's wrong? I was just thinking, if someone could improve this situation, they might get a pretty decent reward, don't you think? Ren Yunqi asked. Of course, Zhu Yushu said, if such a person really exists, my father would worship him, but the key is. His voice suddenly choked, and his eyes stared fixedly at Rin Yunqi. Rin Yunqi chuckled. Do you think I can do it? In the Extraordinary Alliance, inside a lounge, Zhu Suochang threw himself onto the sofa, rubbing his temples. During this period, he had been so busy running around for this mine vein that he had lost a full 10 pounds. But in the end, the attitude of the supervising authority remained ambiguous, leaving him utterly exhausted. How about we just forget it and develop real estate on the outskirts instead? Zhu Suochang thought this, but was quickly replaced by a strong sense of unwillingness. This is mining a vein. In the past, this was almost exclusively the privilege of those extraordinary families. If it weren't for the extraordinary Ma family encountering trouble, and other families being somewhat apprehensive and unwilling to get involved in this mess, the opportunity would never have fallen into his hands. He flipped through the contact list, looking at each note, pondering who else he could approach to smooth the way. Just then, the phone rang. Dad, I don't have money, and I don't have time to listen to your nonsense right now. Hey, don't hang up, Dad. I've got some incredible news to tell you. Shu Suochang almost burst out laughing. He really couldn't imagine what kind of good news his chubby son could possibly have. Hello? Since he had nothing else to do at the moment, he adjusted to a comfortable sitting position. Go ahead, I'm listening. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Shu Suochang's expression gradually froze, and he put down his crossed leg. His breathing grew so heavy that he almost choked on his own saliva. Good. Where are you now? I'll come over right away. Agree, of course I agree. You dare to joke with your old man. Be careful or I'll whip you with a belt. After hanging up the phone, he stood up abruptly. Because the speed was too fast, everything went black for a moment, almost causing a fall. Ren Yunqi had just taken 2 bites of his 6th serving of grilled meat with rice when the shop door was slammed open with a bang. Shu Suochang rushed in, wrapped in a gust of wind. Over here, Dad. Zhu Yushu raised his hand and shouted. Shu Suochang completely ignored him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Yunqi, be honest with your uncle. That star technique of yours, can it really be as miraculous as you said on the phone? Shu Suochang's round eyes were as wide as bull's eyes, staring intently at Ren Yunqi, afraid he might say no. Ren Yunqi swallowed the meat in his mouth. Uncle, how about we find a place for you to try it out? Sure. Shu Suochang nodded repeatedly. Let's save time and just try it here. Dad, think twice about this, you absolutely can't do it. Zhu Yushu was startled and quickly jumped out to stop his father from embarrassing himself. Go cool off somewhere else, kids shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Shu Suochang slapped away his son's hand. Uncle, this star technique really needs to be done in private, Zhang Yanyan also advised. I've experienced this star technique and you won't be able to handle it. Although he didn't understand, even Yanyan, the honest child he'd watched grow up, said so. Shu Suochang, half doubting, followed the 3 of them out and found a secluded tea room. The 4 had just turned into the carved door of the tea room when Rin Yunqi raised his hand and cast a holy bear's embrace. In the honey-colored glow, Zhu Suochang's voice trembled and floated upward, sliding down like mud. The sofa bore the unbearable weight of life, creaking in protest. He finally understood why these 3 kids insisted on changing locations. Damn, if he shouted like this in public, he would want to die on the spot. Uncle, how are you feeling now? Ren Yunqi asked. Amazing, Shu Suochang said, panting heavily. Does your head still hurt? Is your chest still tight? Does your heart still thump? Ren Yunqi pressed on. It really is. Shu Suochang only then belatedly realized. The exhaustion he had accumulated over these days had completely melted away in this honey-colored light. It really works. Besides that, there's another star skill that I think you'll also find interesting, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Midnight. Shu Suochang suddenly felt a strong drowsiness, his consciousness drifting away as if soaking in a hot spring. Shu Suochang's snores made the teacup tremble with a buzzing sound. No one knows how much time had passed. Dad, wake up quickly. Someone was shaking his body. Shu Suochang groggily opened his eyes and stretched his body forcefully, feeling an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Ever since bidding for the mineral vein, it was the first time he dreamed of blue skies and white clouds instead of report data. Whoosh! The next moment, he turned over and stood up, staggering and almost tripping, grabbing Rin Yunqi's hand. It's done! It's really done! Yunqi, this time Uncle is counting entirely on you. Once we get the mining rights, we'll sign the agreement immediately. On the way back to school, Zhu Yushu reflected on the scene just now, still feeling a bit emotional. My dad hasn't smiled like that in a long time. Shu Suochang contacted Rin Yunqi a week later. When the call came, Rin Yunqi was in the classroom practicing spells. On the blackboard were written 4 large characters: Thorn Lightning Ring. Thorn Lightning Ring requires 6 spells, 4 of which overlap with paralysis gloves. Spell teacher Yang Xian said, "Everyone, pay attention to the Starforce circuit here. What should we do?" Graphed it over, just a simple adjustment. Most of the students' faces showed expressions of great confusion, just like when a high school math teacher mentioned already derived or infer by analogy. Ren Yunqi's fingers moved across the tabletop, tracing along with Yang Xian's explanation. The Thorn Lightning Ring, as the name suggests, creates a circular ring of lightning centered on oneself. It can push enemies outward or pull back fleeing prey, a very practical star skill. Mastering the Thorn Lightning Ring is equivalent to gaining the upper hand in battle. Back in the day, your teacher here relied on this star technique to wear down opponents by pulling them back and forth until they were completely disoriented. Yang Xian spoke with great enthusiasm, and just then, a buzzing sound echoed twice in the classroom. Whose phone isn't on silent mode? Yang Xian said discontentedly, "This is a classroom. If you want to play on your phone, do it at home. Do you know there are less than 1,000 days left until the college entrance exam?" "Excuse me, teacher, it's mine." Ren Yunqi raised his hand and said. Yang Xian immediately softened his tone. "Oh, then let's continue the lesson. Aren't you even going to pretend? Does the double standard have to be this obvious?" "Teacher, I need to take a leave. It's urgent," Ren Yunqi said. The other students cast faint glances at Yang Xian, thinking that such a presumptuous request was impossible for the teacher to agree to. "Oh, then go ahead," Yang Xian replied. After watching Ren Yunqi leave, Yang Xian's smile remained, but when he turned his head, he was met with the resentful gazes of the students. "Why are you looking at me? I don't have a Starforce circuit on my face. The thing that made this sound is called a CR. It's only issued to first-level extraordinaries officially registered with the Extraordinary Alliance. When you guys get one too, then you can argue with your teacher. For now, let's continue the lesson." Ren Yunqi had just reached the stairway corner when he almost bumped into Zhu Suochang, who was rushing upstairs. "Quick, Yunqi, come with me." Zhu Suochang grabbed Ren Yunqi's arm. "Last-minute notice, let's hurry over." At the school gate, the designated car was already waiting. After the two got in the car, the driver stepped on the gas pedal. Ren Yunqi's body jolted backward, feeling a strong sense of acceleration. Why does this road look so familiar to me? The farther he drove, the more familiar Ren Yunqi felt. On the other side, a massive black wall emerged from the gaps between the increasingly sparse buildings. East Sea front line. Ren Yunqi hadn't expected to revisit an old place in such a manner. Compared to last time, this time the front line no longer had earth-shaking roars and battle cries, nor soldiers running back and forth as if wound up like clockwork. There were only one business car after another. "Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Oh, Boss Li is here too. This contract is a must-win for you?" No, I don't think so." Shu Suochang, dressed in a suit and tie, was greeting various business owners. Although they all secretly wished to destroy each other, they still had to wear warm and friendly smiles on their faces. "Boss Shu, who is this young man?" "Oh, a nephew from my hometown. I brought him here to experience the big scene," Shu Suochang said with a smile. "I must ask Boss Zhou to take good care of him." Boss Zhou laughed heartily. No problem. Shu Suochang must have lost his mind, bringing someone irrelevant to such an important meeting. On the side, Ren Yunqi smiled the whole time, following behind Zhu Suochang as they walked inside, all the way to a large conference room. The meeting room was filled with people, some wearing Super League uniforms, but most in military attire, their expressions solemn. Let's skip the pleasantries. This vein is of great importance, not only for its economic value but also because it has drawn significant public attention. Therefore, we will be extremely cautious in making our decision. The leading officer glanced at the list in his hand. "Now, please take your seats. Our meeting will begin shortly." The other men in military uniforms exclaimed. The merchants instinctively followed their gaze. In that direction was a teenager. "Brother Yunqi, long time no see. Last time I left in a hurry. This time you can't escape. Let's have a few drinks together. Brothers, call that kid Wang Xuan too. Haven't seen him for days while preparing for the third-tier ranking match." The other bosses' heads were buzzing. "It's bad, there's a conspiracy. Damn, they know each other. Ahem, keep your voices down." The leading officer cleared his throat twice and turned to explain to the representative of the Extraordinary Alliance. "Don't misunderstand, this young man is a talented youth who came to support the front lines back then. My men are rough folks and didn't pay attention to the occasion." Boom! Boom. It's alright, of course it's alright. The representative of the Extraordinary Alliance said this, but the bosses despairingly discovered that these people's gazes were just as fixated. In fact, compared to the few officers, they were even more intense. Everyone, please wait a moment. We'll only take a few minutes of your time. One representative stood up, and the members of the Extraordinary Alliance directly left the meeting room, leaving everyone else staring at each other in confusion. Yunqi, what's going on here? Shu Suochang asked in a low voice. Not sure. Ren Yunqi shook his head. Do you know these officers? Shu Suochang pressed further. I've been to the front lines before and helped them solve some minor troubles, Ren Yunqi replied. Shu Suochang was momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, this was a child he had watched grow up, yet now he felt as though he couldn't understand him. Another room. No mistake, this is Old Yu's apprentice, one representative said. Yesterday, Old Yu personally took him to buy a battle knife. Shouldn't we consider Old Yu's reputation? Another person didn't finish the sentence, but everyone present understood what he meant. This is inappropriate. After all, this is a mineral vein, not a joke. Exactly, if Old Yu wanted the mineral vein, he would have taken it long ago, and we wouldn't even have the chance to hold this meeting. A few people lowered their voices as they discussed. Like this. The leader made the decision. The mine vein is of great importance. Later, let the boss next to Ren Yunqi, called Zhu. Shu Suochang. Right, Zhu Suochang. Let Zhu Suochang explain first. If it's indeed good, we will select the best candidate. Agreed. Unified in opinion, the group returned to the meeting room. Mr. Zhu, please start first. The other representatives, please proceed to the lounge. All right. Shu Suochang took a deep breath and walked to the front of the conference table. Leaders, the following is our company's detailed plan. He began by explaining aspects such as the protective barrier and the mining and transportation process. The judges were recording and marking on their books. Despite the room being full of people, only the sound of writing, rustle rustle, could be heard. I have no opinion. Next, I will introduce the outstanding advantages of our company, manpower and efficiency. Our company will increase wages and subsidies based on the market average. And as for our guarantee of living conditions, we have absolutely taken the lead, Zhu Suochang said. Yunqi. Ran Yunqi stepped forward and nodded to everyone. I won't explain this for now. Shu Suochang kept them in suspense. You can personally experience Yunqi's 2-star techniques, and you'll know that what I said is true. A smile appeared on Ren Yunqi's face. Seeing his long-lost familiar smile, several officers simultaneously dragged their chairs backward. Like a conditioned reflex, they clenched their toes, crossed their arms over their chests, and gritted their teeth, fearing any groan might escape. Mr. Zhu, as for Brother Ren's star technique effects, I think we know better than you. The leading officer said, it's better to let a few members of the Transcendent Alliance experience it instead. I think you guys are deliberately trying to embarrass us. The representative of the Extraordinary Alliance firmly refused to fall for it. Mr. Zhu's explanation was excellent. Please go and rest for now, and wait for our follow-up notice. Creak. Yunqi, I can't help but feel uneasy. Shu Suochang, who had been led to the lounge, seemed a bit anxious. Uncle, I think you did a great job, Ren Yunqi said. Stop. Shu Suochang's proposal can be said to be quite generous. Both the military and the Transcendent Alliance are deeply involved in the cooperation, with plenty of benefits to gain. But just now, at the very end, I hadn't even finished speaking when they asked me to leave. Shu Suochang regretted. Should I not have kept them in suspense? Uncle, why think about these things? If you have time, you'd better think about what kind of benefits you'll give your nephew, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Shu Suochang laughed heartily. No problem. As long as things go as planned this time, Uncle Zhu will first transfer 1 million to your account. 1 million, and transferred first. Ren Yunqi gasped, his eyes almost turning into the shape of Chinese yuan. The two were talking when the main door was pushed open, and a boss walked in listlessly. About 10 minutes later, another one came in, this time with 2 people. The boss was scolding a young subordinate, saying things like, you messed up such a good deal, you have to take full responsibility. Shu Suochang swallowed nervously and instinctively sat up straight. More and more people arrived, and during this time, a staff member came in, saying that the evaluation would take some time and everyone could go outside for a walk. What a joke! At this critical moment, who would be foolish enough to leave? Everyone sipped their tea, making small talk that didn't match their true thoughts. It was a full hour and a half later when the representative of the jury finally pushed the door open. Everyone, please take a seat. The representative said, after careful comparison and consideration by our jury, the company awarded the mining vein contract is Hongchang Group. Hongchang was the Zhu family's group. Shu Suochang was stunned there, only reacting when Ren Yunqi nudged him, forcing himself to stand up despite his excitement. Thank you. Ha. The applause from the others was sparse and visibly reluctant. After a whole day of running back and forth, by the time Ren Yunqi returned to school, it was already past 10 in the evening. He called Yu Changhai. Master, are you asleep? I was. Yu Changhai replied grumpily over the phone. Young people these days, they don't even think about sparing a thought for the elderly. Master, is it convenient for you now? I'd like to come over and see you, Ren Yunqi said. Yu Changhai's dormitory laboratory was a small single room of over 30 square meters, with various decorations and calendars in a typical elderly style. Go ahead, what's the matter? Yu Chanhai said. Master, my schedule has had some conflicts recently, and I'd like to ask for your help in arranging it, Ren Yunqi said. Yu Chanhai frowned. What, you can't get up in the morning? No. Ren Yunqi explained the matter about the mine vein. According to the contract, I need to spend 2 hours every day in the Wailing Whirlpool. You've got quite the connections, kid. Come on. Yu Chanhai listened with great interest and praised. Finding ways to earn cultivation resources, that's excellent. Releasing star techniques every day is also good for your mental strength. When will you go? At least 2 months, after the initial equipment construction is completed, Ren Yunqi replied. Yu Chanhai nodded and said, we'll talk about it then. At worst, this old man will sleep 1 or 2 hours less. I already don't sleep much anyway. Ren Yunqi was a bit moved. Thank you, master. There's no need to thank me. I'm not doing this entirely for you. You'll understand some things in the future. Yu Chanhai raised his hand and patted Ren Yunqi on the shoulder. For now, your task is to find every possible way to become stronger. He had high hopes for Ren Yunqi's future, which was why he was willing to invest his time and energy here. He believed that one day, Ren Yunqi would truly understand this world and earn the right to stand by his side as a comrade. In the blink of an eye, it was November, the beginning of winter. There were no more bare long legs on the streets, not even the illusion created by bare leg artifacts. Ren Yunqi, wearing a windbreaker, jogged slowly along the school's path. He ran all the way to the training ground, where Yuan Changhai was already waiting. Here, take it. Master will give it to you. Ren Yunqi unzipped and took out a plastic bag from inside. He opened the plastic bag and unwrapped the newspaper inside, revealing 2 orange-yellow roasted sweet potatoes. Buying snacks again? Although Yu Changhai said this, his hand honestly reached out. Taking one and breaking it open, sweet-scented white steam rose in spirals. The master and disciple sat side by side on the ground, leaning against the energy shield, eating sweet potatoes bite by bite. Uncle Zhu sent me a message. In about 20 days, the mining equipment will be fully constructed, Ren Yunqi said. So what are you going to do during this time? Yu Chanhai asked. Isn't it training? Ren Yunqi asked doubtfully. His current life was very disciplined, training, studying spells, and trying his luck at night to take on frog-killing bounties. Didn't you always want to know what level your strength has reached? Well, there's a good opportunity, Yu Chanhai said. Are you talking about the East Sea Transcendent Cup? Ren Yunqi said in surprise. As far as I know, a high school freshman like me who has been awakened for less than half a year doesn't even qualify to register. That's your problem. Haven't you always been quite resourceful? Yu Chanhai took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, pressed it with his tongue, and felt the warm sweetness slide down his esophagus. Beside his ear, a young man's voice came. All right. Ren Yunqi's method was exceptionally straightforward. He directly logged into the Transcendent Forum and verified the account, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, with real name authentication. Afterward, he clicked on, Ren Yunqi is a jerk. This forum was originally created by Zhang Yifan's mom fans after scamming Moda University. From the forum's name, it was clear that it was full of Ren Yunqi's haters. The so-called anti-fans are the true diehard fans, especially after the College League showdown ended and Zhang Yifan showcased his skills to win the MVP. His popularity skyrocketed. Ren Yunqi is like a thorn in the eyes of Zhang Yifan's mom fans, a rotten rat dropping in a pot of soup. No matter how hard they try, they can't erase the dark history. Ren Yunqi completed the sign-in task in the bar and posted a thread. I, Ren Yunqi, am about to participate in the Donghai Extraordinary Cup. For those who keep saying they want to meet me offline, your chance has come. Click, send. Ren Yunqi put down his phone and refreshed the backend about half an hour later. All kinds of information explosively filled his inbox. How dare you come to our base? Crush him to death. Offline real registration. +1. How can we let an underage brat act so arrogant? You're so brave upstairs, sisters. I'll cheer for you during the live broadcast. Repeat the name daily. Ren Yunqi is a jerk. Various likes, comments, and shares came in at a speed and quantity even more terrifying than Ren Yunqi had anticipated. After closing the forum, Ren Yunqi filled out another registration form and submitted it to the official website of the Donghai Extraordinary Cup. Leader, look at the news. We've made it to the trending list, someone exclaimed in front of the computer. Trending list? Lin Gao, who was in charge of publicity, said in surprise. You mean the Donghai trending list? No, it's the nationwide trending list and the numbers are still climbing, the staff member said. Lin Gao was utterly puzzled. The Extraordinary Cup, like liquor, was something every region had, and outside the local area, no one even knew about it. The previous editions were the same, lukewarm from start to finish. But now someone told him that the East Sea Extraordinary Cup was trending nationwide. Could they be joking with me? Lin Gao skeptically took out his phone, opened the trending list, and when he saw a familiar name, everything made sense. On the other side, Ren Yunqi. It really is him, Lin Gao exclaimed. What should we do? The subordinate asked. Did Ren Yunqi sign up for the competition? Lin Gao immediately asked. He did, but the person in charge of this area is a bit hesitant. according to the usual practice. Usual practice. Usual practice. Have these people's brains been soaked in seawater? Lin Gao roared, the heat falling from the sky, and they don't want it? Immediately. Right now. Make them agree. But the people over there said they're afraid Ren Yunqi will be eliminated in the first round, and then will be even more passive. Are you stupid? Haven't you watched cartoons as a kid? Arrange the opponents properly first, and gradually increase the difficulty. The more Lin Gao spoke, the more agitated he became. Tell those people, whether we can break even in this competition depends on this gamble. If we do it well, making a big profit isn't impossible. I'll go right away, the subordinate hurriedly said. Lin shouted, no, go now, immediately, right this moment. The next day, Ren Yunqi received a paper invitation delivered from the same city. Ren Yunqi weighed it in his hand. It felt quite substantial. The color was a deep blue, with white seagull decorations over wave patterns. Opened it and glanced inside, finding densely packed gold embossed text. The vast East Sea, where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Skipping over the formalities, Ren Yunqi looked at the final section. Dear Mr. Ren Yunqi, it is with utmost sincerity that we solemnly invite you to participate in this year's East Sea Transcendence Cup competition. We believe your participation will undoubtedly add a brilliant touch to the event, and we look forward to seeing you showcase extraordinary strength in this exceptional showdown. It's done. When Ren Yunqi handed the invitation to Yu Changhai was a bit stunned. How did you do it? Someone else signing up would be quite difficult, but Ren Yunqi managed to get an invitation? Oh, it's nothing much, just added a little fuel to the fire and burned some wood from a few months ago, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. When Yu Changhai figured out what had happened, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This is so typical of you, never knowing how to be reserved. Ren Yunqi chuckled. Still laughing? Aren't you afraid of losing and embarrassing yourself? Yu Changhai said with a stern face. Just do my best, Ren Yunqi said calmly. I'm only 17. At worst, I'll train hard for a year and start over. As for those who are watching me, hoping I'll make a fool of myself, they don't matter to me. They can either be used as tools or simply ignored. Ren Yunqi smiled brightly. I enjoy being the center of attention. Whether praised or criticized, it doesn't matter to me. I live by 4 words, steadfast in my path. You brat. Yu Changhai also laughed. Do as you please. Due to the need for Yaosai City to replan its land use and undergo major construction, this year's East Sea Transcendence Cup is not being held in East Sea but in Xingyang, further to the west. The distance isn't too far, only a little over 20 kilometers from the residential area of Yaosai City in East Sea. There is even an intercity bus connection between the two places. Ren Yunqi simply packed up Xingli, stuffed everything into the CR space, and took a swaying bus ride to Xingyang. At the station entrance, Ren Yunqi, wearing a hat and mask, walked out along with the crowd. People everywhere. The square in front of the station was packed with a crowd as dense as sardines, with 7 or 8 lines of people stacked outside the temporary barriers. A security guard shouted hoarsely, everyone, don't push. Move out slowly. If there are any participants, please use the dedicated passage on the north side. Ren Yunqi walked towards the north. If someone observed carefully, they would notice that even amidst the jostling of the crowd, Ren Yunqi's steps remained steady, as if rooted to the ground. Sir, please show your registration number. We need to verify it. After boarding the bus arranged by the organizers, the receptionist politely smiled and said, Room 404, Ren Yunqi said, taking out his invitation. The young lady glanced at it and instinctively exclaimed, you are Run. A quick-witted colleague immediately cut her off. Sir, could you scan the CR code? I'll send your accommodation details over. Ren Yunqi extended his hand and tapped it against the other person's. Received a new message. Ren Yunqi politely nodded and casually found a seat to sit down. Sister Su, just now. Keep your voice down. This ancestor has a sea of anti-fans. If any incident happens at our duty station, you'd better be prepared for the consequences, the colleague reprimanded. The receptionist was a little frightened now, sneaking a glance at Ren Yunqi and shrinking her neck, not daring to say much. After gathering some people, the vehicle started. It must be said, this world reflects the concept of the extraordinary are revered everywhere. Although it was just a local league, the reception standards were not low, and Ren Yunqi was arranged to stay in a 3-star hotel. A large bed, fully equipped with a bathroom, and a soft carpet underfoot. Ren Yunqi leaned casually against the headboard, turned on the TV, and watched personal videos of star contestants from the competition. The phone rang. It was Jiang Niannian. Old Ren, have you arrived? Jiang Niannian asked. Here we are, just entered the room. Have you arrived yet? Ren Yunqi adjusted the channels with the remote control. We've arrived, but the accommodation hasn't been sorted out yet, Jiang Niannian sighed. She had also come, but not to compete herself. She was here as a cheerleader to support her family's martial arts school. The organizers didn't arrange accommodation for you? Ren Yunqi asked curiously. Old Ren, if you keep showing off, be careful. I might punch you through the phone line. Jiang Niannian said. For a small and unknown martial arts school like ours, how could the organizers possibly take us seriously? Hello? By the end of the year, during the martial arts school's ranking competition, we'll make a stunning impression. Ren Yunqi laughed and said, back then, they were indifferent, but now they'll find us out of their reach. The two chatted for a while, and just as they hung up, Ren Yunshu's call came in. Brother, you absolutely can't guess where we are right now, Ren Yunshu said excitedly. Ren Yunqi, Qing Yang. Ren Yunshu, brother, you know, saying things like that can easily make people lose the desire to talk. Wow, so hard to guess, where are you all now? Ren Yunqi said in a sharp, high-pitched voice. You've really had enough, Ren Yunshu said angrily, puffing her cheeks. Brother Bangzi brought our whole family over, and Uncle Zhu provided the money. Brother, do you have a match tomorrow? Let me check. Ren Yunqi glanced at the notice issued by CR. Yes, it's the opening match. Ah, what should we do then? Ren Yunshu said nervously. Everyone will definitely be watching the first match. What if we lose? Don't jinx it. On the other end of the phone came Wang Xiaomei's voice, followed by a crisp smack sound and Ren Yunshu's cry of pain. Son, tomorrow your dad and I will be there to cheer you on. Make sure to stay safe. It's okay if you don't win, you'll always be the pride of your mom and dad. Wang Xiaomei rambled on. Ren Yunqi listened patiently, occasionally cracking a joke to lighten the mood. Ren Guodong was much more reserved. He simply said, do your best, and ended the call. In the afternoon was the opening ceremony, which mainly involved praising the glorious history of Donghai Yaosai City and looking forward to the future. There were quite a few people at the scene, but Ren Yunqi didn't go. He had no interest in such leadership speeches. Driven by his biological clock, Ren Yunqi opened his eyes early and exhaled deeply. He first practiced a set of stance exercises, centering himself and adjusting his muscles to the most relaxed and comfortable state before washing up and heading out. Spring and autumn equinox, day and night are equal. After the autumn equinox, dawn comes later and later. When Ren Yunqi went out, it was still dark outside. He didn't eat at the hotel restaurant but casually found a noodle shop by the roadside. After a few bowls of steaming hot noodles, he felt completely awake. The competition venue was located in the city center. Since it was still early, Ren Yunqi decided to jog there slowly along the roadside. The next day, on both sides of the road, the streetlights were adorned with advertisements for the Donghai Extraordinary Cup, and even the tree trunks were decorated with colorful lights. By the time he arrived, the sky was already faintly lit. The QY City Sports Center, viewed from the outside, resembled a mango sliced open and turned upside down, with a silver-gray color. On the eastern outer wall, a giant electronic screen is hung, updating the contestants' information in real time. Most contestants submitted photos where they are slightly turned to the side, arms crossed, with a serious expression. When it was his turn, the photo that appeared on the screen was surprisingly the one from the Survival Battle Award ceremony. In the photo, Ren Yunqi is standing on the podium with a radiant smile on his face, and below it, the blue text reads, Contestant number 404, Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi entered through the contestant passage and verified his identity. Mr. Ren, you are in the first match, which will take place at Arena number 1. The match will start in 2 hours. You can wait in the lounge, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask here. The staff member said. Do we have any information on my opponent? Ren Yunqi asked. Sorry, we are not allowed to disclose contestant information before the match, the staff member replied. This is also for the sake of fairness, especially for individual transcendence. If the information were revealed too early, one's details would have been thoroughly investigated, with various tactics developed to exploit weaknesses enough to drive anyone crazy. Ren Yunqi nodded slightly, passed through the service desk, and went to the lounge to take a short break. At the same time, Dewey, you must stay calm. If you can perform as you do in training, it's already half the battle won. A group of young people in their 20s surrounded a dark-skinned young man, chattering away to comfort him. Meng Dawei was visibly nervous, constantly swallowing his saliva. This was his first time participating in such a large-scale competition, fighting under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. That tense feeling was like a giant hand gripping his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. What if I run into a master in the first round? Impossible, his companion quickly said. Think about it, Dawei, haven't you always had great luck? This time will definitely be the same. Yeah, relax, who could you possibly run into in the first round? Dawei's luck is incredible, becoming famous in one shot with everyone watching. Just don't forget about us brothers. Meng Dawei's gaze gradually became resolute. You are absolutely right. My luck has always been great, and I've always worked hard. This time, it's my moment to prove myself. Over an hour later, filled with fighting spirit, he stood up and strode toward the arena. Good job. Keep your spirits up. Don't lose face. His companions cheered loudly for him from behind. At that moment, another figure passed by them, also heading toward the arena. Hey, don't you think this person looks really familiar? From the audience, a sudden burst of screams erupted, even accompanied by a string of curses. They couldn't quite make out the exact words of the cursing, but they clearly heard one name. Ren Yunqi. Trash. Loser. Ren Yunqi, go home and find your mom. That big guy on the other side, crush him. Go for it. In the stands, Ren Yunqi's haters shouted at the top of their lungs, their sharp voices almost piercing the heavens. Meng Dawei stood in a corner of the ring, his palms sweating with excitement. imminent. So many people, all cheering for me? Judging by your age, you must be a student, Meng Dawei said. Although I don't know what you've done, now that you've met me, it's time to put an end to it. In contrast, Ren Yunqi, standing dozens of meters away, remained calm, as if all the jeers weren't directed at him. Meng Dawei took the lead, stepping heavily on the ground with a stride, his right arm visibly swelling in size. Ha! He charged toward Ren Yunqi in large strides, his swinging fist carrying the sound of wind and awe-inspiring momentum. Holy bear puppet. Ren Yunqi sighed, a semi-transparent little bear squeezed out from the spatial ripples and went straight ahead. 13/15ths. Battle 15 trash, with a total star power not even reaching half of Jiang Nian's, losing 2 points of energy with just a punch. Ren Yunqi, unhurried, gestured casually in the air with his fingers, exuding an air of tranquility. Begin. This person can't be stupid, right? A hater looked distressed. Did my Yifan lose to someone like this? Damn it. Ren Yunqi, what are you doing? Get it together. The cursing resumed, and Meng Dawei was already within 5 meters of Ren Yunqi, just as Ren Yunqi's star skill took shape. Thorn Thunder Ring. The spell took shape, and a circle crackling with electric arcs suddenly spread out with Ren Yunqi at its center. Meng Dawei only saw a flash of white before half his body went numb, uncontrollably sent flying backward by the shock of the thunder ring. He crashed heavily against the protective shield, his body twitching and convulsing. October 15th. The little blue bear absorbed a package of joy, causing its already chubby body to expand even more. July 15th. Dawei, get out of the way, a companion screamed. Meng Dawei instinctively looked up, only to see a fire python crashing down toward him. He was shocked, forcing himself to fight through the numbness in his muscles to dodge to the side. But just then, something tightened around his waist. Thorn lightning ring appeared again, this time pulling him inward with brute force. Bang! The fire python was right in front of him. The referee intervened immediately, grabbing Meng Dawei by the collar and yanking him back, narrowly dodging the flaming serpent. The fire python slammed straight into the energy shield with a thunderous boom, sending sparks flying everywhere. Meng Dawei gasped for breath, still shaken. The first match, Ren Yunqi wins, the referee announced. Clap clap clap. The little blue bear returned to Ren Yunqi's side and merged into him. 56/60ths, 60/60ths. This, is it over? An audience member glanced at the time, not even a minute had passed. A push, a pull, a flame, 3 moves to defeat a peer-level transcendent. Do you need a break? The referee asked. Ren Yunqi, no need. Next one. This time, the one stepping onto the stage was a girl, dressed in a white martial arts dojo uniform, with hair even shorter than Ren Yunqi's. Second match on the first arena, Ren Yunqi vs Guan Ting from Songbai Martial Arts Dojo. As the referee's voice had just fallen, Guan Ting raised her right hand high, with clusters of black mist swirling upward, condensing into a black cylindrical shape resembling a cannon barrel. A cannonball struck the top of the energy shield, but instead of exploding, it released billows of black mist. Guan Ting's figure also merged into the black mist. Weather hand, someone knowledgeable in the audience remarked. Instant cast, it should be a lifebound star technique, and the quality isn't bad either. This time, Ren Yunqi is going to suffer. At the seats of the Songbai Martial Arts School, Senior Sister's black mist maze even gives Master a headache. The match begins. With Senior Sister's temperament, she will probably drain Ren Yunqi's star power until he's exhausted like a dog, then leisurely come out to finish him off. Boom! A mustached man in a denim jacket laughed. The girl next to him yawned. That will take a long time. I'll take a nap first. Ren Yunqi at most is just a first-rank transcendent. How much star power could he have? The mustached man said. Not far from them, the 3 members of the Ren family watched the arena with tense expressions. What kind of fog is this? Can Yunqi handle it? Ren Guodong asked worriedly. These extraordinary people nowadays, their hearts are so dark. Did you hear what those young folks said? They want to work our son to the bone. Wang Xiaomei muttered unhappily under her breath. Big brother should be able to handle it. Ren Yunshu clenched her fists tightly. He dealt with that big guy so easily just now. This time, it will definitely be fine too. On the stage. It's still not too late for you to admit defeat. We're all extraordinary beings. There's no need to make this too ugly. Guan Ting's voice came from the black mist surrounding all directions, making it impossible to discern the source. Is that so? Ren Yunqi laughed. Holy bear puppet. The eyes hidden behind the black mist were full of mockery. Wasn't it just an unremarkable little blue bear? What the heck? The little blue bear actually aimed at her position right away and started running over with its short legs. Coincidence? Guan Ting immediately changed her position, but before she could catch her breath, the little blue bear that had its back to her suddenly turned its head. It was like a scene from a horror movie, making her skin crawl. How is this possible? Found you. Ren Yunqi grinned and said, midnight. Guan Ting felt her mind go blank and was instantly jolted out of the black mist state. Before she could force herself to regain focus, a fire python lunged straight at her. The flames blasted her body away, even scorching and charring her hair. However, Ren Yunqi showed not the slightest hint of pity. Thorn lightning ring. The lightning ring encircled Guan Ting's waist, yanking her forcefully toward him, only to suddenly vanish halfway through the pull. Ting Guan fell straight to the ground. With a loud crash, the audience winced. That fall just now was really solid. Concede, shouted the head of the Songbai martial arts school from the audience. There was no choice but to shout. This Yunchi-ring kid was ruthless and merciless, and he was starting to draw the star map again. Can you still get up? The referee asked. Guan Ting had fallen so hard she was almost out of breath, and all she could manage in response was a series of cough sounds. The referee, helpless, opened a section of the protective shield to let the medical staff come up and carry her to the infirmary. In extraordinary competitions, star techniques are blind, and incidents of injury and death occur frequently. Therefore, before the event, the organizers always collaborate with local hospitals. Go take a rest, said the referee. No need, save time. Next one. Ran Yunchi recalled Little Blue Bear. Just now, Guan Ting's landing spot was well chosen, not far from Little Blue Bear. 60/60ths. I want to fight 10. The referee was just about to say something when a voice came through the earpiece. Let him play. But, the crowd is growing. Let him keep playing and maintain the hype. The voice on the other end was almost shouting. The referee instinctively looked up and was startled to see more and more people heading this way. Some were even too lazy to find seats and simply sat on the steps. One, Wang Xiaomei said in disbelief. Ah, great. I told you my brother is the best. Ren Yunshu laughed arrogantly. Finishing the fight in 1 minute. Being invincible is so lonely. Not far away, the people from Songbai Martial Arts Hall heard the conversation here, gritting their teeth in anger but helpless. On the path of transcendence, being weak is the original sin. Ran Yunchi always felt like he was at a music festival, not the Transcendence Cup. Xingyang Stadium covers a vast area, with just the audience seats alone numbering 20 to 30,000, spaced far apart from each other. Once the defensive shield was raised, spectators sitting a bit farther away could hardly see anything clearly. As a result, the organizers divided the venue into 10 arenas for simultaneous matches. Ren Yunchi was like an idol with haters all over the world, surrounded by a sea of jeers as his stage was completely encircled. Let's go to the first arena. A young man with a face full of acne pulled his companion and said, why go there? The third arena has a second-tier battle. If we leave now, we won't find a spot later. The companion seemed a bit reluctant. Do you remember Ren Yunchi? The one who made the news for wanting to meet someone offline for real. Of course I remember. He's on the first stage? The companion exclaimed. He's pretty impressive. Still hasn't been defeated until now? Is your phone connected to the internet? The acne-faced youth retorted. This is already the third match. Ran Yunchi has been winning consecutively. First arena, third match. Ran Yunchi versus Zhong Dao from Donghai No. 3 High School. Let's go. Hurry up. First arena. Ran Yunchi, I've watched your live streams. I'm more than familiar with your tricks. You may have many tricks, but at best, you're just a first-year high school student, while I am a third year. Zhong Dao still had a youthful look on his face, holding a large knife in his hand. Ren Yunchi ignored his pre-match trash talk, standing on the ring and entering the Hanyuan stance, dissipating the fatigue in his body. Seeing that Ren Yunchi ignored him as a senior, a trace of displeasure flashed in Zhong Dao's eyes. First arena, third match, begin. Zhong Dao stood firm with his broadsword, striking down like thunder from the sky, unleashing a violent surge of chaotic energy. Immediately, his steps shifted in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the broadsword, trailing dazzling light effects like special effects, slashed toward Ren Yunchi. Meanwhile, Ren Yunchi began chanting a spell once again. Another thorn lightning ring? Someone shook their head. It's not even a rare star technique, using it 3 times in a row. Does he really think his opponent is a fool? Zhong Dao thought the same, a confident smile appearing on his face. After all, just a fledgling. Thinking this, he took even bigger strides forward. The sound of the thorn lightning ring echoed. Zhong Dao shouted, good timing. Suddenly accelerating, he raised his hand and slashed with a blade. The broadsword struck the ground heavily, leaving a deep gash. In the audience, many people instinctively exclaimed, whoa. Ren Yunchi's thorn lightning ring wasn't aimed at Zhong Dao, but at the ground, using the recoil to leap high into the air. Zhong Dao instinctively looked up, the gymnasium's ceiling lights dazzling. Ren Yunchi suddenly brandished a battle blade in his hand, slashing straight at him with the aid of descending gravity. Zhong Dao neither dodged nor avoided, roaring loudly as he met blade with blade. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and everyone instinctively held their breath, awaiting the earth-shattering clash between the two battle blades. No matter how you looked at it, Ren Yunchi was no match for Zhong Dao, the full-time warrior, even with the added advantage of gravity. Boom! This viewpoint was something Ren Yunchi himself agreed with. So, his CR flickered with light, and in Zhong Dao's gradually widening pupils below, the power armor was fully equipped. A small opening doesn't count as an opening. Zhong Dao muttered a curse under his breath. Zhong Dao felt as if his tiger's mouth was about to shatter, and the broadsword flew out of his hand. Good move! Get out of the way! Someone shouted loudly from below the stage. Zhong Dao endured the pain, awkwardly performed a clumsy roll to create some distance, and retrieved his sword. At that moment, his waist suddenly tightened. It's the thorn lightning ring. Ignoring his disheveled state, he was forcibly dragged over, only to face a strike enhanced by the power armor. Zhong Dao took the strike head-on, staggering back a few steps. Ren Ren Yunqi moved even faster, closing in within the blink of an eye for another strike. Brutal, violent, without a hint of technique. But Zhong Dao had nowhere to escape. The sound of breaking echoed, and amidst the audience's gasps, Ren Yunqi forcibly broke Zhong Dao's broadsword. Moreover, the remaining force continued straight toward Zhong Dao's chest. "I surrender," shouted the coach below the stage. Ren Yunqi's blade tilted, grazing Zhong Dao's body and striking the ground. Zhong Dao broke out in a cold sweat, his entire body bristling with fear. Clang. "Still want to continue?" the referee asked. That lightning-fast exchange just now had thrilled even him. Ren Yunqi glanced at his blue bar, which had consumed 15 points, leaving 45 remaining. "Continue," he said. Click. Ren Yunqi is a genius. "Sisters, I'm here on the spot, and I think I've gone from hating to loving him." "What happened? Did he win?" "Boom." He didn't just win, he won big, really big. He won 5 matches in a row, and half the stadium came to watch his games. And he's really handsome. I was standing right by the ring, and when he was panting, his Adam's apple was moving. Wow, so sexy. Ren Yunqi's dazzling performance directly helped him regain at least 20% of the goodwill. Another 30 to 40% was thanks to his face. No matter what, the forum isn't filled with haters anymore, and the photos aren't all unflattering screenshots. "You guys have made me curious now. When's the next match?" "Not sure. Go check the official website." "Ha, this Ren Yunqi is truly my lucky star." Lin Gao laughed happily. 17 this year, surrounded by scandals, 5 wins in 1 battle. A natural trending physique. "Boss, the person in charge of the site is asking how to arrange the matches next," the subordinate said. "The East Sea Extraordinary Cup is not a college league. To put it bluntly, profit still comes first. Arrange Ren Yunqi on the central stage of Ring 5, and make sure the host and electronic screen are equipped as well," Lin Gao said without hesitation. "Shall we schedule the next one for tomorrow?" "No, let it heat up for another day or two," Lin Gao said. "Hype up the topic, then negotiate with those video platforms to see if we can secure a small featured promotion. Remember, the higher Ren Yunqi's popularity, the more money we can make." "Dear contestant number 404, Mr. Ren Yunqi, according to the competition schedule, your next match will take place on November 11th, which is 2 days from now. Ren Yunqi read the content on the CR. "Could it be that you won against too many people today, and the organizers are worried there won't be enough opponents for you?" Zhu Yushu joked. Exactly. How could someone like young Master Zhu miss out on getting beaten?" Ren Yunqi replied with a laugh. "How nice. Why can't I receive an invitation?" Jiang Nian propped her chin. Watching Ren Yunqi showcase his skills on stage, she felt an itch to join. Clearly, many of the people on stage aren't even as good as me. Today is just the first day. The further it goes, the stronger the opponents will be, Ren Yunqi said. "In the last 2 rounds, I won't have it as easy as in the first 3. Come on, you." These words might fool others, but don't try to fool your brother. Zhu Yushu looked disgusted. "You're still hiding quite a few trump cards, aren't you, you sly fox?" "What do you mean by hiding trump cards? I'm not that kind of person." Ren Yunqi laughed heartily. "When it comes to trump cards, you have to update and iterate them frequently, so..." Jiang Nian and Zhu Yushu simultaneously became alert. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much, it's just that we have 2 days of free time, so I'm inviting you two to stretch your legs." Ren Yunqi smiled broadly, opened the CR map, and drew a circle from the edge of QY City. "Let's have some fun here." Ren Yunqi needed souls, lots and lots of souls. His holy bear puppet could see the blue bar, but the limitations were simply too great. The little blue bear was the only one, and it was slow. When facing speed-type players, it couldn't even touch them, making it look like the opponent was just showing off their skills. Could Ren Yunqi tolerate this? Upgrade, it must be upgraded. He definitely didn't want such a heaven-defying skill to turn into a snail chase kind of useless star technique. "No wonder you've been farming the swamp frog bounty in Transcendent Alliance these past few days. I thought you were short on money again." Zhu Yushu suddenly understood. "Money has always been short, but it's the soul I need right now," Ren Yunqi said helplessly. "If only there were more star beasts in Donghai, would I have to come here for a last-minute effort?" Ever since the Weeping Whirlpool incident settled, the entire Donghai began a new plan to transform from a fortress city into a coastal commercial city. It is precisely because of this that the authorities and the Extraordinary Alliance spared no expense, and the bounty for the swamp frog kept increasing. Extraordinary individuals from all walks of life went crazy, scouring every street and alley, digging 3 feet into the ground, yet Ren Yunqi and his 2 companions couldn't even find frog eggs for weeks. "This time, just consider it as doing me a favor. I'll cover the cost of the equipment," Ren Yunqi said. Qingyang, outskirts, 32-mile town. The reason it's called this name is said to be because it used to be a 32-li drive from the county seat. Of course, that's no longer the case. Now, the area within a 20-kilometer radius of this town is all desolate ruins, and no one dares to settle here. "There's a rest area over there. Let's book a room too," Jiang Nian said, pointing to the row of barracks not far away. These were specifically built for wilderness hunters. "Comfort isn't much to speak of, but at least there's hot water and beds. We only have 2 days. Let's sleep in a tent. My star technique can keep us in good condition, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Yanyan protested. Hey, making a delicate girl like me squeeze into a tent with you guys is too much, isn't it? Zhu Yushu was also indignant. Exactly, is this okay? Have you considered my feelings? I'm at fault. I'll treat you to a meal later, okay? Ran Yunqi admitted guiltily, grinning sheepishly to apologize. There were many people at the supply point, with transcendents coming and going in a constant stream. On both sides of the passage, stalls were lined up one after another, displaying all kinds of ally weapons, armor, and star beast corpses. Everyone, take a look at this blade. Nowhere else in this supply point will you find a stall like this. At one stall, transcendents who had come to hunt the wilderness gathered in a crowd, while the stall owner stood with one hand on their hip, boasting endlessly. Why is this knife only half a blade? A scavenger questioned. Isn't this damn thing broken? How do you even have the nerve to sell it? Hey, this brother here has a point. Do you know where this break came from? The vendor shouted. It was cut by a beast soldier. Just yesterday during the city's Transcendent Cup, I was right there on the scene. That beast soldier was glowing. It was terrifying. But everyone, guess what? The first strike didn't cut through. The beast soldier was startled, and even with the power armor, the second strike still didn't cut through. It wasn't until the third strike that it barely managed to cut through. Everyone, do you know what this means? Withstanding 3 strikes from a beast soldier. The crowd gasped, feeling awed without fully understanding. Old Ran. Zhang Yanyan's expression was peculiar as she lowered her voice and said, that guy using beast soldiers, could it be you? Ran Yunqi's mouth twitched. It seems, it really is. How come he doesn't remember being startled? After replenishing their equipment and supplies, the 3 of them got into a pickup truck and drove along the highway toward the desolate urban area. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery became increasingly dilapidated. On the ground, patches of brown, compacted soil clung tightly to the surface, forming uneven slopes and ridges. This place once had an unstable interdimensional space that existed for only a few months, leaving behind a large number of star beasts, which created this uninhabited desolate urban area. A wrinkled old mercenary introduced. And on the outskirts of the uninhabited wasteland, there are elemental creatures called stone ghosts that attack any creature invading their territory. It is precisely because of their existence that human settlements and the wasteland can coexist. If you want to venture in and strike it rich, this is a hurdle you must pass. Look, over there. Rounding a yellow-brown rock, the highway completely disappeared, turning into a rocky desert. Hundreds of wind-eroded rock pillars tower over the ground, presenting a disquieting dark red hue. The Gobi wind sweeps through, its sound resembling the cries of a baby. Alright, everyone, get off the vehicle. From here on, you're in the kingdom of the stone ghosts. Good luck. The old mercenary said, for the sake of the fair, I'll give you one last friendly piece of advice. It's best to stick together, or else if the stone ghosts kill you, there won't even be anyone to collect your body. Ren Yunqi and the other 2 wore hats and masks, making their faces indistinguishable. Compared to the wilderness hunters, their overly tidy attire made them unapproachable. No one would invite 3 freeloaders. After the crowd left, Zhang Yanyan flipped her hand, and a few red fruits appeared in her palm. Han Xiaofang's crimson fruits. I've looked at the map. 3 per person should be enough. Her elven forest space was a level higher than Han Xiaofang's spirit plant garden, and she successfully cultivated similar fruits, though the duration was slightly shorter, lasting only 10 minutes. Ren Yunqi took it and placed it directly in his mouth, letting a pungent sensation rush straight to his head. The 3 of them advanced in a winding path along the jagged rock crevices, the crisp sound of cracking rocks constantly coming from underfoot. The wind grew increasingly dense, and Zhang Yanyan couldn't help but shiver. She glanced at Ren Yunqi's back ahead and gradually felt her heart settle. Click! Half of her foot stepped onto a rock. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks came to life, one humanoid outline after another emerging from the surface. Stone demons. Zhang Yanyan's muscles suddenly tensed, instinctively ready to attack, but Ren Yunqi stopped her. Don't attack. We've assimilated with the surrounding environment now. They can't detect us. Huff. Zhang Yanyan's face turned pale as she stood amidst the stone ghosts, forcing herself to endure the fear. A stone ghost happened to be standing directly in front of her, its dull, dark red eyes staring straight at her, sending chills down her spine. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Ishigi slowly shrank back. Zhang Yanyan let out a long breath, almost collapsing to the ground. Are you okay? Ren Yunqi asked. Not okay. I really thought I was going to die just now, Zhang Yanyan said with lingering fear. Each stone demon was 4 or 5 meters in size, and combined with those human-like faces and physiques, they were even more terrifying than the swamp frogmen we encountered last time. This time, I've risked my life with you. Even if you give yourself to me, it wouldn't be enough, Zhang Yanyan said. Ren Yunqi casually replied, then tell me which part of me you like the most, and just take it. Zhang Yanyan scolded, scoundrel. While the 2 were talking, Zhu Yushu made his way over, stepping on the gravel with uneven footing. His voice was much louder than Zhang Yanyan's. Zhang Yanyan, why can't you startle the stone ghosts? I don't know, I just feel very comfortable here, like I've come home. Zhu Yushu stretched lazily and chuckled. Maybe it's because of my character. A dozen stone ghosts suddenly suddenly appeared, cutting off the rest of his sentence. Zhu Yushu felt so scared he was about to wet himself, his bladder swelling and itching unbearably. So many stone ghosts, if they all attacked at once, he would definitely be smashed into pulp. Fortunately, the stone ghosts did not attack him but collectively turned and sprinted toward the northeast. Along the way, 3 wind-eroded rock pillars, each requiring 2 people to encircle, were directly knocked down. Get out of the way. Ah! The wind carried some noise over. There's the sound of people over there. Jiang Nian listened carefully. It's that group of wilderness hunters from before. Perfect, they can help us draw the fire. Let's go. Ren Yunqi had no intention of rescuing them and decisively chose to flee. The 3 of them stuffed another crimson fruit into their mouths, puffing out their cheeks like 3 squirrels, leaving behind the distant curses and screams. Swish! They didn't know how long they'd been walking, only feeling their cheeks ache from being stuffed with the fruit. The creaking gravel ground turned into pale cement, giving a full sense of solidity underfoot. Successfully crossing this perilous, extremely harsh Gobi desert, the feeling was indescribable. Phew, finally made it through. Jiang Nian let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the stone ghosts in the area were all lured away. Ren Yunqi glanced back and frowned slightly. Even those few outsiders would find ways to avoid the stone ghosts' ambush, so how could the local treasure-hunting wastelanders expose themselves? Let's go, hurry up and leave this godforsaken place, Zhu Yushu urged, clenching his legs. Ren Yunqi opened the CR map, zoomed in, and marked an area, the Lava Frog Tribe, about a dozen kilometers from here. Aside from the wastelanders, this area was rarely visited by anyone, completely consumed by nature. Bang! The cement ground was divided and shattered into pieces by various plants, with wild grass stubbornly growing out, reaching as high as a thigh. Is the environment in the interdimensional space like this too? Zhu Yushu asked on the way. It's somewhat similar, but not entirely the same. In the interdimensional space, both the body and star force are subjected to pressure. Ren Yunqi smiled and said, if you want to experience it, in a month, the 2 of us can dive into the sea together. No, I'm not going to that godforsaken place. I've seen the construction standards, and that tiny bed won't even let me turn over. Zhu Yushu waved his hands repeatedly. After another half an hour, the surrounding plants gradually became sparse, drooping weakly, and curling close to the ground. We're here, Ren Yunqi said. Bangzi, serve them an appetizer. Got it. Zhu Yushu attached to the mech, the cannon barrel emerged, and with a few bangs, several freezing rounds were fired. Jiang Nian immediately shot an arrow, coinciding perfectly with the detonation of the freezing bomb. The sky was filled with icy mist, completely shrouding the entire area. Thorn lightning ring. Ren Yunqi made the final move, and the lightning ring, enhanced by the staff, quickly spread out, circling back a few seconds later with several star beasts trapped within. Here comes the little darling. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Lei Huan stopped about 5 meters away, and a few lava frogs were thrown down, landing in a heap. Before coming, he had looked at the illustrated guide. Lava frogs were supposed to be fiery red, but now they were frozen into a bluish-purple color. Ren Yunqi moved like a flash of lightning, rushing forward in just a few steps. With his battle blade in hand, he raised it and brought it down, instantly chopping off the head of a lava frog. The soul drifted up, merging into the life space, becoming nourishment for the pomelo. Ren Yunqi's movements didn't stop, slashing a few more times to send the remaining ones to meet their ancestors. Boom! He didn't find it disgusting, directly tearing open the lava frog's head and digging out the star beads one by one. He swallowed 2 himself and threw the rest to Jiang Nian and Zhu Yushu. After regaining strength, the 3 cooperated seamlessly, like a precise assembly line. One lava frog after another was first frozen, then pulled over by the lightning ring, and was swiftly killed by Ren Yunqi. The results of Yu Changhai's day-to-day training were unmistakably evident at this moment. Ren Yunqi's efficiency in killing frogs was astonishingly high. From the beginning until now, he had killed at least 20 lava frogs. None of the souls were wasted. All of them went into Yuzu's stomach. Holy Bear Puppet. Blue creates 2 puppets that devour the target star power for feedback. Awesome. Ren Yunqi took out a battery from the CR space and replaced it in the power armor, then used a Bear's Embrace on each person to adjust their state. Kill again. Continue. The effects of Yu Changhai's special training were undoubtedly evident at this moment. Ren Yunqi's blade had no other advantages, just speed and immense power. The throat of a pink and white lava frog in front was slit open, and blood spurted out like water gushing from a faucet. Ren Yunqi absorbed its soul, and the star skill transformed once again. Holy Bear's Puppet. Blue creates 3 puppets that powerfully devour the target's star energy and immediately return it. Old Ren, we need to retreat. Several lava frogs haven't been completely frozen. Jiang Nian shouted. The fact that it hasn't frozen solid indicates that this batch of lava frogs is closer to them. Lava frogs are only first-tier star beasts, and neither their size nor combat power can compare to the swamp frogs of the East Sea. But these creatures have one characteristic. There are many of them. Even a second-tier transcendent, if caught in the encirclement of lava frogs, would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. I'll run. One of you just open the navigation for me. Zhu Yushu shouted, fully equipped with his mech suit. cute. Ren Yunqi and Jiang Yanyan jumped directly onto his shoulders and were carried as he sprinted forward. Sacred Bear Puppet. After upgrading, Ren Yunqi used this innate star skill for the first time. 3 little blue bears leapt out of the spatial rift and quickly charged toward the lava frog swarm. A lava frog, larger than its companions, slapped down with its palm, and a small blue bear neither dodged nor avoided, instead merging into its body. 3941st. A blue bar appeared above the lava frog's head. Like playing with fire? Today, I'll let you try something different. Ren Yunqi switched his battle blade to a staff, and one lightning spell after another was inscribed, crackling as electric sparks raged wildly. Boom! Frog Chaser was the fastest, directly electrocuted into black char, with its soul drifting away. That's what you get for being the first to stick your neck out. Ren Yunqi aimed at the second target, unleashing lightning without holding back. The second one. Old Ren, save your star power. We can't go down to get the star beads. Jiang Nyanyan shouted loudly. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. With a thought, Ren Yunqi caused the little blue bear attached to the largest lava frog to shatter into specks of blue light, quickly catching up to him. Lava frog, 2941st. Ren Yunqi, 3460ths. Useful, satisfying. Ren Yunqi's smile grew even more ruthless. Shu Yushu, who was in charge of running away, only felt that his back was filled with the roar of thunder the entire time. Ren Yunqi was like a perpetual motion machine, with 3 little blue bears taking turns, recklessly unleashing power, absolutely terrifying. One lightning strike after another cleared all the lava frogs in the front row. After circling around, Zhu Yushu successfully shook off the group of lava frogs. Ren Yunqi jumped down from the mech, his face slightly flushed as if drunk, staggering and almost falling. What's wrong? Jiang Yanyan asked worriedly. My head feels a bit heavy from absorbing too many souls just now, Ren Yunqi said, rubbing his temples. It's getting late. Let's find a place to camp and rest. To be safe, he released the little blue bear again, patrolling for a while before finding a spot with no traces of star energy sources. You're unbelievable. You've practically squeezed every drop out of a star skill. Jiang Yanyan complained. There's no other way. That's how it is for first-level mages. With such a small skill slot, how else can you get by without some tricks? Ren Yunqi said confidently. The campsite was chosen on a giant tree, with a flat space of over 10 square meters at the center of its branches. I can't hold on anymore. I'm going to sleep first, Zhu Yushu said. His mental strength was the weakest among the 3. After a day of rushing around, his already small eyes had narrowed to mere slits. Old Ren wants to absorb the soul. I'll guard him, Jiang Yanyan said. Got it, no need to explain, I understand everything. Zhu Yushu waved his hand, muttering, just me alone, perfect, not crowded at all. He found a comfortable angle and used mech parts to secure his body. Before he could even prepare himself, Ren Yunqi next door threw over a midnight, tilted his head, and entered deep sleep. You take one. Ren Yunqi dealt with the fluttering souls in the toy house, using his mind to grab them and deliver them to Haudar's mouth. Shaking his head, the swelling pain finally disappeared. I'm fine now, you go to sleep, Ren Yunqi said to Jiang Yanyan. I'm not sleepy, I'll keep you company for a while. Jiang Yanyan hugged her legs, resting her right cheek on her knees, and turned her face to look at him. Ren Yunqi extended his hand. Jiang Yanyan slapped it away. What are you doing? Trying to pinch my face again? What are you thinking? Ren Yunqi gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, her small earlobe visibly reddening and heating up. In your heart, am I really such an ungentlemanly person? Jiang Yanyan said angrily. You're just a scoundrel, a rogue, a liar, full of bad intentions. If Ren Yunqi could have an epiphany, even star beasts could get into college. Who? Hey. Ren Yunqi chuckled, taking out 2 cans of drinks from the CR. Want one? It's cold and refreshing. Jiang Yanyan mumbled something under his breath, took the cola, and gulped down a few sips. Lao Run. After this extraordinary cup, what are your plans? Going to the Wailing Whirlpool. And after that? Training. I still have quite a few weaknesses. Ren Yunqi took a sip of cola. Try to learn more high-output spells and combat techniques. I still haven't mastered this. Aim to pass the 2nd-tier ranking before the new year. Oh, Jiang Yanyan mumbled. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How did your martial arts school perform in this extraordinary cup? Ren Yunqi asked. Quite smoothly. Speaking of this, Jiang Yanyan became happy again. Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Lu, and senior sister you all won 2 matches in a row. I really want to participate too. Only through battles can I hone my strength. If you want to fight, wait until next year. Ren Yunqi laughed and said, we still have military training in sophomore year. They'll just send us straight to the front lines, fighting every day with blood all over our faces. Jiang Yanyan gave him a light smack, annoyed. Don't make me sound like some bloodthirsty psycho, okay? Ren Yunqi was about to say something else, but his smile froze in the next second. Shoo! He suddenly covered Jiang Yanyan's mouth with his hand. Jiang Yanyan widened her eyes as Ren Yunqi made a silencing gesture, signaling her to look down. Jiang Yanyan held her breath and looked down, seeing a figure stumbling and staggering through the shadows of the dark trees. It's one of the wasteland hunters from earlier today, Jiang Yanyan whispered softly into Ren Yunqi's ear. From Ren Yunqi's perspective, perspective, the Wasteland Hunter had a glaringly bright red bar labeled 343rds hanging on their forehead. This blue bar can't even release a single star skill. Wake up the stick, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Yanyan swung her hand and slapped Zhu Yushu's chubby back. Zhu Yushu was startled and was about to shout when Ren Yunqi skillfully covered his mouth. The voices of the three were swallowed by the surrounding dense forest. The scavenger below was completely out of strength, collapsing to the ground and coughing violently as if about to cough up a lung. Old Ren, there are star beasts, Zhu Yushu whispered. Let me see, they are, damn, it's a group of stone ghosts. Impossible. This isn't even the territory of the Gobi Desert. Zhang Yanyan said in disbelief. See for yourself. Zhu Yushu shoved the binoculars into Zhang Yanyan's hands. Actually, there's no need for proof anymore. The trembling ground and the surrounding trees with crackling falling leaves all reminded them that a large group of creatures was approaching. Stone ghosts have no intelligence. Bangzi, use drones to lure them away, Ren Yunqi immediately said. Zhu Yushu didn't dare to delay and released all his stock in one go, sending them flying forward. In less than 10 minutes, Zhu Yushu's CR received footage from the drones. Looking up, he gasped in shock. Stone ghosts. Countless stone ghosts. Although their size is no taller than a person, they are far from the ones on the Gobi Desert. But their sheer number is overwhelming, blending into the surrounding environment. Even through the screen, one can feel the intense sense of oppression. The drone sprays bullets, trying to draw the attention of the stone ghosts. The stone ghosts didn't even pause their steps. The bullets couldn't even scratch their surface. Damn, they're completely ignoring me. Zhu Yushu shouted. They're running toward us. Run! Ren Yunqi yelled. Zhu Yushu jumped straight down from the tree, with the mech components attaching to his body during the fall. He landed heavily, while Ren Yunqi caught Zhang Yanyan on his shoulder. As he passed by, Ren Yunqi casually scooped the man up and slung him over his shoulder. Yanyan, do we have any more fruit? Ren Yunqi shouted, gripping the large head of Zhu Yushu's mecha. Yes, we do. Ren Yunqi took a fruit, popped one into his own mouth, then shoved another into Zhu Yushu's. Hey, wake up. Damn, he passed out. Ren Yunqi shouted a few times, and Zhu Yushu shook him back and forth like shaking a trash bag, but the guy just wouldn't wake up. Ren Yunqi raised his hand and gave him a holy bear's embrace. The guy let out a comfortable groan and then continued to remain unconscious. Rub it on him, do a few more. Zhu Yushu crushed a few crimson fruits in his left palm and smeared them all over the Wasteland Hunter. Gung Hao felt both pain and comfort in his body, and every deep breath brought a metallic, bloody taste surging up to his throat. Ugh. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the sky fragmented into pieces by the tree branches. You're awake? A strange voice sounded nearby. Gung Hao was startled and instinctively sprang up to attack, only to be met with a honey-colored glow. His body fell back, leaving Gung Hao with nothing but a contented hum. Uncle, the three of us saved your life, so don't repay kindness with ingratitude, Zhang Yanyan said discontentedly. Alright, you saved me? Gung Hao looked at the three of them, hardly able to believe his eyes. They looked like high school students. Thank you. Gung Hao's polite attitude matched well with the nearly depleted blue bar. 243rds. What exactly happened? Why did the stone ghost leave the desert, and why is it chasing you? Ren Yunqi pressed on. Moreover, we can't block their perception. Earlier, when they were fleeing, they used the crimson fruit, only to be stunned to find it completely useless. The stone ghost didn't stop at all, heading straight in their direction with a clear target. They had to expend a great deal of effort to shake it off. It's Guishan. Guishan is controlling these stone ghosts. Gung Hao's voice was filled with resentment and fear. We were on the Gobi Desert at the time. Our captain was a veteran wasteland hunter. His concoctions could fool any stone ghoul, but he was torn apart by them, ripped in half, right in front of my eyes. The captain's blood and guts were all over the ground. Talk about Guishan, Ren Yunqi interrupted. Right. We were so terrified, our minds went blank. All we could think about was running for our lives. I saw it. Guishan didn't move. He was standing in front of a stone demon, and the stone demon didn't kill him. You mean someone is controlling the stone demon? Zhang Yanyan questioned. That's too absurd. Stone demons are soulless elemental creatures. Even spirit summoners can't control them. I don't know. I really don't know. Gung Hao's face turned pale, but I swear I'm telling the truth. Everyone is dead. I ran away, and he's still chasing me, wanting to kill me. Has this Guishan always been in your squad? Ren Yunqi asked. I remember it was about a year ago, at the time when the Gobi stone ghosts rioted, and our wilderness hunting team was trapped in the Gobi. Gung Hao recalled. Back then, Guishan saved us. He was very skilled in earth element spells, and with his help, we managed to escape alive. After escaping, he said he was also a wasteland hunter and wanted to join us. Of course, we were very willing. Strong enough and a lifesaver, it sounded very reasonable. I remember now. Ever since Guishan joined us, more and more wasteland hunters have been dying next door. That's right, it must be him. I need to get out. I need to report this to the Transcendent Alliance. Gung Hao was trembling with anger. Zhang Yanyan softly asked Ren Yunqi, what should we do? Anyway, let's get out of here first, Ren Yunqi said. Earlier, in order to escape the pursuit of the stone ghost, they had taken many detours. On the way back, fact, Ren Yunchi kept the Saint Hero's puppet activated the entire time, weaving and dodging to avoid any encounters with star asterisk hands. Do you guys have any star beads? Give me a few. If I replenish my star power, I can lend a hand, Gung Hao said. Stay put. The fact that we didn't leave you behind to feed the star beasts already shows our hearts are warm enough to burn like charcoal. Ren Yunchi glanced at the blue bar above his head 3/43 and took a breath, reverting it to 1/43. When traveling, safety comes first. Gung Hao managed to escape the stone ghost tide alone, so being cautious is definitely the right move. This CR map was worth every bit of the 10,000. Otherwise, in this hellish environment, we would have been lost long ago, Zhu Yushu said, but the next second he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ren Yunchi peeked out from behind his shoulder. Old Ren, this place is a desert, Zhu Yushu said. Ren Yunchi looked at the soft, fluffy soil on the ground, which seemed completely different from the continuous dark red desert they had seen before. What I mean is, the map shows this place as a desert. Zhu Yushu raised his wrist, letting Ren Yunchi and Zhang Niannian, who were sitting on his shoulders, take a look. The location on the map was prominently marked as Xingyang Gobi. When we arrived, the terrain still matched the CR, Zhang Niannian said in a deep voice. In less than a day, the landscape had changed. That vast expanse of Gobi filled with stone demons disappeared, turning into ordinary land. What's wrong? Zhu Yushu bent down, the mech on his palm retracted, and he pressed his hand directly onto the ground. I feel a strong fluctuation of rock energy, Zhu Yushu said. His rock mountain, life-bound space, though lacking a spatial spirit, had a sensitivity to rock elements that surpassed Rin Jiang and the other person. Set the course for 32 Mile Town. We won't follow the map, we'll go straight. Ren Yunchi made the decision. On the way there, they took a winding path. On the way back, they charged straight ahead. Everyone, be careful. I can sense a lot of Gobi rock fragments around us. Just as Zhu Yushu finished speaking, a dark red stone demon, about 3 meters tall, suddenly emerged in front of them with a whoosh. Vine strangle. Zhang Nian unleashed her sword immediately, her combat technique weaving like a vine cage to envelop the stone ghost. The stone ghost's movement range was restricted by the rubble beneath its feet, leaving it no choice but to passively take the attack. I'll handle this, Zhu Yushu shouted loudly, swinging his left fist, causing Gung Hao, who was in his grasp, to scream in terror. Halfway through the swing, the fist retracted, transferring its force to the right fist, which struck heavily against the stone ghost's chin. Half of the stone ghost's head was shattered, and below, Zhang Niannian struck the rocky terrain with a sword, breaking the Gobi stones. Only then did the stone ghost stop moving. Ren Yunchi deliberately checked and found that the stone ghost had no crystal core, no star pearl, and certainly no soul. At the same time, in another part of the Gobi, a man with a sallow, sinister face held a staff inlaid with a dark red gemstone. The staff traced patterns in the air, and the previously dry atmosphere, stirred by flying sand, now felt unusually thick and viscous. Compared to the word writing, the scene before them was more like carving one grotesque scar after another into the air with a blade. Woo woo woo. Opposite, a scavenger with half his body trapped in rock shook his head desperately, his face full of terror. But his body couldn't move at all, and he could only watch helplessly as the dark red magic array gradually approached, enveloping his body. A wisp of soul rose from the head of the hunter and drifted into a stone demon statue over a meter tall. Roar! 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 The stone demon's body trembled slightly, and its murky eyes gained a faint glimmer of light. The next moment, it saw the motionless body standing among the rocks opposite, desperately wanting to run over. The stone ghost heavily slammed onto the ground, as if unable to adapt to this set of limbs. Hee hee, little one, where do you think you're going? A smug laugh echoed from above, and the stone ghost suddenly looked up, staring at him with hatred. Don't look at me like that, I'll soon set you free. The man carefully took out a stone from his chest. The stone didn't look special, dull, and murky. The stone emitted a glow, and the stone ghost's head lit up at the same time, faintly revealing a struggling soul within. The light flickered, as if breathing, while the stone ghost's gaze gradually dimmed, turning into a lifeless shell. Almost there, almost there. The man held the stone, his eyes filled with fervor. Just a few more souls, and it will be complete. I am finally about to shed this frail body and evolve into a more perfect being. Another stone demon fell to the ground. This thing is like a piranha, one-on-one. It's even easier to handle than a swamp frog, Zhu Yushu said. Bang! But this thing can't even drop a star pearl. I feel like my star power is running low, Zhang Niannian said worriedly. If we keep fighting at this intensity, I'm afraid I won't have enough star power to make it through the Gobi, she added. Ren Yunchi glanced at Gung Hao. The latter thought Ren Yunchi considered him a burden and quickly shook his head, pleading, Don't leave me behind. I have money, I still have some potions, I'll give them all to you. This kid is sneaky, hiding something even while escaping for his life, Zhu Yushu cursed. Hand it over, all of it, Ren Yunchi demanded, reaching out. Gung Hao's heart ached as if it were bleeding, but to save his life, he still lifted his clothes and took out small pouches one by one from his waist. These were all low-grade energy agents sold at supply points, far inferior in quality to the resources usually used by Ren Yunchi and the other two. However, it's good to have it at this time, no need to be picky. Zhang Niannian and Zhu Yushu both replenished some, and for for safety's sake, Ren Yunqi equipped himself with a holy bear's embrace. There are still a few empty ones. Are you just going to replenish star power like a lord and comfortably let us carry you while we escape? Zhu Yushu said, clearly annoyed. He moved his body slightly in Zhu Yushu's mech palm but couldn't budge. Besides, he did secretly drink the potion, but for some reason, it didn't work and his star power remained so empty. On his body, the little blue bear blinked its eyes as it disassembled and quietly merged into Ren Yunqi's body. Ren Yunqi looked up at the sky. Who could it be? So hard to guess. Step into Qingyang to report for you. The recently held Donghai Extraordinary Cup in our city was extraordinarily lively, attracting a large number of extraordinary participants and countless spectators on site. Today's weather, overcast turning to light rain, with the rain expected to intensify gradually over the next 3 hours. Breaking news, the stone ghost gobi located in the suburbs of our city is unusually active, with red sand visible upon close observation. The Extraordinary Alliance will dispatch specialists to conduct surveys and redraw the map on a chosen date. Qingyang Grand Stadium. Jiang Shi sat irritably in his seat, occasionally raising his wrist to check the CR. Master, have some water, Zhang Mingyuan said. Jiang Shi took the thermos cup, twisted the lid, and then twisted it back. Your junior sister hasn't sent any news at all. Master, don't worry too much. Brother Rin is with her too, Zhang Mingyuan comforted. Even so, she should have sent at least one message. Jiang Shi looked at the last few messages Jiang Nianyan had sent him. Dad, I'm going on an adventure with Old Run. Don't worry, there are no tier 2 star beasts there. It's very safe. Oh, by the way, Bangzi is coming too. We VE arrived. We just crossed the desert and the stone men inside surrounded us, super scary. Several messages, all without exception, were timestamped yesterday. Today, not a single message. Well, stayed overnight. Zhang Mingyuan instinctively raised his eyebrows, revealing a smile that every man would understand. Suddenly realizing that the person next to him was the girl's father, he quickly forced the smile away with a stiff muscle movement. No, I have to go check it out. Zhang Shi stood up, watching the news. This darn Gobi Desert is no good place. Hey, master, master. Zhang Mingyuan called out twice but got no response. Helpless, he complained to his fellow disciples. Our master is a total daughter fanatic. A junior disciple asked, Senior brother, how do we fight the next round? De Fei, go for it. If you can't beat him, run and wear him out. Zhang Mingyuan said, you, yes, you, go over there and call senior brother Lu and senior sister Yu. Since master isn't here, the three of us will figure it out together. Jiang Shi brought no one with him and arrived alone at 32 Mile Town. As soon as he got off the vehicle, he felt the coarse wind blowing past, slapping hard against his face. One side of the sky was shrouded in orange-red flying sand. Hey, brother, what's going on over there? He stopped a vendor moving goods and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one. The vendor took the cigarette, held it in his mouth, leaned in to light it, took a couple of puffs, and complained. Normal occurrence. Over the past year or two, day or night, every few days there's a bout of madness. If it weren't for the money from selling Star Beast materials, I'd have moved to the city long ago. The vendor spoke so quickly it was like popping beans, pouring out his grievances. My son is taking the college entrance exam this year. I heard there's some kind of practical test, and they insisted I buy a set of beast soldiers, squeezing every last drop of blood out of me. Brother, having a transcendent son is something others envy but can't have. Jiang Shi kept talking while continuously adjusting his equipment, trying to search for signals using CR. A look of joy appeared on his face. He connected. Hello, hello, on the Gobi Desert. It's my dad. Zhang Yanyan felt her wrist tremble. Where are you? Jiang Shi's voice was intermittent and unclear. Signal is unstable. Jiang Yanyan shouted. I'll fix it. Ren Yunqi volunteered, using all his repair knowledge and smacking Jiang Yanyan's CR 4 or 5 times. Jiang Yanyan's fair wrist was also smacked red, producing crisp slapping sounds. My gosh, it actually worked. Jiang Yanyan looked at the restored CR, amazed by its beauty. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Jiang Shi's anxious voice came from the other end. Dad, we can hear you. Send me your location immediately, I'll come pick you up, Jiang Shi said. I saw the news today, there's a sandstorm in the Shirgui Desert. It's not safe. Alright, Jiang Yanyan immediately sent the location. Look over there. Zhu Yushu pointed at the horizon. They hadn't noticed while hurrying earlier, but now the sky was filled with a rolling red wave. Set up camp first, Ren Yunqi shouted. The speed of the red dust wave was extremely fast, and they couldn't run at full speed due to concerns about the stone ghosts. They chose a large rock, focused their efforts to eliminate the opponent, and then took over the spot, hiding in the sheltered area. Zhu Yushu aimed the barrel at the ground, firing several standard armor-piercing rounds, creating a deep gash in the earth. Jiang Yanyan's vines also arrived, firmly securing everyone, the giant rock, and the ground together. After all this was done, the dark red sandstorm arrived. Like rolling, burning lava, it blotted out the sky and sun, carrying the hissing roar of sand, pressing forward with overwhelming force. Whoosh, crash. Crackling sounds erupted on the large rocks, visibility plummeted, and beyond 5 or 6 meters, it was impossible to distinguish between humans and animals. The entire expanse of the Gobi Desert was covered by a layer of dark red scab clinging to every inch of land in an almost solidified state. A deep roar echoed, and the blood scabs trembled as if they were alive. Then, one figure after another rose from the ground. "Stone demons!" the group exclaimed in astonishment. Born from these sands and stones were none other than one stone demon after another. These stone ghouls were only about 20 centimeters tall. From the moment they were born, they attacked and devoured each other, grafting others' parts onto themselves. Ah! Gung Hao cried out in pain and raised his arm. There was a stone ghoul clinging to it, having bitten off a chunk of flesh and blood. Thorn lightning ring! Ran Yunchi unleashed a ring of lightning, blasting away all the stone ghouls around him and clearing out an open space. The sand and gravel that were pushed out merged with the sand and gravel in place to form an even thicker layer, and the condensed stone ghost became even larger, already reaching a level of 1 meter. This is truly something that doesn't feel pain or fear. See, our signal still can't connect, Zhang Yanyan said anxiously. Then we won't move, we'll wait here for Uncle Jiang to come. Ran Yunchi said, you two don't make a move, save your star power, I'll handle it. He aimed at the largest stone demon, activated his power armor, and held his battle blade horizontally at his side. As the two passed each other, the stone demon's body was split in two by the terrifying force. Boom! The half-stone demon fell to the ground, quickly covered by red sand and dust, forming new smaller stone demons. Ran Yunchi's strategy was very clear. The smaller stone demons were too small to be worth targeting. Use the Thorn Thunder Ring to artificially reduce and increase, then take them down one by one at a 1 meter level. At the same time, in the distance, at the end of the swirling sand and dust, another wasteland hunter fell to the ground, their body consumed and dissolved by the red sand, their soul absorbed into the stone demon's body. Just a little more, just a little more. The man licked his lips, holding the strange stone in his hands almost reverently. At this moment, the stone had transformed from its initial inconspicuous appearance into a strange rock covered with eerie red patterns, and upon closer inspection, faint piercing sounds could be heard. The newly born stone demon, under the glow of the strange stone, lost the last trace of humanity in its eyes. I need more, and my plan will be complete. He set his sights further ahead, a sinister grin appearing on his face. Over there, such vibrant souls, here I come. Behind him, rows of 2-meter-tall silent stone demons marched forward in the swirling sand and dust. Terrifying and oppressive, they gradually vanished into the increasingly dense redness. Hey, did you guys hear something? Zhu Yushu suddenly asked. What sound? That kind, rumbling. I can't quite describe it right now. Zhu Yushu lay on the ground, pressing his ear close to the rough rock surface. Let me listen more carefully. Whoa! The ground suddenly started shaking. Caught off guard, Zhu Yushu was thrown to the side, and a sandstorm slammed into his face. Zhang Yanyan quickly pulled him back with a vine. In just a few seconds, a layer of skin on his face had been scraped off by the red sand, leaving behind white flakes of dead skin. Ran Yunchi used a holy bear's embrace to relieve the unbearable itching and burning on Zhu Yushu's face. An earthquake? Zhang Yanyan exclaimed in shock. No, it's not an earthquake. The star force around us has become denser, Ran Yunchi said, frowning. His heart of the sacred bear was operating at twice the usual speed, and the speed was still increasing. Ran Yunchi was not optimistic enough to think that some energy secret realm had suddenly appeared in the Gobi Desert. There was only one reason for such a phenomenon to occur. Star beasts, Ran Yunchi said urgently. Star beasts are approaching, and there are quite a few of them. What? The one who reacted the most was Gung Hao, who had been lying lifelessly to the side. Upon hearing Ran Yunchi's words, his expression changed drastically. Enduring the pain of the red sand hitting his face, he squinted into the distance. In the hazy red, he felt ambushed on all sides, with enemies pressing in from every direction, all coveting him greedily. His lips were as white as paper, trembling incessantly. Suddenly, he saw a figure. Blurry and indistinct, the face was unclear, but the attire alone revealed their identity. Yes, it's someone from the Extraordinary Alliance. I'm saved, I'm saved. Gung Hao excitedly ran over, stumbled, and fell to the ground. He immediately got up without even brushing off the dust. Hey! Zhang Yanyan instinctively shouted, but Ran Yunchi stopped her. Don't move yet, something's off. Before that figure appeared, Ran Yunchi had already sensed it. He didn't use the holy bear puppet but directly sensed it. This had never happened before. Although he was very sensitive to star power, he couldn't perceive star power beyond his life space. This person was like a massive external energy source. On the other side, Gung Hao had already run up to the person in front of him and excitedly said, Are you here to save us? I. The voice abruptly stopped. Gung Hao's body froze. The man across from him lifted his hat slightly, revealing a sinister face. Brother Gung, we meet again. Gua, Gui Shan. His legs were suddenly gripped by rocky hands emerging from the ground, leaving him unable to move. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Gung Hao threatened with difficulty. We've already sent someone the location, he'll find this place soon. Idiot. Ran Yunchi and Gui Shan cursed simultaneously. Gui Shan gave a fake smile. He, take a look under your feet. Gung Hao instinctively looked down and was horrified to find the ground writhing and deforming with the vibrations. Ugh. The rocky hand kept spreading, quickly suppressing him to the the point where he couldn't breathe, with the air in his chest only enough to squeeze out desperate huff-huff sounds. Ren Yunchi and the other two felt chills all over their bodies. Dressed in the uniform of the Transcendent Alliance, someone who seemed to be a savior had now transformed into the most terrifying demon. Stick, attack, ha. Shu Yushu, whose mind went blank, instinctively followed Ren Yunchi's command and fired all the ammunition from the entire mech suit. Ren Yunchi, wearing a power suit, hoisted the chubby boy who had exited the mech form onto his back, grabbed Zhang Yanyan, and took off running. Guo Shan also hadn't expected that the three young people, who seemed to have been scared stiff just moments ago, would act so decisively at this moment. You should know, Gung Hao isn't dead yet. Aren't they afraid of blowing their own people to the skies as well? Several stone ghosts immediately rushed to stand in front of him, trying to shield him from harm. But Zhu Yushu was like a hamster, a weirdo who couldn't even bear to attend the midterm exams because he was too stingy with his ammunition. Precisely because of this, the intensity of the firepower at this moment is astonishing. Ugh! Guo Shan's forehead was grazed by a stray bullet, blood flowed down, covering his eyes with a layer of blood. And during this gap, Ren Yunchi's holy bear puppet arrived. A blue bar appeared above Guo Shan's head, 49/830, 10 times taller than himself. Before he could recover from the shock, he saw the numbers on the blue bar change. 49/839. Which side of the numbers changed? Catch them, Guo Shan ordered, and the stone ghosts behind him stirred, roaring as they began their pursuit. You can't escape. He. Guo Shan sneered coldly, completely indifferent to the damage to this body, as if it didn't belong to him at all. The stone ghosts were like an overwhelming herd of sheep, devouring the rocky desert beneath their feet as they ran, revealing the original soil wherever they passed. You're actually commanding the stone ghosts, Zhang Yanyan exclaimed in shock. These aren't stone ghosts, Ren Yunchi said. They don't just have elements in them, there's star power. They are star beasts. The stone ghosts turned into star beasts with souls and star power? It sounded as absurd as a hard-boiled egg hatching into a chicken, yet the truth was right before their eyes. How did Guo Shan manage to do it? Nian, can Uncle Jiang be reached? Ren Yunchi kept running as he asked. Even Zhu Yushu's cannon could injure Guo Shan, which means that while this guy's methods are bizarre, his skin is just as fragile as an ordinary transcendent. Jiang Shui, being at the peak of the second tier, has an attack power that is not comparable to Zhu Yushu's. Still not working, no signal, Zhang Yanyan said anxiously. Nima, damn it, the CR signal that couldn't even be blocked by the interdimensional gate back then is now freaking useless. Detonate the CR, Ren Yunchi suddenly said. Ha! Zhang Yanyan and Zhu Yushu were both stunned for a moment, unable to follow his train of thought. My master taught me that if a CR is damaged, the message will automatically sync to all CRs within a 20-kilometer radius, no matter where they are. Ren Yunchi quickly said, with communication down, this is the only method we can try. As for the principle behind it, Ren Yunchi was unclear, and Yu Chanhai was vague about it. He only mentioned that in the past, when they were killing an energy mother nest and found themselves restrained with no way to call for help, this was the trick they used. Alright, Ren Yunchi's power armor was in use, and Zhu Yushu was also storing mech components. Zhang Yanyan unhesitatingly removed her CR and struck with all her might. Another strike. The CR couldn't withstand the pressure, cracking open and sparking, and with another slash from Zhang Yanyan, the CR completely exploded. Warning! Respected Transcendent Jiang Shui, a CR has been forcibly destroyed, serial number below, 13 kilometers from your current location. Please proceed immediately. This is the responsibility and duty of every Transcendent. On the Gobi Desert, Jiang Shui, who had originally lost his way due to shifting sands and changing terrain, received this message. Nian. Jiang Shui quickly changed direction and accelerated his pace to pursue. Warning! Respected Transcendent, Guo Shan, at a distance from you. Guo Shan was closer and received the news as well, his expression changing drastically. Staring at the red dot moving continuously on the screen, he cursed angrily, despicable, shameless. In order to survive, they even resorted to such underhanded and deceitful methods. Living long is, in itself, a kind of cheat, especially someone like Yu Changhai, who is high quality and wealthy. How expensive is a CR? Some people use the first one subsidized by the government their whole lives, and even a bump, a scratch, or a scrape makes their hearts ache and tremble. Who could have thought of such a bizarre method as blowing up a CR for help? Jiang Shui hadn't expected this. He thought Jiang Yan was doomed, his hands trembling. Nian. He completely ignored the raging red sand, forcibly tearing open a gap in the sandstorm and sprinting at full speed toward the synchronized location. Nian. Ahead, a few figures appeared. Jiang Shui's expression lit up with joy as he approached, and the other party happened to turn their head, revealing the ugly face of a stone ghost. And it wasn't just one, it was a whole group. A group of stone ghosts, like tightly packed sausages, merged together and blended into the surrounding environment. Dad, I'm here. From within the stone ghosts, Zhang Yanyan's voice sounded. Jiang Shui was overjoyed. Yan, you're still alive? Dad, come save us. Hold on. Jiang Shui looked at the stone ghost, his expression turning grim. How dare they harm the people people he cherished most, they were already on the path to their doom. Golden Snake 13 Strikes. A slender sword was held in Jiang Shui's hand, its blade pointing diagonally toward the ground. The surrounding red sand was stirred by the star force, churning, entangling, surging, and condensing into crimson snakes. Die! Jiang Shui's body vanished like a phantom, undulating and stealthily moving through the red sand. Each time he appeared, a stone ghost would fall. From the perspective of Ren Yunqi and the other two, they could only see the twisted, massive snake bodies. So strong, truly worthy of being Uncle Jiang. From Ren Yunqi's perspective, Jiang Shui, at the peak of the second tier, might not match Dong Yinhua in total star power back then, but his seasoned sword techniques and terrifyingly rich combat experience made his actual output even better. Yan Yan, Yunqi, Yu Shu. Jiang Shui broke through the encirclement and, seeing the three children alive and well, aside from their tattered clothes and no missing parts on their bodies, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who did it? Jiang Shui asked, brimming with killing intent. A man named Guishan. He controlled the stone ghost. Jiang Nian said, but we probably can't find him now. No. Ren Yunqi spoke. I can find him. I know where he is. Damn it. Despicable. Shameless. Guishan was running, cursing as he ran. He never dreamed that those young people would actually blow up the CR. He was now in a very passive position, as all the extraordinary individuals within a 20-kilometer radius were heading this way. Once I evolve, I'll definitely turn you all into food for the stone ghost, making you unable to live or die. The strange stone in his arms emitted a protesting hum. Guishan couldn't bother to comfort it anymore. At this moment, nothing was more important than his own life. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of vigorous running came from behind him, gradually approaching, gradually becoming clearer. Guishan instinctively turned his head and watched helplessly as the stone ghosts he had left behind to cover the rear were cut down like wheat in a field. A tight grip on his waist, and in the next second, his body was dragged backward. In the distance, Ren Yunqi saw the blue bar above his head, 13/840, and noticed he hadn't broken free from the thorn lightning ring, silently thinking to himself that the situation was under control. Sure enough, a fragile small fry that can't do without stone ghost. However, to be on the safe side, fire python. Ran Yun summoned a giant flaming python and hurled it straight at Guishan. Ah! Guishan roared angrily, a layer of rock forming as protection over his body. The flaming giant python hit its target precisely, followed by a violent explosion, with debris scattering everywhere. Yo, turtle man? Ren Yunqi looked at the seamless stone sphere. Let me see if your shell is really that tough. Flame cage. Flames surged, completely engulfing the stone sphere. Ren Yunqi was genuinely aiming to finish him off. The way he used to grill meat on an iron plate, that's exactly how he was grilling him now. The most critical thing was that little blue bear was still attached to Guishan's body. Going back and forth, it was like using Guishan's own fire to roast himself. If you're so bad, don't try to act like the big boss. Ren Yunqi looked at the rapidly decreasing blue bar. Uncle Jiang. Not far away, Jiang Shui, who was harvesting stone ghosts, turned his head and casually unleashed a sword aura. The stone sphere split in two, and the flames eagerly rushed inside. Guishan let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you, you. Ren Yunqi cursed, damn it, you don't even know my name and you're here to kill me? The mechanical arm reached into the stone sphere, grabbed Guishan's head, and forcefully pulled him out. Guishan was in excruciating pain, feeling as if his neck was about to be torn apart. He was slammed hard into the ground, then lifted and slammed down again. It felt like all his internal organs had been shattered. You lowly human, how dare you, how dare you? Ren Yunqi's response was a simple, no-nonsense strike. I'll kill you. Guishan roared, clutching the strange stone in his blood-stained hand. Ren Yunqi didn't recognize the object, but it didn't stop him from making a decision immediately. Midnight. Guishan's movements froze. Nightmare cocoon. Ah! Guishan screamed incessantly, startling Ren Yunqi. His spine, limp on the ground, suddenly bent backward into a bizarre arc, and the veins on his neck wriggled like living snakes. Clusters of gray-black aura steamed from the top of his head. The strange stone quickly dissolved into his body. What kind of Phase 2 boss intro is this? Ren Yunqi drove his blade into Guishan's forehead, the entire sword sinking in and pinning him to the ground. Guishan's body abruptly went still. Ren Yunqi kept his eyes on the blue bar, ready to bolt at any moment, and only relaxed when the numbers finally disappeared. A soul floated up from Guishan's forehead. What the heck? Can a person also release a soul? Moreover, this soul's appearance was extremely indescribable, completely different from the usual star beast souls. If I had to describe it, it was like the most misshapen piece of Play-Doh casually kneaded by the most impatient child. Ren Yunqi was still in a daze when his life-bound space emitted a series of longing hums. That soul was directly drawn over and eagerly devoured by the toy house. Within the space, starlight surged, continuously disassembling and merging. The soul flickered between light and dark, resonating with the existence inside. Ren Yunqi was already at a loss for words and could only use the simplest language to describe his feelings. This feeling was so familiar to him. It was a new spatial spirit. Guishan plus strange rock actually produced a new spatial spirit. Ren Yunqi focused focused his gaze, and what appeared in his consciousness was a small wooden puppet. Its body was the color of raw wood, with gears at the joints. The proportions of its head were extremely exaggerated, its mouth curled into what seemed like a smile, and its glass bead-like eyes spun around. On its back, there was a life-sized hexagonal spool, with bundles of thread wound around it. String manipulation, high chance to disrupt opponent's movements, with a probability of directly controlling the opponent. This word slipped out of Ren Yunqi's mouth for the third time. Although after the happy birthday lotus, Ren Yunqi had some expectations about his resistance to his spatial spirit. But when he actually got a new spatial spirit, he really didn't know how to describe his feelings other than what the heck. Even though the innate star skill is just one, so what? Manipulating the enemy. Which extraordinary individual can withstand this test? Since ancient times, the words killing and plundering have always been inseparable. But Guoshan turned out to be even less classy and poorer than Ren Yunqi had imagined. Apart from a CR with yellowed edges, there were only a few scavenger items, worth a few $1,000s at the supply point market. With just this little money, what are you risking your life for? Last time, that guy surnamed Ma got blown to bits, and the gear he dropped was still more than yours. Ren Yunqi spat. What a waste to have killed so cleanly, even leaving an intact corpse on purpose. As a form of mental compensation, that strange stone Guoshan had been clutching tightly was also pried out by Ren Yunqi. On the surface, Ren Yunqi no longer felt any fluctuations of star power, as if it were just an ordinary stone. Yunqi, are you okay? Jiang Shi ran over nervously. He had been busy slaughtering the stone ghosts in batches. But just now, the previously ferocious stone ghosts suddenly seemed as if their souls had been extracted. One after another, they shattered into stones, scattering into fragments all over the ground. Nothing, I'm fine, but this Guoshan is not doing so well, Ren Yunqi said. Jiang Shui looked down at the ground. A knife was still stuck in Guoshan's corpse, pinning the entire body to the ground. This is called not doing so well? It does seem pretty bad. Uncle Jiang, do you recognize what this is? Ren Yunqi showed him the strange stone. Jiang Shi carefully examined it for a moment and shook his head, saying, I don't recognize it. Lao Run, Dad. Jiang Yanyan and Zhu Yushu also arrived. Jiang Shi felt a bit sour in his mouth. Why was he called second? What is this? Zhu Yushu's gaze immediately fell on the strange stone. Ren Yunqi said, loot that dropped. Do you recognize it? Zhu Yushu shook his head. I don't recognize it, but I can feel the aura inside. It's very familiar, like it's calling to me. A hint of longing instinctively appeared in his eyes. Hold on, I want to show this thing to my master first. I'll make plans after he confirms it's safe, Ren Yunqi said. There was no helping it. Zhu Yushu looked so entranced, practically drooling, that Ren Yunqi couldn't trust him at all. Over half an hour later, the raging sandstorm finally began to subside. Without lingering any longer, the group immediately crossed the desert and returned to Qy City. Ren Yunqi directly called Yu Changhai. Calling in the middle of the night again? Can't you just let your master have a proper sleep? Yu Changhai roared on the other end. Having known each other for a long time, the aura of a master had faded, and Yu Changhai's true nature was fully revealed. Master, it's something big, Ren Yunqi said seriously. You're referring to the fact that all of your first high school representatives advanced today, right? Is that really worth such a big fuss? Master, I think I've encountered the Evolution Society. The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. Yu Changhai spoke in a deep voice. Reason? Ren Yunqi explained the situation to him. You mean, you personally killed that Guoshan? Yu Changhai suddenly asked. Yes. Yu Changhai pressed further. Did he release his soul? Being directly questioned, Ren Yunqi no longer deliberately hid it. He did, and I absorbed it. I'm heading to Qingyang immediately. You and those two kids wait for me at the hotel, Yu Changhai said. All right. Ren Yunqi didn't ask a stupid question like, what about tomorrow's competition? No matter how you look at it, the matter at hand is more important. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Yu Changhai arrived. I'll send them a message, Ren Yunqi said. No rush, Yu Changhai replied. After absorbing the soul, did you gain a new star skill, or acquire a new spatial spirit? Spatial spirit, Ren Yunqi said. Let it out. Let me take a look, Yu Changhai said. With a thought, Ren Yunqi summoned the string puppet, which appeared above his head, clutching his hair as it curiously examined Yu Changhai. Your spatial spirit is as always. Yu Changhai searched his mind for a moment and said, bizarre. This is my life-bound star skill. Master, be careful. Ren Yunqi extended his hand flatly, and the puppet above his head simultaneously reached out. The hexagonal spool on its back rotated in circles, with threads dangling from its fingers. Oh, Yu Changhai exclaimed in surprise. He felt his head, torso, and limbs being drawn and controlled by a force, moving his body. Although this force was so faint it was almost undetectable to him, that was because he was at the 6th tier. What about the first tier? The second tier? Can it manipulate someone to release star techniques? Yu Changhai asked. Impossible. Ren Yunqi shook his head. He couldn't do it yet. Master, should I keep this spatial spirit a secret? Keep it a secret? Yu Changhai asked in return. Why would you need to hide it? Ren Yunqi replied. After all, it was obtained from a person's soul. That's not a human, it's a beast. a half-finished monster, neither human nor animal, Yu Changhai said bluntly. If you want to use it, just use it openly. Manipulation-type star techniques aren't your exclusive patent. Hiding it only makes you look guilty. I understand, Ran Yunqi nodded, then asked curiously, Master, so what exactly is this Guishan? Didn't you mention it earlier? The Evolution Society. Changhai Yu reached out his hand. Give me that stone. After receiving the strange stone, he examined it up and down, his fingers rubbing the patterns on its surface. The strange stone showed no reaction at all. This is called a stone essence, the purest aggregation of rock elements. Changhai Yu said, elemental creatures like the stone ghost are born from stone essence. Did you hold on to it the entire time on your way back? Yes. Then this treasure has no fate with you. Yu Changhai laughed and said, it seems that while your innate space is strong, its exclusivity is quite significant. Treasure like the stone essence is extremely rare. It can enter a compatible innate space and become a new space spirit. There's such a thing? Ran Yunqi looked shocked. How come I've never heard of it before? Kid, you're just a beginner transcendent. There are still plenty of things you don't know. Yu Changhai said, when you reach the 5th rank in the future, you will truly understand this world. The little old man did not want to continue on this topic, waved his hand, and stopped discussing it further. Master, that Guishan went to such great lengths, it can't be just to possess a spatial spirit, right? Ren Yunqi asked. According to Gung Hao, the former living person, who knows how many wilderness hunters have died at Guishan's hands this year, he is raising stone spirits, Yu Changhai said. Raising stone spirits? Ren Yunqi felt that all he had heard today were these obscure terms. Yu Changhai said, evolution has an infamous soul curse that allows forced soul swapping, which means forcibly replacing one soul with another in a different body. Ren Yunqi suddenly realized, so those stone ghosts are actually the product of soul swapping? Yes, once they possess a soul, stone ghosts are no longer simple elemental creatures but rather a semi-finished product resembling star beasts, Yu Changhai said, and as the energy core of the stone ghosts, the stone essence will naturally evolve along with them. Energy mother nest. The term flashed through Ren Yunqi's mind. Back then, the 4th-tier peak powerhouse of the extraordinary Ma family had attempted to evolve using the energy mother nest, and yet, this weaker guy, Guishan, actually harbored such ambition. He wanted to use this dangerous power to become the so-called more perfect life form they spoke of. He didn't expect that in the end, it would benefit you, kid. He became a filter for the chaotic energy, and you took all the advantages. Yu Changhai said with a laugh. Master, this is what they call good karma for good people. Ran Yunqi replied righteously. Get lost. Stop pretending to be humble after taking advantage. Yu Changhai scolded with a laugh. Ran Yunqi chuckled sheepishly. The Evolution Society bunch must not have watched Ultraman when they were kids. All these villains who despise the frailty of the human body and aspire to evolve into higher life forms never meet a good end. I'll say it again, since we've obtained a new spatial spirit, we should use it openly. As for anyone who wants to make snide remarks, Yu Changhai snorted coldly, your master isn't dead yet. I'd like to pay them a visit and see just how skilled they are. Ren Yunqi was deeply moved. Master, today I must squeeze out a couple of tears for you. From now on, stop calling in the middle of the night. If you let your master get a good night's sleep, I'll thank the heavens. Yu Changhai sighed. Having taken on such a troublesome disciple like Ren Yunqi, he often felt like he was on the verge of a heart attack. As dawn broke, Jiang Niannian and Zhu Yushu also arrived here, politely greeted Yu Changhai, and then obediently sat on the bed. Yu Changhai looked at the 3 people neatly lined up by the bed, pointed at Ren Yunqi, and then pointed at the sofa in the room, signaling him to move aside. He took out the stone essence, and as the stone approached Zhu Yushu, its surface lit up in circles of light. But when it got close to Jiang Niannian, there was no reaction, as if it were a cold and indifferent stone. Little chubby, it seems this thing is destined for you. Yu Changhai casually tossed it to him, and Zhu Yushu scrambled to catch it. The points in bounty for capturing and resolving the Evolution Society members all go to the young lady, Yu Changhai said. Alright. Jiang Niannian readily accepted and even secretly gave the 2 men, who were winking and making faces, the middle finger. Yu Changhai chuckled silently. He had been worried that the 3 might quarrel over uneven distribution. Now it seemed he had been overly suspicious. Since he was already here, Yu Changhai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Wearing his usual old man's cultural shirt, he leisurely headed to the Stone Ghost Desert. Ren Yunqi couldn't help but silently pray, hoping that other members of Evolution would return to the crime scene. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they were smoothly and decisively eliminated on the spot? You, go to the sofa. You're big but is taking up too much space, Jiang Niannian said bluntly. Alright, Zhu Yushu agreed cheerfully. His mind was completely immersed in the ecstatic joy of obtaining the stone essence. He followed Yu Changhai's method and channeled his star power into the stone essence. Star power gradually flowed in, blending with the energy of the human stone to form an energy pathway. The energy of the stone essence surged into his brain like a runaway horse. A crisp sound rang out. Even Ren Yunqi and Jiang Niannian heard it. Bangzi, are you okay? Zhu Yushu didn't answer, the smile on his face looking utterly manic. Ha 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 ha. I did it. I succeeded. I have a spatial spirit too. I have a lifebound star skill too. Ha. Zhu Yushu was both crying and laughing, his face covered in snot and tears, leaving Ren Yunqi's hand, which was about to offer comfort, hanging in midair. Since awakening, Zhu Yushu had already fallen behind his two childhood friends. Without a spatial spirit and lacking talent in spells and combat techniques, Zhu Yushu could only rely on spending money to keep up with Ren Jiang and the others. Even the most carefree person couldn't remain indifferent in such a situation. But now, he also had a spatial spirit. Rock system, right? There's a direction to strive for, and Zhu Yushu doesn't believe his family can improve. What innate star skill do you have? Ren Yunqi asked. Let me show you something impressive. Zhu Yushu connected his consciousness with the spirit of the space, and the ground trembled slightly. In the next moment, one by one, sharp-tipped, round-bottomed stalagmites emerged from the ground. Zhu Yushu waved his hand, and the stone spires moved on the ground. I plan to buy more mechanical components. Every single one of these stone spires will be fully armed. Zhu Yushu, full of ambition, said, by then, whoever dares to mess with us, we'll let them taste the feeling of 1,000 cannons firing at once. While he was daydreaming about becoming a powerful figure dominating all directions, Ren Yunqi quietly said from the side, buddy, do you still have any money? Zhu Yushu's smile came to an abrupt halt. Oh right, he's once again out of money. He had used up all his ammunition and needed to replenish it, and since Jiang Yan's CR was blown up, there was no way she could cover the cost again. Even if he split the cost with Ren Yunqi, it would still be at least 200 to 300,000. Rich lady, I'm hungry. Jiang Yan said expressionlessly, roll away smoothly. Alright. Zhu Yushu curled up in a corner of the sofa, questioning life. Rich lady, I'm out of money too. Ren Yunqi raised his hand. Jiang Yan, get lost together. Alright. Ren Yunqi leaned back and lay on the bed, closing his eyes to focus on communicating with his lifebound space. Chirp 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 chirp. The string puppet wore a grin that stretched to its ears, its palm moving around in the lifebound space, gathering starlight and wrapping it around its back. The honest and simple happy birthday lotus was being controlled by the thread in his hand, its petals opening and closing. Ren Yunqi, be good. We mustn't bully other kids, everyone is a friend. The string puppet ignored the new dad's words, treating them as mere background noise, and continued to play mischievously, pulling the strings with great delight. It even made faces at Ren Yunqi's consciousness, displaying a terrible attitude. Grapefruit, caramel. As Ren Yunqi's thought moved, a brown and a black figure simultaneously raised their heads. Come, teach this new little friend what rules mean. Ren Yunqi's smile was even brighter than a puppet's. Oi, kid, I heard you're quite bold. Too bad, I'm a tough dad, not the kind of pushover, weak first-grade homeroom teacher that anyone can bully. I've got plenty of ways to deal with you. After a pleasant exchange, the puppet's expression became clear, its hands stopped acting out, and the lifebound space was at peace. In the room, the three of them were each immersed in their cultivation, and time flew by. Old Ren, hurry up and wake up, something's happened. A series of shouts and shakes jolted Ren Yunqi's consciousness out of his lifebound space. What is it? Is it time to eat? Ren Yunqi yawned. Eat? Look for yourself. Zhu Yushu shoved the phone in Ren Yunqi's face. You're trending. What trending topic? The National Extraordinary Looks ranking? Ren Yunqi laughed. Get lost. If there really were such a ranking, wouldn't I be on it too? Zhu Yushu cursed. Don't you have a match today? Yeah. Ren Yunqi replied nonchalantly, didn't go because something came up. He wasn't too worried. Unless he actively initiated a series of matches like he did that day, there would be at most 3 matches in a day. I've already won 5 matches in a row. Losing 2 or 3 won't get me eliminated. Big brother, do you think you're just an ordinary contestant? Zhu Yushu practically roared. You're a damn internet celebrity contestant. Do you know your traffic is more than all the other first-tier players combined? Do you know how many people came here today just to see you? Do you have any idea how loud the laughter and curses were when you didn't show up? A first-tier transcendent getting this much attention. I don't even know how to describe you. Zhu Yushu fired off words like a rapid-fire cannon. Ren Yunqi raised his CR and glanced at it. It's 4 in the afternoon now, and there's another match in 20 minutes. You haven't rested well all day. Is your body okay? Jiang Yan asked worriedly. Don't worry. Ren Yunqi stood up. Let's go. Time to make an appearance. Shocking. On the 4th day of the East Sea Extraordinary Cup, Ren Yunqi avoids battle? Missed 2 consecutive matches. Ren Yunqi is out of contact. Fear? Or accident? So far, Donghai No. 1 High School has not made any statement regarding this matter. Qingyang Sports Arena, backstage. Leader, what should we do? The subordinate looked distressed. It's almost time for Ren Yunqi's match again. We've been warming up for 2 days. If he still doesn't show up, the audience will curse us to death. What's the rush? Lin Gao scolded. Did you call him? I did. I haven't been able to reach him. The subordinate suggested. How about we postpone the match? Postpone the match at the last minute? You can even come up with such a lousy idea. Lin Gao's eyebrows knitted together. 2 days' time, he contacted the video platform, arranged the central grand stage, and even invited a commentator and host. Everything was arranged perfectly, but unexpectedly, there was a mistake on Ren Yunqi's Yunqi's side. His head hurt terribly. This thing is just like inviting someone to a meal. No matter how fancy the pre-meal desserts are, without the main dishes like chicken, duck, and fish, it's still nothing. Dear audience members, the central arena match is about to begin. Please proceed to your seats in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. The voice of the on-site host echoed. Let's welcome the two contestants, Fei Yang from Shangyang Private High School and Ren Yunqi to the stage. Fei Yang entered from one side, waving to the audience and roaring like a gorilla. Lin Gao sighed deeply, sat back on the bench, and closed his eyes. This time, I'm really screwed. The noise from the audience suddenly rose an octave, and a subordinate excitedly shouted, Boss, look, Ren Yunqi. Lin Gao suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, gripping the live broadcast screen. On the other side of the arena, a familiar young figure leisurely stepped onto the stage. It's him, he's here. Wow, this arena is really big, Ren Yunqi exclaimed in admiration. The central arena is located at the very center of the stadium, its color a dark silver, with a transparent giant dome shield overhead. Above the energy shield, there are massive screens facing all directions, used to broadcast exciting scenes. Currently, the screen is displaying photos of himself and an unfamiliar ugly man. Below that, there is a bold line of text, Fei Yang vs Ren Yunqi. Compared to the central grand arena, the previous small arena was like a makeshift setup. Ren Yunqi could feel countless pairs of eyes fixed on him, and he also knew that outside the energy shield, there must be deafening applause and shouts. Alright, dear audience at the scene, we are delighted to see contestant Ren Yunqi arrive on time. The on-site commentator added, we also ask some of our friends here to restrain their emotions and remain quiet, watching the match civilly. Otherwise, our security will escort you out. Ren Yunqi, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come up. Opposite him, Fei Yang said sinisterly. What? Ren Yunqi shouted, it's too far, I can't hear you clearly. We can see that both sides have launched verbal attacks right from the start. Don't underestimate the impact of this, everyone. In battles between extraordinary individuals of the same level, there are quite a few who lose due to psychological warfare. The commentator shouted. Can I say that I just zoned out and really didn't catch that? Ren Yunqi, since you chose to play the quail today, why not stick with it instead of coming up here to embarrass yourself? Fei Yang continued to provoke. Ren Yunqi boredly glanced at the time on the CR. The 2-minute pre-match segment. Damn, it feels so long. With 30 seconds left, Ren Yunqi, just for the sake of it, gave Fei Yang the middle finger. Just as he was about to curse, the referee's voice rang out. The match begins. Fei Yang's words got stuck in his throat, his face flushed red, and he slammed his palm down on the CR. A set of mecha attached to his body. How rare. Fei Yang is a mecha pilot, and he's a mecha pilot striving to reach level 2. The commentator passionately exclaimed, as we all know, among all professions of the same rank, mecha pilots are often the most dominant. Without a doubt, Fei Yang will be the toughest opponent Yunqi has faced so far. Fei Yang was somewhat displeased. Does this commentator even know how to talk, making him sound like some kind of villainous NPC? Firepower coverage. The muzzle of his cannon glowed red, unleashing a barrage of firepower in Ren Yunqi's direction. Ren Yunqi's power armor instantly attached, and the thruster fired forward, quickly widening the distance. Contestant Ren Yunqi has actively widened the distance. He even added a lightning ring. The commentator explained, friends on site should have all learned from the extraordinary curriculum that mech pilots are the profession most skilled in long-range attacks, even surpassing mages. Contestant Ren Yunqi's decision is not very, extremely wise. After the third round of fire, contestant Fei Yang is attempting to close the distance. It's ammunition. Ren Yunqi uses low-cost star techniques with only 6 spells, continuously wasting Fei Yang's ammunition. Fei Yang feels distressed. At this point, even the commentator couldn't help but laugh and cry. Although he knows that being a mecha pilot is expensive, if you're going to be this frugal, why even bother coming? Ren Yunqi remains silent, merely dodging and maneuvering repeatedly. The mecha pilot is indeed difficult to deal with, but it depends on the timing. Going all out without regard for cost, the only thing Ren Yunqi could do was close the distance and switch to melee combat. But Fei Yang's first round of firepower alone made Ren Yunqi keenly aware of his stinginess. Can't even block the opponent's escape route and still dare to call it firepower coverage? He took out his staff, traced a spell with the tip pointing downward, circled around Fei Yang, and then pressed down forcefully. Flames suddenly rose, a cage of fire. Whoosh! The lingering smoke from the earlier cannon fire merged with the flames, turning the entire arena into a fiery red blur, obscuring everything from view. Ren Yunqi drew his blade, gripping it tightly as he sprinted toward Fei Yang's mech under the flickering firelight. Circling behind, he slashed at the mech's joint with a single strike. Clang! Fei Yang reacted with astonishing speed, letting out a roar as he spun around and grabbed the blade with his hand. Screech! Ren Yunqi pulled the blade, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Fei Yang's other hand had already thrown a punch. On site, whether it was the commentators or the audience, everyone held their breath and widened their eyes at this moment. The size difference between the mech and the power armor was too great. If this punch landed on Ren Yunqi, no one would doubt that his head would explode like a watermelon. String manipulation. In the lifebound space, the spool spool on the back of the marionette spun rapidly, and the threads extended along the arm, winding down to the fingertips. Threads hung down, with the other end disappearing into a misty haze. Fei Yang's punch tilted directly downward, landing precisely at Rin Yunqi's feet. It didn't seem like an attack, it was more like providing Rin Yunqi with a foothold. The fatal weakness of a mecha pilot, mental strength. Dreaming of escaping Rin Yunqi's threads? Impossible. Rin Yunqi drew his blade and struck at the joint again, this time creating a gap. Clang! Fei Yang tried to struggle, but the puppet strings exerted force once more. His left foot tripped over his right, and he fell flat on the ground in a pose reminiscent of a neon loli. Ren Yunqi widened the gap and used his free hand to inscribe a spell. I think the referee can enter the field now, the commentator said. As soon as the words fell, Ren Yunqi's palm erupted with lightning, pressing directly into the gap, and the current flowed right in. Crackle and sizzle. Ren Yunqi jumped to the side, watching as the mech twitched for a moment before freezing in place. Ren Yunqi wins, the referee announced, quickly running over to open the hatch and pulling the person out, only to be startled. Fei Yang, electrocuted to the point where his face turned black and his hair exploded, had regressed into a Neanderthal. Fei Yang was dragged out of the mech, his body still twitching, almost falling off the stretcher. Ren Yunqi stood on the stage, gazing at the central screen as the numbers beneath his giant photo changed. Contestant name, Ren Yunqi. Wins, losses, draws equals 6:2:0. Win rate 75%, Tier 1 player ranking 14th place. Experts are everywhere. Ren Yunqi felt he had performed quite well, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even make it into the top 10 among Tier 1 players. Not to mention, this extraordinary cup even has the participation of second-tier players. Keep it up. The protective shield slowly opened, and the once blurry faces of the audience gradually became clear, with the noise growing louder. What surprised him a little was that this time, there was no cursing, not even from his usual haters. Ren Yunqi waved to the audience, his face adorned with a smile full of maximum charm. Actually, I think Ren Yunqi is quite handsome, someone murmured. Immediately, someone nearby agreed, right? And he's super handsome, piloting such a massive mech all by himself. In extraordinary competitions, incompetence is the original sin. As long as one's raw strength is strong enough, great scholars will naturally defend them with reason. On the big screen, the footage of Ren Yunqi dismembering a mech with one hand holding a knife was replayed. The massive difference in size between the two made the visual impact explosive. Controlling someone else's movements. Since when did Ren Yunqi gain such an overpowered star skill? If used well, no warrior of the same level would likely be his match. Disperse, there's no point in fighting anymore. In the first row of the audience seats, the other first-tier contestants wore gloomy expressions. Amateurs watch for fun, while experts look for the subtleties. What they focused on wasn't entirely how dashing Ren Yunqi was. When Ren Yunqi controlled the mech's fist to fall and caused it to collapse flat on the ground, they put themselves in Fei Yang's shoes, pondering how they would break out of the situation if it were them. The calculation results are utterly hopeless, and I can't think of any way to deal with it. Bro, you're so awesome. I love you to death. As soon as Ren Yunqi arrived at the rest area, Ren Yunqiu excitedly rushed over, jumped directly onto him, wrapped her long legs around him, and kissed him like gnawing on ribs. Get down, you're so heavy. Ren Yunqi said with a look of disdain. He. Ren Yunqiu just giggled foolishly. You didn't come this morning, so many people were cursing you, it almost made me furious. Just now was so satisfying, using strength to shut them up. She was quite pleased, but Ren Yunqi was not at all. He felt that this humanoid facehugger was even harder to deal with than a mech. Where are mom and dad? Ren Yunqi asked. They went back to the hotel first, Ren Yunqiu said. She didn't explain the reason, but Ren Yunqi could more or less guess it. All around were voices of cursing, which parents definitely couldn't bear. By contrast, Ren Yunqiu really had a big heart. Later, when the competition video comes out, make sure to have them watch it, Ren Yunqi reminded. Yes, sir. Ren Yunqiu saluted sharply. The two walked side by side out the door. Ren Yunqiu, without parental supervision, was quite bold and cheeky. One hand clung to Ren Yunqi's clothing, while the other brazenly scrolled through her phone, not even bothering to lift her head while walking. Brother, look quickly, someone posted a video, it's an interview about you. Ren Yunqiu exclaimed excitedly. Look, hurry and watch. Stop jumping, calm down, will you? Ren Yunqi looked speechless as he took the phone from her hand. Dear audience friends, this is the Into Qingyang program team. Today, we are once again at the Donghai Extraordinary Cup venue. Just now, contestant Ren Yunqi, who was absent for 2 matches, appeared in the third game and secured victory with an overwhelming advantage. For this mysterious young transcendent, we have invited Mr. Shi Guangli, regional head of Blue Wing Group and sponsor of this extraordinary cup, to provide us with a professional explanation. On the phone screen was a middle-aged man with a beaming smile, a microphone held up to his mouth. Mr. Shi, what do you think of Ren Yunqi, this rising star? The reporter asked. An extremely outstanding young man, in every aspect, Shi Guangli praised generously. If given the chance, I would invite him to endorse our new product. The reporter asked again. Today is the last round of the preliminary preliminary selection. Starting tomorrow, the advancement matches will take place. Who do you think Rin Yunqi will face? During the elimination phase of the Transcendence Cup preliminaries, at least 50 to 60 matches are held every day. The opponents matched at the beginning are completely random, and who you draw depends entirely on luck. But by now, the number of remaining participants is already small, and the difficulty of making predictions has greatly decreased. Rin Yunqi's ranking is 14th, but that's based on 2 forfeited matches. His true level is at least in the top 10. Shi Guangli said, in the top 10, anyone could be his opponent. Top 10 in the first tier? Huh? This person thinks highly of you. Ran Yunshu leaned over, giggling. Ran Yunqi pushed her aside with disdain. On the phone, Shi Guangli continued to talk eloquently. He even started advertising in front of the camera, promoting the same gear as Rin Yunqi. If it weren't for the reporter stopping him, the topic would have gone completely off track. Ran Yunqi browsed through the profiles of the top 10, silently calculating in his mind. As a business competition, contestants like himself, who are popular and controversial, are unlikely to be easily eliminated. Therefore, his opponent tomorrow is most likely not among the top 5, but rather someone ranked between 6 and 10. Moreover, the match must focus on entertainment value. It can't be a time-consuming battle that feels like constipation and frustrates the audience. His gaze is fixed on 2 names: Sansan Shaolin, Juehui, Lanyi Group, Chi Xin. Sansan Shaolin, it seems to be completely out of place with the city and the extraordinary. But the Sansan Shaolin in this world is different from the temples in the previous life that sold courses, incense, and relied on the golden statue of Buddha to make money. They are equivalent to a sect, passing down their unique skills, with most disciples being laypeople spread across the country. As for the Blue Wing Group, Rin Yunqi was even more familiar with it. His entire gear, from the powered armor to the combat blade, was basically produced by this group. What? I'm fighting Rin Yunqi? On the other side, a little monk with a bluish bald head, dressed in white monk robes, shouted, "Rigged. It's definitely rigged. Junior brother, calm down." The lay disciple opposite him advised, "I didn't say for sure, just that it's possible." "How possible? What percentage?" Juehue pressed. 80 to 90%. "I quit, I'm withdrawing." "Damn it. Junior brother, you are a monk now. Watch your words, watch your words." The lay brother earnestly advised, "I went through so much trouble to gather this information for you, and now you're not participating. How am I supposed to face people at work?" Juehue let out a long sigh, scratching his bald head with a troubled expression, his hand coming away damp with sweat. "Junior brother, you are from the East Sea. You know the city planning there. Once the mineral veins are discovered, the city's awakening quotas will definitely increase. Returning to secular life and running a martial arts school with me is much more promising than slowly climbing up the ranks in Shaolin as a Vinaya master, supervisor, or abbot, isn't it?" The secular senior brother persuaded, "Make a name for yourself, starting with this battle." Juehue said, "But senior brother, I have no confidence at all." Senior brother said, "What are you afraid of? Do you think I've been idling these past few years? I've already prepared the gear for you." The next day, when Rin Yunqi got up for his morning exercise, the sky was still dark. He was already accustomed to this routine. Leaving the hotel, he jogged at a pace of 4 minutes per kilometer to the park, where he practiced a set of stance exercises to strengthen his muscles. Half an hour later, Ren Yunqi exhaled a breath, his fingers pointing in the air as he began to write. One spell after another took shape, combined, and were then casually wiped away by him. In the small park, there was a little river. The water hadn't frozen over yet and flowed slowly through the riverbed. By the riverbank, a few fishermen were fishing. Ren Yunqi curiously approached to check out their gear. "What are you doing?" "No photos allowed," one of the fishermen said warily, blocking his underwater viewing screen. "Not taking photos, just looking," Ren Yunqi said. "Young man, fishing isn't something you can learn just by watching," the fisherman said, seeing his youth and eager to teach. "The art of fishing relies on 3 parts skill, 7 parts fate, and the remaining 90% depends entirely on whether heaven decides to favor you. You think just throwing a rod into the water is fishing? That's called feeding the fish. If you really get into it, it's harder than pleasing your mother-in-law. Christian carp play mind games with you, carp pretend to be rocks, and grass carp bite the hook just when you light a cigarette." The fisherman spoke eloquently, exuding the demeanor of a true master when talking about fishing. "Really? I don't think it's that hard," Ren Yunqi said. The fisherman widened his eyes and pointed at the river. Come on, if you're so good, give it a try." "Oh." Ren Yunqi walked to the riverbank and casually wrote a few spells. Thorn lightning ring. The lake's surface crackled and sizzled. Under the bewildered gaze of the fisherman, the lightning ring gathered a few fish and tossed them onto the lawn. "No, this doesn't count." The fisherman stubbornly protested but didn't dare to truly argue with a transcendent being. "This is electric fishing, unethical, and doesn't count as real skill." Ren Yunqi nodded knowingly, extending his hand flat with the palm facing down, hovering above the river's surface. "String manipulation." "Oh." A large fish weighing at least 4 or 5 pounds broke through the water, swimming to the shore with a stiff motion and stopping automatically at Ren Yunqi's feet. "Here." Ren Yunqi gestured. Splash. You. Boo! The fisherman stammered for a long time, unable to say anything, cursing inwardly. Damn it, are all transcendents this idle nowadays, showing off in front of a fisherman early in the morning? It's yours, Ren Yunchi said with a smile, glanced at the time, and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure disappear from sight, the fisherman let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he took out his phone and aimed it at the big fish. Brothers, we hit the jackpot today, the fish basket is overflowing. Ren Yunchi first returned to the hotel, rinsed off his body, changed into a clean sweatshirt, and grabbed his phone to head to the Qingyang Sports Center. Go, Ren Yunchi. Audience passage, a few girls shouted. Ren Yunchi smiled and waved at them, causing another wave of screams. Walking into the gymnasium through the players' passage, the first thing Ren Yunchi did was look up to find his match schedule. Match 3, Central Arena, Ran Yunchi vs. Juehui. As expected, Ran Yunchi found a seat, took out his phone, and searched for Juehui's video materials. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, innate space is Buddha's palm, skilled in various staff techniques and power-type star skills. From the videos, Juehui appears to be a standard offensive player, with fierce and powerful strength. This is evident from the miserable state of his opponents in the previous matches. And another lounge. Juehui was fiddling with a string of prayer beads, staring intently at Ren Yunchi's online battle highlights. The more he watched, the more his head hurt, mainly because Ren Yunchi's fighting style had no discernible pattern, with a myriad of techniques as varied as a kaleidoscope. If it weren't for that unmistakable face, he would have suspected someone else had taken over the account. Juehui, are you scared? A girl next to him said. Amatba, what are you saying? Benefactor Chi. Juehui said, this humble monk is merely being cautious. Benefactor Chi should focus on your own match instead. Chi Xin let out a cold snort and didn't respond to that remark. Second match, Chi Xin wins. Third match, get ready. Ren Yunchi put down his phone, asked the staff for a power bank to charge it, and got up to head toward the arena. Opposite him, Juehui, dressed in a blue monk's robe, also stepped forward, offering a kind smile as he met Ren Yunchi's gaze. Ran Yunchi responded with a radiant smile. Juehui saw the smile and instinctively leaned back. He had watched Ren Yunchi's battle highlights more than once, and every time Ren Yunchi was about to use a dirty trick, there was always this sinister smile as a precursor. During the 2-minute pre-match segment, the two stared at each other, their smiles growing increasingly insincere, making the audience feel uncomfortable. Both sides ready, the match begins. The referee gave the command. Ren Yunchi immediately donned the power armor, holding the battle blade in his right hand. Juehui reacted quickly as well, wielding a long, lacquered red demon subduing staff and launching the first attack. In Ren Yunchi's empty left hand, a staff appeared. He raised his hand and unleashed a thorn lightning ring, much larger than the one he used in the morning to catch fish, quickly halting Juehui's charge. A scarlet light flashed through Ren Yunchi's eyes, and Juehui felt his mind go blank as a strong wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him. Almost simultaneously, the prayer beads on his wrist emitted a chilling sensation, instantly snapping him back to clarity. Midnight, the Buddha's palm. Life star technique, no wind-up. The air inside the protective shield seemed to be vacuumed at this moment, condensing into a giant palm that slammed fiercely above Ren Yunchi. Ren Yunchi relied on the power armor's enhancement to immediately escape the attack range. At that moment, Juehui had already rushed to the front. The crimson demon subduing staff swept aside, striking towards Ren Yunchi with great force and weight. Midnight, Ren Yunchi attempted hypnosis once again. This time, being closer, he clearly saw Juehui's pupils momentarily lose focus before quickly regaining clarity. The demon subduing staff almost struck the ground right next to his body. Hiss, from the very beginning of this match, the Shaolin contestant Juehui has demonstrated his formidable strength, completely taking the initiative in the battle. Boom! The commentator shouted. Now both sides are closing the distance, which is very unfavorable for Ren Yunchi. His combat skill level is hardly a match for Juehui. The blade and staff clashed 3 times, and each time Ren Yunchi felt the immense force coming from the opponent. Yet he still did not pull away, and the two sides exchanged blows multiple times. It was clear that Ren Yunchi was no match for Juehui, as he was repeatedly struck by the opponent's staff on his power armor. What's going on with Lao Ran? Why isn't he retreating now? In the audience, Zhang Yanyan's palms were sweating nervously. That bald monk Juehui was hitting way too hard. Every strike landed solidly. Even if the power armor could withstand it, the force penetrating through was unbearable. Don't be nervous, old Ren must have his own ideas. Zhu Yushu said. Don't forget, old Ren has a star skill. His endurance is exceptionally strong. A battle of patience might not necessarily wear him down. The two sides were almost pressed against each other. Juehui grew more and more excited as he fought. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, being able to pin down the renowned Ren Yunchi. Senior brother really didn't lie to me. The thing really works. On the stage, without all kinds of bizarre control skills, Ren Yunchi is just an ordinary transcendent, nothing to fear. Ren Yunchi was currently overlooking the blue bar above Juehui's head. Just now, the little blue bear had taken advantage of the chaos to enter Juehui's body without being noticed. Earlier, he had used several midnight probes in succession, and each time Juehue was hit and then recovered. However, the blue bar did not decrease because of this. Turns out it's a cheat. Ren Yunqi murmured, in that case, it's easier to deal with. The battle between Juehue and Ren Yunqi has reached its most intense moment. From the situation on the field, Juehue has an absolute advantage, the commentator shouted. To be more precise, Juehue not only has the upper hand but is almost completely overwhelming Ren Yunqi. The demon subduing staff in his hand traced a half-circle arc in the air, about to strike heavily on Ren Yunqi. The audience let out a gasp. The staff had just landed solidly on the power armor. From the central big screen, they saw the zoomed-in shot, revealing a slight tremor in Ren Yunqi's left shoulder where he had been hit. Bang! Again! Juehue, taking advantage of the situation, twisted his waist and back and swung the stick again. After several consecutive strikes, most hit the target, with only 2 narrowly dodged by Ren Yunqi. A coincidence? Juehue frowned. Just now, all the direct attacks Ren Yunqi took head-on were my normal strikes, while he managed to dodge every single Star Force-infused combat technique, pushing the cost-performance ratio to the extreme. As he pondered, he swung his staff again. This swing tore through the airflow, the staff bending like a curved bow. No matter how you looked at it, it resembled a combat technique with an incredibly terrifying momentum. Ren Yunqi stared at his unmoving blue bar. Bald monk, you're quite the actor. He did not dodge at all, his propulsion fully activated behind him, directly taking the initiative to charge forward. The demon subduing staff struck his right shoulder, while Ren Yunqi also closed in on him, stretching out both arms to fiercely embrace him. Let go! Juehue had not anticipated such a move at all. With a sharp glare, he immediately activated his innate star skill, Buddha's Palm, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to Ren Yunqi's back. But Ren Yunqi reacted even faster. As soon as he saw his blue bar flicker, he leaned back directly, causing him to fall flat on his back. The Buddha's Palm grazed past, smashing into the arena floor beside him with a loud crash. Ren Yunqi pulled in his arms and legs, almost wrapping Juehue up like a dumpling. Boom! Let go, you scoundrel! Juehue roared in anger, striking with his palm once more. Ren Yunqi dodged just in time again, rolling together with him, as the giant palm missed once more. Juehue felt as if he had punched into cotton, frustrated and uncomfortable, forced to passively roll around on the ground. Is this Ren Yunqi's new tactic? The commentator racked his brain for words, trying to justify Ren Yunqi's actions. Ground combat? No matter how you look at it, this just seems like an elementary school fight that got out of hand. Juehue gritted his teeth. Your power armor's battery won't last much longer. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Indeed, Ren Yunqi agreed. The next second, under Juehue's widened eyes, Ren Yunqi's power armor roared to full speed. What's left is enough. Ineffective work, energy accumulation. The temperature of the power armor soared in an instant. Ah! Juehue couldn't help but let out a scream, struggling desperately, but Yunqi held him tightly. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Bald monk, do you recognize the Ultra Bomb? Junior brother! Junior brother! In the audience, Juehue's senior brother cried out in alarm. What an astonishing turn of events. Is contestant Ren Yunqi planning to roast Juehue with heat? Who knew power armor could be used like this? The commentator shouted, that's just like him. Always coming up with something new. Always giving us a fresh perspective. But Ren Yunqi himself is also enduring the high temperature. His patience is truly astonishing. Director, please zoom in so we can see more details. Juehue roared again and again, feeling as if he were that roasted chicken he once secretly ate. Wrapped in mud, evenly roasted from all directions. The most disgusting thing was that whenever Juehue's consciousness became a bit hazy to escape the pain, the meditation beads on his wrist would bring him back to clarity. As a result, his screams went on and on. The referee watched for quite a while from the side but silently retreated to the edge of the arena. Screaming with such energy, he should be fine, right? Ren Yunqi patiently endured the roasting, while the natal lotus in his lifespace kept spinning, enhancing his endurance. Finally, the little monk Juehue in his arms quieted down. Ren Yunqi released his grip, only to see the pitiful little monk sticking directly to the power armor. With a look of disdain, he flung him to the ground. Accompanied by a ripping sound, a large piece of Juehue's clothing was torn off, revealing his reddened belly underneath. Ren Yunqi was not polite either. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, he reached out and searched, finding a string of prayer beads. Amid Juehue's feeble struggles, he yanked it off. Serves you right for cheating. Ren Yunqi also put away the powerless exosuit, his clothes, and hair already soaked with sweat, with steam rising from the top of his head. Can you still fight? The referee asked. Juehue was panting heavily, struggling to muster the strength to wave his hand, but as soon as he extended it, he realized his movement was distorted. It wasn't a wave, but an okay gesture. Contestant Juehue truly lives up to his Shaolin heritage, with unyielding willpower, refusing to give up even now. The commentator was also generous with praise. Applause erupted, and Juehue almost wanted to cry. It wasn't him who had just done that, it was Ren Yunqi. It was his control star skill. He looked at Ren Yunqi, who gave him a bright smile. Little master, relying on the cheat just now, wasn't that fight pretty exhilarating? Come on. on, let's go again. This time, let's see how we fare against each other. The Buddha's palm. The newly formed giant palm exploded in mid-air. Juehue, he gritted his teeth, picked up the demon-subduing staff, and was about to strike at Rin Yunqi. Frenzied red eyes. Plop! This time, Juehue swiftly and neatly fell into a deep sleep. Adding another nightmare cocoon, Juehue curled his body into a perfect shrimp shape and began trembling in a very standard manner. Rin Yunqi wins. The referee glanced over and decisively announced the result. Midnight. The audience in the stands applauded and cheered loudly, filled with enthusiasm. Rin Yunqi made a comeback after being restrained and falling behind, turning the tide in a match full of twists and turns, truly spectacular. It made people unable to resist cheering and yearning for more. The medical team immediately went on stage, intending to carry Juehue away, but was stopped by Rin Yunqi. Swish! Embrace of the sacred bear. The honey-colored light gently soothed Juehue, calming his trembling body and allowing him to barely open his eyes. This drew another round of applause from the audience. Can you still stand up? Rin Yunqi extended his hand proactively. Juehue stared at him. Although he really wanted to curse with some not-so-appropriate words, the atmosphere had already reached this point, so he can only get up with a cold face. This monk is really petty, isn't he? A voice floated up from the audience. Juehue almost choked on his breath. Petty? Nima, can I possibly be as petty as that bastard Rin Yunqi? You have to know, when his hand, which was ready to surrender, was altered into an okay gesture by Rin Yunqi, he felt like the sky was falling. Not to mention the series of mental attacks that followed. Who the hell wouldn't believe this was taking revenge? Give me back the prayer beads. He stretched out his hand to demand. Originally, I thought Rin Yunqi would renege on his debt, but unexpectedly, he casually tossed it back. This thing only guards against the current me, Rin Yunqi said with a smile. Next time, even if you wear it, it won't work. This add-on, to put it bluntly, is like a ladle used to scoop water out when a boat is leaking. It barely works when the water is minimal. But as long as the water comes in fast enough and in large quantities, the ladle is no different from a mere decoration. Juehue left in a sulk, leaving Rin Yunqi alone on the grand stage, continuously waving to the audience in all directions. Rin Yunqi stepped down from the stage, walked back to the contestants' backstage area, and retrieved his phone that was charging. The battery was still, well, it was already fully charged, and the thoughtful staff had unplugged it for him. The next match was in the afternoon, so Rin Yunqi first took advantage of a free hot shower provided by the organizers. Coming out, he dried his hair while sending messages on his phone. Knock, knock, come in. The lounge door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Rin Yunqi was somewhat surprised. Are you President Shi from Lanyi Group? He remembered seeing an interview with this Mr. Shi before competing against Juehue, where he practically praised himself to the skies. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Haha, young man, that match just now was excellent. I think it was the most exciting game since the start of this year's Extraordinary Cup. Shi Guangli didn't stand on ceremony and found a seat for himself. You're too kind, Mr. Shi. It's mainly because your company's equipment is outstanding, Rin Yunqi responded with mutual flattery. Hey, having excellent equipment is true, but it also depends on who is using it. Shi Guangli smiled and said, to be honest, we plan to add a new attack mode to the power armor, which is the heating method you used during the competition. That move doesn't feel very good to use, Rin Yunqi said. If it weren't for his two passive skills, Embrace of the Holy Bear, and Happy Birthday Lotus, he would have definitely been roasted into jerky. Later on, we will of course upgrade to ensure an extraordinary experience for users, Shi Guangli said with a big smile. By then, we'll have to invite you to experience it personally. Sure, no problem. The two of them chatted for a long time, saying a lot of irrelevant things without getting to the main point. Finally, Shi Guangli couldn't hold back and asked, young man, do you know who your opponent this afternoon is? Rin Yunqi spread his hands. I don't know. Isn't this kind of thing only announced right before the competition? Young man, that's not quite correct. Shi Guangli said, I can tell you right now that your opponent this afternoon is our group's Xin. Rin Yunqi, oh. In Huaxia, the path's extraordinary individuals can choose vary depending on the talents they display. Take Rin Yunqi, for example. Although he follows the academic route, having a 6th-tier extraordinary individual like Yu Changhai by his side makes even 4th and 5th-tier individuals envious. As for Xin, she is the type who was scouted by the Blue Wing Group right after her awakening. The group provides her with most of her cultivation resources, equipment, crafts her image, and arranges competitions for her. Xin plans to join the Blue Wing Group after graduation to serve the company. Looking forward to competing against Miss Chi. Rin Yunqi checked the time. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Someone's waiting for me to have dinner. Wait a moment, there's something I need to ask of you, said Shi Guangli. Rin Yunqi replied, if it's about throwing a match, I must decline. Of course not. What do you take our group for, young man? Shi Guangli said, I hope that during the battle this afternoon, you can use your equipment as much as possible to showcase its superior performance. What is this, an exhibition match? Of course, we won't let you make a move for nothing. Our group is very sincere, Shi Guangli said said with a broad smile. The East Sea Yaosai City is going to be renovated, and the Blue Wing headquarters attaches great importance to it, showing a willingness to increase investment. Sure, Guangli, the regional manager, naturally wants to seize this opportunity and climb upward. Sorry, Ren Yunqi, take every battle very seriously. I can't do performances. Ren Yunqi shook his head and walked out. I heard that Mr. Rin is interested in purchasing a power armor short stick. I'll make the decision to give you a 30% discount, Sure Guangli said. Ren Yunqi's footsteps came to a halt. 70% off? And that's 70% off the base price, Sure Guangli said. You can choose the model, and as for the quality, let me tell you, it's definitely not inferior to that little monk's demon subduing staff from earlier. TSK, isn't this intentionally making things difficult for others? I, Ren Yunqi, am not that kind of person. If you don't mind us using the battle highlights for promotion, we will let you review them in advance, and you will receive a greater discount. What sharp insight! Let me make it clear first, I only fight. I won't use my identity to advertise your products, Ren Yunqi said. Of course, Sure Guangli readily agreed, and I'll make the video from the audience's perspective. Don't worry about that, we're professionals. How about this? I noticed your power armor is a bit damaged. It just so happens that our company's repair specialist is here. How about letting him fix it for you? TSK, despicable middle-aged man, using this to test young people? Xingyang also has a factory of the Blue Wing Group, which looks like a metallic hive from the outside. One mechanical arm after another hangs from the tracks on the dome, with tool heads at the ends busily working in an orderly manner on the assembly line. This is just one of our branch factories. Blue Wing Group is a top-tier manufacturer on an international scale. Sure Guangli smiled and said, if you're willing to join, I can apply for an A-level employment contract for you with the headquarters. Ren Yunqi readily agreed. We'll talk about it later, next time for sure. Passing through several authentication gates, Sure Guangli led Ren Yunqi to the equipment maintenance area, where several technicians were busy at work. Old Wang fixed the power armor for the young brother, said Sure Guangli. Old Wang, a sturdy man, took off his goggles upon hearing this. Open the CR and select the power armor module. Ren Yunqi opened the CR and leaned forward. Old Wang used a scanning device to snap it into place, connecting them together. A holographic projection of a set of power armor floated in the air. The detection beam scanned back and forth around the power armor projection. Ren Yunqi simply found a place to sit down and rest, while Sure Guangli naturally went over and sat beside him. There's something I've always been curious about. I wonder if Mr. Sure could help me figure it out, Ren Yunqi asked suddenly, his eyes never leaving the full projection. Sure Guangli asked curiously, go ahead. CR, mechas, power armor, how were these even developed? This question had puzzled Ren Yunqi ever since the beginning of his transmigration. Clearly, it's a supernatural world, so how did they end up unlocking this kind of tech tree? The internet is full of speculative information, none of which even forms a coherent logic. The textbooks are even less detailed, merely glossing over everything, as if this equipment suddenly emerged from the ground. When asked about it, Yu Chanhai always acted like a riddle master, saying that once one's cultivation was sufficient, they could access another world and so on. Sure Guangli lowered his voice and said 5 words. Interdimensional space. Ren Yunqi widened his eyes. In interdimensional space? Isn't it full of star beasts? I don't know the details either, it's just something I've heard. Sure Guangli shook his head and said, the secrets within are probably only known to those big figures. Just take what I said as hearsay. Ren Yunqi's heart surged with turbulent waves. In his mind, the extra-dimensional space was actually a subspace used to raise some kind of alien creatures, like a primitive forest or a desolate wilderness. But now Sure Guangli was telling him that all kinds of heaven-defying mechanical equipment were related to certain extra-dimensional spaces? Scan complete, come and confirm the repair plan. Old Wang shouted from the console, breaking the silence on this side. The shoulder section has 3 fractures, the cooling module is deformed, but the core components are fine. Old Wang said, there are 2 options, one is a bit more expensive, which is the expensive one. Work overtime to finish it by noon. It needs to be used in the afternoon, is that okay? Sure Guangli said. Of course, no problem. Ren Yunqi suddenly realized that he was actually a person who cared a lot about his dignity. It was now 3:40 in the afternoon. He was wearing a power armor, holding a battle knife, and standing opposite Chi Xian on the other side of the arena. Chi Xian was dressed in EVA-style soft armor with a red base and green patterns, which smoothly outlined the graceful figure of the young girl. On her arms were 2 multifaceted shields, with edges faintly shimmering with light. On his feet was a pair of tall leather boots. Ren Yunqi would never believe that these were just ordinary tall boots. If he was wrong, he'd eat his words on the spot. Compared to her, Ren Yunqi lowered his head to look at his own gear. A battle blade, a set of power armor. Clearly, this setup isn't bad, but compared to Chi Xian, there's an inexplicable sense of shame, like running naked in front of a fully equipped pro. Chi Xian's hands trembled, the edges of the multifaceted shield flickering with intense light, as the facets surged with a flow of star energy, as if coming to life. The match begins. Ren Yunqi raised his hand and positioned his blade, blocking the move. Ha! What an intense confrontation. Ren Yunqi is using the Janma series combat blade from the Blue Wing group. Meanwhile, Chi Xian is wielding the Qishao series two-handed shield. The commentator explained with fiery enthusiasm. Such blatant advertising, how much money did they take for this? Chi Xian's strike was powerful and heavy, and Ren Yunqi could clearly feel it even through the power armor, almost pinning him to the ground. Ren Yunqi stepped forward with one foot to stabilize himself, shifting his body to transfer the force from vertical to horizontal, then shot backward, dissipating the force. Whoa, stance training. Below the stage, the young monk Juehui exclaimed in shock. Ren Yunqi was using the Hanyuan stance taught to him by Yu Changhai. He now resembled the landlord from Kung Fu, with star energy flowing throughout his body as he tangled with Chi Xian. Try this. A flash of CR light appeared on Chi Xian, and a pitch-black cannon muzzle materialized on her left arm, aimed directly at Ren Yunqi. 3 consecutive shots. String manipulation. Ren Yunqi's fingers moved slightly, causing Chi Xian's cannon muzzle to involuntarily tilt downward and fire a shot diagonally toward the ground. The shockwave sent both sides flying backward simultaneously. The director timely zoomed in the camera, and the big screen displayed a turbulent scene of Chi Xian. Her entire soft armor squirmed like a living organism, neutralizing the shockwave. Then, the tall leather boots flashed again, and with a swift movement, they appeared beside Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi's powered armor did not have the same functionality and was still in a retreating state, raising his blade to block Chi Xian's series of attacks. So strong. Chi Xian's equipment advantage is too great. Ren Yunqi is struggling to fight. What model are this soft armor and battle boots? Where can I buy them? Many people were dumbfounded by Chi Xian's barrage of attacks, as fierce as a torrential downpour. Ren Yunqi looked up at the time displayed on the big screen. 5 minutes had passed, enough time for Shi Guangli and his team to edit the material they wanted. Time's almost up. Ren Yunqi quickly switched to his staff with his left hand, casting a thorn lightning ring that pushed Chi Xian away. Chi Xian's soft armor was indeed impressive, as it managed to neutralize quite a bit of the lightning ring's force while writhing. But it's not a big deal. This amount of time was enough. As soon as he raised his hand, Chi Xian on the opposite side quickly rolled to dodge, clearly very familiar with him. Boom 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 boom. Chi Xian leaped up, her battle boots fixing her in the middle of the energy shield. One after another, different models of cannon muzzles appeared on her body, all unleashing firepower toward Ren Yunqi. Wow, blowing money like this just because the company reimburses it? Ren Yunqi, faced with so much artillery fire at once, turned and ran without a second thought. The battery, which had just started operating at noon, was now running at full capacity. Midnight. In the audience, Zhang Yanyan watched with a worried expression, seeing old Rin being chased by the artillery fire like a rabbit. Zhu Yushu, on the other hand, was full of envy. With this amount of firepower, wouldn't it be exhilarating if he were the one firing it? Wang Xiumei covered her eyes, not daring to look anymore. Can you admit defeat? Can you stop fighting? Ran Guodong was extremely nervous and worried. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My brother is tough. You two can just watch without worry. Ran Yunshu said confidently, reassuring them. If I had known, I would have stayed in the hotel and not come out. Wang Xiumei didn't dare to look, but couldn't help squinting through the small gaps between her fingers. The list of things to buy just got 2 items longer. Shield, boots. I haven't even saved enough for my staff yet, and the money is never enough. Ran Yunchi thought to himself while dodging skillfully. A bomb happened to land right beside him, erupting with a deafening roar and billowing smoke. Chi Xian's gaze was fixed on the thick smoke, only to see a figure suddenly dart out from within, raising a hand to unleash a fiery python. Chi Xian activated her energy shield, intending to intercept the fiery python midway. Amidst the flames, she didn't notice that Ren Yunchi had simultaneously cast a skill, Frenzied Crimson Eyes. Nor could he have imagined that this move would be used against him by Ren Yunchi. The fiery python was in utter chaos, completely exploding before even touching the shield, with flames forming an arc that enveloped the front shield. Damn, can't see clearly. Chi Xian immediately dispersed the flames, but Ren Yunchi was already charging forward, braving the scorching heat to close the distance. Midnight, straight line version. Chi Xian only felt her head go blank, her body staggering as she was about to fall. She quickly tried to steady herself. String manipulation. With another slight adjustment, Chi Xian followed in the footsteps of the previous mecha pilot, Fei Yang, tripping over her own feet and falling awkwardly to the ground. Chi Xian is a young woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Midnight. Ran Yunchi prided himself on being a gentleman, so naturally, he couldn't use the same approach he employed with Fei Yang to connect with Chi Xian. Instead, he opted for a gentler method. Chi Xian's eyes widened. When the honey-colored light appeared, a sense of despair surged through the young woman's heart. No, I don't want to. The sacred bear's embrace paid no heed to anything, ignoring her struggles and firmly covering her. In an instant, the girl's voice changed tone. Holy bear's embrace. Ugh, no, I give up. Please don't continue. Chi Xian felt like she was dead. Socially literally dead. To make such movements and sounds in front of so many spectators, life truly felt devoid of meaning. Ren Yunqi wins. The referee stepped in just in time, his expression peculiar. He had been in this line of work for who knows how many years, yet it was the first time he'd witnessed the bizarre occurrence of someone losing a match because they were too comfortable. Come on, get up. Ren Yunqi walked to Chi Xian's side, crouched slightly, and extended a friendly hand. Chi Xian glared at him, furious and unwilling to shake hands. String manipulation. Chi Xian's hand reached out, tightly clasped Ren Yunqi's, and was pulled up. Applause erupted from the audience. The commentator's voice was filled with satisfaction. Today, we witnessed the poise and charisma of two rising stars. Rivals on the field, friends off the field, this is the true spirit and character that extraordinary individuals should embody. Can't you see that I'm unwilling? Can't you see that my body is being controlled? Chi Xian felt bitter inside but couldn't express it. Facing the camera, she could only force a businesslike dry laugh. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to you too. Your equipment is indeed very well made. Dealing with them took all my effort, Ren Yunqi said sincerely. After thinking for a moment, he added, of course, you're not bad either. Chi Xian, are you being polite? Are you seriously treating me like a walking equipment rack? The two sides once again performed the courtesies of the extraordinary, then retreated from both sides. Just as he stepped down the stairs, a large group of reporters swarmed up, shoving their microphones eagerly toward Ren Yunqi's face. Excuse me, excuse me. Ren Yunqi exerted great effort to squeeze his way out without knocking these people over. Arriving at his own lounge, there was already someone leisurely sitting inside, sipping tea from a cup. It was none other than Yu Changhai, who had ventured alone to the Shirgui desert. Master, Ren Yunqi said joyfully, you're back? Yes, caught a few petty thieves, Yu Changhai replied calmly, glancing outside. It seems like you fought well. Not bad. Ren Yunqi plopped down next to Yu Changhai, took out his phone, and started searching for, Ren Yunqi is just a loser. Ha! He was momentarily stunned. The name of the forum has changed? The 3 words are gone, and it has become, with the profile picture changed to a candid shot from this match. In the photo, looks very handsome, not abstract at all. Found highlights of these matches in the forum's resources. It must be said that the forum members this time are truly enthusiastic, even adding some very exciting beat-synced music. Master, here you go. Yu Changhai took the phone and watched the videos one by one, sometimes speeding them up, other times dragging them back to watch certain parts repeatedly. What are your own thoughts? Yu Changhai asked. Ren Yunqi thought for a moment and said, the biggest feeling is still that I know too little. Facing a slightly stronger opponent makes me very passive, especially in the match against Monk Shuehui. After he used prayer beads to counter my controlling star technique, I was completely no match for him and could only resort to unconventional moves. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Yu Changhai's eyes. Not bad. The fact that you can recognize this shows that participating in this extraordinary cup was not in vain. Master, my next plan mainly focuses on star techniques. Ren Yunqi said, the number of star techniques I have mastered doesn't match my total star power. I need a higher output limit. Alright, Yu Changhai nodded. The Transcendent Cup, I also plan to stop here, Ren Yunqi said. Not going to try against the second tier? Yu Changhai asked with a smile. When you return from cultivation, directly participate in the ranking competition. By then, there will be plenty of second-tier opponents to fight. Ren Yunqi said, since you've made your decision, then follow the path you have in mind. Yu Changhai said, every transcendent has their own path. As your master, I will only give you a hand when necessary. He exuded the demeanor of a grandmaster. It seems to have been forgotten that the original goal was to make this kid stumble and realize his own limitations. After defeating Chi Xian, Ren Yunqi's record became 8:0:2, with an 80% win rate, catapulting him to 4th place on the Tier 1 weight ranking. The top 3 were on high alert, working with their teams to study tactics and even seeking to purchase equipment that could counter mental attacks. However, just as they stayed up late with bloodshot eyes, painstakingly organizing strategies and preparing to secure a major victory in the competition, a piece of news completely threw them off. Ren Yunqi withdraws from the competition. A small piece of news, yet such a significant impact. Ren Yunqi, you beast. One person exclaimed in grief and anger. Couldn't you have given up earlier? Are you deliberately trying to mess with me? Apart from the contestants, the audience's reaction was also very strong. Frogfun, why quit the competition when you're doing so well? Yeah, he's currently ranked 4th on the Tier 1 leaderboard. He might even be able to challenge Tier 2. I just bet some money, hoping Ren Yunqi would pull off another upset so I could make a fortune. Now this guy's not participating? There were all kinds of comments, criticisms, and actions, but one thing was unanimous. No one thought Ren Yunqi was a coward. In the hearts of netizens, Ren Yunqi at the first tier level is synonymous with victory. No matter how strong the opponent is, like a gentle breeze brushing over a mountain ridge, regardless of how embarrassing the process might be, Ren Yunqi always finds a way to secure the final victory. Meanwhile, quite a few players who had never faced Ren Yunqi were shamelessly declaring online that they were not inferior to him. After Lu Bu's death, everyone possessed courage no less than his. Brother, are you leaving already? Ren Yunshu's face was full of reluctance. Ren Yunshi felt a warm current in his heart and patted her little head. You go back to school first. Brother is going to train. When you start high school, our family will buy a big villa. I don't want a big villa. Ren Yunshu completely refused to accept this. I don't want to go back to class. Brother, keep playing. Just hold on for 2 more days, and it'll be the weekend. A flick on the forehead landed on Ren Yunshu, making the girl grimace in pain. Jiang Nianyan still had to watch the competition at her family's martial arts school and needed to stay in Xingyang. Zhu Yushu followed Ren Yunshi back to Donghai Yaosai City. No, it's no longer called Yaosai City, it should be Donghai City. What the? It's only been a few days. As soon as he entered the city, Ren Yunshi looked around in surprise. Towering cranes, bustling construction sites, and heavy trucks shuttling back and forth, transporting building materials and construction equipment. Boom! Dust rose into the air, only to be suppressed by the sprinklers on the walls. There's plenty of construction sites like this. Zhu Yushu laughed and said, by then, the previous residential areas will have to be demolished in batches. Demolition? Ren Yunshi never expected that after living 2 lifetimes, he would one day earn the title of a second-generation demolition beneficiary. With your reputation now, old Ren, if you go directly to the developers, they might just give you a unit as an investment. Zhu Yushu smiled. For ordinary people, such real estate is considered to have quite a strong background and influence. But for the extraordinary, it's nothing at all. Zhu Yushu wasn't joking either. If Ren Yunshi nodded, those small developers would be grinning from ear to ear. Come on, free lunches don't taste good. Ren Yunshi sighed. In today's battle with Chi Xian, he was bombarded all over the arena by various long-range weapons. If he had known, he would have charged more. Old Ren, you lost out on this one, you really lost out. Zhu Yushu said regretfully, you even have a fan group now. If you build up your popularity a bit more, start live streaming and selling products, you could earn enough for a house in just a month. No need. Ren Yunshi smiled and said, my foundation is weak, my playstyle is monotonous, and I might not necessarily gain any advantage over others later. Weak foundation? Monotonous playstyle? You! Zhu Yushu was speechless. We're all buddies here, and there's no one else around. Pretending is just pointless. I wasn't pretending, my master meant the same thing. Ren Yunshi looked aggrieved. Zhu Yushu, even more pretentious. Creak. As the two were talking, the car slowed down. What's going on? Zhu Yushu asked. It's just the time when students are getting out of school, so it's a bit congested, the driver said. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone. No need, the two of us can get off here. Ren Yunshi said, it's been so many days without school, the money in the meal card must be moldy by now. Let's eat here. Come on, let's spend it. The cafeteria was as crowded as ever. Even though it was already winter, standing at the entrance, you could still feel a wave of heat hitting your face. Ren Yunshi craned his neck to look inside. Let's squeeze in. No need, I have a better idea, Zhu Yushu said with a mysterious expression. Then, under Ren Yunshi's curious gaze, a sudden illness struck. Ren Yunshi. It's Ren Yunshi. Everyone, come and look. His raspy voice was extremely penetrating, and the entire cafeteria, at least the area nearby, fell silent in an instant. Zhu Yushu, you beast. His roar was quickly drowned out by the crowd's cries of surprise and delight. Everyone squeezed toward this direction, layer upon layer, shouting, where is he? Where is he? Ren Yunshi? It's true, he's alive. Don't push, let me touch him. If it weren't for the restrictions of the transcendent law, Ren Yunshi would have cleared the field with a thorn lightning ring long ago. Now, however, he was forced to be surrounded, restrained, unable to move, humiliated, and at the mercy of countless wandering hands. What the hell? No touching. Ren Yunshi roared, you, stick, stand still for me. Today, I must make you. Whose hand is that? Goodbye, I'm off to eat. Zhu Yushu cheerfully turned around and walked inside. Sacrifice one of our Ren Yunshi to skip the line, what a profitable deal. And when Ren Yunshi finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd, intending to find that fat guy to vent his frustration, he discovered that the guy had already finished eating and left. Ren Yunshi always felt that ever since participating in the Transcendence Cup, walking around school made him feel like a giant panda. Everywhere he went, people would point and whisper. Even after entering the classroom, as soon as he sat down, the stares from those around him made his skin crawl. Ahem! He cleared his throat, and everyone quickly averted their gazes, only to sneakily shift them back a few seconds later. Well, our class's big star is back. Spell teacher Yang Xian walked into the classroom just as the bell rang, teasing him as soon as he stepped through the door. Teacher, don't mess with me. Ren Yunshi raised his hands with a helpless expression. Ha ha ha, what's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Xian laughed heartily and said, I watched your matches, and your spellcasting was excellent. As expected of my student, especially the thorn lightning ring, if I, your teacher, were to try it myself, I probably couldn't achieve that effect. Other students should also work harder. The story of Ren Yunshi tells us that every spell you absorb in class will become your asset for growing stronger in the future. He now found Ren Yunshi incredibly pleasing to the eye. If it weren't for the fear of setting a bad example, he would have wanted to hug him, lift him up, and celebrate. This class, we will continue learning new spells. Half an hour later, Yang Xian raised his wrist to check the time. Come on, Ren Yunqi, show your classmates an example. Ren Yunqi stood up and walked to the podium, beginning to sketch the structure of the spell. A dozen seconds later, a spiked sphere wrapped in lightning floated above his hand. Alright, everyone, applaud. Yang Xian took the lead in clapping, a numb expression while clapping. Isn't this sinister enough? Not even pretending anymore. Ren Yunqi really didn't feel anything sinister about it. The lightning ball star technique was just a 6-curse structure, and the spell was an old one. Drawing inferences from one instance, it wasn't difficult for him. Yes, he now needs a star technique with a higher ceiling. Arriving at the small arena on the edge of the playground, ever since Yu Changhai started working at the school, this place had basically become their private territory. Other people's campus cards couldn't grant access. Ren Yunqi held his phone and opened the official website of the Extraordinary Alliance. Just like in his previous life, where one could find Xinghua's open courses on Bilibili, most of the knowledge in this world was free of access barriers. Ren Yunqi selected a course from the Imperial Capital University affiliated high school and topped up 200 yuan to activate it. Hello, classmates. Today marks the 5th week of the new semester. Military training has just ended, and everyone is officially entering their senior year of high school. First of all, congratulations to everyone. I am your main lecturer, Su Wenyun. Now, let's begin the course Fundamentals of Spellcasting. In the video, a man in his 30s stands on the podium, wearing a ring on his finger. In this lesson, we will learn the Thunder Element Star skill Thunder Cascade, which consists of 24 magic incantations. Most of the viewers of this video are high school seniors and college freshmen, so I won't cover the basic incantations. If you're unfamiliar with them, refer to the previous videos. Now, I will explain the connection method for these 24 magic incantations. The man in the video explained things in a simple and clear manner, demonstrating in slow motion as he spoke. His ring left a gradient trail in the air, transitioning from dense to faint as it moved, making it easier to see. In the same Basics of Spell Techniques course, Donghai No. 1 High School only taught up to the 12-star spell techniques, barely reaching half of what others covered. Unknowingly, Ren Yunqi had watched for a full 2 hours. During this time, he replayed the video multiple times and even played it in slow motion to observe the details. When the video reached the end, Su Wenyun connected the previously separated content and demonstrated it again. His right hand moved in the air, forming 24 magic spells one by one, which then began to merge. When the final magic spell was embedded into the whole, the entire rune structure flowed and scattered softly like water. But in the seemingly gentle water flow, dangerous crackling electric currents are surging. Mastering this star technique proficiently allows you to try challenging the second-tier ranking competition. If your star power is sufficient and your writing technique is skilled enough, the third-tier fixed ranking competition is not out of the question. As for anything higher. Su Wenyun waved his hand to erase the electric waterfall, then made another move. This time, it didn't seem like he was writing. Instead, it was more like he was pressing a calligraphy brush heavily in the air, leaving behind a thick ink mark. The ink spread, and a spell suddenly remained in place. What just happened? Is this a person? Ren Yunqi, somewhat skeptical, also gave it a try, channeling star power to his right index finger and pointing in the air. And then, nothing happened. The star power disappeared so cleanly and swiftly, as if it had never existed. The gap between transcendence is greater than that between humans and dogs. Previously, the strongest mage he had encountered was De Tao from Danwu University, who was a third-tier mage. The casting speed was far beyond Ren Yunqi's, but it was still within the realm of writing, something the brain could comprehend. But what about Su Wenyun? Only at this moment could Ren Yunqi empathize with his classmates during the day. Isn't this like cheating? How is this not shady? At the same time, in the dormitory, I'll go. Ren Yunqi hasn't come back again. His roommate Zhang Lei yawned. He finally came back to school, but who knows what he's so busy with. He's a master. Surely he's gone to work overtime on his cultivation. Another roommate, Su Chang, said matter-of-factly. Wrong. You guys just don't get it. Roommate Sun Wei grinned lewdly. Didn't you see how crazy those girls were during the day? They practically wanted to eat him alive. Maybe they're eating him up right now, making everyone else jealous. Impossible. Ren Yunqi isn't that kind of person. Little fanboy Su Chang firmly refused to believe it. Besides, isn't he doing well with the class monitor? How could he possibly be involved with other girls? That's why you guys can't reach his level. You're too timid. Keeping the red flag at home steady while colorful flags flutter outside, that's the realm of a real man. Sunwei shook his head and analyzed confidently. The class monitor may be beautiful, but she's too fierce, especially in close combat. Who could possibly tame this tigress? Yes, Ren Yunqi is quite strong, but his skills aren't always convenient to use. When fairies are fighting, is he supposed to use hypnosis? Or that fire python? Su Chang and Zhang Lei imagined that scene and instinctively shook their heads repeatedly. A woman shouldn't be too domineering. A little assertiveness can be captivating, but being overly domineering only leads to frustration. Sunwei sat up directly from the the bed, crossed his legs, and spoke with great enthusiasm. Fans are different. Each one is delicate and frail, speaking in a soft voice saying no, don't, you're so annoying, with those adoring eyes and that charming, coy demeanor. Although Sunway's high-pitched voice was quite eerie, the scene he described was full of color, aroma, and flavor. Zhang Lei swallowed hard, looking conflicted. I still think it's impossible. Why are you so stubborn? Sunway said impatiently, let me spell it out for you. If it goes viral but doesn't gain fans, it's like wearing fine clothes at night. Tonight, Ran Yunqi will definitely. The door opened. Ran Yunqi stood at the doorway. Sunway urgently swallowed back the words he was about to say, his face turning red and his neck bulging. Ran Yunqi entered the room, but instead of causing trouble for him, he yawned and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Throughout the process, the roommates exchanged glances. When Ran Yunqi came out, Zhang Lei couldn't help but ask, Master, what were you doing just now? Ran Yunqi thought for a moment and decided not to discourage this rookie who couldn't even release 6 spell star techniques, went out to have some fun. The consumption of the 24 spell star techniques was not only reflected in star power, his mental energy was also completely drained by now. He had been busy all day and could at most successfully link 8 spells. No matter what, the 9th one just wouldn't succeed. Creak. At this moment, Zhang Lei's voice faintly echoed in the room. How many? Ran Yunqi didn't hear it clearly and casually replied, less than 10. Not talking anymore, tired, going to sleep. He yawned, and this time, without needing, midnight, he fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. This left a few roommates staring at each other, their faces full of astonishment. What the heck? Not even 10, and you actually sound regretful? Some are starving while others drown. This kind of skill, I just can't learn it. For a moment, the back of Ran Yunqi, who was facing the wall with his back to them, gradually seemed taller and more imposing. For the next half-month, Ran Yunqi spent every day after class immersed in practicing Electric Cascade. With the help of the staff, he can now combine 12 spells and release clusters of spreading currents. However, it is more aptly described as Electric Mist rather than Electric Cascade. The effect is quite impressive, and Ran Yunqi himself feels it bears a striking resemblance to Thorn Lightning Ring. The latter pushes people away to clear the field, while the former electrocutes or stuns all living beings within the Electric Mist's range, achieving the same effect. During this time, Zhang Niannian returned and brought back the news that Lu Jiqiang, the senior disciple of the Zhang family martial arts school, had achieved an impressive 5th place in the Extraordinary Cup. Yu also made it into the top 16, but Zhang Mingyuan was unlucky and got eliminated in the first round of group matches after the preliminary selection. With this achievement as a foundation, the martial arts school's enrollment work for the new academic year will be much easier. In addition, the prize money for the East Sea Transcendence Cup was also sent to Ran Yunqi. Not much, just over 40,000 yuan for 8 matches. Back then, Ran Yunqi left halfway through, causing the viewership of the Transcendence Cup match videos to drop significantly. With so many intense matchups, the audience had seen plenty, and their threshold kept rising. But a player like Ran Yunqi, who brings something new to almost every match, is not someone you can encounter just anywhere. As soon as he left, the originally decent Donghai Transcendence Cup instantly became bland and uninteresting, with the increase in viewership continuously declining. The 50,000 yuan Ran Yunqi kept in his account, waiting for the amount to be sufficient for a significant purpose. Soon, he received another piece of good news. Hey, Yunqi, it's your Uncle Zhu. Haha, hope I'm not disturbing you. If you're free right now, I'll send a car to pick you up. Our equipment is all set up, and after the ribbon cutting, we'll officially start work. Zhu Suochang's laughter made the phone buzz. Half an hour later, Ran Yunqi got into a luxury car at the school gate. Compared to a month ago, Zhu Suochang had lost a significant amount of weight, his cheeks sunken in, making it seem like he could fit inside his son Zhu Yushu. However, his energy and spirit were quite good, gesturing constantly as he spoke. The day after tomorrow is the ribbon-cutting ceremony. All the prominent figures of Sai City in our Donghai will be present. Uncle Zhu had promised you the money before but couldn't manage it until now. Here it is, 1 million, transferring it to you right away. Finally arrived. Ran Yunqi's expression lit up with joy. He had finally saved enough money to buy his equipment. The money was quickly transferred. On the way, Ran Yunqi contacted Shi Guangli from the Lanyi Group, explained his requirements, and placed the order directly. His physical data had already been measured when he purchased the combat knife, so it could be used directly. After a 30% discount, the selling price is 560,000. Additionally, his power armor is also due for an upgrade. The remaining 500,000 plus was all used by Ran Yunqi to purchase alloy materials. Using the mechanical core obtained from Ma Xingliang back then as the foundation, the entire power armor underwent a complete makeover. Millionaire experience card has expired. All spent? Zhu Suochan laughed. I've been wanting to buy it for a long time, saved up for quite a while. Ran Yunqi leaned back. Spending feels great in the moment, but now I'm broke again. Ha ha ha, that's good. If young people want to succeed, the first thing is not to be stingy. You have to be willing to invest. Money can't make more money on its own. Zhu Suochang found Ran Yunqi particularly pleasing to the eye. eye at this moment. Even if Rin Yunqi claimed that a pile of dung on the ground was a treasure porridge, Zhu Suochang would have Zhu Yushu stir it to confirm. The luxury car headed toward the front line. The buffer zone had completely disappeared, becoming a key area for planned reconstruction. The massive defensive walls were still there, but the stacked building area behind the walls had been entirely leveled, replaced by a newly built small town. This is the leisure area, with karaoke halls, martial arts gyms, dining, and various other industries. Zhu Suochang explained, working at the bottom of the Wailing Whirlpool earns a lot, but the pressure is also immense. They need a suitable place to unwind. What surprised Rin Yunqi was yet to come. On the massive dam previously used to fend off star beasts, dozens of meters-high alloy slides were welded, and 12 heavy-duty freight elevators clung to the wall like steel centipedes. Rin Yunqi and Zhu Suochang took the elevator upward. As the height increased, Rin Yunqi noticed that the top of the slide rail still had mine carts fixed in place. I plan to arrange the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the bottom of the outer side of the dam. When the TV station films it, half the shot will be the dam, and the other half will be the Wailing Whirlpool. This is what we call man triumphs over nature. Zhu Suochang spoke eloquently. Ren Yunqi gazed into the distance. The sea breeze, carrying a salty tang, rushed in, and the rough concrete surface of the dam still retained the residual warmth of the midday sun. In the distance, the pitch-black entrance of the Wailing Whirlpool was churning with white foam, the sound of the tides resembling the sobs of an ancient beast, sending faint tremors through the ground beneath their feet. Let's go. A group of workers has already gone down. Let's take a look too. The Wailing Whirlpool in Rin Yunqi's memory was a black vortex hidden within the deep sea mist. When the mist dissipated, the revealed form resembled the eyelid of a giant beast. Can you imagine what a giant beast would look like wearing Barbie false eyelashes? Whoa! Rin Yunqi's eyes were filled with shock. Parting the sea mist, directly above the black vortex, there was an enormous platform as vast as an island. Around the island, more than a dozen thick metal supports extended like spider legs, reaching all the way to the seabed. On top of them, alloy decks were laid, and people could be seen busily walking on them. How is it? Surprised, aren't you? Zhu Suochang sighed and said, a few days ago, when the Extraordinary Alliance notified me to come and take over, my reaction was even worse than yours. Such a magnificent building, am I really worthy of using it? You should know that before this, I was just an ordinary merchant from the East Sea. Ren Yunqi stared at the steel giant crouching directly above the vortex of grief, recalling the words Stone Guangli had told him back then. I fear this thing is also a product of those extra-dimensional spaces. And now, the two of them rode a speedboat, gradually approaching one of the pillars. At the edge of the small island platform, the crane lowered the orange cage. Let's go. Zhu Suochan was clearly not here for the first time. When the rubber ring at the bottom of the cage bumped over, he held onto the edge and jumped across. After jumping over, he wanted to reach out to pull Rin Yunqi, only to find that the other had already leapt over with ease. The cage slowly ascended. There's a handle here, hold on tight. Put. Cough, cough, this wind is really strong. Just as they rose to a height of 5 or 6 meters, the sea breeze showed its power, and the gondola they were in swayed back and forth like a pirate ship. Ran Yun staggered at first but quickly found his balance. Using his stance technique, he synchronized his movements with the platform, rooting himself firmly. Ah, youth is such a wonderful thing, Zhu Suochang said with a look of envy. When he was young, he trained as a warrior for a while, but later gave up because he lacked talent and found it too exhausting and grueling. After so many years of indulgence in wine, women, wealth, and pleasure, forget about fighting, he could barely run 3 kilometers without feeling like his lungs were about to burst. The cage lift rose to the highest point, and Rin Yunqi and the other person jumped onto the platform. Several middle-aged men and women in work uniforms looked over in their direction. Mr. Zhu, who might this be? One of them asked. Engineer Sun, Engineer Lu, Engineer Wang, let me introduce you to my nephew, the extraordinary mentalist Rin Yunqi. Zhu Suochan laughed heartily and said, Yunqi, these are some of the top mining experts in our country. The best of the best. You're too kind, Mr. Zhu. I wouldn't dare call myself an expert. It's all thanks to the guidance of my school and mentors. One of them smiled and said, speaking of which, we might only be a few years older than this young man. A few years older? Ran Yunqi almost thought his ears were malfunctioning. Just looking at these weathered faces and dark skin, they seemed at least 40, and Ren Yunqi wouldn't even doubt if they were 2 decades older. Ahem, little brother, studying civil engineering is like this. Engineer Wang said, we just endure some harsh conditions with wind and sun exposure. Don't be fooled by how old we look. We're actually proper university graduates. Bang! Engineer Lu was a female university graduate. From the moment Rin Yunqi stepped onto the stage, her eyes never left him. Are you the high school student who participated in the university league? That's me. Ren Yunqi thought she was a fan of Zhang Yifan. He had encountered this kind of situation many times. Unexpectedly, Lu Gong became excited instantly. I'm Little Gummy Bear. Do you know me? Little Gummy Bear? Ren Yunqi looked puzzled. You don't know? I'm your super fan. Lu Gong pulled out her phone, opened the forum on the spot, and found Rin Yunqi is a genius. No, now it's called Rin Yunqi. Look, I used to check in at the forum every day, and I even posted threads to build up the posts. All those amazing pictures in your forum were captured by me. I'm your fan because of your looks. If it weren't for being busy with my internship plus the fact that your vibe has changed so much compared to before, I would have recognized you at a glance long ago." She kept chattering on, while Ren Yunqi maintained a polite smile throughout. "Time is getting on. How about we move to the next space, and I'll arrange a dinner table for tonight so we can continue our conversation," Shu Suochang suggested. "Alright, let's do that." Engineer Sun and Engineer Wang readily agreed. "This is outrageous. Their Earthenwood Goblin tribe could never attract any elves, queens, or female knights. It was hard enough for the tribe to produce a saintess, and it didn't matter if she was flawed or aged, she absolutely couldn't be taken away by another man." Although the star beast from the Wailing Vortex's extra-dimensional space had been eliminated, the environment remained harsh. All the workers would wear a set of deep-sea operation mechas before going underwater, at the very least ensuring they wouldn't be crushed into pulp by the terrifying water pressure. The equipment bay was on the second level below the platform, a not-so-small but cramped room. The air was filled with the fishy smell of mixed engine oil and seawater, and the mechas stood with their cockpits open like river clams. Having grown accustomed to the style of anti-Hulk armor mechas, Ran Yunqi found it a bit hard to adjust when looking at the overly crude industrial wasteland-style mecha before him. He mimicked the others, embedding himself entirely into the cockpit. Hiss! Orange-yellow gas was discharged from the machine, and the observation window in front of him descended, sealing Ren Yunqi completely inside. "Number 3 cage, prepare to descend. Please get ready. Repeat, number 3 cage. Rustle, rustle." Ren Yunqi could feel the ground beneath his feet tremble, then slowly begin to descend. Behind him, there was also a click sound of locking, securing the mechanism to the cage. Opposite him, Ju Suochan clumsily waved at him. A dozen minutes later, the cage reached the very center of the wailing whirlpool. Ren Yunqi only saw water droplets splattered across the observation window, which was soon replaced by scenes of distorted space. This was passing through the space gate. By the time everything returned to normal, they were already in a stretch of dark, murky seawater. "Hello, can you hear me?" A voice came from beside his ear. "Yes," Ren Yunqi responded, his gaze completely captivated by everything around him. Compared to the Eastern Plains rainforest, the Wailing Vortex undoubtedly aligned more with Ren Yunqi's imagination of an other-dimensional space. That sense of mystery, the unknown, the danger, and the constant oppressive feeling emanating from all around sent shivers down one's spine. Ren Yunqi could feel his part of the sacred bear operating, attempting to draw starforce from the surrounding space, but the efficiency was much lower compared to the outside world, giving him a stifling sensation, like taking a deep breath while wearing a mask. The cage was still descending. On the panel, the depth gauge needle was jerking as it climbed. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. He didn't know how much time had passed when faint glimmers of light began to spread in the pitch-black seabed. Ran Yunqi lowered his head and saw an orange-yellow, semi-transparent barrier. As the cage approached, the surface of the barrier completely caved in, while the top gathered and fused together. Eventually, it detached from the main body, transforming into a small orange-yellow bubble, enveloping the suspension bridge as it descended to the very bottom. "We've arrived. Welcome to the Weeping Whirlpool Mine." Only at this moment did the sound of the sea, resembling screams, finally fade away, and the voices inside the mech became clear. Compared to the massive platform spanning the entrance of the Wailing Whirlpool, the facilities at the seabed were much simpler. The area covered by the orange-yellow energy shield was merely the size of a football field. In the face of the boundless seabed, it appeared utterly insignificant. Bang, bang, bang. A few people clumsily stepped forward, heading toward the resting area. "Look down, this is the Blackwater mine we need to excavate." Shu Suochang's mechanical claw lifted and gestured around. Ren Yunqi lowered his head, and sure enough, amidst the seabed's mud and sand, there were irregularly arranged gray-black crystals extending from beneath his feet. He bent down, used the mechanical claw to grab a piece of crystal, and took a chainsaw from his waist, cutting the ore down in a few strokes. The mechanical claw held the crystal up to his eyes, allowing Ren Yunqi to examine it closely. This type of ore was not as aesthetically pleasing as other crystals, appearing rather rough, with many honeycomb-like holes on its surface and an uneven color. "These are raw ores, they still need further processing later." Lu Gong's voice rang out. "Blackwater ore is an excellent resource for studying water-based spells. It's also a good material for making staffs and beast soldiers." "Is the vein only this big?" Ren Yunqi asked, looking at the boundary of the protective shield. "How could that be? If it were just this small, it wouldn't be worth the effort of several major forces." Lu Gong said, "In the interdimensional space, energy consumption is too fast, so the industry usually designates an area, and after mining is completed, they switch to another location." Ren Yunqi asked curiously, "What about the platform outside the space?" "It can't move. Once you go to college and choose the course on interdimensional space theory, you'll understand. You think our cage is lowered vertically, but actually, starting from the space gate, who knows how many turns it's already taken." Lu Gong said, "To change the position, you just need to adjust the space nodes. roads. Of course, even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't understand. As they spoke, the orange-yellow light grew brighter. Inside the outer shield, there was unexpectedly a small shield, about the size of a basketball court. The entrance to the small shield was an alloy door. After passing through it, the alloy door sealed shut, and all the seawater was drained out through the bottom outlet. The group opened the cockpit of their mechas and jumped out from inside. Ren Yunqi was completely fine, and Sun Gong, Wang Gong, and Lu Gong were also doing well, but Zhu Suochang was not in great shape, panting heavily from exhaustion on this stretch of road. Getting old. These old-fashioned mechas are really hard to handle, Zhu Suochang said with a bitter smile. Once the profits go up, we absolutely have to apply to the Transcendent Alliance for a batch of high-end equipment. The mechas they were wearing were old models that had been on the market for decades, with the factory model named Dinghazen. Almost every undersea or vein uses this type of mech. Although it's not as high-end as the new models, it's sturdy, durable, and relatively inexpensive. After draining the water, a green indicator light lit up on the opposite alloy door, which then slowly opened. Ren Yunqi leaned in to take a look, and the cramped environment inside was visible to the naked eye. They were all workers dressed in orange uniforms, along with rows of bunks. On the upper and lower bunks, some were lying sound asleep without even taking off their uniforms, while others sat cross-legged on the bed, prying open a can and eating. A wave of warm air with a distinct smell wafted out from inside. Phew! Hearing the commotion over here, many people craned their heads to look in this direction. Mr. Zhu, are you in such a hurry to come and pay the brothers' wages? Someone joked. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Zhu Suochang chuckled and said, please rest assured about the wages, they will definitely be paid according to the industry's high standards. Feel free to ask around. And this is the extraordinary individual with mental abilities I mentioned earlier, who can help everyone relieve stress. Extraordinary individuals in the mental category? Someone asked, how much salary are you offering? Ren Yunqi maintained a smile. Not bad. How not bad are we talking? 100,000? 200,000? The person pressed on relentlessly. You don't look very old, at most 20. What kind of star techniques could you possibly have? Just a so. Ren Yunqi continued to smile, thinking, if I really set a down payment of 1 million, you wouldn't be happy. Not getting the answer he wanted, that person wasn't too fond of Ren Yunqi either. President Zhu has the intention, and the brothers appreciate it. But instead of hiring some kind of spiritual master, it would be more practical to use this money to give the brothers a raise. Everyone's short on cash. Exactly. What could be sweeter than money? As long as there's money, why not work here for a lifetime? Mr. Zhu, if you want the ox to work, you have to let the ox eat grass first. We're all grown men here. I've done even more dangerous and tougher jobs without ever frowning. The entire rest area was already small, and once the argument started, it buzzed even louder. The noise combined with the echo back and forth made one's head ache. Ren Yunqi carefully observed that most of these workers were in their 30s or 40s. The blue little bear quietly sneaked under the bed bit by bit. Due to the clutter on the floor and bed, it moved quickly, and no one noticed it. Soon, several randomly sampled blue energy results appeared on the foreheads of a few people. Not a single one over 50. Obviously, these people, like the wasteland hunters of Qingyang Shirgui Desert, are the kind of seasoned first-tier transcendents. It was clear that Zhu Suochang, the nominal boss, didn't hold much authority in front of them, at most playing a role similar to a provider. Just give it a try and you'll know. Zhu Suochang tried to persuade further but was stopped by Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi glanced at the CR on his wrist, then looked at the sleeping crowd. Zhu Suochang's eyes widened considerably, then he thought for a moment and silently nodded. We came down just to see how everyone is doing with work and rest. Since the state is so good, we won't disturb you. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll come by again. The miner who struck up the conversation waved his hand and lay on the bed with his legs crossed. We will certainly await the grand arrival of President Zhu. Sacred bear puppet. Not a single person went out to see them off. They just casually called out take care without even bothering to get up from their beds. Retracing their steps, the group put on their mechas again and were hoisted by the cage all the way back to the surface. Having just exited the extra-dimensional space, Zhu Suochang and the others felt a bit uncomfortable, shaking their heads to try to get rid of the noise. Turns out your teammate wasn't intentionally showing off back then, it really feels so comfortable. Lu Gong's cheeks were flushed, paired with his dark complexion, the color somewhat resembled an eggplant. Just ordinary, removing some abnormal effects, that's all, Ren Yunqi said modestly. Then can you remove the blackness on my face? Lu Gong looked hopeful. This is sunburn, it should count as an abnormal state, right? That, I'm not sure. Ren Yunqi had never considered this aspect before, after all, he wasn't dark-skinned. The two exchanged a glance. Those people down there have no idea what they've missed. Wang Gong chuckled a bit mischievously. Tomorrow, I'll tag along and see if they're still so smug. The environment in the other dimensional seabed made me feel a bit physically uncomfortable after just a short while. Even those seasoned veterans, no matter how experienced, half a day in that stifling and sour environment would be enough to teach them a lesson. Zhu Suochang felt quite pleased in his heart, but as the boss, it was not appropriate appropriate for him to express it, so he could only enjoy it secretly. A group of seasoned veterans. Today will be your last day of triumph. Tomorrow, you'll understand the treacherous nature of the world. Rin Yunqi, who lived near the fortress front line, heard the continuous sound of firecrackers early in the morning. One luxury car after another lined up to enter, and those stepping out were prominent figures from Donghai government representatives, branch presidents of the Extraordinary Alliance, military representatives, corporate executives, and even several principals from extraordinary high schools had arrived. Holy Bear's embrace. Haha, Yunqi, come, say hello to the principals. Principal Chi of Donghai No. 1 High School beamed with joy, spreading his arms wide from afar and warmly pulling Rin Yunqi over to show off to the other school principals. This is Principal Qian, the principal of Donghai No. 4 High School, a senior figure in our Donghai education circle. This is Principal Ma. This is Principal Lu from Donghai No. 3 High School. The Zhong Dao you encountered during the Transcendent Cup is his prized student. Zhong Dao. Ren Yunqi couldn't recall him for a moment. He's the one whose blade you broke in 3 strikes. Principal Qi lowered his voice to remind him, the wrinkles on his face forming a chrysanthemum-like smile. Principal Lu's forehead veins bulged. That Qi guy is such a damn scumbag. Ren Yunqi remembered. It seemed to be the opponent he encountered in either the 3rd or 4th match. Although not very strong, the trash talk was plenty, leaving quite an impression. The next day, Principal Qi feigned seriousness and scolded. I wanted to call and educate you back then. Is this how you treat seniors from a brother school? Don't you know the saying friendship first, competition second? Principal Lu's face wore a smile, but he was seething with anger, his goatee trembling slightly as he squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Better for young people to hit harder than to be torn apart by star beasts in the wilderness. His awkward, constipated expression fully satisfied Principal Qi's vanity, making his grin even wider. The ribbon-cutting ceremony officially began at 9 a.m. and was held with great pomp. First, representatives of various major forces spoke in turn. Engineer Sun, representing the technical staff, also took the stage, delivering a commercial-style praise about how advanced and comfortable the mining platform was. Advanced, Yunqi Run could understand that, but comfortable, TSK. After the speeches, several guests took their positions in order and picked up golden scissors from the ceremonial tray. Under the continuous flashes of cameras at the TV station, the red ribbon was cut simultaneously. The entire process dragged on until 10 o'clock before it ended, during which Xu Suochang had already changed his stance 7 times. Oh, every time the camera turned towards him, he would adjust his angle. Even after the group photo was taken and everyone was sent off, this middle-aged man was still immersed in a certain dazed happiness, his fingertips constantly stroking the golden scissors used for the ribbon cutting. Uncle, let's go take a look inside the space. Rin Yunqi timely interrupted his reverie. Alright. The process of diving into the seabed for the second time was no different from yesterday. But as soon as the isolation door of the resting area opened just half a palm's width, a wave of sound mixed with the smell of sweat and food rushed out. Before the door even opened, the faint sounds of cursing and shouting could be heard from inside. Seawater. It's seawater everywhere. If I stay in this godforsaken place any longer, I'll suffocate to death. God damn it. Are you sweating because of kidney deficiency or what? Don't you know this bed is shared in shifts? How am I supposed to sleep with all that sweat? Today, I swear I won't wear the mech. I'll just walk out there and die outside, and I won't mind a single thing. What can they do to me? Who was it yesterday that said they'd treat us to club models after digging 10 cubic meters of ore? Mom, I want to go home. Xu Suochang hesitated a little, but Rin Yunqi next to him directly opened the door. In an instant, all eyes turned toward them, green and ravenous like wolves starved for days. I'll go. Xu Suochang was startled. What's going on? He remembered that this group of people was lively and energetic yesterday, so how did they end up like this? One by one, they lay on the beds, listless and staring blankly, with deeply sunken eye bags in dark circles heavy like silkworm cocoons. Uncle Zhu, step back. Ren Yunqi communicated with the toy house through his thoughts, while Yusu stood on his shoulder, embrace of the holy bear. The honey-colored halo rippled outward in waves. The scene was extremely eye-piercing, and the sound was even more philosophical. Ren Yunqi used up a full 10 points of his blue bar, ensuring everyone was taken care of before finally stopping. Don't stop. The person closest to him endured the waves of soreness and numbness spreading through their body, got out of bed, and came over, again. I want more, don't stop. Several people ran this way, stumbling, the scene looking just like a damn zombie movie. Ren Yunqi didn't hold back either. With a flick of his strings, he controlled the person at the front to spin in place and fall to the ground, blocking the other's only path. Then he added a thorn thunder ring, bundling them together and pushing them away. Swish. Everyone, quiet. Ren Yunqi said in a deep voice. Everyone was stunned, maintaining their previous posture, not daring to move. From now on, I will come here every day at 9 a.m. until a new extraordinary individual specializing in mental abilities replaces me. Let's not beat around the bush. You're here for money, which is why you've come to such a harsh place. I feel the same way. I'm not here to be a volunteer. So, cooperate with with my work and it'll be good for everyone. Rin Yunqi was unquestionably the youngest among this group of people. However, not a single person interrupted him. The entire rest area was so quiet that the faint sound of the undercurrent outside could almost be heard. With the body feeling better, the mind naturally became much clearer. Talking big is one thing, but actually quitting is absolutely impossible. Before coming here, they had already signed contracts and undergone official mech operation training. If they were to breach the contract now, the penalty alone would bankrupt them to the point of selling their pants and still not being able to pay it off. Besides, didn't they say it? Once a day at 9 o'clock. The TV always says, work hard and life will get sweeter and sweeter. Uncle Zhu, you go up by yourself. I'll stay down here for a while, Ren Yunqi said. Shu Suochang, who had just secured the mech to the lift cage, looked a bit puzzled. What are you staying here for? I feel like the environment here is pretty good. I'll see if I can cultivate. Alright then, don't force yourself. Shu Suochang gave a brief explanation and went upstairs. He had just finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and there was still a pile of tasks waiting for him to handle. Ren Yunqi, wearing a mech suit, walked through the seawater toward the edge of the protective shield. The farther he got from the resting area, the more he could feel the oppressive sensation coming from the surrounding seawater. The light grew dimmer, and the unique sharp whistling sound of this dimensional space faintly reached his ears. Come! Ren Yunqi exhaled deeply and extended the mechanical arm to begin inscribing the spell. A task that could be easily completed on land was now several times more sluggish and difficult. The mechanical arm emitted a screeching sound of metal twisting as it inscribed the spell. His mental energy was also operating at an unprecedentedly high speed. Ren Yunqi now is like an athlete training while wearing weighted sandbags and dragging rubber tires. Inside the toy house, a happy birthday lotus hovered in mid-air, its petals opening and spinning in circles. Among Ren Yunqi's four spatial spirits, it had the lowest sense of presence, even less than the newly arrived marionette. But its role for Ren Yunqi was something the other three could never replace. Petal of life, petal of resilience. Two passive skills ensure that Ren Yunqi's spirit and body won't be overwhelmed by the surrounding environment, allowing him to cultivate in this eerie place. Just like how one can get addicted to sweating it out in the gym, Ren Yunqi is hopelessly immersed in the ocean of cultivation. The ocean in the physical sense. He didn't feel bored at all. With the holy bear's puppet around, every day when he went ashore to look in the mirror, he could see his blue bar limit increasing. From the initial 60-something, it rose to over 90, and now it has even surpassed the 100 mark, reaching 106, with the potential to double completely. Even the cattle and horses working in the mines have grown accustomed to his presence. Every morning at 9 o'clock, line up to receive the blessing of the holy light. Apart from that, you can also voluntarily come to Ren Yunqi's cultivation spot. Knock on the shell of Ren Yunqi's mech, and with a kind tone, you can earn a holy bear's embrace. His title has also changed from the initial hey to brother, buddy, and even some calling him Brother Ren. Brother Ren, leaving so early today? At 10 in the morning, the workers who came to the mine saw Ren Yunqi entering the cage, just fastening the buckle securely. Got something to do today, I'll come back tomorrow, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. Someone teased, what's the good news? Are you going to get a marriage certificate? Get lost, what's so great about getting a marriage certificate? If it weren't for having a family to worry about, would we be mining here? Another person joked and cursed. Exactly, being single was the best. You could flirt with as many girls as you wanted. If you ask me, sneaking over a widow's wall at midnight is more thrilling. You bunch of animals, don't corrupt the student here. A group of men gathered together, and aside from politics, the topics inevitably had a bit of color. Having stayed here for so many days, Ren Yunqi had already gotten used to it. Taking the cage lift to leave the wailing whirlpool, Ren Yunqi headed straight for the East Sea Transcendent Alliance. After scanning his CR, he was led by the staff to a lounge. Mr. Ren, these are your custom-made dual batons. You can open them using your fingerprint. The designated staff placed a box on the table. Ren Yunqi rubbed his hands and pressed his fingers on the box. The box opened, revealing two short rods inside. The rods were silver white, about 1 meter long, and adorned with dark golden patterns that had a strong metallic texture. Overall, it looks cold and sharp. Ren Yunqi gripped the handle, the chill of the metal seeping into his veins through his palm. He instinctively weighed it in his hand. It was heavier than he had imagined. Mr. Ren, we have a testing arena here. You can give it a try, the staff member said respectfully. Additionally, the upgraded power armor you customized has also been completed. If it's convenient, please leave your CR, and we'll import it for you. Good work. Ren Yunqi handed the CR to him and headed to the testing ground. The testing ground was about 100 square meters, very spacious, with shelves on one side holding force meters, high-speed cameras, and a pile of unnamed metal instruments. A stick was swung diagonally, almost slipping out of the left hand. The center of gravity is too far forward. Try again. He shook his numb wrist, steadied his body with stance training, and his muscles unleashed bursts of hidden force as he swung the stick. A stick struck the dynamometer, and the machine let out a beep as the needle spun around sharply. Without pausing for a moment, the stick in the right hand came down again. This strike was even heavier, directly driving the target surface halfway in. Indeed, there's a reason for its high price. Ren Yunqi's face was full of joy. "B, you must know, this is a specially designed dynamometer, capable of withstanding thousands of pounds of force without issue, and my dual sticks have additional features." Ren Yunqi took out a manual from the metal box, which detailed the activation methods for various functions. Ren Yunqi clashed the two short sticks together and pressed the red protrusion at the end of the stick handle. Blue and white electric arcs surged along the dark golden patterns on the stick's tip. Ren Yunqi twirled the stick with a flick of his wrist, the whistling sound growing sharper, and then struck the force tester heavily. The tree branch-like arc shot into the short rod with a bang, and the force gauge cleanly and swiftly let out a boom, with wisps of black smoke rising from the top. "Mr. Ren, the item you requested is already, At the doorway, the staff member who had just pushed the door open froze mid-smile, staring wide-eyed at Ren Yunqi. "Ahem, how much does this thing cost?" Ren Yunqi asked awkwardly. "This is normal wear and tear, we won't charge you for it." The staff couldn't help but take another look at the scrapped machine. "However, this one is a physical attack force tester. If you want to test electrical currents, you can choose those targets." Ren Yunqi chuckled dryly. "Thank you." He took his CR from the staff's hands, activated the power armor, letting the metal components flow like water and attach to his body. The dual sticks instantly became much more manageable, seemingly merging with the power armor, with almost no sense of lag. Judging by appearance alone, this power armor didn't seem much different from before. However, the core had already been replaced with Ma Xingliang's unit, and the alloy components were all high-end, significantly boosting its performance. After the upgrade, your power armor has reached level 3 standards and can now accommodate new features, the staff member said. "Would you like me to recommend a few for you?" "Not for now." Ren Yunqi shook his head and refused. Of course, he wanted the new feature, but the problem was, he was out of money. Compared to his steadily increasing combat power, his wallet seemed much thinner. Extraordinary beings are money-eating beasts. The remaining savings he had were long turned into various star beast meat and potions that ended up in his stomach. Standing in the hall of the Extraordinary Alliance, Ren Yunqi looked up at the mission board, trying to find a task to earn some extra money. Not a single one. The tasks he could take on now were all low-level ones like finding lost cats and dogs, and after a busy day, he might only earn a few thousand yuan. Relying on these to get rich? He might as well take up part-time deep-sea mining. There's only one way. Ren Yunqi turned around and approached the front desk. The receptionist greeted him with a sweet smile. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you?" "Book me the nearest second-tier ranking match," Ren Yunqi said. Only by reaching the second tier in ranking would he qualify to unlock more lucrative tasks, and even venture into some low-level interdimensional spaces to earn money. With his current strength combined with various equipment, he now had the confidence to take on the challenge. Second tier? The receptionist was momentarily stunned, looking at the overly young Ren Yunqi in front of her, thinking she must have misheard. "That's right, second rank," Ren Yunqi emphasized again. Oh, okay, then please fill out your personal information and pay the venue fee as well as the judge's appearance fees, the receptionist said. "How much?" 20,000. Money is a bastard, but it sure looks good. Ren Yunqi took out his phone and looked at the balance, which was less than 5 figures, falling silent for a moment. "Let me make a call first." He called Zhang Yanyan, and the ringtone was picked up after just 2 rings. "Hello?" Zhang Yanyan's voice came through. "Rich lady is hungry," Ren Yunqi said in a falsetto voice. "Get lost. If you have something to say, just say it." "Borrow money," Ren Yunqi shamelessly said. "It's urgent. Transfer it to me now." "How much do you need?" Zhang Yanyan asked straightforwardly. 20,000. Zhang Yanyan readily agreed and casually asked before hanging up the phone, "What do you need the money for?" "Oh, to participate in the ranking competition. I don't have money to pay the registration fee," Ren Yunqi replied. "Second-tier ranking competition? Ren Yunqi, you want to rank up to tier 2? You're such a beast. You're such a dog. Not afraid of brothers living a hard life, just afraid of brothers driving a Land Rover." Zhang Yanyan was practically about to lose it. This dog of a son, Ren Yunqi, had been as silent as the dead for a while, and now he suddenly wants to rank up to tier 2? "I regret it. I'm taking back the transfer right now." "Look at you, so impatient again," Ren Yunqi said seriously. "This is called the strong leading the strong. When I make it big in the future, I definitely won't forget you. I'll share a bite of what I have left over and what I get lost." The call ended, and Ren Yunqi laughed with immense joy. Wealth without showing off is like wearing fine clothes at night. The receptionist covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "You two have such a good relationship. Is she your girlfriend?" "Just someone from the roadside," Ren Yunqi replied casually, leaving the receptionist bewildered. She could only awkwardly smile before continuing. "Mr. Ren, there are no relevant events in Donghai recently. Here is the information on the upcoming tier 2 ranking matches." "All right, if you're in a hurry, you can pick one from inside." Ren Yunqi flipped through the information. 20,000 yuan naturally isn't enough to have someone organize a special event just for you. This thing is a bit like Pinduoduo, where people from all over the country group buy the same product, and once the number of participants is is sufficient, the order is successfully placed. This one. Ran Yunqi selected one of them. The receptionist was a bit surprised. You want to choose the Shanghai special session? Out-of-towners generally don't like to choose the Shanghai special session. The reason? It's too competitive. The Magic City is too vast, and there are too many contestants from all over the country. Many people originally had the ability to pass the competition, but unfortunately, they stepped on a landmine and were eliminated in the first round. Let's go with this one. The sooner it's over, the sooner we can return, Ren Yunqi said. Alright, I'll handle it for you right away. Soon, Ren Yunqi's information was entered, and the time was set for next Monday, just 4 days away. After leaving the Extraordinary Alliance, Ren Yunqi made a call to Zhu Suochang. Uncle Zhu, I need to take half a month off. Zhu Suochang was drinking at a social gathering when he heard this, and half of his intoxication instantly vanished. Take leave? Yes, I'm going out to compete and won't be back for a while, Ren Yunqi replied. Didn't you contact a few college students specializing in mental abilities? Let them take over. Zhu Suochang felt overwhelmed. Yunqi, they're not like you. Although they can be used, it's just barely usable. You have to understand, many minors count on you to relax a bit when you go. Not every star skill is Embrace of the Holy Bear. Setting aside the effects, purely in terms of experience, if Embrace of the Holy Bear is compared to a lavish feast, then other similar star skills are merely life-sustaining nutrient solutions. How can that be the same? Uncle, we really have to go, Ren Yunqi said. Since he insisted, Zhu Suochang had no choice. According to the contract, once those college students started their positions, Ren Yunqi could have quit. Ren Yunqi asking for leave was already giving him a lot of respect. Alright, then, go early and come back early. Hanging up the phone, Ren Yunqi made another call to Yu Chanhai. Master, I've signed up for the ranking match, the one in Modu. I'm at the school, come over. Ren Yunqi rushed back from the Transcendent Alliance and went straight to the small arena on the playground, where Yu Chanhai was already waiting. Yu Chanhai stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, when are you leaving? The day after tomorrow's ticket, Ren Yunqi replied. 2 days is enough. Yu Chanhai nodded. Your equipment has arrived, right? Put it on and let me take a look. Ren Yunqi activated the CR, the power armor attached to his body, the battle knife fixed at his waist, and both hands holding dual batons. Yu Chanhai, attack me with your batons, with full force. Alright. Ren Yunqi didn't hesitate at all, raising the batons and striking down directly. With the power armor attached, his physique was extremely burly. In contrast, Yu Chanhai looked like a skinny old man, seemingly about to be killed with a single strike. However, Yu Chanhai's body tilted slightly, extending a finger to make a point and a stroke on the staff. Yunqi's body uncontrollably toppled to one side. Wide and open moves are fine, but your strength doesn't have a decisive advantage, and you have no follow-up moves to back it up. Doing this is just handing your opponent an opening. Again, don't treat power armor as just a bigger stick for idiots. Unsteady steps, sluggish reactions, unsteady steps again, none of your movements are decent. And you still think you can make a name for yourself in the Magic City arena? That's more like it. Again, hello? For the first time, Ren Yunqi felt what it meant to face an absolute gap in skill. Mingming Changhai did nothing, not even using a single star technique, yet with just 1 or 2 moves, he managed to completely suppress him. As Ren Yunqi twisted his body, Changhai had already closed in, once again slashing toward his hand in an attempt to knock the short stick away. Ren Yunqi voluntarily let go and simultaneously activated the electric current switch. In an instant, blue and white arcs of electricity enveloped Changhai. At that moment, Ren Yunqi had at least 3 follow-up options: Midnight, String Puppeteer, and Thorn Lightning Ring. This move is barely acceptable. Yes, sir. Yu Chanhai's voice rang out, and the previously rampant arcs of electricity twisted and vanished as he spoke. Your advantage lies in your star power reserves and your versatile attack methods. When connected properly, they can leave your opponent defenseless. Do not waver on using star techniques as your core. But your weakness is also very obvious. It's easy for others to target you. Yu Changhai said, your Hunyuan stance has already reached the entry level. Now I will teach you the static stance within the Hunyuan stance. The static stance focuses on controlling techniques, emphasizing deflecting is striking, striking is deflecting, combining offense and defense, and unifying deflection and attack, all to limit the opponent's attacks with minimal cost. Is it the footwork you just used to dodge my attack? Ren Yunqi asked. Yu Changhai said, whether it's propping, twisting, holding, pressing, wrapping, clamping, lifting, or grabbing, any technique or attack will impose an additional burden on the body and shift the center of gravity. Static stance involves using the center of gravity to disrupt the opponent's balance. Even if you can't disrupt the opponent's balance, at the very least, you won't be easily taken down in close combat. Yu Changhai assumed a stance. I'll do it and you follow along. For the next 2 days, Ren Yunqi continued to train intensively with Yu Changhai. At the same time, Jiang Family Martial Arts School. I don't need to say much more. You have all been tested and tempered through the Extraordinary Cup, so the martial arts school competition should pose no difficulty for you. But people must always look forward and not remain immersed in past victories. The students of the martial arts school stood neatly in 3 rows, while Jiangshi stood before them with his hands behind his back. This time, the starting lineup will still be you second-tier players, Ji Qiang. As for substitutes, Nian, you and Jiang Nian suddenly spoke up. I don't want to go to this martial arts competition. Jiangshi frowned. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to participate in the second-tier ranking competition in Magic City. In January, the Magic City of Shanghai is swept by the wind from the Huangpu River, carrying high humidity air through the city. Clothes drying in the old alleyways carry a dampness. Although the average daily temperature is above 0, it still makes passers-by sniffle and tighten their collars. The station. Migrant workers, students, and office workers fill the entire station to the brim, with luggage and camouflage patterned woven bags everywhere. In January, it happens to be the peak period of the Spring Festival travel rush, with large crowds returning to their hometowns from here. Yes, Ren Yunqi walked against the flow of people heading out. I told you, why did you insist on following me? Didn't you say your martial arts school has a competition at the end of the year? Ren Yunqi complained. Jiang Nian followed behind him and replied matter-of-factly. What's the big deal? I'm just a first-tier nobody. One more of me doesn't make a difference. One less of me doesn't matter. Sure, a first-tier nobody who dares to sign up for the second-tier ranking competition. Ren Yunqi said speechlessly. Aren't you afraid we might end up facing each other? I'm telling you, I absolutely won't hold back when the time comes. Worry about yourself. Jiang Nian sneered disdainfully. That's right, she also signed up for the second-tier ranking competition. In her words, I have money. At worst, it's just 20,000 yuan down the drain. I'll take a trip to the big city and relax. Such a bold statement made the penniless Ren Yunqi drool with envy. Dad, not far away, the warmth of Odin wafted over from a 24-hour convenience store. Ren Yunqi bought 2 portions earlier and squatted with Jiang Nian on one side of the waiting hall, using the station's power bank to recharge their phones. All the hotels near the venue are fully booked, and there are no vacancies in homestays or capsule hotels either. If it's too far, we might get stuck in traffic and miss it. I booked a rental apartment, a duplex 1-bedroom. Ren Yunqi ate his Odin and casually asked, where are you staying? Haven't found a place. Staying with you, Jiang Nian said matter-of-factly. Ahem. Ren Yunqi almost choked on the lucky bag in his mouth, looking at her in disbelief. I treat you like a brother, and you actually want to sleep with me? Get lost. I sleep on the bed, you take the floor. Jiang Nian slapped him on the back. Ren Yunqi opened his mouth, ready to retort. Damn, how shameless can you be? Jiang Nian, expressionless, pay me back. You see, you're taking it seriously again. Ren Yunqi put on a fawning, ingratiating expression. Don't just talk about sleeping on the floor, I'd even warm the bed for you. A penny can stump even a hero. Before advancing to the second tier and earning money, Ren Yunqi still planned to squeeze more gold coins out of Lao Nian. He couldn't afford to offend him. In the Magic City, choosing to drive or take a taxi is definitely not a wise decision. The traffic jams make you question life itself. Fortunately, big cities are indeed big cities. They have great things like the subway, which Donghai could never afford. Dear passengers, please do not cross the safety white line. You watch our stuff, I'll go to the restroom. Where's my husband? Don't force your way in, it's so annoying. Don't you follow any rules? The subway station was not as orderly as the bus station. As soon as the red light on the electronic screen started flashing, the crowd immediately became restless, pushing and surging forward. Ren Yunqi stood firm at the front, relying on his stance to stabilize his center of gravity, while Jiang Nian followed closely, enjoying the path he cleared for her. I remember you said when you were little that you wanted to come to the big city to be an OL office lady. On the bus, neither of them managed to grab a handrail. Ren Yunqi didn't mind and rested his chin on Jiang Nian's head as he spoke. Jiang Nian only felt a sour pressure on the top of her head. Back then, I was still young and didn't understand much. I just thought taking the subway and typing on a laptop in a coffee shop seemed so sophisticated. Young lady, you're apparently only 17 this year. Don't act like you're reminiscing about your youth, Ren Yunqi reminded her. Oof. Jiang Nian stood on tiptoe and bumped Ren Yunqi's chin. 20 minutes later, the subway arrived at the station. The two followed the crowd out of the exit and walked according to the navigation to find the rented apartment. Antai apartment, yes, this is the one. Ren Yunqi looked around the neighborhood. It was one of those old residential areas from the last century, with wires strung overhead and a plaque at the entrance reading Outstanding Historical Building. The people living here were considered lucky. With that plaque in place, they could forget about ever becoming relocation residents in this lifetime. The environment inside is even harder to describe. It's difficult to imagine this as part of a big city. Even the residential areas in Donghai before renovation were planned more spaciously than this. The location is here. Ren Yunqi looked around. The navigation ended right between two apartment buildings. What are you doing? Look here. Jiang Nian had a strange expression, pointing to a spot. The duplex you rented. You don't mean this, do you? Ren Yunqi followed the direction of her finger and saw a cobblestone path submerged in the grass. At the end of the path there was a half-open small door, standing no more than 1.8 meters tall tall and at most 1 meter wide. There is also a small window at the top, and upon closer inspection, you can clearly see half of the bed's headboard. This is freaking someone's storage room, isn't it? High emotional intelligence, convenient for picking up deliveries. Low emotional intelligence, easy to defend and hard to attack. Set up a machine gun here, and even a whole regiment wouldn't be able to break in. During the survival battle of the College League, some praised Rin Yunqi for his diverse skills, while others supported Zhang Yifan for his outstanding abilities. But at this very moment, Rin Yunqi is willing to call the second landlord of Magic City the strongest, with all his talent invested in home renovation. Worried about what might happen, and here it is, this really is the rental house he leased. Ah, you guys came so quickly. Come upstairs and take a look at the house, the just-arrived second landlord said with a cheerful smile. Big brother, didn't your rental description say it's a duplex 1-bedroom? Rin Yunqi questioned. That's right, you'll see once you take a look. He led the two inside, and as they entered, Rin Yunqi had to lower his head slightly to avoid hitting it. First, they passed through a corridor, and further in, there was a gray wooden door. The sublandlord took out a key and opened the door, revealing a staircase curving upward. Underneath the staircase, the slanted triangular area was a makeshift kitchen, exuding a kind of charm where flipping a wok could practically feed the wall. Old Ron. Next to the kitchen was the bathroom, where one could cook, eat, and relieve themselves all at once. Come up and take a look at the bedroom, the sublandlord said, poking half his head out from the staircase. Seeing this, Rin Yunqi actually no longer held any expectations, but walking up still managed to broaden his worldview. There was only a bed above. Strictly speaking, the space was only enough for a bed, with the headboard taking up half of the window for lighting. There was no way to lay a floor mat. Unless Rin Yunqi had the skills of little dragon girl, sleeping suspended on a rope instead of the bed at night. Or maybe he could be like those mind-blowing short videos where 100 students, one dorm room is enough. Hey, aren't you two a couple? Just sleep together. The sublandlord said matter-of-factly, this is a double bed, just pull the little curtain when the time comes, it'll be great. Rin Yunqi, aye. Alright, let's settle here, Zhang Niannian said. The competition is tomorrow, and we can't find a more suitable place now, can we? Yes, the young lady is still sharp. Don't be fooled by how small this place is, it's much better than those coffin rooms or basements. The sublandlord beamed with joy. If there's no problem, I'll head out first. If you want to eat, turn left outside the community and walk 2 blocks to find the food street. After the landlord left, Zhang Niannian opened the cabinet by the bed on her own, took out 2 extra pillows, and placed them in the middle. This is the boundary line. I sleep inside, you sleep outside, just like when we were kids. Whoever crosses the line is a beast. Rin Yunqi looked at Zhang Niannian with a gaze full of care for the intellectually challenged. Who was it that crossed the line as a child and squeezed over, saying something like, I'm cold, moving a bit. Zhang Niannian's cheeks flushed as she shouted, don't imitate me in such a disgusting tone. That's exactly how you were. I was not. Zhang Niannian refused to admit it, but her brain couldn't help replaying fragments of childhood memories. Half asleep and half awake, it did seem like she had treated Rin Yunqi as a human-shaped pillow, drooling all over his face after falling asleep. But that was all in the past. Now that she had grown up, there was no way she would do something so embarrassing again. Rin Yunqi took out the bedsheet and quilt he had prepared in advance from the CR. Just as he was about to lay them out for himself, Zhang Niannian quickly snatched them away. What are you doing? Rin Yunqi looked completely baffled. I didn't bring a quilt, Zhang Niannian said matter-of-factly. There's a quilt in the cabinet. I don't want to use a stranger's. Who knows who slept with it before? Zhang Niannian muttered while hugging the quilt. As for yours, I can make do with it. When a man has no money in his pocket, his words lack confidence. Rin Yunqi pulled out a quilt from the cabinet and laid it out for himself. Then he drew the curtains, and the room was more or less tidied up. Zhang Niannian crossed her legs, leaning sideways on Rin Yunqi's blanket while scrolling through her phone. Hey, tomorrow's match schedule is out. This time's competition favorites include Wan Chang and Wei Yingshun from the affiliated high school of Moda University, Su Miao from Lancaster Catholic Church, Wu Jiaxiang from Quancheng Martial Arts School, and a few foreigners as well. They're all young powerhouses who reached Tier 2 before even coming of age. Rin Yunqi looked amazed. As expected of a big city, geniuses like us, who are rare in small cities for decades, don't even make a name here. Zhang Niannian said faintly, Old Ron, have some shame. What the Magic City lacks the least are people with high popularity and strong abilities. Rin Yunqi could still be a traffic magnet in the Donghai Transcendent Cup, but here he can't even make it into the top 10 trending list. Barely scraping into the top 20 as a small tail end. Zhang Niannian fared even worse, you'd have to search her name to find her. These are just the ones with high traffic. If we really talk about strength, those first-tier veterans in their 20s and 30s are not to be underestimated. Zhang Niannian pulled up the information for Rin Yunqi to see. Although these people have limited talent, their combat experience is incredibly rich, far beyond the extraordinary veterans from our place. Whether they're strong or not, we'll find out tomorrow. Rin Yunqi stretched lazily, only to be stopped halfway by the wall, forcing him to retract mid-stretch. Let's go, time to eat. What shall we eat? Zhang Niannian asked laughed enthusiastically. I heard there are many specialties in Modu. I want to try them all. Follow me, I guarantee you'll eat to your heart's content, Ryunyunchi said with a wave of his hand. 40 minutes later. This is the place you said would guarantee my satisfaction? Zhang Niannian looked up at the sign for Lanting Elegant Residence and said speechlessly, who goes to a bathhouse to eat? You don't know anything. The ticket includes a buffet, Ryunyunchi said skillfully. Our little rental place doesn't even have a spot to shower. After a busy day, let's soak in a bath first and then eat. In his previous life of wandering around, whenever he didn't know which local specialties to try, Ryunyunchi would always choose a buffet. Zhang Niannian was coming to a place like this for the first time, trying to stay calm as she followed Ryunyunchi inside. Several more minutes passed. Comfortable. Zhang Niannian, dressed in a silky bathrobe, was eating and drinking, her fair little feet swinging in the air. On the screen opposite, clips of battle videos featuring several popular contestants were still being projected. They are all very strong, with different combat styles and extraordinary professions. One thing they have in common is that everyone is very good looking. It is said that these contestants have been noticed since their awakening. Once they show talent, a professional team takes over, covering everything from promotion to fan management. Zhang Niannian said, take Zhang Yifan, for example. He was initially discovered by an entertainment company, but later got snatched up by Moto University. Ryunyunchi clicked his tongue in amazement. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Even the extraordinary world, the seemingly upright fellow, turns out to be so superficial, favoring handsome men and beautiful women. Is that so impressive? While the two were chatting casually, in Donghai Yaosai City, Yu Chanhai made a phone call. Master. On the other end of the line was a delighted female voice, tinged with a playful tone. Humph, I can't believe you still remember me. Your disciple has been waiting so long for this call. Xiaolin, Yu Chanhai said, I've been teaching your junior apprentice brother lately, you know that. TCH, he's the junior apprentice brother, but I used to be the junior apprentice sister. Chen Xiaolin protested, you promised to take me as your last disciple, but then you took in another one. Master, that's not fair. You silly girl, Yu Changhai said with a helpless smile, you're already 30, and still. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. In front of Master, I'm just a child. Chen Xiaolin said, Master, do you have anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Your junior apprentice has gone to the Magic City. Yu Changhai said, his main focus is as a mage. In this area, your research is deeper than mine. Take some time to guide him. Does this count as teaching on behalf of the master? Chen Xiaolin giggled and said, if he doesn't listen, can I spank him? Yu Chanhai also laughed, if he doesn't behave, feel free to hit him. As the economic hub of the entire Huaxia, the Magic City is naturally incomparable to a remote and impoverished place like Donghai. After nightfall, most of Donghai is plunged into darkness, but the Magic City is different. The nights are even wilder than the days, filled with indulgence and luxury. I still remember once when we completed a bounty, we spent ages looking for a wonton stall, and the three of us ended up buying out the entire stall. Ren Yunqi and Zhang Niannian walked side by side through the bustling crowd. Wherever the eye could see, there were glass curtain walls, giant LED screens, and massive holographic images projected into the sky. Small cities have their own advantages, they're more relaxed and don't have that suffocating feeling of big cities, Zhang Niannian said. Only workers think that way. Rich people can relax anywhere, Ren Yunqi said, looking up at a screen. On the screen, there is a desert. In the desert, two figures collide rapidly, moving so fast that professional equipment must continuously slow down the footage, almost to the point of distortion, to make it visible. A 7th-tier master battle, our Huaxia's Gon Fengqi versus America's Grace Carter. Zhang Niannian's face showed a look of longing. Forget 7th tier, even a 6th-tier battle is a rare event that happens only once in several years. I really wish I could see it live. With your small frame going to the scene, be careful not to get crushed by someone's domain laws in their life-bound space, Ran Yunqi said with a laugh. The battle of a 7th-tier transcendent, even the aftermath, could easily destroy a city. It's not necessarily physical destruction, their life-bound space is enough to envelop an entire city. The pressure it brings is no less than that of an interdimensional space, and it could truly suppress someone to the point of mental collapse. TCH, such a killjoy. Jiang Niannian pouted. Just as she was about to say more, she noticed Ren Yunqi had stopped walking. What's wrong? Jiang Niannian asked in confusion. You go ahead, I forgot my phone at the bathhouse, Ren Yunqi said. I'll go with you to get it. No need, I can get the phone myself. Alright. Ren Yunqi didn't say much either, waved his hand, and turned to walk into the crowd. Jiang Niannian didn't think much of it and headed toward the rental house. Sensitive people often feel a sense of discomfort all over when being watched, as if a chill runs down their spine. In the previous life, this was called the sixth sense. In this life, it is referred to as mental power. Ren Yunqi was 100% certain that someone was watching him. That person didn't even bother to hide it, just blatantly and directly stared at him. What the heck? He had just arrived in the Magic City, so there shouldn't be any enemies here so soon. His expression remained calm, a honey-colored light flashed in his eyes, and a few small blue bears separated from his feet, moving amidst the chaotic robotic footsteps. Little Blue Bear will look for the person with the most abundant star power around. Ren Yunqi's plan is also very simple. He doesn't intend to imitate Conan, running alone to some godforsaken corner and getting knocked out from behind by Jin. Relying on the big shots is the way to go, even if it's just borrowing their authority. The priority is to get through the current situation. Not far ahead, someone had an 800 blue bar displayed above their head. Without turning back, Ren Yunqi quickened his pace and headed in that direction. The shoulders sank slightly, and a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils, while a soft, fleshy sensation came from his shoulder blade. Ren Yunqi's muscles instantly tensed, and Sacred Bear's Embrace was activated in an instant. A melodious moan sounded near his ear. Ren Yunqi had already broken free from the restraint and bolted toward Brother 800. Ren Yunqi's vision went dark as he collided head-on with a soft, squishy body. Wow, little handsome guy, is this the trendy way to hit on pretty ladies now? A coquettish laugh rang out. What the heck, a spatial shift. Ren Yunqi's neck was hooked again, still with that soft and fragrant feeling. This time, Ren Yunqi no longer struggled and looked up at the top of the other person's head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's a 5-digit number. Then why bother running? Hey, handsome, why aren't you saying anything? The other person placed both hands on Ren Yunqi's shoulders, their fragrant breath tickling Ren Yunqi's cheeks. Ren Yunqi gave an awkward laugh. That being said, although she's a female pervert, she's also a beautiful female pervert. Her figure is as graceful as a willow, and the tailored dress she wears outlines a mesmerizing and commanding curve, majestic enough to perform a crane dance. Her face is exquisite and full of charm, with deep and bright eyes, smiling as she gazes at Ren Yunqi. This beautiful lady, I don't think I've offended you. How about letting me go this time? We can arrange another meeting, and I'll host, Ren Yunqi said with a forced smile. You rascal, you just made me feel so good, and now you want to deny it? The woman pinched Ren Yunqi's cheek, seemingly enjoying the texture. Hiss, don't say such misleading things, geez. Ren Yunqi felt a twinge in his teeth and instinctively turned his head, only to notice that the pedestrians who had been walking normally just moments ago now seemed to be moving forward as if someone had pressed the slow motion button. Spatial type star technique? Ren Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. The next moment. That's right, if you want to learn, it's just a matter of combining 1,000 or so spells, the woman said with a charming laugh. More than star techniques, I'm more curious to know your lovely name, sister. Ren Yunqi grew a bit bolder. If a powerhouse of this level wanted to kill him, he'd already be ashes by now. There wouldn't even be a chance for conversation. His mind raced, trying to recall any way he could connect with this big shot. My surname is Chen, and my name is Chen Xiao. Chen Xiaolin was just about to tease him a bit more when she saw the other party's face light up with surprise. Chen Xiaolin, your senior sister. Chen Xiaolin was taken aback. Did master mention my name? Of course. Seeing her reaction, Ren Yunqi felt reassured. Every time master scolded me for being stupid, he would bring you up, saying how quickly you learned the same things back then. It made me dislike you for a long time. Giggle, and what about now? Do you still dislike me? Chen Xiaolin asked with a smile. Of course not. Ren Yunqi looked righteous. It's because you, senior sister, are so beautiful. Chen Xiaolin laughed so hard she leaned back and forth, pointing at Ren Yunqi's nose with her finger. You're so young, don't act greasy like those middle-aged old men. At this moment, the flow of time and the surrounding space had also returned to normal. Passers-by nearby looked over with envy. Some envied Ren Yunqi for driving a luxurious car, while others envied Chen Xiaolin for enjoying the company of a youthful and sunny young man. Master greeted me. During your free time in the ranking matches, I'll teach you some simple uses of spells, Chen Xiaolin said. If Yu Changhai were not absent and was here, Ren Yunqi would definitely give him a bear hug, the kind that leaves you gasping for air. So awesome, a big shot with a blue bar reaching 5 digits is teaching me spells. As for the simple that Chen Xiaolin mentioned, Ren Yunqi didn't take it seriously at all. Come on, there are even people who say Peking University is just okay or set a small goal of earning 100 million. This is the rule of our sect. My senior brother taught me this way before, and now it's my turn. In the future, if master takes in another last disciple, it'll be your responsibility. Chen Xiaolin rubbed her fingers. I promised master I would teach you well. If you slack off, watch out, or senior sister will spank you. Yes, senior sister. Off you go. Chen Xiaolin smiled and said, today was just to say hi. Go accompany your little girlfriend now. The two exchanged contact information, and Chen Xiaolin once again showed a mischievous smile. However, sis has to remind you, even though you're full of energy at your age and feel like you can take on anything, you still need to show some restraint, okay? Ren Yunqi, we're not at that stage in our relationship yet. I get it, Chen Xiaolin giggled. Even if you're not there yet, your right hand Miss 5 still needs some self-discipline. I feel like your star technique could totally be a substitute. After all, she's tried it herself, and it feels amazing. After sending off this unruly senior sister, Ren Yunqi finally let out a sigh of relief. Although Yu Changhai had previously mentioned to him that the sect had 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister, he had never mentioned their names. The reason Ren Yunqi knew was exceptionally simple. He looked it up online. This isn't some top-secret file style, just browse a few more web pages, filter, and piece things together, and you'll pretty much get it right. Chen Xiaolin is a professor at Modu University. A full professor at the age of 30, she's the first even in this top-tier university. Her primary extraordinary profession is mage, but like Rin Yunqi, she also minors in several other professions, making her a hexagonal warrior. While browsing through Chen Xiaolin's information, Ren Yunqi returned to his rented apartment. Jiang Yanyan had already changed into her pajamas and curled up in bed. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. Did you find it? Ren Yunqi shook the phone in his hand. Get some rest quickly. We have to get up early for the competition tomorrow. Jiang Yanyan scooted further in, making room for Ren Yunqi. Suddenly, Jiang Yanyan's nose twitched a few times, and her expression instantly became quite animated. Why do you have such a fragrant smell on you? You went to see another woman. You have her perfume scent on you. It's my nose's fault. Jiang Yanyan knelt on the bed, leaning forward, grabbing Ren Yunqi's neck with both hands and shaking him. Speak. Who is it? Getting closer, Ren Yunqi could also catch the scent on the young girl. Unlike the rich and mature fragrance on senior sister, the girl's scent was faint, a refreshing sea salt aroma. Ren Yunqi, did you not rinse off the shampoo when you showered? Ah, I'm dying, I'm gonna die, Ren Yunqi gasped, eyes rolling back and tongue sticking out in an exaggerated performance as Jiang Yanyan choked him. Oh, cut it out. I'm not even using any force. Always smooth talking and acting dumb. Jiang Yanyan gritted her teeth. If you keep this up, I'm gonna fight back, Ren Yunqi warned. Go ahead. I don't believe you'd, Jiang Yanyan's voice suddenly twisted, leaking out from her throat in surprise. You're actually using a star technique? Shameless. Hee hee, the real battle begins now. Giving it my all is the greatest respect I can show you. Ren Yunqi spoke righteously, his gaze sharp as a torch. Embrace of the sacred bear. Don't you dare. Embrace of the sacred bear. Embrace of the sacred bear. Ren Yunqi and Jiang Yanyan lay side by side on the bed. Jiang Yanyan panted heavily, wanting to pick up the pillow to hit him, but her body had already turned to jelly. That's my senior sister, Ren Yunqi said helplessly. Can you not be so sensitive? Jiang Yanyan knew she was in the wrong, but still stubbornly retorted. Why didn't you say so earlier, prioritizing romance over friendship? Ren Yunqi scoffed. What prioritizing romance over friendship? Aren't you also about romance? For some reason, even though the comment was directed at her, Jiang Yanyan inexplicably felt happy after hearing it. Hey, what level is your senior sister? Jiang Yanyan nudged him. 4th level, at least that's what the encyclopedia says, Ren Yunqi replied. That's amazing, Jiang Yanyan said, her face full of envy. The vast majority of transcendents fail in the 2nd-tier ranking competition, let alone the 3rd or 4th tier. Ren Yunqi heard Yu Changhai say that the gap between strong 4th tier and weak 4th tier is greater than the gap between weak 4th tier and 1st tier. Many 4th tier experts spend their entire lives unable to truly comprehend their natal space. It's all your fault. I can't sleep now. Jiang Yan turned over, revealing the graceful silhouette of her back to the young man. Can't sleep? I'm familiar with this. Ren Yunqi raised his hand and cast a midnight, cutting off all the girl's murmurs and pushing them back into her throat. TSK. The close combat between the two just now, how could the effects of Bear's Embrace only impact Jiang Yanyan alone? It was only because his resistance was relatively strong that he managed to maintain his composure the entire time before the girl couldn't hold on. Otherwise, this would have been utterly humiliating. Not even a place to take a cold shower. What a lousy rental. Ren Yunqi turned over, lay down properly, and cast midnight on himself. Sleep. When Ren Yunqi got up, he always felt a stuffy sensation in his chest, as if something was pressing down on him. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes and saw a fair arm draped across his body. Turning his head to look to the side, Jiang Yanyan was sound asleep. Her body was overly relaxed and sprawled out, leaving him with only a tiny bit of space to sleep. Hey, wake up. Ren Yunqi nudged her. Jiang Yanyan rubbed her eyes with one hand while groping around the bed for her phone with the other. The girl was startled. She hadn't found her phone but instead touched a human face, which was exhaling warm breath. Ren Yunqi, beast, you've crossed the line. Jiang Yanyan's muddled brain instantly cleared up, only to realize that half of her body had somehow intruded into Ren Yunqi's territory. Stingy, it's just a little space, Jiang Yanyan muttered under her breath. Ren Yunqi said seriously, please respect every normal young man's morning. Jiang Yanyan glanced at him sideways. So what? It's not like you dare to. Ren Yunqi suddenly sat up, scaring Jiang Yanyan into curling up like a quail. Coward. Ren Yunqi sharply commented as he got off the bed. I'll go to the hallway to change clothes. Hurry up. Jiang Yanyan stayed on the bed, half her face hidden in the blanket. Only after he walked away did she dare to mutter, what's so smug about that? Why didn't I notice yesterday that this quilt smells so much like Laorun? After freshening up, the two took the subway toward the venue. The location for this 2nd-tier ranking match was set in a Republic-era style building in Suwei. Before the current extraordinary laws were enacted, private duels among the extraordinary were rampant, with all kinds of cage fights, death matches, and underground boxing arenas flourishing. Decades ago, the country even even organized powerful individuals to thoroughly clean up these blood-soaked places, turning them into tourist attractions. The next morning, wow, so many people? From a distance, Rin Yunqi and Zhang Niannian were startled by the crowd blocking their view. On the originally spacious bluestone square, metal railings zigzagged haphazardly, barely dividing the people into rows resembling a greedy snake. Didn't they say the second-tier ranking competition isn't that rare? Zhang Niannian said in surprise. There are still too many people in Magic City with money and free time. Rin Yunqi pointed at the crowd. Look over there, a lot of them are students. Hey, look over there. Ah, the place Zhang Niannian pointed to was swarmed with people rushing over, and screams could be heard from far away. If Bangzi were here, we could even use a drone to take a look. Ren Yunqi stopped a girl who was trying to squeeze past and curiously asked, "Excuse me, what's happening over there? You don't even know this?" The girl looked at Ren Yunqi as if he were an alien, but upon realizing he was a handsome guy with a sunny smile, her tone softened considerably. "That's Tang Wenxuan, a member of MRH. He's here to compete today." Tang Wenxuan? Ren Yunqi recalled the list he had reviewed yesterday but couldn't remember this person at all. Seems like a minor celebrity. I think I've seen him on a variety show before, Zhang Niannian said. At the same time, amidst the crowd, Tang Wenxuan was surrounded by a circle of security, wearing a mask and sunglasses, with a specially styled strand of hair hanging down and resting on his forehead. "Everyone, please make way. There will be a signing and handshake event later. You can go to our official site to grab handshake tickets. Xianxian still has a competition later, so please understand and keep it low-key." The manager and assistant shouted energetically, saying not to make a fuss, but in reality, their voices were loud enough for everyone on site to hear. Finally, this group of people managed to squeeze through the crowd and enter via the contestant passage. "So annoying, it's always so crowded, and the shouting hurts my ears," Tang Wenxuan said irritably, taking off his mask. "My dear ancestor, keep your voice down, don't let anyone catch you on camera," the assistant quickly advised. Alright, you're the cautious one." Tang Wenxuan turned his head to look at his manager, Sister Su, who was my opponent. "You're quite lucky," Sister Su said with a smile. "Your first opponent is called Rin Yunqi." Rin Yunqi? Sounds a bit familiar, but I can't recall, Tang Wenxuan said after thinking for a moment. "He's the one who caused a big stir online a few months ago with Zhang Yifun's fans," Sister Su reminded him. "Oh, I remember now, it's him." Tang Wenxuan suddenly realized. "I've investigated. This Rin Yunqi participated in a local extraordinary cup competition not long ago but didn't win any notable ranking." Sister Su said, "There's also a video of his battle. Do you want to watch it?" "There's no need for that," Tang Wenxuan said indifferently. He couldn't even place in a small local competition. "There's no need to waste any effort." "Indeed," Sister Su nodded. "That's why I said you're very lucky. An opponent who's not very strong can still bring you a considerable boost in traffic. It's a rare opportunity." I'll cherish this opportunity and take him down in one go," Tang Wenxuan said confidently. In his eyes burned a blazing ambition. Ren Yunqi, he did not take him seriously. His target was Zhang Yifan. He, Tang Wenxuan, would also walk Zhang Yifan's path, become him, surpass him. Another lounge. Ren Yunqi said in surprise, "What a coincidence this is. The ranking match is different from the Extraordinary Cup. Players can receive information about their opponents in advance and formulate targeted strategies. After all, the purpose of the ranking match is to show the judges that you have the level to advance. Intelligence is also part of the skill. He really has quite a few battle videos. Take a look." Zhang Niannian handed the phone to him. In the video, Tang Wenxuan waved his hand, and a handsome wolf beast stood proudly behind him, its fur sleek and moon-like, exuding agility and charm. "A spirit tamer?" Ren Yunqi asked in surprise. "Yes, his innate space is Beast Nest, which can enhance the strength of star beasts," Zhang Niannian said. "The strength of this wolf beast should be at weak level too. So it's on the same tier as the swamp frog?" Ren Yunqi asked. "Pretty much," Zhang Niannian said. "He also trained as a warrior, but his skills are mediocre, just for show." "Got it." Ren Yunqi carefully watched Tang Wenxuan's video, mentally rehearsing various possible scenarios and strategies. With his current strength, completely crushing a swamp frog wouldn't be a problem at all. But who knows if Tang Wenxuan has any hidden tricks up his sleeve? Will he, like the boss, go into a second phase when things get heated? The audience entered the venue in batches under the guidance of on-site staff, and some employees from TV stations and video platforms also attended. In the Magic City, first phase and second phase low-level battles actually have a market and are quite popular among a significant portion of the audience. The main appeal is its down-to-earth vibe. There is a highly upvoted online comment that says, "The matches of high-level experts are so fast that my naked eyes can't even catch a shadow. Slowing it down so many times makes it look like a slideshow, and the fights are colorful like cheap movie effects, just not enjoyable." Low-level matches are different, familiar and not overly gruesome. The first and second tiers in the Magic City are famously vibrant, showcasing all kinds of extraordinary individuals. At 10 o'clock in the morning, most of the audience was already seated. The referee began announcing the contestants' information and identities. First match match, Tang Wenquan vs Ren Yunqi. Go, old Ren! Jiang Nian shouted. Ren Yunqi made an okay gesture and strode toward the arena. As soon as he stepped out of the contestant passage, he was greeted by deafening cheers and screams. This Republic of China-style venue was unlike those modernized stadiums and fighting arenas, exuding a sense of ruggedness and primitiveness. When the fans chanted slogans in unison, Ren Yunqi could even feel the grayish-blue ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. Opposite, Tang Wenquan took the stage. Dressed quite meticulously, wearing a black martial arts outfit with golden trim, his hair styled vibrantly youthful. The first thing he did upon entering was wave to his fans, sparking another wave of cheers. The referee, accustomed to all kinds of situations, had seen people even more eccentric than Tang Wenquan. He glanced at Ren Yunqi, somewhat surprised by the young man's composure. The entire venue was filled with people cheering for their opponents, and many had already lost their momentum, feeling constrained and hesitant. But Ren Yunqi did not. Instead, he watched his opponent with great interest, as if observing a performance art. Referee, 2 minutes before the match. In my heart, every opponent is worthy of respect. I believe that if you can stand on this stage, you must be the pride of your place. But unfortunately, your journey ends here because you've encountered me. Tang Wenquan pointed his finger at Ren Yunqi, his expression radiating the kind of youthful exuberance seen in movies. I'm a bit curious. Ren Yunqi looked sincere. If I beat you badly, will you lose fans? I've never met someone as arrogant as you since my debut, Tang Wenquan said with a dangerous expression. Well, you're seeing one today, Ren Yunqi replied, still beaming brightly. From the audience's perspective, the tension between the two was growing stronger. 10 minutes for the match, let the competition begin. A massive countdown clock hung high above, and with the referee's command, Tang Wenquan was the first to move. In his hand appeared an extremely exquisite staff. As the staff waved, a grand door materialized, and a giant wolf 3 meters tall, with sleek fur and a slender, majestic physique, emerged. Silver Moon Wolf, tear him apart. The wolf eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf locked onto Ren Yunqi, its hind legs suddenly exerting force, and its body shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. In Ren Yunqi's hand, a staff also appeared. His staff, compared to Tang Wenquan's, looked just like a wooden stick. Thunder Pillar. Sizzle. On the ground, a pillar of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, precisely in the path of the Silver Moon Wolf, lifting its entire body. The Silver Moon Wolf, with ample combat experience, tensed its muscles to overcome the paralysis and accelerated toward Ren Yunqi. Thorn Lightning Ring. Ren Yunqi pushed himself away, and the man and the wolf were like the same poles of a magnet, unable to come into contact at all. Moreover, the Silver Moon Wolf's running speed was slowing down. Upon closer inspection, its muscles were trembling slightly, clearly being attacked by an electric current. This usage is quite interesting, deliberately leaving a flaw at the connection of the spell to let star power leak out? A judge in the stands said in surprise. He has his own unique understanding of spells, another person agreed. This is a bonus point. Silver Moon Wolf, stop circling around him. Crescent Moonbeam. Seeing that his star beast did not immediately take down Ren Yunqi, Tang Wenquan commanded. The Silver Moon Wolf opened its massive jaws, energy waves rapidly converging in its mouth, and almost without any preparation, it shot out a silver beam. The crescent beam veered off course, grazing past above Ren Yunqi. Ha! Tang Wenquan could hardly believe his eyes. How could it miss such a big target? Silver Moon Wolf, what are you doing? Silver Moon Wolf looked aggrieved. Oh whoa! It had clearly aimed, but just before it was about to shoot, its wolf mouth uncontrollably tilted upward. Clang! Ren Yunqi drew his blade and charged rapidly in Tang Wenquan's direction. Looking at his figure swiftly approaching with a knife, Tang Wenquan couldn't suppress his anxiety and commanded the Silver Moon Wolf to intercept and counterattack. Howl! Another beam shot out, but it missed again. Knowledgeable viewers have already grasped the essence. Lifebound star skill. And it's a lifebound star skill that controls a person's actions. No wonder the wolf can't hit him. No matter how fast its jet speed is, it ultimately can't compare to the true instant activation of a lifebound space. Ren Yunqi was already approaching Tang Wenquan. The Silver Moon Wolf, eager to protect its master, no longer attempted the crescent moon ray. Enduring the numbing surge of electricity through its muscles, it directly lunged forward. However, a set of power armor quickly attached itself to Ren Yunqi's body. Second stage acceleration. The Silver Moon Wolf miscalculated its landing point and missed. Ren Yunqi had already rushed right in front of its master. Let me tell you something. It's a bit absurd. I need to sort it out. Probably, there is a particularly honest and introverted student in our class who must have had an issue with eating watermelon and ended up with diarrhea, soiling his pants at noon. Then he came to the office to find me, but when he saw I was sleeping, he didn't dare to wake me up. I was sleeping on a recliner, a very low one. He just stood there, quietly watching me. I had only been asleep for about 10 minutes, and while I was in a half-asleep, half-awake daze, I caught a whiff of an indescribably strong smell. Unable to suppress my physical reaction, I gagged a few times and woke up in shock from my sleep. It was truly a nightmare. No, it was real. The smell was even more vivid. I yanked off my eye mask and found myself locking eyes with a student. Me, Me, what's wrong? Student, teacher, I pooped my pants. Me, ugh. I have to hold it in, this is a sensitive child. I absolutely cannot hurt his self-esteem, ugh. Me, quickly, go to the restroom. I took him to the restroom. Since it was an elementary school, if I had taken him to the student restroom, the children would have gathered around to mock him, leaving a psychological shadow. So, I took him to the teacher's restroom. Then, I started cleaning. You read that right, I cleaned everything, bit by bit. His pants were completely covered, inside and out, his thighs, and, well, it was everywhere. For the first time, I so vividly felt like a gardener, tending to the fertilizer beside the flowers of the motherland. It took the parents over 40 minutes to arrive at the school, and I had to stay with the child the whole time. Then, he went again. Child, please stop. I'm scared. I used 2 packs of wet wipes. A teacher who came to use the restroom asked me why I didn't use a towel dipped in water to wipe. Are you serious? A towel dipped in water, if I apply even a little force, wouldn't it be like a flood, dripping everywhere and soaking my hands completely? I must have fallen into a real-life version of the nightmare cocoon. I really wish someone would give me a bear hug of salvation. Pity me, please comfort my little soul with votes. That's all. The vast majority of horror videos rely on a sudden face scare, a calm scene, a sudden change in situation, forcibly stimulating the brain in an instant to create a sense of fear. Tang Wenxuan was startled. He instinctively picked up his staff to block in front of him, as Rin Yunqi's blade came slashing down from above. He felt as if his wrist was about to give out, and his body staggered backward. Thorn lightning ring. Rin Yunqi directly pulled him back and slashed again. Tang Wenxuan had no time to think and could only block once more. Bang! The staff shattered into 2 pieces, and just as Yunqi Run was about to swing the third strike, the Silver Moon Wolf launched a surprise attack from behind. Tang Wenxuan felt his body momentarily lose control, obediently restrained like an M. Crunch! Then, forcibly reversing the sequence, he faced the Silver Moon Wolf's fierce claws head-on. String manipulation. The Silver Moon Wolf was startled and forcibly retracted its claws to slow down. String manipulation. Ran Yunqi used his star skill again, controlling the Silver Moon Wolf's front paws to make a split. The Silver Moon Wolf's momentum hadn't dissipated, and this move caused it to tumble and roll like a gourd, crashing directly into Tang Wenxuan's stomach. Tang Wenxuan's breakfast was almost squeezed out, his eyes wide open in utter misery. Nightmare cocoon. With Rin Yunqi at the center, both Tang Wenxuan and the Silver Moon Wolf were caught within the range of the star technique's control, unable to stop themselves from trembling. Rin Yunqi drew his combat blade lightly across Tang Wenxuan's neck, then glanced toward the referee. Match over. Rin Yunqi is the winner, the referee announced. Only then did the previously silent audience erupt into a commotion. WTF? Speedrun Bureau? Sure enough, pretty boys are just trash, can't compare to the skilled ones. Ahem, is it possible that this pretty boy isn't even as handsome as the skilled ones? Hiss, now that you mention it. Tang Wenxuan lost too quickly, without any chance for a comeback, leaving his fans no way to defend him. Wait a minute. Tang Wenxuan broke free from the nightmare and shouted angrily, I haven't lost yet. Step off the stage and get ready for the next round of the competition, the referee said with an impartial expression. I haven't lost yet. Tang Wenxuan's mind was still affected by the nightmare cocoon, feeling as if a stifling frustration in his chest couldn't be released. Ren Yunqi had already walked to the edge of the arena, but stopped in his tracks upon hearing the shout and turned around to watch the commotion. Seeing him like this, Tang Wenxuan was even more furious. Damn it, you son of a... The Silver Moon Wolf nearby shook its head and came running over with a roar. Before Ren Yunqi could make a move, the referee's face turned cold. Using his hand as a blade, he struck toward the wolf beast. Awah! The bluestone ground completely split open, along with the wolf's head plunging into the ground below. The previous roar had now turned into terror. Violation of the rules, disqualification from ranking for 3 years, the referee said coldly. Tang Wenxuan seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water, completely sobering up. No, it wasn't me. It rushed up on its own, it has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf had just lifted its head from the ground. In the psychic state, it understood Tang Wenxuan's words and sensed its master's attitude, looking at him with an incredulous gaze. You're selling me? It was clearly you who issued the command through the psychic connection. At this moment, Tang Wenxuan couldn't spare the time to soothe the emotions of a beast, sweating profusely as he explained to the referee. Go away for now, we'll talk about it later. With so many people present, the referee didn't want to argue further and waved him off. Ran Yunqi watched the entire event from the VIP section, thoroughly enjoying the drama. As he was leaving, he casually tossed a bear's embrace to the dejected Silver Moon Wolf. Awah! The Silver Moon Wolf only felt its body warm and cozy, glanced at Ren Yunqi with a complicated look, and followed Tang Wenxuan with its tail drooping. Ren Yunqi returned to the lounge, and Zhang Yanyan handed him a cup of water, which was a bit hot. I poured boiling water, thinking the temperature would be just right after your match. Zhang Yanyan picked up a bottle of mineral water. Want me to mix in some cold water for you? No need, this is fine. Ren Yunqi comfortably leaned on the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone and logging into his forum. Based on past experience, after taking down Tang Wenxuan this time, he was sure to gain a large wave of haters. Ran Yunqi let out a surprised exclamation. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome, this is really my husband. The me from 10 minutes ago wasn't the real me. Tang Wenxuan is nothing compared to my new husband. I'm not fickle, I'm just constantly searching for my true destiny. Zhang Yanyan, who stretched his neck to peek. Alright then, it seems the fan loyalty isn't very strong. Just being a bit more handsome and capable, they immediately switched sides. Ran Yunqi, how can you start calling someone husband right away? That's too casual, Zhang Yanyan complained. Ran Yunqi laughed, a beast who shares a bed with someone and crosses the line has no right to. Whoa, this is a public place, don't hit me. You brought it up first. Zhang Yanyan retorted in embarrassment. While the two were playfully arguing, the door to the room was knocked on. A middle-aged woman walked in with a smile, looking at Ren Yunqi as if she were examining a rare treasure. Ren Yunqi frowned. Auntie, do you need something? Auntie. The woman's eyebrows twitched fiercely, but she maintained her smile. Let me introduce myself. I am a top agent at MeXin Entertainment. My surname is Yao, and this is my business card. Ren Yunqi took the business card. The business card was quite exquisite, with a natural wood color and silver floral edges around it. In the center was the name, Yao Jing. I saw your fight just now from the audience. I think you have great potential to become an idol transcendent. Yao Jing, naturally at ease, found a place to sit down, her eyes burning with enthusiasm. And our MeXin Entertainment has the best conditions and the most professional operation team. Join us, and your path to stardom will be smooth sailing. Really? Ren Yunqi exclaimed in amazement. Of course, Yao Jing affirmed. That Tang Wenxuan outside, he's from your company, right? Zhang Yanyan looked up from her phone screen. This time he lost the fight. How will you handle it? There will be professional staff to follow up and handle it properly. Yao Jing didn't even believe her own words. Handle it properly? Tang Wenxuan is worthless now. Losing so completely, that's just a minor issue. The key point is losing composure, cursing, and even blaming his own star beast for the mistake. Whether it's true or not, that's how the public sees it. And yet he still has the nerve to market himself under the name Little Zhang Yifan? His fate is most likely to be shelved, like other fallen and outdated idols, casually tossed into a corner to rot. Sorry, I don't plan to take this path. Please go back, Ren Yunqi said. Think about it again. With your image and talent, not pursuing stardom would truly be a waste. Yao Jing earnestly persuaded. I understand that a young genius like you might feel that becoming a celebrity isn't the right path. That's where you're wrong. It's merely a way to reasonably monetize your personal charm, and ultimately, it's still about making you stronger. Different paths, same destination. Alright, next time for sure. Please leave for now. We still need to plan the next battle. Ren Yunqi responded perfunctorily, putting the business card away. If I ever can't afford a meal, I'll definitely consider it. Faced with his unyielding attitude, Yao Jing was helpless. After she left, Zhang Yanyan grumbled a bit. Why didn't she come to me? My image and skills are perfectly fine too. Calm down and quickly study your opponent. Don't end up paying a 20,000 registration fee only to be eliminated in the first round. Help me tie my hair. Zhang Yanyan took a hair tie out of her pocket and handed it to Ren Yunqi. Female players, especially those in warrior professions, often find their hair swinging around during intense battles, which can affect their performance. Ren Yunqi stood behind her, gathered her hair, twisted it into a bun, and secured it on top of her head. You use too much force, this way my hairline might recede, Zhang Yanyan complained while adjusting her bun in the small mirror. This way it's more secure, Ren Yunqi said with a smile. There's a makeup artist here. Should I borrow some gel to help you fix your hairstyle? No need for that, Zhang Yanyan quickly shook her head. She wasn't a synchronized swimmer, after all. If she showed up in public with a shiny, glittery hairstyle, her image as a beautiful young girl would be completely ruined. Your opponent in this match is Chiyu, from the Quanqing Martial Arts School, specializing in heavy weapons. This time, Ren Yunqi analyzed for Zhang Yanyan. What you need to do is close the distance as much as possible. Don't aim for a quick victory, focus on prolonged engagement. Chiyu excels at building momentum, so your attacks need to be more frequent to force her into a defensive position. Ren Yunqi played Chiyu's videos, analyzing them for Zhang Yanyan one by one. Like a fly? Zhang Yanyan said. Don't put it that way. Even if you were a fly, you'd be a beautiful one, Ren Yunqi comforted. For a lightweight player like Zhang Yanyan, the only way to fight Chiyu is through a war of attrition. By using high-frequency, low-damage harassment, she forces her opponent to become impatient and make mistakes, seizing the opportunity to win. If only I could go on stage with you, using frenzied red eyes to compliment you, Ren Yunqi said. It's okay, anyway, outside of the competition, you're always around, Zhang Yanyan said, wrapping his arm around Ren Yunqi's shoulder and ruffling his hair. Match 4, Chiyu vs Zhang Yanyan. Hearing the voice from outside, Zhang Yanyan took a deep breath and walked out. Yanyan, Ren Yunqi said with a smile, good luck. Zhang Yanyan didn't look back, waved her arm, and made an okay gesture as she stepped onto the ring. Opposite her, Chiyu also stepped onto the ring. Compared to Zhang Yanyan, she was noticeably more robust, wearing a tight white battle robe that clearly outlined her muscular curves. 2 minutes before the match starts. Your name is Jiang Yin? Shiyu began. I've read your profile. To be honest, I think your participation in the competition is purely a waste of time and registration fees. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to train for another 6 months. When she said this, it wasn't in a provocative tone. Instead, it was very calm, as if she were stating something self-evident. Whether I can or not, it's not up to you. Jiang Yinyan's expression remained unchanged. The two women engaged in a war of words, and the atmosphere was instantly charged with tension. 2 minutes later, the referee announced the start of the match. Jiang Yinyan took the initiative, launching a swift and agile attack, rapidly closing the distance between them. Ha! Shiyu stomped heavily on the ground with one foot, and a surge of pure white energy rose up. A heavy hammer had already appeared in his hand. The sound of the heavy hammer spinning was almost like the wind sobbing, driving a white vortex. No matter which direction Jiang Yinyan turned, she was blocked by the fierce wind. Jiang Yinyan used her innate star skill, and vines instantly appeared, wrapping around the heavy hammer. Using the force of the hammer's swing, her body also swung upward. Using the momentum, Jiang Yinyan directly soared to the top of the arena. Flourishing branches and lush leaves. With both feet stepping forward, the bow and arrow in hand, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. Storm against storm. The white cyclone, with the addition of the storm arrow, expanded 3 or 4 times over, with cyclones forming and shattering everywhere. Wind step. Jiang Yinyan used her combat skill, directly immersing herself in the whirlwind she created, walking unpredictably with the wind. Shiyu swung her heavy hammer, driving the air currents and making her movements even harder to discern. Very similar to Rin Yunqi earlier. The combat skill is quite common, but it's been refined with effort. The judge nodded in appreciation. Jiang Yinyan switched to dual swords, the wind sword channeling the wind, and the deep green sword controlling the vines, recklessly spreading with the blunt face of the heavy hammer. Petty tricks. Shiyu's star power surged, and the shockwave directly blasted the vines apart. White cyclones and deep green vines lashed like hailstones, stinging painfully on the face, making it impossible to even open the eyes. Shiyu switched weapons, this time taking out a shield and a long sword. She shielded her body, carefully sensing Jiang Yinyan's presence in the storm. It didn't exist. How could that be? Amid the storm, Jiang Yinyan held a crimson fruit in her mouth, observing the changes in the battle. Below the stage, Ren Yunqi was more nervous than if he were the one performing. On stage, the situation seemed to be entirely under Jiang Nyanyan's control, but in reality, Shiyu remained as steady as a mountain. Your little girlfriend is a bit dangerous. The voice came along with a rich fragrance. Ren Yunqi turned his head and saw Chen Xiaolin, who had somehow sat down beside him. Senior sister, appearing so suddenly like this will scare your junior brother. Hee, weren't you fearless before? Chen Xiaolin rested her chin on her hand, watching Jiang Yinyan on the stage repeatedly trying to break into Chiyu's encirclement. She has talent, but her combat skills are too ordinary, and she doesn't have much aptitude in the warrior profession either. Combat skills being average, I can understand, but you're saying she has no talent? Ren Yunqi said curiously. She was the top of her grade in our school. When it comes to close combat, I'm definitely no match for her. Chen Xiaolin was speechless. With your limited skills, unable to even grasp a combat technique, isn't it natural for her to be better than you? The top of your school's grade, don't you know yourself how much that really counts? If she truly had talent, Master, who specializes in warriors, would have already taken her as a disciple. Chen Xiaolin pointed at the arena. Look, your little girlfriend has managed to hold on until now, all thanks to the power of her innate star skill. On the stage, it was just as Chen Xiaolin had said. Jiang Yinyan used storm arrows and vines to create a suitable battlefield, but no matter what, she couldn't break through. The original war of attrition ended up consuming her even more. Unlike Rin Yunqi, she couldn't use star power visualization for comprehensive planning. She could only feel her star power continuously depleting. A sense of anxiety arose spontaneously. I told you, you don't stand a chance. In the storm, Chiyu's voice rang out, and a surge of powerful energy converged around her before suddenly exploding. 12 Curse Star Technique, Gale Cannon. Jiang Yinyan was still in mid-air at this moment, with no foothold, and was struck by this fierce blow, sent flying backward and heavily crashing into the dome of the energy shield. I see you. Surrounded by the storm, Shiyu looked up and met Jiang Yinyan's gaze. Her powerful legs suddenly exerted force, propelling her whole body upward. The weapon switched back to the heavy hammer again, spinning twice in the air to build momentum. If this hit, Jiang Yinyan would definitely be smashed into pulp. Wind step. Jiang Yinyan tried to dodge with her footwork, but now the strongest gusts had turned into the force of a heavy hammer, pressing her into one spot. Shiyu Sheng. The referee intervened just in time, pulling Jiang Yinyan out at the last possible moment. The heavy hammer smashed into the energy shield with a thunderous boom. Jiang Yinyan was panting heavily, her eyes filled with unwillingness and disappointment. Boom. Although, at the beginning, she had only come to the Magic City with the idea of traveling with Rin Yunqi. But once she stepped onto the stage, her competitive spirit completely took over, and she longed for victory. However, real life is not a tokusatsu film, you won't suddenly become stronger because of idealistic power. If your strength is insufficient, it simply is. Exchanging a soldier's salute with Chiyu, Jiang Yanyan stepped off the stage, feeling downcast. Before she even reached the lounge, Rin Yunqi was already standing at the door waiting for her. Seeing his figure, Jiang Yanyan couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Lowering her head, Jiang Yanyan bumped into Rin Yunqi's arms, using her head to nudge his chest. Alright, don't feel bad, don't feel bad. Old Ren. Rin Yunqi stroked her hair like petting a cat, while undoing her bun. The hair tie he removed was meant to go back into his pocket, but with Jiang Yanyan occupying so much space in front of him, he could only loop it around his wrist for now. I lost, Jiang Yanyan muttered gloomily. Don't worry, you did great. Ren Yunqi, uncharacteristically gentle, stroked her hair softly. Ah, youth is wonderful. In the lounge, Chen Xiaolin rested her chin in her hand, smiling like a doting ant. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yanyan suddenly lifted her head, peeking out from behind Ren Yunqi's shoulder, her eyes and cheeks slightly flushed. Hello, sister. Hey. Hello, little sister, Chen Xiaolin said cheerfully. When entering the room, Jiang Yanyan deliberately sniffed. It was the same fragrance she had smelled on Ren Yunqi last night. Earlier, when facing Ren Yunqi alone, Jiang Yanyan still acted like a sulking child who had lost a game. As soon as she noticed Chen Xiaolin was also there, she immediately composed herself, and upon entering the room, she busied herself looking for disposable cups to pour water for her. Little sister, you're so considerate. Sit, have a seat, Chen Xiaolin said with a smile. I watched your match just now. Sorry to make you laugh, sister. Jiang Yanyan stood up, her eyes still red, and said earnestly, Sister, what do you think I should do to improve? Since you called me sister, I'll give you a suggestion. Chen Xiaolin said, in my opinion, your current cultivation path doesn't suit you. There's a transcendent profession that's more fitting for you. Are you referring to? Spirit Plant Master, Chen Xiaolin said. Focus on the profession of Spirit Plant Master, collect more rare plant seeds, and study combinations. Jiang Yanyan seemed thoughtful. Her innate space is a elf forest, with two space spirits, the elf and the blue silver vine, which indeed have different development directions. At that time, both her family, friends, and herself all tacitly agreed to focus on warrior combat techniques. She did indeed progress smoothly, but the battle with Chiyu woke her up. It seems she really needs to consider another possibility. Delve deeply into botany. Your battlefield role can lean more towards support, which would be of greater benefit to your teammates. Chen Xiaolin said, as for your warrior class, there's absolutely no need to give it up. You can just take it as a minor. The benefit to teammates is greater. These words convinced Jiang Yanyan. She nodded firmly. Thank you, sister. No need for thanks. Just lend me your little boyfriend. Sure, sister, feel free. What the heck is this? Just sold yourself like that? Chen Xiaolin brought Ren Yun to a fighting arena. Big cities have this advantage. Fighting arenas are everywhere, as densely packed as gyms. This fighting arena isn't considered large, but the facilities are very complete. The front desk even thoughtfully asked if you'd like a professional personal trainer. They're currently offering a discount, only 500 yuan per session, a steal of a price. The personal trainers are all muscular men, wearing tight sleeveless shirts, their bodies exuding a hormonal allure that mature women can't resist. We don't need it, we'll train on our own. Ma'am, you should. Which number? Alright, you two are in Arena 4. What star technique are you practicing now? Chen Xiaolin asked after entering the arena. Ren Yunqi, Thunder Cascade. The 24th Curse Star Technique, you sure have quite the appetite. Chen Xiaolin sat on the side seats of the arena. Show me one. Ren Yunqi stood in the center of the arena, his index and middle fingers pressed together, tracing in the air with starlight, one spell after another appearing. The results of his training at the bottom of the Weeping Whirlpool Sea were now revealed. 24 spells flickered between brightness and dimness under the infusion of starlight. What incredible affinity! Chen Xiaolin exclaimed in surprise. Stellar force has never been something easy to deal with. In the natal space, it's manageable, but once it leaves the body, it becomes like a runaway horse. Many mages are unable to release high-level star techniques. Apart from poor structure and insufficient stellar force, a major reason is their inability to control the earliest formed magic array. As soon as the latter part is written, the former part has already disintegrated. But Ren Yunqi managed to do it. He didn't seem to do anything, yet the spell obediently floated and spun in circles, behaving perfectly. Star Force Affinity. Star Force Affinity. Chen Xiaolin was green with envy. No wonder the master values him so much, turns out he has Star Force Affinity. After Ren Yunqi finished writing the spells, he began combining them one by one, linking the spells into a formation. Through the bridges between the spells, the crackling sound of electric currents was already echoing in the air. Ren Yunqi connected a total of 16, and just as he was about to continue, the Star Force unexpectedly surged, causing a series of magic arrays to suddenly teeter on the brink of collapse. Electric currents overflowed, surging upward, even making Ren Yunqi, the master, feel the numbness spreading from his arm. He endured the sensation and tried to salvage the situation, but one mistake led to another, and the structure of the Thunder Cascade collapsed like a row of dominoes. After the the piercing noise subsided, Rin Yunqi's expression was helpless. Failed again. Senior sister. Senior sister? He and Chen Xiaolin stared at each other. Rin Yunqi said, sorry, senior sister, it didn't work. Showing off isn't what good boys do, Chen Xiaolin said faintly. Ren Yunqi wore a smile that clearly showed his pride after being crazed, yet he tried hard to maintain a calm demeanor. I'll teach you a universal spell I developed myself. I named it the termination key. Chen Xiaolin drew a spell in the air. At one end of the spell, like the rest of the spells, there were patterns of channels used to connect star power. But at the other end, the patterns were unexpectedly blocked, resembling a tangled ball of yarn that couldn't be unraveled. Give it a try, Chen Xiaolin said. Alright, Ren Yunqi replied, recalling Chen Xiaolin's technique just now, his fingers mimicking the movements. Chen Xiaolin occasionally spoke up to correct him, and after about 20 minutes, a similar termination key floated in the air. Senior sister, what is the use of this spell? Ren Yunqi asked. Chen Xiaolin did not answer directly but said, try releasing Thunder Cascade again. Ren Yunqi complied. This time, it was slightly stronger than the last, but by the 17th spell, the entire structure began to collapse. Don't fix it, use the termination key, Chen Xiaolin said. Ren Yunqi immediately grabbed the termination key nearby and placed it next to the 17th spell. A flash of light passed, and this series of spells was unexpectedly activated, drawing Ren Yunqi's star power to transform into a waterfall of lightning. Ren Yunqi's face was full of shock. How about it? Your senior sister is not just famous for nothing, right? Chen Xiaolin said with some pride. My termination key can link the already connected spells together with minimal loss. Simply put, buzz. If casting star techniques is compared to building a house, ordinary star techniques are like stacking bricks one by one. The termination key is equivalent to the roof. Don't worry about whether the height is sufficient. As long as the top is sealed, it can be used as a house. Senior sister, you're amazing. Ren Yunqi shouted this with genuine emotion. Before your thunder cascade is fully connected, use the termination key to hold it up, Chen Xiaolin said, unable to suppress her laughter. Being looked at with such adoring eyes by this little weirdo, it's really hard not to feel a bit smug. Ren Yunqi was equally happy, as his biggest weakness now was the lack of high output, with almost all his star techniques being control and support. But now, he finally didn't have to rely solely on the power armor and battle blade to deal damage. The appearance of Chen Xiaolin indeed brought a brand new influence to the young duo of Ren Yunqi and Zhang Niannian. This was first evident that very night. On the large bed, Ren Yunqi and Zhang Niannian leaned side by side against the headboard. Ren Yunqi's fingers kept lightly tracing in the air, familiarizing himself with the structure of the termination key. Zhang Niannian was scrolling through her phone, browsing various major forums in Magic City and the official website of the Magic City Extraordinary Alliance. Old Ren, look at this. Zhang Niannian held up her phone to show Ren Yunqi. Global Mall Exhibition, Spiritual Plant Master Special? Ren Yunqi exclaimed in surprise, even events like this exist? Right? Truly worthy of a big city. Zhang Niannian said happily, this event will be held in 2 days, organized by the spiritual plant departments of several extraordinary universities. I'm going to try my luck then. She was now a little rich lady, with a string of cold, emotionless numbers lying in her account. Hee hee, old Ren. Zhang Niannian grinned cheekily, tilting her head as she stared at Ren Yunqi. Ren Yunqi felt helpless under such a gaze. Alright, if I don't have a match that day, I'll go with you, okay? Yay! Old Ren, you're so kind-hearted. Zhang Niannian lifted the blanket and snuggled in, sleep. Her carefree and cheerful demeanor made it hard to imagine how emo she had been during the day. Overnight passed, and the next morning arrived. Ren Yunqi and Zhang Niannian got up early and ran out of the neighborhood for morning exercise. The elderly in Modu are no different from those in small towns when it comes to morning exercises. Some practice vocal exercises, some bump into trees, or perform a set of unrecognizable turtle punches. When the two arrived at the street with a strong Republic of China vibe, quite a few spectators were already lined up waiting to enter. Some savvy vendors had set up small stalls nearby to sell breakfast. In Shanghai breakfasts, the most famous ones are the Four Kings, flatbread, fried dough sticks, rice rolls, and soy milk. My flatbread is absolutely the top choice. A stall owner, noticing Ren Yunqi and Zhang Niannian approaching, enthusiastically promoted his goods in a thick local accent. In the old days, when people in the alley woke up, the first important thing was to grab a piece of paper and wrap up 2 steaming hot pancakes to bring back. Give me 10 to taste the saltiness, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Niannian tugged at his sleeve and said seriously, I'm not majoring as a warrior anymore, so my eating habits need to be a bit more ladylike. Emptying out an entire wonton cart is truly unbecoming. Up to you. Ren Yunqi handed over the money, took the paper bag from the boss, and started eating piece by piece with a skewer. Zhang Niannian also began eating, secretly deciding to eat a little less. My stomach feels a bit empty, how about one more? Another 2 minutes passed. TSK, how about eating until you're 70% full? Another 2 minutes. Eat this one more, and you'll be almost 70% full. 2 minutes later. Ren Yunqi looked speechlessly at Zhang Niannian, who was happily eating. He just knew that elegant elegance and ladylike behavior had absolutely nothing to do with her. Not far away. Hey, look over there, so handsome. Why does he look so familiar? It's him, the one who took down Tang Wenxuan yesterday, Ran Yunqi. He's so handsome up close too. I really want to go ask for an autograph. Fan, our dorm is counting on you. Under the encouragement of her roommates, a girl swallowed the fried dough stick in her mouth, mustered up her courage, and walked over. In the most timid voice of her life, she nervously asked, "Excuse me, are you Ren Yunqi?" "That's me, hello." Ren Yunqi looked up, saw it was a female student, and smiled slightly. Fan felt her heart skip a beat, almost unable to hold back a groundhog-like scream. So handsome, handsome little brother YYDS. Our dorm really likes you. We were even planning to make a support sign for you ourselves. Could you help us by signing your name? Sure, Ren Yunqi said cheerfully. Where should I sign? Just sign on the clothes. Fan quickly pulled out a marker and held out the hem of her clothes for Ren Yunqi to sign. We want it too. The roommates, envious, rushed over, eager to get close to the handsome guy. Jiang Niannian stood to the side eating a pancake, letting out a light snort through her nose. They're all trash. How could you possibly know that I got old Ren's first autograph back when he had just learned to write? Make sure to win today's match too. We'll be cheering for you from the stands. As they were leaving, Fan clenched her fist and made a cheering gesture toward Ren Yunqi. Without waiting for a response, she and her roommates ran off laughing and joking. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, Ren Yunqi said with a beaming smile. Stop reminiscing. Your opponent for this match has been decided, Jiang Niannian said. And it's a foreigner, a Frenchman. The extraordinary profession is? She showed a hint of surprise on her face. Gene Warrior. Ren Yunqi had heard about this profession from Yu Changhai. It's quite popular in Western Europe, somewhat like a youthful version of the Evolution Society. In Huaxia, regardless of the extraordinary profession, the core is always the same. It's people-oriented. With humans as the absolute core, cultivation is acceptable, but it cannot harm oneself. However, many countries do not recognize this theory. They are obsessed with pursuing the power of star beasts. Through genetic modification, humans can also possess the formidable combat power of star beasts. Such warriors are often invincible at the same level. Doesn't their government do something about it? Jiang Niannian exclaimed in shock. Transforming transcendence towards the direction of star beasts was hard for her to comprehend. This is different from evolution. Genetic modification only affects the individual, so it truly can't be considered a forbidden technique. Ren Yunqi said, besides, even if the authorities want to intervene, would those major corporations and powerful families agree? Who's going to pay for their genetic drugs? But I heard that genetic drugs have side effects and can limit a person's potential, Jiang Niannian said. Then just buy more advanced potions, Ren Yunqi shrugged. The West is obsessed with genetics, while the North has a deep passion for mechanical modifications. Now that's the true flesh is weak, machinery ascends, mechas and powered armor pale in comparison. Ren Yunqi's match is the third one today. The first contestant to take the stage turned out to be his newly acquainted old friend, Tang Wenxuan. Compared to yesterday, Tang Wenxuan was visibly more haggard, with greasy hair sticking to his scalp and his whole body hunched over. His opponent was a mecha pilot with fierce firepower, suppressing him and his Silver Moon Wolf to the point of being completely pinned down. Silver Moon Wolf, go! Hurry up! Damn it! What are you dodging for? Tang Wenxuan cursed loudly, repeatedly commanding the Silver Moon Wolf to lock onto the firepower and launch a forced assault. The Silver Moon Wolf resisted with all its might, but still couldn't defy the Spirit Master's command. With a roar, it launched into an attack. The scene quickly turned brutal. Mecha cannon fire blasted the wolf's body, sending flesh and blood flying. Many in the audience couldn't bear to watch. Hey, if you keep sending it out there, it's going to die, the mecha pilot shouted. Save your breath. Tang Wenxuan snapped back, showing no gratitude. He used the Silver Moon Wolf as a shield, drawing his weapon to launch a sneak attack. The audience erupted in curses. Damn, how can someone like this be a psychic? Ugh, I must have been blind before to actually like such a scumbag pervert. Tang Wenxuan, are you a human or a dog? If you're human, act like one. If you're a dog, bark once. Several judges exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. People with such a disposition, if they don't betray their teammates in critical moments, it's already a blessing. Promoting them to the second rank is purely delivering incompetence to society. The Silver Moon Wolf roared again and again, launching attack after attack under Tang Wenxuan's command. Its silvery fur was already soaked in blood, dripping onto the arena floor, where it congealed into strands, emitting a foul stench. The Silver Moon Wolf collapsed on the ground, no longer able to stand. The mecha pilot couldn't bear to watch any longer. He switched to smoke grenades and fired one at the ground beneath the wolf's feet, planning to use the cover of the rising smoke to circle around and attack Tang Wenxuan. Where is he? Circling through the smoke, the pilot couldn't find any trace of Tang Wenxuan. Die! Suddenly, from the densest part of the smoke, Tang Wenxuan leapt out. He wielded a long blade, swinging it straight at his opponent's neck. The blade was wreathed in a red glow, a clear sign of a beast soldier's enhanced technique. The referee intervened, pulling the mecha a pilot out of harm's way. Ha ha ha, I win. Tang Wenxuan's face was smeared with blood and tangled fur, making him look like a wild man. You just hid it under your wolf, the referee frowned. Tang Wenxuan completely ignored the surrounding curses, wiped his face, and looked even more disgusting. To him, as long as he could win, nothing else mattered. Being scolded was nothing. The company would naturally handle public relations and control the narrative. Which of those predecessors was ever clean? Silver Moon Wolf, return, Tang Wenxuan commanded. Oh whoa! The Silver Moon Wolf let out a hot, bloodthirsty breath, not even turning its head in his direction. Tang Wenxuan frowned in displeasure and raised his voice. Silver Moon Wolf, I'm telling you to come back. Yes. The Silver Moon Wolf staggered to its feet and, with blood-soaked legs, began to limp away. The audience in that direction exclaimed repeatedly. Damn it, a beast is just a beast. Tang Wenxuan cursed, activated his life-bound space, and forcibly contained the Silver Moon Wolf within it. The continuous mental swelling came as the Silver Moon Wolf inside kept transmitting resistant emotions, trying to break free from the constraints of the space, but Tang Wenxuan paid it no mind. A brainless star beast, just like before, will calm down after being left alone for a few days. Get off the stage quickly, the next round of contestants, get ready. The referee, not very fond of this guy, urged him off the stage with a cold tone. The contestants for the next round also took the stage. Two people stepped up, one of whom was a young warrior dressed in night combat attire. The other was a girl wearing a white mage robe, with fair skin and gentle features. On the big screen, this person's information was displayed. Lancaster Catholic Church, Su Miao. Occupation, priest. As Su Miao passed by on both sides, he took the initiative to stop, smiled slightly, and said, hello. Oh, hello. A trace of amazement flashed in Tang Wenxuan's eyes. Su Miao was the kind of girl who most perfectly embodied the term gentle white moonlight in a man's heart, gentle, serene, like a simple and pure flower. Yet, amidst this Jiangnan charm, there were slightly upturned eyebrows and light blue eyes, adding a touch of exotic allure to her. Tang Wenxuan felt his heartbeat skip 2 beats, unable to control the stirrings in his heart. No, the company has clearly stipulated that trainees are not allowed to date. Disobeying is equivalent to defiance, it's self-destructive. Tang Wenxuan, indulging in his own delusions and overacting, heard Su Miao smile and say, excuse me, could you release your star beast? I can heal its wounds. Kindness. In Tang Wenxuan's heart, Su Miao earned another point. With his face covered in dirt, he pulled out what he thought was a charming smile. No need, it's a male beast, it should silently lick its own wounds. You should know, the match was already over, and the protective shield had been lifted. Their conversation reached the ears of everyone on site, leaving the crowd full of questions. Such a crazy person, Zhang Nian complained, then turned to ask Ren Yunqi, don't you agree? Ren Yunqi, I agree. He doesn't deserve that wolf, right? This Su Miao is really good looking, right? Right, huh? Ren Yunqi nodded instinctively, not reacting for a moment. Zhang Nian hummed, if you think she's pretty, go after her. I've already looked into it. This Su Miao is a child of the extraordinary Su family, and her mother is the French Lancaster abbess. If you become a live-in son-in-law, you'll hit the jackpot. Then you can use the pocket money she gives you to support yourself, Ren Yunqi said with a face full of affection. In return, Zhang Nian gave him the middle finger. Get lost. Yes. Tang Wenxuan showed no awareness of being the clown, fully adopting the stance of someone ready to keep chatting endlessly. Until the young warrior following Su Miao intervened with a cold expression, Tang Wenxuan reluctantly stepped down. You don't need to bother with this kind of person, the young warrior said as the protective shield slowly lowered. Alright. Su Miao still wore that impeccable smile on her face. As a priest, her test was naturally different from other professions. It wasn't direct combat but rather amplifying the abilities of this young warrior to fight against a second-tier transcendent. Golden light armor. Su Miao raised a pure white staff high, and a set of golden light armor appeared on the young warrior's body. The dazzling light made the opponent instinctively squint their eyes. The two warriors clashed several times in succession. Fire of the sun. Su Miao waved the staff once more. This time, the golden armor on the young warrior's body flowed like liquid, first contracting inward and then bursting into fierce flames. As the two continued their exchange, golden light splattered and scattered continuously. Within seconds, scorch marks covered the opponent's chest armor. Truly worthy of being from the Su family. Although their foundation isn't particularly deep, they've produced countless young talents in recent years. Which of the old extraordinary families wouldn't be envious? Several judges nodded repeatedly as they watched. Judging solely by combat ability, this young warrior is clearly no match for a second-tier opponent and can barely hold on at best. However, with Su Miao's support, the battle unexpectedly became a stalemate. Divine light step. This time, the enhancement was applied to the young warrior's legs, making his already decent speed even faster. Each movement dragged golden patterns, dazzling the opponent to the point of seeing nothing. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the referee's whistle, the match time was up. Very good. The referee rarely gave a compliment. Su Miao smiled and thanked him. Thank you. No one could resist a smiling beauty. The referee's mood, previously soured by Tang Wenxuan Manhwan's anthropomorphic antics, was now much improved. Next match, Ran Yunchi vs Alexei. Ran Yunchi stood up. I'm off. Good luck. Zhang Yanyan clenched her fist. Ran Yunchi walked toward the arena. Before he even stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, with many shouting his name. Opposite, a man with neatly pressed formal attire and slightly curly blonde hair strode onto the stage. Anyone unaware might think he was attending a cocktail party. 2 minutes before the match, Ran Yunchi, you are a very interesting opponent. The foreigner's Chinese was unexpectedly good, even managing to distinguish most of the four tones. However, it's just interesting, nothing more. I've read your profile, and it says you can transform, Ran Yunchi said curiously. So what happens to your clothes? Do they just get torn apart? What kind of question is that? No offense, but if your clothes disappear the moment you transform, this show might not even pass the live broadcast review, let alone be salvaged in post-production. Ran Yunchi advised, are you okay with the cameraman working for nothing today? Or with the post-production team painstakingly adding mosaics frame by frame for you? Backstage, I realized I've fallen in love with Ran Yunchi. A post-production staff member with a 6-finger-high hairline and a forehead gleaming under the lights said wistfully. He actually considers our feelings. He's really, I could cry to death. I'll definitely give him the best special effects. If the station won't reimburse it, I'll pay out of my own pocket, another person said solemnly. Tears are not easily shed in later days, only because the heartache has not yet arrived. Even the cameraman's expression softened, crouching down and tilting the camera upward slightly, making Ran Yunchi's legs appear longer. My clothes are custom-made, so please stop asking such absurd questions, Alexei said unhappily. Alright, next time for sure, Ran Yunchi replied perfunctorily. 2 minutes flashed by in an instant, the match began. Blue-ringed green fiend. Alexei's spine made a sickening crack. His tailbone suddenly split open, launching a massive stinger marked with blue rings. The fleshy membrane at the end split into 3 grotesque petals, revealing barbed venomous fangs. His eyes were flooded with green, and a ghostly green hue crept up his skin, ringed with blue circles. Blue-ringed green fiend, if I remember right, that's a star beast from the Mediterranean, one judge murmured with a slight frown. These creatures are bloodthirsty, and their speed and attack power aren't low either. The real problem is the poison. Once it touches you, it'll corrode everything. Another judge spoke in a displeased tone. Since when were such dangerous star beasts included in the scope of potions? Those merchants will stop at nothing to make money. On the arena, Ran Yunchi, like everyone else, immediately donned the power armor. Alexei's spine bent in a bizarre way, his muscles writhing and bursting forth as he charged directly toward Ran Yunchi. Ran Yunchi did not confront his opponent directly. Without moving his feet, his body slid and dodged to the right, brushing past Alexei. Alexei turned around and struck with a claw, but it was blocked by Ran Yunchi's mechanical arm. His body leaned back again and spun. The scene looked as if Alexei were attacking a plastic bag floating in the air. What impressive stance work. Whose disciple is this Ran Yunchi? A judge exclaimed in surprise. I don't know. The information only shows that he comes from Donghai No. 1 High School? Where is that? Ran Yunchi was using the still stance that Shanghai had taught him before his departure. Whoosh! No matter the east, west, south, or north wind, I move freely with the wind. Alexei, the opponent facing him directly, felt the greatest frustration, having strength but unable to use it. Phew! He didn't notice that the outer rim of Ran Yunchi's pupils was glowing red. Coward, are you planning to hide for the rest of your life? Alexei roared angrily, and all the blue rings on his body lit up at that moment, spewing out billowing clouds of visible, murky toxic gas. The referee immediately grew tense, ready to step in and save someone at any moment. As he came into contact with the poisonous mist, Ran Yunchi's body indeed stiffened as Alexei had anticipated, failing to dodge one strike and being slammed onto the ground by the massive tail. Venomous fong. Alexei opened his wide mouth, and the air filled with poisonous mist instantly grew sharp, condensing into a giant maw that bit down fiercely. This was no ordinary physical attack. If struck by the venomous fong, the toxic gas would seep through the gaps in the power armor, penetrating every inch of skin. Raging red eyes. Ran Yunchi was bitten, and it was as if the venom had completely taken over. He froze in place, motionless. So that's all? A twisted smile appeared on Alexei's ghastly face. He fought the urge to simply bite through Ran Yunchi's neck, planning instead to knock him out of the encirclement and secure victory. But with a single star technique, Ran Yunchi instantly dispelled all the negative effects on his body. Damn it, I was just kidding. I've got hacks. I won't get poisoned. Alexei never expected that just as he walked up to Ran Yunchi, the guy suddenly came back to life. Ran Yunchi punched him square in the face, sending his entire body reeling backward. Before he could recover, he was dragged back by the thunder ring for another heavy blow. Moreover, this time it wasn't a fist, but a silver short stick. A direct strike to the head left the foreigner completely dazed. At that moment, Holy Bear's embrace. Ran Yunchi pressed his advantage relentlessly, holding another stick in his left hand. The two short sticks rained down like a frenzied drumbeat until a thick, bear-like paw grabbed hold of one of the sticks. The game is over. Alexei switched the Star Beast gene, and this time the Star Beast was a power-type mage-type giant bear star beast. Boom! Do you want to try the strength of a bear? Alexei exerted force, lifting the short rod along with the power armor, ready to smash it hard onto the ground. Then do you want to try the power of lightning? Ran Yunchi said with a smile. Hold on tight, and we'll electrify you. The stun baton, worth 6 figures, unleashed its full power. Blue-white arcs of electricity instantly shredded the bare paw in front of him, and the current raced along the claws, rampaging deeper inside without restraint. The intense pain snapped Alexei out of his berserk red-eyed state. Gritting his teeth, he tried desperately to throw the stun baton away. Anyone who's been shocked before knows, once you're electrified, your body no longer listens to you. Ran Yunchi's next skill combo was pure opportunism, taking advantage of the chaos to be as nasty as possible. Midnight wasn't for lulling Alexei to sleep, it was to plunge him into an even deeper, immersive mental torment. As for the marionette strings, the short stick is so expensive, wouldn't it be a pity if it got scratched or chipped? Controlling the bear claw and gripping it tighter is also perfectly reasonable. Lightning surged across the scene, and the sparks flying into the air turned into tiny electric flowers falling down. Ignoring the painful struggles of Alexei, this scene actually appears somewhat poetic. Thick-skinned, midnight, nightmare cocoon, string manipulation, Ran Yunchi muttered, stepping back and pulling out his staff to begin inscribing a spell. He wrote with great focus, like a student carefully completing homework, which made the scene all the more peculiar. Alexei forced himself to endure the numbness, threw the short stick far away, and glared fiercely at Ran Yunchi, only to find that they had already pulled ahead by dozens of meters, with spells floating beside them. Terminate key. Thunder Cascade, Youth Edition. Lightning again. The surrounding air was filled with the previously dispersed electric arcs, which merged and joined wherever the thunderfall reached. The blue-striped green ghost couldn't block it, and the giant bear star beast couldn't evade it. Alexei had no time to hesitate. The enhanced version of the 16 curse thunderfall star technique descended, completely freeing him from decision-making anxiety. In plain words, got electrocuted. The custom-made clothes also turned into charcoal, feeling as if a slightly stronger wind could blow them away, leaving only the bare body in place. Ran Yunchi Shang. Hurry, carry this foreign devil, carry this foreign friend away. The medical team quickly entered the scene, lifting the restored Alexei onto a stretcher and rushing off the stage. As he passed by the referee, his nose twitched instinctively. The arena was actually filled with the aroma of grilled meat. He's quite interesting, isn't he? In the audience, Su Miao looked at the radiant Ran Yunchi on the stage, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. It's nothing more than luck that he has a few useful innate star techniques. If it were a direct confrontation, I could take him down in a minute. The young warrior Zhou Kai crossed his arms, his tone proud. If we disregard the innate star skill, you could defeat me in just a minute, Su Miao said with a light laugh. Her voice remained gentle, but Zhou Kai became flustered. I spoke out of turn. Su Miao paid no further attention to his sweat-drenched state, lost in thought. Ran Yunchi's 2 battles were of very high quality. A considerable number of first-tier transcendents divide their combat styles into 2 types. One is a chaotic mess, throwing out whatever skills they have in a disorganized manner. The other is overly methodical, resembling a martial arts routine performance rather than actual combat, afraid of overcomplicating things and causing a complete collapse. However, Ran Yunchi's approach to combat has always been very clear. Observe, probe, feint, give it your all. Tang Wenchuan and Alexei were undeniably strong, but under this seamless strategy, they couldn't perform to their full potential and frustratingly lost the match. Her gaze followed Ran Yunchi until his figure disappeared off the stage before she retracted it. Backstage, in the lounge. Am I awesome or what? Ran Yunchi pushed the door open and entered. Awesome. Zhang Yanyan, for once, didn't talk back and gave a thumbs up. I just checked online. 2 consecutive wins, and the second tier is basically secured. She was currently logged into a forum, scrolling through the updated posts one by one. Whenever she came across praise, she'd give it a like. If there were candid photos, she'd save them. If there were insults, she'd downvote them and throw in a few retorts. This person must be crazy. She picked up her phone to show Ran Yunchi. He said, you're the most annoying player in this season's ranking matches. Annoying or not, as long as I win, it's fine. Ran Yunchi lounged comfortably on the small sofa. There were quite a few participants in this season's ranking matches. After Ran Yunchi secured this win, there wouldn't be any more matches scheduled for today. The phone notification sound rang. Wow, still a special follow? Zhang Yanyan stretched his neck beside him, his tone somewhat sour. It's my senior sister, Ran Yunchi casually replied, looking at the message sent by Chen Xiaolin. Senior sister wants to take students to a magnetic mine for training and asked the 2 of us to join the team. Can I go too? Zhang Yan became interested, scooted over, and joined Ran Yunchi to watch together. Chen Xiaolin had likely forwarded the school notice. The tone was quite official, and the content was very detailed. Ding dong. In simple terms, there is an interdimensional space gate on the outskirts of the Magic City. Its energy core has already been destroyed, and there are no longer any star beasts inside. Inside, a type of crystal called magnetite is produced. After absorption, it can imbue certain star star techniques with a strong magnetic effect. Strong magnetic star techniques are very practical. I've seen them in videos. Jiang Yanyan exclaimed excitedly. As a first-tier transcendent, she wouldn't even qualify to enter the dimensional space without Chen Xiaolin leading the team. When are we setting off? Let me see. I'll go in an hour. Chen Xiaolin reinforced Ren Yunqi's stereotype that women with large chests are unreliable. Ren Yunqi and Jiang Yanyan pushed their limits in both stamina and dignity, barely making it to the meeting point on time. There were quite a few people, over 20 in total including the two of them, all appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. 2 students, please come this way to sign in. Also, please try to arrive earlier next time as a sign of respect for the professor and other classmates. A serious-looking girl wearing black-framed glasses said, holding a sign-in board in her hands. They don't need to. Chen Xiaolin said with a cheerful smile, everyone's here, let's set off, get on the bus. What Ren Yunqi didn't expect was that the bus Chen Xiaolin mentioned turned out to be a big red Dian truck. Covered with a red and blue striped cloth, it was square-shaped, and no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like it was used for transporting pigs or chickens. We're going to ride this, he couldn't help but ask. This is your first time going out with Professor Chen, right? Someone chimed in. Professor Chen has said that cultivation is something to be practiced at all times, and even riding in a vehicle is a form of cultivation. Although Ren Yunqi didn't understand how riding in a vehicle could be considered cultivation, he still politely said, thank you, teacher. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly. I'm not a teacher. Oh, then are you a parent accompanying their child? I'm not even 20 yet. Do you have any manners? The man said indignantly. Couldn't you at least guess that I'm a graduate student or an older senior? He just looked a bit older. Was that his fault? Ren Yunqi chuckled dryly. This guy really looked a bit rushed. Under Chen Xiaolin's greeting, everyone got on the bus. The bus was completely bare. There weren't even seats, let alone handrails. All the students were on high alert, standing firmly in a horse stance, their calf muscles tense and ready to absorb impact, their palms gripping the edges tightly. Young lads and ladies were ready to set off. Chen Xiaolin got into the driver's seat, and with the dull sound of the car door closing, the accelerator was suddenly engaged. Ren Yunqi's body jerked backward, and his right foot immediately stepped on the ground to steady himself. Standing in front, Jiang Yanyan directly bumped into him, crashing heavily into Ren Yunqi, making him grimace in pain. We need to eat more when we get back, gain some weight so it won't hurt. What the, are you a dog? Jiang Yanyan placed both hands on Ren Yunqi's waist, and with no hands free, angrily opened her mouth to bite him. Can you two stop showing off your love already? Up next, there will be. Brother Song hadn't even finished speaking when the vehicle tilted sharply to the right again. Chen Xiaolin's driving skills could only be described as beastly, recklessly charging and crashing without restraint. Boom! What the hell? The passengers in the carriage were thrown around in disarray, and by the time they got off at their destination, they were so unsteady on their feet that they staggered, their stomachs churning. How was it? Chen Xiaolin asked with a cheeky smile. I finally understand what Master meant when he said, your senior brothers and sisters are all prominent figures. Ren Yunqi, who had some skill, was in relatively good shape and complained, even if it's not in the city, driving so recklessly without getting caught, you're impressive, really impressive. Ha ha ha, you really know how to flatter. Hurry up and get to work. I'm not even complimenting you. Ren Yunqi followed behind her speechlessly, using Embrace of the Holy Bear to heal the students one by one. This was a small town, with many neatly lined up soldiers patrolling the area. Chen Xiaolin brought the CR closer for the soldier to scan. Miss Chen, welcome. The soldier asked, do you need our people to accompany you? For will do, just protect these two little ones, Chen Xiaolin said. I'm taking the students for training. I'll leave them to you, don't let them die. Miss Chen, you're joking. Our soldiers have all undergone rigorous training. The soldier looked at Ren Yunqi and his companion. Both of you, please follow me. Ren Yunqi and Jiang Yanyan followed the soldier to change into combat uniforms. Jiang Yanyan, being a woman, received special treatment and was taken to a separate private room to change. Ren Yunqi and a group of other soldiers were together in the large room outside, facing each other openly, placing their changed clothes directly into the iron lockers. This type of combat suit can effectively resist the magnetic field invasion in the extra-dimensional space. Before the combat suits were issued, the first batch of pioneering comrades experienced varying degrees of adverse effects on their brains, livers, and other organs, a soldier explained. Ren Yunqi put on the combat suit, which was matte in color and had neatly arranged fish scale-like protrusions on it. The hands were equipped with metal claws, somewhat rounded, resembling those of a groundhog. Jiang Yanyan had also finished changing. This was her first time wearing a full-body jumpsuit, and she kept tugging at it from time to time, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Ren Yunqi felt his heart skip a beat. If only the color were better, if it were Asuka's red latex suit, his nosebleed would be unstoppable. According to Ms. Chen's request, we will not intervene excessively with you and will only step in to assist during critical moments. The soldier said, additionally, we will also select an appropriate number of enemies for you. We hope you cooperate with our work and avoid straying too far. Ren Yunqi asked, Comrade, may I know your surname? No need for for formalities. My name is Kong Xinyang, and these three are Li Hao, Meng Xian, and Han Zhengda. Kong Xinyang took the lead, and together with his three comrades, surrounded Ren Yunqi and his companion in the middle. Not far away stood the layered, flickering doors of the interdimensional space. Jiang Yanyan instinctively grabbed Ren Yunqi's hand. Ren Yunqi smiled, squeezed her hand gently, and led her inside with large strides. Opening his eyes, Ren Yunqi's pupils reflected a field of indigo. Compared to the name of the space, Magnetic Mountain, Ren Yunqi preferred to call it Asteroid Belt. Got it. The sky was indigo, with countless sharp-edged black rocks suspended in the air, like a spider web splattered with ink. Ren Yunqi stepped on the ground. The rock material was very brittle, and with one step, many shattered fragments broke apart. Remember, do not take off your combat suit while in the space. If it gets damaged, inform us immediately. Kong Xinyang said, the magnetic ore is within the rocks. Extract as much as possible before your star energy is depleted. Now, we will pave the way for you. He suddenly stomped on the ground and charged toward a rock. Upon arrival, his body twisted strangely, and he ended up stepping on the rock headfirst, walking as if it were completely normal. The other three warriors also occupied a rock simultaneously. The positions of the rocks were irregular, and they stood in positions as peculiar as astronauts. Kong Xinyang and the others took out a device from the CR and placed it on the rock. As waves of humming sounds echoed, pieces of rock began to tremble and rise, and one after another, black creatures emerged from within. Magnetic Golem. Their strength was at the top tier of level 1, with deformed heads, leaping across the rocks and heading toward the device. We're leaving too, Ren Yunqi said. He imitated Kong Xinyang's method and leaped toward the nearest rock. As he approached, he felt his stomach churning violently, just like on that large transport vehicle. His vision blurred as he stepped onto the surface of the rock. The ground where he had previously stood tilted, filling half the sky. Gloomy and eerie, carrying a tsunami-like sense of terrifying oppression. Ren Yunqi clawed into the rock, effortlessly peeling away the layers like a giant groundhog. After a few moves, he uncovered a mottled ore. With a forceful snap, he pulled out the magnetite with a crisp sound. A faint magnetic force flowed within. Ren Yunqi crushed it directly and absorbed it, letting the tingling energy seep into his body. Jiang Yanyan was the same. The opportunity was rare, and there was no concern for appearances. This was like going to a strawberry picking farm. If you only pick but don't sneak a taste, where's the joy in that? After absorbing it, Ren Yunqi, showing no sense of public decency, casually tossed the residue aside and continued digging like a gopher. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. As the amount absorbed increased, the sense of numbness grew stronger. Ren Yunqi first threw one to Jiang Yanyan, then put one on himself, and that strange feeling disappeared. Kong Xinyang took it all in, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. When they usually absorb magnetic ore, they need to first refine it into crystal ore or even a concentrate before it can be absorbed. Not only is the efficacy reduced, but it also incurs a significant additional expense. Ren Yunqi was born to pioneer in alternate dimensions. No pioneering team can refuse a comrade with a star skill that eliminates negative effects. Rocks drift irregularly in the indigo sky, and mining on them feels like opening blind boxes. Sometimes you can extract 3 or 4 pieces in a row, while other times not even one. Holy Bear's embrace. No wonder, despite being part of the metropolis of Magic City, it hasn't developed a large-scale mining project like the Wailing Vortex. Ren Yunqi switched to another rock, and as soon as he dug into it, the rock suddenly burst apart and a deformed large hand reached out. The large hand had a clear target, slapping directly toward Ren Yunqi. Magnetic Golem. Ren Yunqi did not use a weapon, because in such a strong magnetic environment, any metal blade would be torn apart by the magnetic field instantly. Thunder Pillar. Ren Yunqi cast the spell, and lightning descended from a rock that had just floated overhead, directly piercing through the magnetic golem that had just crawled out. Ren Yunqi could feel that his lightning was different from before, now imbued with an additional magnetic force from the magnetic ore. The magnetic golem originally intended to dodge, but its steps were hindered by this magnetic force, failing to evade successfully. In the life-bound space, the strings on the back of the marionette spun in circles, transforming into fine threads of star power that hung from Ren Yunqi's fingers. The other end of the threads was suspended high above the rock where Jiang Yanyan stood. There, a magnetic golem had also emerged, roaring as it attempted to attack Jiang Yanyan with magnetic force, but the combat suit rendered it immune. The magnetic golem emitted a sharp screeching sound, and 2 tentacles with sharp-edged blades burst out from its back. Just as he was about to strike Jiang Yanyan, he was restrained by Ren Yunqi's star technique. Jiang Yanyan seized the opportunity to take the initiative, focusing star power on her legs. With a leap, she executed an overhead kick, slicing the magnetic golem diagonally in half. After taking down the magnetic golem, Ren Yunqi continued digging and astonishingly unearthed a total of 7 magnetic ores from the rock. String manipulation. Could it be that rocks inhabited by magnetic golems contain more ore? Ren Yunqi pondered. The question arises, how can one know if there is a magnetic golem inside that rock? Ren Yunqi looked into the distance. Those devices attracting a large number of magnetic magnetic golems were emitting visible ripples. Magnetic golems are elemental creatures. What they crave is more magnetic elements. Ren Yunqi made up his mind. Previously, he had no magnetism, but now he does. Magnetic Force Plus version, spreading out in circles and rings, darting around the rocks like a mischievous street kid. Star techniques in the two major categories of lightning and metal are the most likely to carry magnetic properties. The thorny lightning rings imbued with magnetic force are like thin-skinned, generously filled meat buns, their rich juices soaking through half the surface, flaunting themselves and making the hungry dogs drool with desire. One after another, magnetic golems emerged from the rocks. Although their forms varied in abstraction, their hunger for food remained unchanged. Go, Nian Nian! Ren Yunqi shouted. Zhang Nian Nian quickly approached, landing on the largest rock of the magnetic golem. The magnetic golem noticed her and tried to attack, but its attention was drawn to the thorny thunder ring wandering in the sky. Zhang Nian Nian seized the opportunity to step forward, channeling star power into his limbs and launching a frenzied attack using combat techniques. The outcome of a distracted opponent on the battlefield is predictable. In less than a minute, the battle was over. Ren Yunqi had also finished excavating all the magnetic ore. With the template in place, the subsequent operations became much more efficient. The two of them worked like an assembly line, taking advantage of the low intelligence of the magnetic golems, harvesting them one after another. Ren Yunqi controlled the left leg of a magnetic golem, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Chirp chirp chirp. In the toy house, the marionette called out joyfully. The magnetic star force filling the life space was absorbed into its body in clusters, then transformed into threads that wound around the hexagonal spool on its back. Each time Ren Yunqi used a star technique, it was equivalent to a refinement, upgrading and transforming its threads. Good, good, good. You can play like this? Ren Yunqi was overjoyed, his wicked gaze sweeping around. Right, why didn't I think of that earlier? String manipulation. It seems that the magnetic demon is some kind of elemental creature. A few more impurities shouldn't matter, since the embrace of the holy bear can purify it. Isn't the cost-performance ratio better than magnetic ore? Nian Nian, vines, bind this guy for me. Ren Yunqi shouted. Zhang Nian Nian didn't think much about it, summoned the vines, and tied the lower half of a magnetic golem into a bundle. Ren Yunqi leaped up and, in a rather ungraceful posture, pinned down the magnetic golem's arms as the little blue bear separated from its body. Suck! Under the temptation of upgrading his innate star skill, let alone an ugly thing like the magnetic golem, even if it were a delicate flower, Ren Yunqi would show no mercy. Zhang Nian Nian was completely stunned, inexplicably feeling a moral guilt as if she had done something wrong. When Ren Yunqi drained the magnetic demon statue, the four soldiers watching from not far away all fell silent. Meng Xian racked her brains and managed to squeeze out a few words. He's really hungry. He dares to absorb it, but I don't even dare to look, said Han Zhengda, his dark skin glistening as he grimaced. Kong Xinyang considered more deeply. It must be that his innate space is special, allowing him to gain benefits from something like the magnetic demon statue. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. High-quality innate spaces are like that, good appetite and not picky, always able to extract benefits from all sorts of strange things. Unlike them, who can only hunt star beasts by the book, extract star beads, and purchase expensive condensates. Ren Yunqi got high on the absorption and began actively seeking targets. His absorption speed even surpassed the purification speed of Holy Bear's embrace, relying on the resistance granted by the birthday lotus to endure it. Buzz. The back of the marionette, with its circles of white threads, was at this moment entirely coated in a layer of silver light. String manipulation. Upon hitting, the opponent is 100% affected by magnetism, with a high chance of precisely disrupting their movements and a probability of directly controlling the opponent. Ha ha ha, I did it. Ren Yunqi looked at a magnetic golem charging to attack and flicked his hand to the side. The magnetic golem was suddenly struck as if slapped by an invisible hand, tumbling to the side and rolling twice on the ground. Zzz. With a thought from Ren Yunqi, the surface of the rocks trembled slightly, and fragments of magnetic ore floated up one after another. The ore, like bullets, rained down violently on the magnetic golem, and its massive body instantly turned into a beehive. Old Run, you're amazing, Zhang Nian exclaimed. That move just now was like a damn movie special effect, effortlessly taking down a giant beast. Keep it low-key, just average amazing. Ren Yunqi smiled wickedly. I feel there's still a lot of room for improvement. His gaze swept around, and the magnetic golems in this area had already been wiped out by him, leaving only the magnetic ore waiting to be mined. All these magnetic ores are yours. I'll head out first, Ren Yunqi said. Zhang Nian instinctively asked, where are you going? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. To visit the homes of other magnetic golems. From afar, Ren Yunqi left behind this remark. Ah, Zhang Nian couldn't stop him. Old Ren's talent is truly exceptional. I have to work harder too. I absolutely cannot let him leave me behind. Half a day later, in the depths of the magnetic mountain's alternate dimension, Chen Xiaolin led a group of university students on their way back. This time the harvest was incredible. I almost don't want to leave. The entry permit for this alternate dimension dimension is really hard to obtain. Who knows when we'll be able to come back next time. Thank you, Professor. Professor Sis YYDS. The college students were talking animatedly, clearly gaining significant insights from this experience. Chen Xiaolin casually responded, her mind somewhat preoccupied with her junior apprentice brother. Although the magnet demon statue's combat power was average and there were soldiers for protection, the battle environment in the magnetic mountain space was hard to adapt to. Many people who jumped too vigorously would be pulled toward another rock and slammed onto it. Previously, the junior apprentice had not undergone similar special training. Soon, she arrived at the entrance to the interdimensional space. From a distance, she noticed the 4 soldiers she had invited to protect the junior apprentice standing side by side on a rock, seemingly watching the commotion. Professor Chen. The 4 of them noticed her. Chen Xiaolin frowned. Where are my people? Over there. Kong Xinyang pointed to a floating rock where 2 figures were engaged in battle. Between them, chunks of ore were densely packed, moving rapidly like locusts. Magnetic control? You're just letting a magnetic golem of this level fight my brother? Chen Xiaolin said discontentedly. This is equivalent to a second-level star beast. Its magnetic attacks are unpredictable, and even a seasoned second-tier transcendent could easily fail if careless. Professor Chen, please don't worry. Why don't you take another careful look? Kong Xinyang said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Chen Xiaolin carefully observed and was astonished to find that these magnetic ores were actually divided into 2 groups, attacking in 2 different directions. On Rin Yunqi's shoulder stood a big-headed puppet space spirit. What's going on? The attacks on Rin Yunqi's magnetic mind lost power before even getting close and fell one after another. This young brother you brought along has mastered magnetic control that even the magnetic golems might not necessarily possess. Kong Xinyang said from the side, his voice filled with uncontrollable grievance and deep envy. It's really not that we're slacking off. This magnetic golem didn't provoke your brother at all. He was the one who actively pulled it out of the rock. Your brother is the one bullying it. If we go up again, our conscience won't let us. Chen Xiaolin awkwardly cleared her throat. Well, in that case, let's forget it. Her little junior brother always managed to surprise her in unexpected ways. Even she couldn't have imagined it, let alone the students behind her, who looked at Rin Yunqi as if they were staring at a humanoid monster. Suddenly, she felt unhappy. Her own little achievements were nothing compared to his. On the way back, Chen Xiaolin no longer showed off her driving skills like a car enthusiast but drove steadily all the way back to the city. On the bus, those college students stood steadily, occasionally sneaking a glance at Rin Yunqi, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Get off the bus, go back and train well, and absorb the gains from this experience. Cough, cough. After sending the students away, Chen Xiaolin walked up to Rin Yunqi and sized him up. Senior sister, if you have any questions, just ask, Rin Yunqi said helplessly. Chen Xiaolin smiled and said, nothing much to ask, just admiring the visage of the great genius Run. You got lucky this time, gaining the ability to control magnetism. I suggest you specifically purchase a set of beast weapons to match this ability, Chen Xiaolin said. Sword flight? Ran Yunqi blurted out. Chen Xiaolin waved her hand. That's too exaggerated. Flying swords are not as good as flying knives. You can customize a set of flying knives, control them with magnetism, and they'll be quite powerful while making it hard for opponents to predict their trajectory. Ran Yunqi winced at the mention of spending money and cautiously asked, then, how much is the throwing knife? 3 to 400,000, Chen Xiaolin replied. Ran Yunqi let out a sigh of relief. That's not too bad. 4-1. I'm saying, a price of 3 to 400,000, if it's lower than that, it's better not to buy it, Chen Xiaolin said. The expression on her face as she said this was exactly the same as when Yu Changhai had said, cheap stun batons are not worth buying. Ran Yunqi gave an awkward laugh. Ran Yunqi instinctively looked at Zhang Yanyan, who instinctively took a step back and guarded her chest. I don't have money. My money is reserved for buying seeds. This wary look hurt Ran Yunqi's heart deeply. He hadn't even asked to borrow money yet. Ran Yunqi took out his phone and made a call to Zhu Yushu, who was far away in Donghai. Hello? Zhu Yushu's voice came through. Ran Yunqi, buddy, lend me some money. Hello, crackle, the signal, great. Ran Yunqi, stop pretending. Do you have money or not? Ha, no. Zhu Yushu answered firmly, I was hoping to borrow money from you. My little stone bamboo shoots mech components are still unsettled. How could I have money to lend you? Ran Yunqi remembered that back in the Gobi desert of Qingyang, Zhu Yushu had obtained a piece of stone essence. Now, he was one of those superior beings with spatial abilities. Unable to borrow money, Ran Yunqi lost all interest in chatting with Zhu Yushu and hung up the phone. Can't borrow money? Chen Xiaolin asked with a smile. Senior sister, how about you lend me some? Ran Yunqi asked with a cheeky grin. Senior sister's family doesn't have any surplus either. Chen Xiaolin laughed and said, but your sister can point you in the right direction. What clear path? Loan. Ran Yunqi remained silent for a moment, then sighed. In the end, do we still have to take this road? Chen Xiaolin glanced at him. You brat, which loan are you thinking of? Not the kind where you hold up your ID and then strip off your, hey, ow. Before Ran Yunqi could finish, Chen Xiaolin flicked him hard on the forehead. I'm your senior, not a madam. You think I'd introduce you to that kind of loan? Ren Yunqi grinned sheepishly. I was just joking. Such a smooth talker, you'd better be careful or you'll never find a wife. Chen Xiaolin said, I mean, after you reach Tier 2 and register with the Transcendent Alliance, both the Alliance itself and several major corporations are eligible to apply for low-interest training loans. How much is the limit? For Tier 2, I remember the single limit is 10 million, Chen Xiaolin said. 10 million. This number made Ren Yunqi feel dizzy. Ordinary people take out $1 million loan to buy a house, while extraordinary individuals take out tens of millions just for a set of throwing knives. Ren Yunqi kept brainwashing himself with little sweet potato slogans, like I deserve it and spending money on yourself is the best investment. Loan it. If young people don't spend all their money or consume in advance, can they still be called young? Ren Yunqi has a strong point. Once he decides on something, he will carry it out unwaveringly. His top priority now is to pass the second-tier ranking test and obtain the status of a second-tier transcendent. Backstage at the arena, Ren Yunqi received the data on his opponent for this match. Quanshang Martial Arts School, Chiyu. Ren Yunqi's expression turned peculiar. It truly was a case of a narrow road for enemies. Old Ren, you need to be careful, Zhang Niannian said. This woman's extraordinary strength is quite astonishing, and her combat skills are very solid. Just yesterday, she won a fight with a significant advantage. Don't worry, Ren Yunqi reassured. Chiyu more or less brought some shadows to Zhang Niannian. It wasn't fear, but rather an unconscious tendency to nag, afraid that Ren Yunqi would follow her old path. Another lounge. Not much luck, huh? How did it end up matching with Ren Yunqi? Chiyu sighed, scratching her short hair in frustration. As a strength-based warrior, her forte was naturally direct combat, using sheer stats to crush her opponents. The next day, Ren Yunqi was the kind of person she least wanted to face. To deal with someone like Ren Yunqi, you can't drag it out. The longer it takes, the more advantageous it is for him. Beside her, a burly young man with hair standing upright like steel needles said in a deep voice, as soon as you step into the arena, don't waste words. Finish him off in one go, don't even give him a chance to catch his breath. Understood, senior brother Wu. Chiyu showed great respect towards the young man. Wu Jiaxiang nodded. Choosing Ren Yunqi, in a way, is also your good fortune. If you can defeat such an opponent, you might secure a second-tier rank in this match. At the same time, Chiyu's eyes lit up with excitement. The allure of the second tier was too great for her. It wasn't just a title but also the promise of preferential resource allocation from the martial arts school in the future. I will do my best. Isn't it just Ren Yunqi? Just go for it. Half an hour later, the battle outside had a winner, and the referee announced the next group of contestants to enter. Many in the audience immediately perked up. Hurry to the restroom. There's a good show coming up when we get back. Ha ha ha, I was thinking the same thing. The organizers definitely did this on purpose, setting up Ren Yunqi and Chiyu for a revenge match. Ren Yunqi's battles are famously entertaining, and Chiyu's overwhelming stats make for a thrilling spectacle. This match is bound to be exciting. As a contestant who had gained some attention with 2 consecutive wins, Ren Yunqi had already caught the eye of those curious about his connection with Zhang Niannian. People are naturally drawn to drama. Therefore, when Ren Yunqi took the stage, the audience on both sides cheered especially loudly. Ren Yunqi, well done, stay sharp, don't lose face. I believe in you, go for it, go for it. A real man should finish the fight within 3 minutes. Chiyu's side had a similar atmosphere, and it wasn't until both parties entered the arena and the protective shield gradually closed that the noise finally subsided. That Zhang Niannian from earlier, she's your teammate, right? Chiyu suddenly asked. Remember to apologize to her for me. After the match back then, I should have taken care of her feelings. Chiyu said, if you lose this time, I will definitely give you a friendly hug in front of all the audience. Ren Yunqi laughed. It's not like we're on a variety show. Losing is losing. Who cares about the loser's feelings? After you lose this time, I'll definitely ignore you. Both sides exchanged words, each trying to overpower the other with their momentum. 2 minutes passed quickly. Begin, the referee announced. At almost the same moment the referee acted, Chiyu moved, and a burst of violent star power was instantly unleashed from her body. Generally speaking, strength and speed are difficult to reconcile. Even someone as powerful as Ultraman Tiga can only choose between the red and blue forms. Yes, Ren Yunqi nodded. But Chiyu is different. Her speed was astonishingly fast, almost instantly advancing to Ren Yunqi's front, with a trail of white wind current dragging behind her. Hey-ya! Chiyu shouted loudly, and as the CR flickered, a heavy hammer swung through the air, smashing fiercely toward Ren Yunqi. Within the attack range of the heavy hammer, the white current surged again, compressing the space and cutting off all of Ren Yunqi's escape routes. Life-bound star technique. An observant spectator immediately recognized the clue. A battle technique combined with a life-bound star technique. He's aiming to take down Ren Yunqi right at the start. Chiyu's attack, with its terrifying momentum visible to the naked eye, was most acutely felt by Ren Yunqi, who was right within its range. So, he extended his hand and struck to the side. Do you think this move will still work? Ren Yunqi's battle video had already been carefully watched and analyzed several times by Chiyu Chiyu, the extraordinary enthusiast, even before this battle grouping. She knew that Rin Yunqi had a signature star technique that could control others' limbs, and he had once used this move to forcibly control Tang Wenshuan's silver Moonwolf. My arm has long been equipped with a power armor. Even if you can control me, don't think you can control it. This was what Chiyu thought. But then, her eyes widened. A sudden repulsive force came from her heavy hammer, causing her body to stagger and tilt to one side. How is this possible? Chiyu was in disbelief. In the lounge, everyone from the Quanshang Martial Arts Hall saw this scene on the television and all stood up at once. That shouldn't be possible. Ran Yunqi's skill can only affect the physical body. This is something I've concluded after analyzing numerous battle recordings. There's no way I'm wrong. A frail man with small glasses shook his head repeatedly. Has he gotten stronger in just one day? Wu Jiaxiang stared at Rin Yunqi on the screen, taking a deep breath. Whether they accepted the reality or not, the event had already occurred. From the moment Chiyu made a mistake, the initiative on the battlefield no longer belonged to her. Bear's embrace. Rin Yunqi closed in and healed her face to face. Chiyu couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly, her tense muscles instantly relaxing uncontrollably, letting out a soft whimper from her throat. The sound was very enticing, but Rin Yunqi was very Sigma. His power armor-covered arm delivered a solid punch, directly sending Chiyu flying. Thunderfall. Ren Yunqi was casting a spell, while Chiyu regained control of her body in mid-air and landed gracefully. How is this possible? She saw the neatly arranged spells around Ren Yunqi and was startled, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Without bothering to retrieve her heavy hammer, she immediately unleashed her innate star skill. The wind rises. White waves of air surged toward Ren Yunqi, yet at this moment, Ren Yunqi was still writing his spell. The 10th one. To connect the 12 spell star techniques, Ren Yunqi still needs to write 2 more spells. There's enough time. What the heck is this? Ren Yunqi lowered his finger, but this time, what he wrote was no longer an ordinary spell, but the termination key taught by Qin Xiaolin. 11 spells converged into a waterfall of lightning. No, from the appearance, it looked more like a whip of lightning. Ren Yunqi lashed out with the whip, directly splitting the incoming white whirlwind in two, and the momentum continued as it lashed toward Chiyu. Chiyu gritted his teeth and used his shield to block the strike. When the whip and shield collided, the sound was sharp and bursts of electricity splattered out, weaving into an electric net in the air, which also enveloped Chiyu's body. The sound of an explosion rang out, and a cloud of gray smoke rose on the scene. Thousands of spectators at the scene were eerily silent at this moment. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the gradually dissipating smoke, not daring to make a sound. Phew! At that moment, the previously swirling smoke suddenly accelerated, spiraling upward to the dome of the arena, and then vanished. At the center of the explosion just now, a shield stood tall. Sizzle! Chiyu stood up from behind the shield, looking relaxed. Heh, it seems I overestimated you. I thought you were much stronger, but it seems all you did was blow off a few pieces of my clothing. Whoosh! The audience erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. No one expected that Ren Yunqi's fierce combo would end up as nothing more than smoke without fire. Chiyu raised her sword. You've used up all your moves, haven't you? Now, it's my turn. She strode toward Ren Yunqi, each step leaving a heavy footprint on the ground. Ren Yunqi wrote several spells, which connected and condensed into a fire python, but it was shattered by Chiyu with a single sword strike. Another one appeared, and it was shattered again, without even a pause in her steps. Even the spectators watching the battle felt an intense sense of pressure, instinctively holding their breath. Do you have any other tricks? Go ahead and use them all, Chiyu said casually. Your star techniques feel like nothing more than a tickle to me. Ran Yunqi suddenly laughed. You acted quite convincingly. I even have a business card from some idol company here. I can give it to you later. Above Chiyu's head, there was indeed a bright blue bar hanging. 9 of 72. The blue is gone, and you're still pretending to enter the second phase of the boss fight? Even in a game of Landlord, I've never seen anyone play mind games with open cards. Chiyu frowned. What do you mean? What do I mean? Ren Yunqi gripped his staff. Didn't you want me to make a move? Fine, I'll grant your wish. One spell after another, with the aid of the staff, the writing speed doubled, quickly surpassing 12. Relying on less than 10 mana bars, pretending to be a master to make me, Ran, lose my composure and defenses? Then let me show you the power of my ultimate move. Chiyu was drenched in sweat, unable to hold back any longer, and charged forward with a loud roar. Can't keep up the act? Ran Yunqi instantly finished writing the termination key, unleashing a powerful lightning strike, even stronger than the previous lightning whip. Little girl, let Big Brother's lightning scratch your itch. A surge of electricity overwhelmed him, and Chiyu fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up this time. Ren Yunqi looked at the referee, who came over to check the situation and announced, Ren Yunqi wins. Do you need me to show some gentlemanly manners and help you up? Ran Yunqi said with a smile. How did you figure it out? Chiyu panted heavily, her eyes full of unwillingness. Just experience, you still need practice. Ren Yunqi walked leisurely down the stage with his hands behind his back. From the way he looked, all he was missing was a birdcage in hand and a little tune to hum. You're treating me to dinner tonight. I won't go anywhere that costs less than 500 per person. I endured the discomfort to show off and slap faces in public just to help you get revenge. As soon as Ren Yunqi pushed open the door to the lounge, he shouted. Zhang Yanyan complained wordlessly. You like showing off yourself, don't drag me into it. Nonsense, I'm such a low-key and modest person. Ren Yunqi sat down on the small sofa, defending his innocence. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Boom. Zhang Yanyan, in a good mood, didn't bother arguing with him over this. You won this round, you should be able to secure the second rank, right? I read online that notifications are usually refreshed at midnight. I'll stay up a bit later tonight to check. Ren Yunqi stretched lazily and reached for his phone. The black screen of the powered-off phone reflected the blue bar above his head. Full, just absorbed from Chi Yu.